2023 was a great year for bourbon as far as high-end allocated bottles go, but 2024 is shaping up to be just as good. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're not doing a review, but we are going to talk about some really cool bottles that are coming out in 2024 that I'm excited about. Now, in a perfect world, I would get my hands on all of these. However, that's not realistic. There are just limitations. Other bottles are going to come out besides these that I'm going to want to get my hands on, but hopefully all things go according to plan. These will all be on my shelf in 2024. All of this information that I found for these was from a great Instagram account called Coming Whiskey, C-O-M-I-N-G Whiskey. It is a great resource for all things that are coming out, bourbon, whiskey, all of it. It's a great resource. Go follow them on Instagram. Actually, the link will be in the bio to go give him a follow because he does really great stuff over there. But let's go ahead and get into the ones that I'm most excited about. First up, oddly enough, is a bottle from Bardstown. I'm really curious about this one because apparently Indian whiskey is like really, really good. I have yet to try any, but like Indian whiskey is starting to become a thing that people are like really kind of paying attention to. And that's why this interests me so much coming from Bardstown. It's Bardstown Collaboration Series Amrit? I don't know how to pronounce it. I apologize. Someone comment down below how you pronounce it because I know I said that wrong. It is a straight rye whiskey finished in Indian Amrit barrels. After it's finished, it is blended with straight bourbon whiskey. So that is just a unique combination all in its own. That's really cool. It's very interesting. Bardstown is in a really cool position to do a lot of cool things. I hope this isn't one of those releases where it's like $300. That would suck. But it is very interesting to me, and that's one that I'm gonna definitely try to get my hands on. The next one comes from Redwood Empire. It's called Devil's Tower. It's a high rye bourbon, and I just am on board with whatever that they wanna do. They are an incredible distillery. I love everything I've had from them. In fact, Redwood Empire Cask Strength Bourbon Pipe Dream made my top 20 of last year. So I love them. Anything they want to put out, I'm here for it. Including another bottle from High West called Foggy Burl. This is a single malt whiskey. Single malt whiskey's taken over, man. Everybody's talking about single malt. I'm still more partial to bourbon, and specifically wheated bourbons are like my favorite go-tos. But again, it's Redwood Empire. They have yet to release something that I did not thoroughly enjoy, so I'm here for it. And both of those releases are batch ones, and they will both be at 99 proof. The next one is really interesting to me. Wild Turkey is doing some pretty unique things. I don't agree with all the decisions that they've made over the last few years, especially when it comes to pricing, because to me, they're like more of a blue collar brand, and than to have multiple $100 releases in the same year is just wild to me. But this is Wild Turkey Private Select, and essentially what they're gonna do is they're going to offer up single barrels of Wild Turkey 101. Now, I don't know the pricing on these. I would assume it's gonna be in like the $35 to $45 range, just based on what Wild Turkey 101 currently costs. But this is gonna be something that I think is really popular and that people are gonna really enjoy. I love Wild Turkey 101. It's one of my favorite go-to everyday drinker, shelf-stable bourbons. It is something that I truly love. So this makes me really excited, and this is the kind of thing that I was really hoping to see more of in 2024. These focuses on this more shelf-available options that don't cost an arm and a leg. And on the completely other side of that coin, Wild Turkey comes out with an announcement about their new Camp Nelson. This is Camp Nelson B, and is matured on the 6th floor of the warehouse. Camp Nelson F is one of the best bourbons I've ever had. It would have been my #1 of last year, even over Stag, possibly. I'd have to do a side-by-side, but it was just so good. It would have made my list had I owned a bottle. I had opportunity a few times, but man, $300 for a bottle is just nuts. And I'm hoping that that's not the case with this one, but it's gonna be. The next one on my list here that I am very excited about, Old Forester 1924. This is my most highly anticipated release of this year. I was in Charlotte for Christmas, and I was in the area, like literally a few miles away from the stores where those bottles were dropping. By the way, they cost $115, and North Carolina's a control state, so if you don't know, so that's roughly what the retail is going to be. Probably $150 to $120 is what you'll see it for at retail. I was so disappointed I couldn't get my hands on one of those. I drove around to like 12 different ABC Mecklenburg County liquor stores, and everyone I went to was like, oh, we just had it. Somebody just grabbed the last bottle, and it was just such a letdown. But I have got to get my hands on that. I love the Whiskey Row series. Old Forester does not know how to make bad bourbon. I cannot wait to get my hands on a bottle of Old Forester 1924. The Whiskey Row series is dope. Looking forward to that. The next one on my list here is something that is interesting to me and my fiance. My fiance, for whatever reason, I like it too, but she loves it. She loves Rebel bourbon. Loves it, loves it, loves it. We actually were gifted a bottle of Rebel 10-year that we have yet to do a review of because I was sick, she was sick. So we still haven't got a chance to review the Rebel 10-year, but we're coming around to it. This is something that we're definitely going to try to get our hands on. It's a Rebel Stave Finish collection. And from what I could tell, there was like a few different versions of these. I'm going to consult my phone here, I apologize. This one has stave finishing that imparts flavor of caramel honey. I saw one that was like, I think I may have took a screenshot of it. Yes, I didn't. I saw one that was like coffee maybe, or something like that, mocha, something like that. So any kind of finishing stuff like that I'm interested in. Because it's like, for me, the stave finishing has kind of been proven with Maker's Mark. Maker's Mark wood finishing series is great. And it's something that I'm really looking forward to coming out of Lux Row, because I really like Rebel. Rebel is one of our favorite bourbons in this house. Rebel 100 is a staple. That is like our go-to mixing bourbon. We love it. It's like 16 bucks in most places. Can't go wrong with Rebel 100. Speaking of the Maker's Mark wood finishing series, I thought they were done. I know they said like we're opening a new chapter. This is called the Heart release, and it's for 2024, and it's more of the wood finishing series. I have an image that I'm putting in the video here, but I kind of want to read it to you a little bit, just so you can kind of get an idea of what they're doing. For the second chapter of our limited release wood finishing series, we pursue tasty visions. They wrote 2024 over the text in red. It's hard to read. Taste visions inspired by the teams who craft our handmade bourbon in Loretto, Kentucky, the makers of our mark, if you will. In this 2024 release, known as the Heart release, we have crafted a one-of-a-kind expression that celebrates our team that distills our whiskey. This team is the center, the heart, if you will, of our whiskey making process. The stage in this process serves to guide all other stages, ensuring our taste vision is realized. Fruit forward with caramel, maple, and chocolate notes. Sign me up. This expression features a rich, creamy mouthfeel that is a pure delight that we hope you enjoy as much as we enjoyed making it. It comes in at 112.6 proof. Yes, yes, yes. And here's the most interesting thing on this label. It says volume 1 of 5. And it's a blend of toasted American and French oak staves, and it's bottled in February of 2024. So that is very interesting to me. I'm not the biggest Maker's Mark fan, but like I said, the wood finishing series is just really, really solid. So I'm definitely gonna try to get my hands on that. All right, second to last here is another product from Lux Row. It is Rebel 100 6-year. Like, just spoke a few minutes about how much we love Rebel in this house, and this is something we're definitely gonna get. Rebel 100, like I said before, it is a staple. I actually forgot about this one, or I would have saved all that for this. But this is something that I cannot wait to get my hands on. It's gonna be really, really good. Hopefully, I haven't tried the Rebel 10-year, like I said before, but hopefully if that's good, this will give me hope for Rebel 100 6-year. So can't wait to get my hands on that one. And my last one, back with High West. Love High West, they're the best. Is a bottled and bond rye whiskey. High West puts out some of the best rye whiskey I've ever had. Midwinter's Night Dram, their Rendezvous Rye is fantastic. I believe Rendezvous is what they put into the barrels to finish to make Midwinter's Night Dram. But they're like double rye, all of it's good. I love High West. I love everything I've ever had from High West. They are such a great distillery, and I cannot wait to try 100 proof rye whiskey from you guys. If you're watching this, that's awesome, great call. That is the end of the video. Thank you guys for watching. Before you leave, comment down below, what are you most excited in 2024 to get your hands on bourbon and whiskey wise? Leave a comment, like the video, and make sure you subscribe as well. I'll see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. So a few days ago, I put out my top 20 best bourbons of the year, and today I'm here with 5 of the worst. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're going to talk about some really unfortunate whiskey. These These vary in price and in quality, so just keep that in mind. The two rules that I had for me making this list was the same exact rules that I had for my best bourbons of 2023. It was two things. I had to have tried it for the first time in 2023, and I had to own a bottle of it. Just like in all my videos and any other whiskey YouTubers videos, their opinions are their opinions. There's one of these I know that is going to get people upset, but it's just what it is. I will explain my reasoning why it's on this list when we get to it. But let's go ahead and kick it off with number 5, and one of the worst bourbons I've ever had in my life. It is Old Charter. This stuff, man, it's like $8, $10, $12. It's not worth it. Here's how bad this is. My boy Timmy, you might know him as the Bottom Shelf King over on TikTok. It was so bad even he didn't like it, and that's saying a lot. I watched that man drink Jack Daniels that he aged in a tree once, and this was too bad for him, and that's why it's at my house. He's like, I don't want to take it home, just keep it, I don't care, I hate it. So that's number 5 on this list, and this is the kind of company we're in here for this one. Number 4 on my list is another bottle that is a cheap mixer, but honestly, it's just bad for that as well. It's really terrible. It's the Jim Beam Repeal Batch. I do not like this bottle at all. In fact, I think it's one of the worst bourbons I have ever had. If you guys listen to the podcast that I did with Randy Sullivan from Prideful Goat and Bourbon Real Talk, I think I mentioned it on the show. It may have been off air when we were kind of talking before and after the show. But I even told him this is one of the worst whiskeys I've ever had. I hate this thing. It's a shame because the label's cool, the idea behind it is really cool, but it's just terrible. I tried it neat in a review. I know I tried it with Coke, maybe not in the review, but it made it worse. Like this has no redeeming qualities to me whatsoever. It is terrible, but I like the label. It's cool to have it on the shelf. Number 3 is one that I'm putting on this list because I'm specifically talking about this specific bottle. I got this early 2023. I think it was like January, February 2023. And I had been excited to get my hands on it, and I was so disappointed when I finally tried it. It's Henry McKenna 10-year. I have had some that were really good. This one is not. This one's terrible. It's like minty and like eucalyptusy. Even on the nose, it's really herbal, and it's just not good. Especially when I've had some Henry McKenna single barrels that were like really, really, really good. But if you happen to have barrel 12227, it's terrible. And you should be ashamed to own it just like I am. It's really, really bad. Yeah, I drank it down to here hoping it would open up a little bit. For me, it didn't. Everything else that's missing out of this has just been friends that have always wanted to try it and tried it. And that's, I'll buy another Henry McKenna 10-year because like I said, I've had some that are good. This one sucks. So I struggled between my number 1 and my number 2. So my number 2 is on this list because it is hard to find, and it is very expensive. And I was lucky to get it at last year's price. I think this year they released it at like $200 or something insane. And while it's not the worst whiskey I've had all year, for the hype and for as many people saying that they love this bottle and for it being as expensive as it is, I unfortunately have to put Russell's Reserve 13 on this list because it is just really, really mediocre. Like, it is just one note. It's caramel and oak on the nose and the palate, and that's it. And it is not justifiably a $200 bourbon. It's not justifiably a $100 bourbon. I have had Russell's Reserve. I have 2 Russell Reserve store picks on my shelf that are 10 times better than this. And I'm not kidding. It is a travesty that this bottle costs $200 to $250. I paid $150 for it. I'm so down on this bottle that I'm debating on not even trying to get my hands on Russell's 15. Like, I am totally content with Russell's Reserve store picks. I was so deeply disappointed in this bottle, and the only reason it didn't make it to number 1, because I think it's objectively better than my number 1 spot, but this is by far my most disappointing bourbon possibly ever. And number 1 is in the same kind of boat that Russell's Reserve is. It's not as allocated, it's not as rare. It is expensive. It's about a $100 bottle. Now, I got this on sale at Lazy Day Liquor in South Carolina for like $36 with like a store credit and blah, blah, blah. However, I would never get this bottle again. I think it is the worst bourbon I have ever had, especially with this being a $100 retail bottle. It's crazy that people pay that. Now, I'm not saying the brand is bad, I'm saying this is bad because, in fact, the Emerald Rye that they have is phenomenal. I'm talking about Blue Run, their Kentucky Straight High Rye Bourbon. This is ass. I hate it so much. I hate every second of it. It's so repulsive to me. I could not, if I paid $100 for this, I would be very upset. It's really bad. Really, really bad. Like objectively bad. I have friends that are into whiskey that have tried it. I have people who are not into whiskey that have tried it, and it is unanimous. It sucks. It's terrible. It smells like shoe polish. It's just a bad bottle. It sits on the shelf as one day I'll run out of things to mix with and I'll just start mixing with this. I say that, but this is another one of those bottles that I mixed with Coke and it made it worse. Like, it's just terrible. Well, that is my list. Thank you guys for watching. I know that Russell's Reserve would probably made some people upset, but listen, I genuinely mean if you love it, I'm glad you like it. I just think it's just not worth the price. But thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Please make sure to like and subscribe for more videos. So leave a comment down below. Let me know what your top 5 least favorite whiskeys of 2023 were. And I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Everyone loves a good allocated bourbon, but today we're going to go into some bottles that are not hard to find and won't cost a fortune. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I know I had promised and teased a bunch of cool videos that were coming up with some pretty hard to find allocated bottles, but I got sick. I can't taste anything other than this medicine taste that I have had as a side effect for the medication that I've been on, so I'm having to push those videos back because I haven't recorded them yet. I made the thumbnails and haven't recorded them yet, so hopefully mid to later this week I'll be able to get in and get those recorded. But right now I thought it'd be fun to do something a little different and talk about 5 bourbons that don't cost a fortune and you can pretty much find everywhere. So a few things to keep in mind: people don't get the same things all across the country, and B, it is not the same pricing all across the country. Where you go and get a bottle, it might cost me $20, it might cost you $25, it might cost you $15. There is some variation there. So I'm going off prices that I've experienced. Let's go ahead and dive in with number 5 here. This bottle is the cheapest one by far on this list. This bottle costs $9.99 and it's Evan Williams Green Label. This is just a decent 80 proof mixer. Throw it in with Coke, you won't feel guilty for drinking it. I don't believe we actually get the Green Label distributed here in Florida. I've only seen it in South Carolina, and every time I go up there I grab one or two because they're good to have when you just want to mix something with Coke and have a nice little, as my friend Timmy says, tasty beverage. So it made the list. It's really inexpensive, and if you can find it, it's pretty good. I mean, none of these are really going to be like the best bourbons you've ever had, but they are decent enough to warrant a spot on this list. Number 4 is another bottle that I picked up in my travels to North and South Carolina. This was flying off the shelves, but I'm starting to see it here in Florida now too, which is cool. It's very old Barton. This is the 86 proof. I really want to get my hands on that 100 proof. This one I think cost me, I think it was $14. I know it was definitely under $20. This was the bottle that made me want to do this list in the first place. This one and number 3. But these are good. Like, they're okay neat. I haven't had much out of them. They're nothing to write home about. It's 86 proof, very old Barton. It's not the greatest whiskey bourbon in the world, but it's okay, and it's you know, it's good to have. Again, if you want to mix with Coke, you want to make some old fashions, you don't want to use anything that's like super expensive or more hard to find. These are very old Barton 86 proof is a great option for that. All right, moving on to one of my favorite bottles. I actually genuinely love this bottle. Unironically, I think it's fantastic, and I don't hear people talk about this one a ton. which is nuts because it's super cheap. It's Heaven Hill Juice, JW Dant, bottled in bond. It's 100 proof. And I think this was like $13, and I got this bottle at Heaven Hill. So I think it was 13, 14, 15 bucks, somewhere around there. But man, I don't know if I hear a lot of people talking about JW Dant, and I think people see like the big white jug, which is the only bottle size I'm able to find in Florida, that big like plastic jug, and kind of dismiss it, but don't. It's really, really good. And that plastic jug is like 23 bucks. It's freaking awesome. So if you can get your hands on this and it's available, or you happen to be at Heaven Hill and you're like, what is this thing? It's good. It's just not a great label, but I think that's like what Heaven Hill likes to do, is make really terrible labels like this and Mellow Corn. So don't be fooled by the label. This stuff's really solid. My next one on the list, I was torn between one of these versus another one, and I'm gonna go with this one because it is 100 proof, and this is the Benchmark. This is the Benchmark Bonded. This bottle's really, really solid. The entire Benchmark lineup is really good. I was going back and forth between this one and Top Floor to add on this list. If Full Proof wasn't $23, it would have made the list, but I'm sticking hard to that $20 rule. I love the entire Benchmark line, but this Bonded one is really, really good. Top Floor is great too. If you can get your hands on any of these, do it. They are really inexpensive. These are made by Buffalo Trace, if you aren't aware. They are made, it's full-on Buffalo Trace. It tastes like Buffalo Trace, smells like Buffalo Trace. I've actually recommended this to people who like really can't find Buffalo Trace in their area, and this just sits on the shelves. It's great. Go grab it. I don't know, I'm not really breaking any ground here by saying this, but I'm just reiterating the point that this bottle is awesome. All the Benchmark stuff's good. The Full Proof is my favorite, but it's just not on this list because of the price. And number one, to wrap this list up, is a bottle that I actually don't have. I had it on Friday, and we kind of, between Friday night and Saturday night, we went through the whole bottle, and I meant to save it, but it is Early Times Bottled in Bond, and I can get it now here in Florida for $16.99. It is a liter. It is a bottled in bond product. It is freaking delicious, neat. It is good in cocktails. It's good with Coke. Like, it is just a freaking versatile bourbon. It's got a lot of brown sugar and oak notes. I really, really like it. I drink it neat more than I drink it in stuff, and I think it's just as good. It's worthy of a neat pour. It's awesome. So if you can find it, get your hands on it. I know it's not available everywhere, but if you ever go to the Bourbon Trail, it's available in pretty much every liquor store up there. That's where I got it, I think, for the first time we found it, because it wasn't distributed here to Florida. And then when we were in South Carolina visiting family, I saw it on the shelves a few times, and I started grabbing it when I was up there. And now it's finally in Florida. I don't have to worry about doing that anymore. And I'm very happy about that because I love Early Times Bottled in Bond. That's the end of the list. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for the comments. Leave me a comment down below with your favorite $20 or under bottle of whiskey. Let me know if I missed anything. Let me know if you hate my list, if you love my list. Let me know. I like to hear both sides of the story. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one, and hopefully be feeling better. Until then, cheers. So a few days ago, I made a video that was my top 5 bourbons under $20. Today, we're doubling that amount. We're doing our top 5 bourbons under $40. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I've got another list for you. I'm still a little under the weather, but I'm sticking to my Monday, Wednesday, Friday schedule. So let's go ahead and get into it. Now, here's the thing. Price is subjective and it changes everywhere, as does what you can actually purchase. So some of these might be readily available for you. Some of them might not be. I know there's one on this list that might upset some people, but I'm gonna get to it when we get to it. Also, these are all from least expensive to most expensive. They're not ranked in like my favorite order, they're just ranked in price. So let's go ahead and dive into number 5. This is the one that might upset some people. I swear this is not a flex. I wanted to include this one in the $20 video, but it was $21.99 at ABC, and it is Weller Special Reserve. This is like my everyday drinker. I always have a bottle of this. I actually have 4 bottles of this right now. I keep it on hand at all times. It is a fantastic wheated bourbon. It's actually the cheapest wheated bourbon. $21.99 is cheaper than Maker's Mark. Maker's Mark retails around here around 25 bucks. It's also cheaper for me than Jack Daniel's Old No. 7. That is now up to $24.99 at my local ABC store. So it's not a flex, I promise. This is just something that I drink regularly. I've probably gone through more bottles of Weller Special Reserve than any other bottle for sure on this list, and probably of all of the whiskeys I've ever drank. I love it a lot. I know a lot of people spend an arm and a leg on this. If you do spend more than retail on this, remember it's a $22 bottle. So even though you pay $85, I've had friends that spent $90, even up to $100 on this bottle. Remember when you're drinking it that it is not a $100 bottle, it is a $22 bottle. Just keep that in mind if you pay a lot for this bottle. Moving on to number 4, a bottle that made my top 20 of 2023 last year, and it's a $32 bottle. I think it's $32.99 bottle of Jack Daniel's Bonded Rye. I straight up love this bottle. I've gone through 2 of them already. Well, almost 2. It's just a great rye. If you're sleeping on this rye, don't. It's absolutely incredible. It smells so good. It tastes even better. It's great neat. It's great on the rocks. It's great in cocktails. That is my favorite rye for an old fashioned. It is just like the perfect bottle, and it's super cheap, and it's pretty much available everywhere. So if you can get your hands on it, do it. It's awesome. Moving on to number 3, this is a bottle that is one of the first bottles that got me into whiskey. Back in the day, I was a host of trivia at a place in Charlotte, North Carolina called Heist Brewery. I loved that place. It was amazing. It's still around, but I was there hosting trivia one night, and they had a thing on Wednesday nights called Whiskey Wednesday. And it was a $5 whiskey menu, and they had a ton of stuff. I would love to go back and see what was actually on that menu at this point, because this is like 2009, 10. This is a long time ago, 10, 11, 12, somewhere in that range. And this is the bottle that I just picked on the $5 whiskey menu, and it's Four Roses small batch. Now, out of their core lineup, I think this is my favorite. I like this better than the Yellow Label. I do like this better than Small Batch Select, and I prefer this maybe over some of the single barrels. Now, the single barrels, they're single barrels, so they vary quite a bit. I've had some that were really, really, really good, and I've had some that were at best. So I think this one's probably the most consistent for me. If you've not tried Four Roses Small Batch, you absolutely should. If you haven't had it in a while, go back to it, give it a try. It's really, really solid. I really like Four Roses Small Batch. God, it smells so good. All right, so number 2 on my list is a bottle that I had forgotten about. I bought it really, really, really early on in my bourbon collection, and I forgot how good it is. I tried it recently, and I was really impressed with how good it actually is. It's Old Grandad 114. This went through a phase where it was really easy to find, difficult to find, and now it's easy to find again. I don't know if it was part of that issue where they had a distributor shakeup. I don't know, maybe that's the problem. But I've seen people say on TikTok and Instagram that this is allocated in some places, and that's crazy to me. This is $33 here. 34 bucks maybe, 33, 34, somewhere around there. I love this stuff. It is so good. I forgot how good it was. But people not being able to find this bottle is very odd to me. Even though I get it because I went through it too. But if you can get a hold of this, definitely do it. It's amazing, and you will not be upset that you did so. It's really good. 114 proof, 35 bucks. You can't beat it. Comes from Jim Beam. It's really good. By the way, if you didn't know, the person on this label, that's actually Basil Hayden. So this leads us with number 1 here, and this bottle comes right out of Georgia, and I love everything about this bottle. And it's 13th Colony's 2023 batch of their small batch bourbon. For $39.99 to get a 95 proof bottle from a smaller distillery is almost unheard of. It's such a good bottle. Everything about it is great. The nose is great. You get a nice little buttered pecan note on the nose. The palate is fantastic. It's just, I love it so much. It's only 39 bucks. Can't go wrong with it. I know they're not available everywhere, but I'm hoping that they're going to start, expanding their distribution. They just got distribution in Florida not too long ago, so that gives me hope that they're expanding, because I want everyone to try how good this bottle is. It's phenomenal. Well, that's the end of the list. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Before you leave, make sure you leave a like, subscribe down below, and comment with what your 5 favorite bourbons are under 40 bucks. I'll see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. So one of my favorite distilleries and an artist I know not a lot about, except for the fact that he was on a Taylor Swift song, made a whiskey. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I have a bottle. Man, I'm telling you, I don't know if it's just because my Instagram is like so whiskey focused. I don't think I could scroll 4 pictures or more and not see this bottle pop up. This is Traveler Whiskey. It is a collaboration with Buffalo Trace, one of my favorite distillers, and a music artist, I guess he's a country artist named Chris Stapleton. I don't know too much about him, to be perfectly honest with you. He's an 8-time Grammy Award-winning artist, so this is a me thing, not a him thing. I just don't listen to a lot of contemporary music, like I said, outside of like that Taylor Swift song that I do. So before starting the video, I decided to do a little bit of research into this, and one of the things you'll notice on the label is that it's very simple, and I like that. Traveler Whiskey Blend number 40. So apparently, this collaboration between Chris Stapleton and Buffalo Trace it's like an experimental kind of thing. They went through over 50 different blends to get the right blend, and number 40 was the right blend for them. So that's why it's blend number 40. I'd be interested to see maybe like what else they can come up with. I have not opened this yet. I'm very excited to get into this. Like I said, I've seen so many people talk about this thing. I'm so excited to get into it. What exactly is in the bottle? There's not a lot of information outside of the fact that the barrels were sourced by Sazerac, which is Buffalo Trace's parent company. And so I think the little bit of research that I could find on it was it said that maybe there was some 1792, maybe some Canadian whiskey in here as well. So I don't know exactly, so take everything I just said with a grain of salt. But from what I could tell, that's kind of where we're at with this. So I'm excited to get this open. Let's get into it and let's see how we like it. And for those curious, this does come in at 90 proof. So, blended whiskey, I got this at retail. I think it was like $38, something like that, $40 around there. So, I'm excited to give this a shot. Let's give it a nosing and let's see how we feel. Okay. So, here's what's weird. A few weeks ago, I did a podcast at Brad's Bourbon Reviews, the podcast with my buddy Timmy. And he had a sample of Caribou Crossing that one of our listeners sent him. It kind of smells like that to me. There's a little, like a chocolatey note. I don't know if there is Canadian whiskey in here at all, but it smells like Caribou. There's like some frosted vanilla, some graham cracker, and some grain. I will say it's a, ooh, there was like a little, like a plum note there. All right, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. This smells fantastic. Oh man, I really like the nose on this. This is interesting. It's more complex than I thought it was going to be. With it being, and this is not a knock on Chris Stapleton. God bless you, do your thing. If I had the opportunity to do a collaboration with Buffalo Trace, I would do it as well. But I was kind of not expecting a ton out of this because it's A, 90 proof whiskey, and B, it's like celebrity whiskey. So I'm kind of going into this with like my expectations a little lower, if I'm being honest, which I try not to do. But if I'm being honest with you guys, which is what I will always be, is honest, I kind of wasn't expecting too much, and I'm really pleasantly surprised. It smells great. I really like the nose on that a lot. It's more complex than you would think for a 90 proof whiskey. Man. All right, smells good. Let's give it a mouthing and let's see how we feel. Ooh. Oh boy, that's really good. It's making my mouth water. Man, say what you guys want about Buffalo Trace, but Harlan Wheatley knows exactly what he's doing over there. The fact that he was able to blend this, man. I would love to know what went into this because this reminds me a lot of rye whiskey. There's orange zest in there. There is a little bit of that graham cracker and honey note kind of carries over. and baking spice. It's really good. I'm pretty impressed with this. I'm glad I got a few bottles of this. The orange note is very predominant on the palate, which is strange because it's not existent at all on the nose. Huh, I'm impressed with that. I really like that. I don't think this is going to be something, you know, when we look back on 2024 and go, is this one of the best releases of the year? I don't think it's that good, but it's interesting, especially with it being such a low proof and being essentially, you know, a celebrity whiskey. That's really, really solid. I like that quite a bit. There's also like a black licorice note on the finish. Clove note, something like that. I'm impressed with this. This is way more complexity out of a 90 proof whiskey than I was expecting. I like this quite a bit, and this is, oh, see, it's bitter on the palate. There's like an oaky bitterness on the end there. Wow, that's very interesting. That is well above my expectations for this bottle. $40. This is a buy for me all day. I'm very surprised at how that turned out. I wasn't expecting a ton out of it, but it blew my expectations out of the water. I think this bottle would do really, really well in blinds. I think people not knowing what it is would be surprised at how complex it is. The only ding I have on it is it's a little thin. The mouthfeel is better than a typical 90 proof whiskey, but I mean, that's something you can't really fix without having higher proof. But if I'm nitpicking it down to that level, this is good, man. I don't know if Chris Stapleton will ever see this or if Harlan Wheatley will ever see this, but that's really good. You guys should be proud of what you made. I'd love to see blend 42 or blend 25, whatever else you got, because I'm impressed. Well, that's the end of the video. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. This bottle of Eric Church Jack Daniels is one of the most rare bottles I have in my collection. It's time to open it. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, man, do I have a special bottle for you. I cannot wait to get into this. I knew that this existed, but I didn't know a ton about it, and after telling some of my friends who collect whiskey and tell them what I got, they were like, holy crap, I can't believe you got one of those. I'm super excited. So I actually posted this on TikTok when I got it, and some guy was like, you better not open that bottle. I'm like, hey man, first off, it's my $56, okay? That's what I paid for this, was $56. I firmly believe in the idea that whiskey is meant to be drank, and usually with friends, but unfortunately I'm here doing reviews, so I'm here by myself. And my fiance's out of town, so I'm really kind of sad, but whatever. I'm excited to open this and try this. I have heard everyone just rant and rave about this. Now, I will tell you this going into this, you can see this is not open. This is a sealed bottle. It's sealed. I don't know if you can actually see it, but I promise you it's sealed. I actually don't expect too much out of this. I think it's just going to be a really good bottle of Jack Daniels, single barrel. A lot of times when you get these like super rare, especially like celebrity whiskeys, it can kind of be a little dicey. Maybe this is a standout. I love the bottle design. I love everything. It's just awesome. I don't know a thing about Eric Church. If you played me a song, I wouldn't even know that it was him. I'm not a country person. I don't listen to country music. I'm more of like a classic rock. I'm excited to get into this. So let's go ahead and get this bad boy open, and let's do a proper review of the Eric Church Jack Daniels. I'm so excited for this. This was bottled in 2020, so it's been around almost 4 years. Nice. Let's give it a nosing and see what we feel. Okay. For the record, if anyone's curious, this comes in at 94 proof, which is 47% alcohol. There is no proof on this on the nose whatsoever. I get those classic Jack Daniels banana notes, like banana bread. It's like a, it's almost like a Dr. Pepper note in there too, kind of. And it's like just a, oh god, okay, it's really opening up and it smells really good. Man, all right. I hope it's as awesome as like it's hyped up to be, because people really talk a lot about this, and I'm excited to have this. It smells good, man. I gotta be honest. It smells like this. Hang on a second. So this kind of smells familiar to me. It smells either like Jack Daniel's 10 or 12. I can't remember which one it smells like to me, so I'm gonna smell them both here. It's actually sweeter than the Jack Daniel's 10 on the nose. So maybe it's the 12. This is not an age-stated whiskey. So we don't know exactly how. It's the 12. Yeah, I mean, that's really close. They're not identical, but it's really, really close to the Jack Daniel's 12 year. Specifically, if you're watching this in the future, this is Jack Daniel's 12 year batch 1. Batch 2 has not come out yet. It's really close to that. Yeah, that's weird. Oh my god, that's weird. Yeah, that is like really close to that Jack Daniel's 12 year. Oh, that's really interesting. Okay. So that nose, man, is really solid. I actually do prefer the Jack Daniel's 10 year to the 12 year, but only because I feel like the 10's more on profile for Jack Daniel's, but the nose is so much different than a typical single barrel. So the story with this is, this special edition Jack Daniel's single barrel package celebrates our friendship with Eric Church. Master distiller Jeff Arnett hand-selected this 94 proof single barrel Tennessee whiskey according to Eric Church's favorite Jack Daniel's taste profile. So I think Eric Church really likes Jack Daniel's 12 year, because it's really close to that. And I'm getting like a peanutty note too now on this. But I think it's just more like the banana bread part of the banana. Man, all right, let's give this a mouthing. I'm so curious how this tastes. Oh, this is really good. Shit. Yeah, that's really good. I think it's probably up there with like Jack 10 and 12, honestly. I actually might put it in between the two of them. I love Jack Daniel's 10 year. I don't know why, but I just prefer it to the 12. I think it might be objective. I don't know. I don't even want to say it. I'd have to try them side by side. And I think I actually might do that in a video coming up where I do a blind of the Eric Church, the 10 and the 12, and see which comes out the best. I think that's probably the best way to handle this because this is really exceptional. God damn it, that's good, yo. Man, that's really good. Oh my god. Okay. All right. That's surprising how good that is. I need to like... Am I just being like mind fucked right now with the label and the bottle? Hang on. So this bottle of Jack Daniel's was bottled in 2015, so it's a little older than this by 5 years. This is the only open bottle of single barrel I have right now. I have one from Southern Spirits up there, but I'm not opening it yet. It has my son's birth date on it, and I'm probably gonna hang on to that one for a while. So, forgive me if this is not a fair comparison, but I mean, it's not even close. This is like not even close how much better on the nose this is. So much more complex. So much more coming out of the glass than a regular. Yo, that Eric Church is like perfect. It's like perfect. Yeah, it's not even close. It's not even close. This is way more bitter. It's not even close. That Eric Church is like really good. Oh, I cannot wait to do a Jack Daniel's blind with this. I mean, I'm really shocked. I really didn't think that it would be that much different. The fact that I'm putting it up with Jack Daniel's 10 and 12 is crazy, because Jack Daniel's 10 specifically is one of my favorite whiskeys of all time, not even just of the past year. I think it is just such a good bottle, and the fact that I'm even considering going, this is better, is crazy. I cannot wait to do a blind with this. When Holly gets back, I'm gonna have to have her pour me a blind of this, because this is nuts that it's that good. But yeah, it's that good. So here's the question. I don't even know how this was available in the lottery that I went to, seeing as how it was bottled in 2020. But if you can get your hands on this for a reasonable price, which at this point after trying it, I would say a reasonable price would be $150. If I got my hands on this, another bottle of this for $150, I wouldn't hesitate. $150 before the guy could even say 50, my wallet would be out and I would have paid for it. Like, it's that good. Now, is it one of those things where it's like $500 good? I don't think anything's that good. I really don't. I think that's insane, and I think that's part of the problem with whiskey. There's nothing in bourbon that should cost $500, period. Did you hear me, Wild Turkey? Because I said what I said. This is good enough to pay, like... This to me, this is good enough to pay, like, a low secondary price. Like, if the only opportunity I ever had to buy this again was at $200, I'm not blinking an eye. Like, I don't know what's left out there of these, but this is, like, exceptional. Like, this is one of the best Jack Daniel's products I've ever had. It's really, really good. So, I hate to say it, but man, it's worth it. It's good. I'm very impressed. I mean, that's about as good as you can get. I mean, I would assume these single barrels are probably like 6 to 8 year old, so you're not quite there with that 10 and 12. I would even say most people would probably prefer this over the 10 and 12, because unless you can appreciate like a higher age stated whiskey with those like bitter, not even bitter, but those oaky notes and those more harsh notes, and I use the word harsh not negatively because I like those notes, but I think the average person would probably pick this over the 10 or 12, like in a blind, because it's super sweet. There's almost nothing about it that's offensive on the nose or palate. There's a slight oakiness, like right in the mid palate, but I mean, and a little on the finish. But like, that's about as good as you can get. I hate to say it, and I hate to say it for myself now, because now I got to go find another one of these. Man, that's good. That is just really, really good. Man. One of my boys, Robert, is getting one of these bottles that I got for him. I'm really debating on keeping it now, because I'll send you back that Wild Turkey 12 here, because not really. It's that good, dude. You're going to love it. If you can get your hands on this for a reasonable price, do it. I even hesitate to say, like, I would spend $300 on this. Like, I hate to say, like, $250. If it's the only ones. This is a tough one. This is a tough one, because that's really good. And by the way, if you don't know, if it's your first time watching a video, or if you just don't remember, I'm a big Jack Daniel's fan. So the fact that I'm putting it up there with some of the best from Jack Daniel's is nuts. So that's it, guys. That's the review. Thank you for watching. Make sure you leave a like. Comment down below. Is this something that's on your radar? Did you not even know this existed? Do you have one? What do you think about it? Comment down below. I'd love to hear what you have to say. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. What's my little cute little intro for this one gonna be? What's my little cute intro gonna be? Yes! Yes! I'm a big Buffalo Trace fan. I'm a big Stag fan. This is Stag 23C. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I have another bottle that I am so excited to get into. Like I said in the intro, I'm a big Buffalo Trace fan. I'm a big Stag fan. To me, Stag 22B is still my favorite Stag. Now, to be fair, I've only had Stag 22A, 22B, 23A, 23B, and now tonight we're going to open and do a fresh crack of Stag 23C. I have heard that this is the best out of the 23s. We'll see. 23A was pretty dang good, but we'll see how we feel about this. Now, this is interesting because this is the lowest proof of the Stags, and when I say that, it's still 125.9 proof. So it's not like it's, 110, anything like that. It still packs a punch. So let's go ahead and get into this bottle. I'm very curious to see how I feel about this one. I have heard from somebody that I trust very, very much. I call him my Bourbon Yoda, Robert Fernandez, that this was one of his favorite Stag releases of all time. He was able to try this the day or two after it came out, so I'm excited to see if it's as good as he says it is. I'm curious. I love Stag. Stag is one of my favorite releases, something I look forward to from Buffalo Trace. Every single time they release a product, and I can't believe I got all of them this year. It's pretty exciting. So let's get into Stag 23C. I'm curious to see. Let's give it a proper nosing and see what we feel about it. A little proofy, but not crazy on the nose. Oh my God, that chocolate note. Chocolate maple. And some leather. Okay, now we're in the area that I like for Stag. Those are all notes that I think are like some of the best notes to get on a Stag. Man. That smells, that leather note is really coming in. This is so good. On the nose, even if this is not like the best palate I've ever had, I'm gonna 100% after this review. It's my last one for the night. I am 100% pouring a glass of this, and I'm gonna smoke a cigar with this. This smells absolutely incredible. This is about as close to 22B as I can remember on the nose, at least. But enough on the nose. Let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. Oh, it's so good. Yes, I'm so happy. Oh, it's so good. Man, that's really, really good. Yep, chocolate cherry on the palate, a little hint of leather. A little proofier than I was expecting, to be honest, on the palate. I still think 22B, for whatever reason, just drinks underneath its proof point. But this is really solid. There's almost like a s'mores note. So chocolate, graham cracker, and a little bit of like toasty marshmallow kind of. Yeah, that's really good. Man, I don't know. That might be as good as 22B. All right, I need a backup of this immediately. I will do everything in my power to get another one of these, even if I had to trade another bottle or something. That's really, really good. I really enjoyed that. Man, that's good. Going back to the nose a little bit, that cherry note's coming through. That's really good. I really, really like that a lot. Yeah, there's nothing about this that I don't like. It finishes a little oaky, so if that's not your thing, that's probably not for you. If you don't dig high proof stuff, I think that this might be one of the Stags you might not enjoy. I still think this one drinks a little proofier than even 125, almost 126 proof. But man, is it really, really solid. I really enjoy this. Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. There's nothing to complain about. Stag 23C is awesome. I can't wait to see what they have in 4 for 2024. I can't wait. 24 is going to be great. Thank you guys for watching. Leave a comment down below. Is Stag something that's like on your radar? Do you care about it at all? Have you ever had a Stag? If you have, and if you're like a longtime Stag person, what's your favorite batch of Stag? I would love to hear what you have to say. Please leave a like. Don't forget to subscribe, and I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Rebel Yell 10-year single barrel is a really good bottle and no one really talks about it. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad and today I've got a good bottle for us to sit here and talk about a little bit. I'm going to gush over this one quite a bit. So I got this bottle as a gift from my buddy. I don't know if he watches YouTube, but my buddy JB. We met at a distillery. We became quick friends, and one night went over to his house to do like a bottle share, and I was out of town. This was in North Carolina. And my fiance was supposed to go with me, and then she ended up not being able to go last second. I mentioned to him, that night was amazing. That night was absolutely amazing. Like, I got to try vintage Rebel Yell from like the 60s with like the tax stamp on it still. It was really, really cool. Thank you, JB. I know this video is a long time coming. The reason for that is we had both been sick. I got COVID. She was sick with the flu. We moved. A lot of things just stacked up, but we were able to open this before she left to go out of town, and now I'm finally feeling better. I'm actually going to finally get to do a review of this bottle, and I cannot wait to get into this because I've tried it, and spoiler alert, it's really good. Let's get this in a Glen, and let's see what we think. I already know what I think. Rebel Yell comes from Lux Row. And they actually, I believe they still source. I don't think they're making their own distillate yet. They will, I assume, one day. I don't know if this says where it's from. I think it's from, they source from somewhere in Kentucky, because on the back label, it doesn't say it's distilled in another state, which is a legal requirement for a label. So it must be sourced from somewhere in Kentucky and then bottled. It says for Lux Row. I don't know if they even bottle it at their plant, but it doesn't matter. This stuff's awesome, so let's get into it. First off, the nose is like really good. It's like pecans. Super nutty. I've done no research on this, but knowing that they source in Kentucky and the nose that I'm getting on this, now that I'm thinking about it, I could be wrong. I could be wrong, and someone, if you do know where they source this from, comment down below. But I think this might be Heaven Hill. I get like a powdered sugar note and nut and peanuts on a lot of Heaven Hill stuff. I got it a lot on the Heaven Hill Bottled and Bond, and that's kind of what this reminds me of. But there's a little more oak on this too, so it smells really solid. There's vanilla in there too for sure. I'm picking up a lot of vanilla. It's really, really good. I guess this bottle retails for right at $100, which I don't think is unreasonable for a 10-year single barrel. Man, this smells really good. That powdered sugar note is really nice. Really like it. All right, let's give it a mouthing and let's see how I feel. I already know I like it. So good. Oaky, not overly. It's got the right amount of sweet and bitter balance, and I'm really enjoying that. There's a little bit of cherry on the palate too. Like a cherry cough drop, kind of. And I'm very familiar with those because I had a lot of those while I had COVID. Oh, that baking spice on the back end is good. There's also like a slight licorice note that I really like off this too. This is really good. That aged oak, you get that like, I can't ever explain it because when I describe what it is, the sensation, it's like you're tasting what soggy wood smells like, but you're tasting it. I love that note in bourbon. I don't think I'd like it in anything else, but I really like it in bourbon. It's really good. I'm a real big fan of Rebel Yell. I'm excited they're doing a Rebel Yell 6-year. I'm going to grab that too. JB, thank you again for this bottle. This is a generous, generous gift. I really appreciate it. That's the review. I would say if you can get your hands on this, definitely do it. Don't go out of your way. It's not anything that's going to change your life. I don't think it's like one of the best bourbons I've ever had, but I do think it's a really solid 10-year bourbon. So head on down to the comments below. Leave a like while you're down there. Let me know what you think about Rebel Yell 10-year. Also subscribe. We are really close to 1,000 subscribers. We're over halfway there, so hit that subscribe button so we can keep this going. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. lot of people really like Maker's Mark. Let's do a review of the cask strength. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I've got another bourbon review for you. This one is an everyday shelfer. I like reviewing the super rare unicorn stuff like the Eric Church Jack Daniels and, Stags, and the Buffalo Trace stuff, of course, is always fun to do. I got an Old Fitz video coming soon, so I like doing all that, but I really enjoy doing reviews of stuff that is really easy to get and that is not expensive. This is Maker's Mark Cask Strength. I got a nice slam dunk bottle though. I'm very happy about that. That's actually why I bought it. I've been wanting a slam dunk bottle for the shelf for quite a while. And I said next time I see one, I'm buying one. Saw one this week, grabbed it, and me and my boy Timmy popped it on the last episode of Brad's Bourbon Reviews, the podcast. You can check that podcast out anywhere you get your podcast. But thank you for checking it out. This is Maker's Mark Cask Strength. Cask Strength, so it's no water is added to this. This is straight out of the barrel. Comes in at 109.6 proof, which is kind of low for a cask strength. Maker's Mark is not typically a brand that I gravitate to. I really like the wood finishing series. I'm excited to see what they do going forward with that. But their like bottom shelf or like mid shelf stuff is not something that I like gravitate towards. I really like Maker's Mark 101, but I've bought Maker's Mark like the 90 proof bottom shelf mixer like a few times in my life. It's just not something that I go to. For like a everyday kind of brand, Jack Daniels is more my speed than Maker's Mark, which is odd because I really like wheated bourbons, but this one just for whatever reason doesn't tend to be my favorite. Now, full disclosure, I have opened this and tried this already, and in fact, this is the second time I'm recording this video because I accidentally deleted it the first time. But let's go ahead and get into this. I'd like to give some nosing notes, and then we'll give it a review, and we'll kind of go from there. All right, let's give it a nosing and see what we feel. Maker's Mark gives me this like chalky, dusty note. And the thing that I get off of this more than I get anything else, this is a very odd, very specific note. You ever had juicy fruit gum and it's that like white powder on there? It smells just like it. On the nose, I just get like juicy fruit gum. It's okay. There's a little chocolate note in there too. Little nuttiness and like some sour. It's almost like a sour, weird note to it. But the nose is fine. It's not like my favorite thing ever. It's okay. I wouldn't say it's like great. I don't even think it's in that range of proof. There's way better options on the nose than this, but it's just kind of bland. It's just kind of boring. There's not much to it. It's fine. Take this with a grain of salt because I am a big Buffalo Trace fan. I would much rather have like a Weller Antique 107 or a Weller Full Proof. Like their nose on those are just way more complex and approachable. This is kind of coming off pretty ethanol-y. It's only 109 proof. I don't know. It's just not my favorite thing. All right, let's give it a mouthing and see what we feel. That juicy fruit note carries over into the palate a lot. It tastes like juicy fruit. Did juicy fruit model their flavor after Maker's Mark Cask Strength? That's odd. It just, there's like some oak, some vanilla. It's boring. It's boring. I mean, like, I'm not comparing this to something that's more rare. This is a $40 shelf available bourbon. I totally understand that. But at cask strength, it could just be more interesting. I don't know. Maker's just is not my jam typically, so I didn't expect to love this even after I've tried it for the third or fourth time. I just don't love it. It's just kind of dull to me. It drinks hotter than 110 proof too. It's not even 109 proof, 109.6 proof. It drinks hotter than that. It drinks to me like it's more in like the 115, 120 range. For a wheated bourbon, it's not very soft. Like wheated profiles usually have like soft sweetness. It's bitter, and it's just kind of mediocre. That, my friends, is going to do it for me today. Thank you guys for watching. I would like to know what you have to say about Maker's Mark cask strength. Head down to the comments down below. Let me know what you think. While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe as well. We are pretty close to 1,000 subscribers. We've only got like 300 more to go, so let's get those numbies up. And thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. Well, Old Elk did it again. They sent me another bottle to review, so let's go ahead and get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today Old Elk sent me a really cool little package. They reached out to me a few weeks ago and asked if I wanted to try one of their bottles that is a port cask finished bourbon, and I was like, absolutely. They said, cool, we'll be sending a sample out soon. What's your address? Confirm my new address with them. And I got a little package, and as I opened it, this little letter was in there, and the package was kind of big, and I was expecting just a sample, but no, they sent an entire bottle of this to me, which is crazy generous, so thank you to Old Elk. I actually have already recorded this video, and I realized that I didn't turn on my microphone, so there was no audio, so I'm having to redo it again. So up to this point, until my last video about 15 minutes ago, I hadn't tried it yet, but I have tried it, but I'm going to give you my thoughts as if I haven't tried it, so let's go ahead and get into it. Now, this goes for any distillery out there, anybody who ever sends me anything. If you send me a bottle to review, I am not going to just automatically like it. That's not how reviews work, that's not how I operate. So just a heads up that just because I'm reviewing this, that does not mean that it has tampered my expectations or changed my review of it. If I bought this, I would feel exactly the same way. I always pretend like I bought it and paid the retail price for it, whatever that is. For this bottle, I'm not exactly sure, but I act like I paid for it with my own money, and that's how I go about reviews. Before we get into the nosing here, this is a 5-year-old bourbon that is then put into port barrels and finished in those barrels for a certain amount of time. We don't know exactly. I'm going to reach out to them and see how long, see if they'll let me know. And then if I was able to get an answer from them, you'll see it down here in the video below. So let's go ahead and give this thing a nosing and see how we feel about it. First off, the nose is just absolutely delicious. So the closest thing that I can compare this to is Midwinter's Night Dram Act 11. Even though that is a rye finished in port barrels, this is a bourbon finished in port barrels, they're different, but the nose is very familiar. However, the rye spice that you get on the Midwinter's Night Dram makes it seem a little more Christmassy, whereas this is kind of a, I could drink this any time of the year and be happy. Kind of smells, doesn't smell like Christmas, it just smells like a really solid bourbon. It reminds me a lot of, on the nose, of E.H. Taylor Small Batch. There's like this grapey note that I'm really loving. And I also on E.H. Taylor Small Batch I get a lot of green apple, which I don't get on this. But it just reminds me of that like kind of grape note that I get on the E.H. Taylor Small Batch. But the vanillas and the caramels are in there too, but that grape note is just blowing my mind. It smells so good. Those are really rich caramels. Some bourbons are like kind of like a weaker caramel. This is like a really strong caramel. It's really nice. It smells so good. It smells sweet, but not like put up, like so sweet it's like it puts you off. It just smells really nice. This is inspiring me to do my top 10 bourbons on the nose video, because this is probably going to be on that list, because it's so good. It smells so complicated and complex. It's just really solid. But enough about the nose. Let's take a sip and see how we feel. Oak spice, caramel, and then it finishes with this like grape Jolly Rancher note. Oh, that's so good. Now, finished bourbons are not everyone's thing. Even myself, admittedly, I don't love them. There are very few and far between that I actually really enjoy, and this is actually one of them. I know I got this bottle for free from Old Elk. However, if I see another one of these, I'm getting a backup of it because it's really good. So, everyone's palate is different. That is just my opinion. I'm not a huge finished bourbon fan. I tend to like the port barrels more than other things, but it just really works. Like it's just very well done. So Shout out to you, Old Elk. This is absolutely phenomenal. Thank you again for being very generous and sending me that bottle. I appreciate it very much. It's really good. I would love to do a single barrel pick of this if that is ever an option. I know you guys will be watching this video, so if that's a thing that can happen, I would love to put my dumb name right on that bottle. I would put my name on that. That's delicious. And I see why it made Whiskey Advocate top 20 most interesting or exciting whiskeys of 2023. It deserves it. It's very good. I'm very impressed. Thank you guys for watching. Leave a comment down below. Let me know if you've tried Old Elk Port Cask Finish. I'd love to know if you liked it, if you didn't like it. What did you like about it? And while you're down there, leave a like and subscribe. We are very, very close to 700 subscribers. And when we hit 1,000, I'm going to have a giveaway that I haven't announced yet. But it's going to be a blast. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. Over the last few years, Jack Daniel's has shown that they are one of the best distilleries in the world. Let's see how this one came out. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. My name is Brad and today we've got a very special bottle. I got this at a bourbon lottery in North Carolina and I was so excited to get this. This is something I really wanted to get my hands on. This is the Jack Daniel's Twice Barreled Special Release Heritage Barrel Rye for 2023. I cracked this on New Year's Eve with my fiance, and I'm gonna just spoiler alert you now and tell you that I really like this bottle. I don't know if it's like my favorite rye I've ever had, if it's that good, but it's really, really good. So I want to get into it. There's some interesting notes, especially on the nose, that I'd like to just talk about a little bit. And we'll kind of go from there. But if you can, just before we even get into this video, if you can get your hands on this for retail, I paid $50. If you can get your hands, I think it was 55, maybe 50, 55, 60, something like that. It wasn't a lot. If you can get your hands on this for a reasonable price, do it. It's really, really good. I know some people don't like it. I find it to be rather delicious. So if you are unaware what the Jack Daniel's Heritage Rye is, this is a twice barreled, so a double barrel rye that comes in right at 100 proof. And if you know anything about Jack Daniel's, they have been crushing their ryes. I love the bonded rye, I love the barrel proof rye. They don't miss when it comes to rye whiskey, and in my opinion, this is no exception. I love Jack Daniel's, I love this bottle, and this bottle is kind of special. So let's go ahead and get into the nose here, and I'll give you some notes and we'll talk about it. First off, the biggest note I get is a really, really warm oak. Smells absolutely delicious, and then underneath that there is I'm fresh off the heels of trying these and smelling them lately. So every year for Christmas my parents give us like a gag gift kind of thing, and every year they get me like a 5-pound tub of Twizzlers because I love Twizzlers. This smells identical to that box, that waxy cherry smell, or strawberry smell rather. It smells identical to it. So much so when we tried this, I had that box handy, I went and opened it, I'm like, it's identical. It smells so good. There's some vanilla notes in there too. Little baking spice on there. It's a pretty good nose. I really like this one a lot. That warm oak really, really does come through. It's really, really nice. Enough talking about the nose, let's give it a try and see what we think. Let's have it. It does drink a little spicier than 100 proof, I will say that. There is a lot of oakiness to this, so if you're not like into really oaky whiskeys, you're probably not going to want this one. It is really good to me though. I have really, over my bourbon, I hate the term bourbon journey, but over my time experiencing and trying different bourbons, I have grown to really appreciate that oakiness. Because it is something that comes with either double barreling it, and there's an art to that, or you know, just being in there for such a long time, that it's something that I really can appreciate. Now there is a point for me where it's too much and you know, I just can't, but I think this is a really good balance of that. There's a little hint of chocolate on there too. I don't remember getting that. That strawberry Twizzler note for sure carries over to me. I really like that. It's really good. It's just, it's pretty oaky, and I could see people being put off by the oakiness. Again, I don't think this is something you should go out and spend $400, $500, $600 on. I would never. I don't do that. I think this bottle's fantastic. I just don't think it's worth more than $100 or so. It also does come in a 700, so it's a little smaller than your regular 750. But it is really, really good. Now, this is one of those things, even though I really like it, you might not like it. It might just not be for your palate, and that's totally fine. If you were interested in this, I would probably tell you, instead of just going out and, especially if you're going to spend a lot of money on the bottle, go try it first, because it's pretty different from what they usually release. I don't think it's anything like their single barrel rye. I don't think it's like the bonded rye. Those are much sweeter. This has some sweetness to it, but it's definitely a double oaked rye. But if you've had it, let me know down below what you think. I'm dying to hear what you have to say. Do you like it? Do you not like it? Is it something that you care about? Why or why not? Comment down below. While you're down there, like the video and subscribe. We are like 5 people away from 700 subscribers. And when we hit that 1,000 subscriber, I got a little giveaway. We're getting a little close, so I'm going to start announcing what that giveaway is in the next round of videos. So stay tuned for that. Make sure you don't miss anything by hitting that notification bell as well. And I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Wild Turkey Rare Breed is a kick-ass bourbon, but there's a version of it that might be a little bit better. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I've got a bottle that I cannot wait to review. I'm so excited to get into this. This is the Rare Breed non-chill filtered, comes in at 106.8 proof. I think the only difference between this and regular Rare Breed is that it's non-chill filtered, and I do believe this is a travel exclusive, meaning it's available at duty-free shops and overseas from what I understand. I haven't done a ton of research into it, but I know that a lot of people don't even know that this exists, and it does. This is something that has been on my radar for a long time, and I am so excited to finally give this a try. So enough talking, let's get into it. We're also going to compare it to regular Rare Breed and see which one I prefer. We're going to try this first, and then we're going to compare it to regular Rare Breed. So here, before I even smell it or anything like that, the nose I usually get from Rare Breed is like super rich caramel toffee and that Wild Turkey funk that is like on every single Wild Turkey product. And I'm excited to give this a try. So off the nose, I wouldn't think it's anything other than a standard Rare Breed. There's nothing that comes through that I'm like, holy crap, that's very different. Maybe that has to do more with the flavors, the difference. I've heard that this is like pretty different, so I'm curious to see. Because on the nose, at least from memory, it's not hitting anything where I'm like, well, that's not exactly what I remember. It's kind of straight down the middle. I get my caramels and my little brown sugar there, a little oak. That funk is in there for sure. You can tell it's Wild Turkey, but I just don't feel like it's anything different from Rare Breed. But let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel, and then we'll compare it to Rare Breed. Okay, that is way more bold. Holy crap, that is way more bold. 116 proof. Wow. Okay, I wasn't expecting that big of a punch. Let me try that again. Get some cherry, some brown sugar. I feel like this tastes very different. It's like a coffee cake. That's what it's like. There's some cinnamon sugar in here. Oh yeah, like the coffee cake from Starbucks, like the crumbly part. Yeah, that's exactly what that tastes like. All right, I'll put that here. I'm gonna grab my bottle of Rare Breed, the regular old Rare Breed, non-chill filtered, regular Rare Breed. The nose is very similar as far as aromas go. However, this one has a lot more kick to it. However, I've had this bottle of Rare Breed for a long time. So it could be that there's just some evaporation loss from it. But it still smells alcohol-y. It just doesn't smell as strong as this one does. Yeah, that one has a punch to it on the nose.
and it's almost unpleasant when you get that deep on it. Like I can go way deep on this one, and it doesn't sting or hurt. This one, yeah, it's a little much, which is good. I feel like you kind of want that in some cases. So I'm gonna give a sip to the. Let's go with the original rare breed. Okay. Yep, that's rare breed. That's exactly what I remember. Caramel. I feel like this one's already. I feel like I can tell the difference already. Alright, non-chill filter rare breed. Oh yeah, it's not even close. There's so much more complexity to the non-chill filtered one. Trying them back to back is weird because you wouldn't think that chilled filtering makes that big of a difference, but it absolutely does. Like so much, I don't even know why we do chill filtering. I mean, it really is a big difference. Not in color, not in aroma really, but it's just more intensity on everything. It's just really, really solid. The non-chill filtered one is better, man. So if you were traveling anywhere and you see a bottle of Wild Turkey Rare Breed, you're like, huh, what's that? Grab it. It's really, really good. And you'll probably like it if you like Rare Breed. Well, that's the end of the video, guys. Thank you for watching. Comment down below. Let me know if you even knew that non-chill filtered Rare Breed was a thing. If you've had it before, let me know, and let me know which one you prefer as well. While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe, and I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers.
This really hard to find and allocated bourbon has evaded me at every single bourbon drop. Till now, let's review Elmer T. Lee. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I am so excited to finally get my hands on Elmer T. Lee. Now, before we get into this, I want everyone watching this who's about to click away because they think I'm just being a dork about Buffalo Trace. First off, that is true. I love Buffalo Trace products very much. Secondly, I'm not expecting the world out of this. I think that this is one of those bottles that has gotten so overblown and so overhyped that I think people are disappointed because I have seen this bottle go for $600. It's a 90 proof Buffalo Trace product. It's probably going to be kind of similar to Blanton's. They're both single barrel. I am excited to try this just because I got to know what this tastes like. Before, I remember this being on the shelves. I remember seeing Elmer back there and thinking that from a distance it looked like Paul Bear Bryant. I'm a big Alabama fan. But I'm excited to get into this. So I'm done talking. I'm ready to get this bad boy open. By the way, got this through the ABC Vault program here in Florida. If you live in Florida, you know what I'm talking about. It was $48 after tax. There's crack. There we go. Let's give it a nosing and see how we feel. Ooh, it's a little sweeter on the nose than Blanton's is. I'm getting a powder sugared note on this. It smells really nice. It smells warm, smells inviting. There's some oak on there for sure. But it's way sweeter than what I was expecting. Almost like a grape graham cracker kinda. Smells really solid. I'm gonna let it sit for a second. Yeah, I'm getting some honey notes on it too. Like it's different enough from Blanton's. If you had them side by side, you could probably tell the difference. This one's a little sweeter on the nose. I get more like honey from Blanton's. This is almost like literally like powdered sugar. All right, enough talking about the nose here. Let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. That's really good. That's really, really good. I don't think it's you should pay $600 good, but I think for a $40 bourbon, 45 bucks, 50 bucks, I would say maybe even up to 100 if you really, really, really want it on your shelf, that it's good. I get a lot of orange on the palate. A lot of orange. Orange like zest, like when you zest orange peel over like an old fashioned, that kind of orange. Going back to the nose a little bit, that graham cracker note's really coming through. Yeah, I'm really happy with this. I like it a lot. Again, don't spend $600 on this bottle if you're going to drink it. If it's going to sit on a shelf and you want it to look nice, almost like a decoration, if that's how you want to spend $600, go for it. I think this is really solid, though. I'm pretty impressed. Now, these are single barrels, so they're going to vary in some cases pretty dramatically. So if you've had one that wasn't great, it's a single barrel. But that was good. That's actually better than I thought it was going to be. I'm pretty impressed with that. I like it a lot. There's a little bit of a sourness to it too. You get that like sour? There's like a little bit of like sourness to it. I'm a big fan of that. I don't think it's something that I'm going to like reach for a lot because it's going to be hard to get another one. But if this was like readily available, this would be like an everyday drinker. I think it's approachable. There's nothing that's nothing that really puts you off about it. It's kind of like on the upside of average, and I mean that in a positive way because I really like it. So comment down below. Have you ever had El Mirtilli? Do you own a bottle? Is this something you're looking for? I'd love to hear if you overpaid for it. How much did you pay for it? That would be hilarious to hear. But let me know what you guys think down below. While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. We in this house are big wheated bourbon fans, and in particular, we are big Rebel wheated bourbon fans. This is Rebel Small Batch Reserve. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we've got a bottle that I didn't even know existed, was coming out. We were walking through our local ABC to go pick up a bottle of Rebel 100 because it was the freaking weekend. We love Rebel in this house. And we saw this small batch reserve. And it caught my eye because I didn't know this was coming out. I know that they have some other stuff coming out in 2024. But I didn't know this was a thing. It's 110 proof. It was 30 bucks. Like, you can't really beat that. So I had to grab it, especially since we're going to do the review here. And I want to know what this thing tastes like. Let's give it a fresh crack. And that was weak. So let's go ahead and get this on the nose and let's see how we feel. Oh man, you are gonna like this. There are some really nice toffee and butterscotch notes. 110 proof is like the sweet spot where it's like it'll hold up against like ice if you want to put it on ice. It's not so aggressive to drink neat that you have to like struggle to get it down if you're new into bourbon. It's a sweet spot, I kind of think, and I think that's why this is going to be really, really solid. So. What else on the nose? Toffee, butterscotch, a little bit of oak, and a little bit of vanilla. Well, not a little bit of vanilla, a lot of bit of vanilla. This smells fantastic. Oh, if this is like surprisingly good on the nose. For a $30 bottle, I don't think on the nose I would have guessed this was a $30 bottle. I'm really impressed with this. That vanilla note is strong. All right, let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. Wow. That's really good. Wow, that vanilla. It is vanilla heavy. If you want a vanilla bomb, you want this. This is absolutely delicious. It does not drink its 110 proof at all. This is crushable, 100%. Vanilla, light toasted oak. It's mostly vanilla and oak, but it is... This is one of the most vanilla bourbons, and I mean flavor, not like middle of the road boring. This is one of the most vanilla flavorings I've ever had in a bourbon. It tastes like the way like vanilla candles smell. Man, that is really good. If this is in your area, do yourself a favor and pick this up. It's only 30 bucks. Distilleries do not release 110 proof bourbons at $30 anymore. Go support Lux Row. This is really, really good. I'm really impressed with this. Now, don't get me wrong, I am grading it on a $30 bourbon scale. I'm not saying this is like going to be one of the best bourbons of the year, but this is a really, really great budget bourbon. And going forward, anytime I make a list about budget bourbon, This one's gonna be on it because it's really, really good. I can't get over how vanilla it is. I'm really impressed with this. Yeah. Comment down below. Let me know if you like Lux Row. Let me know if you like Rebel. Let me know if you knew this existed. If you have had it, what did you think? While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe, and I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. If you're into bourbon, you have definitely heard of Blanton's, but have you ever heard of Blanton's Special Reserve? Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I have a pretty cool bottle that I'm excited to get into. So first up, I want to apologize. No videos last week. Had a lot of crazy stuff going on in my personal life, including the Star Wars podcast that I do. We were able to host a panel at MegaCon. So that took a lot of my time last week getting prepared for that with me and the guys from Jedi Talk. Then just other personal stuff going on. So back on schedule, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Make sure you subscribe because I will not miss weeks again. I just didn't have anything ready to go. So today's bottle is from what I understand, the Canadian exclusive Blanton's Special Reserve, coming in at 80 proof, which is lower than the original Blanton's straight from the barrel. Where do I stand on Blanton's? I think if you can get Blanton's at retail for around 65 to 75 bucks, you're doing pretty good. Is it the greatest bourbon in the world? I personally don't think so. I know people love it. I am a big fan of Blanton's Gold and Blanton's straight from the barrel. If you don't like regular Blanton's, give Gold a try. And if you don't like Gold, give straight from the barrel a try. And if you don't like any of those, Blanton's just isn't for you. So I have not tried this yet. This is not opened. I have a few of these from a friend of mine who lives in Canada. And she was able to bring me a few of these, and I'm excited. So I have been waiting a few months for this. Let's go ahead and get into this bad boy right here. I love the design of how you take those off. I think it's so cool. Sometimes I keep the wax on. You can kind of like wiggle it, keep the wax on, but I want to just open this one proper. So this is a little lower than regular Blanton's proof. I think regular Blanton's is like 93.5. I honestly don't even remember. I know there's like a fraction in there for some reason. But the Green Label Special Reserve bourbon is just 80 proof, which is a lot lower than something I would typically go for. But full disclosure as well, I am not expecting a ton out of this. This is one of those bottles where it's like it's for the collection, you know, to have all of them. So I am not expecting too much out of this, but you never know, we could be surprised. So let's go ahead and give this a proper nosing. I'm actually surprised by this nose. With regular Blanton's, I get like honey and like a little bit of, I had some the other night and I meant to write down the notes I was getting. I forget. I remember honey is like the one for me that I get across every single barrel of Blanton's I've ever had, and I've had a few. But on this, I'm getting like a dustier kind of note. Still getting that. I'm getting like a graham crackery note. Interesting. First pour of the day, so I don't know what to expect. Started with an 80 proofer. Why not? The nose is just kind of, there's some sweetness to it. There's some honey, a little bit of graham cracker, a little bit of like grain dustiness, but honestly past that, not a lot going on. It kind of is muted on the nose a little bit. All right, let's give this a mouthing and let's see how we feel. I'm not going to say it's terrible, because it's not terrible, but I honestly feel like I'm drinking water right now. There's nothing to that. It's like oak water. Very boring. There's really not a lot to say. I knew going into this at 80 proof this was going to be pretty watered down, and even knowing that going in, it is still very watered down and very boring. Now, I would say this would be if this was easy to get and not expensive, I think it was like 40 bucks even in Canada, like with the exchange rate. That's not a horrible price for like a, a mixer. But I don't know what this would elevate. I think this is so bland and boring and just really not good. I'll say it, it's not good. Everything that's good about Blanton's is washed away at this proof, which makes me think that they bottle those specific barrels at that proof point for a very specific reason. It's not very, like regular Blanton's is not very complicated anyway, but whatever is there is not on this, and it's not even close. This is one of the most boring bourbons I've ever tried in my life. That being said, I'm very happy I have it. I'm not even going to finish that. It's not worth it. Well, that's the review, guys. Sorry that it was kind of boring, and sorry it took me a while to get this video out, but I'm back, ready to go. And for anyone who's interested, I got an in. And I think I'm pretty close to having all of them now, which I don't try to do, but if I get them all, I get them all. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. Comment down below, have you ever had Blanton's Special Reserve? Did you know it was a thing? Comment down below while you're down there, like and subscribe, and I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Last year, Jack Daniel's gave me one of my favorite whiskeys of all time in Jack Daniel's 10-year Batch 2. Today, we are getting to try Jack Daniel's 10-year Batch 3. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I have a bottle I am probably the most excited to try this year, except for another bottle that's right behind me that will be to Wednesday's video. And that bottle is Jack Daniel's 10-year Batch 3. I am so excited about this. Jack Daniel's 10-year Batch 2 is one of my favorite bourbons, whatever, whiskey, however you want to classify Jack Daniel's, one of my favorite whiskeys of all time. And I have heard nothing but crazy reviews about Jack Daniel's 10-year Batch 3. So let's go ahead, shut up, and get into it. If you don't know much about Jack Daniel's 10-year, it is a 10-year age-statement whiskey from Jack Daniel's. It has the same mash bill as the Jack Daniel's 12-year. It is 80% corn, 12% malted barley, and 8% rye. It still does the standard Jack Daniel's charcoal mellowing Lincoln County process that you see in every other Jack Daniel's product, just with the age statement. Now, as you can see, I have not opened this yet, and I'm excited. Also, a little teaser, if you end up liking this review, make sure you subscribe down below, because I'm also getting Jack Daniel's 12-year Batch 2, and I'll be picking that up on Sunday. So I'll be able to do a review of that as well. But like I said in the intro, this is one of my favorite whiskey releases of 2023, and I'm hoping that the 10-year, I'm hoping it's great. I'm also hoping that it's not my favorite, because I have 3 bottles of Jack Daniel's 10-year Batch 2. And I don't want to love this one so much. I doubt I'm able to find another one, so I hope that I like the Batch 2 better. I'm so excited. I've been waiting for this like all week. Let's go ahead and get into it on the nose. Okay. A little pipe tobacco on there. Some barrel char. Some really aged oak. A little sweeter than I remember the Batch 2 being on the nose. That one had more of a leather note to it. This one smells absolutely fantastic, I gotta be honest. I love the nose. Super deep caramel too. That char note is something that I don't recall in Batch 2. I remember it being really tobacco-y and leathery and oaky. But this is this is like a barrel char almost kind of note. I'm really liking it. It smells fantastic. Oh. Oh my God, it's so good. Man, that smells heavenly. caramel. That caramel's coming through more and more the more it sits out. That is just fantastic. I want to do a side-by-side with this, and I'm going to do that in a separate video because I want to give this bottle the attention that it deserves, since it's something that I'm just so into and excited about. So I'm gonna do that eventually, but we'll get to that when we get to it. All right, let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. Man, this comes in at 97 proof, by the way, for anyone who was curious. They all have. All of the Jack Daniel's 10 years have come in at 97 proof. You know what's funny? The only review I have seen of this as the time of this recording was Randy Sullivan, who's been on the podcast before, a great guy. He said that he remembered this is sweeter than Jack Batch 2. I disagree. I think this is a lot less sweet, actually. It's way more oaky than I remember it being. Still sweet, way more oaky, way heavy tobacco and char notes on the palate. I really love it, but I still think I like Batch 2 better. I'm gonna have to do a blind for sure, but I had some just the other day, so it's not like I haven't had any in a while and I'm like misremembering. I had some just the other day. This tastes way different than Batch 2 to me. I love it, and I almost think it's something that you shouldn't compare, because then you do this thing in your game about which one's better, so this isn't as good. So I'm kind of doing something I don't like to do anyway when I'm reviewing a bottle. So let's just stick to this bottle for now. This bottle is super oaky. There's some serious char notes on the palate on this. There's definitely that banana note that comes through, but this is way more oaky. Way more oaky. And I would even venture to say, if you're not a fan of oaky flavored whiskeys, this might not be for you, because it's pretty oaky. That's awesome. I really like it. It's not what I was expecting. I was expecting a little more sweetness out of it, but it is really, really good. It's fantastic. I wish it was a little sweeter, but other than that, it is just absolutely delicious. So, Jack Daniel's, you knocked it out of the park again. I can't imagine this isn't in the conversation for me personally for bottles of the year. But it is absolutely delicious. If you can get your hands on this, it retails around 75. Is it 75? I think it's 85. 85 bucks. Don't pay secondary for these. They are not $500 good. I don't think anything is $500 good if you're objectively drinking the bourbon. Having it on your shelf is a different conversation. But if we're being objective about what's in the bottle, nothing is worth $500 in my opinion. If you can find this around retail, the most I would spend on this is probably about $125, $130. You could talk me into $150, but don't go out of your way and spend an absorbent amount of money on these. If you can find this, definitely get your hands on it. I'm a big Jack Daniel's fan, big Jack Daniel's fan. So this lived up to my expectations. I absolutely adore it, and I cannot wait to try Jack 12 year. Before we get out of here, thank you guys for watching. Please comment down below and let me know if you've tried any of the Jack Daniel's 10 or 12 years. Let me know what you thought about them. Subscribe and leave a like while you're down there, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. '24 is stacked with releases that I'm very excited to get my hands on. And this one is the one that I'm the most excited to get my hands on. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I'm cracking open, finally, Old Forester 1924. Got my hands on this bad boy few days ago, and I waited to open it for my birthday. I'm recording this right around midnight on February 15th. My birthday is in like the next few hours, so I figured may as well, before I hit the hay, go ahead and crack this open for a nice birthday pour to celebrate being 35. So what a great way to kick off my birthday, because I have been looking forward to this since I heard that this was getting announced, and I was in the area when it dropped in December in Charlotte. I was out visiting family for Christmas, and every store I went to, they were like, we just sold the last one about 10 minutes ago. And I was just like, oh, I'm never going to get this. And a local liquor store came through for me. So I'm not going to say who you are because I don't know if you like it when I do that. So I'm just going to not say anything. But thank you. You know who you are if you're watching this. I honestly have not seen a bourbon release be this divisive in quite some time. It is one that is just like, love it or hate it. And I am seeing so many mixed things about this. People I've talked to personally that I trust and like know their palates, and you know, even if I don't agree with them all the time, they can articulate why they do or do not like something, have said it's really, really solid. So I've read online that it's terrible. I've read online that it's too expensive. I get all that, but the Whiskey Row series in general isn't like budget whiskey, right? And yes, it's about half the price of this, because this was $115. I think it was like $130 after tax. I know it's not cheap. It's a 10-year age statement bourbon from Old Forester. So like, Old Forester doesn't make anything less than incredible whiskey in my opinion. And I've never had anything from them that I like really did not like. I've spent around the same amount of money for some of the single barrel proofs. Now granted, it's a single barrel and it's barrel proof. This is bottled at 100 proof, so I get all the criticism, but I'm going to go into this review with money not being an object while I'm reviewing it. Because if I'm thinking about it while I'm reviewing it, like, oh, this is a $115 bottle, it could be so much better for the price. It could be. I haven't had it yet, so it could be, but I'm just going to go into this as open as possible. I will say the hype is real. This is one I've been so looking forward to. So let's go ahead, get it in a Glen, and see how we feel about it. I'm off work tomorrow, so I am gonna enjoy a decent pour on this. It's more than a Brad pour typically. Is what my friends all call it when they make fun of me because I pour such small amounts of bourbon when I'm doing tastings with friends and such. But what are you gonna do? I'm gonna let it sit here for a minute. Holy moly! Holy crap! That smells fantastic. All right, let's go ahead and give it a nosing and see how we feel. Oh my God, I love it. I already love it. I already love it. There is a super dark cherry note on this. And a banana-y note too. It smells so good, that barrel note, that you can smell the age. In a lot of the same way you can smell the age in like the Jack Daniel's 10-year, you get that like musty oak smell to it. I'm getting that on this too, but it's not as extreme as it is in the Jack Daniel's 10-year. Oh my God. I really like the nose on this. I really, really do. It's a little lighter on the nose than I was expecting it to be, but what is there is like absolutely heaven. They also used a very close mash bill to King of Kentucky. I believe in my research, I have done research on this for a long time, so I haven't done any research recently on it, but from what I remember, I think the mash bill was like a 1 to 2% difference in one of the secondary grains that it makes it different from the King of Kentucky. Could be wrong on that. That's just what I remember from memory, and I could be remembering it incorrectly. So, if anyone knows, comment down below. I'm sure people will correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't mind that. If I'm wrong, I'd like to be corrected because I don't want to go around saying things that are incorrect. It's just like, that's perfect to me. It's like pipe tobacco too. I'm getting a little bit of that. The sweet smokiness to it. I really like the nose. This is a pretty different nose from anything else on the Whiskey Row series. And honestly, anything that I've had personally from Brown-Forman, I've never tried any King of Kentucky stuff, so I can't like, comment on that. It might be similar to that, but I've never had those. But there's a beautiful leather note too that I'm picking up now. I'm a big fan of the nose on this, but you guys probably don't hear me talk about smelling bourbon for a while. So let's go and get into this and give it a mouthing and see how we feel. Ah, man. My only complaint is that I wish this was about 115. I feel like there's a little bit of something that is missing, and I feel like it's the proof. Let me take another sip. I love the palate. I think it's super
hang on. I actually really like this. I get like a mapley note almost. A maple and like some brown sugar and a lot of oak. Like, it's pretty oaky. And I'm actually wondering if that's what people don't like about it. It's not as sweet as some of the typical Old Forester stuff, so I get that. I still wish it was a little higher proof. Just had a bubblegum note. Yeah, man, I am really a fan of this. I keep getting a repetitive bubblegum note on this. It's like bubble tape and maple and oak. Now, here's the thing. I still wish it was a little higher proof. The very end of that finish, it kind of falls off for me. I do not feel like I got ripped off for $115. I think that is a very, very, very high quality whiskey. And I think it is a very good addition to the Whiskey Row series. However, I would like to see it bumped up a little bit in proof. Maybe give me 115, 110, like just a little bit more. It's like, for 100 proof, I will say this, it doesn't drink like 100 proof to me, which is kind of good, but it's also when you're paying a premium for a product, you kind of want a little bit of that. I'm drinking a high quality, high proof bourbon. I'm a big fan, dude. And the more it's sitting out, the more I'm liking it. I don't get what people don't like about it, and I'm very curious if you have tried this and you did not like in particular, what about it did you not like? And don't let what you didn't like about it be the price. What about the bourbon inside did you not like? Because I get it. Would I prefer this to be $60? Of course. Would I prefer this to be $75? Even 80? Like, would I? Of course, I'd prefer that. But this opens up a bigger discussion about pricing that I'd like to have on the podcast, because I think that's a very interesting topic that we should get into, but I don't think it should affect the review of what's in the bottle. And what's in the bottle, I'm a big fan of. Big time. This is going to go well with a cigar, and I'm going to go test that theory here in a minute, because I have got to try this with a cigar. I am a huge fan of this. I can't believe how much I like this. It's so funny when you're lifting it up, you still get those aromas, and it just smells like Brown-Forman Old Forester bourbon. It's heaven, man. There's a little more cherry on it than normal Brown-Forman to me, and cherry on the palate as well. And it's just, I'm a big fan. Like, I like it. Trust me, if I don't like something, I will say I don't like it. It's just, to me, it's really good. It works. I really like it. I think, based on how much I enjoy the palate, I cannot imagine this isn't in my conversation of bottles of the year. But at the same time, like, everything that I like about it, you might hate. And that's what's fun about whiskey, because if everything was all the same, there'd be no point in having different things. There would be whiskey, and that'd be it. I'm a big fan of this. I really like it, and I'm glad I like it, because the worst feeling is when you buy something and you hate it, and you have to, like Blue Run for me, I have to look at it every time I'm on my shelf. I'm like, that was a waste of money. This is not a waste of money. I will say, do not spend secondary pricing on this. I mean, there's an argument that it's not worth $125, $120, $115, whatever it was. And that's a valid argument, but I really like it. And I do not feel like I got ripped off by Old Forester for them charging $115 for this. I really enjoy it. I really like that, man. Leave a comment down below. Let me know what you think if you've had 1924. If you didn't like it, why? If you do, let me know why you like it as well. While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe, and I will see you guys on the next review. Until then, cheers.
Jack Daniel's is one of my favorite distilleries, but I have never dove into any of their distillery series stuff. Until now. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I'm doing a deep dive into some Jack Daniel's stuff here. Coming up soon, you're going to see a lot of these distillery series reviews. I have never had any of these. As big of a Jack Daniel's fan as I am, I've never been even in a liquor store that had these as far as I can remember. I only did a few liquor store stops in Tennessee on my way to North Carolina from Kentucky when I was doing the Bourbon Trail trip last November. I never saw these, and I'm a big Jack Daniel's fan, so I can't wait to try this. I don't know what to expect from this at all. So this is Jack Daniel's Distillery Series, straight Tennessee whiskey finished in añejo tequila barrels. Comes in at 90 proof. This is selection number 11, released July of 2023. And these are really cool. These little 375s are a really cool way to do some unique stuff. These do retail around 40 bucks. I got these from a friend of mine who was on a trip. Brandon, my boy Brandon, was on a trip in Tennessee and grabbed a few of these from me. So I have a few of these that I'm going to do. But to my knowledge, I have never had any whiskey aged in a tequila barrel. I have had tequila aged in Buffalo Trace barrels. And I believe I had a one that was like in blends. I had it at like some store had one, and I tried it at the store. To be honest, I don't really know what to expect with this. And I'm typically not a fan of finished stuff, but Jack Daniel's has been like really crushing it lately with their special releases. And some of this experimental stuff is really cool, and I had to give it a shot and see. So let's go ahead, enough talking, let's get into the nose here. All right, that is a very, very unique smelling bourbon. I am not a huge tequila fan. I used to sip tequila on occasion, but it's not something that I go to. I've always been a whiskey guy. Like, I would definitely gravitate towards whiskey before I gravitated toward any other spirit. Like, I'm not a vodka person. I don't get it. But I will tell you this nose is very interesting, even at 90 proof. I get really dark honey and some like bright, almost like a metallic tequila note. Obviously. It smells really, really good. I can't really distinguish too much from it. I just kind of get oak and like dark vanilla. I'm sorry, dark honey. And that's kind of it. It smells smoky too. I will say that. There's like a char smell to this. That's awesome. I like the nose on this a lot. It's very interesting. Not a ton to pick out, but it's very distinct. I don't think I've ever had a bourbon that quite, or a whiskey that smelled like this. It smells great. Enough talking about the nose. Let's get into a mouthing here and see how we feel. Oh, God. I don't think I like this. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Nope. Very bitter. Very bitter. Almost like the alcoholic version of like the powder citric acid or whatever it's called, that's like sprinkled on warheads when you were a kid. It is very bitter. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all. I'm not even going to finish the sip. That's disappointing. Did not like that really at all. Cool to have, for sure. Interesting. But I don't think I would buy this again. This can't be that bad, can it? Is it this bad? Yeah, I'm not a fan. There's no finish. It comes on really, really strong, punches your tongue in the face, which doesn't make sense. You get what I'm saying. And then it backs off, and then there's nothing there. It kind of tastes like bitter citric acid water. Jack Daniel's, I rarely say this, but this is a miss. I don't like this at all. Well, unfortunately, that's the review. Let me know if you've had this before and what you think about it. Am I off on this? I don't think tequila and whiskey is a very good combination. Not for me, at least. So comment down below, let me know if you've had this. If there's any of these that are better, like is this the one release that's bad or something? Comment down below. While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe as well. We are almost to 1,000 subscribers, so let's cross that barrier. Thank you guys for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, we are continuing going through the deep dive of the Jack Daniel's Distillery Series with selection number 12, finished in Oloroso Sherry Cask. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we got some more Jack Daniel's Distillery Series stuff to get into. This is selection number 12, comes in at 90 proof. It's Jack Daniel's, finished in Oloroso Sherry Cask. Now, this is different than this. I can't wait to try this, because I'm not really a big fan of this one. And if this is your first video you're watching of me, I'm actually not a huge fan of finished bourbons or whiskeys. There are exceptions, and I've heard this one's really good. So let's go ahead and get this open and get into it. Oh wow, really heavy plum notes. Smells absolutely delicious, a little bit of vanilla in there as well. Super fruity, super sweet on the nose. And I actually kind of get like a weird floral note that I don't think I've ever gotten on any Jack Daniel's product. It smells really, really nice. There's a grape note too that I'm starting to get a little bit. This is a really solid nose. I'm really digging this. Oh, it smells heavenly. Definitely some floral notes in there, a little earthy as well. I like that nose a lot. The closest thing I can think of is the Midwinter's Night Dram Act 11 that was finished in port, and that's rye whiskey that's finished in port barrels, so it's a little different, but this smells really interesting. Let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. Oh my God. Oh, that's really good. That is so much better than that terrible tequila one. That's heavenly. I will say it drinks a little hotter than 90 proof. I would have guessed just based off the palate this was probably like 100-ish, maybe like 105, something like that. Drinks a little hot, but it's almost like grape Kool-Aid kind of. I know these aren't available everywhere, mostly in Tennessee and at the distillery themselves. But if you stumble across selection number 12 from the Discovery Series, or I'm sorry, from the Distiller Series, I highly recommend you grabbing it. It is spectacular. This is one of the best finished whiskeys I think I've ever had. These do retail for around 40 bucks. So keep that in mind, they are $3.75. But that's really good and is worth every penny of $40. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. I've only ever tried one expression from Ben Holiday, but I've been hearing that this Rickhouse proof bottle is awesome. So let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I got sent this bottle from my buddy Brandon to give this a review. This is the Ben Holiday Rickhouse proof. I have heard that these are really, really good. I cannot wait to try some of these. I don't know a ton about the Ben Holiday brand. This one is a 6-year, comes in at 120.1 proof, and it's uncut, unfiltered, so there's no chill filtering, nothing like that, straight out of the barrel. The mash bill is 73, 15, 12, corn, rye, malted barley. I have heard nothing but good things about this. I'm dying to get this open. Enough chit-chatting, let's get into it. Got it in a Glen here, let's go ahead and give it a nosing and see how we feel. Okay. This smells absolutely incredible. Like, absolutely incredible. This is the first bourbon I think I've had in 2024 that smells like the smell you get when you walk into a rickhouse. A little orangey on the nose. Really nice, like musty wood. I gotta stop saying musty wood. That sounds terrible. It's a good thing when I say that. I think of a better descriptor than an old shitty wood. It's just really, really, really pleasant on the nose. Slight sweetness to it. It doesn't smell like the other Ben Holiday one, at least from memory. Now, I had that like a year ago, so I don't remember exactly what it tasted like and what it smelled like, but from memory, this is not what I would have guessed. This smells absolutely delicious. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. I've never had 120 proof whiskey that kind of tastes watered down. Huh. Comes on super strong. I get it's 120 proof. It's a little spicy, like some like nutmeg kind of flavor. A little bit of vanilla, a little bit of caramel. Slight cherry note on the finish. Good. I don't think it's great. I think I liked the other Ben Holiday one I had better. That might be controversial. It's okay. I think it's good. I don't even know what this costs, so I can't. You know, if this is a $200 bottle, absolutely not. If this is like a $60 bottle, all day, every day. So I don't know how to judge it on that. Super caramelly. It's opening up a little bit. Super caramelly. It's actually really solid. I'm a fan. I like this quite a bit. I would definitely get a bottle for the shelf for sure. Let me look up what the MSRP should be. 75 bucks on Sealbox, and it's in stock right now. 75 bucks I think is about right for this. Maybe a little expensive, but it is a 6-year. Uncut, unfiltered, okay. I think that's I'm not going to split hairs. I defended, not really defended, but I like justified the cost of the 1924. I can justify the cost on this 100%. It's really solid. If you see this, grab it. Thank you guys for watching. Leave a comment down below. Let me know if you've tried this, what you think about Drop That. And while you're down there, leave a like and subscribe as well. I will see you guys in the next one. Until then, cheers.
Hey, so Future Brad here. I apologize. About like halfway through this video, there's some very strange like humming sound, and I did some troubleshooting and the battery was dying in my microphone. So I'm sorry that I've had so many technical issues with this friggin' video, but I got it fixed. We're good. I apologize. Hang in there. This is a good video.
Today is an awesome day. We're getting to review Jack Daniel's 12-year batch 2. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are reviewing Jack Daniel's 12-year batch 2, the 2024 release. Now, I'm a big Jack Daniel's fan. Full disclosure, I have already tried this twice, and I did a review on it, and I went to go edit the video, and no audio. Screwed that up, so that was cool. So this is my second time doing this review, and my third time trying this, so here's what I want to do. I want to go into this review like I haven't done a review of this yet, so that's what I'm going to do. So, first off, if you don't know anything about me or this channel, I'm a huge Jack Daniel's fan. And I love what they've done with the 10 and 12 year. I like the 10-year batch 2 is still my favorite, including this, out of all of them. I still think batch 2 of Jack Daniel's 10 year is just one of the best whiskeys I've ever had. I love it so much. Jack 12 batch 2 is really close. It's really good. I'm a big fan of this. Enough chatting, let's go ahead and get it on the nose. First off, you get that really gorgeous aged oak smell. That's one of my favorite notes in all of whiskey, is that charred old oak. It smells so good. And I feel like I got this on the last one too. There's like a berry note to me. And it kind of reminds me of the cereal Berry Berry Kicks. I don't know why. I get it on the Elijah Craig Toasted Barrel as well. I don't know why. It smells really solid. A little bit of caramel in there as well. A little bit of banana still coming over. Not as much as I normally get from the Jack Daniel's stuff, but there's definitely some banana in there. The nose on this is spectacular. I love it so much. It's there's a little bit of tobacco in here too. Slight, and I mean very slight leather note. You know what I was thinking about today? I really would like them to do, keep going with the series. Give me a 15-year. Give me a 20-year Jack Daniel's. I would love to see how it ages that, that high up in age. I think it'd be pretty interesting. Jack Daniel's, if you're not doing a 15, Let's do it. Let's do a 15. Yeah, I think that would be awesome. The banana note's shifting into like a banana bread, or like almost even like a caramel banana. It smells heavenly. All right, enough talking about the nose. Let's get into the mouthing here. By the way, this comes in at 107 proof. This is the perfect proof point for this. It's perfect. Sometimes, like with 1924, I'm like, I wish I had a little more proof. This is the perfect proof point. It's a little bitter. It's very sweet, but that sweet to bitter balance is like about as perfect as you can get in a whiskey. The banana note carries over. The oak on this is so good. But if you are not a big oaky whiskey fan, you might not like this. This is pretty oaky, but it's really, really good. This would be like a good test to see if you do like oaky whiskeys. If you've never had anything, I don't think it's like as egregious and like over the top as like Elijah Craig 18, because that's really oaky, but it's really, really good. Caramel comes over, banana comes over, but the main star of this to me is the oak. It makes my mouth water. It's so good. Jack Daniel's, son of a bitch, you did it again. This is spectacular. I don't see a world where this and the 10 don't make my top 10 of the year like they did last year again. It's that good. I mean, this stuff's killer, and I cannot wait to see what they do next year. This is something I'm going to look forward to every year. I'm going to hunt down the 10 and the 12 and grab these, because these are just, they're special. Definitely try this. Even if you're not a fan of Jack Daniel's, this ain't old number 7. Give this a try. Well, that's the review. Make sure you comment down below. Let me know if you've had any of the Jack 10 or 12s. Which one was your favorite? Is this something that you're out hunting? Is this something you even care about? Comment down below. Let me know what you think. While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe. We're close to 750 subscribers. We're honing in on 1,000. Let's get us there. I'd like to do a live stream, and once we hit 1,000, I have a giveaway that I'm going to do. So that'll be fun, and I'm going to do it on a live stream. So let's get us to 1,000. Make sure you hit subscribe. I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Well, my Old Forester collection keeps growing. I got a single barrel today that comes in at 100 proof. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I've got a video for you all about Old Forester 100 proof single barrel. This is a pick from Total Wine, comes in at 100 proof. Got this at retail, it's 55 bucks. Couldn't be happier with that. Old Forester has yet to make something that I really don't like, except the mint julep. You should be ashamed of yourselves for that. That was atrocious. But I've never had an actual whiskey or bourbon for them that I didn't like. It does vary in quality. Like sometimes something, just gotta say I like something doesn't mean like Statesman is fine. It doesn't do much for me, but it's fine. I'm excited to get this single barrel open. They do a good job of kind of giving you some details on it. Total Wine, this was Warehouse L on floor 3, comes in at 100 proof. As I was walking away from the bourbon section, one of the employees walked up to me, because I guess she saw me that I was in line first, and handed me this. She goes, we only got 2 of these in. So me and one other random dude at Total Wine got one of these today, one of the 2. So shout out to that guy. Ooh, that was nice. Let's get this into a Glen and let's see what we think. All right, let's give it a nosing and see how we feel. Smells really nice. I really like the banana note that's coming through on this. A little bit of a cola note. Now, I usually get cherry cola from Old Forester stuff when I get a cola note. This kind of just smells like, oh, this is a weird note. Remember back in the day when you were a kid and you'd get those like Lunchables with the soda in it, like this one? Remember that one? It smells like that. That's a weird note to get. Haven't had or thought about one of those things in forever. Very sweet smelling. Not overly complex, but enough on there to make it interesting on the nose. Let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. That's delicious. I don't know, man. Old Forester at 100 proof, like, really kicks ass. Super drinkable. Banana note carries over. The cola note kind of does too, actually. And there's almost like a refreshing, like minty feel. That's weird. I've never had that before. Like, kind of like when you kind of, you know how you like after you brush your teeth, and like 30 minutes later you go like, you can still feel the toothpaste mint in your mouth. It kind of gives me that feeling, which is odd.
I've never had that before. This is good. I would say if you can find this, grab it, but it's a Total Wine store pick. So this should not be representative of all Old Forester single barrels. They are all very different. But this one in particular, the one that I have, is really solid. It's a home run. 55 bucks, Old Forester, 100 proof, can't beat it. If you see these for around 50 to 75 bucks, pick one up. It is worth every penny. You will be very happy you did so. That's the review, ladies and gentlemen. Comment down below. Let me know if you've ever bought one of these. Leave a comment down below. While you're there, like and subscribe. We are close-ish to 1,000 subscribers. Make sure you hit subscribe so we can get to that 1,000. And I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Well, we're back with another bin holiday. This time, we're with a single barrel. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I've got a bottle that I'm excited to try. This is a single barrel 7-year age statement barrel pick that I got sent to review by a buddy of mine named Brandon. He sent me this, said please review these. And if I like one of these, we'll make a trade for something. So I gotta say, this is probably the best single barrel pick label I've ever seen. Except I do like the I do like the Buffalo Trace like gold sticker on the side. I think that's pretty cool. But this is like really well done. If you can tell in the B-roll footage that you'll see, you can see that it's selected by and bottled for Wine, Beer, and Spirits 2023. So I guess this is a store pick from up there. When he was in Tennessee doing his thing. And there's a lot of information on this. They give you the barrel number, the rick house. This is rick house C. The floor was floor 3, and then the rick and the tier. So it was rick 8, tier 3. And so if you know anything about aging whiskey, the elevation in the rick house has a lot to do with how it ages and how quickly it ages. So interesting that they kind of give you all that information. I think that's really, really cool. So 7 years, 0 months, comes in at 119.8 proof. Let's get a nosing and let's see how we feel. Ooh, I like this one on the nose a little better than the other one we did a review of. This one smells a little more charred. Like that barrel is like really, really coming through on the nose. Oh, I like that a lot. I'm getting a lot of tobacco notes on this, like a cigar. It smells really heavenly, a little leather too. Okay, now we're talking. I could smell this all day. This like super char note is really right up my alley. I really like it. It's not off-putting, super smoky. I really dig it. All right, enough sniffing. Let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. Oh yes, sir. This is up my alley all day. If you're watching this, Brandon, and I know that you are, I want this one. Super char. Almost bitter, not quite there, almost bitter. This really does, and I looked over at this point, and I may have cut it out, but I looked at one point in the video over to my Jack Daniel's 10-year batch 3. This gives me very similar vibes to that. This is a higher proof. It definitely drinks its proof point, but it kind of reminds me of those like really bitter-esque barrel notes that I get on that Jack Daniel's 10-year batch 3. And this is really solid. It is a single barrel, so they're going to vary. This one's really, really good. I like it a lot. It's not as sweet as I would have thought it was going to be, because the nose is like super char, but there is some sweetness there too. But the palate is it's not really sweet. So if you're into like really sweet bourbon, this is probably not one you would dig. I'm 50-50 on it. I like sweet bourbons if those notes fit the rest of the flavor profile. In this case, if it was sweeter, I think I'd like it less because I feel like the sweetness would kind of overpower the char notes. It's all case by case for sure. And in this case, barrel by barrel. But I really, really like this. This is something I would sip on for quite a while. It's really, really solid. So I know it's a single barrel. If you happen to be at, I believe that's a liquor store. If you happen to be at that liquor store, or if that liquor store sees this, congratulations. You did a great job on the barrel pick. You should be proud of that. It's very good. That's the review. Comment down below. Let me know if you've ever had any single barrel Ben Holiday stuff. I'm curious. I don't know a ton about the brand. I know that they're like really popping off right now, which is great. Comment down below. Let me know if you've had it before. Leave a like and subscribe while you're down there. We're almost to 1,000 subscribers, so let's keep it going. I'd like to hit that
sooner than later, only because I want to do live streams. That's really the only reason. I want to do live streams on YouTube. I think it'd be fun. I do them on TikTok sometimes. I have a good time. So let's get there. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Boy, today is going to be a long video. I'm showing you all the bourbon I got over the last 3 months. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, very different type of video for you guys. Thought it'd be fun to kind of go through this. I didn't realize how much I had collected over the last 3 months. Basically, I'm going back through like mid-December to now kind of mid-March. December, January, February, March. So I guess it's 3 months. We're gonna say 3 months because it was basically the end, and I've had all these with the exception of one that I got today since then. So let's go ahead and jump on into it. By the way, these are in no particular order of like rarity or anything like that. It is strictly just stuff I've gotten. You will see all the goodness that I've been lucky enough to find, and I got all of these at retail. First up, I got this last Friday at Total Wine. It is, I thought it was gonna be a single barrel pick, but it's not, but it's an E.H. Taylor single barrel. So still a great find. I have one of these already. I'm gonna, even though they're single barrels, I'm probably gonna just wait till this one runs out and save a little bit so I can compare the two. But I really like the E.H. Taylor single barrel. You don't really find them very often, and it was 55 bucks. How do you not? Next up, I got a Stag 23C. This is a backup bottle of Stag 23C. I've already done the review of it. Phenomenal batch of Stag. It's really solid. If you could find one of these, obviously grab it. Stag's popular and hard to find for a reason because it's really good. Next up, I got this bottle in an allocation drop in North Carolina around Christmas time. May have been closer to New Year's. But this is the Jack Daniel's twice barreled special release Heritage Rye. This bottle's incredible. You can always tell if I really love a bottle and I don't have a backup of it. If it doesn't really get too far down, I really nurse these hard to find bottles because I don't think I'll ever get one of these again. This is a 2023 release. If you happen to stumble across one of these, grab it. They're great. Next up, I'll do these together. This is Jack Daniel's 12-year batch 2 and Jack Daniel's 10-year batch 3. Don't need to say anything other than, of course, these are great. I think I like the Jack Daniel's 12-year better this year, but Jack Daniel's 10-year batch 2 is still my favorite of all the batches I've had. This was 80 bucks. I found this at a Walmart, the 12-year, for $80. Jack Daniel's 10-year batch 3, I think I got this in a trade. We'll keep it going with some Jack Daniel's. This is another bottle I got during the allocated drop in December. I've already done a review on it. This is one of my favorite Jack Daniel's products of all time. Jack Daniel's Eric Church single barrel. I love these. If you happen to see these, grab them. Don't go crazy and spend a ton of money, but grab these. These are really solid Jack Daniel's products. I would put it up there with the 10 and 12 for my personal opinion of how good it is. Bring it down a little bit. We've had some heavy hitters already. We're not even a third of the way through this. This is one that I was happy to get just because it's kind of a slam dunk. And I wanted one for the shelf. Didn't have a cash strength. It was a win-win. 42 bucks. You can't beat it. Actually, you can. You can beat it. This isn't that great. All right, moving on to the next one. I got a backup of Weller Antique 107. This is from Canada, actually. My friend Nicole got me this. She lives in Canada. Thank you very much. Really solid. If you've never had Weller 107, I guess go to Ohio where it's everywhere, apparently. Try to find one of these. Do not spend an arm and a leg. On to the next one here. Another Total Wine find. This is a Total Wine single barrel. I really like this. It smells fantastic. Tastes fantastic. Again, this was 45 bucks, I think, at Total Wine. No brainer. When you see this label, grab it. This one's a fun one. I haven't done a review of this yet, but this is Hemingway Rye. Now, I was at my buddy Robert Fernandez's house, and I had been drinking with him for a while that day. And then someone comes in and said, he told me that, I can't remember the details. I apologize. Robert, comment down below, let me know what the details were. He was a co-founder of Hemingway or works for Hemingway Rye. I tried this just after I had tried the Thomas H. Handy for 2020, I think was the year. Robert, again, correct that if I'm wrong down below. And this stood up to it, man. This Hemingway Rye is really good. I'm a huge fan of this. So if you see this, I know it's a little pricey. I'm telling you, man, this holds up. I haven't done a review of this yet. This stands up. This is a damn good rye. All right, on to the next one. More Jack Daniels. This time this is a Jack Daniel's Legacy Edition. I will open this at some point after I get a backup. There's nothing super special, but I like the look of it sealed. It'll be one of the few bottles that I don't open unless I get a backup of it, because I do want to try it. But it's not that much different. It's just 86 proof Jack Daniels as opposed to 80 proof. So I don't expect too much out of it when I do ultimately try it, but it's cool to have, and it's a great bottle to have on the shelf as far as looks go. My Jack Daniel's collection is really coming along nicely. Moving on, I got a few backup Blantons. I think I have 2 backups to these now. This is not the one I got as backup. This is an open one. I didn't want to have to dig it out of the closet. But I got 1 Blanton's regular single barrel, and then I got a few of these Blanton's Special Reserve. These are Canadian exclusives. They're not great, but they are really, really cool to have on the shelf. It's something super unique. It stands out. The label looks really pretty in this green. I'm very happy I have these. Moving on next, this is one of Holly's bottles. We're gonna start collecting all these Smoke Wagon special releases. They do one for Halloween as well. So we got the Halloween one and Christmas one. I should have had this one out too. These are cool. I don't know if they're any good. We haven't opened them yet. These are just something that she attached herself to and she likes it. So we're gonna be collecting these going forward. All right, moving on to the next bottle, 1792 Sweet Wheat. I was very happy to try that. Someone sent me a sample a while back. I really enjoyed it. Might be my favorite 1792 product. I really like the Sweet Wheat. It's really, really good. Got this at Frugal. It was $43, I think, plus tax. You are in the right place at the right time. Frugal McDougal can slap. And this was one of the times I just got lucky. Up next, only one of these will be mine, and I think I'm leaning towards the 7-year, the Ben Holiday 7-year single barrel, and the Ben Holiday 6-year Rickhouse proof. Both okay. I like this one a little bit better than this one. But these are my buddy Brandon's, and I'm gonna keep one of these. We just haven't decided which one yet, so I included them both. Next bottle here, I got a few bottles of Traveler. This stuff was sitting around like crazy. I really didn't think it was going to. I thought this was gonna be a little harder to come by. I like this more than most people do. I think it's okay. I think it's a little overpriced for what it is. It doesn't bother me. I think it's good. It's a cool collab. I wish they were a little more transparent about what's in this. But what's in the bottle's fine. And if you don't like it, that's totally fine. I just think it's better than some people think it is. More Jack Daniel's. Next one is 2 of the 4 that I got from Brandon Distillery Series. This one is whiskey finished in añejo barrels. This one is Distillery Series Selection 12, Oloroso Sherry Cask. This one's a banger. I got 2 more coming, so stay tuned for those reviews. Make sure you follow along so you don't miss them. All right, we are winding down here. These last 5 are some heavy hitters, all right? Next one up, I got Old Forester 1924. Big fan of this bottle. Do I wish it cost less? Of course, I wish everything cost less, but I don't think, like I said in my review, I don't feel robbed at the price. It's gonna affect me buying another one if I see one though, because it is just so expensive. So happy I got the 1924, but let's move on to the next bottle. Next up, I finally got my hands on an Elmer Thiele. This bottle has been evading me like crazy. I actually really like the bottle. I wasn't expecting a ton from it, but it's just really, really good. I really enjoy it. Slightly better Blanton's. It is a single barrel, so maybe I just have a really good barrel. I don't know. I'm a bigger fan than some people. Some people really don't like this bottle, and I think it's just because of the price this thing fetches. I've only ever seen it in person one time, and I actually bought this in ABC Vault, so I didn't even see this in person. But the time I did see it in person, it was $5.99 on the shelf, so that's crazy. But I got mine for 43, 45 bucks, something like that in ABC Vault, so happy to have this added to the shelf. Just a few left here. But this is my Wild Turkey 12-year. I got this in a trade with Robert Fernandez. I think he traded me. Yeah, we did a trade for this. I was gonna pay for it, but we ended up having bottles that we both wanted, and we traded and made it work. This is one of my all-time favorite bourbons. Wild Turkey 12-year is my favorite Wild Turkey product, period. I really, really like Wild Turkey 12-year. It's one of my favorite bourbons ever. This will be in my top 10 bourbons of all time. All right, last 2 here. You ready? Bought this for $112, I think, in North Carolina. Old Fitzgerald Bottled and Bond 10-year. Haven't opened it yet. I'm not really waiting for anything in particular. I think I'm gonna wait to open this until I have some family that's coming in April. And this one and the next one, I think we'll wait to open for them when they're here. But I cannot wait to do a review of this. I've had this once before at Southern Spirits when they did like a tasting, and it's banging. I cannot wait to open this bottle and try it again and really do a deep dive into Old Fitz 10-year Bottled and Bond. And last but not least, I got this today. You know who you are. Thank you very much. I got a George T. Stagg. I've already tried this. I tried this last week with Rob Fernandez when I got him one. I found him one at a decent price. So this cost me $127, which means this bottle was $5 cheaper than my George T. Stagg. When you put that into comparison and the difference in quality and how good this is versus this, still a damn good bottle, but I've tried this. This is phenomenal. But I'm gonna save this, I think, until some family gets here in April, and we'll open it then and do a review. All right, everyone, thank you for watching this video. I really appreciate it. Comment down below what bottles you were able to get in the last few months. And while you're down there, leave a like and subscribe, and I will see you on the next one. We are so close to 1,000 subscribers. Make sure you don't miss anything. Hit that subscribe button. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. Old Forester 1924 really got me back invested with the Whiskey Row series, and I'm going through all of them to see which one is the best, and today we've got Old Forester Statesman. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome or welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are going through the Old Forester Whiskey Row series, and the first one we're going to go with was the first one that I ever had, which is the Old Forester Statesman. Now, if you don't know too much about this, that's okay, I don't either. The only thing I know about Old Forester Statesman is that it was like a tie-in movie for the Kingsman, but I haven't had it since it initially came out. But what I do want to do is get into this. So this comes in at 95 proof. I don't remember too much about this at all, so that's why I'm excited to get into this one. So let's go ahead and give it a nosing and see how we feel. It smells like a mesquite. There's like a weird funkiness to this that I wouldn't have really, but when I first initially tried the Statesman, I wasn't still mixing all my whiskey with Coke. So I got it because of it being a Kingsman tie-in. It's like super sweet, almost like, kind of sweet. But there's like a mesquite char smell that I'm not really a fan of there. The nose is pretty aggressive for it only being 95 proof. Not a great nose. We're not off to a great start here, but let's give it a mouthing and let's see how we feel. Really nice butterscotch note, actually. That's actually pretty good. Not as sweet as it smells on the nose. Super aggressive Kentucky hug there. Not like overly pleasant, not really bad. Kind of somewhere in the middle. Kind of a bitter note does come through. That butterscotch note is pretty nice though. I don't hate this. I don't think it's as good as any of the other Whiskey Row series stuff, however. So once we go through all of them, I'm gonna do a blind after I review them individually, and I'll kind of rank them on the blind. But if I had to just put a ranking to this, and just based on my experience with the Whiskey Row series, I would put this one in dead last. It does not mean it's bad. So if you see this for like a cheap price or it goes on clearance or something like that, I don't think this is like a $50 bottle, which is what they charge for it. But it's not bad. Catch it on clearance, you might be fine. It might be up your alley. It's just, for me, it just doesn't work. So that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. On this channel, we review a lot of bourbons, but we don't really do a lot of ryes. But when one comes up that's worth talking about, we got to talk about it. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome or welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're not doing a bourbon review. We are doing a review of Hemingway Rye. Long story short, I went to a buddy's house a few weekends ago, and I met the owner, and you're gonna have to forgive me, the details are a little fuzzy. We had quite a few pours that night, and I feel like he was like part owner of Hemingway Rye, or had something to do with Hemingway Rye. But he gave me this bottle, and it was a gangster move. He actually gave me someone else's bottle. He took it off the bar and gave it to me. He goes, I'll give you another one. That's gangster. So this is a blend of straight rye whiskeys finished in rum seasoned Oloroso sherry cask. Now, full disclosure, I have had this. At the time I had this, I had literally come off of tasting Thomas H. Handy, year, I think 2017. I'd have to verify that, but it was an older Thomas H. Handy release. This really stood up next to that. Now, that Thomas H. Handy is the best rye I have ever had. It's really damn good. So enough chit-chatting. I want to get into this like I'm doing it for the first time, because I haven't done it since that night, specifically for this video. So let's go ahead and get into it. Rye whiskey and finishing, two things that I wouldn't think I would like, that come together to make a fucking phenomenal product. Oh, that nose is so glorious. There's like a banana cherry note. Got that rye spice. It smells like a fruit cake, like a Christmas fruit cake. Oh my God, I love this. Now this is a little bit more on the pricey side. I think this bottle is like 75 bucks. But if it's as good as I remember it being that night, it's worth every penny. And I'm telling you, man, that nose is just straight up amazing. I like a grape note too. All right, let's give this a mouthing and see how we feel. Yeah, I stand by that. That's phenomenal. The finish goes on forever. Get that orangey from the rye. It coats your mouth completely. And it hits those like salivary glands right here that just start activating the second you taste it. Little cherry on there too. A little like sugar sweetness. It's not often I get whiskeys that are just straight up sugary sweet. This is kind of sugary sweet. Here's how long the finish is. I'm gonna do this in real time. What I'm gonna do is the second I start until the second the finish is over is how long the finish lasts. That's how long the finish is. Man, that's an incredible whiskey. I don't know if this is available everywhere, but if you see this on the shelf, grab it. This is not, I'm not paid to do this. No one knows who I am, it doesn't matter. It's just that good, and when I run out of this bottle, I will definitely get another one. This is fantastic. You guys did an amazing job with this. You should be very proud. Hemingway Rye slaps. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. While you're down there, leave a like and comment. We just passed 750 subscribers. We're on our way to 1,000. Let's get there. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. I've said it before, I'll say it again. George Remus is great, and this is my first time getting to try a single barrel. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I got sent this sample from somebody who watches my TikTok channel. Her name is Gabby. Thank you very much. I always love when people send me things to try. We were talking about stuff. I'm gonna send her a few things as well. She doesn't know, or at least maybe I told her, I don't know if I told her or not, my love for George Remus. When I was first getting into bourbon, Sam's Club near me went on clearance, and I got those like $45 bottles for $12. And I went and I bought like 9 of them. Remus has like a really predominant cherry note to me, and this is a higher proof one, a single barrel pick called Sweet Lies. So I cannot wait to get into this. I love George Remus. I think it's great. I've never had any of the Remus Repeal stuff. It's always been like I've heard mixed things. I didn't really dive into that stuff. But the regular George Remus is something that I've always been a fan of. So I'm excited to try this. Thank you again. And let's get this in a Glen. This comes in at 113.2 proof? 0.2 proof. So it definitely packs a punch. There's definitely something going on in here. So let's go ahead and give it a nosing and see how we feel. That cherry note is just right there for me again. Going right back to Remus. Cherry, caramel, ooh, and like ooh, that was cinnamon. There's some cinnamon in that too. That smells absolutely delicious. Like putting your nose into like a red hot tamales box. I ate a lot of hot tamales last time I had COVID because it was the only thing I could taste. A lot of caramel, a lot of cherry, and a touch of cinnamon too. So we're off to a good start with that nose. Enough of the nose, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Oh boy, that caramel follows over heavy. It's like, I feel like I'm eating a Brock's caramel. The ones that are like for Halloween. I don't know, I mean, I think they sell them all year round, but we always have them for Halloween. Those are the ones we'd melt down and make like apples with when I was a kid. That is so sweet. Oh, and that oak, man, that is like a really solid balance of sweet and oak. The name Sweet Lies for this really adds up. That's really good. You should be proud you found this. Whoever picked this did a good job. It's not super complicated, and it doesn't need to be. But it's really, really good, and it's super rich and super caramelly. That's really good. I think people would really like this if they gave this a shot. Thank you again for sending me that. I have stuff I'm going to send you as well, so stay tuned. My week's been wild, but thank you, Gabby. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Comment down below if you're a fan of Remus or not. If you've ever had any of it, comment down below. Let me know while you're down there. Leave a like. That helps people get to see the video. And subscribe. We are going to hit 1,000 subscribers before we know it. And that's all thanks to you guys. Thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers.
Today, we are continuing our Jack Daniel's Distillery Series deep dive with selection number 10. This one's going to get interesting. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are continuing. I feel like this is just like an ongoing series. It's going to be an ongoing series until I get all of these and review all of them. We are going to continue our Jack Daniel's Distillery series of the Distillery series. Let's say that the Distillery series. Jack Daniel's Distillery series that I'm doing here from Jack Daniel's. That's the Distillery series. Let's do that with selection number 10. This bad boy comes in 120 proof. That's nuts. So I'm going to be drinking just a very small amount of this. But here's where this gets interesting to me. And this was the one that I saw in a photo from my buddy Brandon when he was out doing some bourbon hunting in Tennessee. He saw this and I was like, I want this. It is straight Tennessee whiskey finished in toasted pecan wood chips. And I don't know if you can tell or if the color correction is a little stringent on this, but this thing is a beautiful color. I've been dying to get my hands on this bottle, so let's give this a nosing and see how we feel. The nose smells really good. It smells so sweet. Maybe it's because I know it says pecan wood, and I know that doesn't necessarily mean like it's, smells like pecans, but I am getting like a nuttiness from this. And that's kind of unusual from what I personally pick up on Jack Daniel's products. So maybe it's just my brain playing tricks on me, but I do get like a almost like a Jim Beam nuttiness here. It smells sweeter than I would anticipate it smelling, something from Jack. There's definitely some oak there too. And I gotta say, for 120 proof, it doesn't come off very strong on the nose, which I really appreciate in these high proof whiskeys. Enough chatting about the nose. Let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. Yes. Oh my God, that is so freaking delicious. Oh my God, I'm so bummed I didn't get two of these. It does drink its proof, almost up to its proof point. I still think at being 120 proof, it doesn't drink that hot. This thing is fantastic. Kind of sweet on the palate. Little butterscotchy, little maple syrupy. That's heavenly. That is delicious. This is my favorite of the ones I've had so far. I've had 4 of these, and this is by far and away my favorite one. The rankings as of right now are number 4 and last place, the tequila finish one. That one was god awful. It was absolutely terrible. Number 3 would be the rye in the last video that we did. Number 2 would be the Oloroso sherry finish. And then number 1 for me is this. This is just like perfect. I also get like a, it kind of reminds me of like Honey Nut Cheerio milk. I know that's weird, but like after you've had a bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios and you just like slurping that milk back, there's like notes of that like honey oak and like oatiness to it that I'm really digging. This is phenomenal. I could drink this all day. This is crushable. This was released last October. So this came out in 2022. This is selection 10. Man, this is really solid. Jack Daniel's. I'm going to tag you in this video. This is my favorite of the distillery series you guys have done. This is absolutely phenomenal. If you happen to be in Tennessee or anywhere that these distillery series bottles go, I highly, highly, highly recommend you go and seek this one out. I don't know if I would pay secondary prices, like if they just weren't available anymore, maybe. I mean, it is that good, but I don't know. Secondary, I don't like to do secondary, but it's that good that I think if you like wanted to spring for something, I think you should. I think this is a very good one. It's unique. It checks all the boxes for me. It's from Jack Daniel's, who I love and adore. And they crushed it with this. Like this is about as good as these like distillery series things can get, in my opinion. I haven't tried them all, but it'd be hard to top that one. That one is really, really good. So if you see it, grab it. I think it's really, really solid. That's the review. Comment down below. Let me know if you've had this. I'm curious what you guys think about the distillery series as a whole. While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe. We are on our way to 1,000 subscribers. Thank you guys for sticking around during the audio issues. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, we are continuing our Jack Daniel's Distillery Series deep dive with selection number 10. This one's going to get interesting. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are continuing. I feel like this is just like an ongoing series. It's going to be an ongoing series until I get all of these and review all of them. We are going to continue our Jack Daniel's Distillery series of the Distillery series. Let's say that the Distillery series. The Jack Daniel's Distillery series that I'm doing here from Jack Daniel's, that's the Distillery series. Let's do that. With selection number 10. This bad boy comes in 120 proof. That's nuts. So I'm going to be drinking just a very small amount of this. But here's where this gets interesting to me. And this was the one that I saw in a photo from my buddy Brandon when he was out doing some bourbon hunting in Tennessee. He saw this and I was like, I want this. It is straight Tennessee whiskey finished in toasted pecan wood chips. And I don't know if you can tell or if the color correction is a little stringent on this, but this thing is a beautiful color. I've been dying to get my hands on this bottle, so let's give this a nosing and see how we feel. The nose smells really good. It smells so sweet. Maybe it's because I know it says pecan wood, and I know that doesn't necessarily mean like it's, smells like pecans, but I am getting like a nuttiness from this. And that's kind of unusual from what I personally pick up on Jack Daniel's products. So maybe it's just my brain playing tricks on me, but I do get like a almost like a Jim Beam nuttiness here. It smells sweeter than I would anticipate it smelling, something from Jack. There's definitely some oak there too. And I gotta say, for 120 proof, it doesn't come off very strong on the nose, which I really appreciate in these high proof whiskeys. Enough chatting about the nose. Let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. Yes. Oh my God, that is so freaking delicious. Oh my God, I'm so bummed I didn't get two of these. It does drink its proof, almost up to its proof point. I still think at being 120 proof, it doesn't drink that hot. This thing is fantastic. Kind of sweet on the palate. Little butterscotchy, little maple syrupy. That's heavenly. That is delicious. This is my favorite of the ones I've had so far. I've had 4 of these, and this is by far and away my favorite one. The rankings as of right now are number 4 and last place, the tequila finish one. That was god awful. It was absolutely terrible. Number 3 would be the rye in the last video that we did. Number 2 would be the Oloroso sherry finish. And then number 1 for me is this. This is just like perfect. I also get like a, it kind of reminds me of like Honey Nut Cheerio milk. I know that's weird, but like after you've had a bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios and you just like slurping that milk back, there's like notes of that like honey oak and like oatiness to it that I'm really digging. This is phenomenal. I could drink this all day. This is crushable. This was released last October. So this came out in 2022. This is selection 10. Man, this is really solid. Jack Daniel's, I'm going to tag you in this video. This is my favorite of the distillery series you guys have done. This is absolutely phenomenal. If you happen to be in Tennessee or anywhere that these distillery series bottles go, I highly, highly, highly recommend you go and seek this one out. I don't know if I would pay secondary prices, like if they just weren't available anymore, maybe. I mean, it is that good, but I don't know. Secondary, I don't like to do secondary, but it's that good that I think if you like wanted to spring for something, I think you should. I think this is a very good one. It's unique. It's it checks all the boxes for me. It's from Jack Daniel's, who I love and adore, and they crushed it with this. Like this is about as good as these like distillery series things can get, in my opinion. I haven't tried them all, but it'd be hard to top that one. That one is really, really good. So if you see it, grab it. I think it's really, really solid. That's the review. Comment down below. Let me know if you've had this. I'm curious what you guys think about the distillery series as a whole. While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe. We are on our way to 1,000 subscribers. Thank you guys for sticking around during the audio issues. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. Today we are wrapping up what I'm dubbing Jack Daniel's Week with a very special Bottled and Bond bottle that is a Traveler International exclusive. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we got another Jack Daniel's bottle. I didn't plan to do these Jack Daniel's videos like this back to back to back, but it just kind of worked out that way, and I'm calling it Jack Daniel's Week, and that's just what we're going with. So this bottle right here is the Jack Daniel's Bottled and Bond, and I believe I should have done research again. I always forget to do research, and I start talking in the moment and forget to do research before these videos, but I'm pretty sure that this was the first version of the Jack Daniel's Bottled and Bond that you could get, and this is available at like duty-free shops, and I believe at some military bases. I think this was like $40-50 for a liter of Jack Daniel's Bottled and Bond, And this is going to be kind of a two-parter video because I'm going to give this a proper taste test, but I'm also going to compare it to this version of the Jack Daniel's Bonded, and we'll see which one's better. Before we compare them, I got to try this one. Now, full disclosure, I have had this one before. One time when Holly was traveling to New Zealand for a wedding, when we first started dating, she brought me back a bottle of this, and it was really good. And at the time, I was still like mixing all my whiskeys with Coke, and I mixed this whole thing with Coke, and I don't remember even tasting it by itself. So, yes, I've had it. And I've kind of had it with this, but we're going to see if this is any different and if it can stand on its own. This was another bottle from my friend Nicole, who lives in Canada, and she got me this bottle. And thank you very much. I appreciate it. I've been looking forward to this all week. I knew this was coming. All right, let's give it a proper nosing and see how we feel. It smells like Jack Daniel's. A little more proofy on the nose, a little more sweet honey, a little more butterscotch. That banana note's coming in through like I get on every single Jack Daniel's product. It smells like banana bread. We're in heaven. This smells, I don't really think there's going to be that much difference between this and the bonded Jack Daniels. I think they just bottled it in a different way. That's just a guess. If you can get something like the Jack Daniels Bonded, I urge you to try to not mix it with Coke. Of course, if that's how you want to drink it, by all means, do it. But I think there's some real beauty in Jack Daniels products. I think they get overshadowed with stuff like Buffalo Trace and Wild Turkey. But man, when they do something right, they do it right. And this smells incredible. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. I'm pretty sure that's the same exact juice. It tastes great. It actually might be, it's heavenly. It's absolutely delicious. I am of the firm belief that this should be Jack Daniel's base offering. I think it's just a good proof point for them. 80 proof for them is just a little too watered down in my personal opinion, and you lose a lot of those notes at that point. Look at something like just regular Wild Turkey 80 proof versus Wild Turkey 101 and how much that proof point is. It's 20 proof points. But that's not like, 120 versus 80 proof, I think that those proof points in that 100 range are where people should start with bourbon because you're going to taste things that are more interesting to you. Be a little hard at first. You might need to drink it on ice because it's hot. But I think 100 proof is like the starting point, at least what I would recommend people. And if you don't like the 100 proof stuff, go maybe down to 90. But a lot of that 80 proof stuff is like designed to be mixed. So unless you're doing that, you're not going to appreciate what's actually in the glass if you're just drinking it with Coke or something like that. So that's my little PSA. I don't know where that came from or why I went off on a tangent, but I did it. So that's just what it's going to be. Let's compare the two. In this glass, I'm going to keep the 100 proof. This glass, I'm going to put in the bonded, the Jack Daniel's. Well, they're both bonded, but the regular one. All right. International exclusive, one you can find, at least in my area, on pretty much any shelf of any reputable liquor store. So let's compare the noses and see if they're any different. No. I am convinced these are the same exact juices going into these bottles. Yeah, there's no difference here. The only difference I'm picking up on is that this one's lighter, and that's because I've had this bottle since it came out, and it's been open for a while, almost a year. Aroma-wise, they are exactly the same. Let's give it a mouthing to see how they compare. I love this. I'm so glad I have a liter of this. It's the same. I didn't expect anything else out of it. I just don't want people to think it's a special edition version of it. It's just you're getting a liter of it. Well, that is the review and the comparison today. Let me know if you've had Jack Daniel's Bonded down below, what your favorite version of it is. I really love the Jack Bonded Rye. It's one of my favorite whiskeys of last year. While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe. We are on our way to 1,000 subscribers. It would mean the world to me if you did that. Thank you for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, we are wrapping up what I'm dubbing Jack Daniel's Week with a very special Bottled and Bond bottle that is a Traveler International exclusive. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we got another Jack Daniel's bottle. I didn't plan to do these Jack Daniel's videos like this back to back to back, but it just kind of worked out that way, and I'm calling it Jack Daniel's Week, and that's just what we're going with. So this bottle right here is the Jack Daniel's Bottled and Bond, and I believe I should have done research again. I always forget to do research, and I start talking in the moment and forget to do research before these videos, but I'm pretty sure that this was the first version of the Jack Daniel's Bottled and Bond that you could get, and this is available at like duty-free shops, and I believe at some military bases. I think this was like $40-50 for a liter of Jack Daniel's Bottled and Bond. And this is going to be kind of a two-parter video because I'm going to give this a proper taste test, but I'm also going to compare it to this version of the Jack Daniel's Bonded, and we'll see which one's better. Before we compare them, I got to try this one. Now, full disclosure, I have had this one before. One time when Holly was traveling to New Zealand for a wedding, when we first started dating, she brought me back a bottle of this, and it was really good. And at the time, I was still like mixing all my whiskeys with Coke, and I mixed this whole thing with Coke, and I don't remember even tasting it by itself. So, yes, I've had it. And I've kind of had it with this, but we're going to see if this is any different and if it can stand on its own. This was another bottle from my friend Nicole, who lives in Canada, and she got me this bottle. And thank you very much. I appreciate it. I've been looking forward to this all week. I knew this was coming. All right, let's give it a proper nosing and see how we feel. It smells like Jack Daniel's. A little more proofy on the nose, a little more sweet honey, a little more butterscotch. That banana note's coming in through like I get on every single Jack Daniel's product. It smells like banana bread. We're in heaven. This smells, I don't really think there's going to be that much difference between this and the Bonded Jack Daniel's. I think they just bottled it in a different way. That's just a guess. If you can get something like the Jack Daniel's Bonded, I urge you to try to not mix it with Coke. Of course, if that's how you want to drink it, by all means, do it. But I think there's some real beauty in Jack Daniel's products. I think they get overshadowed with stuff like Buffalo Trace and Wild Turkey. But man, when they do something right, they do it right. And this smells incredible. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. I'm pretty sure that's the same exact juice. It tastes great. It actually might be, it's heavenly. It's absolutely delicious. I am of the firm belief that this should be Jack Daniel's base offering. I think it's just a good proof point for them. 80 proof for them is just a little too watered down in my personal opinion, and you lose a lot of those notes at that point. Look at something like just regular Wild Turkey 80 proof versus Wild Turkey 101 and how much that proof point is. It's 20 proof points, but that's not like, 120 versus 80 proof, I think that those proof points in that 100 range are where people should start with bourbon, because you're going to taste things that are more interesting to you. Be a little hard at first. You might need to drink it on ice because it's hot. But I think 100 proof is like the starting point, at least what I would recommend people. And if you don't like the 100 proof stuff, go maybe down to 90. But a lot of that 80 proof stuff is like designed to be mixed. So unless you're doing that, you're not going to appreciate what's actually in the glass if you're just drinking it with Coke or something like that. So that's my little PSA. I don't know where that came from or why I went off on a tangent, but I did it. So that's just what it's going to be. Let's compare the two. In this glass, I'm going to keep the 100 proof. This glass, I'm going to put in the Bonded, the Jack Daniel's. Well, they're both Bonded, but the regular one. All right. International exclusive, one you can find, at least in my area, and on pretty much any shelf of any reputable liquor store. So let's compare the noses and see if they're any different. No. I am convinced these are the same exact juices going into these bottles. Yeah, there's no difference here. The only difference I'm picking up on is that this one's lighter, and that's because I've had this bottle since it came out, and it's been open for a while, almost a year. Aroma-wise, they are exactly the same. Let's give it a mouthing to see how they compare. I love this. I'm so glad I have a liter of this. It's the same. I didn't expect anything else out of it. I just don't want people to think it's a special edition version of it. It's just you're getting a liter of it. Well, that is the review and the comparison today. Let me know if you've had Jack Daniel's Bonded down below, what your favorite version of it is. I really love the Jack Bonded Rye. It's one of my favorite whiskeys of last year. While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe. We are on our way to 1,000 subscribers. It would mean the world to me if you did that. Thank you for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. Well, everybody, it's official. We have the Pride of Canada here today. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we have a pretty special bottle to get into. As you saw in the intro, this is Caribou Crossing. This is essentially Canadian blends. It is a 80 proof single barrel product from Sazerac. If you see the bottle, it is very similar to blends. You got the gold moose. I don't think there's like a CAR. No, there's not. So there's not a collectible aspect to this. Full disclosure, I have had this before. These are a single barrel. They're going to vary a little bit here and there, but I don't think this one's going to be something that is like mind blowing. However, you never know. Enough chatting. Let's get into it. If you do this right, even on blends, you can kind of keep the wax on the bottle. And I like to do that. I think the wax looks really cool.
If you do it real slow like I did, you can still kind of click it back on there. And then looks like you still have the wax on there. So there you go. Try that next time you're doing a bottle blend. Just kind of don't rip it out, kind of like slowly ease it out. Yeah, that works. And now we get to keep the aesthetic of the blue wax on there. I think this is the Rock Hill Farms bottle. I have a bottle of that coming from the ABC Vault any day now. So I think it's the same. Obviously, a little different decorations on the side and different design on it, but I think it's the Rock Hill Farms glass. Let's go ahead and get into it. Cheers, everybody. If you're drinking along, cheers. It smells a little different than I remember it smelling. It smells not 80 proof. There's some vanilla in there, but there's also some pepper in there and some spicy oak. I don't remember it smelling like this at all. In fact, shout out to my boy, the BSK. He got me this bottle. I think he found it at some liquor store here in Orlando. And thank you for that. Thank you for the assist. I appreciate you. So this is a sample that he got of Caribou Crossing, and the color is different. This one is a little darker. It's hard to tell. It probably is even harder to tell for you guys at home with the color correction. They do smell similar. They do smell similar. It's not how I remember it smelling. I remember it smelling like really metallic vanilla, but it doesn't. It has like a rice spice, like a spiciness to it that I don't. It smells like pepper almost, or like even like black ground pepper. Very odd. It's interesting, and it's not what I would expect from a Canadian whiskey. There's still some vanilla in there, some oak, and some pepper. That's very interesting. All right, enough chatting about it. Let's give it a mouthing and let's see how we feel. That ain't too shabby. It drinks hotter than 80 proof. That's so strange. It's always strange to me when a 80 proof bottle drinks hotter than that. I got a real heavy Kentucky hug there, even though I guess it would be a Canadian Tim Horton hug. That's what we'll call it, a Tim Horton hug. Yeah, it's not bad. Okay, there's that metallic vanilla. Okay, I don't know what it is that is in Canadian whiskey, but I get a very distinct burnt vanilla that comes off as like metallic vanilla. I get it in new make whiskey as well, like stuff that's not been aged before. I've had it a few times when I've had that. It kind of reminds me of that. I don't know how old these are. This is not bad by any stretch. I don't typically like Canadian whiskey. You'll never find me with Crown Royal. I'm not a fan. Even the blackberry one that everyone's freaking out about. It's just not what I like. I like this. It's super soft, super gentle, minus the hug going down. But it also could be this is my first drink of the day, so I'm glad I started low because it's not burning me now. It is vanilla and sweet and non-offensive, but part of that non-offensiveness, if that's a word, kind of makes it a little boring and a little dull. But if you can find this, I think this was like $60 at a liquor store, and I was like, absolutely, because I've never seen one in person as far as I remember, and I wanted to have it for the shelf, so I think that's about right what they go for. It didn't come with the box though, which I'm kind of bummed out about. This is not bad, but just kind of know that you're paying for the import, you're paying for the bottle, you're paying for this, you're paying for a lot of things that aren't the whiskey inside, because the whiskey inside is just okay, but there's 100 whiskeys behind me that are better than this. But this is definitely not bad, and if you were on the fence about it, I would say get it just because it's a cool collectible, and try to keep the blue wax on. I think it looks pretty cool. That is the review, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys for watching, and thank you guys for sticking around. I finally got all my audio issues fixed. We are good to go. It's going to sound perfect from now on. Thank you guys for watching. Comment down below. Let me know if you've ever had Caribou Crossing, what you think about it, if you have had it. If you haven't, is it something you're chasing? While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe. We are on our way to 1,000 subscribers. We're almost to 800. So let's cross that and on to the next 100, and then let's get 1,000 and let's go. At 1,000, I'm going to do a giveaway, and it's going to be pretty dope. So you might want to share this with your friends, let them know, have them subscribe. And that's the review. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Well, the day finally came. I finally got my hands on my very own bottle of Peerless Double Oaked Bourbon. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I'm thrilled to do this review. This is a bottle of bourbon that I had for the first time a few months ago at a bottle share, and I fell in love with it, and every time I've seen it drop places, it was like there was another highly allocated bourbon that I wanted, or like there was one and the person in front of me got it, and it just, for whatever reason, just kept slipping through my hands. But last week I finally got my hands on a Peerless
double oaked bourbon. This bottle to me is truly like one of the better bottles of bourbon I have out of all the over 200 bottles that I have in the collection. I love this thing so much. I have already opened this bottle. Me and the BSK Timmy opened this the other day. We had a little get together and hung out for a little bit, and I tried it and it confirmed my love for it. I love this. I love double oaked bourbons to begin with, but to me, in my opinion, this is the best one I've had outside of a few picks. The Conviction double oaked pick that I have is probably on par with this. I have to do a side-by-side to see which one I actually like better, but this is one of my favorite double oaks out there, period. So if you've never gotten one of these, I highly urge you to. They used to be distillery exclusives, but now they are making their way out throughout the country, and I finally got it. I'm so excited. So enough chit-chatting about this. Let's get this in a Glen. Ooh, that's a good cork pop, even though it's already been opened once. Let's get into it. All right, let's give it a nosing and see how we feel. Super oaky, sweet oak, not abrasive, harsh oak. Sweet, warm oak with some like sugar on there. And I get a banana note, which you know I'm happy about. Banana bread. It just smells super warm. This is something you would want to sit by like a fire pit and drink. It just has all these super warm notes, like warm, almost like a creme brulee. It smells so good. I love this one. When I ultimately redo my top 10, top 20 bourbons of all time, I'm gonna for sure have this in there because that's how much I like this one. I wish this was more readily available because it's a little on the pricier side. It cost me $86 for this bottle. I think it's worth every penny. I have no issues paying that. I just wish it was more available. It's heavenly. I love it. There's almost like a dark chocolate note too. It's perfect. I absolutely adore it. Like this is one of those ones for me that it's just like, you nailed it. You nailed it. Let's give it a mouthing and let's see how we feel. Super sweet. The oak comes through there. I do get still that banana bread note, but almost like a banana pecan note too. Going back to the nose there. It smells even more oaky than before you taste it. Some of the sweetness in the nose goes away. The mouthfeel on this is like really, really good. It coats your lips. It sticks. You can tell it's sticking to the glass too. It's just, it's almost perfect. Like I love it that much. I fully know this is not going to be everyone's kind of bourbon, but this is absolutely my kind of bourbon. I adore this bottle so much. I think it's not like a gateway into double oaked. I still think if you're trying to get into double oak stuff, I think you should probably still start with like Woodford double oaked or something like that. I think this could put you off of double oaks if you were trying it for the first time. Maybe it's sweet enough. I don't know. I can't judge that. But my recommendation would be if you see this, buy it. It's absolutely fantastic. I would also say maybe try it before you buy it because it is a little oaky. It is hot. There is some heat to this too. It comes in 108.5. It drinks a little. I feel like it drinks its proof. I think it drinks its proof. I was gonna say maybe a little lower, but maybe 100. But that's where it's like kind of semantics there. Yeah, that chocolate note's coming through. It's like a blondie brownie kind of. I just love it. I could talk about this bottle all. Peerless, amazing, good work. You should be proud of yourselves. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention this is batch 13 of this. So the other ones I've had have been batch 11. I think they're equally as good. However, we'd have to try them side by side. But batch 11 is what got me into this brand. And I think this is just as good as I remember it being. So that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. Comment down below. Let me know if you like Peerless Double Oak. If you like anything from Peerless. Am I missing something that I should be trying from Peerless? While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe. We are well on our way to 1,000 subscribers. So I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today we are continuing our trip down into the Jack Daniel's Distillery series with selection number 9. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are going to continue deep diving into the Jack Daniel Distillery series with selection number 9. This is straight Tennessee rye whiskey, finished in high toast oak barrels. This comes in at 101 proof. This was released in July of 2022. My friend Brandon, who got these for me, had already opened this and tried it. He really enjoyed it, so I'm hoping that it's as good as he says it is. He's got a great palate, so I trust his opinion on most things. Let's go ahead and give this a proper nosing and see how I feel about it. That smells heavenly. That smells really, really nice. It almost reminds me of like if Maker's Mark of BEP was rye whiskey. Could you still get all those like quintessential rye notes? Like there's the orange, kind of orange zest there. There's like a grainy bread note to it. It smells heavenly, and it just kind of smells warm and elevated. There is nothing about this on the nose that I don't like. I don't get an ethanol punch. I get like a there's a dusty quality to this too. It smells really heavenly. I really like the nose on this quite a bit. But enough chatting about the nose here. Let's give it some mouthing and see how we feel. You know, it's a little. These are kind of starting to frustrate me a little bit. For the main reason is I probably won't get another one of these, and they're all really, really good, but they're not quite as good as you hope they're going to be, especially for the price. These are $40 each of these 375s. That being said, this one's fantastic. Super oaky rye whiskey. If you're not into oakiness, this is not for you. This would be something I would 100% tell you to skip, because this is something that is super, super oaky, and it can be the oakiness kind of overpowers everything else. On the finish, there's some sweetness to it, and there's like a powdered sugar note to this that I'm really enjoying. It's really good. I really like this quite a bit. I don't think it's like the best rye I've ever had. I don't think it's the best Jack Daniel's product I've ever had. I don't even think it's my favorite of the distillery series ones that I've tried so far, but it is really, really good. And it is a few years old now, so you might run across these still. I mean, if he found it, you can find it somewhere in Tennessee, I think is where he found these. I would recommend you try it. I think it's good. I'm liking it the more I'm drinking on it. Yeah, it's good. It's really good. It's really good. This is going to be one of these that I want to go back and do like a blind of, because yeah, I'm going to have my thoughts in the moment, but you know, some time and some air getting into these bottles might, change them up a little bit, and that could be interesting. I just wish these were a little more special than they are, because they're all really good. But, if you make this a 750 milliliter bottle, is this worth $80? I would not pay $80 for this, just based on the taste. But it's really good. There's like a buttery note too. Yeah, it's good. It's not anything to, trade a bunch of stuff for, or, make a road trip specifically for these. But I do think if you find these, you should give them a shot and see if that's up your alley, because it kind of is up my alley, but it's not something I'm in love with. But that's the review of Jack Daniel's Distilleries Series Selection 9. Make sure you comment down below. Let me know what you think about this bottle, what you think about the Distillery Series as a whole. While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe. We are on our way to 1,000 subscribers. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, we are reviewing some Widow Jane 15 year. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are doing another video here from a sample that I was given. This is Widow Jane, the Vault's 15 year. This was given to me by the man, the myth, the legend. I know people say that. They say that all the time. It doesn't really apply to most people, but in this case, it definitely applies. This was given to me by Robert Fernandez, RDF, over on TikTok. Give him a follow. This man is a legend. If you guys knew how cool he was, I wouldn't even be doing reviews anymore. You guys would just all be watching him. So he's the man. Go give him a follow. Thank you for this. Thank you for everything you've given me in the past. Thank you for the awesome bourbon tasting we had when we were hanging out with you, and that means the world to me, and you're truly awesome. I really love you, dude. Also, before we get into the review here, check out the shelves. I added some lighting to them, so I think that will help, just my aesthetic in the room here, but I also think it will help the videos have some backlighting to them. Let me know what you think down below. If you follow me on TikTok or Instagram, both at Brad's Bourbon Reviews, I'll post a picture of it so you can actually see what it looks like. It looks really good. I'm happy with how it turned out. So we were hanging out, me and my buddy, the BSK, the Bottom Shelf King, and he was like, "It's dark in here." And I was like, "Yeah, that's what I'm going for." But I was sitting there, and I was realizing I couldn't even see what was on the shelves from a distance. These lights help a lot being able to see what's where. So I spend a lot of time in this room just hanging out. This is like my chill room. If I have like a bad day at work, I just come here and just relax. It really adds a cool ambiance to it. But anyway, let's talk this whiskey. I don't know a ton about Widow Jane in general. I've had a few of their products. The first one I can remember having was on the Galactic Star Cruiser, and it's actually the whiskey that they used with their old fashions. So it was kind of mixed. It was mixed in with like what makes up an old fashioned. So I didn't try it on its own, but I remember it having like a plum note. And that would be like how I would describe it if you just like asked me to describe it from memory. That's what I would describe it as. So I don't remember too much about it. I've had that, and I've had Decadence, which kind of had more of like a maple syrup vibe to it, if I remember correctly. Again, that was like 6 months ago. And unfortunately, I didn't write those down in my tasting notebook, so I can't really go back and see what I got on it. But I'm going to spend some time this weekend getting that caught up because I'm like 200 whiskeys behind in my notebook. So but let's get into this. I'm excited to give this a try. Thank you very much. So let's get into this here. Okay, yeah, it's still got that like plum note. It's like a plum or a raisin even. And it's got that, it's 15 years, so you can taste that, you can smell that like soggy aged oak that I really, really like in high aged bourbons. It kind of reminds me of, every time I smell that note, it makes me think of Jack Daniel's 10 and 12. I don't know why. I've had it in other things, but that's just what my brain connects to. This is glorious on the nose. Comes in at 99 proof, by the way, if you were curious. This is one of the best noses I've had this year on the channel. This smells absolutely insane. There's also like a honey note there too. It smells really, really nice. I didn't know what to expect with this, and it's kind of, it's hitting the notes that I would have thought that it would hit, like that plum and that like dark plums, fig, even like, I can't really, it's like a grapey purple red fruit, something like that. It smells really nice, and actually, just based on the nose, I'm probably gonna have to get myself one of these. This smells heavenly. Like a slight chocolate note coming through now too. There's some honeyness to this too, but like artificial honey, kind of like the fake like Winnie the Pooh bottle shaped honey, like that kind of stuff. Oh, it smells so good. I could smell this all night, and I probably after this will probably pour some more of this and just smell it for like an hour. All right, let's give it a mouthing and let's see how we feel. Ooh, really oaky. If you don't like oaky, you are not gonna like this. Super sweet. The plum note carries over, but the interesting part to me is the mouthfeel. It has almost like a chalky feel on your tongue. I know it's liquid and it's not thick, but it has like a gritty consistency almost on your palate. I can't really describe it more than that. Plum note carries over for sure. Little sweetness, a little spiciness. There's like a little orangey there too. That's really good. I like that a lot. I like that way more than I thought I was going to. Not that I didn't think I'd like it. I thought I'd be like, hey, it's good. It's really good. I'm a big fan of that. This is going to be something I have to get. Oh, that plum note is coming in heavy on the palate now. If you don't like plums and oak, you are not going to like this. There's not much to it outside of the plum and oak. I'm trying to identify what the sweetness is. To me, it kind of has like a honey taste to it, but that mouthfeel is just so interesting to me. It's really viscousy. Yeah, I like that a lot. Widow Jane, the Vault's 15 year. If you find this, buy it. I think these are a little on the pricier side though. So I think these are like $250-ish. Could be off on that, but I'm pretty sure that those are around what these cost. Honestly, I think I'd be okay paying that for that. It's just not as complicated as you want something that expensive to be in that high age statement. I would be interested to see what this is at like 115, 120 proof even cash strength. I think that'd be interesting to see what that is, because it's like it's really, really good, but it's just not quite there for me for something this high of age. I feel like it's missing something. That being said, what is in the glass is absolutely fantastic. I really like this a lot. This will be something I pick up as soon as I find one. I really dig it. But that is the review today. Thank you guys for watching. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you go down and leave a comment and like. Let me know if you've ever had Widow Jane 15. What are your thoughts on the brand in general? While you're down there, leave a like and make sure you subscribe. I will see you guys on the next one. We are almost to 1,000 subscribers over on YouTube. So let's get us over the hill. Okay. We have less than 300 people to go. Let's go. Come on, share it with your friends. Let's get it going. Let's get it happening, because I'm giving away a bottle at 1,000 subscribers. So let's make it happen. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. This week is Unicorn Week, and we are kicking it off with a review of Rock Hill Farms. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, happy Easter. I'm recording this on Easter. I know this won't come out until tomorrow, but I'm recording this on Easter Sunday. Just got done doing a tasting with some really good bourbon with some families, and we are kicking off Unicorn Week, and this week's reviews are going to be crazy. Today, this review is Rock Hill Farms. Wednesday will be Old Fitzgerald 10-year bottled and bond, and then Friday's video is going to be 2023's George T. Stagg. So please subscribe, follow along. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a great week. And I'm excited to get into these bottles. So full disclosure, all of these bottles I have opened already and tried today. Rock Hill Farms, man. This is a bottle that it's made by Buffalo Trace. It is their mash bill 2. It's kind of similar to Blanton's. It's the same mash bill. It's aged a little differently. I think it's aged a little longer. It's a little higher proof. It's really good. Like, I really think this is a really solid bottle. This is one of those ones for me that if it wasn't so rare, this would be a great entry to like higher proof whiskey. It's 100 proof. It's just a really solid bottle. I really, really like it a lot. It's very similar to Blanton's, but I still think if you don't like Blanton's, let's give this a shot. I still think if you don't like Blanton's, you still should give this a try. It's very different, but it is really solid. And I want to get into this here. I've already had a few today, so I don't want to do too much here. Can we talk about how beautiful this bottle is? This bottle is unbelievable. I don't keep my bottles, but this is one I will definitely keep as like a decanter. It's absolutely beautiful. This is one of those bottles that for me just like evaded me. I have only seen it one other time in person, and it was at a store that was doing it as like it was like their lottery, so it was like their allocated lottery. So if you bought stuff, they'd give you a ticket. But then even with that store, if you won the lottery, it was $600. I paid $64 for this. I think I got this through the ABC Vault program here in Florida. Don't pay that. Don't do it. It's not worth that. Not even close. It's a really solid bottle, but it's not worth that. I think the most I'd pay for this would probably be like $150. If I ever saw it out in the wild for that, I'd probably have to grab it just because of the rarity. And I actually like it. It'd be good to have a backup. Plus, they're all single barrel. So they're all going to be a little different. So it'd be kind of cool to compare the two. But enough talking about the bottle itself. Let's get into the review here with a proper nosing. Get some orange on that. Little citrus. Some oak. Some warm oak. I get like a caramelized sugar note. Kind of reminds me of like the top part of a creme brulee. There's like some fruitiness in this too that I'm really digging. It smells warm. It smells inviting. This is probably something that I would probably save for the colder months because it does have like a more warm vibe to it. That orange note's really kind of coming out. It's really surprising. Again, I wouldn't do this because this is such a hard bottle to find, but I feel like this would make a really good old fashioned. All right, let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. Vanilla, caramel, little orange zest comes through. It's pretty oaky. Really love the flavors on this. It's good. It's got some a honey note to it as well. That's the sweetness I'm getting, is like a honey sweetness. It's really good. I really like this a lot. No brainer here. If you can get your hands on Rock Hill Farms, you should absolutely do so. Do not spend an arm and a leg because you'll be disappointed. If you want it for the shelf and you're okay with it, you're okay with trying it or never opening it, you just want it for the shelf, by all means. But if you plan on drinking this and enjoying it, I would say wait till you can get it at least a reasonable price. I would love to know the difference between barrels with this. I might have to bring this down with me when I go to Robert Fernandez's house next time, just so we can kind of compare and see how different the single barrels are. My only complaint with the bottle is I wish it had some sort of, it says it's a single barrel, so it has to really be a single barrel legally or they wouldn't be able to do it. But I wish it had some barrel information on it. I wish there was like, what day it was bottled. That's my only complaint. The bottle design's gorgeous, the sketching on the side with the horses and stuff, but I would rather have, one side sketched or etched with that and the other side like barrel information. I think that'd be cool, and I think people who are really into bourbons love that kind of transparency. So that would be my only recommendation. They're never going to see this or care what I have to say, but I think that would be really cool for all your single barrel products. You do it for Blanton's. They don't do it for Elmer T. Lee, and they don't do it for Caribou Crossing, but I feel like they should. I think that's a really cool way to distinguish it from there. I know people always compare this to Blanton's. I think this is much, much closer to Elmer T. Lee. In fact, I don't know if I could pick them out differently in a blind. Maybe because this is a little higher proof, I'd be able to pick it out, but it's still a really solid pour. So, well, that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Down below in the comments, let me know if you've ever had Rock Hill Farms, what you think of it, if you like it, if you don't, why or why not. While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe. We're almost to 1,000, and that way you won't miss any of the stuff we're doing for Unicorn Week. Follow me over on TikTok, because this week I'll also be doing some other unicorn bottle content over on TikTok. I'll see you guys in the next one. Until then, cheers. George T. Stagg is often regarded as some of the best bourbon in the world. Today, we're going to put that to the test. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are wrapping up what I have been calling Unicorn Week with the unicorn for me of unicorns. This is George T. Stagg's. This is the 2023 release. I opened this today for Easter with some family, and I was completely blown away. I've had it before. This release is so incredible. I've had another George T. Stagg. I don't remember which one it was exactly, but I preferred this one over the other one that I had. Again, that's by memory, and it was a long night of drinking, so I could be a little off on that. I would have to try them side by side, but this is unbelievably delicious. It's like so good, but I don't want to dwell on any of that. I want to actually give this a proper review as if I had not opened this bottle yet, which I have, because this thing there's a reason this bottle is so coveted. This thing is absolutely delicious. So let's go ahead and get this into a Glen and talk a little bit about George T. Stagg. If you are unaware, George T. Stagg is part of the annual Buffalo Trace Antique Collection, where they release 5 different bottles in there. And essentially, it's like their best of the best. There's like these barrels that they've curated specifically for these. They're usually high age statements. This one's like 15 years. The Buffalo Trace Antique Collection includes Sazerac 18, Thomas H. Handy, Eagle Rare 17, William LaRue Weller, and George T. Stagg. And out of all of those, the only ones that I haven't tried yet are Sazerac 18 and the Eagle Rare 17. This one is by far my favorite, probably followed then by the Thomas H. Handy, just because it surprised me so much, and then the William LaRue Weller that I had. But this one right here is unbelievable. This comes in at 135 proof, so there is some there's some heat behind this bad boy right here. But let's give it a proper nosing. Let's see how we feel about it. First thing off the nose that comes through is like a root beer float. Like, it smells identical to a classic root beer float. Vanilla, root beer, right off the bat. That is the first thing that comes into my nose. The second thing that comes in is like a really warm oak. Of course, it's like 15 years old, so there's going to be some oak there. There's a sweet cherry note to this as well. This is a very complicated bourbon. It smells heavenly. I love Stagg. I have a ton of Stagg bottles. This doesn't even come close to those Staggs. I tried this after I tried 22B, which is my favorite Stagg, back to back with this when I was doing my tasting earlier, and this like completely wiped the floor with my favorite Stagg. So there's a leather and a tobacco note, which is right up my alley. 100%. Could not be more up my alley, this nose. This is everything I love in a bourbon. I didn't even know root beer was possible. Like, root beer nose was possible in bourbon. I don't think I've ever had that note before. God damn it, if it's not delicious. The weirdest thing about this is it's 135 proof. I get 0 ethanol burn, and I'm not the only person that said that. I know I typically don't get ethanol burn on a lot of things. A lot of that has to do with my nose not working that well. I think that's why I can get in there and smell these notes, because it's like my nose doesn't sense everything that everyone else would smell. I had it broken a few times back when I used to be a cage fighter. Long story, we'll get into it later. But man, is this just like perfect. There's nothing in here where I go like, I wish it was a little this, little that. This is legit perfect. This is as good. Like, I honestly, man, I don't know if there's bourbon better than this. Like, I know I love Wild Turkey 12 year, and I said that about Wild Turkey 12 year. I don't know if bourbon gets better than this. This may have ruined me for all of bourbon. That's not true. But this is just so unbelievably delicious. Let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. Oh my God, it's so good. Gave me chills. I have chill bumps on my arm. I don't know if you can see it. I have chill bumps all over me. Unbelievable. Dark vanilla, dark brown sugar. That root beer note kind of carries over a little bit. And that oak carries over. And it's such a weird oak. I've never had an oak that was this soft before. It's like palatable oak. Like, it doesn't like, I just drank this. It's in my chest. I cannot believe that's 135 proof. Even on the palate, like, I don't get that burn. I don't get the burn on my tongue. I don't get the burn going down. Don't know what kind of magic you're doing over there at Buffalo Trace, guys, but this is Amazing. Like, I don't even know if this is like considered one of the best George T. Stagg releases. I have no clue. I've only had a few. This is the first one I've ever owned. I just, how does it get better than this? It's almost like a burnt vanilla. And I mean that in a good way. It's not unpleasant burnt, just like a toasted vanilla. That's about as good as it can get to me. I don't know what else you would want. Absolutely adore it. Well, that wraps up Unicorn Week. That was quite a banger to wrap up with. I think it's ruined me for all other bourbons forever, but it is absolutely delicious. I think in the next few years, these are going to be easier to find. I don't know. I get it. I'm not bullshitting you. After I've tasted that, if I found a backup for $600, I would probably buy it. It's that good to me. That's one of the few bourbons that I go like, yeah, I get paying a lot of money for. Past that, I don't know if I'd pay more than that. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure while you're down there in the comments, letting me know if you like George T. Stagg or not. What's the best year that I should seek out? Let me know what you think about it. Let me know what you think about the Buffalo Trace Antique Collection as a whole, and subscribe. And when we get to 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to do a giveaway. It's going to be a different, I had an idea for a giveaway. I was like, I'm going to give away a bottle of E.H. Taylor single barrel. Then I decided, like, I think I want to do something a little different. And I think what I'm going to do for 1,000 subscribers is I'm going to let the winner pick 5 2-ounce pours out of any of the bottles that I have, and I will send them to you for free, and you can pick any 5 out of anything I have, and I'll send you 2 ounces of each of them. Obviously, you can't go like, I want 10 ounces of of Stagg. It had to be individual, 5 individual bottles, but I'll send you a list of everything I have so you can, once we get there, and I will send it to you. So I think that's what I'm going to do for 1,000. So I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, we're going to get into some 12-year from 1792. That rhymed, it wasn't supposed to. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, boy, oh boy, am I excited to get back into doing some videos. I took last week off, had some family in town, needed some time to not have something extra on my plate outside of my regular job and just hanging out with family. So decided to take the week off. Thank you for sticking around. It's been an interesting week here. Did some bourbon hunting, found some cool things. I gotta be honest with you guys, this is gonna be a good week for videos. Not only am I gonna be doing reviews still, I've got some really cool ideas for some different type of content, and I think you guys are going to like it. So please, before we get into the video, make sure you like and subscribe, all that stuff. I'll remind you at the end of the video to do it as well. Enough of that. Let's get into what we're here to actually get into, and that is this bottle right here of 1792 12-year. I got this in a trade. I got this today, actually, from a trade that I made with a guy in a bourbon group here in Florida. It's 12-year 1792. Now, here's the thing. I am like notoriously like not a huge fan of 1792. I think some of the stuff's really good. The sweet wheat's fantastic. The bottled and bond is great, but I don't think of them as like one of my favorite brands of bourbon. Like they're just not that for me. I know some people really, really like them, and if that's you, awesome. I'm happy that you love them. They're just not something that I gravitate towards normally, but I have heard really, really, really good things about this 12-year. So when I had the opportunity to trade it for a bottle that I had a backup of already, let's go. So I'm excited to get into this. Let's get this bad boy open. So if you don't know, this is a 12-year because it says 12-year on it. And it comes in at 96.6 proof, which is kind of a good proof point, I think, for 1792. The thing that I've experienced with 1792 is the higher the proof goes, the more harsh and abrasive it gets. Something to me like Stagg doesn't typically do that. It's a little more mellow. If you had to ask me right now, what was my favorite 1792 product, I would say Sweet Wheat, followed closely by the Bottled and Bond. I think those two bottles are really good. I've done reviews of them already. Go seek them out if you haven't seen them already, if you're interested. 12 years is interesting to me. It's a really kind of not a super high age statement, but it's a good solid age statement. And there's a lot of bottles in this age range that I really want to try. Evan Williams 12-year. That's the only one that comes to my brain right now. Sorry, but I'm excited to get into this. So let's go ahead and get this bad boy into a Glen, and let's see what we think about 1792 12-year. All right, let's give this bad boy a proper nosing and see how we feel. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. That actually smells really, really, really good. I get like a raspberry note. Some oak, some sweet oak, and like very rich honey. And it actually, I say raspberry, but it almost might be like a raisin, kind of. Oh boy, that smells absolutely delicious. This is great. I still need to do my top 10 all-time bourbons on the nose video. Best smelling bourbons. I don't even know what I would name that video. But this, I gotta say, this might be up there. This does not smell what you would think like a 96 proof bourbon smells like. I'm very impressed with this. Man, that is heavenly. I really like this. I really like this quite a bit. Maybe my opinion's changing. 1792. You know, maybe we can do a Brad's Bourbon Reviews 12-year pick. You know, maybe. I don't know. That's up to you. Just saying. Dark, plummy fruits coming out of this. It's really nice. This is a really solid nose. All right, that's all well and good, but how does it taste? Let's give it a mouthing. Okay. Two things come initially to me. It drinks way hotter than 96 proof. Still burning me as it goes down. And this is not my first drink of the day. That is pretty abrasive. Really oaky. A lot of like intense baking spices. Some cinnamon on the tongue still lingering. Really heavy oak. But it's still very sweet. It's not very balanced, but it is very sweet. On the second sip, nowhere near as abrasive. I actually really like this. Everything from the nose completely... Whew, man, that oakiness is wild. It's almost like refreshing. This actually kind of reminds me on the palate of the Old Forester single barrel I did that I said kind of had a minty flavor to it. I get like a menthol coolness to my mouth right now. I'm going to read the back here and see what this whole thing says. If there's any rich flavors of vanilla and cocoa. Definitely didn't get that. Delicate fruit notes in this whiskey are met with lingering smoky finish that is more complex than most. Didn't get smoky. Got like a cooling, weird mouthing sensation. It's very odd. I feel like I just chewed like wintergreen gum 30 minutes ago. That's how my mouth feels right now. This is not bad by any stretch, but this is a wild ride of a whiskey. Very strange. I get the smokiness, but it doesn't come off smoky like Scotch smoky. It comes off smoky like barrel char and oak. And just I don't get any of the vanilla notes really. To me, it's kind of honey and oak and mint and weird. And I like it. Everything I just said kind of sounds like it would be really bad, but it's actually a really solid bourbon. I like it a lot. I don't even know what this retails for. I haven't looked it up yet, but I will go off on my normal, if it's crazy expensive, don't buy it. I would probably be comfortable spending about $100, $120 even on this one with it being 12 years old. It's a long time. I actually usually always say, I wish it was a little higher proof. This one I don't think needs it. I think it's the complexity of it is interesting at this proof point, and I think they did a good job not making it super proof because it's already kind of strong to begin with, just flavor wise. So if you can find this, man, I honestly say I'd have to recommend it. I think it's very interesting. I traded it for an E.H. Taylor single barrel, and I have zero regrets in doing that. I think this is fantastic. It's complex. This is right up my alley, and it's not something that I would normally like. So to me, that's even cooler that like I was able to branch out a little bit, get something new. The only one from 1792 I don't own yet is the port finish one, which just goes for insane money. So I'll probably never get that one for whatever reason. That one's just really weird and hard to find. So we'll see. But I like this. I think this is really interesting. It's fun. It's weird. It's weird. I need to have someone else try this because I think this is like a really strange bourbon. I mean, it's nothing like I was expecting it to be. There you have it, guys. Thank you for watching. Make sure before you leave a comment and you subscribe. We are really close to 800 subscribers. Once we hit 1,000, I'm going to throw all the names of every subscriber into a hat, pick one random winner, and you will get your choice of any bourbon on the shelf. And you'll get 5 2-ounce pours from anything I have on either of these two shelves. And I'll send you a list so you know everything that I have. Comment down below. Let me know if you've ever had 1792 12-year. And if you haven't, what's your favorite bottle from 1792? Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. It's been well documented on this channel that I am a big fan of Stag. And today, we're reviewing another one. This is Stag Batch 18. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we have another stag to review. I got this in a trade from a buddy, Chase, who I've met from doing TikToks. I'll be completely honest with you and him. I completely forgot that we were going to trade the morning that we traded, and he brought it, and I didn't, and I feel like such a douche. Chase, I'm so sorry, buddy. I will get it to you this week at some point. This is Sunday as I'm recording this, by the way, so... I am so sorry. I completely forgot about it. It's a long story, and like I could just text you this, but I feel like it would be disingenuous, so I'm just going to throw it out publicly. When we were deciding that we were going to trade these bottles, I was at Magic Kingdom, and I went through like a whole day. You can ask my fiance. Whole day where I was trying to find this conversation about when and where we're trading the stag, and then you texted me the thing. I thought you were giving me a sample. I've had a long week, and I'm sorry. If you're watching this, and I hope that you see this, I'm sorry. I have your bottle of Weller right here. I have it right here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I forgot. I forgot to bring it. It just completely skipped me. And I feel so stupid too because like you had clearly said. Anyway, I'm an idiot, man. I'm sorry. So we're going to review Stag Batch 18. And I'm excited to try this one because this one is like the Stag Batch that I hear people like kind of criticize the most. And honestly, like that's kind of fine with me. I have a mission to collect all of the stag batches. That's something that I personally want to do, and I think I'm going to start working towards it this year alongside my Jack Daniel's collection, which I got a very rare Jack Daniel's bottle the other day. You guys are not going to believe the rare bottle that I found. Jack Daniel's McLaren 2023. I don't know why this exists. I guess it exists to sell, and dumbasses like me buy it. So yay. So back to the stag. I've heard weird things about this batch, and I cannot wait to try it. So let's go ahead, get this bad boy open for the first time. Sorry, Jace. And we'll get into it, Jace, I'm sorry. And give it a proper review and a nosing. Jace, I'm sorry. Stag is like one of my favorite things probably to come out of Buffalo Trace. I like a lot of their stuff. I probably put it slightly above E.H. Taylor, which I also love. I just think that the leather and tobacco notes that I get in a lot of stag are right up my alley. It's just what I like. It's just what I prefer in a bourbon. Let's give it a brand new cork pop. Not bad. That's not bad. Stag, batch 18 on a cork pop, 7.5 out of 10. That was solid. Just a little bit of stag. For those wondering, this comes in at 131 proof. Anyone else who's also wondering how I know this is batch 18, before they started putting batch numbers on the stag, it took them a long time to do it. You can look up list online to see what batch it is, and it's all done by proof. So batch 18 is 131 proof. But let's give it a nosing, and let's see how we feel about it. I'm excited. I always love trying a new stag. Oh, dark chocolate. Okay, this is just so up my alley. This is exactly what I want on a nose. A little bit of alcohol burn, which there is, which is usually something I don't find in a lot of stags to me personally. It just smells like dark chocolate and wood, and that's a great combination. This is what I want from stag. This smells really nice. This is warm, inviting. This is the opposite of what you want to drink in the summer. This is a perfect winter bourbon. This is exactly what you would want in something high proof for winter. Enough talking about it, how it smells. Let's get into how it tastes. Let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. Yeah, I get why people don't like it. I totally get it. It's super punchy. It's super rough. It's sweet, but more bitter than sweet. The mouth feels really nice, by the way. Tastes like a lot of wood, a lot of oaky. This is probably the oakiest stag I think I've had. This is pretty oaky. And that dark chocolate note comes through, and there's leather like all day too. Yeah, this is a leathery, woody batch, and I absolutely love it. I really do. I think this is good. I definitely do not think this is for everybody. This is not a batch of stag that I would recommend out to people, just because, you know, I don't know if you like super weird kind of tanniny bourbons. With stag, there's usually enough sweetness for me, and this one's the same in the same boat. There's usually enough sweetness for me that like the bitterness doesn't really affect it, and that's kind of how it is on this one. It is bitter, it is leathery and oaky, but for me, I like it, but I totally understand why people wouldn't enjoy this. I totally get it. When I was new into bourbon, I absolutely would not have enjoyed this at all. Can't stop drinking it though. It's really good. And Jace, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this. I like this quite a bit. I don't think it's like my favorite stag or anything like that. If I ever came across another one, I would buy it because now I know it's good. I like it. The funny thing about Stag is to me that like people are like, have you ever had Stag? And it's like, which one? Like they're all so completely different from each other. Like this is nothing like 23C, 22B, nothing like that. Like I have, I think 6 different ones now. Yeah, I have 6 different batches of Stag, which you know is not a ton, but it's a good enough amount to like be able to judge the differences, and they're all very, very different. I still think 22B is my favorite, but this might be up there for me just personally, and I get it. I totally get it. If you don't like this bitter oak leather juice, you're not gonna dig it. But I like that profile on higher proof bourbons. When I'm going for something like this is exactly what I want out of it, and this just knocks it out of the park for me. So that's how I feel about Stag Batch 18. Go down below, leave a comment, let me know what your favorite batch of Stag is. Like and subscribe while you're down there as well. Once we get to 1,000 subscribers over on YouTube, I'm going to do a giveaway, and that giveaway initially was just going to be one random bottle like an Eagle Rare or something, but everyone does that. What I want to do is I want to give you guys my list that I have of every bourbon that I have. I have over 200 bottles here now that are open and ready to be sampled from, and you will win 5 free samples, free shipping. It'll be completely free to you. You can pick any 5 different, you're not getting 10 ounces of George T. Stagg, but you can pick 5 2-ounce samples of anything I have on the shelf to one lucky subscriber once we hit 1,000. So make sure you share us with your friends. Make sure you subscribe. Don't leave without subscribing. It's important. Make sure you do it. That's it from me, guys. Thank you for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, we're going to be doing a review of a bottle that really, really surprised me. That's the Bulleit 12-Year Rye. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're going to be doing a review of this really cool bottle that I have heard good things about, and I tried it already, and I do have to say it is good, but I want to do a proper review of it like I haven't tried before because it deserves it. This bottle was around $55. Got this at Total Wine a few weeks ago. 12-year rye. Bulleit rye is like one of, like I know it's like it's a very much beginner rye. It is my fiance's favorite whiskey, I think. I know she loves Rebel Yell. That'd be her favorite bourbon, but the Bulleit rye for her is like her favorite for whatever reason. So I had to grab this for us. I wanted to try it. I think $60 for a 12-year rye is like an absolute steal. Let's go ahead, get this into a Glen, and see what we have to think about it. When I was in Kentucky, Bulleit Distillery is actually one of the distilleries we went to because Holly likes Bulleit rye. It was a cool experience. You can find our names on one of the rafters there because you can like kind of sign everything. It's really cool. I don't tend to love Bulleit stuff. I actually think the 10-year bourbon's a little underrated. One of like the master distillery collections, those are really, really good. But as far as like Bulleit as a brand, it's not something that I gravitate towards. It's one of those ones, if I'm looking for a bottle like to mix with soda or something, or I'm going to make like cocktails and, drink a few of them over the weekend. If the bottle's on sale, I'll grab it. But it's not something that I like very, very much. I don't dislike it either. It's just not something that I care about. But I had heard that this one was really, really good. And people were right. That's really good. So let's go ahead and give it proper nosing and let's see what we feel about it. Very citrus. Like a shocking amount of citrus, like orange. And you can get, and there's that like that funky wood, like soggy wood smell that I love that's in higher age stated whiskeys. Super caramel. It's like a caramel orange. Like, when you go to a fair and you get like a caramel apple, it'd be like if it was a caramel orange. Which, please, no one should make that. Don't do that. I really love this. The nose on this is fantastic. This actually is probably, I'd have to look and see what all I've tried this year, but this is probably my favorite rye I've had this year. That wasn't like BTAC or something crazy like that, because that's going to go to Thomas H. Handy every time. But as far as like a daily drinker rye, I think this is probably the best one I've had this year. It smells so good. And the caramel is like shifting actually to like a salted caramel. I really like it. All right, let's give it a mouthing and let's see how we feel. Super smooth vanilla. That rye spice is mitigated, I think, a little bit at this age and at this proof. This comes in at 92 proof. I think it's really, really solid. There's nothing in here that's gonna, like, it's not something that's you're gonna be like, oh, actually, you know what? I do have a rye that is my favorite this year, Hemingway, but I wouldn't consider that everyday drinking or like one I would mix with, because it's like a finished rye and it's not cheap at all. This is something that I could easily sip on for an evening. It's lower proof, doesn't drink hot. It is very well rounded. The age really complements the rye spice, I think, on this one in particular, and it's a lower proof. It's really good. This is not something I think that if you don't try or get your hands on, you're going to be like upset that you don't have it. But if you can get your hands on this, I would definitely give it a shot, especially if you're not someone who typically likes Bullet. I think this could, not change your opinion on it, but it's something that is good enough. Like, let's put it this way. I wouldn't recommend the Bullet 10-year bourbon to people, but I would recommend the Bullet 12-year rye to people. I'd say it's that good. So if you can get your hands on it, I would definitely do so. And I guess, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. That's the review. Next week, we got a lot of cool videos coming out. I'm working on a really long video. It's going to be fun. Like probably like a 30, 40-minute video. It's going to be fun. And a lot of blinds are going to be next week. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure when you're down there in the comment section, leaving a comment, letting me know if you've tried the Bullet 12-year rye, that you leave a like and subscribe as well. We are close to our 1,000 mark, which is cool. So let's get us there. And of course, that giveaway where I'll be giving one lucky winner 5 2-ounce pours of their choosing from anything I have in the whiskey collection here. So stay tuned for that. Make sure you share these videos with your friends if they like whiskey, or if they just want to make fun of me, that's fine. Oh, also, let me know if you like the sitting down or the standing up better. I kind of like the sitting down better. It's more relaxing. But let me know what you prefer. I'll see you guys in the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, we are pitting these 4 E.H. Taylor releases against each other to see who will come out on top. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we have a cool little blind to do. We are going to take all of the 4, what I'm calling core E.H. Taylor releases. E.H. Taylor Small Batch, E.H. Taylor Single Barrel, E.H. Taylor Straight Rye, and E.H. Taylor Barrel Proof. This is the batch from last year, and we're going to see which one comes out on top. Holly is here to pour these for me. I'm going to step away in a second. You're going to see her pour these, and we're going to go from there. I am just strictly going to judge them on which one is my favorite. I am not going to try to pick them out necessarily. I say that every time I do a blind, and then I always end up trying to decide which one's which. But today I'm gonna not do that and just give them first, second, third, and fourth place. I do have a prediction. We actually, with all of these that we've had, we still think that the small batch is the best. So I wouldn't be surprised if that comes out on top. I also wouldn't be surprised if Barrel Proof comes out on top, because I really like this bottle. But one way to find out, let's go ahead and give it a shot. All right, I don't know if you can see, but we have these 4 Glens right here, and we're going to go ahead and get into this. I'm excited to do this. We love E.H. Taylor in this house, and I can't wait to see which one I like the best. I'm curious. I don't know where to start, so I'm going to start from left to right here, and we're just going to give it a nosing and give it it's like a mini review kind of. We'll do like a mini review, and then I'll just go first, second, third, fourth. Which one's my favorite? Let's go ahead and get into it. Smells like apples. It's so good. So funny. I've never drank anything outside of whiskey out of Glens, and having a one full of water is funny. I'm pretty sure I know which one that is, just based on the apple note that I get and the heat going down. It doesn't really taste that hot on the palate, but I'm not trying not to guess, but I think I know which one that is. It's so delicious. So far, they're all really, really good. That's the problem with the H. Taylor. They're all really good. Even the small batch. I mean, that's like I said before. It's like one of our favorite bourbons of all time. I love that bottle. Okay. These are all pretty distinct, I think. I feel like I shouldn't have a problem picking these out at the end. I'm still going to rank them on my favorites, and then I'll go. I think this was which one was which. I'm going to try them again. I'm going to go through them one more time. I'm probably going to cut a lot of this out, but that's kind of where I'm at right now. First, second, third. No, I think I'm going to swap these. Yeah, I swapped them. So from left to right, left is in first place. So first place is this one. Go over here to the microphone, and we're going to go ahead and reveal these. So in first place, it was the one on the far left.
What do you think that one?
I think that's the E.H. Taylor Barrel Proof. Second place is this one. And I think this one is the single barrel.
Nope, that is not.
No, it's not? Okay. This one's really good. My backup is that it's the rye.
Nope.
No? Is it small batch?
That's small batch.
Let's go. And then third place is this one, which I swapped initially. Wait, do I have this right? Yes. I swapped them initially. So third place is this one, which is?
That one is the single barrel.
Single barrel, and then rye was in last place.
Yep.
That adds up.
And we don't really love the rye.
We
so
don't
that
love the
makes
rye,
sense.
and that's, yeah, I'm happy with that. I think that turned out good. The only thing is, like, this one totally stands out to me. If you try these in a lineup, it totally stands out.
Really?
It's a lot higher proof. It's 30
After
proof.
we're done filming, I want to try it.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really solid. That was fun. Probably shorter than I initially intended, but still a fun video. Thank you guys for watching. Comment down below. Let me know what is your favorite out of the E.H. Taylor lineup while you're down there. Leave a like and subscribe, and I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, this was In Last Place. Cheers. Today's video is somewhat unique and calls for a different type of introduction. This, as you may recognize, is a bunch of bourbon samples. I'm going to try them all and give them one-word reviews. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, as you saw in the intro, I get sent a lot of samples to try stuff over on TikTok specifically. I have a much larger following over on TikTok than I do here on YouTube. So I get sent a ton of stuff. This is part one of probably 3. This is about a third of the samples. And I thought it'd be fun to go through each one of these because I really appreciate anytime someone sends me anything. I think it's very kind. It takes time out of your day. You're taking literal money that you've spent to send me something for me to try. And I cannot thank you enough. So thank you very much for doing that. If you've ever done it, or if you ever plan on doing it in the future. Seriously, thank you very much. And instead of doing individual videos for each one of these, I thought it'd be fun to go through all of them and give them a one-word bourbon review. So I don't even know what's what. I laid them out for the thumbnail. I don't know anything past that. So let's go ahead and get into the first one. I'm going to pick them at random here. Let's go back row here. This is Penelope Architect number 3. Number 3 comes in at 104 proof. I probably should be doing these in proof order, but I'm not going to. And I'm going very light on these because this is a lot to try. So what we'll do is we'll give it a nosing. I'm going to keep my thoughts to myself. I'm going to try it, and I'm going to give it a one-word review based on the nose and the palate. Abrasive. Let's go. Oh. Camp Nelson single rick house. Perfect. All right, let's pick another one here. This is a Weller Infinity bottle. So it was all of the Weller products poured into one, sent to me by my buddy Robert Fernandez. Some of these I remember who sent them to me sometimes. Some of them I don't. I apologize. Wheat. Let's try something over here. This is Old Forester Single Barrel Proof at 131.6 proof. Spicy. All right, next one here. This is an Infinity bottle from, I a buddy of mine who is actually over on TikTok at Baloney Nips. That's his name. I don't know why. And this is his, what he calls woo juice, like Ric Flair. And I've had this before, and I really enjoyed it. Chill. All right, let's pick another one here. All right, we got another of the Buffalo Trace blend from Robert Fernandez as well. All his Buffalo Trace products. I assume they're like store picks and such. Whew, this is fun. This is hard to do. It's hard to get everything. It's hard to distill your thoughts down into one single word. It's very, very difficult. Grapes. Stag. Single barrel. Hedonism. Single barrel. I remember this one being harsh. Leather. This is a sample of Hancock's Reserve. It's going to be tough following up that Stag with this. Fine. All right, we're down to the final 5 here. So we are going to go with Elijah Craig C923. Everyone loves this bottle. Everyone talks so highly of it. Bourbon of the year gets thrown around with this thing. Overrated. This is a Woodford Double Oaked store pick. I love Woodford Double Oak. I have never had any store picks. Oaky. All right, up next we have Wild Turkey Master Keep Voyage. I like Master's Keep. The ones I've had have been good. Funky. ASMR, you're welcome. You're welcome, Gen Z, or whoever listens to that crap. I don't even know who does. I know my kids do. All right, we have 2 left. We have Maker's Mark Cellar Aged and Blue Note Joint. I'm going to go with the Blue Note first. Save Maker's Mark for last. Waffles. That might deserve its own video. And last but not least, we saved Maker's Mark Cellar Aged for last. Bitter. All right, that was fun to do. This, like I said, I have a ton of samples sitting in my closet. We could do 2 or 3 more videos on these. This was fun. Let me know if you guys enjoyed this down below. Let me know what word you would use to describe any of these if you've had them. I'm curious. You know, I think it's interesting to kind of put one word attached to each one of these bottles. It's fun. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Sometimes on the channel, we review really rare and highly allocated bourbons, and today we're doing the exact opposite. This is Gentleman Jack. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are reviewing the very easy to find Gentleman Jack. This bottle is available like literally at every single liquor store in the country. I can't imagine you walk into a liquor store and they don't have a bottle of Gentleman Jack on the shelf. I personally have never seen it. And the reason I wanted to do this review was because this is a bottle that like has a sentimental place in my heart. I used to love this bottle a lot, like a lot. And when I wanted to drink something fancy, this is what I went with. The first time I ever tried Jack Daniels was on my 21st birthday. And it was given to me by a friend of the family. And I then quickly realized that I liked whiskey, and I had tried a few things. I didn't drink until I turned 21. I tried a few things on my 21st birthday, like red wine, tequila, like just little crappy stuff when you're like trying things for the first time. And I always gravitated towards whiskey. So he got me that bottle of Jack, and that just kind of fueled that. And I was like, that's what I like. And so I started trying like the different versions of Jack Daniels. And this was the one that I thought was my favorite. And I always really liked it. And I haven't had it probably in about 6 years or so. It's been a while. I wanted to go back to it because I wondered if I actually genuinely still liked it or if I've, moved past it, and if I have, that's totally fine. There's other versions of Jack that I love still. So maybe this is one of them. Maybe it's not. Let's find out. Let's get into it. So we're going to do a little review here. I'm going to do the same thing I always do. Give it a nosing, give it a mouthing, and then we'll see if it's any good. Let's start off with a nosing and let's see how we feel. little bit of like honestly a little bit of honey, a little bit of barrel char, a little bit of vanilla. It's actually very like pungent for an 80 proof, but it's very kind of muted. There's nothing that like jumps out. It's like, oh, that's really pleasant. I also get like a this is odd, like a wet cardboard note that I'm not really a big fan of, to be honest. So overall, it's not unpleasant. There's just a little mild unpleasant to it, but overall it's okay. I wish this was a little higher than 80 proof. Like even at 90 proof, I think this would be a lot better. It's okay. I mean, that cardboard note is really coming out the more this sits in the glass. But I still get like a little funky kind of note to it, a little char, a little vanilla, and mostly like sweet oak, like almost like obnoxiously sweet. It's not bad. That cardboard note is unpleasant, but it's not like the main note. So I'm giving it a little bit of slack here because it's not just that. There are other things to it as well. All right, let's give this a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Oh man, it's so thin. It's so thin. I feel like I'm drinking water. I really am like having a hard time picking anything out other than just like oak. Some like burnt sugar maybe. Like, you know how when you have like a creme brulee, the topping of a creme brulee, and it's like really bitter? Like that bitter burnt sugar. I wasn't expecting a lot, to be honest. It's 80 proof Jack Daniels. I actually thought I remembered it being bottled at 90 proof, but I was wrong. Even for 80 proof, it's just not quite there. A little bitter, a little bit of sweetness, and a lot of oak. It's okay. I don't think I would be going back to this anytime soon. Like I could see myself keeping this bottle and like not going back to it for a while, and like maybe even using it to like mix with Coke on the weekends or something like that. If I was in the mood for a Jack and Coke, the double mellowing is interesting. I feel like I don't know a ton about that process. I mean, I know they age it, then they charcoal filter it, and then they take it and then they charcoal filter it again. So that's what the double charcoal mellowing is. But I wonder if that adds or strips from the flavors. I assume it would add because it's filtering through charcoal, so you'd be picking up some of those charcoal notes, which would explain the burnt flavors that I'm getting. I don't know. The double might just be a little too much. Don't dislike it. I just don't think I'll go back to it. I think there's way, way, way better bottles for $30 that you could get your hands on that isn't this. And that sucks because I love Jack, but I mean, like even the Jack Daniels Bonded is like $2 or $3 more. Yes, you're getting 50 milliliters less, but you're getting a higher proof, higher quality bourbon. I think that's probably the way to go. Put extra money with it, buy a single barrel, buy a barrel proof. You know, there's so many great things from Jack Daniels. And to me, this isn't great. It's just okay. But that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe this video. Comment down below. Let me know if you like Gentleman Jack. When's the last time you had Gentleman Jack? Let me know what you think about it. While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe. And I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Did you know that Jim Beam had a $20 7-year age-stated bourbon? I didn't either. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we have a bottle that's something that I would never in a million years typically buy. I just don't typically enjoy Jim Beam stuff outside of a few Booker's releases. A few things here and there I do enjoy, but for the most part, the Jim Beam brand is something that I don't really gravitate towards. However, that kind of all changed with this Jim Beam Black Label. This is a 7-year age-stated. I don't know what the Black Label is, if that's like a branding or if that's just, I honestly don't know. I don't know a ton about Jim Beam. But this is a 7-year age-stated 90 proof bottle, and it was only $20. It was literally $19.99. I got it at Sam's. It was $19.99. I know Sam's seems to be a little bit cheaper for spirits and for pretty much everything, but from what I've seen around town, that's pretty much the going price everywhere that I have seen it. I have tried this already. This is actually my second bottle of this that I've opened. We used one a few weeks ago when I first got this bottle as like a mixer. When some family was here, so we had like some whiskey and cokes, and this was really good with whiskey and coke. And I did try it neat, but I tried a sip of it neat before it went into some coke, so I didn't give it a proper tasting. But I kind of want to get into it with this here. They put tasting notes on the label here. Mellow notes of smooth golden caramel, rich oak, and vanilla. I don't remember getting anything like that, but let's see. This, like I said, comes in at 90 proof, $20. This could be a really good value in bourbon. let's give it a shot and see. See, okay, I just recorded the Gentleman Jack video back to back. This nose is substantially better. Now, it is very simple. You know, I actually don't like when people just say, oh, it smells like bourbon, because bourbon smells like a lot of things. But this genuinely smells like what people say when they smell it smells like bourbon. Yeah, I get vanilla, I get oak, and I get some caramel for sure. And I think that's very basic bourbon tasting notes. And that's fine. It's a $20 bottle. I'm very happy that they bottled this at 90 proof instead of 80 proof. It's just going to give it so much more complexity than what I typically find in 80 proof bourbons and whiskeys. It just seems so watered down to me. To be fair, I wreck my taste buds with Stag on the regular, so that could be part of the problem. It smells very pleasant. It does smell very simple, and I actually would say a little bit of honey. I get a little bit of honey on this. I think it's a fine nose. I think this would be something that if I smelled this, I don't think I would pick out that this is a $20 bottle. It smells really nice. I'm not saying I think it would, you know, it's the nose of like a $60, $70, $80 bottle. By no means, but I don't think I would pick this as like the budget bourbon. It smells a little nicer than that. It's very warm vanilla. Almost like vanilla extract, kind of. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. It tastes exactly like it smells, except there's a little more oak on the palate. That's a pretty oaky bourbon for being 7 years, 90 proof. That's pretty oaky. I'm surprised by that. That is actually really pleasant. That tastes really, really solid. There's definitely that like Jim Beam nuttiness that I get on every single Jim Beam product I've ever had from them, but that is actually pretty good. I would recommend this to people for sure. I would definitely say this is probably more of a mixer than it is something to drink neat, but it definitely can be drank neat for sure. It is very, very solid. And for $20, this is an underrated bottle, and I haven't seen a lot of reviews of this going around. This is pretty good. I don't want to say impressed, because that seems like it's degrading to Jim Beam. They know what they're doing. Their stuff it's just not for me for the most part. However, this is for me. I think this is probably something I'm probably going to keep on the shelf, especially with how inexpensive it is. I'm a fan of this, man. This is a good little hidden secret. Yeah, I'm happy with that. It's not something that I would have picked up normally, but my friend Timmy let me know that he found it, and he's like, "Have you heard of that?" And I was like, "I haven't." And then I started seeing him pop up all over the place. But I'm happy with that. That's pretty good. $20, you can't beat it. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. Please comment down below. Let me know if you have heard of this or had this. I think that this was like something they had back in the day, and then they're bringing it back now. Could be, but it's solid. So comment down below. Let me know if you've had it. Let me know if it's on your radar. And while you're down there, make sure you leave a like and subscribe. And I will see you guys on the next video. Until then, cheers. Today, we're going to be testing if the Eagle Rare single barrel picks are worth the money. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I have finally gotten my hands on a Eagle Rare single barrel pick. This is from MDP Liquor here in Orlando. I have had a few of the single barrels. I've had a Buffalo Trace, had a Sazerac Rye, and of the two I've had so far, the Buffalo Trace was the more unique compared to the other one. So what I'm going to do here is I'm actually just going to give this a proper review first, and we're going to put this off to the side. Then at the end of the video, I'm going to compare the single barrel to the regular Eagle Rare. So let's go ahead and get into it. I have been excited to get my hands on one of these. This is the last like store pick I really wanted. I would love a Blanton store pick, but to be honest, they're already single barrel anyway. And I tried a little tiny bit of this at the store. I didn't get a chance to do like a full-on review of it. So let's go ahead and give this single barrel Eagle Rare, let's give this a proper nosing and see what I feel. I can already smell it coming out of the glass. Wow. I always get like a cherry cola note on Eagle Rare, and this one is no exception, except it's like amplified by like 100. It smells like cherry Coke, brown sugar, and like medicinal cough drops without like the menthol flavor, but that like super rich like artificial cherry note, some brown sugar in there too, and a little bit of vanilla. This smells fantastic. It smells like a cherry Danish, but the one that I'm thinking of like in particular is like when you go to a continental breakfast at a hotel and they have like the free breakfast, and like I don't eat breakfast really. I hate eggs. I'm not a big breakfast food person, so I always gravitate towards like the cherry danishes. This smells exactly like a cherry danish. That artificial red cherry, I love this note so much. There's a little graham cracker on there too. That smells absolutely fantastic. But enough of the nosing. Let's go ahead and crack into this bad boy and see how it tastes. Super cherry on the palate. Oh boy, that tastes delicious. I will say it drinks a little hotter than 90 proof. I will say that. But that it's pretty complicated finish there. It's definitely graham crackery on the palate for sure. Cherry, brown sugar, graham cracker, a burnt caramel. That's what I'm getting. Burnt caramel or like a burnt vanilla, one of the two. I'm excited to have this. This is absolutely fantastic. MDP, good job, you. All right, now on the second half of this video, we are going to compare them to a regular Eagle Rare. Now, I have an open bottle of Eagle Rare over there. So I'm doing this because the bottle of Eagle Rare I have over there on the shelf, it's been open for a while. And I think the best comparison is to compare the two on a fresh crack. So I am going to be sacrificing this bottle of Eagle Rare to the YouTube gods. So please do me a favor, like and subscribe down below so I don't feel bad about opening a bottle of Eagle Rare prematurely. So here is the MDP store pick Eagle Rare. I'm going to pour it right in there. And then over here we have the regular non-store pick Eagle Rare. Now, a little bit of history of these. These are all, like from what I understand, I have been told this by several people who know more about whiskey than I do. Apparently Eagle Rares are really close to being considered a single barrel. However, they are not. And I think it's just a technicality, like they don't clear their lines in between each bottling. So it's technically not a single barrel, but they bottle them barrel by barrel. Now, if that is wrong information, I apologize. I can't find anything about that when I Googled it last time. However, I should have checked before this video. If that's wrong, I apologize. And I'm sorry for spreading bourbon misinformation. Let's go ahead and get into these two here. MDP, regular Eagle Rare. I'm going to go on the nose with the MDP because I'm already there to it. So I've already have it on my nose kind of freshly, so we'll go there first. Graham cracker still coming through. See, this is the more traditional Eagle Rare nose to me. This is like Lunchables Cola from back in the 90s. If they had a cherry version. And this is like graham cracker and cherry. They are similar, but definitely different. This one smells better, in my opinion, than the regular non-pick. This one's way more bold and vibrant. This one is still very delicious on the nose, but it is definitely a little more muted than this one is. I do enjoy Eagle Rare. It's not something that I drink all the time. I have it pretty regularly here in Orlando. I can get it fairly easily. And usually for retail, the last bottle I paid was this one, and it was $60. And for a store pick, I didn't feel like that was bad. I had no problem paying that. Usually I can get it for around 30 to 45 bucks. Paying an extra 15 for a store pick to me was a no-brainer. I had no problem doing that. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how I feel. Yeah, that's fantastic. I really like that. A little more bold. And now let's go with the regular non-store pick Eagle Rare. I honestly don't know which one I like better. So my final verdict is the store pick is marginally better. I don't think it's anything where it's like you're not going to taste this and not know it's Eagle Rare. After I've had them side by side, you would definitely know that it's Eagle Rare. I really like this. I think $60 is a no-brainer for me to have this. I still really like the original Eagle Rare. The non-store pick Eagle Rare is still absolutely fantastic. So, it is worth it to get a store pick. I think it's cool to have them, especially when it's like a local liquor store and somebody you know. I think it's great to have something that they chose. I try to stay away from big box ones. Total Wine's a little different because it's like a alcohol store, but I see Walmart picks and stuff all the time, and I usually tend to avoid those. And that might be ignorance on my part, but that's just the rule I go with. Also, I don't really think I want a Walmart barrel tag for like a Jack Daniel's single barrel proof in my bourbon collection. I think it just kind of looks weird, but that's my own take. If you ever see any of these, grab them for a reasonable price. I think they're really, really good. It's cool to have them, especially just so you can compare them. I think it's a cool thing to do. Sit here and compare the two of them, see what's different. That's the review, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure when you're commenting down below, if you've ever had an Eagle Rare store pick, which one would you like better, the regular Eagle Rare or the store pick, that you leave a like and subscribe. And I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Which 12-year bourbon is the best 12-year bourbon? There's only one way to find out. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are going to be taking a look at some 12-year-old bourbons and ranking them in a blind from number 6 to number 1. So we have 6 contestants here. We have Jack Daniel's 12-year batch 2, Jack Daniel's 12-year batch 1, 1792 12-year, Wild Turkey 12-year, Weller 12-year, and Knob Creek 12-year. So what I'm going to do is in just a second, Holly's going to come in. She's going to pour these. I'm going to step out. And I am going to see which one is my favorite in a blind. I have no clue which one will win. There's always that variable when it comes to doing blinds, but that's it for me for right this second. And in the magic of editing, you're going to see that I have a bunch of different bourbons to pick from. So let's go ahead and do it. Don't know which order I'm going to go in here. All right, let's just go for my own sake, left to right. Now, it's hard to do these with a blind because I don't know I'll just tell you the notes that I am getting. I'm also not going to try to pick which one it is until the end. I'm not going to try to pick. I'm just going to go based on what I like and go from there. So on this one, I get like some red fruit and some oak. It's delicious. Here's the problem. All these bourbons are fantastic. So even if I rank one on the lower end, that is just because it is compared to the other ones. But at the moment, the one on the far left is in first place because it's the first one I've gone to. It's delicious. On to the second one here. A little more toasted, a little less fruit, but still that like oakiness that I like. That like musty oak from a 12-year. And all these should have that because they're all 12 years. That one goes into second place right now. I'm just trying to get the lay of the land and my first initial thoughts. They all have a very similar undertone here. And it's this funky wood note. And it's because it's old. That one is the least offensive out of the ones I've had so far. And when I say offensive, I should use a word. I should say less abrasive. The other two have been kind of punchy, which I'm assuming means that's a lower proof one in comparison. I moved the rankings around a little bit. It's absolutely delicious. Ooh, this one smells very different. This one smells like more cherry and wood up front. Sweet wood. As opposed to like musty wood, which is what I was getting on the other 3 so far. To the next one here. This one smells like honey and some vanilla. This is a different nose completely than the other ones that I've had. This is number 6. This one smells like a vanilla air freshener. There was one in the 90s my mom had that was an aerosol air freshener, and when you sprayed it into the air, I could still hear the sound of it coming out. It was like, and it smells like that vanilla air freshener. Ooh, and it finishes really strong vanilla. Now, I'm going to go back through and try them again and kind of do some more comparisons, A to B comparisons. I'm really torn about my number 1. I think everything else is in a good spot. Yeah, I think I'm good. I'm just a little worried about my number 1 because when I first went to it, it was like really good and super pleasant. But now that I've had a few of them, it's a little more abrasive than it was my initial go around. I'm a little worried about this. Let me try this again. Okay. I've changed my order up substantially. So on my left, we'll see it here. Yeah. All right. So this was very, very difficult. I'm talking to her because she said it's hard to talk to you when she's standing right here. This was very difficult. First off, all the same age, 12-year. Obviously, that's why we're doing this blind. They're all roughly the same proof. The highest proof, I think, is 101 proof. Okay. And they all had a very similar nose to them. This was very hard. I don't know. There's only one that I'm like kind of sure of which one it is, and it's my first place. Okay. And it's not the one I would have thought my first place would be, if it's the one I think it is. So, 6th place is what?
Knob Creek 12.
Knob Creek 12-year is in 6th place. That's about right. I do love Knob Creek 12-year, but I think compared to the other ones that it's just not quite as good. 5th place is what?
This one's going to surprise you. That's Wild Turkey 12.
I was torn on putting this one higher. However, just going back and forth to each one of them was like difficult for me because they were so much the same. I probably should have done 4 of these, but I felt like if I didn't do all of them, it's not a fair comparison of which one is the best that I own. I really genuinely moved this one at the last second. This was originally in 3rd. My number 4 is which one?
That is 1792.
Thank Christ.
Yeah.
That's wild to me that it did better than Wild Turkey. My third place is, and can I guess this one? I think this is Jack Daniel's 10-year batch 1.
Yep. Sure is.
Got it. My number 2
What do you
is,
think it is?
I'm guessing Weller 12-year.
Yep. And then
Okay.
what do you think number 1 is?
Obviously, number 1 would be Jack Daniel's 10-year 12-year batch 2,
Yep.
which is my favorite
Yes,
of the
sir.
2 batches, which makes all the sense in the world. Okay, I'm happy with how this came out. I really thought Wild Turkey would do a little bit better than that, but the problem is, and I think this is the issue that I have, not issue, I shouldn't say issue, but the trouble I had picking it out is, to me, Wild Turkey has a very distinct funk, and it's usually this kind of like similar to an aged funk. And when you have all of them having the same age, it really makes it hard to pick out which one is which. The Weller being number 2 kind of surprises me a little bit. I do like Weller quite a bit, but it's not. I would have thought that Wild Turkey came in first place. But hey, this is why you do blinds, right? I still think Wild Turkey 12 years in one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite bourbons of all time. It doesn't smell like Wild Turkey, even though I know that it's Wild Turkey. Well, thank you guys for watching. Play along at home if you have any of these or all these. Do your own blinds. It's so much fun to do them. You never know what you actually like when you take away the label and you take away your preconceived notions of what it is. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure when you comment down below, what's your favorite 12-year whiskey? Make sure when you comment that down below that you leave a like and subscribe. Once we get to 1,000 subscribers, remember, we're doing the giveaway, which means you can pick any of the whiskeys that I have on my shelf. They're all open, so you can pick whatever you'd like. And I'm going to send you 5 individual 2-ounce samples of whatever 5 bourbons you pick. But I'm recording this on Friday. Tomorrow's the Derby. Happy 150th Kentucky Derby. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, no review, we're going to go into a part 2 of our tier list video where we're going to just tier list some bourbon. If you don't know what a tier list is, it is a ranking from the best to the worst. S tier meaning like supreme or like superior. I believe it comes from video games. I've had a few questions about why it's S tier over A. I don't know, but we are going to take some whiskeys from this tier list from tiermaker.com, and we're going to go through and rank these whiskeys from S being the best of the best to D tier. There's no F tier on this one, which I find interesting, but that's okay. I didn't make this one. This is a pre-made one. Now, remember, these are whiskeys that aren't necessarily highly allocated, so my ranking is going to kind of go down a little bit. I'm going to be judging them based on what they are. I think these are all pretty much shelf available bourbons. So let's go ahead and quit talking and let's get into it. First one up here is 1792 Bottled and Bond, which I'm a big fan of. I really like the 1792 Bottled and Bond. I don't think it's quite a S tier even at this ranking. I think I'm going to put it around B. I think it's pretty good. It's middle of the road. It's 1792. It's nothing you're going to really, absolutely adore. So I'm going to put it in B tier for that one. I think that's probably a pretty good one. This is Angel's Envy. I think this is a bourbon. I am not sure if it is a bourbon or not based on the size of the image here, but I'm going to pretend it's a bourbon for right now. And I'm going to put it in a C tier. I am not a big Angel's Envy fan. I feel like it tastes like grape soda for some reason, and I just don't personally gravitate towards Angel's Envy stuff. Of course, I've had a few things from them from time to time, but I don't even think I own a bottle. I don't even own a bottle of anything from them. So, yeah, Angel's Envy. You're lucky you're in C tier. You should be in D, but I feel like there might be some ones that we might like less. So we're gonna throw it in C tier. Next, so these aren't bourbons. These are just whiskeys in general. This is Ardbeg. I've never had Ardbeg, so I'm gonna put it to the end. I am not a big Scotch person. This is the Belvini 12-year. I have had this one before, and I don't necessarily love Scotch, but I don't hate it either. It's just not what I tend to go to. My palate tends to like the little sweetness of bourbon that we get in bourbons. So I'm going to go C tier for that as well. C tier for that. I don't own a bottle of it. I wouldn't be opposed to owning a bottle of it, but I don't. Buffalo Trace, right up to the A tier. Right up to the A tier. It's Buffalo Trace bourbon. I know it's weird that like people can't get this regularly, and it's a pain in the ass if you can't find it. But for what it is, if you go by MSRP for the quality, it is a $25 bottle that I think is it punches above its weight a little bit. I think it's around a $45 bottle of some of the other distilleries' bourbons. I am a fanboy, though, so that's fine. This next one is Elijah Craig's Small Batch Bourbon. I'm going to put that in C tier as well. Elijah Craig, even some of the stuff that I do like from Elijah Craig, really tends to drink hot for me. I don't love it. I haven't had it in quite some time, and I just don't find myself wanting it or going back to it for any reason. So I'm going to put it right there in C. There's a lot of C's so far. Next, Evan Williams Bottled and Bond. Talking about an $18 Bottled and Bond product. Controversial, putting it in the S tier. For what it is, I actually just recommended this to my buddy Nick the other day. It is a fantastic bottle for $17 or $18. Honestly, I don't think you can beat it for the price. It is phenomenal for $18. I do think the value is there more in the Evan Williams and the Buffalo Trace, and that's why it's a little bit higher, even though I do personally like the taste of Buffalo Trace a little bit better than Evan Williams, but you can't deny that's a fantastic bottle. Up next, Evan Williams Black Label D-List. I do not like most things from Evan Williams. I just put the Bottled and Bond all the way up there. It is 80 proof nonsense. Not a fan of it. I don't typically drink anything at that proof. Actually, I think I'm being a little harsh. I'm gonna go C tier. I'm gonna go C tier for that one. Little C tier. It's fine. We'll move on to the next one, which is Four Roses Single Barrel. I'm putting this in the A tier. I love Four Roses Single Barrel. I have had one single barrel that I am nursing. I have had this thing for like a year and a half, and it is so good. This is a very, very good single barrel. I really like it. 100 proof. They are a little expensive. Oh God, I just love it. It's so perfumey. It smells like women's perfume. I love this bottle so much. So I'm putting it in the A tier, and I almost put it in the S tier, but I'm gonna show some restraint and put it there. Next one, Four Roses Small Batch. That's gonna go in B tier for me. It's a little bit better than some of the stuff in the C tier, specifically Angel's Envy and Evan Williams Black Label. You know what you did. It's good. It's not the best value on actually, it's good. It's not like an incredible bottle, but for the value, I think it's pretty solid. It's not that bad at all. And I really, really, really like that bottle quite a bit. Moving on to the next one, Gentleman Jack. Now, before I put this anywhere, you need to understand that I'm a huge Jack Daniels fan. I love Jack Daniels. One of my favorite bourbons of all time, if not my favorite, is Jack Daniels 10-Year Batch 2. I adore that. That being said, this is going down to the D tier. If this was a tier list at the F tier, I'd put it in there. It costs more, and it's not as good as Jack Daniels Old No. 7. I love the Jack Daniels brand. It is one of my favorite whiskey brands of all time. However, this one just doesn't do it for me. And I recently retried this one not too long ago, actually, I think a week or so ago, and reviewed it. And it reviewed so poorly that I just can't put it anywhere other than that. And I used to love that bottle too, so it's so upsetting. Up next, Hibiki. I have had this bottle. However, I have only had this bottle in an old-fashioned at a restaurant. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to rate it on what I loved the cocktail, and I liked the cocktail at a B, okay? Now, I'm actually going to do a review of this coming up soon. I'm going to Japan next year for Star Wars Celebration, so I'm actually going to try and do some Japanese whiskeys leading into that, just because if I see something over there, I'll be more informed. I did like the cocktail. It's very similar to Scotch, but it has more of a sweetness to it than Scotch does, which is, I think, why I liked it. But that could have been the fact that it was a cocktail, but that is my only experience with Hibiki, and I think it's only fair to go by my only experience with it. So I'm putting it in the B tier. Jack Daniel's Single Barrel, that is going to go in, what do I want to put here? I'm going to put it in S tier. Especially if you get a really good Jack Daniel's Single Barrel. Some of those things are banging. 47% alcohol, really solid bottle. They're like $50. I always tell people, if you're going to go with Jack Daniel's, go with the Jack Daniel's Single Barrel. You're going to love it. It's fantastic. It's just better Jack Daniel's Old No. 7. And speaking of Jack Daniel's Old No. 7, we are going to put that one here. I'm going to put it in the C tier. I love Jack Daniel's, but if I'm being objective, Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 is a far cry from the single barrel experience you get with that. So I'm going to put it in there. Even though I do personally like it, if I'm being objective, it's got to go in the C tier. Jameson Black Barrel. I have had this. I have a family member who likes this bottle quite a bit. I've had it a few times. I think it's okay. I think it's probably better than some of the other things in that tier. So I'm going to put it in B tier. No, I'm not. I'm going to put it in C tier. I can't justify it. And I'm going to throw Jameson right there behind it too. I've only ever had Jameson with like Coke or mixed in a cocktail. I've never had it by itself. So those experiences that I've had, I'm going to put it in C for the same reason I put Hibiki. It wasn't great even when I had it like that. Jim Beam White Label, that goes straight to the D tier. You are lucky there is not an F tier. You'd be one of the first ones in there, if not the first one. Okay, this next one's a little tough for me. Johnny Walker Black Label. Johnny Walker Black Label is not very good. However, I have some very good memories with Johnny Walker Black Label, including some memories with Holly's grandfather right before he passed away. We were able to share a few pours of this, and for that, mixed with the memories and mixed with how good it actually is, I'm going to put it in the C tier. I can't put it higher than that, even though I have good memories behind it. Up next, we have Knob Creek 9-year. Now, this one is a freaking dope bottle. It comes from Jim Beam, and I think it's some of the best stuff that Jim Beam does is the Knob Creek lineup. I'm putting that for $35, I think is what it is, a 9-year product, right to the S tier. It's fantastic and deserves to be right there. Up next is Lafroig 10. This is the first scotch I think I ever tried. This one, I remember it being very, very smoky at the time, and I actually really liked it quite a bit, and it's one of the ones I kind of go back to if I ever do want a scotch. Put it in B tier. Haven't had it in several years, probably 6-7 years. Really solid scotch as far as I remember. I might have to go revisit it, but going on my own experience and putting it with the Hibiki up there. Maker's Mark 101, out of all of these, I'm going to put it in the A tier. A tier for Maker's Mark 101 because I think this is what Maker's Mark should be. Just like I think Jack Daniel's should bottle their stuff a little higher proof, like the 47% for the single barrels. I think Maker's Mark benefits very greatly at putting it at 101 proof. It's actually some of my favorite stuff from Maker's Mark is Maker's Mark 101. I really like it, and I've had this one for about a year, so I really like it, and I nurse this because it's a really solid bottle. All right, moving on to the next one. On the opposite coin of that is Maker's Mark 90 proof. Now, I will give them some credit for making it 90 proof. It's not 80 proof, so I'm going to put it in the B tier, even though I don't think it's quite that good. But I do think it's better than all the things in the C tier, so I'm going to put it right there. I don't love Maker's Mark, which is weird because I love wheated bourbons. I feel like their stuff is just so simple and so basic that I can't get into it. I know people love Maker's Mark. Some of my favorite stuff from them is the wood finishing series, which I have right here. I really like it. There's better stuff out there at 90 proof in my opinion. So moving on to the next one. Don't know what this one is, so I'm going to move it to the very end because I don't know what it is. Monkey Shoulder. This bottle and me have some history. I love Monkey Shoulder. I'm going to put it at A or B. It's a cheap scotch, so like it's not anything to write home about, and I'm not a scotch expert. I'm not an expert on anything really other than Star Wars, which is true. But I think I'm going to go B tier because I think there's things I like more than it there, but I do like Monkey Shoulder quite a bit. I really, really like Monkey Shoulder. Moving on to the next one, Old Granddad 114. And I'm comparing these to the other ones that we've compared to, right? I'm going to go S tier for Old Granddad 114. It is so good. It is delicious. If you didn't know, on that label, that is Basil Hayden himself. Comes from Jim Beam, and it's just such a good bottle. It's my favorite of the Old Granddad stuff, and people love the Bonded. I prefer the Old Granddad 114. I think it's spectacular. Next one, Beak of the Devil, Old Granddad Bottled and Bond. I'm going to put it in B tier. Not quite as good as some of the stuff in A tier, but I do like it. It's a mixing bourbon in this house. I do enjoy it from time to time, but it is not quite as good as some of the other stuff in here. All right, moving on to the next one here. We have one of my personal favorites. It is Old Forester 1910. This is their double oaked version from the Whiskey Row series, and I really, really, really like this bottle. It took a while to grow on me, but once it did, I think it's one of the best double oaked offerings out there. Old Forester does not know how to make bad whiskey, and it is up there for me. Moving on to the next one. This is another Old Forester Whiskey Row bourbon, and it is Old Forester 1920. I adore this bottle so much. It is one of my favorite bourbons of all time. I love it. I'll never not have a bottle of it on the shelf. I think it's phenomenal. I love everything about it. So that one for me has to go up in the S tier. Next one is Old Forester. I think this is the 100 proof bottle. Old Forester 100 proof, 96 proof, something like that. I love this bottle. I use this bottle as a mixer. I think it's really, really solid. I don't think it's quite as good as the 1910, but only slightly behind the 1910. So I'm going to put it in the B tier. I think it's a solid bottle, but nothing that, if you don't have, you're going to miss out on. Up next is Rittenhouse Rye. I've only ever had this once, and I thought it was just okay. The one I had was a store pick from a local store here in Orlando, and I thought it was okay. I liked it enough. I don't know if I'd run out and get another bottle once that one's gone, but I do think it's pretty solid. I'm going to put it torn between B and C here. I don't like it as much as Old Forester and the other stuff up here, so I think justifiably it goes in the C column. However, take that with a grain of salt. I'm not a big rye person, and it's just not my jam, so don't be upset. I think this is Suntory. I have not had this one, so I'm not going to rank it. And if I have had it, I don't remember trying it, so we're going to skip that one. Up next is Weller 12 Year. This bottle, to me, don't think it's quite S tier. I'm going to put it in A. I think A is a good ranking for that one. I think it's as good as some... Well, is it as good as Buffalo? Yeah, I think it's probably about as good as Buffalo Trace. The only problem with this one is that it's so hard to find that it, people have this, deification of this bottle. And it's just a really solid $45 bottle of 12-year bourbon. I don't think it's anything to write home about. But I think it's a really solid bottle, and it's just not quite as good as some of the stuff up there in the S tier for me. Wild Turkey 101, right up to the S tier, baby. $25 bottle that you can find in every single store in the country. And it's amazing. It has to go in the S tier. It has to go in the S tier. There's no way I could make this list and not put it in the S tier. It's phenomenal. And in fact, speaking of Wild Turkey, this is Wild Turkey Rare Breed. This is the old bottle of Rare Breed. I'm going to put it in A tier. I do love Rare Breed. I don't think it's... I'm going to put it in S. No, I think I prefer... I'm going to put it in S tier. I think Wild Turkey Rare Breed is phenomenal. I always talk it up. I think it's one of those bottles that can get you into some higher proof stuff, even though it's not super, super high proof, but I think it's a really solid bottle. And again, it's pretty much available everywhere. Every good liquor store will have Wild Turkey Rare Breed. Moving on to the next one, Wilderness Trail. I think Wilderness Trail is just very mid. I think it's just okay. I'm going to throw it in B. I don't think it's anything special. And if you're mad at that, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you. Moving on to the next one, Woodford Double Oaked. Do I like Woodford Double Oak as much as I like 1920? No, I like it as much as I like 1910. I'm going to put it in the A tier. That is a very solid bottle. I really like it. It's probably my favorite product from Woodford. I actually like Woodford Double Oaked more than I like their special and high-end releases. I still want to try Double Oak. I've heard that's mixed. I've heard mixed reviews on it, so I want to give that a shot. And then regular old Woodford Reserve. It's not bad. It's not as bad as Jim Beam White Label or Gentleman Jack. I'm going to put it in C. I think it's just okay. It's just fine. And the last one we're going to rank here is, because I don't know which one this is actually showing. It's a bunch of them. So we're going to go with Larceny, because I haven't had any of the other ones. $30 weeded bottle. It's okay. But I like Larceny Barrel Proof so much more. I'm going to put it in C. Put it in C. I think that's a good way to end this here. That's it. Thank you guys for watching. Comment down below what you would do if any of these really upset you, where I put it. Comment down below. Let me know what tier you would put it in. And while you're down there, make sure to leave a like and subscribe. And I will see all of you in the next video. Until then, cheers. Is Blade and Bow a yes or no? Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're going to be reviewing a bottle called Blade and Bow. If you don't know much about Blade and Bow, Blade and Bow is actually made by the Stitzel-Weller Distillery. From the little bit of research I could find, I could not find the mash bill of this. It's undisclosed. It's got to be at least 4 years because it's Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey, and it is made by the Stitzel-Weller Distillery, which is the old Van Winkle family distillery. If you have ever seen these are the ones that have the little brass key on it, and they're it's like a symbol from the old Stitzel-Weller days of the 5 keys to making really good bourbon. And apparently if you collect all 5, they're numbered. If you collect all 5 of them, I believe, unless this has changed from last I heard, if you collect all 5 of them, you get certain perks at the distillery, and I think they give you a mint julep glass with your those metal glasses with your name on it or initials on it or something. So if you're into that, I had one. I put it on my keychain because I thought it looked cool on my keychain for a while, and I think it fell off. I have no idea where it is, but if anyone's ever done that, comment down below and let me know if it's worth getting the 5 keys for. I have had this, obviously. This bottle is actually one of the first bottles that I bought when I started collecting bourbon because I found it on sale at Target and it was $15. I haven't had this in probably a year and a half, so I thought it would be time to go and redo it. And that's how long ago I bought this bottle. I wasn't even doing bourbon reviews when I bought this bottle. So I bought it and I didn't love it. And I wonder if that's changed at all, if I still don't love it, if it's not for me, or if this is something I need to go back and revisit. Comes in at 91 proof for those curious. And let's go ahead and give it a proper nosing and see how we feel. It's got like a cinnamon, powdered cinnamon note to it, along with some raspberry. Smells good. It smells better than I remember, and it's pretty oaky. I also don't know what this bottle actually costs. I think it's around like 45, 50 bucks. Yeah, it's like a toast and jam note that I'm getting on this. And it's actually really pleasant. Like a raspberry jam. Hang on a second. It's also like a slight chocolate note too. This is a fairly interesting nose. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel.
Music licensing reimagined.
That's way better than I remember it being. Super oaky. Nice mouthfeel though. I would be shocked if this is... It's way sweeter than I remember. It's very vanilla on the palate. Very vanilla, very oaky. This is a pleasant bourbon. I'm also on the very end of the finish. I'm getting like a powdered sugar note. So like vanilla, powdered sugar. That raspberry note on the nose is not on the palate whatsoever. This is not a bad bourbon. I can't believe I haven't gone back to this. Don't get me wrong. I really did not like that. I'm not trying to like overhype this bottle. This bottle's fine. You need to understand when I first tried it, I really disliked it. So for me to come around on it like this is pretty cool. It either means that my palate is changing and growing or get worse. And maybe if you don't like it, if you think I'm crazy, but I actually really think this is pretty solid. Dog is like right in my lap. You want to get in the video? You want to say hi? Oh, there he is. That's Jack. That's my dog, Jack. He's not usually in here in these videos, but he's been very needy. So if you hear him barking, I apologize. He kind of freaks out a little bit sometimes, but he's a sweet boy. But anyway, I think this is a pretty solid bottle. For what I paid for it, $15, $16, whatever it was, absolutely all day if you can find it on clearance. For $50, I don't know. I don't know if it's quite $50 good, but it is a pretty good bottle. I'm impressed with how much more I like it than I did the first time I had it. So that's the review for me today, guys. Please remember to go down and leave a like and subscribe. We're less than 150 subscribers away from 1,000, which means at 1,000, like I've said in all the videos, and I'll continue to keep saying it, I'm going to be giving away to one person 5 individual 2-ounce samples out of anything I have on the shelf. You are more than welcome to it. To the one lucky winner who wins. So make sure you go down there and hit that subscribe button. That's it for me today. Thank you, guys. Let me know what you think about Blade and Bow down below, and I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Well, it finally happened. I got my hands on the James E. Pepper barrel proof. No more delay. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I finally got my hands on this James E. Pepper barrel proof batch number 26. This comes in, oh my God, can you please start putting the proof points? I'm terrible at math. 107.4 proof, and I mean, how beautiful is this bottle? It's like such old school glassware vibes, and I've heard good things about this. And actually, I've been to the James E. Pepper distillery. I don't know if it's really a distillery. It was next to the pizza place. If you are a fan of the One Bite Pizza reviews, the one that was in Lexington, Kentucky, where they threw them out, it's right next door to that place. And that pizza restaurant is where I tried Pappy Van Winkle Tenure, or Old Rip Tenure, for the first time. So I love that whole little area in Lexington. I think it's cool. So, and I've heard, like I said, I've heard really good things about this bottle. This cork is massive. I think it's friggin' huge. But I'm excited to try this. Let's get into this and let's see how we feel. I've had a few things from the James E. Pepper Distillery, and I didn't love a ton of them. So when I heard this was going around and people were saying it was really, really good, it got me interested because the stuff I had from them was just okay. Like nothing to write home about. Even the distillery, I did like a flight and tried a few things, and I didn't like a ton of it. I think the rye was pretty okay, if I remember correctly. I have to go back and like watch what, see what I tried. But I'm excited to try it. I can smell it just sitting right here. Oh, it smells fantastic. All right, let's give it a nosing. Let's give it a proper nosing and see what we feel. Ooh. It's like some dried fruit on this. It's a little proofy on the nose, which doesn't hit me a lot. Usually the proofiness on the nose doesn't really bother me, but this one's pretty strong.
I
almost like an apricot or a peach or something like that. If you've had Michter's 10-year, it kind of on the nose reminds me of Michter's 10-year bourbon. I think they source. It says bottled at the historic James and Pepper Distillery of Lexington, Kentucky. I'm pretty sure it's sourced. I don't think they distill their own stuff, but that doesn't mean it's not good. So get some vanilla, some really heavy vanilla, and some oak in there as well. Really strong vanilla. The more it's sitting. But that apricot note or peach, something along those lines, it smells really nice. It's not unpleasant, especially now it's been sitting out for a minute. I'm gonna let it sit for just a few more seconds, like another minute or so too, just kind of see if it changes. There's almost like even like an underlying, almost like a slight cocoa note, not chocolate cocoa powder kind of note. All right, enough of that. Let's give it. Did I say oak? There's like a sweet oak to this as well. I wish this was age stated. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. That's interesting. That did not taste like I thought it was gonna taste. I was thinking it was gonna be like super dark, super darker flavor profiles. But it's not. It's pretty light. It doesn't drink at 107 proof. That's really nice. That like apricot kind of carries over. It's almost leaning into like citrus a little bit. That's damn good. I'm really happy with that. I don't think it's like bourbon of the year good, but I really like that. I think it's very interesting. Vanilla carries over. The caramel carries over, and the oak carries over. The mouthfeel on that is pretty good. I really recommend this. I think I paid $70 for this. I saw it once at an ABC store, and I didn't really think too much of it at the time. Then I kept hearing people say it was really, really good. So went back to go get it like 2 days later, and they were gone, and I haven't seen them since. So I stumbled upon one today at a liquor store, and I was like, I want it. I don't care. I am a big fan of that. I think that's very good. That is very good. There is some like spiciness to it, so I don't know what their mash bill is on that, but it kind of gives me rye vibes, and I'm getting like a little bit of like a graham crackery texture, like a little graininess to it. I like that a lot. I think it's really solid. I don't think I'd spend more than 70 for it. I think 70 is like honestly, if it wasn't for the bottle, I think I probably wouldn't have even spent 70 on it, but it's a damn good bourbon. So if you see us out in the wild, you have my full recommendation to grab this. If that means anything to you, if it doesn't, then hit the dislike button. This was pretty solid. I really dig this. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you scroll down and hit like and subscribe. Once we hit 1,000 followers here on YouTube, I am going to do a giveaway. I've said it ad nauseum, but I'm saying it in every single video. One lucky winner will be randomly selected. We'll get to pick 5 2-ounce pours out of anything I have in the collection, and it will be sent to you for free. So make sure you like, subscribe, bell, whatever you want to do. Share it with your friends. That's a good way to get more people going. We're less than 150 away, so we're getting there. So we need to keep pushing. And thank all of you who have done it already. I really, really appreciate it. And you're probably tired of hearing me say it, but I appreciate it anyway. Thank you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, find some James E. Pepper Barrel Proof. Cheers. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have a channel first today. I'm going to be doing a review of Fireball. This is going to get crazy. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I am Brad, and today I'm putting the entire bourbon community to shame by doing a review of Fireball Small Batch Dragon's Reserve. So apparently it is essentially Fireball, and then it's aged for a few months by what I could find online. Of course, I couldn't find anything concrete, but I saw something around like 6 months, and this is batch 1. I can't imagine that there's... I mean, here's the thing. I don't know. I've never had Fireball. At least to my memory, I've never had Fireball straight. I've had it in like, you put Fireball in cider at Christmas. I've had it like that, but I've never had it straight. I got this as kind of a joke to do on the channel. I thought it would be a pretty funny, like little stupid thing to review. I do think they were smart about this though. They made the fancy Fireball $22, which is what it cost. So like, I give them credit for that because like Crown Royal did that with the Apple 23 year, which was still like $200, which I don't know who that's for, because people who drink flavored whiskey aren't going to spend $200 on a flavored whiskey. They're going to buy the apple because it tastes sweet, and they wanted an apple flavored whiskey on the weekend while they were with their family or friends or whatever they were doing. So I do think it's cool that this wasn't expensive, so I'll give them credit on that. I don't know what to expect with this outside of it tasting like cinnamon. I'm anticipating it not being super great, but there's only one way to find out, and I will give this a fair shake. Just because I don't think I would like it going into it doesn't mean I won't, and I am not a bourbon snob, despite all that. So let's give this a nosing, and let's get into it. Something smells off on this. It smells like cinnamon. It smells like red hot cinnamon, those candies you would get. I remember getting them at like Chuck E. Cheese or something when I was... They say there's like some slight oak on this. I don't get that at all. It smells like cinnamon candy. That is it. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. It tastes like acid reflux. That is absolute dog shit. That is the lowest proof thing I've ever done a review of. That is one of the worst things I've ever tasted. So $22 well spent, I would say. Don't buy this. I don't think you need me to tell you that.
Music licensing reimagined.
You know, obviously don't buy this. I kind of now want to compare it to regular Fireball, but I just don't know if I can do that to myself. This is terrible, and they should be ashamed that they made this. That's it. I'll see you guys in the next one with a proper review. Thanks for watching. Make sure you leave a like down below, please, because I had to drink this. So please leave a like and subscribe. I'll see you guys in the next one. Cheers. Well, summer is just right around the corner, and as a bourbon drinker, sometimes it can be a lot to know what to drink during the summer. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, like I said in the intro, summer is right around the corner, and sometimes you don't want to sit around and drink a stag because it's a little too hot and heavy. You don't want to drink something like Midwinter's Night Dram because it reminds you of Christmas, and the last thing you want to do is drink something that's just out of season. So I thought the other night, I was sitting around and I actually did research for this. I had about 20 bourbons in my head that I was going to do and like make a big video on, but I decided to whittle it down to 5 and 1 honorable mention. And you'll see why it's an honorable mention when we get to it. And what I did was I went outside last night when it was hot. It was 98 degrees here yesterday in Florida. Took these all out with me and I drank them. And I had a few in my initial list that didn't quite make the cut because I felt these were just a little bit more refreshing and a little more light. Now, none of these were picked because of their low alcohol content. They were picked on flavor profile alone. All that out of the way, keep in mind this is just my opinion, and if you have any recommendations, please go down to the comments and let me know. I always like to hear what you guys have to say, so do that if you have anything that you think that just missed. And let's go into it with our first honorable mention, and the first honorable mention is Elmer T. Lee. I like this one a lot. I think it has some light notes that I really enjoy that I think are good for summertime. But of course, with how rare and hard to find this bottle is, I couldn't recommend it because of that. So if you have this, I would recommend this as a summer sipper because it had everything I needed in my checklist of bourbons for this video. It's just really hard to find. And sometimes when you do find it, it's outrageously expensive. So honorable mention up front, but let's go ahead and get into number 5. And also, these are in no particular order, so I'm just kind of going with them how they're laid out here. So number 5 is Four Roses Single Barrel. This one's 100 proof. As I was sipping this last night, it's remarkably light. I don't want to use the word refreshing for any of these, but as I was sipping on it, it just kind of reminded me of summer. There's like a light floral note to this, almost like honeycomb notes, and it was nice to sip, and it was still something that wasn't super low proof nor super high proof, and it just kind of fit right into the middle of that profile that I was looking for this video. There's like a strawberry note on it too, so it's like perfect. Moving on to number 4, let's go with a bottle that I have just been gushing over, and I still have not yet seen this in person. I want another one of these. Barrel Foundation. Barrel sent me this bottle quite some time ago, actually, and I haven't drank a ton of it because I love it, and I can't find another one in Florida. I have yet to see another Barrel Foundation. The second I do, I'm buying another one of these. This is another one of those that's perfect. 100 proof. It has like a cantaloupe note on it. Absolutely adore. And it's just It's super light. It's floral. It's not heavy at all. Even at 100 proof, it drinks right where you want it when you're outside enjoying this hot heat that we have here in Central Florida or wherever you are, because I'm assuming it's probably hot in wherever you live too. Moving on to the next one. This is 1792 Sweet Wheat. This is a 91.2 proof bourbon, and this one is just so sweet and so relaxing. And I think not the lowest proof, second lowest proof, I think, out of all of these. And I just love this so much. If I remember right, it's like honey, some caramel in there, obviously. It's just perfect. It's perfect for this kind of thing when you're pouring sipping something with a cigar. You want some sweetness to it. I think it's just a really, really good option for summertime. Moving on to number 2. This one was one that I didn't think would make the list, but when I thought of it for the video, I had to at least include it to test it, and it came out really well. This is the only one from Jack Daniel's that I thought fit this bill, and it's Jack Daniel's Sinatra. This has just such a light, I think it's 90 proof. Yeah, 90 proof. It's super light. But the sweet oak you get on this is different than some of the other oakier bourbons, something like a Stag or, Eagle Rare, which is even around it's a comparable proof. It's a sweet oak, not a harsh oak. And I'm not saying Eagle Rare is harsh, but it's a lot lighter and sweeter of an oak than you typically get on some of the bourbons around this proof. And I think it's just perfect. I love this bottle. I'm very partial to it. People talk about gorgeous bottles all the time, and this bottle gets slept on. It's beautiful. And even the cap has this bright orange color. It's super cool. I love this bottle. And I think it's fantastic. And last, but certainly not least, is Evan Williams Single Barrel. The first time I tried this, I was like, oh, this is a great summer bourbon. And I've thought about that ever since I tried this. And I tried it again last night when I was doing the research for this video. It is just so incredibly good. I wish these were more readily available. I really like this. There's a slight peanut note, some light floral notes in there too. I love this bottle. That is number 1 on this list because it's just perfect. It's everything you want out of a light, enjoyable whiskey experience. Because I could have just picked, 5 low proof bourbons and called it a day. But I really think that these complement the season very, very well. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys in the next one. Before you leave, make sure you go down, subscribe, and leave a comment about anything that I left off, or if you disagree with my list, I'd love to hear why. We are less than 150 subscribers away from our 1,000 subscriber goal. So make sure you hit that subscribe button if you're new here, because once I hit 1,000 subscribers, I will be giving one lucky winner 5 2-ounce samples out of anything I have in the collection here. And I will ship it to you for free. It won't cost you a thing. And it would just be a thank you for subscribing. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Well, today we are going to get to try some very cool Jack Daniel's Tennessee Travelers Sweet and Oaky. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we have a very cool bottle to get into. Full disclosure, this is the second time I'm recording this video, and that sucks. So if you see it's opened, I apologize. I just opened it, and it's still in my glass here. I forgot to hit record on the microphone, but we're going to go ahead and get into this anyway. So these are the Tennessee Travelers. There's 2 of these, actually. There's this one, the Sweet and Oaky, and then there's this one, the Bold and Spicy, which is a rye. And this is going to be Wednesday's video. So make sure you subscribe if you want to see my thoughts on the Jack Daniel's Bold and Spicy Tennessee Traveler Rye. I'm going to pretend I didn't do the first review. I think this is probably just the best way to do it. So I was super excited to get my hands on these. I remember when these got announced. At the time, I didn't have any plans to travel internationally, nor did I know anyone who was doing that. And then out of nowhere, a friend of mine named Nicole, thank you, Nicole, lives in Canada. She was in Mexico. She saw these, and I was like, please grab me one of each of these. And she did. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I think they were around $40 each, 35 to 40 bucks each. They come in at 107 proof, and they are 500 milliliters. So a little bit smaller bottle than you're used to for these. And this is the number 1 of the Tennessee Travelers limited edition. So I'm super excited to get to review this. Now, the only concern I have going into this bottle is this says Tennessee Travelers Sweet and Oaky limited edition. And then it gives some tasting notes here. Taste, caramel, vanilla, and toasted oak. Concentrated at mid palate. Balance of sweet and oak. And then at the last thing, it says great mixer. And that is always a red flag to me as a bourbon door, because that means, like, did you not care what is in this bottle? Is it not crafted to stand on its own? Is it only supposed to be something you buy to mix with Coke or mix with cocktails, whatever you're doing? It's a little bit of a red flag for me. So let's go ahead and give this a proper nosing, and let's see how we feel. First off, it smells fantastic. It is very simple. It is caramel, vanilla, and deep sweet oak. On the nose, it kind of reminds me of the Jack Daniel's Sinatra, that very sweet oak you get on that bottle. If you like Sinatra, that's a good thing. If you don't, this probably isn't for you. What's in the glass is pretty simple, but it's really, really good. The nose comes off very pleasant. It's not harsh. Even at 107 proof, sometimes the nose can be a little pointed. This one is not. This is just super pleasant all around. Super warm, very inviting. There's no citrus on this at all. It is caramel, vanilla, and oak. Like they really nailed it with those notes there. So let's give this a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Very, very, very vanilla. Not boring. The flavor vanilla. Very vanilla-y, very caramel. And then, of course, you get that sweet oak. And like I said, it really, the palate reminds me of Jack Daniel's Sinatra. It's that super sweet oakiness that I really like from Jack Daniel's that they do better than anyone else, in my opinion. It is toasted oak. I was going to say charred, but toasted's probably a better word for it. It's really, really good. Now, if you don't like oaky whiskey, you are not going to like this, so I would definitely steer clear away of this. But if you like Jack Daniel's and like their special releases, this is something I would try to seek out. Don't spend like hundreds of dollars on this unless you just don't plan to travel international, because I don't think it's quite that good, but to have it maybe, but I don't think what's in this bottle is worth $150, but it is really, really solid. I am pleasantly surprised after seeing that it says great mixer. I think this probably would make a really good old fashioned, but with how hard this bottle is to come by, I probably won't find that out, but I think this really would do a good job. Hopefully get my hands on another one of these, but I am very happy with that. I think this is a fantastic pour. I'm a big Jack Daniel's fan anyway, but that just really tastes really nice. I do think it's a little bit bitter on the finish, but it's very slight and it's at the very end. That's the review of the Jack Daniel's Sweet and Oaky Tennessee Traveler. Wednesday's video is going to be the bold and spicy rye, so make sure you subscribe for that. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss that video. While you're down there, leave a like and comment. Let me know if you've ever had this. Let me know if you knew about it. Let me know if it's on your radar. And don't forget, once we hit 1,000 subscribers, we're going to be doing a giveaway, and you will get 5 2-ounce samples out of anything I have in the bourbon collection, and you'll be sent it for free. So thank you guys for watching. Share this with your friends who watch bourbon videos, because we're close. We're less than 140 subscribers away. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, we're going to be trying release number 2 from the Jack Daniel's Tennessee Travelers line, the Bold and Spicy. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, Jack Daniel's has been crushing it over the last few years with their special releases and with their ryes. Their ryes have just been fantastic, so I'm excited to try this. Also, if you watched the last one, the Sweet and Oaky, I really like this one, so go check that video out if you haven't already. There are some tasting notes on this, so I like to look at these if they're available. Tennessee Travelers Bold and Spicy Limited Edition. This well-rounded rye whiskey brings out caramel and dry baking spice. So if you don't know or you didn't see the last video, these are available to international travelers. I got this through a friend of mine who lives in Canada who was on a trip to Mexico, and she picked these up for me, so thank you, Nicole. I really appreciate it very much. They're 500 milliliters, and it comes in at 107 proof. So a solid proof point. I wish they were a little bigger, but I think maybe they do that so that it fits better in your suitcase. I don't know, but they're around $35-40 each. So I'm excited to try this. Let's go ahead and get into this bad boy. All right, let's give this thing a proper nosing and let's see how we feel. Get like a nutmeg on this. Get like a hint of licorice. I like the nose on the other one better. The Sweet and Oaky. I like the nose on that a little bit better. This one's a little... I also don't love rye, so let's just be perfectly honest about that up front. It's doesn't smell bad. It's just not what I love in a nose. I get some caramel in there. The nose is kind of boring, to be honest. It's kind of boring. There's not a lot to it here. Yeah, I'm not getting a ton out of this nose. It just smells like rye spice. It smells a little like grain and a little nutmeg. And like a slight sweetness. Not thoroughly impressed with this one. I didn't think this would be my favorite of the two, to be perfectly honest with you. But I was expecting a little bit more on the nose than this. Especially at 107 proof. I feel like It's a good proof point for Jack Daniels. It's a good proof point for rye too. So a little underwhelming. It's not bad. There's just not a lot to it. All right, let's give it a mouthing and let's see. Ooh, I just got a little bit of an orange, almost like a tangerine kind of. Not a tangerine. Those little like cutie oranges. Those little tiny ones. It's almost like that, like the peel of one of those. Let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. They really nailed the names of these. Now the mouthfeel, it is like sticking on my lips. You know when you have like powdered cinnamon on your tongue? It feels like that on the mouth. I think it's fine. I think if this was on the shelf, I don't think people would go back to this very often. I'd love to find someone who really likes rye whiskeys and give us a review if they haven't already. So actually, if you're in the comments and you want to try this, let me know, because I feel like this is just kind of straight down the middle rye. And I feel like I've had better ryes this year. One of them being the Bullet 12-year rye. That was really, really good. This is kind of boring to me. I don't find it bold, but it's definitely spicy. There's some spiciness to it there. So overall, I think it's okay. I would definitely get another one of the sweet and oaky. I would probably get another one of the bold and spicy just because I know I'm going to have people try this. And it'd be nice to have a backup one just in case. But I don't know. I don't feel like this one is as good as the sweet and oaky one is. And I honestly figured that's how I'd feel about it. But I do like Jack Daniel's rye, so I don't know. There's something about this that just doesn't hit me. But I don't think it's bad. But I'm just like, it's a rye whiskey. I just don't really feel too much about it. I think it's just kind of boring. I'd like to hear what somebody who knows more about rye whiskey than I do kind of break it down a little bit. I think it'd be kind of interesting. So a little disappointed with that one, not going to lie. But I also know when it's a rye whiskey that I'm usually, 8 times out of 10, I'm not going to love it. So, if you can find it, I would still say it's interesting enough maybe to get your hands on. If you're international traveling, I would definitely not pay secondary prices for this one. But if you are where you can grab one at retail, why not give it a shot? Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Comment down below if you've ever had this before. While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe. We are almost there, guys. We are almost to our 1,000 subscribers, which means we're almost there to our giveaway. I'm going to do a whole video on the giveaway too. So I have a few fun ideas. So we'll see how it goes. But subscribe. We're almost there. And I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. One of my most anticipated bourbons of 2024 is finally here today. Redwood Empire Screaming Titan. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today this is one of my favorite distilleries out there right now. Redwood Empire has not put out a bottle that I do not like. Everything I've had from them has been absolutely fantastic. And last year or early this year, I can't remember which one it was. In my brain, it makes sense that it was last year looking forward to 2024, but it could have been early this year looking forward to the rest of the year for 2024. I made a list of my most anticipated bourbons for the year, and this one was on there along with I'm calling it its sister bottle, the Foggy Burl, which I don't have yet, but I did try the other day. And without spoiling it, I really, really liked it. I think it's an American single malt whiskey, which is not something that I typically love, but that one was like just really exceptional. So I have really, really high hopes for this Screaming Titan. This is a wheated bourbon, comes in at 96 proof. So technically this is a 4-grain, but it's a wheated bourbon. So I'm reading it backwards here. So we have 4% malted barley, 7% rye, 59% corn, and 30% wheat. So interesting mash bill coming out of Redwood Empire. If you haven't tried much from them, I'm telling you, man, they are incredible. I have yet to have a single thing from them that I did not thoroughly enjoy. So enough talking about it. Let's go ahead and get this bad boy into a Glen and see what we think. This bottle has the honor of being the first fresh cork pop with the new microphone. I wonder if it makes a difference. Let's see. Ooh, that was nice. Look at you, Redwood Empire. Enough talking. Let's give this thing a proper nose in and see how we feel. There's a lot of cherry on the nose here. I'm here for it. And like a sweet, warm sweetness that I can't place, that I kind of want to default and say caramel, but I think it's a little more complex than that. I'm going to let it sit here for a second. I'm leaning towards like graham cracker, like a honey graham cracker. Yeah, honey graham cracker. That's where I'm landing on that. Cherry and honey graham cracker. Not a lot of ethanol burn, which I wouldn't expect a ton of ethanol burn on a 96 proof bourbon. And it's, they actually even give you the charring. They do a char number 3 on the barrel. That's cool. I love when brands are very transparent about what's in the bottle. I love it so much. Also, they name all of their bourbons after species of trees. These barrels were aged at least 5 years. They're very transparent about what's on the label here. Redwood Empire, I love you. All right, let's go back to the nosing here. And I am getting a little bit of caramel. There is a little bit of caramel in there. Nice nose, very pleasant. Nothing off-putting about it whatsoever. A little bit of barrel char too. Overall, a really solid nose. Enough talking about the nose. Let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. Whoa. Oh, dude. Very cherry forward. Very sweet. Oh, man, I really like that a lot. Damn it, I should have gotten 2 of these. I don't even know what to say yet. I mean, it's almost like honey. The mouthfeel on this is absolutely out of this world, especially for being 96 proof. Good Lord. All right, I don't want to get crazy here. Okay, I don't want to do this, but I feel like I have to. Because I honestly mean this. So I was very excited about this bottle. I have not heard a single thing about it. I knew I was excited because I love Redwood Empire. I'll be perfectly honest with you guys. I don't tend to watch a lot of bourbon reviews, mostly because I don't, like, I'll watch blinds and stuff because they don't know what they're drinking at the time and, you know, it doesn't matter. But I don't tend to watch a lot of reviews because I don't want to have someone else's opinion like subconsciously make its way into my video. So I haven't watched a single review about this. Now I watch friends' videos and stuff like that, but I don't like sit down for hours and watch bourbon reviews like I used to. I used to do it all the time. So I haven't heard a single review on this. I've heard through the grapevine and from friends who have from friends that have tried it that say it's really, really good. I am going to go out on a limb and say so far this is in the conversation for best bourbons of the year. I've had some really incredible bourbons so far this year. They have all been like Mr. Sam and Detling, Bottled and Bond. I had the Foggy Burl. I prefer this over that. That was very interesting though. I've had a really good bourbon year so far. Jack Daniel's 10 and 12 were incredible. This is right there in the conversation with those. I am a huge fan of this. I am very upset with myself for not getting 2 of them. It is absolutely crushable. There is no ethanol burn to me on that. The mouthfeel is impeccable. You get a little of the barrel char on the palate. You get the cherry. You get like the caramel sweetness. I can't understate how good the mouthfeel is on this. This is an absolutely phenomenal bottle of bourbon. My buddy Brandon found this one in Boston, so I know they're in that area. So you happen to live out there. They are floating around. It was $90. This is an absolute must buy, in my opinion, if you see this. I am a big, big fan of this. And I don't do this typically on reviews. Actually, very rarely on reviews do I even finish the pour on camera. I'm pouring some more. That is absolutely ridiculous how good this is. I will never not get a Redwood Empire release until they prove me otherwise. This is absolutely delicious. Guys, I really think this could be a contender for Bourbon of the Year. And I don't say that lightly. I'm going to have to sit down and like whittle it down. But as of my reaction to this right now in the moment, this is very easily Bourbon of the Year contender. I also really am prone to enjoying wheated bourbon. So if you're not, take that with a grain of salt for sure. I'm blown away by that. I think that's absolutely delicious. There's also, I just got like a juicy fruit note. Well, I didn't see that review going that way. I thought I'd really like it, but I didn't think I was going to like it that much. That's the review, guys. Thank you for watching. Before you leave, make sure you scroll down, leave a like, subscribe if you haven't already, because if you don't know, when we hit 1,000 subscribers here on YouTube, I'm going to be giving away 5 2-ounce samples that will be given away to one winner, and it will cost you nothing. You can pick out of anything I have from the whiskey collection, and I'll send it to you for free. So make sure you do that. Make sure you don't forget to subscribe. While you're down there and subscribing and liking, leave a comment. Let me know if you've had this. Let me know if you think I'm crazy for thinking this is that good. Curious to hear what you guys have to say, because that's where I find out a lot of because like I said, I don't watch reviews, so I'm curious what you guys have to say. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, go find this. Cheers. If you want to know what bourbons I've picked up over the last month or two, stay right where you are. Pull up a chair, grab a pour. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I decided it's time to do a little bourbon haul update. I'll be honest with you, I should have gone and looked to make sure I'm not overlapping anything. I don't think I am. But today I'm going to go over all the bottles I've gotten over the last month or so, leading us into June. So let's go ahead and get into it. These are in no particular order. Let's go ahead and grab number one. First up here is the Redwood Empire Screaming Titan. If you watched my review on this, you know how highly I think of this bottle. I think it is one of the best bottles of the year that I've had personally so far. So if you see it, I would highly recommend you grab it. I think it's really solid. And it's not easy to find from what I can tell. I've never seen one in person. My buddy grabbed it for me. Thank you to Brandon. So I didn't even get it myself. I was able to get it through him. So thank you for that. And Redwood Empire, that bottle's awesome. Moving on to the next one. I'm going to do these together because they're very similar. We have the Jack Daniel's Sweet and Oaky and the Jack Daniel's Bold and Spicy. This is the Jack Daniel's limited edition traveler exclusives that they do. This one's a rye, same kind of thing. I liked the Sweet and Oaky a lot better than the rye one. The rye one just seemed like a regular rye. I didn't really care. Not that I didn't care for it. It was just kind of simple. I was hoping for a little more out of it. But the Sweet and Oaky I really like. And I have a cruise coming up in in October. And I'm gonna have to get a few more of these because these were great. And they weren't that expensive. I think they were like $40. Can't beat it. Moving on. I got the Big Boy Weller Special Reserve. I didn't really know they made these in 175s. I got two of these actually this past month. So I'm doing pretty good with my Weller. This thing is huge. You could drink out for this for quite some time. And I actually use Weller Special Reserve as a mixer. So got a lot of old fashions, got a lot of Wellers and Cokes in my future. So lucky I got two of these. Moving on here to the next one. I got an Eagle Rare store pick from MDP, which is a local liquor store here in Orlando. I love this one. It's a little different. I've done reviews of most of these, if not all of these to this point. But I remember this one being a little off profile from what I would expect from an Eagle Rare, which is the fun in barrel picks because sometimes, they exceed your expectations. Sometimes they don't. I would recommend picking a store that you like and that you're like friendly with and kind of see if your palate matches their palate because that's really what it comes down to. That or if the barrels that they were given to choose from were good or not. I had a stag pick recently that I tried at Polite Pig that was absolutely terrible. I am suspect of that person's ability to choose a good barrel, but also too, that could have been the best of the three. So you never really know. They're kind of a crapshoot, but when they're fun and there's something that you can compare to a regular release of, I think it's a really cool thing to do. So barrel picks are a topic for like a discussion type video one day. I think that'd be kind of fun. Next one, Early Times. Early Times finally started showing up back in my area, and I think I got 4 of these when I got them. I found a few back to back. I will never not have a bottle of this at the ready. This thing is a powerhouse. It is so good. It's like $17 for a liter, and it's incredible. Truly. If this, I guarantee blinds well. It is so incredibly good. I know people talk about it from time to time, but like it's probably mine. Other than like maybe Wild Turkey 101. It is like one of my favorite daily, easy, readily available, shelf-stable, non-allocated sippers. Like if this was available the way that like Jack Daniel's is, I wouldn't even reach for anything else. Like for that type of drinking experience, this is the GOAT to me. Moving on to the next one here. Speaking of the devil, Wild Turkey 101. You have to have a bottle of Wild Turkey 101 on the shelf. If you don't, do you even like bourbon? $22. It's about as good as you can get for that price. $25 maybe. Delicious. Moving on to the next one. Bottle I'll probably never touch again. Fireball Dragon Reserve Batch 1. I did some research after the video. Is this the one that they did where they put out their press release and said there was like 800 bottles of this? I can't imagine that's the case. This was absolute dog shit. And in my review, I said it tasted like acid reflux. And I stand beside that. Moving on. The next one is a Jack Daniel's Tennessee Tasters. This is selection number 6 from spring of 2020. It is Jack Daniel's straight Tennessee whiskey finished with toasted Jamaican allspice wood. And it's pretty good. I actually really liked it. I was surprised. I didn't really know what to expect. Jack Daniel's finishing stuff is so strange. Sometimes it's really good, sometimes it's not. But this one was surprisingly really good. I liked it quite a bit. Moving on to the next one. Rock Hill Farms. Big fan of the old Rock Hill Farms, so I was able to get a few of these this month, actually. Yeah, I'm sitting pretty on the Rock Hill Farms right now. This one I'm excited about. This is a Jack Daniel's Bottled in Bond single barrel. I got this through Robert Fernandez. He got it through an auction. It's from 2019. I'm sure it's probably nothing crazy, but I don't know if you can tell. The label's like silver. I just really wanted it. I didn't know this existed, and he showed me it, and I was like, I definitely want that. And I paid way more than I should have for it, but sometimes you got to do that to get something that's not around anymore. Two more here. This is the second to last one. I got this today, actually. This is an Evan Williams single barrel. This is one of the only, I think the only bourbon that does a vintage date on it. This was put into oak in 2015, and it was barreled on December 15th, 2015, and it was bottled on April 4th, 2024. So it's like 9 years, 8.5 years, 9 years, something like that. So I love these. It's good to have, especially for summer. This is in my summer bourbons list, so love to have these. You never really see them, so when this popped up, I had to grab one. It was like $40. It wasn't even $40. How do you not? And last one here before we call it a day on the video. I got the James E. Pepper Barrel Proof. Big fan of this one. This one's in one of my favorite bottles of the year so far. So I love it. I can't wait to try more stuff from James E. Pepper. I'm glad that I tried it, and I'm going to explore more from the distillery. But that's it for the video today. I appreciate you watching. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe down below. While you're down there, leave a comment. Let me know what your favorite bottle you picked up in the last month or so is, and make sure you subscribe, because once we hit 1,000 subscribers, we're going to do that giveaway where I give one person 5 2-ounce samples out of anything I have in the whiskey collection. That is it. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, we're going to be reviewing a bourbon that I really, really enjoy. John J. Bowman Single Barrel Pick. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're continue going down the backlog of whiskeys that apparently I haven't done reviews on. I have a massive bourbon spreadsheet that shows me what I have and haven't done reviews on, and some of them are shocking, and this is one of them. I can't believe I didn't do a review of this when I got this, and maybe I did, but it was only on TikTok or something. But as you can tell, I haven't had a ton out of it. This is a John J. Bowman single barrel, but it's a pick from North Carolina. There's a little medallion here. So I wanted to give this another try. I haven't had this since I opened it. I may have had it one other time with a friend, but I have not that I distinctly remember. If you don't know a ton about Bowman Brothers, they are a distillery out of Virginia, and what they do is they get all of their distillate from Buffalo Trace. Now, from my understanding, and I am by no means an expert on how they do things, but from what I understand, they get their distillate from Buffalo Trace. I don't know which mash bill it is. Based on the taste, I would assume it's mash bill 1, their lower rye mash bill. Could be off on that too, but that's just my uneducated guess, I should say. My uneducated guess is that it's bad. It's mash bill 1. Then they take it and they distill it one more time, and then they age it in Virginia. So I have had this bottle before. Obviously, it's open. I really enjoyed it. It kind of reminded me of Eagle Rare at the time. I'm excited to give this a shot. Let's open it. This, by the way, comes in at 100 proof. Let's give this a nosing. Let's see how we feel. Fruity on the nose. It really does kind of smell like Eagle Rare. It still does. Eagle Rare for me has like a cherry cola note. This is almost like chocolate cherry cola. Little proofy on the nose. Smells really pleasant. There is definitely like a little bit of chocolate in there, and a lot, maybe even like a leather note. I'm digging this nose. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm digging it. Little hint of vanilla in there as well. My only complaint is that it's a little proofy on the nose for 100 proof. Enough yip yapping about the nose. Let's give it a mouthing. See how we feel. Oh, cherry cola all day. The mouth feels really nice. It's got that like thick viscousy feel. There's like a maple note on this too. On the palate. Caramel's there, obviously it's bourbon. I really like that. Much like on the nose, I think it drinks a little hotter than its proof. Like the E.H. Taylor single barrel is the same proof, but to me it's a lot more drinkable. This drinks a little hot. I do really like it though. I am not knocking it, but there is a little bit of heat to this. There's probably like 200 other people that have this bottle. If you have this barrel, this is barrel 004. So if you happen to have this exact barrel, comment down below. That'd be very strange. But if you do, Awesome. This is a good one. There's almost like a hint of orange too. It's like it just came like off my breath. I haven't had another sip. Like an orange peel note. Interesting. So maybe it's the high rye mash bill. I don't know. I don't pretend to know these things, and I also don't look them up because when I'm doing these reviews, I don't script anything out, and I just go off top. And I didn't think I'd be talking about the mash bill, so that just kind of happened. If you see these based on this, I know this is a single barrel. They're going to vary. I think this is worth grabbing. I want to say it was like $45. It wasn't even that expensive. So if you see these, and especially if it's a pick, I have never seen another pick of these. Maybe they're floating around the secondary somewhere. I don't know if I've ever seen another one. So I'm glad I got it. I think it's really cool. I love the brand. Bowman crushed it. Great job with this. Heat's a little much though. Gotta be honest. Heat's a little much. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you comment down below before you leave. Leave a like and subscribe as well. Let me know if you've had John J. Bowman single barrel, and if you happen to be in North Carolina or have gone to North Carolina and have barrel number 004, comment down below. I don't think that'd be so strange if someone else had that exact barrel. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, we have another selection from the Jack Daniel's Tennessee Tasters collection, lineup, whatever you want to call it. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are dipping our toes back into the Jack Daniel's Tennessee Taster selection with selection number 6. This is from spring of 2020. Comes in at 100 proof, and it was finished for 180 days. So they take their Jack Daniel's straight Tennessee whiskey that they finished for 180 days with some toasted Jamaican allspice wood, and it cost me $63. You can see on the back the little price tag there. I love these. I think it's so fun to go through. Even when they're bad, they're fun to break out and be like, try this weird thing Jack Daniel's did. I've had a few of these that I really, really liked, and I've had a few that I didn't like at all. I'll be honest, I'm kind of thinking in my brain that I'm not going to dig this. I don't love spiced rum. So I don't know if this is going to be something that like I in my brain, that's kind of where I think it's headed. But something Jack Daniel's, I had to have it. I like to review everything. I like to review the allocated stuff, the daily stuff. I like to review as much stuff as I can because it broadens your palate. And in a few years, I might go back to this and go, man, that was so underrated. I can't believe I didn't like it at the time. Or I'll like it even less. You know, who knows? I mean, I reviewed Fireball, for Christ's sake. You know, I reviewed the Dragon Reserve Fireball. So I'm not opposed to reviewing anything and everything. Let's give this a nosing and let's see how we feel. It smells oaky. Like it just smells like wood. Kind of walk into a Home Depot lumber yard and that with like some baking spice. It smells really warm. There's some warm vanilla in there. It doesn't really smell like Jack Daniel's. That's interesting. Usually all the other ones I can like kind of tell it's Jack. If you put this in front of me, I'm not sure I would pick out Jack Daniel's from this. It smells really nice. Like I wasn't expecting it to smell bad by any means, but I'm just very surprised at how nice and warm and inviting this is. This is something that I would just like pour in a glass and like just smell it throughout the evening. I'm a weirdo. I do stuff like that. Like I said, it's just kind of wood and some slight sweetness from like the wood. I always use this when I say sweet wood. It reminds me a lot of the Jack Daniel's Sinatra on the nose. That sweet, warm wood oak is that's like the gold standard for me. This is not that good in my opinion. I like that a little bit more than this, but this smells really, really phenomenal. Enough talk about the nose. Let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. Wow, it's spicy. That like it just explodes your mouth with a ton of like, I can't even like nail anything down. I would have guessed this was probably a finished rye whiskey based on like the spiciness that I got on my tongue just now. I get like some bitter char, a little bit of vanilla, and then there's like another sweetness that I can't quite identify, and almost like a leather note too. I wonder if it's that char that like is giving me that like the leather note, almost like a stag leather note to that. Let's read the back here. It says, our whiskey has found a home in countries all over the globe, so it's only natural that we search the world to discover new and rare woods to complement its character. Tennessee Tasters number 6 is an exotic experiment that finishes our old number 7 whiskey with Jamaican allspice wood. The result has a nose of fruit and smoke. I don't really get fruit on the nose. That melts into subtle sweet tobacco and a taste that begins with dark spice and clove. and lingers to finish long and bold. So it says tobacco on the palate. Really? I don't get tobacco. Maybe tobacco and leather are like kind of close on my palate. I get smoky, but I don't contribute that to tobacco necessarily. I contribute that to the barrel char. Interesting. I like it more than I thought I would. I don't know if it's something that I would be like, if, you know, I'm a weirdo and I like to have as many things from Jack Daniels as I can. If you're not into like finished stuff and you're not like me, like kind of obsessed with the Jack Daniels brand, I would maybe say not for you. But if you like to just collect random weird stuff like I do, I would recommend it. I think it's good. I just don't think it's, you know, I don't even know how hard these are to find. I had a friend that was in Tennessee and he saw it at a liquor store. So I don't even know. So I didn't see it in person. So I don't know how hard these are to find. But if you see one and you're curious, I would say it's worth it. I mean, they are at $63 for a small one of these. So it is a little pricey, but again, they're using like these really weird finishing techniques and really obscure woods. So I don't think it's not worth it. I just think maybe, I would say try it before you buy it, but I don't even know if you can do that with these. So if you see it, grab it, I would say, just because I love Jack Daniels. If you don't, then probably not. But that is the review, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for watching and sticking around to the end. Before you leave, make sure you go down and leave a like and subscribe. We are almost to our 1,000 subscribers here. Thank you guys so much for getting, almost knocked over my drink there. Thank you guys so much for getting us almost there. I really, really appreciate it. As you know, and I say in every video, when we hit 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to do a giveaway where I give one person 5 2-ounce pours out of anything I have in the collection, and it'll be sent to you for free. So make sure you do that. Let me know if you've had this down below. And also, this is what I really want to know. What is like the best of these? Because I have 5 of these now, and I've been kind of on most of them. There's one that I really like, the one with the pecan wood. I really enjoyed that one. That's probably my favorite of them so far. But let me know if there's one that like I should seek out, because I don't know a ton. I know that these exist, but I don't know the ins and outs of them. So if you're a big Jack fan, comment down below. Let me know what you think. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, we are going to be reviewing the Pride of Kentucky. No, not that one. Not that one either. Definitely not that one. I'm talking about mellow corn. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are going to be reviewing what I jokingly called the Pride of Kentucky mellow corn. However, I do really like mellow corn. This is the only bottle I've ever had of it. If you don't know much about mellow corn, it is a corn whiskey. It is not technically a bourbon. So the only real difference between corn whiskey and bourbon, from what I can decipher through my little bit of research, is that corn whiskey can't be less than 80% corn, whereas bourbon has to be at least 51% corn, and then the aging. Bourbon has to be aged in charred new oak barrels, where corn whiskey doesn't have to be aged from what I can tell. And if it's aged, it doesn't have to be in a charred new oak barrel. It can be in a used oak container. So that's the only real difference from corn whiskey and bourbon, is the aging. And that is a huge difference. Aging is what makes bourbon and whiskeys those things. Without that, you got like, you're drinking moonshine essentially. So aging is the most important process. That being said, mellow corn is a bottled and bond product. There's a lot of things that make bottled and bond, but essentially produced by the same master. Corn has to be from one season, and it has to be aged at least 4 years. So there's a lot that goes into different legal clarifications, and actually it would kind of be fun one day to do like a Bourbon 101 video and kind of go through everything that has to make bourbon and what the differences are. I think it'd be kind of fun to do, and would help me brush up on some of the information that I have learned at some point and probably forgot. So I think it'd be kind of fun. But today we're going to review from Heaven Hill Mellow Corn Bottled and Bond. I like mellow corn, man. I know this is not everybody's thing, but I think it's really solid. If I remember right, it's super sweet, but like super aggressive. I don't know how I'll feel about it. I haven't had it in a long time. This is the only bottle I ever bought, and I think when I first started collecting bourbons and whiskeys, this was like the 4th or 5th bottle I ever got. So I don't know if I'm still gonna like it, but from back in the day, I used to love it. So let's give it a proper nosing. Let's give it a review. Let's see how we feel. So super grainy. It kind of reminds me of almost like a wheated bourbon. It's very sweet on the nose, caramels. I don't get a lot of oak. I get like toffee, caramel, super sweet. It's almost kind of one note. It's not complex at all, but it smells really, really solid. I'm trying to dig for more, but I don't really get anything else off of it. There's almost like a slight juicy fruit note almost, or something like bubble gum. But that's, I'm really digging and trying to like nail down a flavor there or a scent there on the nose, but I can't really decipher it. If I had to come up with a note for this, I would say juicy fruit gum, but like specifically the powder on the gum. It smells dusty. It smells very sweet. It smells like corn. Let's give it a mouthing and let's see how we feel. Yeah, that's great. This is a very sweet, just so used to saying bourbon at this point, so I apologize if I messed that up. And it does have like a juicy fruit. Now that's so funny that it was like I'm picking that up on the nose. It is very sweet though. If you're not into sweet stuff, this ain't for you. This is very, very sweet. It's very rich, very, very deep vanilla notes, some caramel notes as well, and that juicy fruit note definitely lingers. So this is a good bottle, man. I know people either love or hate mellow corn. I lean more towards the love than the hate. I don't love it necessarily, but I really, really think it's good. I think it's like $13 or something. You can't go wrong. I mean, like, this is solid. I think it has its place, and it's something that I would at least give a shot to. I don't know if the label is like a gimmick, because it looks like a bottle of like cleaner or something you'd see in like Fabuloso or something. Like I think that might be part of the charm there. But if you want to be taken seriously, you can't. You can't look like a Mellow Yellow can from the 90s. But yeah, that's my review of Mellow Corn. I actually kind of like it. I'm probably going to get a backup bottle because I'm actually really enjoying this right now. But that is the review. Thank you guys for watching. I had to speed up a little bit. My camera's dying, so I had to speed up a little bit. I wanted to take a little bit more time, but it's good. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. We're very close to 1,000 subscribers. We'll do that giveaway once we hit 1,000 subscribers. One person will get 5 2-ounce samples out of anything I have in the collection. That includes this little bit of Mellow Corn. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, we are going to be reviewing a bottle of Stag. This is Stag 22A. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I'm continuing going through my bourbon spreadsheet where I have a crap ton of bourbons that apparently I haven't reviewed yet. I thought I had reviewed most things, and when I came across this one, it really kind of shocked me. I can't believe that there's a bottle of Stag that I haven't reviewed yet. This is Stag 22A. May have done it on TikTok and just forgot to put it over here on YouTube. So if you're seeing this over on TikTok and you're like, you dummy, you already reviewed this, I'm sorry. It's definitely not on YouTube, so I felt like we had to get this one out. I don't remember if I loved this one or not. I feel like it was kind of middle of the road for me. If you don't know, and you're new to the videos here, I'm a big fan of Stag. I like really high proof bourbons. That's just my jam. It's the stuff I gravitate towards. I'm a big fan. So far, my favorite Stag that I've ever had. It's really close between Stag Batch 18 and 22B. That might be a controversial take, but out of the ones I've had, those are my favorite. So I don't really remember too much about this one. I usually only drink it once or twice, and then I'll kind of just put it away for a little bit and not drink it again until someone who hasn't tried Stag comes over and wants to try it. So figured we may as well get it on the record and see what Stag 22B is like. I've had this for a while. Don't remember how long though. I'm getting to the point where like I literally have too much stuff. I can't keep track of it all anymore. That's why I started the bourbon spreadsheet. A little bit here. I've done a bunch of reviews today. Don't need a ton here. Obviously the color on Stag is just incredible. Usually Stag gives me a few things. I get a chocolate, I get a leather, and I get a cherry. That for me is like what I like in a Stag. A little bit of tobacco in some cases, some barrel char, some oak, but the chocolate the cherry, and the leather are what I really pick up on. So let's give this bad boy a proper nosing and let's see how we feel about Stag 22B, because I honestly don't remember. I haven't had this in so long, I don't remember what 22B is like. So on the nose, very chocolatey. And it's not chocolate like a Hershey bar. It's chocolate like Hershey's cocoa powder, that weird tin that's like always in your pantry for some reason, and you don't know who bought it. It's been there since like 1996 and it's still the same logo and everything. You know the tin I'm talking about. It's a little harsh on the nose. And I get a maple note on this one too. This one comes in at 132.2 proof, so it definitely has a reason to be ethanol-y on the nose. But usually it doesn't bother me, but this one's a little harsh. Definitely get all those things. I'm getting more oak on this one than I typically do in a Stag. Stag, if you don't know, it is from Buffalo Trace. It is their Mash Bill 1 cash strength. It's basically Buffalo Trace cash strength. It is named after George T. Stagg. Buffalo Trace Distillery used to be called the George T. Stagg Distillery. That's where George T. Stagg comes from in the Buffalo Trace Antique Collection. A lot of legacy behind George T. Stagg. This one's a little more mapley on the nose than I remember. I mean, I don't remember too much about it, but I don't remember getting like a maple note. It smells really, really pleasant. Nice, dark, heavy notes. It's very rich smelling. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this on the nose. It's like everything I like in a Stag. A little harsh, but very nice. So let's go ahead and give it a mouthing and see how we feel. Oaky on the palate. It drinks very hot. Cherry note comes over. That leather note comes over too quite a bit. Yeah, this is not one of my favorites. Maybe that's why I haven't gone back to it in a while. Not one of my favorite Stag releases. 22A is fine. I don't see anything wrong with it. That cherry comes in very strong up front. Then the oak and the leather. Finish is kind of quick, to be honest. It's gone already. That's interesting. It's oakier on the palate than it is on the nose. That maple note carries over too. I don't remember if I said the maple note carries over or not, but it definitely does. Chocolate's there too. Chocolate came over. Finally got a little hint of chocolate on there. Yeah, I mean, this is, if I saw another one of these at retail, I'm going to buy it. But Stag is one of those things that if I see it at retail, if I see it up to $100, I buy it on site. I like it a lot. Although this is not one of my favorite releases from Stag, I still think it's better than a lot of other releases from a lot of other bourbons. I think that if you're trying to get into Stag, I probably wouldn't go with this one. I'd probably seek out 18 or 22B in my opinion. Those seem to be a little bit more drinkable. And if this is the first Stag you've had and you told me you didn't like Stag, I would totally understand, because it's a little harsh. This one's not as magical as some of the other Stag releases that I've had, so I totally get it. But again, I think it's pretty solid still. It's probably on the lower of my tiers for what I've had from Stag, but it is by no means bad. It just drinks a little hot, and if some people are trying to get into Stag, that's going to turn you off a little bit. Because in my experience, the really good Stags will be this proof and not drink it, and that's what George T. Stagg does very, very well. George T. Stagg is like crushable. It's like 135 proof, something like that. Last year's release is the only one I have, but it's something in that ballpark, and it doesn't drink it at all. So that's the magic of like, you know, a very well crafted bourbon, is that it can be a high proof and not taste it or drink it. But yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it's not bad, but it's not a great Stag release. I think there are way better ones. I prefer 23C over this one. I prefer 22B over this one, and almost all the other ones I've had, but it's still solid. So that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. We are almost to our 1,000 subscriber goal, so make sure you hit that subscribe button, because once we do, I'm going to be doing the giveaway where I give one person 5 2-ounce samples out of anything I have in the entire collection, and I'll send it to you for free. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. Comment down below. Let me know what your favorite batch of Stag is, and I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. We are halfway through 2024, and these are the 5 best bourbons I've had so far, with a catch. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are approaching midway through the year. It is almost June. I'm recording this in late May. I thought it'd be fun to kind of take a look back at the year so far in bourbon, and see what are the best bourbons that I have had so far in 2023. Now, I do have 2 honorable mentions. The only reason they're honorable mentions is because I don't own the bottles yet. That's how I do my end of the year wrap-ups, and that's how I do my mid-year wrap-ups. So I'm going to mention them because they're really, really solid and deserve to be talked about, but I can't add them officially onto the list because they are not in my possession yet, at least one of them. One of them will be. One of them probably won't be. So let's go ahead and knock out the 2 honorable mentions. First one up is Mr. Sam, comes out of Sazerac. It is essentially like Canadian BTAC. It is an absolutely delicious bottle. I tried some at the Polite Pig at Disney Springs a few weeks ago, and I absolutely fell in love with it. And if I ever find a bottle of that for retail, it is coming home with me. It is absolutely a great presentation, great bottle of whiskey, and I love it. The other honorable mention is Detling Bottled and Bond. I had this one the same night I had the Mr. Sam, and I think I like this one a little bit more. It's just more up my alley, but the Mr. Sam was so incredibly good and complicated and complex that it has to be mentioned on this video. I don't know what year the Mr. Sam came out. I don't know what release it was, so I can't say which year it was. But that leads me to a bigger point with all of these. These are bourbons that I have tried for the first time in 2024. These actually have all come out in 2024 except one of them, and you'll see why it's on the list when we get to it. Also, this list is in no particular order, so let's go ahead and go with one of the most recent ones I've done a review on, and that is Redwood Empire Screaming Titan. If you haven't seen my review on this, I boldly stated that this could be Bourbon of the Year contender, and as I'm sitting here holding these mid-year bourbon contenders, my opinion on that hasn't changed. I think this is such a unique bottle. It is very good. I love everything about it. And it's just like, it's almost perfect. Like I love everything about it. I do enjoy things at a higher proof, typically speaking, but this one is just one of those rare occasions where the 96 proof is just absolutely a hitter. I absolutely think it's fantastic. If you haven't gotten one of these yet and you can, I highly recommend you do so. It is really, really good. And this one edged out for me. Even if I get the bottle, I think this one edges out the Foggy Burl for me. I like this one a little bit better. Moving on to the next one here. This is Jack Daniel's 10-year batch number 3. I'm a big Jack Daniel's fan. This was bound to make the list. I will say, I like Jack Daniel's batch 2 better still. Haven't had this in quite a while. I love everything about it. It's like very basic Jack Daniel's notes, just elevated to a higher level. It's fantastic. I think it's really, really good. I don't even like to compare it to the other batches because batch 2 is one of my favorite bourbons of all time. This I don't think would be in that list, but if you handed me this, I would be very happy. For where we're at in 2024, this has to be in contention for best bottles of the year. I don't see it making it into like the top 5, but it's very possible that it could be in the top 10 at the end of the year. Moving on to another one here. This is a bottle that really surprised me. James E. Pepper Barrel Proof Decanter. I really wish I could find another one of these. This is the last one I bought at the store that I bought it at, and I have not seen it since. And I really wish I had another one. Oh, it's just so heavenly. This is batch number 26, I believe, unless I'm wrong. Someone filled me in. He said it publicly, so I guess I can say it. The Master Distiller commented on my review of this video. Your son did a great job. You should be very happy. He also sneakily told me which batches I should get that were his favorite. So I'm trying to find those. Trust me, I'm trying to find them. But this is absolutely fantastic. I didn't love James E. Pepper based on the very limited experiences I had with them, but this bottle right here has me looking back into some James E. Pepper stuff, and you're going to see a lot more reviews of it come from the channel because I want to give it a fair shake because I like this one so much. And of course, bottle design of the year. I mean, it's stunning. It's actually a decanter from an older, I think 50s or 60s bottle that they put out, and it looks just like it, and there's a photo of it right there. All right, number 4 here. This is Jack Daniel's 12-year batch 2. I actually prefer the batch 2 to the batch 1. I think if we're talking best bourbons of all time, I think I would probably put this one up there. I haven't had a ton out of it because I don't think I'm going to get another one of these. I found this one at a Walmart for $89. I doubt I find another one this year. It's possible, but I'm not going to risk it because I really like this one a lot. And I think I prefer it to the batch 1. I would need to do a side-by-side, but there's something about this one that sticks out. But I really, really like this one. And this one has a distinct note to it to me, even over the one that I prefer. So for me, personally speaking, I think the 12-year batch 2 is just a little bit better. And last but not least, this was last year's release of this, obviously, because it hasn't come out in 2024 yet. And I tried it for the first time in 2024. That is my George T. Stagg that I have. I have heard people say that this isn't like one of the better George T. Staggs. And I've had a few at this point. I don't get that. I think it's fantastic. I don't think bourbon can get much better than this. I think bourbon just gets different from this. I think once you get to a certain level, and this bottle for me hits that level, that there's just different. There's not better or worse. There's just different. So I think for me, this would probably have to be in my conversation for top 10 bourbons of all time. I think it's fantastic. This is the 135 proof release last year, 2023's release. Tried it in 2024. So to me, by my rules in this video, this counts as a bourbon I tried this year because I tried it this year. That's my list here. What did you guys think of my list? Am I crazy? I don't think so. I don't think I'm crazy. The only one that I feel like might not be taken seriously is the Redwood Empire, but I'm telling you as a friend and a bourbon reviewer, a professional bourbon reviewer, I highly recommend that bottle. It's got a very unique taste to it. I think it's probably the best, and I would say don't knock it until you try it, because I think it's really, really solid. I actually this is no joke, I actually almost made the 6 and put the Jim Beam 7-year just because it's a 7-year $20 bottle that everybody is talking about still. But I don't think it's as good as these. That's why I didn't include it in the video. But budget bourbon, now we're talking. That might be a video we take a look into for 2024, because there's a lot of really good ones. But thank you guys for watching this video. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe. Once we hit 1,000 subscribers, I'll be giving away 5 2-ounce samples to one lucky winner for free. You can pick anything out of the entire whiskey collection that you would like to try, and it'll be yours for free. So thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, it's Brad's budget bourbon reviews, and we're dipping into Wild Turkey 101. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are gonna go and do a review of one of the best values in all of bourbon. I am, of course, like you saw in the intro, talking about Wild Turkey 101. I love this bottle. This bottle's $25. It's available like basically in every liquor store. I also really like the new style of the bottle. I know some people like the old one better. I think this looks a little nicer. This is a great bottle, price point wise and flavor profile wise, to get you up into the little bit higher proof of bourbon. If you are a beginner or somebody who doesn't, fully enjoy high proof bourbons yet, this is a great gateway to higher proof bourbons. And so I've had Wild Turkey 101 hundreds of times probably. But today we're going to give it a proper review like we do everything here on the channel. So let's get this bad boy in a Glen and let's see how we feel about it. Wild Turkey 101 is usually something that I use as a mixer. On the weekends, I'll grab a bottle of this, mix it with some Coke, and enjoy just a few nice, relaxing. There is almost nothing better on this planet than a whiskey and Coke. Do not get me wrong, I'm a big whiskey neat guy. But sometimes a whiskey and Coke or a bourbon and Coke or even a Jack and Coke just hits the friggin' spot, especially when it's hot outside. I'll show you at some point on one of these videos. I make custom ice cubes that are clear ice. And so I have these big rocks that I'll put in the glass, and it's so satisfying to have just sometimes you just want a whiskey and Coke. This is usually my whiskey and Coke bottle. Now, like Jack Daniel's Old Number 7 is like $25. And it's 80 proof. This is $25, and it's a objectively better bourbon than Jack Daniel's is, and it's 101 proof. So for $25, there is really no better value in bourbon unless you're talking about early times bottled and bond. That's the only one that I think might be a little bit above this, but that's not as available as this is. This is available pretty much everywhere. I don't think I've ever been in an actual good liquor store that didn't have Wild Turkey 101. And it's great neat. It's great as a mixer. And today we're going to give it a review neat. Enough talking. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. It's definitely Wild Turkey. Wild Turkey has the this like funky oak to it that I really, really enjoy. I don't know what that is. It's very simple. It's very vanilla. It's very basic, but it doesn't need to be anything other than what it is. And what it is just solid. This is not something that you're going to smell in the nose and be like life-changing. This is a $25 bottle that is just a really solid $25 bottle. Not getting much more than caramel and some like slight fruit. It leans towards cherry if I had to pick a note. Just super sweet. I will say this, for 101 proof, there is 0 ethanol on the nose. A little bit of that sweet oak, not overly complicated, but solid. It doesn't smell off-putting in any way. It smells like a really solid bourbon. So let's give it a mouthing and let's see how I feel. First thing you get hit with is a little bit of oak. That fades into some kind of thick caramel and like some like, I can't name the fruit. Like I said, it's kind of cherry-ish, but like dark cherry maybe. That oak spice is like really nice. Oh, it's a little orangey. That's what it's like, a little tiny orangey. Man, that's really good. I mean, like I said, I don't drink this neat very often, but when I do, I really enjoy it. And there's nothing wrong with drinking Wild Turkey 101 neat. Nothing at all. Shorter review than normal. I mean, I don't think a lot needs to be said about this bottle. It's obviously a good bottle. It's been around for a long time. Solid. It's a powerhouse bourbon. This is like going to be on every single budget bourbon list because it's just damn good for what it is. So thank you guys for watching. Make sure you head down to the comments section. While you're down there, leave a like, hit subscribe. Once we hit 1,000 subscribers, we're going to give away 5 2-ounce samples to one person. They can pick anything out of the entire whiskey collection. I'll send it to them for free, so make sure you subscribe. While you're down there, leave a like and comment. Let me know what you think about Wild Turkey 101. I'm curious if people love it as much as I do. I really like this bottle. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. Everybody has a few controversial bourbon opinions. I reached out to you guys over on TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram to see what yours were, and oh boy, are some of these a doozy. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are going to be going through your controversial bourbon opinions. This is probably just a part 1 of this video. There's probably going to be more than one. If you don't see your comment in there, just know it's probably saved for a part 2. But I got a bunch of comments, especially over on TikTok. Enough talking about it. Let's go ahead and get into some of these. First up, from Oak City Bourbon. Here's one. Not all finished whiskey is garbage. That's true. Not all finished whiskey is garbage. I would personally say that a lot of it is not great. I think the problem is it's just finishing in things that I don't necessarily love. Like, I'm not a big wine person, so for me to get like a finished port or something like that, it's just not up my alley. It's not what I'm into. But I wouldn't say it's garbage. This comes from the Bottom Shelf King. He says, Buffalo Trace is not the end-all be-all for bourbon. I'm not sure who told you it was, but fair, I guess. I don't think it's the end-all be-all. I do think that they put out the best bottles for the retail. Now, here's the thing. Buffalo Trace bottles, hard to find. And when you do find them, in most cases, the prices are jacked up. However, that is not Buffalo Trace's doing. That is the liquor store raising those prices. I think if you can get a Buffalo Trace bottle at what MSRP is, you can't really do much better than those bottles at the MSRP. I mean, like Elmer T. Lee is $41. Better than most other single barrels from other distilleries, in my opinion. This comes from Barrel Proof Brook. It says, Blanton's is mid. Original Blanton's is mid. I agree with you. However, Blanton's Gold and Blanton's Straight from the Barrel, not mid, top tier, S tier in those cases. Maybe I think from Straight from the Barrel is like A tier, but Blanton's Gold is friggin' S tier bourbon, and I will not be taking questions. This comes from AK47 user, and it says, craft bourbons are trash. With no explanation of to what. I disagree. I think the problem is, for the most part, what you pay, because they are a much smaller operation, it's not quite worth what's in the bottle. I don't think that means they're trash though, and I think that is an overall sweeping statement is something I don't agree with. This comes from LC. It says, it's okay to let people like what they like. It is okay. unless that thing that you like is Basil Hayden. Moving on to the next one. Traveling Man says Buffalo Trace products are overrated. I think I would, while I love most of the things from Buffalo Trace, I think I have to agree. I think like freaking out over a bottle of Buffalo Trace itself or a bottle of like Weller Special Reserve or something like that, even Eagle Rare, is not worth the fuss and like the craziness it takes and for a lot of people to get those bottles. I would agree with that. However, what's in the bottle to me is spectacular, especially if you can get it at retail, like I said before. This comes from STTTTT. I think I said that correct with enough T's. It says Pappy Van Winkle is extremely overrated. A lot of Buffalo Trace hate on this. Again, for me, that falls in line with for $1,200. Yeah, absolutely. For $100, for which is what like the Pappy, the Old Rip Van Winkle 10 year, I think retail is like $80. For $80, no, it's not overrated. It's fantastic bourbon for $80. But again, if you're paying $1,500 for that, that's your fault. This comes from Skipper and it says higher proof isn't always better. Correct. Look at Michter's 10-year bourbon batch, whatever it was last year. That's like a 90 proof bourbon. It's fantastic. I think Jack Daniel's 10-year is one of my favorite whiskeys of all time, and that is at like 97 proof. So that absolutely is true. Jim Palmer 675 says Pappy is for beginners and novice bourbon drinkers. Experienced drinkers want more from their whiskey. Novice, I don't think that's fair to say. I have friends that have had way more experience with whiskey and bourbon than I have and probably ever will have, and they still go back to those bottles, and they have things that super hard to find allocated stuff, and I think the quality is just there for Pappy. I disagree with that. Moving on to the next one. This comes from Gabriel. He says, finally, Four Roses isn't good, doesn't deserve the hype it gets. Sir, what are you saying? I don't agree with that at all. Four Roses is fantastic. This is user, and this is a long one. Buckle up, folks. User 9142355240 for sure. Get a better name. He says Sazerac is overrated and Brown-Forman is king. Drink neat most of the time, but over a cube every now and then blows your mind. I don't know if that last sentence was a typo, but I agree with some of that. I do actually think Brown-Forman is like a fantastic company. Like, I love all the things they produce. Old Forester, Jack Daniels, all that stuff comes from Brown-Forman, and I love everything they do. I don't think Sazerac is overrated. I think people just get upset about Buffalo Trace stuff because they get upset when they see the price points, and that's totally justifiable. Just don't pay those prices, and then you get a really good bottle of whiskey for $41 like I did today with Elmer T. Lee. Also, to that point, I agree. I drink my whiskey neat for the most part. If I'm drinking whiskey cold, it's with Coke, and that's like my go-to when I'm drinking whiskey cold. But outside of that, I don't drink whiskey, anything outside of neat typically. This comes from Pjofa, P-J-O-F-A. Hope I said your name right. Drink bourbon however you like. Soda, water, ice, straight, whatever. Agreed. Just because I drink it a certain way doesn't mean I'm right. I will defend my stance as this is what the whiskey is intended to taste like. If you try your whiskey with Coke or ice, you're changing the flavor profile. Now, that change could be something that you enjoy. In my opinion, you are changing the flavor profile, and it's not an exact expression at that point. It's altered a little bit. Now, that could be good for you, but I just like to try it, at least try it neat. That's what I say. Take that advice or don't. That's fine too. I don't care. I'm an idiot. Don't listen to me. Moving on to the next one. This one comes from Paul LaFleur. It says the difference between $25 and $80 isn't huge, and there's nothing over $100 worth it. I think that is complete nonsense, but that is your take, and you stand behind it. And I think that's a bad take. I think there is a huge difference between something like Buffalo Trace and George T. Stagg, and George T. Stagg is over $100 even at retail, and that is absolutely worth it. So right there, debunked. You've been proven wrong. Moving on to the next one. This one comes from Bourbon and Budgies. Buffalo Trace is overrated, in all caps, screaming at me. I'm sorry, sir. I don't know what Buffalo hurt you. A lot of Buffalo Trace hate. This is really hurting my soul. It comes from Blazerman541. He asked a question, not what I asked, but that's fine. He says, is Jack Daniel's bourbon? Yes, it meets both legal qualifications for Tennessee whiskey and bourbon as well. And in fact, when they export it into other countries, they export it as bourbon. So yes, it is bourbon. They will tell you it's bourbon. I say it's bourbon. And I speak on behalf of the Jack Daniels Company. No, I don't. That's a joke. Moving on. This comes from Jerdy Woods, Jerdi Woods. This says Evan Williams tastes better than Pappy Van Winkle. No. No, it does not. Don't say that again. Moving on to the next one. This comes from Bourbon Berry. On the flip side, which I disagree with this too, it says, I don't like Evan Williams bottled in bond. Barry, I know we're friends. Hate you, bro. That's dumb. Moving on to the next one. This is a twofer from Donovan Fritrell. I hope I said that. I'm not good at names. Okay, sorry. It says, Blanton's is overrated. Put Blanton's in a normal bottle and it will sit on the shelf. They kind of did. It's ancient age. And you're right. It does kind of sit on the shelves. It's very close. Different aging, obviously, but same mash bill, same all that stuff. If you can't find Blanton's, this is a good 80 proof version. Moving on to the next one. This is from my buddy Cinna Bourbon. I'm going to quote it. Actually, what it says. It says, just all Amberana finishes are garbage. I don't know. I haven't tried them. Moving on to the next one. Next one comes from Mythology Ho. It says, I didn't come up with that name. I didn't do it. That's the name they chose. Don't know what to tell you. People need to stop paying secondary prices and letting FOMO ruin their finances when it comes to allocated whiskey. We also need to stop encouraging small stores to keep selling at secondary or higher prices. Make raffles and rewarding loyal customers, not just rich people with too much money, the new standard. Agreed. If you can't afford something, don't ruin your whiskey. Your finances over whiskey. That's crazy. That's like the most irresponsible thing I've ever heard. Any store that sells things secondary prices, I don't shop there. I don't support it because I know what's going to happen is me buying those other kind of bottles is going to get them more stuff for allocation, and then I won't be involved because I know they'll sell it for 3 times the price. So I try not to do any stores like that. And it does take some digging, but stores like that do exist where you can buy things at non-crazy prices. So find them in your area and support those stores that don't do that. This comes from Firefighter1413_Eric. It says, Russell's tenure is not where it's at. Russell's tenure is exactly where it's at. Moving on to the next one. This comes from Joseph Streindorf over on YouTube, I think. It says, everything I have tried from Buffalo Trace Distillery is way overrated. Eagle Rare, Colonel Taylor, Stag, Blanton's way too hyped. Old Ezra 7-year beats any of those hands down. No, the fuck it doesn't. So do a lot of other bourbons. That is also incorrect. Kind of. I kind of agree. Frey Ranch Uncut, Uncle Nearest Single Barrel, etc. put them to shame. Uncle Nearest does not put anything to shame. Uncle Nearest Single Barrel doesn't even put Uncle Nearest Small Batch to shame. I prefer the small batch. This comes from Ken Blankenship. It says, Miller Lite is the best bourbon. Moving on. We're going to end with this one because I think this is going to be kind of a long video. We'll do a part 2 of these. This is from Gabby's Bourbon and BS. I don't like Russell's tenure. Another person not liking Russell's tenure. I don't like Russell's tenure. Green River Weeded is terrible, and Four Roses Single Barrel is overrated. So let me dissect that. Russell's 10 slaps. You're wrong. Green River Weeded is terrible. I completely agree with you on that. I do not like that bottle at all. I tried it on a review, didn't like it, and then it turned into a mixer, and the cork doesn't stay in, so it's just, I think it's literally just sitting on my shelf, just like evaporating. I have no desire to try anything else from Green River, at least something that's not like a single barrel pick, something like that I will do, but just regular, I'm kind of good. And Four Roses single barrel is overrated. I would like to know how many single barrels of those you've tried. I have one that I bet you would really, really like. If you want it, hit me up. I know you watch these videos. And maybe we can see if you like this one. Try the barrel proof ones. I think the barrel proof single barrels, like the barrel shrinks, are the better ones. Well, that's the first part of this video. I have about 90 more of these comments to go through, so we'll do a part 2 and probably a 3 or 4 because the post just keeps growing. So I'd like to know your controversial bourbon opinions. Comment down below what's something you think that was crazy on that. And on the next one, I'll give my controversial bourbon takes because I have quite a few of them. Spoiler alert, I think Jack Daniels is the king distillery out there right now. That's my controversial take. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you subscribe. When we hit 1,000 subscribers, I'll do that giveaway or give one person 5 2 ounces out of anything I have in the entire whiskey collection. So make sure you do that. And I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Father's Day is just right around the corner, and today I'm going to give you 5 bottles that your dad will love to receive as a gift for Father's Day. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're talking Father's Day. Father's Day is next week. I'm a dad. People watching this are probably dads, and if you're not a dad, you probably have a dad. If you have a dad, you got to give him something for Father's Day. If your dad likes bourbon or anything like that, these are bottles that are good picks for Father's Day, or gifts in general, but Father's Day specifically is coming up, so we're talking Father's Day. I picked some that are like relatively available. This is what gave me the idea for this video. Was last year I was in Frugal McDougal and a girl was shopping for father for Father's Day. And she asked the guy if, I don't remember what the bottle was, but it was something, and I remember being like, I'd rather get this for Father's Day, and just kind of hearing that and kind of commenting to myself. Of course, if her dad likes that bottle, I'm not shitting on him or anything like that. But in my brain, I was like, there's definitely better bottles for Father's Day, and that's why I picked this list. So for me, for Father's Day is my time where I get to drink my Conviction Father's Day pick. We did this in 2023, 102 proof. Good. I don't drink this except on Father's Day, so that's all that's out of it. I haven't had this since last year on Father's Day, and I cannot wait to get back into it. This bottle is fantastic. And this isn't on the list. This is just my personal Father's Day tradition. I can't wait to get in there, and I love that bottle. It's so good, and it was cool to be a part of a pick. So these are 5, and I wanted to find some that were relatively available because everyone knows the Blantons and all that stuff, but these are some that are more readily available, and if you're in a last minute pinch for a gift for Father's Day, these are bottles that you can probably find relatively easy. First up is Old Forester 1910. I love this bottle. This is a great sipping whiskey. It's only 93 proof, so if your dad's not into super high proof stuff, this is a great option. Plus it's double oaked. I personally like double oaked, and most people tend to like the double oaking stuff. I don't think I've ever met anybody who's into bourbon who doesn't like standardly say I don't like double oak. And it's Old Forester. They don't make bad bourbon. So if you got this for your dad for Father's Day, he'd be thrilled. I know I would. Moving on to the next one here. This one is probably on the list. There's this one and one more that might be a little more difficult to find, but they are by no means impossible to get. And that one here is Heaven Hill Bottled and Bond. $50, so it's like, you spend a good amount of money on it. It's a 7-year-old Heaven Hill product. This is a fantastic bottle. I really came around on this bottle. First time I tried it, I didn't like it at all. I don't know what it is. Sometimes, I don't know if the bars just have old stuff lying around, but every time I go to a bar to try something and then I try it later out of the bottle fresh, I tend to like it better. I don't know why. I kind of think there's a bar in Orlando that kind of doesn't give you what you ask for. I'm not going to say who it is, but they know who they are if they're doing it. And if you're doing it, shame on you. But Heaven Hill Bottled and Bond is a great bottle. It's very flavorful, very delicious, versatile. If you wanted to mix it, you could. I personally wouldn't, but if you want to mix it, you could. It's just a fantastic bottle. It's just hard enough to get your hands on to make it special enough for something like Father's Day. And that kind of goes for the next one as well, which is on to the next one, Maker's Mark 101. Also, Maker's Mark now does a thing where for Father's Day, Mother's Day, they have and special occasions, they'll have a thing where you can go onto their website and print a label out, and it will say Dad, and it'll have Father's Day or Mother's Day, the date for the year on it, and you actually can put it across that. So yes, this is Maker's Mark 101, so that's the one that I would personally recommend for Father's Day. Not for my father, because my father doesn't drink anything, and he's boring. True story. Dad, you don't drink, and you're boring. But I personally think Maker's Mark 101 is the best Maker's Mark product, so that's why I'm picking it. But that label now will go across any bottle. I think they have certain ones that you can specifically do it for. I can't remember exactly. It's been a while since I've looked at those. But this is a great bottle in and of itself. If you can find Maker's Mark 101, and if you can get that extra label for Father's Day, it makes it even better. Makes it a personalized gift, something he can put on the shelf, drink or not, and have his name on it, and have a great memory from Father's Day from you and from the good people at Maker's Mark. Moving on to the next one. This is another one that is probably fairly easy to find. Most liquor stores will have this. This is the old, if you see this label, this is the old label. There's a new label. Don't be confused by labels. They're the same thing. It's Wild Turkey Rare Breed, barrel proof. So this is for somebody whose dad likes it a little higher proof. This is 116.8 proof. This bottle's fantastic. Oh, it's just so nice. It's like 50, 55, 60 bucks, something around there. So again, a good amount of money put in to make it something special and something that they may not have. And even if they do have, if I got another one of these for Father's Day, I'm bottle killing this one on Father's Day, and we're going to have that one as a backup. So if you can get this for your dad, he would be thrilled to have it. I would, unless he just hates Wild Turkey, and that's the caveat for all these things, right? If you don't like that thing, then you're not going to like it. But in general, that's a great bottle to give someone as a gift for Father's Day. And our last one here, this would be the one that I'd be very excited about, and I picked this one specifically for 2 reasons. These vary quite a bit, so keep that in mind. But I'm talking about Jack Daniel's single barrel proof, their Tennessee whiskey. One of the reasons why I like it so much is if you look on the side here, it has a bottling date. You can find some of them to match birthdays, to match dates. I have one for my son's birthday. I'm still trying to find August 16th for my daughter's birthday. They can have something that has a personal memory, a date attached to it, wedding anniversary, whatever it may be, and have a really damn good bottle of Jack Daniel's, because this is what Jack Daniel's Old Number 7 wants to be. It's a really nice looking bottle too. Every one of these that I've had has been good, just been very various levels and degrees of good. So that is my list for 5 great findable Father's Day bourbons. Now, if you can find the Pappies and, whatever those things, you would drop the money on those if this time of year because they're not really out, by all means. But if you're trying to find something for your dad like at last minute, or, he's not into allocated stuff, these are great. These are great picks. Make sure you leave a comment and like the video as well. Once we get to 1,000 subscribers here on YouTube, we will be giving away 5 2-ounce samples of anything I have in the whiskey collection, and it will be yours for free. So make sure you do that. Leave a comment down below. Happy Father's Day to all the dads out there, and I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Is Blanton straight from the barrel the best Blantons? Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, thank you to my buddy Jace for handing me off this bottle to do a review of. I'm very excited to try this. I tried it earlier today. I didn't really get much out of it outside of it just being pretty hot. It was really early that morning when I had tried it. We were at a bourbon drop, and he had me try this, and I liked it. And the reason he wanted me to review it is because he knows I'm a big Stag person. I love Stag. I love George C. Stagg. I love Stagg Jr. And this is like in the line of those things, right? It's Blanton's straight from the barrel. No filtering, no watered down, nothing. It is straight out of the barrel, and it comes in 130.9 proof on this one. This is apparently the best Blanton's. However, I don't think that's true. I think I've had some of these before, and even this one I think is really good, but I want to do a proper review for myself and obviously for the video. I want to give it a fair shake, a proper review. However, I personally think that the Blanton's Magic proof is the proof point on the gold. I think Blanton's Gold is like one of the best bottles on the market, period. I think it's fantastic. If you don't like Blanton's, try Blanton's Gold, because I can't imagine you not liking Blanton's Gold. Like, it's just like literally a perfect bourbon. People who are Blanton haters in my life and like shit on Blanton's all the time, you know who you are. They even like Blanton's Gold. So like Blanton's Gold to me is like undeniably delicious. So I'm excited to give this a try. And thanks again, Jace. I appreciate you letting me give this a shot, because I've been dying to get my hands on one of these for myself. And apparently that's never going to happen. So let's give this a proper review and see how we feel about it. Not my bottle, so I'm going to go even lighter than I normally do. And again, thanks, buddy. I appreciate that. And I'm glad you liked the Jack Daniel's 12-year. That made me happy that you liked that. I told you, it's fucking fantastic. All right, let's give it a nosing. Let's see what we feel about this. Sweet aged oak. I get like a slightly orange note. So for those who don't know, Blanton's is mash bill 2 from Buffalo Trace. It's their high rye mash bill. So we don't know the exact amounts of rye in there, but apparently according to them, that is their high rye mash. I'm getting like some sweet oak. It's reminding me, like, I wish it would tell you how long it was aged. There's like so much other information on here, and it's like just not the thing that matters. Obviously, you want to know the barrel number. I think that's cool. Warehouse, all that kind of stuff is cool. Don't get me wrong. But like, I would rather know the age on this. Take that off, put the years on. That's just I think that should be the case for everything. I wish you had to be legally required to say how many years that was in that bottle and like be accurate, because like Eagle Rare 17 last year was actually 19 years old. So I know they go by like what's the least, amount in there. That's fine. But like, I wish that they had to say the year. I wish that was like a legal requirement. I think that would be very beneficial to everybody. So I get like really rich, like almost like a toffee note, and it kind of even like slightly leads into butterscotch a little bit. And there's like a slight orange note on there as well. That nose is really nice. But that sweet oak and like barrel charm is something you don't really get off regular blends. I'm really enjoying that. That smells fantastic. It's like really warm smelling. I really like this. I don't think this would be something I would want to drink during summer. I think it kind of aligns with that Stag where it's like a little too proofy for the summer. 130 proof is really high proof. As good as the nose is, it's a little uncomplicated, which that's fine. It doesn't need to be. It just needs to be like not off-putting. But I'm getting barrel char, toffee, leaning into like butterscotchy notes and a little bit of orange. I guess it's not like super uncomplicated. There's also like a sweetness that I just like can't nail down outside of like sweet corn. And obviously it's bourbon, so like that makes sense. But I like to usually pick out other things. But for this one, I'm starting to get like okay, I know what the note is. It's like a sweet pipe tobacco. Yep. Okay. Yep. I really like this. I still think personally on the nose, I prefer the like leather, dark cherry tobacco notes that I get from Stag a little bit better. This like smells fantastic too. I'm here for it all day. All right, let's give this thing a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Pretty oaky, which is kind of surprising. I mean, not really. You get it on the nose. Drinks hot to me. There's an orange note, very upfront on there, and it's like super, like I get toffee again, a little hint of, I gotta say the mouthfeel on this is like top notch. I'm almost getting like a nutty note to this, and not like a peanut butter, like a pecan or something like that. I really like it. I will buy one when I see one because I need one for the collection. And I like the bottle in general. I think it's really solid. The whole thing started because I prefer Stag. He prefers this. I still stand by I like Stag better. I still think Stag overall is better. To me, it's what I like. And if this is what you like is better, that's friggin' awesome, dude. I'm glad. And for everyone out there who disagrees with me, that's okay. It's fine. You don't have to agree with me. I just really like those dark notes from Stag. This still has like a brightness to it, even at that high proof. And at that high proof for me, I like to have it be more darker. This is by no means bad at all. I really like this. Obviously, if you can get your hands on this, absolutely do it. It's fantastic. Don't go crazy spending money. I think the most I'd probably pay for this is probably like $250, somewhere in that range, just because of it's really hard to find, and I think that's, retail's like what, $170 on this, so it's not too out there. If I saw that for that, I would probably pick it up. So take that in consideration when you're watching this video. Well, that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. It means a lot. Make sure you leave a like and comment down below. Comment. Let me know what is your favorite of the Blantons. I still think mine is the Blanton's Gold. I think that one, just for whatever reason, is like just the perfect proof point for what Blanton's is, and I still think that's my favorite, but this is probably my second favorite. Definitely better than the green label one. That's terrible. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Make sure you subscribe so we don't miss that subscriber giveaway at 1,000. I'm going to give 5 2-ounce samples to one winner. It can be anything from the whiskey collection. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. Earlier this year, Rebel put out a bottle that I absolutely love, the Rebel Small Batch, and today I got my hands on the Rebel 100 6-year. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I finally got one of these. I've been looking forward to this all year. This came out, I don't know when it came out. It came out a few weeks ago. I finally got my hands on it. Funny story, a buddy that I do bourbon hunting with quite frequently put it behind some other bottles at Total Wine, and the last time we were there he told me that he had done that and it was still hiding behind some bottles. Apparently Total Wine got 2 of these. That makes me wonder if it's like a little more allocated, because the small batch isn't. I don't think. I still see it pretty regularly. I need to get another one. We went through that one really quickly, but I really like the Rebel brand. We love Rebel 100 in this house. Rebel 100 is like one of my daily drinkers, even though I don't drink every day. I guess that's just what the community calls them, or daily drinkers. I really like it, and I'm really excited to try this Rebel 100 6-year because an age-stated 6-year makes me excited. Comes in right at 100 proof. It's a sweet spot already. So it should just be a little bit better than their standard offering. Only thing is, a Rebel 100 is like $23. Most of the times I can find it for like $18 at ABC. This was $63 out the door after tax. So definitely a little more expensive. So I'm hoping that there's some good stuff in this bottle for how much more it costs than the regular Rebel 100. Let's give it a nosing and let's see how we feel. Ooh, I like the nose a lot. There's really no heat on the nose. I'm surprised by that. It's super sweet though. Oh, there's a little heat there. Okay. Ooh, I just got some. That usually doesn't happen to me. There's some really nice notes in here. I'm getting that same earthy, woody, soggy wood that I get on Jack Daniel's 10-year batch 1 and batch 2. And like Sinatra, that's like that soggy oak. I'm getting a little bit of that. It's not as extreme as it is in those for sure, but I'm still picking up on that. It's very vanilla. This kind of reminds me of the small batch on the nose, but that was like 120 proof, I think. It was a lot higher of a proof than this. This is obviously Rebel 100, so it's 100 proof. Ooh, there's some barrel char too. Ooh, I like that note a lot. That's a very char note, burnt vanilla. There's also like a charred graham cracker note too that I'm picking. This is a really nice nose, guys. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see if they did it again. Oh my God. Fellas and ladies, good Lord, that's good. I get like a bubblegum note on this. The mouthfeel on that is like really good. Really good. A friend of mine who found this for me and put it aside said it drank a little hot to him. I don't get that. I don't get that at all. We taste things differently. That's totally fine. I just don't get that at all. I was expecting a little more heat out of this, and I'm glad it's not there because this is really solid. I'm really a fan of this. A little bit of oak, not a ton. I was expecting a little more oak on that, but I do get like a little, there's warmth to it. It's very vanilla flavor, not boring again. I always have to make sure I clarify that, not boring vanilla. There's a lot of vanilla flavor to it, a lot. It is kind of similar to me to that small batch version of this, but I think this is a little better. There's some different flavor profiles to this. I'm getting barrel char. I'm getting more char than oak, which is interesting. Usually I pick up like oak, but I'm picking up barrel char. Like this is going to sound gross, but like, you know, when you grill and you have like those little char bits, it's like that, but like good and sweet. And that bubblegum note is interesting because it hasn't gone away. It's not like super sweet bubblegum, but like almost like after you've gotten all of the flavor out of like Hubba Bubba, it's like that, like a little bit of it's still in there, kind of like that. It's really good. I'm really liking this. I was curious to see if they put any tasting notes on the back here. They did not. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this. The $63 thing is a little confusing. I get that it's 6 year, but I don't know. I don't feel ripped off because I really genuinely like what's in the bottle. Plus $63 to me at this point, it's just like, that's like budget bourbon. Like it's just kind of what it costs now. Now, here's the thing. I take this with a grain of salt because I'm really partial to wheated bourbons. Some people just don't like them. I really enjoy wheated bourbons. So this is a wheated bourbon. So if you are not into that, I would probably stay clear, especially at $63. But if you're curious, I would maybe give Rebel Small Batch a try and then see if you like that. And if you like that, then I would say go with this because this is just a slightly elevated version of it, even though it's at a lower proof. But that Rebel Yell Small Batch was probably going to end up on my favorite of the year. I love that bottle, and it's $30. But I really do like this, and I think Lux Row does a fantastic job. So if you can support them, I would say do it. If you can find this, I would say do it. This is the only one I've seen, and I grabbed it. I knew if I didn't grab it, I probably wouldn't see it again, and I'm glad I did because I haven't seen it again. I will be getting another one of these if I can find it because I really do think this is really solid. So grain of salt for all that, just because it's, you know, kind of a thing that not everybody might necessarily love. But if you like the brand, I would say if you could find it, go for it. That's my review. How do you guys feel about this? I was wondering do you guys want me to start rating things on like a scale of 1 to 100? Like I'd rank this a 7.8 or, you know, well, I guess it'd be on a scale of 1 to 10. But to me, the scale of 1 to 10 is the same thing as a 10-point scale. Because if you do 7.8 on a 10 scale, that's a 78 on a 100 scale. Right. So I always find it funny when people do 10s. But if you guys want me to start doing that, I think that would be kind of fun to do. But I only want to do it if that's something you guys are interested in. Or do you like more of my descriptive videos? Let me know what you think down below. If that's something you think that would be interesting, I'll be more than happy to do it. If not, then I'll shut up and never bring it up again. So thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like, comment down below. Let me know if you've tried the Rebel 100 or the Rebel 100 or the Rebel Small Batch rather. Let me know which one you liked. And I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today is a big day for me. I'm getting to review a bottle that I honestly never thought I'd get my hands on. And I'm talking about Jack Daniel's 10-year Batch 1. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I have a bottle that is a unicorn for me that I really genuinely never thought I'd get my hands on. I have several Jack Daniel's 12-year Batch 2s. I have several Jack Daniel 10-year Batch 2s, and I kept seeing the prices going up and up and up on this bottle, and I knew I'd have to get it at secondary because this came out, I think, in like 2021 or something. It's been around for a while, and I never saw one in person. And I ultimately caved, and I bought something from the secondary. And I got to be honest, I had a great experience. It was less than I thought it would be. I was prepared to spend around $400 to get this thing. I didn't want to, and ultimately I didn't have to, but I was prepared because I wanted this bottle this bad. Because if you don't know, if this is your first time watching a video on the channel, thank you for joining and watching. I appreciate it. But I'm a huge Jack Daniels fan. And in fact, Jack Daniels 10-year batch 2 is one of my favorite bourbons of all time. So I wanted to try this. I've never seen this out in public before. I've never heard anyone who's had it. I think I know one person who's had it before. And I needed to try it because I'm like, this started off the whole like Jack Daniels super aged stuff with the, I mean, even though 10's not super aged, but like for Jack Daniels doing the aged stated stuff. So I have to try this, and I have been waiting and waiting and waiting, and I finally am going to do the video today, and I cannot wait to bring you Jack Daniels 10-year batch 1. There it is on the back. Also, by the way, I like it so much more that they started putting the batch numbers here instead of on the back. I think it looks way better. I wish they'd have done it with this bottle, but what can you do? But I'm really excited, and I hope that this isn't as good as the 10-year because I doubt I'll ever get another one of these. So let's give it a fresh crack and see. I am so excited for this, guys. You have no idea. By the way, if anyone's wondering how much I actually paid for it, I paid $150 all in. That was with shipping. So I feel like that was a hell of a steal. So here we go. This is exciting for me. All right, don't disappoint me, Jack Daniels 10-year batch 1. Let's give it a nosing and let's see how we feel. Oh boy. Those maple and that sweet oak. This nose for me smells the most like Jack Daniels Sinatra I think I've ever had. It's that super sweet oak, but it still has that like soggy aged note that I get from all the other Jack Daniels. This one also has like a sweet like maple syrup kind of note. This might be the best smelling one of the batches, to be honest with you. Like some banana bread, but not banana-y, just like the warm walnuts, or I don't, what is it pecans or walnuts in a banana bread? It's walnuts, right? Comment down below, let me know. I don't remember. I haven't had banana bread in a long time, but it smells like that warm bread that you get from banana bread. And there is a slight banana note too. Maybe I could have just talked myself into that thinking about banana bread, but I think it's there. I'm pretty sure. Man, it smells so good. Like this smells so good. This is exactly what I wanted out of this. I got to find another one of these now. Just on the nose, like I know this is going to be good. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. I think it's pretty close to the 2. I think the 2 is better than the 3, but I think this is better than 3. I still think 2 is my favorite. There's some sweetness on this that I really, really like. The reason I like 2 the best, and I will do a blind of all 3 of these. That's coming. I already have that worked into the schedule. It's going to happen. I'm going to blind all 3 of the 10s and see which one is actually my favorite. But from memory, because I haven't had 2 in a while. I don't think I've had it lately. I've been drinking a lot of Jack 12. This has more sweetness than the 2 has sweetness and then like the bitterness of the oak. And this one just kind of goes all sweet, and then there's nothing really to balance it out, which is not a problem because I do like sweet bourbon. But I kind of like the way that the 2 goes on that like sweet, and then it hits like a crescendo, and then it gets kind of bitter and then back to sweet. I like that. It's like a journey. I know that sounds corny, but there is like a journey to it. And this is almost kind of one note, but that one note is phenomenal. You got to remember too. I'm comparing this and saying it stands up to one of my favorite bottles of all time. So I'm being a little nitpicky only because I'm comparing it to something that I love so much, and I think it's right up there with it. I think this is just as good. I don't think it's better, but I think it's just as good. I think it's just as good in a different way, and it makes it, to me, a little less interesting, but still absolutely phenomenal. Like, I think I would still put this. I wouldn't put batch 3 on my favorites. I would put batch 1 up there for sure. This is phenomenal. That banana note's coming in through a little bit more now. Yeah, this is absolutely delicious. And for those who don't know, this does come in at 97 proof. It's just perfect. It's like absolutely perfect. I just personally prefer that like little bitterness to balance it out. If anyone sees these floating around, I would absolutely encourage you to get one of these. I think this is phenomenal. And I also, if you have like any of the 10s already, they're really cool to compare. This is the original one of these. So I'm a big fan of this. I really, really like this. It's going to be, can I put this in my top 10 of the, I guess I can. I tried it for the first time in 2024, right? Yeah, I'd never had it before anywhere else. Okay, this is going to be at the end of the year. This is going to be my top 10 of the year that I've had so far, absolutely, because it's just phenomenal. I'm really, really into this. I really hope I can find another one of these for around what I paid for this one. There's some there's like some nuttiness to that too, and I say nuttiness not like peanut butter or like Jim Beam. To me, it's like dried pecans, that kind of nut, like the shell of a pecan. I really like that a lot. Jack Daniels, you did it again, even though you did it. This was the first time you did it. You did it, and then you did it again, and then you kind of did it a third time. Well, that was a very timely review, only like 4 years late, but we did it. We got it through. We got it. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like and comment down below. Let me know what your favorite Jack Daniels age stated, or just give me your favorite Jack Daniels product. Who cares? Give me your favorite Jack Daniels product. I'd love to hear what you have to say. Do that, and I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today is going to be a good day. I got my hands on this bottle right here, the Maker's Mark 2024 Wood Finishing Series release called the Heart Release. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, like I said in the intro, I cannot wait to get into this. This is a bottle that I don't know if I put on my most anticipated list, but I love the Maker's Mark Wood Finishing Series. You can see a few of them right here. I don't have a ton of experience with them though. I think my favorite of the three, it's probably a tie between Maker's Mark BEP and the BRT, I think it was 02 that I liked better. I'm excited for this because this is something that I'm excited they're continuing. I really thought Maker's Mark, when they released the cellar aged, that they were going to start going into the direction that like Jack Daniels is going into, where they kind of do more aged kind of things. And just because they're doing this doesn't mean they can't do that also. I thought they were going to nix this and just start going straight into the aging of things, which I'm kind of glad they didn't, because I know people love the Maker's Mark cellar aged. I thought it was just okay. I know it might be controversial, but I thought it was just okay. I didn't think it was anything to write home about. I prefer the BEP over the cellar aged, and it's about half the price, so I'm gonna pick that all day over the cellar aged. But I'm excited to get my hands on this. So this is the Maker's Mark, comes in 117.7 proof. They're calling this the Heart Release, and they're saying that this is the second chapter of their wood finishing series, and this is volume 1 of 5. But this is 10 virgin toasted French oak staves, just like their other ones. I think these are virgin oak staves. Yeah, they're all 10 virgin French oak staves. Now, if you've watched this channel before, you know I'm not like the biggest finishing fan. However, Maker's Mark does it right, and it's pretty much the only thing I like from Maker's Mark other than Maker's Mark 101. I am not the biggest fan of Maker's Mark. I kind of think it's a one-note mixer kind of bourbon in most cases. So with all that said, let's go ahead and crack this open, because I'm very excited about this one. I'm very excited I got my hands on this. I didn't think I was going to be able to get my hands on it. And I got to say, the bottle, compared to the original wood finishing series, is so much nicer. This looks so good compared to this. I mean, this still looks great too, but this just looks really, really nice. And good on you, Maker's Mark. I'm excited for this. So let's crack the red wax and let's give this a proper review. This wax is like coming apart. They didn't dip it all the way. That stinks. This might come off. No. Did they ever do the slam dunks on the wood finishing series? That'd be really cool to have one of those. Also on this, they gave the tasting notes right on the front of the bottle, which I think is kind of cool, especially if you're getting into bourbon. You kind of know what to look out for. And the notes on the front, I'm excited to see if this is actually as good as in my head as it's going to be. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. That's maple all day. Maple and chocolate. It smells like chocolate pancakes. It smells just like chocolate chip pancakes. Like, go to IHOP, get some chocolate chip pancakes. That's exactly what this smells like. There is 0 proof coming off on this, which is great because it's 111.7 proof. That's a really solid proof for Maker's Mark. This smells so good. There is some fruit in here too, and I don't know. I'm kind of getting like a peach maybe, or an apricot, something like that, and it's just very, very pleasant. Yeah, I like that nose quite a bit. I'm so here for this so far, Maker's Mark. Good on you so far. That nose is fantastic. Let's give it a mouthing and let's see how we feel. That drink's hot. Oh, off the bat. This is always the case for me. Maker's always drinks hot. Hang on, I need a second. To be fair, I haven't had anything to drink in like a week and a half. So, could be that. Yeah, it's maple and chocolate for sure. That does drink hot, man. That does drink really, really hot. I don't know why that is. It's a wheated bourbon. I guess it's the French oak staves, right? That has to be what it is. But that is a strong Kentucky hug just from the chest down. Like it just hits you and just, it kind of doesn't give up. The more I'm sipping on it, the less intense it is. But there's a lot of spice coming off that from the French oak staves. That is really, really solid. I don't think this is going to be like bourbon of the year contender. I don't think it's even close to that conversation. But this is a really solid release. This was $85. I don't feel robbed or anything, but this could have been so much better. This could have been better. I don't dislike it. Do not get me wrong. And I'm trying to get through this pour here, but it drinks so much more hotter than I was anticipating it. Like that doesn't make sense for something that's 111 proof to drink that hot. Like this drinks hotter to me than like Stags drink hot. And I don't even think Stag drinks all that hot, but like this drinks hotter to me than, I'm looking around the room here. This drinks hotter to me than like a Jack Daniel's single barrel proof, and that's like got 25 proof points on it. It drinks hotter to me than like E.H. Taylor barrel proof. This could be a me thing, my palate thing too, by the way. It definitely isn't as good as like Maker's Mark 101. I still think that's better. The more I'm sipping on it, the more that harshness goes away, so it could just be my palate. Leaving like a, hey, what are you doing? Why are you drinking 111 proof bourbon for the first time in a week? The notes that are in here though are really, really good. The chocolate is very subtle. I definitely get more caramel and I get more maple. It's actually really solid. It just drinks hot. That's the problem. Yeah, it's good. It's not great. I was really wanting this to be great, but sometimes they're not all going to be great. You know, sometimes they're just going to be okay. And this is just okay. I would love to hear what a Maker's Mark fan thinks of this, because I'm not a fan, but it's only because everything I've tried I haven't loved. I don't have a hatred against them at all. I genuinely want everything I ever try to be the best thing ever. But so that's not realistic. But I don't have any ill will against them. Like I don't have like a thing where I don't like them. I don't make it my personality. Like some people make not liking Buffalo Trace their personality. You know who you are. I was really hoping for more out of this, but it's so I'm curious to see what someone who likes Maker's Mark thinks. Does this blow your balls off? Does it just kind of go, okay, it's fine? I still think BEP is the best of them. I still think BEP is probably the best out of all of them, out of the ones I've had anyway. I'm having a tough time with this one because I do like it, but I think for that price point, it should be a little less abrasive. And it's not even that high of a proof. I don't, it's not like if it was like 120, 130, okay. But 111, I don't know, man. That seems like you should be able to get some pleasantness out of that. By the way, we hit 1,000 subscribers. Thank you guys. I really, really appreciate it. That's the first milestone of many. We're going to keep going, keep doing these reviews. I'm going to start doing some different types of content. I've got some ideas for some videos, and I think you guys are going to like them. So we're going to do still 3 videos a week, but you're going to see it kind of in the near future. The format, not of these shift, but introducing a few other types of videos. Ones where it's not just me sitting here staring at you, talking to you about bourbon. It'll be other types of videos of me talking to you about bourbon, but it won't be in this room. But so I wanted to introduce my rating scale. So what I'm going to do is, this is the Maker's Mark Wood Finishing Series. The Heart Release is the first bourbon I've ever rated on my scale. So I'm going to do a 10-point scale. 5 is just like average. And to me, like the most average bourbon of all time is 1792 small batch. I think this was something that I would probably rate around a 5.5 or a 6 because it's just average. So on the low end of that would be like a 1 or a 2, would be like something that I do not like, the Jim Beam Repeal Batch. Hate this bottle. It's one of the worst things I've ever tasted. And then something that I really enjoy, like E.H. Taylor Barrel Proof or a Jack Daniel's 10 or 12, would be in those like 8 to 9s, right? 10 is like there's nothing better available ever, and it's the greatest thing I've ever had. This is one of the worst I've ever had that I'd rate like a 2. 1 would be like you didn't even try, you made piss water. It would have to be really, really bad to be a 1 or 2. With that in mind, I would give Maker's Mark Wood Finishing Series, the Heart Release, a 6.8. It is better than average, but it's not the greatest thing I've ever had. It's definitely not the worst, but it just doesn't do what I was hoping it would do. And that's upsetting, but that's how it goes. Sometimes they're not going to be that great, but that is the first one we're doing on that scale. So that's the rating, and I'm going to keep doing it that way. I'm going to give you a description of it, and then I'm going to give you a rating, and based on 10-point scale. So I hope that works. I hope that makes sense. If you have any questions about the rating system, just comment down below. I'll be more than happy to clear it up for you. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't really plan too much of it. So if we need to tweak it, we can tweak it. That's kind of where I stand right now. Comment down below. Let me know if this is something that you either have or it's on your radar. I'd love to know. Thank you for letting me hit 1,000 subscribers. I really appreciate it. And keep continuing to subscribe. Also, the giveaway will be done on a live stream one night this week. I have to see what my week is like. It's gonna be sooner than later. And if I can't figure out the logistics to live stream, I'm trying to figure that out now so I can like use this equipment. I'm still trying to figure all that out, how I can do it on YouTube. But if not, I'll just do a video and we'll do it that way. So it will be happening by the end of this week, one way or the other. So that's the review of the Heart Release. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. In 2019, Jack Daniel's released a single barrel bottled and bond product. And today, in 2024, we're going to review it. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, this is a Jack Daniel's single barrel bottled and bond. I didn't know this existed. I found out about this through a friend, and I had been holding on to this for a celebration pour when we hit 1,000 subscribers. We did that thanks to you guys. Thank you very, very much. First of many milestones. We're going to keep going here on this channel. We're not switching to tequila like everybody else is. All these grifters out here switching to tequila and other things. We're staying in the pocket with bourbon and whiskey. So we're going to keep crushing it. I'm just kidding. All those people who are doing that genuinely like tequila. I actually genuinely just feel left out because I don't like tequila at all, and that's why I'm upset. So I've been saving this one. I opened this the other night. It was surprisingly good, but I didn't really get to do a review. I was kind of wrapped up in hitting 1,000 subscribers, and we were we had a quick celebration pour. And I want to actually give this the review it deserves because this is a very interesting thing. I'm happy that I finally am able to get to do this. So let's go ahead and give this bad boy the review it deserves. Just a little bit here. On the back here, it says Traveler Exclusive Single Barrel 100 Proof Tennessee Whiskey Bottled and Bond. Paris Bold. Oh, I'm such an idiot, dude. I genuinely have dyslexia. It said Paris, and I was thinking international. It says pears. Pears. Bold toasted oak barrel flavors with sweet vanilla and light spice notes for an exceptionally smooth finish. When I did try this the other day, it definitely was absolutely crushable. And at 100 proof, it's not uncommon, but 100 proof is 100 proof. Like that's got some proof to it. So I'm excited to give this a shot. So we got it here in the Glen. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. That banana note comes through, and you get that toasted oak. There is, and I mean zero ethanol burn on this. Like I can get my nose all the way down in there till I just start getting a little bit of ethanol. It smells fantastic. There's nothing wrong here. It doesn't smell like, you know, the greatest thing I've ever smelled. It's not even the greatest Jack Daniel's I've ever smelled, but it smells really, really solid. It smells so nice. It's like a banana bread. There is a lot of vanilla in there, and that toasted oak does come through. It's really nice. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it's, you know, overly complex or anything like that, but it does smell really, really nice for what it is. So, not a ton to talk about. If you smelled Jack Daniel's Bonded, you've kind of smelled this. We'll have to do a blind between the Traveler Exclusive Bottled and Bond and the Traveler Exclusive Bottled and Bond Single Barrel. We'll do that video soon because I feel like that's a good comparison. In a vacuum by itself, this is a pretty solid nose. Nothing to write home about, but nothing stands out as unpleasant either. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Super viscousy flavor, or mouthfeel to it. The flavors on there, lots of vanilla, lots of vanilla. Banana comes through like on every single Jack Daniel's product. It's like a banana creme brulee. That's kind of the notes I'm getting on this. That little toasted oak is nice, but I think the thing that's the best about this is the mouthfeel. It just like coats your mouth and your lips, and it's just like, It's exactly what you want in a bourbon. It is crushable. This is something that 100 proof you could drink several of these and they would go down real easy. So if you get one of these, be careful because these things are very crushable. But I'm not going to sit here and wax poetically that it's like the greatest thing ever. I think the Jack Daniel's Bottled in Bond is just as good. I think the single barrel proof might be better. But this is a really solid addition and I'm glad to have it because I didn't even know it existed when I bought it. So I think that's cool to have these like weird one-off bottles like that. To me, that's cool, especially with it being Jack Daniel's. And the label's just so pretty. That silver is just so nice. So that's the review. I will say I don't think I would get another one of these at what I paid for it. If I remember correctly, I think I paid like $125 for this bottle. Now, that's crazy. I'm very aware. But with it being 2019 and it being something that, from my understanding, is discontinued, I have no problem paying that. I kind of compare it to, if you guys don't know, I'm a big Star Wars fan. I kind of compare it to, are those Star Wars action figures from 1970 worth $20,000? No. No, they're not. But with them not being produced anymore and them not being readily available and the scarcity of them, that's why they're expensive. And that's kind of how I feel about the stuff that they don't make anymore. Whatever's out there is only the stuff that's out there, and I'm totally okay with that. Now, if these were readily available in person and this was $125, I'm not buying that. But with it being a little more of a kind of unknown thing, I had no problem buying it. So that's the review. If you come across one of these at a reasonable price, I would highly recommend you do so, just to have something cool to add to the collection. But if you're doing it to drink it, go get the Jack Bonded. It's not much different. A Jack Daniel's Bonded Blind would be kind of cool. I'm here for it. So maybe we'll have to do that in the future with all of them. Like I said, it's good. It's not great. I didn't expect it to be great. I just wanted something a little unique for my celebration that I was doing for 1,000. So that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you comment down below. Let me know if there's something that you even knew existed, if it's on your radar, or what your favorite Jack Daniel's product is. I'd like to know what you have to say. While you're down there, make sure you leave a like and subscribe so we can hit our next goal. I think we're aiming for 2,500. That's the new goal. So make sure you guys leave a like and subscribe. I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers.
So the other day over on YouTube, another bourbon channel did a room tour of their bourbon room. I had been planning to do something just like this, but now that his is out and he did a call to action, I can piggyback off his. So this is a tour of my bourbon room. It is not the biggest, it's not the best, but it's mine and I love it, and I can't wait to expand upon it and do some more things to it, have some more ideas. That channel is Everyday Drinker, and he's one of the first bourbon channels that I got into, and if you haven't watched him before, I highly recommend his videos. And yeah, this is my bourbon room. Let's go.
All right, here is the bourbon room. Let's go ahead and get into it. I'm going to give you a full tour, including the closet, and show you guys what's all in this bourbon room. First up, this is my coffee table with a few bourbon-related books and my Brad's Bourbon Reviews coasters. Had them made by a company called Etched and Pine. There's two different versions of them, wood and cork, and of course had to represent Jedi Talk. Not everybody drinks whiskey, so it's good to have a nice stocked fridge full of Cokes. That is my extras corner. My duplicate bottles are all there. I've got several, as you can see, several Jack 10 and 12s. Those are not even all of them. Those are just ones I pulled out for the video. And my William LaRue Weller barrel. I don't know what it is. It probably was special reserve, if we're being honest. This is a box I made when I was in high school, and I use it for a lot of my videos. I used to record on it, and all of my backup equipment is there as well. And this is my little sample shelf, all the samples that get sent to me, along with my Glencairns. And here we go with the shelves. This is the top row of my first shelf here. All the allocated stuff with some Weller, my old Fitz Stag shelf, my Maker's Mark shelf. I try to have these organized kind of well. Like all the Makers is on one shelf. Most of the brands are kind of together for the most part. There's a few exceptions to that. My bottom shelves are just kind of catch-alls. But I try to make the ones that are at least visible in the videos to be a little nicer and a little organized, and I always do it from height, from left to right. I'm a little OCD when it comes to that. That Redwood Empire is so freaking good. My old Forester shelf with some Larceny A123 and B523 in the background there. Both those bottles are incredible. My little 1792 mini shelf there, along with the Old Granddad 114. And usually I have some Old Granddad bottled and bond, but I'm out of it right now. Oh, the Blue No Juke joints are so good. Henry McKenna Can Take a Hike. And my Wild Turkey shelf, with some Wild Turkey 81, which I didn't know was a thing. I found it in Charleston on a trip. The Penelope and Smoke Wagon shelves, along with some Balcones and Quinn's Carolina whiskey, which is a good little $25 whiskey. All my ryes are down here together in one little spot for the most part. It's kind of spilled over. I've gotten a few ryes now. The worst bottle I've ever had, Jim Beam Repeal Batch. And, of course, the Fireball Dragon's Reserve. This is my Jack Daniel shelf. I did this one a little different because I wanted to show you all the Jack Daniels products I have all together in one. And this bad boy right behind this that you're going to see here in a second is one of my most recent purchases. It is a Jack Daniel's Charcoal Mellowing Before and After series. So it's before it's charcoal mellowed and after it's charcoal mellowed. It's hard to say for some reason. Some more of the Jack Daniel's bonded. It's like the bonded shelf kind of. I actually probably should make that the bonded shelf. Hate how that honey sticks out there. I should have fixed it before the video. It's hard to get down there and with this camera. My camera, the one that I'm using for this, doesn't autofocus, so it's really a pain to get down there on those lower shelves. And then finally, this little shelf here with a lot of Buffalo Trace stuff. It's not necessarily a Buffalo Trace shelf because I think I would need more, like 2 of those. But a lot of stuff on here. One of my favorite shelves in the room is this one. I just think it looks really nice. Bowman Brothers, my Baumburgers, my High West Campfire. I still love that bottle. All right, well, that was the room tour. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. And I'm going to do what he did. Let me know. Tag me in a video of your bourbon room. Let me see what you got. It's always fun to see what people put in their bourbon rooms. I think it's cool. It shows their interest. It shows the type of bourbon they like. I really like this idea. So do it. And thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, we're getting in the spirit, the Kentucky spirit. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome or welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, this is another one of the bottles that I have seen on my master spreadsheet that I have that I cannot believe I haven't done a review of yet. This is Wild Turkey Kentucky Spirit. These are single barrels. They are essentially, unless I'm mistaken, Wild Turkey 101 single barrels. I haven't had this in quite some time. For a while, this was one of my more expensive bottles. I think I paid like $70 for this. But this barrel was hand selected by Eddie Russell. This is the single barrel. I'm sure they all say that. But I don't remember loving this, which is why it's interesting that I didn't do a review on it. But it's time. It's overdue. Let's get into this bad boy. I couldn't tell you anything about this. I don't remember the last time I had it. So there's only one thing to do here. Let's get it into a Glen. Let's give it a nosing and let's see how we feel about it. Ooh, it smells nice. I don't remember it smelling this good. This is why it's important to go back to whiskeys. That does not smell like Wild Turkey to me. I'm getting like a really cherry forward note. Heavy caramel as well, a little vanilla mixed in there too. Almost like a root beer note. That's interesting. I don't remember this being this pleasant on the nose. And actually, I remember in a video that I made that this was like a bottle I don't think I would buy again. Based on the nose, I was stupid when I said that sentence because this smells really, really nice. Some aged sweet oak. Yeah, that smells really nice. I wish there was a stats on how long this was aged. This smells fantastic. What have I been doing? Someone is giving me like creme brulee, like the sugar on top of a creme brulee vibe. It's almost like I'm almost now picking up like a raisin note. This is a friggin' fantastic nose. Why have I not gone back to this? All right, enough talking to the nose. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. That's why. Yeah, I still don't love it. It's really oak forward and spicy on the palate. I get that cherry note up front, followed by like some toffee, brown sugarish toffee note. And then it's just overpowered almost instantly by like, I'm assuming rye spice or like baking spice and oak. I still stand by. I don't know if I'd get another one of these, but I gotta be honest, the nose is fantastic. The nose is like the stellar part of this. Like if I smell this, I would not expect it to taste the way it does. But yeah, so that's Wild Turkey Kentucky Spirit. These vary a lot. I've tried some that I liked more than this. I still don't love it though. I think Rare Breed is a better bottle, which might be coming up soon or maybe before this. I don't know. I don't know how these videos are going to be coming out. It's not bad. It just isn't what I want from something at this price point and at this proof. It should be a little bit better than what it is. Drinks a little harsh, drinks a little oaky, but I don't think you should not try it. With them being single barrels, they're going to be very different. So that's my review on Wild Turkey Kentucky Spirit. I say personally stick to the Rare Breed. Well, that's the end of the video. Thank you guys for watching. Head on down to the comment section. Let me know what you think about Wild Turkey Kentucky Spirit. While you're down there, leave a like, hit subscribe. Once we hit 1,000 subscribers, we're going to be doing a giveaway where we 5 2-ounce samples of anything I have in the whiskey collection to one person for free. So it could be you. It won't be you unless you subscribe. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Well, we're heading to July 2024. This is what I got from Bourbon in June of 2024. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I am Brad, and today we are going to go through and do my bourbon haul for June 2024. When I first started pulling bottles for this, I was like, I don't think I really got that much. And I'm looking here over it now and I'm like, oh, I did. I actually did get quite a few things. First one up is this Jack Daniel's before and after mellowing set. I spent more than I probably should have on this. This is literally a set of two 375 milliliter bottles that shows you the unmatured White Dog from Jack Daniel's that is before and after it's been charcoal mellowed. I haven't done a video on this yet. I'm actually putting together like a White Dog video, so I'm going to save this for that potentially. But this is going to be, I am opening this. I am going to try it because I am very curious about how much the difference in taste is. And this was a really cool thing to get. I'm glad I got it. Moving on to the next one. This is going to be 2 bottles together. I got Old Forester 1897 and Old Forester 1870. These were on clearance at a Publix, and I can say this one is just okay. This one right here is so incredibly good. If you don't have a bottle of 1897, please get on it. I have been sleeping on this thing, and I really hate that I had because it's really, really good. Moving on to the next one here. We actually got 2 of these this month, believe it or not. And it's 2 bottles of Jack Daniel's 12-year batch 2. If you know me, you know I love Jack Daniel's and that I love the Jack Daniel's 12-year batch 2. I like 2 better than 1, but overall I like 10 better than 2 as far as batch 2 of Jack Daniel's 10-year. It's my favorite. I love it. I don't know why. It just has been. I just really like it. And but the Jack Daniel's 12-year batch 2 is phenomenal, and I can actually enjoy the one I have open now because I have 2 backups for it. If I was going to have backups of a 12-year, I'm glad it's the batch 2 because I like it a little bit better. But if you can find these, grab them. They're worth it. And this is one of the few bottles that is worth secondary pricing, which actually would be a fun video to do. I probably should do that at some point. Bottles that are worth the money to pay secondary for. This would be one of them in my opinion. Moving on to the next one. Guess we'll keep it consistent here. I actually finally got my hands on Jack Daniel's 10-year batch 1. I never thought I'd get my hands on this. I saw it just going up and up and up in price. And then for whatever reason, it was like a third less expensive than it had been previously times I'd looked at it. And I got it for $150. I cannot believe, and that was shipped. I cannot believe I found Jack Daniel's 10-year batch 1 for $150. So keep looking. It can pop up, and I wish I had another one of these. I don't think I'll ever get another one. That's why you see very little out of it, but it is really, really good. Moving on to the next one. I got an E.H. Taylor barrel proof. I only spent $77 on this. I cannot believe it. $77, and it is batch 11. I checked the proof numbers, and it's 129 proof. So this is batch, one of my favorite bottles. I love the E.H. Taylor barrel proof, so happy to have another one of these. On to the next one. Go with a smaller one here. I got a Benchmark single barrel. This was on clearance at our local ABC, and I think it was like $16 or something, 15, 14 even. It was very inexpensive. So Whenever I see good quality bourbon on clearance, I stock up because you never know. You never know what could happen. And I like Benchmark quite a bit, so I had to get it. On to the next one. I got a bottle of Green River Foolproof. I have not opened this yet. I have not done a review on it yet, but it will be coming out soon because I'm very curious about this. I do not like their wheated bourbon like at all. I ended up using it as a mixer. Even then, didn't love it, but I have heard nothing but good things about this. 117.3 proof. That is like the sweet spot, around the sweet spot for like really, really solid bourbons. So I'm hoping this is as good as I want it to be, and we will see. So stay tuned for this video. Make sure you subscribe so you don't miss it if you're curious. I know I'm curious, and you can see the price tag on it says $47.99. So it was less than $50, so can't beat it. I'm excited. Well, maybe you can. I don't know. Maybe it sucks. We'll get into this in the review, hopefully sooner than later. On to the next one. Next one here is the Maker's Mark Heart Release. I was so disappointed in this bottle. I don't love it. I wish I liked it more than I do, but it's not bad. I don't know, man. I anytime the feedback is always like, just let it sit there for a little bit, let it open up. You don't have to do that with really good bourbons. Like, you don't have to do that with George C. Stagg. You don't have to let William LaRue Weller breathe. It should be good out of the bottle. I know there's exceptions and things change and stuff, but like, I hate that argument because this bottle should have been way better than it is. I think the nose is pleasant. I know people in the bourbon community really didn't like the nose on this. I think it smells good. I like the notes in there, but this should have been way better, and I'm disappointed in this one. All right, we are down to the final three here. I don't know which order I'm gonna go in. Let's do this one. This bottle I have already. It's been opened, and I've done a review of it, and I love it. But I got another one coming. It's just through the ABC Vault system. It takes a little bit of time to actually get the bottle once you order it, and that is, I got another George C. Stagg. I can't believe it. I don't know what year it's going to be. They don't tell you. I would be shocked if it's not last year's release again. I'll keep you guys updated on that with what it is, and yeah, I'm thrilled. I got it in ABC Vault, $130. Like, just insane luck I've had lately. Just insane luck. So love George C. Stagg, one of my favorite bottles ever, and I'm happy to have a backup of it for sure. So thanks, ABC Vault. Moving on to the next one here. I finally got my very own bottle of Blanton straight from the barrel. And what's funny about this is the bottle that Jace gave me to do the review of, and then he like let me keep the little bit that was in there. Dude, this was bottled the day after yours. This is bottled on 6/7/2023. This one comes in at 133.1 proof, and I'm excited to open this and give it a shot. I might open it while I still have some of his to compare them, especially since they're bottled a day apart, how drastic the barrel difference is. It'd be interesting. But yeah, I finally got my own very own straight from the barrel. This is a bottle I've been chasing for a long, long time. I even made a joke in the last video when I did the review of that like, I guess I'll never get mine, but I did. I finally got it, so I'm very excited about that. And last but not least, I did save this one for last on purpose. I got through the ABC Vault again, coming through in clutch, man. I got my very own Lot B, my old Rip Van Winkle Special Reserve 12-year Lot B. I would call it Pappy Lot B. It is not technically a Pappy since it's not the Pappy Van Winkle, but it is Lot B. And I'm so happy to own this bottle. I finally have my very own Pappy, even though it's not technically a Pappy. I know, don't say in the comments. I know it's not technically a Pappy, but it is. It says Van Winkle. It's close enough for your boy. But I'm excited to have this. I'm going to open this, I think, with my family. They're coming in like the first or second week of July, like next week. They may have already been here by the time this video comes out. But I think I'm going to open it with them. My dad doesn't drink, but he's always kind of jokingly said, if you ever get a Pappy, I'll have some with you, because I know that's like something that I've always wanted to own. And I've never had a drink with my dad. My dad has never drank, not a drinker, doesn't like it. I think on occasion, on like, every 12th year, he'll have like Seagram's 7 and eggnog, but like he's not a drinker. So, but he's jokingly said he would do this with me if I ever got one. So taking you up on it, Dad. I'm excited. I'm excited to own this. It's very cool. And I only paid $120 for it, $119. And that is it for June. Comment down below. Let me know what you got in June. Because it's cool that I got these things, but what did you get? What was something that you acquired in June that you've been really looking forward to or trying to get for a long time and finally got one? That's me with the Pappy. So let me know what you got in the comments down below. Make sure you leave a like on the video and subscribe. We're on our way to 2,500 subscribers. Let's get there. And if we can get there by the end of the year, I will do a big giveaway. That's all I'll say. I'll do a big giveaway with multiple winners. if we can get there by December 31st, 2024. Well, probably like 3 or 4 bottles. Also, I wanted to announce this here before I forget. On the next video I do, the next proper bourbon review, you're going to see that I'm going to start giving away a sample from every bottle that I do a review of, and I will give you details of how to get those samples sent to you. It will be 1 winner per video. So on every video, make sure you comment, because if you don't comment, you won't be included to get the free sample sent to you. So make sure you do that. And that's it from me right now. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Well, guess what? We're back at it with more of your controversial bourbon opinions. This is a part 2 to the original video. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are doing another deep dive into your most controversial bourbon opinions. I did a part 1 about a month ago, and I kind of let it sit, and I'm here to do the part 2, and I think part 2 might be the best of the 2 parts. So enough chit-chatting, let's dive in. First one comes from BRAD1969, comments and says, Garrison Brothers is undrinkable. Garrison Brothers is great Texas bourbon. I don't think I own any, but I actually went to a whiskey festival, I think last year up in North Carolina. I think it was called the Smoke and Fire Festival. Something like, no, that can't be right. I forget what it was called, but I went to it and I covered it. It was a lot of fun. That was my go-to drink at that festival was the Garrison Brothers small batch. I had never really had a ton from Garrison Brothers, but I really ended up liking that one. And I think it's time for me to get one because I'm looking around the room. I figured I would have had one, but I don't have one. So thanks for the reminder to grab a bottle of Garrison Brothers. Moving on to the next one. This comes from Sean Davis. He says, 4 Rose single barrel strength picks are the best single barrels in the game. I don't disagree. That's just there are some really solid single barrels. Like I would say, to me, Blanton's Gold is probably the best single barrel in the game. I've yet to have one that I didn't like. The Jack Daniel's single barrel proofs and the single barrel proof ryes are really good as well. I don't think that the 4 Roses single barrel strength picks are bad by any means. I love mine. The problem is they're just becoming way too expensive. So here's a good example of how much the bourbon industry has like really inflated. I got this barrel pick. It's 10 years, 10 months old from Total Wine. It's OESV, 75 corn, 20 rye, 5 malted barley. And this rang up at, I got this in 2023. There was one randomly one day on the shelf. I think it may have been like a return or something because there's like this weird barcode that's not on any other bottle I've ever seen from Total Wine. I don't know. But it was $78, I think. Now they go for $120. For $120, I think there are better single barrels. At $75, you're getting into the territory where I agree with you here because these are really good. And the thing about these is they're kind of low barrel strength, but this one is 52.8% alcohol, and you can do the math on that because I'm not gonna. If you can get your hands on one reasonably, I would do it. Moving on to the next one. The next one comes from Patrick Coronel. He says lower proof and higher proof bourbons can both be good. Absolutely. Look no further than Michter's 10-year bourbon. Michter's 10-year is is 90 proof, I think, 91 proof, something like that, and it's outstanding. Just because it's low proof doesn't mean it's bad. Just because it's high proof doesn't mean it's good. Could not agree with you more. Moving on to the next one. This one comes from Philin Raimondo. He says, most bourbons over 7 year are not as good. They're just oak bombs, 7 maximum vanilla. I think you need to try better, higher aged things. Because like a George T. Stagg is it's double that age. They're rumored to be like almost 15, 16 years. And it doesn't have that oak bomb to it. I think it's just about how it's aged, because I think I actually tend to disagree. I disagree with you on this, because to me, bourbons don't start hitting their stride like as good as they can possibly be up until they're around 10 years old. That's, I find, the thing for me where it's the balance of sweet and oak and spice and everything that goes into making bourbon that I like. And I have always found that everything I like is usually 8 years and up. So I disagree with you on that. This is just a preference thing, and you're not wrong for having your preference, except for the fact that you are. Moving on to the next one. This next one comes from John Cashion over on, I think this was YouTube actually. He says, mine is most of the source bourbons are okay at best and overpriced. I will not name them by brand, but they are all over YouTube overpriced, altered, and have deceptive labeling. I don't think the deceptive labeling thing just comes from sourced whiskeys. There are brands like Buffalo Trace with the Traveler that are very deceptive about what's in the bottle. They don't disclose what's in that bottle at all, and I think that's not part of the problem, but I think that's I think that bottle's just okay. I use it as a mixer, but I think that deceptive labeling is just bad practice in general. I think you should have to state the age of the product on the label. I think that should be a legal requirement. But I also agree with you that most source bourbons are just okay. The problem is a lot of them are just the same type of whiskey, just rebottled. That's one of my biggest gripes with Penelope. It's just MGP whiskey and everyone freaks out about it. And it's just okay. Like, Penelope's fine. There's nothing wrong with Penelope. It's just Penelope. It's just MGP. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I don't know. I've that's like my big complaint right now is that people just suck off these brands. And it's like, but the same people that like give MGP crap for making a ton of whiskey and being like the source distillery love Penelope. It's just very odd to me. So moving on to the next one. This comes from Bradley Tiberius. I like that name, brother. That's strong. Rye whiskey is for people trying to flex and act superior to everyone else. Behind closed doors, they scold their kids for breathing and beat their dog because it loves because it loves the family more than them. That is a wild take, my friend. That's hilarious. I'm not a big rye person. I think anyone who watches this channel knows that I'm not a big rye person, but that's funny. Moving on to the next one. This comes from David Tolber 85. Use the word smooth. I think you mean like you can use the word smooth, or people who use the word smooth annoy you? Because the people who use the word smooth, it doesn't annoy me. I just then go, okay, like you don't know a lot about whiskey, and that's fine. You don't have to know everything about whiskey to enjoy whiskey. And just because I'm a dork doesn't mean you have to be, right? But it does get me going when someone's like, oh, it's super smooth. I'm like, see, if you ever hear me say the word well-rounded, that means I'm trying not to use the word smooth. Just full transparency. Moving on to the next one. This comes from Tornadoes and Cocktails. It says, it is perfectly acceptable to put ice in your bourbon or whiskey. No, it's not. If you don't drink it off the shelf, neat, you're a coward. Moving on to the next one. Obviously, it's a joke. Brian Brown says, Buffalo Trace is garbage and it's only popular because of marketing. I hear this complaint all the time about Buffalo Trace and their marketing. What marketing do they do outside of being like on Rogan's podcast? And I don't even know if they're still a sponsor for that. What marketing do they do exactly? Never seen a Buffalo Trace commercial. They're on Instagram, but so is every other whiskey company. What marketing do they do? Also, it's not trash. Like that is such a stupid thing to say. This must be one of Timmy's burner accounts. No, it's not garbage. Like there's a reason people seek these bottles out. It's because at retail you can literally not do better. You literally can't do better. Put any wheated bourbon at 90 proof up against Weller Special Reserve. I guarantee you Special Reserve comes out on top. I've done this blind with friends. They always pick out the Buffalo Trace products, even people who say they don't like them. Timmy. So Stag's bad. The entire Buffalo Trace Antique Collection is bad. Blanton's Gold is bad. Elmer Teely's bad. Rock Hill Farms is bad. Eagle Rare is bad. Pappy 10, 12, 15, those are all terrible. No, they're not. And you know just as well as anyone else that if you saw any of those bottles that I just mentioned at retail, you'd buy it right there on the spot. Moving on to the next one. This comes from Silver Bullet. They say, Hirsch, the single barrel 9-year is awesome and not worth a purple buck. I have no idea what the fuck that means. Moving on to the next one. Oh, look at this. Cat. Weller is average on a good day. Which one? Special Reserve or the entire lineup? The entire lineup is not average. The entire lineup is well above average. I would include Special Reserve in that, especially for $21.99, which is what I can get it here. Like, what's a better bottle at 90 proof than Weller Special Reserve? I'll wait. Moving on to the next one. Girl loves her whiskey says bourbon isn't the end all to whiskey. Yes, it is. G95 tequila is better and also better for you than bourbon. Tequila is dog shit, and all these grifters who are doing bourbon content and now switched over to tequila, you're a grifter. We all know what you're doing. I guess I'll do a fake wink. I don't mean that. Yes, I do. And also, if we're arguing about what's better for you, like, none of this is good for you. I'm not going to argue semantics about what's slightly better. It doesn't matter. They're both terrible for you, and that's okay. As long as you do it in moderation, you're fine. Moving on to the next one. James says Travelers is trash. It's not great. I think I like it more than most people do, though. I use it as a mixer. When I did my review of it, I didn't hate it. I thought it was fine. And I was kind of surprised to see all the hate towards it because it's not that bad. Is it great? No. Should it cost $40? No, but it has a celebrity attached to it that they have to pay that person. I get it. I get the backlash, but it's not as bad as everyone makes it out to be. And that's my controversial bourbon opinion. This comes from Bourbon Tales. Woodford Double Oaked is bad to me. Weird. I've never heard anyone say they don't like Woodford Double Oaked. Bourbon Tales, you were the first, and congratulations, you're objectively wrong. Moving on to the next one. This comes from Chris. Say that Old Forester 1910 is the best daily pour out there. That is up there for sure. I think that's a really solid bottle. I do like 1910 quite a bit. And in fact, I have a video. It'll either have already come out by the time this one comes out or will come out on Wednesday, the day after this one comes out, where I rank the entire Whiskey Row series and find out where 1910 landed on that. It's a little surprising. So I'll give you a little tease there and you should probably see it if it's out already. At the end of this video, you can click the little annotation at the end. But 1910, there's nothing wrong with 1910 whatsoever. Moving on to the next one. This goes from Port a Getaway. Rio Penelope sucks, and anyone who likes it isn't really a bourbon fan, and their opinion no longer matters. That's the kind of comment I came here for. This is what I'm talking about. I love this comment. I have not had Penelope, so I can't comment on if you're correct or not. But that's the kind of hot take I wanted. I wanted people to come in here and just like completely obliterate people who like things. That's what I'm here for. Moving on to the next one. Okay, this comes from Harpist Betsy. Women are allowed to drink bourbon and single malt neat. Okay, that isn't so controversial now, but back in the dark ages when I started drinking nothing but single malt neat, I actually had people, including bartenders, tell me that was not ladylike, and I should order something else. That, of course, only caused me to order another round. Here's my controversial opinion. Women shouldn't be in bourbon, period.
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
I'm only saying that because Betsy knows me and knows that I'm joking around. And this is, it's clearly a joke. It's clearly a joke. Don't get mad at me. Of course you can drink whiskey neat, like, if you're a girl. Who told you that? Like, what dullard said that to you? I said it, but I was joking. Who said that seriously to you? That, like, I would just, like, leave. If someone said, like, if me and Holly went out and she ordered a whiskey neat and they're like, that's not very ladylike, I go fuck yourself. And I would get up and walk out. Yeah, that's crazy. I would have ordered another round too. And I'll go, actually, I'll take a double neat. I would just double down. Good comment, though. I really like that. And Betsy, thank you. And together as one. People who just know bourbon content, for bourbon content, have no idea what I just said. And they probably think it's a cult. Moving on to the next one. This one comes from my personal friend, Robert Fernandez. He says, TikTok being overrun with a handful of guys chasing free bottles and monetizing their reviews. Harder and harder to get, quote, real recommendations now, especially as bourbon sales slide. Very skeptical now. And I can say I've seen you, Brad, always honest and straight when you get a sample to try. Talking about the rest of the herd. Have to really avoid the hype monsters now. Well, first off, thank you. I look at it this way. If I get something for free sent to me, which hasn't happened in quite a long time because I think the brands that did send me things did not like that I wasn't overly lovey-dovey of what they sent. And, I don't think I think they just watched the review. Like, I've recommended things that have been sent for free. But I get what you're saying, and I don't disagree with the concept. To me, I look at it this way. If I get something for free, I have to be honest about it, because if I get something for free, I'm going to feel bad if I lied to you and told you to go get something that I actually didn't like that you then spent your money on. I feel like I have that responsibility no matter what I do, but especially if I get something for free. If I have ever said in a review that I liked something, I liked it. I do not lie in my reviews. That defeats the point of doing the reviews. I don't get channels that lie about it. There's no reason to do that. If you don't like it, that's fine. And the distillery should respect that it's not for you. Now, if you go in and you shit on something, and then the distillery is like, hey man, what the fuck? Like, I understand that. There's a way to critique something you don't like and not be a dick about it. I can make this promise to you guys, and I have since day one. I will never lie to you about what I like. If it's free, if I spent $1,000 on it, I'm going to tell you the truth. For example, I've recently just got a Pappy Lot B. I've had it before. I'm going to do the review of it when I get around to opening it. I think I'm going to wait for my family to get here and open it with them. I spent $120 on that Pappy. Not a ton of money, especially for the lot B, I understand. But if I don't like it, I'm not going to say I like it just in hopes that Buffalo Trace like sends me something at some point. They're never going to. But I just don't get why you would lie. Like, it doesn't do anything for you. And I have bottles that I have to defend that I like. There's like Traveler was one of them. I liked it more than most people, but hey, I liked it more than most people. I'm not going to lie to you about it. Why would I lie about it? But yeah, there is a lot of that going around, Robert. And I appreciate the kind words. I really, really do. And I do my best to give you guys the most accurate review. That's why I started doing the point system, which I immediately forgot after the second video I did, but it's staying around. So I appreciate it very much. Well, everyone, that's it. Thank you so much for watching this video. Please leave a like and comment down below. We are on our way to 2,500 subscribers. And I did do the giveaway. I made a community post about it. So go check that out. The winner was tagged in that. And that's it. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, we are wrapping up Wild Turkey Week with my favorite release from what I'm calling the core releases of Wild Turkey, and that is Wild Turkey Rare Breed. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, like I said in the intro, we are going to give Wild Turkey Week a farewell with Wild Turkey Rare Breed. I can't believe I have never done a review of like the core Wild Turkey lineup up until this week, and I'm so glad I got to do this because this week is like reconfirmed some things in my brain, how I feel about Wild Turkey Kentucky Spirit stands, how I feel about Wild Turkey 101 stands, and now we're going to try the barrel proof version. Comes in at 116.8 proof from Wild Turkey Rare Breed. I remember hearing about this bottle over and over and over from SLB. Love that channel. One of my favorite bourbon related channels on YouTube. And they talked about it and talked about it and talked about it so much that I went out and bought one. When I bought this, it was still $40. I think I saw it today for $55 at like ABC, which is pretty much retail. They might bump a few things up here and there, a few bucks, but pretty much retail. So the price on this has gone up quite a bit. But this is another one of these. It's like, I call it their core release because it's available at every reputable liquor store. If you go into a good liquor store, you're going to find Wild Turkey Rare Breed more than likely. And it's just a damn good bottle. Like, I think 60 is totally fair for what the flavor profile is on this. Obviously, you saw the bottle. I have had this for a while, but I'm going to do the review like I always do. I'm going to give it a full, fair review from start to finish, like I've never done a review of it before. And also, to be honest, like the Wild Turkey Kentucky Spirit, this is something that I haven't gone back to in a while. So it's going to be interesting to kind of give it like a brand new review, essentially, because I don't even remember what I have said about this in the past when I've tried it. I know I've never done a proper review of it. So I'm interested to see, you know, how I feel about it, doing it basically from scratch. So it's in the Glen. We got some going here. Let's give it a nosing and let's see how we feel. Brown sugar, warm vanilla, some oak, almost like a brownie, like walnut brownie note. I'm getting like a little bit of nuttiness on this. Not like Jim Beam nuttiness, but like a walnut, if that makes sense. Jim Beam is like peanutty and like kind of dirty peanut shells. This is like a walnut or something, a nice nut, okay? Like a nice, proper, well-respected nut. I really like the nose on this. It's darker profile on this. Dark caramels, dark vanilla. There's like no fruit at all coming in on this. I don't get any kind of cherry. I don't get anything like that. I get brown sugar, molasses even. Yeah, it's all dark flavor profile. I really like the nose on that a lot. Not something that's going to blow your hair back, but for what it is, it's really, really good. Yeah, I'm digging it. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Oh, yeah. Oh, God, it's so good. All of that carries over. The molasses note carries over. It's toffee, caramel, rich. It's really good. I would even almost say this is like a dessert pour. This drink's like really sweet to me. And that's great. I love this. This is such a great bottle. If you don't have this on your shelf, you definitely should. A really solid like Friday night pour after a rough week. You pour a few of these out, you have a good evening. I really think this is a fantastic bottle. I really love it. And this is something that I'll never not have on the shelf. I need to probably go get another one now. And this is the old label too. They've replaced the label. I need to go get another one because this is like a little under half now. So it's time to get another one, and I'm going to have to, because this is just an absolutely killer bottle. I know I'm not breaking any ground saying that, but it is a really solid bottle. And they use number 4 char on these. I'm seeing on the label here right now. That's cool. All right, that's the review of Wild Turkey Rare Breed. Thank you guys for watching. Leave a like, leave a comment. Let me know what you think of Wild Turkey Rare Breed. That wraps up Wild Turkey Week. Thank you guys for watching. While you're down there leaving a like and commenting, do me a favor, hit subscribe. We're almost to 1,000 subscribers, and when we do hit that 1,000 subscriber mark, we're going to do a live stream, and we're going to give away 5 2-ounce samples of anything I have in the bourbon collection to one lucky winner. And you can't win if you're not subscribed. So please go hit that subscribe button. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. We have today one of the best bottles designs in the game. Old Fitzgerald, bottled and bond, 10-year. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are continuing what I'm dubbing Unicorn Week here on the channel with a bottle that I am so excited to finally review. I opened it today. It is so good. I love it so much. Spoiler alert. This is the Old Fitzgerald Bottled and Bond 10-year. Old Fitzgerald is a wheated bourbon that comes out of Heaven Hill, and this bottle is so good. I got this at a bourbon drop in North Carolina over the holiday season, and I haven't opened it yet till today when I had some family visiting. So we opened this today, and this might have been the favorite out of all the stuff we tried. The people that I was trying whiskeys with aren't big bourbon people. They liked George T. Stagg okay. They didn't love it, which crazy. But this was probably the one they liked the best. And this is another one of these bottles where I don't typically keep my bottles, but this bottle is so beautiful. This will become an infinity bottle for me for sure. Or just have, putting something like, I think it'd be hilarious with like old number 7 in this, and then poor people watch them be like, wow, it's really good. You're like, I know. I just think it'd be hilarious, but I'm keeping this bottle for sure. This bottle's gorgeous. You know what's funny about this bottle? It is smaller than I realized. I thought it was going to be like this tall. It's actually smaller than a Weller bottle. Look, it's shorter than the Weller bottle. It cracked me up when I first saw it in person. I thought it was a lot taller than that. But enough talking about the bottle design itself. This is an incredible bourbon, and it deserves all the attention we can give it. So let's go ahead and get it to a Glen. That is a monster of a cork. That thing is huge. So if you don't know, Old Fitzgerald is a wheated bourbon, and it usually tends to be a sweeter profile. For me, I love wheated bourbons. People don't love them. I think they taste like more well-rounded and balanced than some people do. Some people think it tastes more aggressive. I tend to think it's, a little smoother, and that's why people like Weller, because it's, really drinkable. And this is no exception for this wheated. So let's give it a nosing and see how we feel. It smells like toast with some jam, some brown sugar in there as well. Caramel's coming in hot. It does smell a little hot, and it's bottled and bond, so it's 100 proof. So it's not like there's no heat behind it. But it just smells so heavenly. I love it so much. This bottle's so delicious. There's a cherry note on there that's absolutely glorious. Warm caramel, even like into a slight, not super sweet molassesy note. It is so good. It smells warm. There's some oak in here too for sure. But it smells really, really warm. It smells inviting. This is another one of those that this would be a great winter whiskey. Like if you're sitting and it's cold, you want something that'll warm you up. This smells like just everything you would want for that scenario. So enough about the nose. Let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. It's so good. Oh my God, it's so good. That is 100% toasted sugar. It tastes like the very top of a creme brulee. There's a vanilla note in there too, so it kind of gives me creme brulee vibes, but I'm specifically talking about the sweetness. That like glass sugar on top of a creme brulee that's my favorite dessert of all time. I don't love desserts. A creme brulee, you put that in front of me, or it's on a menu when I go out to eat, I can't not order it. I love it. And this reminds me so much of that, and it is so heavenly. It's rich, but it's not overly sweet. There's some brown sugar notes to this. Enough oak to offset the sweet. I mean, What do you want from me? This is like one of the most perfect bourbons and most well-rounded bourbons I've ever had in my life. There's nothing harsh about it. There's nothing unpleasant. Everything in there is like perfectly what you want out of a wheated bourbon. It is so good. The glass is deceptively beautiful. It's almost like you think that they're doing it to like almost trick you to be like, buy this fancy bourbon. It's worth $100. I paid $150 for it. I would do that again in a second. I think it's fantastic. It's unbelievable. Heaven Hill, you guys crush it. That being said, this is a bottle I routinely see for $1,500. Do not buy that. You will enjoy it, but that is an absurd amount of money to spend on a 10-year age-stated wheated bourbon. That's crazy. Weller 12-year costs $55. I know that's hard to find too, but still, it still costs that. $150 is if I saw it for $250 just because of the rarity, I would probably grab it. But don't do more than that. Like, that's a lot. That's a lot of money. But that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. Comment down below. Let me know if you've ever had Old Fitz. Which one is your favorite? Because I know they like an 8, 10, there's a few different variations of it. While you're down there, leave a like and subscribe. We're on our way to 1,000 subscribers, and I have a cool giveaway I'm going to be doing for that. So make sure that you follow along. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today is the 4th of July. Happy 4th of July, everybody. Tell your British friends that you're not talking to them today and drink some good bourbon. And today we are headed to a Winn-Dixie store in Longwood, Florida, which is right outside of Orlando, because they are doing a special event for the 4th of July where you can spin a wheel to win allocated bourbon. I heard through the grapevine what they have, so let's go. So the rules are 1 spin per customer day event, no respins, no coming back later to spin again. When the wheel stops, either purchase or pass on that item. No reselling or trades will be made on premises. Must be in store, no FaceTime or video calls allowed. We are second and third in line. My buddy Jace got here before we did, but apparently they have like 50 bottles, so we could get something good, guys. We could get something good. What's wild is this Winn-Dixie actually has like a really good, just like regular collection. They even have this Blue Bolt on sale right now for $60. I've had this before. It's really solid. If you live in Orlando, I'd highly urge you to come grab one of these. They're really good. Driftless Glen. I hear mixed things about this. I've been wanting to try it. This Noble Oak, double oaked. But I'm curious about it. If it's good, let me know down below. It's the regular little allocated shelf back here. Good stuff. Big old Saz. High Country. Angel's Envy. A Heaven Hill for $45. That's a good deal. And of course the Jack Sinatra, which I love, but I get why people don't want to spend $180 on it. Jace, what are you hoping for?
Gold or Elmer or Stag.
Gold, Elmer, or Stag. Let's go. You're up first. It's very possible you strike out. Let's hope so. Come on, Jace, you got this. What you got? Big money, no whammy, no whammy, no whammy.
Oh, I almost made the Stag.
Good luck. Thank you. All right, let's see. Blaine's Gold, baby. Oh, E.H. Taylor small batch. All right, so that was worth my time. Got a Blanton's Gold and an E.H. Taylor. I mean, can't beat that. Which is the best of the Whiskey Row series? Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome or welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, as you can see, I have the entire, as of the date of this recording, Whiskey Row series. If you're watching this in the future and something else has come out, obviously I'm not a time traveler. So I have what I have in front of me to go through, and we're going to blind these and see which one is the best. And so if you aren't aware, the Whiskey Row series is a collection from Old Forester, and it's supposed to like emulate the mash bills and the type of bourbon that was produced in the year that it was made, right? Starting with 1870, then 1897, 1910, 1920, and then most recent release is Old Forester 1924. And I'm a big fan of the entire lineup. If you had to ask me what's my favorite of them, like if you just, without doing a blind, I would say either the 1920 or the 1897. I just recently became aware of how good this bottle is, and I'm like obsessed with this bottle. So I get like a really predominant green apple note on this one, and I just love this one. I think this is 1920 is one of the best bottles on the market for the price. Same with the 1897. I adore it. So going into this, I think those would be the ones that would stand out to me. I would also assume that the 1920 would stand out because it's such a higher proof than the other ones. But they all wander around the same proof. The lowest one is 90, the highest is 115. So there's not anything here that's going to stand out like super crazy. Like if you had a bunch of 90 proof things and you put a stag in there, like you would know that that's that one. So I think this is a fair lineup. The Whiskey Row series is absolutely fantastic. Old Forester just knows how to make damn good bourbon, and I'm excited to do this. So I'm going to walk away. Holly's going to come in here, and I'm going to fast forward through this so you don't have to, because I'm going to come in and I'm going to see which one comes out on top. All right, and I'm back. I got all of them here, as you can see. I'm trying to make it look nice on camera here, kind of get them there. But I got some feedback that people wanted to actually see what I was drinking, which I think is fair. So I'm going to start, Holly, from my left. Holly's still in the room. She's in here chilling. I'm going to start from my right to the left. So I'm starting here over this way, just so you are aware, Holly. So let's go ahead and get into what I'm calling number one. A lot of this might be fast forwarded, and then I'll interject when something's interesting. This one smells fantastic. I'm pretty confident I know which one this one is off the jump. Off the jump, I said in the intro that I could pick that out because there's like a green apple note on that. I always say I'm not going to try to guess, and then I try to guess, but I'm pretty sure that's 1897. There's not a bad pour on this table, I'll be honest with you. The only one that I don't love is the 90 proof one, the 1870, because it just drinks a little hot to me. All right, moving on to number two. Man, that smells really good. Almost like a slight maple note, some brown sugar. Pretty oaky, so drinks really nice. A little bit of vanilla on there. A lot of vanilla, actually. No cherry at all, just a little bit of vanilla, and big fan of that one. This one's got a nice color to it as well. Oh, see, now that threw me off. This one smells more appley than the first one. So now I'm thinking this might be the 1897. I've yet to have one that I don't like yet. This is a problem. Old Forester, just you know how to do it. You know how to do it. You're doing it right. These all smell way more similar than I remember them smelling. This is throwing me for a loop here. All right, on to the last one here, and then I'm going to go through them again. And like I said, a lot of this might be sped up. You might not even see a lot of it until we get to the conclusion. This one's the first one that I don't love. So I've made one pass through of these. I'm going to go back through and kind of whittle it down here. This is not as easy as I was thinking it was going to be. This is a little more difficult. I wouldn't put it past Holly to have poured the same thing into 5 glasses just to mess with me. That would be funny, but they do smell kind of distinctly different here. So to give it another pass through here, I'm going to kind of A-B compare them. I am shocked. On the nose, they don't stand out as much as I thought they would on the nose, because like I thought for sure I'd be able to pick up that 1897. I still may have, but there's like I'm torn between it being these two. And also, I haven't had a lot of experience with 1924. I don't think I've even tried it since I did the review on it. So that could be throwing me for a loop as well. I don't think it's in the first one. I don't think the 1897's in the first one. Okay. This is getting tough here. This is tough. This is real tough. I did not think this was going to be this difficult. I really thought that the 1910 would stand out. And I think it's this middle one. All right. Here's what I do. I'm not going to try to guess which one's which. I'm just going to rank them. All right. This is the order it's going to be. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. My right is number 1. I said number 1. That's my first place. What bottle's that? I thought at first it was the 1897, but when I've kept going down, it lost. They all kind of blended in together.
So they're in descending chronological order. So 1924, 1920, 1910, 1997.
So 1890 is my favorite.
No. 1924
So 1924, 2010, 97. Okay, so that makes more sense. So this is 1920. This is 1924. This is 1920. This is 1897. No. 24, 20, 10, 87, 9. Okay. So the one I didn't like was the one that I didn't like. I'm actually surprised that 24 came out on top on this one. I think maybe it's just because I haven't had it and it's like different and unique to me. I've been sipping on this a lot this weekend. I stand by that order. I think it's good. I am a little shocked 1920 came in second to last. However, I've had that bottle for like 2 or 3 years and it's kind of getting towards the bottom of it. So it could be that like it's had some evaporation loss to it. That would be my guess. But I stand by it. I think I'm really shocked that 1924 came out on top, because even when I reviewed it, I was like, it's good. I don't think it's like exceptional, but apparently I think it's really good because it came in number one here. That was surprising. I'm very surprised to see that. That is interesting. This is why it's fun to do blinds. I think it's really, really cool thing to do, and I think you should do them with your friends. Have somebody over, have somebody pour them, and have you guys compare and not even know what they are. Just kind of pick two, have them pick a few things off the shelf, ABC, compare them, and see what's your favorite. Because I never would in a million years would have thought 1924 would have came out on top on this, and that's kind of cool that it did. That's the video. Thank you guys for watching, and apparently Old Forester 1924 is the best of the Whiskey Row series. That's awesome. Kind of. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. Make sure you leave a like down, and make sure you leave a like, comment down below. Let me know Thank you everyone for watching. Fuck me. That's the end of the video. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. Wait, I fucked that up. Thank you everybody for watching. I'll see you on the next. I keep doing the ending. Well, that's the video. Thank you guys for watching. Leave me a comment down below. Let me know what your favorite of the Whiskey Row series is. While you're down there, leave a like, and I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today we're going to do a review of a bottle that for most people, myself included, would be considered a unicorn. That is Pappy Van Winkle Lot B. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, like I said in the intro, bottle that I have always wanted to get my hands on, finally happy that I did. I spent $120 on this on retail. I got this through the ABC Vault, and I have already opened it, as you can see. I opened this the other day on the 4th of July with my buddy Jace. He came over and we wanted to open it, save it for a special occasion, and I got to open it with somebody who genuinely appreciated it, and that's always the best. I was going to do it with my parents. My parents ended up not coming, so I ended up doing it with a friend, which is awesome too. So, full disclosure, I have tried this already. I have had this before as well. On Father's Day a couple years ago, we were at a restaurant and they had like a Father's Day flight. And on the flight was Midwinter's Night Dram, Blue Run, Emerald Rye, and the Van Winkle Lot B. After that flight, I remember going like, wow, the Lot B is really, really underwhelming. I was really upset about it, and my favorite one out of all of them was the Blue Run Emerald Rye. I think what happened, because I've had all of those since, I think what happened is that when they put it on the flight, they had the lineup wrong, because this is not at all what I remember tasting that day. This is actually really good, and this was like my least favorite thing that I had on that flight that day, which is odd. Also, before we get too far into this is a 2021 Lot B, and the reason I know that is because on each bottle there's a laser code, and the laser code is a code that deciphers into what year it is, and it starts off with L, and then that's the year, and it's 21. I'll put a little key decipher here, and I'll throw it on Instagram as well. Follow me on Instagram if you haven't already at Brad's Bourbon Reviews. And if you have a bottle of this, you can actually see what year it is. So it could be that the one I had that year was just not very good, but this one was actually pretty exceptional, and I wanted to give you guys a proper review, give you some tasting notes, and then give you a rating of it out of 10 at the very end here. So let's go ahead, give it a nosing, and see how we feel. First thing up is like it's super, super, super cherry. Very cherry forward. Like cough drop cherry without the like mentholy. It just smells like a really, really strong cherry smell. There's a little bit of caramel and vanilla mixed in there, and then there's a crap ton of oak as well. It's really balanced though. Like the cherry is the thing that comes out the most for sure, but it doesn't like overpower it and ruin it. I think it smells really, really nice. It's pretty well balanced. And that oak is like that soggy aged oak. I love that note so much. It smells really, really pleasant. I really like the nose on this. It is a little proofy on the nose for it being 91 proof, I think is what this comes in at. 90.4 proof. So it shouldn't have any real burn, but there's not a lot there, but there is some. So it's a little surprising with how low proof it is, but it smells so incredibly good. It smells warm. I really like the nose on this quite a bit. Enough chit-chatting about the nose. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Super cherry. Super cherry. It tastes like almost just cherry and caramel. The mouthfeel is like surprisingly good on this, with it being, you know, such a low proof. I guess it comes from the age. Mouthfeel feels really, really nice. I really, really enjoy this. I still think I like the 10-year better, but that's probably because it's at a higher proof. All the other Van Winkle expressions come in at 107 proof, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. This is the only one that doesn't come in at that proof. This does have a Kentucky hug going down, though. I'll tell you that. It does. You feel it in your chest. You don't really feel it on your palate, but you definitely feel it on your chest. I mean, it's so good. Like, this is really a crushable bottle. That's the problem with this. It drinks so easy. And it tastes really nice. Like, there's nothing off-putting about the texture. There's nothing off-putting about the palate. The finish is okay for it being low proof. I mean, it's still kind of going. But the palate and the nose are pretty much identical. It's cherry, some oak, and some caramel or vanilla. I kind of lean more toward caramel on the nose, vanilla on the palate. And it's really, really solid. Like, I really, really like it. I don't think in any way, shape, or form you should buy one of these for $1,000 unless you just got fuck you money and then it doesn't matter. I think the most I would pay for a secondary bottle of Lot B, if I was going to buy another one, would probably be around $500. And that's only because of how hard it is to get. If this was readily available, I wouldn't pay more than $120 what retail is. I think $120 is totally fair for a 12-year bourbon. I just wish this was also one of the ones that they released at 107 proof. I think it would do wonders for it. Now, it also could be that these tend to be more oaky, and that's why they do it, to make it less offensive. But I would like to try this expression at 107. I think that would make it way better in my opinion. That being said, what am I going to do on a scale of 1 to 10 for this? Lot B is good. It's not exceptional, but I would say it's probably great. So I'm going to give Van Winkle Special Reserve 12-year Lot B an 8.1. It's an 8.1. I think it's really solid. I think if you take the rarity away from it and you just enjoy what's in the bottle, it's a damn good bourbon. And I think it was never intended to have all this hype around it. And I think that will negatively affect the brand going forward, because I think people aren't judging it on what it should cost. They're judging on what they have to pay for it. And I think that's an unfair comparison. So I'm comparing this at $120. I'm doing my best to take the hype out of it, because I'll be honest with you, this is the one out of the lineup that I wanted to own the least, and it's the one I owned first. I still think it's really, really good, and it's way better than I remember it being. So I'm throwing that in there just as a disclaimer. I'm gonna give it an 8.1. I think it's really, really good. It could be great, but it's not quite there. I don't think I need to say this, but if you find these at retail, grab them and drink them. Open them, drink them. That's what they're intended to be for. They're not trophies. They are bottles of bourbon. Open them and enjoy them and drink them. And that is my review of the Old Rip Van Winkle, or Van Winkle Special Reserve, Pappy Lot B, whatever you want to call it, from 2021. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. If we hit 2,500 subscribers by the end of the year, I will be doing a giveaway with several pretty impressive bottles. So make sure you subscribe if you haven't already, and I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today we've got a bottle that I'm very, very curious to try, because I haven't loved a lot of the stuff that I've had from the distillery. That is Green River Foolproof. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, like I said in the intro, Green River Foolproof is what we are reviewing today. I have not opened this yet. I have been pretty anxious to try it. I've heard from friends who don't do like bourbon reviews but are into bourbon that this is actually pretty good. I have had a few things from Green River. The most recent thing I've had from Green River was their weeded bourbon, and I did not like it at all. I turned it into a mixer, and I haven't had it in probably a year. It's not my favorite bottle, but I have heard that this is really, really solid. So this was retailed at $47. Got this from a great liquor store in Orlando called 5 Star. I'm excited to try this. I always like to give bottles and distilleries a second chance because you never know. You could just be having a weird palate day, or, you know, sometimes they improve the quality throughout time. So it's always important to go back to these distilleries and give them a second shot. So I'm going to try this here. Let's get it into a Glen and let's see how we feel about it. See if we like this a little bit better than the weeded. I hope so, because if not, I wasted $47. The full proof comes in at 107.3 proof. Now, full proof and barrel proof, or barrel strength or cask strength, are two different things. Cask strength is what it comes out of at the barrel with no water added. Full proof is getting the bourbon, once it's done, back to the barrel entry proof. So presumably they put this into the barrel at 117.3 proof. So I'm curious to try this. Again, heard it's really, really good. I'm ready to give it a shot. So let's give it a nosing and let's see how we feel. Oh wow, that nose is nice. There was zero burn on that. It smells like a chocolate, like walnut brownie. Oh, you know what I'm going down the brownie road. It reminds me of like a cosmic brownie, those little Debbie cosmic brownies. Kind of reminds me of that, with like that if you had like nuts on it. I like this nose a lot. Super rich chocolate brownie. That's what I'm getting on this, like almost exclusively. I get like there's no oak to me. It's just super, super sweet chocolate brownie. Interesting. It's not what I was expecting from this. I was expecting a little more like to kind of fall in line with the weeded. I know they're two different mash bills completely, but just from what I've had from them, I was kind of expecting more of like a fruitier thing. I wasn't expecting it to be this like darker chocolatey notes that I'm getting. Really like that. That's really, so far, I'm impressed, Green River. Good job. There was like some pecan coming through in here now too a little bit. I'm just very impressed at how there's no ethanol in the nose on this. Let's give it a mouthing and see how we feel. Oh, yes. Oh my God. Holy crap, that's delicious. Dude, let's go. I'm so glad I like this. Super rich, really sweet, a lot of caramel, like a Werther's original caramel. It's not, again, this is not one that's overly complex, but it's such an improvement to me from the weeded that I'm excited about it. There's honey on that too. I just got honey all day. Oh boy, I really like this one. It almost kind of reminds me, I'm leaning into like honeycomb cereal almost. I really, really like this quite a bit. Going back to the nose here to see if I can pick up any honey on the nose. I still don't really get honey. I still get like a chocolate brownie. That's so weird. That's so strange. I like that a lot. Dude, this is so good. I'm a big fan of this. So on the palate, I'm getting like honey, caramel, and like a little bit of oak. There's a little bit of spice on the end of it. The finish is really nice. The highlight for me on this is probably the mouthfeel. The mouthfeel feels absolutely fantastic. And that honey note just really, really lingers. This is really solid. This is really, really good. I'm a big fan of this Green River, and I'm glad I am, because now I'm going to go try a few other things from them now. This is such an improvement to me from that weeded. Like, I wouldn't even think it's the same brand. Like, they're so radically different. For $45, this is a buy all day. If you can find it for that. $47 I think is what I paid. $47.99. Whatever I paid for it, I am so happy with this. This is really good. You are not going to regret it. It's really, really good. Green River, good job. That's a really solid bottle. I could see this being in like best releases of 2024 for me personally, partially because it's just such an improvement over the weeded that I think it deserves to be talked about, because I don't know if people are talking about this or not. This is really solid. This is a really, really good bottle. So on a scale of 1 to 10, the problem with this one is that I really, really like it, but it's not complex enough. So I don't want to overrate it. I don't want to give it a higher score than it deserves. So I'm going to give it a 7.9, and that's a damn good score. That's a damn good score. If you don't know, I gave Pappy Lot B an 8.1, and I was impressed with that one too. They're neck and neck for me, like quality wise. I think they're really solid. I think a 7.9 is more than fair. So that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. Go down, leave a like and comment. I will be giving away a sample of this and a sample of the Green River Weeded, so you can try them for yourself at home. Comment down below. Just leave some sort of comment indicating that you want to be in the drawing. I'll take all the names that are comments and randomly pull one person from that, and I will send you a sample of the Green River Weeded and the Green River Foolproof for free. Remember, we are headed to our 2,500 subscriber goal. If we can get that by the end of the year, I'm going to do a giveaway with several hard-hitting bottles. So make sure you do that, and I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, I'm going to let you know if you should drink this or if you should drink that. Stay tuned to find out what the hell I'm talking about. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I had an idea for a video that's a little different outside of a review or like a top 10 or anything like that. This video came to me when I was talking to a friend of mine about if you can't find this, then drink this. I was like, this is a perfect idea for a video. I'm sure I'm not the first person to have done this video, but this is my opinion of these. Now, in some cases, I'm going to tell you that the cheaper option is the best. In some cases, I'm going to tell you the more expensive option is worth the money. So take it case by case, and just remember, this is just my opinion. I would like to hear what you have to say down in the comments, so leave a comment down below. While you're down there, leave a like. But other than that, let's get into the first one. First up, we have Maker's Mark Cask Strength versus Maker's Mark 101. These, for me, are the two best expressions that Maker's Mark does outside of the wood finishing series. The wood finishing series, I think, is their best work, in particular BEP. It's one of my favorite bottles they've ever made, if not my favorite that I've had. So when it comes down to these two, Maker's Mark 101 and Maker's Mark Cask Strength, which one should you drink? In this case, shockingly, I'm going to tell you Maker's Mark 101. There's just some unpleasantness on this cask strength that I'm not a huge fan of. I am not the biggest Maker's Mark fan anyway, but I really genuinely enjoy Maker's Mark 101. I think it is a fantastic bottle, and for the price, which I honestly can't remember, I think it's like $40. If I remember correctly, it is comparable to Maker's Mark Cask Strength. So even if it's a little more expensive or if it's a little less, it's more of a plus. But if it is the same price or a little more, I would tell you to reach for the Maker's Mark 101. It's just a little bit better. It's along the same lines for me of Blanton's Gold is just better than Blanton straight from the barrel. For whatever reason, the proof point that they bottle it at just works for it. And I feel that same way about this bottle of Maker's Mark. So drink Maker's Mark 101, not Maker's Mark Cask Strength. Moving on to the next one here, we have Jack Daniel's Old No. 7. I don't have any other bottles other than the McLaren bottle right now. And the Jack Daniel's Bonded. One is around $25 for a 750. One is around $28 to $30 for a 700 milliliter. Even taking all that into account, I'm still telling you, Jack Daniel's Bonded. This should be the base level Jack Daniel's product. This bottle is so good. I would put this against almost any other bonded whiskey. I mean, it's just so incredibly good. It's like literally perfection. I love this bottle so much. If you ever get your hands on any of the international releases of the Bonded, those are the same exact thing as what's in this bottle. So you're not really missing out unless you just really like cool packaging, like I'm a sucker for, unfortunately. But I would highly recommend you drink this over that. I have one more Jack Daniel's this or that, and it's along the same lines. This is the Jack Daniel's Single Barrel Proof Rye, and this is the Jack Daniel's Bonded Rye. This is around $70 when you find it. This is $35 when you can find it. All things considered, I definitely will keep one of these around just because I think they're really solid, and I love Jack Daniel's. I am not the biggest rye fan, so please take this with a massive grain of salt, but I highly prefer the Jack Daniel's Bonded Rye. I think the Jack Daniel's Bonded Rye is one of the best bottles that Jack Daniel's makes. It is, to me, better than the Single Barrel Proof Rye, and it's not even close. Again, proof point just really works for this. I do know that these are single barrels and they vary, but this is just really good. I would drink this over that. All right, moving on here to the next one, we have Knob Creek 12 Year and Knob Creek 15. Both of these are fantastic pours. I personally think that the 12 is a little better than the 15. I don't know why. I just think it's a little nicer. I feel like it's just a little more pleasant. Not that there is anything wrong with the 15. This goes for around like what, $65-$75. This is 100 and something. I don't think the price justifies what's in the bottle for these two, because the 12 is just so damn good that like you can't really beat it. If you look up bourbon in the dictionary, like this is exactly what you're gonna get. Like Knob Creek 12 Year is just like quintessential bourbon. And I think that that's going to be where most people's palate lines up. But for me, I still think that the 12 is just a little bit better than the 15, especially when you're paying much more for the 15. So I would drink this over that. Next up, we got some Old Forester bottles here. And if you know me personally, you're probably laughing at this right now because you know how much I love one of these bottles. Or if you've seen the videos, you know how much I talk about this one bottle in particular. But this is, I'm going to actually stand this in for pretty much any other Old Forester bottle. Initially, I was thinking about doing this comparison to Old Forester, just the 100 proof, like the $30 bottle, and comparing it to this since they were the same proof. And then I realized, oh yeah, this is the same proof as well. So this is an Old Forester single barrel. This is a pick from Total Wine here in Orlando, 100 proof, and this is the Old Forester Whiskey Row Series 1897 bottled and bond. And which one would I pick? For me, it is no contest at all. It goes to the 1897. I get a nice green apple and oak note. This is good. Yes, they are rather expensive still, even though they're becoming a little bit more findable. And I don't think that you're going to get as much out of this as you will this. Granted, these are single barrels, so they do vary. And especially with this one being a pick, it's very specific to someone's personal palate. However, I think comparing this to this bottle from Old Forester, or if it's, Old Forester 1910, or if it's Old Forester 1920, I think you're still going to do better with the 1897. It's just that good of a bottle. So I would definitely drink this over that. And last one here for the video, we have a Russell's Reserve 10-year bourbon and a Wild Turkey rare breed. They are within $20 of each other, but I'm going to tell you right now, pay the extra money and get their Wild Turkey rare breed. It is absolutely fantastic. Yes, there's some age to the Russell's Reserve 10-year, but this is just not as good as this. This is just simply not as good. Wild Turkey rare breed is one of the best bourbons on the market, and it has been for quite a long time. And I know people love it, but I don't feel like it gets the respect that it deserves. People kind of look at it like, yeah, it's a good thing to have on the shelf where you drink it every once in a while. No, this is a really fantastic bottle of bourbon. And Wild Turkey rare breed deserves your respect, and you should drink this over that all day. All right, so that was the first video of this or that. I have a bunch more of these in my head lined up to do. Comment down below and let me know what you would have me pick this over that. I'll line up 2 bottles, I'll pick them, and we will go from there. I think it'd be a lot of fun to do it. So make sure you leave a comment down below. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. These are my 5 go-to bourbons right now. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're going to go through the 5 bourbons that I've just been reaching for more consistently than any of the other bottles I have in the collection. I don't like to call them daily drinkers because I don't drink daily, and I think that's probably not a good thing to do if you do. Far be it from me to tell you how to live your life. I don't know you, but I think that's probably good advice, is to not drink every single day. That's why I don't call them daily drinkers. I call them my go-tos. Now, the cool thing about this type of video is that these change from time to time. So just because this is what I'm drinking right now doesn't mean that this is what I'll be drinking in 6 months from now, and that's why I find these videos interesting. So let's go ahead and dive into number 1 here. First up is this bottle right here, Rebel Small Batch Reserve, coming in at 110 proof, $30, a great wheated bourbon out of Lux Row. I love this thing. I might actually include this in my best of the year. Now, it's not on the level of a Buffalo Trace Antique Collection or a Jack Daniel's 12 or a Russell's 15 or anything like that. It is just a really solid bottle, especially for the price. You get a nice little proof punch with it being 110 proof. There's nothing not to like about this bottle. I love it. Even when I did my review a few months ago, I have just consistently loved this bottle. It tastes very vanilla-y if you like vanilla bourbons. And it makes a really good mixer with Coke. If you like vanilla Coke, you just get a boozy vanilla Coke. I can't recommend this enough. You can't go wrong with this bottle. Moving on to the next one. Up next is an old favorite, Eagle Rare. I'm a big fan of Eagle Rare. I can get my hands on it pretty easily here in Central Florida. However, Lately, that has not been the case. We haven't gotten anything lately. But usually I can get my hands on a bottle of Eagle Rare fairly simply, and I end up using this as a mixer. This works incredibly well with Old Fashions. I usually only put rye whiskeys in my Old Fashions, but sometimes I'll throw Eagle Rare in there just to make it a little different, and it's really solid in an Old Fashioned. If you ever have one of these bottles and you have a few backups and you want to try something a little different, try an Eagle Rare Old Fashioned. Let's move on to number 3. Number 3, I still think I have like 6 of these that are unopened. I went through a really crazy spell of buying E.H. Taylor small batch whenever I could find it. So now I have like a surplus of these. So this is probably the bottle I reach for the most just because I have so many of them. Love E.H. Taylor small batch. It's one of my favorite bottles of all time. I don't know if I like it better than the barrel proof, but it's up there. Like, it's really, really solid. So I know this is hard to find for a lot of people, but I really stocked up on these when I was able to find them. And I still have a rule. Anytime I find these under $50, I buy it. So E.H. Taylor small batch is delicious. If you can find one, obviously buy one. They're great. Like, it's just a really good bottle. Like, I love everything about these. It's like perfect. I also have a little bit of a sentimental attachment to E.H. Taylor. Oh, it smells so good. It smells like grape candy corn. I know that sounds weird, but it's just so good. I will never not love E.H. Taylor small batch. It's delicious, and it goes without saying, if you can find one, get one. They're fantastic. Moving on to number 4 here. This one not upset people, but I need people to understand that I went out of my way to get a bunch of these, and that's why I have so many of them. And I just finished the first one I ever got. That's Jack Daniel's 10-year batch 2. I literally have 4 of these that are still sealed. So I go to this more often than, if this was in like a ranking order, this probably would be number 1 because I just go to this one so much because I have a ton of it and I love it. It's one of my favorite bottles of all time. This actually might be my favorite bottle of all time. Every year I update my top 10 because every year you try other new things, and that's a good way to, top 10 bourbons of all time at the end of the year. It's always fun to do. This actually might be number 1. I really, there's something about this that I just really, really love. It's just really, really good. I love it so much, and I'm so excited to try Jack 14. If and when I can get my hands on it, I'm really hoping I can pull some favors, pull some strings, and hopefully get a bottle of that because I really, really want it. But I know this is really hard for some people to get. I'm sorry. It was hard for me to get for a while too, and then I just made it happen. I did trades to get them. I traded, a few things to get a few of these. So I get it, but I have a ton of them, and I don't trade these now that I have them because I love this bottle so much. And the reason I traded things, I traded a few Blantons for 1 or 2. I've traded some E.H. Taylor, some Eagle Rare. I've done some multi-bottle trades. I can always get E.H. Taylor and I can get Eagle Rare. They're still making it. They've only made a certain number of bottles of the Jack Daniel's 10-year batch 2. And once it's gone, it's gone. And that's why I hoard it. This is one of the few things I hoard, this and the 12 too. I have a few of those as well. So let's get into number 1 here. And this is Blanton straight from the barrel. This is mine, my actual one. I have yet to open it. But I had been drinking on the one that Jace let me have. So this is one that I kept finding myself going back to because it's just really, really good. I still think Stag is a better barrel proof expression in my opinion. But I think this is a really, really solid bottle. And I don't know if this one's quite worth the secondary money, which actually I'm going to do that video, bottles that are worth the secondary pricing. I really, really like this bottle a lot. If you can get your hands on this for a reasonable price, I would say do it. I mean, why not? Blanton's is fantastic at any proof point except a green one. They're not good. And Blanton's Gold is great. I like Blanton's Gold a little bit better. I would say probably Blanton's Gold is worth it more than the barrel proof just because I think the quality is better in the gold. I don't know. I think I'm in the minority on that, and that's fine by me. Yeah, I've been drinking a lot of Blanton's straight from the barrel, and this is, now that Jace's is gone, I'm going to have to open mine and enjoy some of this, and I'm excited to. 133 proof. It's pretty high for straight from the barrel, so I'll take it. But that's it. Let me know in the comments down below what you're drinking on. What are your go-to bourbons? Comment down below. Leave a like and subscribe. I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Well, sometimes you have to resort to the secondary to get the bottle that you've been looking for. Luckily, there are some bottles that are worth secondary prices. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're going to go through some bottles that I personally think are worth seeking out on the secondary. Secondary is controversial, but I will say, when you need something that you can't find, like I was able to find the Jack Daniels before and after set, it can be beneficial. It all depends on making sure you don't get scammed, which I may have a story about coming up on another episode. It all comes down to that and making sure you're not overspending. Like, there's one thing to buy something on the secondary, and there's another thing to get completely ripped off on the secondary. The bottles like the Pappy Van Winkles and the super highly allocated things are always going to be there for crazy money, but there are some ones that are findable and reasonably priced, especially out in the wild compared to things I've seen. And today we're going to talk about ones that I think are worth buying on the secondary for the right price. Let's go ahead and get into it. These are in no particular order. First up is E.H. Taylor Barrel Proof. I love this bottle. This is batch 11, and I really do love this bottle. I think it's one of the best things that Buffalo Trace puts out. I have batch 11 and batch 12. This bottle is interesting because I see it now on the secondary for around $350 to $450, which is still crazy because the bottle really only retails, I think, at like $75, $80, something like that. I've bought them at retail for around that price. Lingers around $350. Now, this one is so good, and it's really difficult to find. So I feel like this is one of the ones that for the price and how hard it actually is to get a bottle on it, that the price is not that bad. Plus, it has gone down dramatically. I remember the first time I looked up at E.H. Taylor Barrel Proof, they're going for like $1,100. Also, when I refer to the secondary, I'm usually talking about these like trading Facebook groups. I'm sure if you typed in E.H. Taylor Barrel Proof on Google, you'll see something for like an absurd amount of money, but you can get them on the secondary for less than that. But this one is just a really solid bottle. So if you have the money to spend on it and you want a solid bottle for a special occasion, this is one to go for, and I would say the most I would spend probably would be around $350 for one. I think they're just that solid. I like it that much. Moving on to the next one. I'm going to do these two as a set like I always do anytime I bring up these bottles. Jack Daniels 10-year and 12-year. The secondary prices for these are so reasonable. I was able to get a Jack Daniels 10-year batch 1 for $150 shipped. That's crazy. I see these for around $300 in stores when I do see them. I have never seen them at a retail store unless I bought them that were at retail. Every time I ever see them, they are like crazy expensive and way more than secondary. So this is one of those times where like a secondary Facebook group or a secondary, trading page can get you something that's really good for not a lot of money. I mean, like it's crazy how much these go for out in the wild versus what they actually go for on the secondary. They retail like $75 and $95, I think. So it should not cost $400 for either one of these. But if you can get these for like $150 to even $250, I would do it. I'm telling you, I'm gonna go on a buying spree of Jack Daniels 10-year batch 2 once I open this one, because I only have 3 or 4 of these left now, and I need more of them. I love them that much. If you can find these, not $400, but up to like, I would say $200 to $250 would be what I'd be comfortable spending on these. These are absolutely worth getting your hands on the secondary if you can. On to the next one here. This is a bottle that has another one that's like really fallen in price. This is the Weller Antique 107. This is my favorite out of the Weller lineup. I really, really like 107. There's just beautiful fruit notes on this. It's unbelievably delicious. It's by far my favorite. I like this over Foolproof. I would pick this over Foolproof all day if they were sitting side by side on the shelf. I just love everything about it. I think it's like one of those perfect bourbons. And this bottle has really gone down in price as well. This is another one when I first started getting bourbon. These were $400 or $500. I saw them in Kentucky for $250, even $300 in some cases. But now you can find them for like $90. Like, they're not expensive at all. So for $90, I'd buy this all day. And that's, again, with some of these Facebook groups, that's going to include shipping, so it's really not that bad. This bottle, in my opinion, is absolutely worth paying secondary prices for. It's absolutely delicious. Now, again, don't spend $400, $500, $600 on it. But I think if you spend $90 on it, you're not doing too bad. I think it's probably a pretty good price to pay for this bottle. Moving on to the next one. Next on the list is Old Fitz 10-year bottled and bond, the decanter bottle. First off, the juice is just incredible, right? The juice is absolutely incredible in this bottle. It's really, really solid. Great wheater bourbon. Big fan of this one. But obviously, people love this bottle for the bottle. People use this as like a decanter, which I totally understand. I actually think it'd be kind of cool if you took the tags off of this and soaked it in water and let all of the stickiness come off, and you just used it as a straight up decanter. I think that'd be really, really cool. But The combination of this mixed with the rarity of it and the bottle design is like a perfect swirl for this to make sense in the secondary. And these have fallen crazy off. There is a store in Orlando right now. You can walk in on iDrive and see this exact bottle for $1,100. These go for around $350 on the secondary now. Crazy fall off for this bottle, and it's amazing. And they retail at $150. It's absolutely worth secondary price. It's good. And my last one here, I think you can only get this on secondary pretty much unless you go to Japan. It's Wild Turkey 12 year. I love this bottle so much. I paid $200 for this bottle. I would pay $200 for this bottle again. Got this through an auction in the UK. Bourbon doesn't get much better than this. It just gets different. It didn't win my 12-year competition, but I mean, you put Jack Daniels in front of me, I'm going to pick it. I have a bias towards Jack Daniels, just straight up. So that's why it didn't win. But this bottle is absolutely phenomenal. This is 100% worth secondary prices. If you can ever get your hands on this, do it. I don't even know what retail is on these. It's probably $100, so you're paying double. But unless you can afford a trip to Japan and fly it back for yourself, it's way cheaper to do it this way. Plus, if you get this bottle, you're going to absolutely love this bottle. Like, there's nothing in here that's nothing short of delicious. So, well, there you have it. 6 bourbons that I personally think are worth paying secondary prices for. Notice, as much as I love George T. Stack, as much as I love the Van Winkle lineup, those didn't make because those just go for insane money. These are all relatively affordable. I think the most expensive one was $300. Well, maybe $350 if you're doing the H. Taylor, but all relatively affordable. I'm not saying $350 is affordable. I'm saying compared to a $1,500 bottle of Pappy Van Winkle 15, it is affordable. So comment down below. Let me know what bottles you would pay secondary prices for. I'm always curious to hear what you guys have to say. So chime in the comments, leave a comment down below. If we can get to 2,500 subscribers by the end of this year, I have a 3-bottle giveaway we're going to do. So make sure you leave a like and subscribe. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Well, last year when I tried Russell's 13, I said I wasn't going to fall for the hype and get Russell's 15, but here we are. I got my hands on Russell's 15. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we have a very, not controversial bottle. Controversial to me personally because I got my hands on the Russell's 13 Batch 3 last year, and I didn't like it so much so that I ended up trading it for like a Blanton's and an EH. So the crap I had already, just wanted to get rid of it because I spent way too much on that bottle. And I probably spent way too much on this one. So a little story about this one. I did not get this on the very disastrous drop that they had online. It was a complete mess. The website went down on the initial release, and then a few days later they tried it again, and the website went down. This is exactly what it looked like for me. I tried for an hour and a half straight, refreshing nonstop, and I was able to add it to the cart and add my address in, but it wouldn't let me select it, and then it just kept breaking after that. So I gave up after an hour and a half, and it was a mess. It was one of the worst releases I've ever seen. So I had vowed I wasn't going to fall into the hype for this one, and then my buddy Rob messaged me and said, "Did you get one yet?" And I was like, "No, I haven't gotten it yet." And he goes, "Well, you need to get one because this is one of the best things I've ever had." So I don't know if it can live up to that. Those are really strong, really hard words to live up to. So we're going to try it. I haven't opened it yet. You can see it's still sealed. Haven't opened it yet. I'm going to give it a fair shake. So to me, the best thing Wild Turkey has ever produced has been the Wild Turkey 12 year and then the Russell's Reserve Single Rick House Camp Nelson F that came out last year. That bottle I don't own. I don't think I've ever seen one yet, but I love that. Rob sent me a sample of that last year, and I fell in love with it. I think it's one of the best bottles I've ever had. Truly, it's in my top 5 for sure. Top 5, top 10 for sure. Outside of that, I really like the Russell single barrel picks. This one right here from 5 Star is spectacular. It's called the Immediate Winner. And then I have this one from Southern Spirits that's just as good, but they are very different. So I'm a pretty big Wild Turkey fan. I'm a pretty big Russell's fan, but I am nervous. I've been nervous to try this all day. So enough talking. Let's get into this bottle. I'm so nervous. I did get this for retail, $250. Actually, a little less than retail, because the liquor store that I bought it at, they have like a rewards program for their customers. I had a $5 coupon, so it was $2.45. Or I'm sorry, it was $2.50 because it was $2.55. Here we go. Russell's 15. Let's see. I'm hearing great things. For people wondering, this is non-chill filtered, limited release 2024. I heard they have 98,000 bottles, and it comes in at 117.2 proof, which is a really solid proof for wild turkey stuff. So, all right, let's see. I'm so curious about this. It smells really good. Oh, at least on the nose, it's solid. It smells better than the Russell's 13 did on the nose for sure. It's fruity. There's like a, like almost like a strawberry note to this. It's a little proofy on the nose, but then there's like those rich brown notes, like a caramel or a brown sugar even. Some vanilla on there too. But like burnt vanilla and like burnt vanilla extract. Now it's very specific, but it's like if you've ever burnt cookies, it's like that kind of burnt vanilla, like vanilla, caramelized vanilla. I think it smells really nice. There's also like a really dark cherry note. I think that's that red note. It's not necessarily a strawberry. It's kind of like evolving a little bit now that it's been open for a minute into like a really dark cherry, like Warhead candy dark cherry minus the sourness. It's like that kind of note. And there's like I'm getting like a chocolate note in there too now. I'm gonna let this sit for a second. So as it's been sitting here, I get like a dark chocolate note too, along with that like super dark cherry. So like a chocolate cherry kind of note, which is kind of unique. I don't remember getting anything like that on a wild turkey product at all. Usually they're kind of like very oaky and like a little funkiness to it and some fruit, but not like this. So this is like distinct dark cherry. Black cherry, I think it's black cherry warheads. It's like that. I don't think black cherry is a real fruit, but if it was, it'd be like this. And I do get like some nuttiness too. Maybe it's the oak, but there's like some nuttiness to this. I really like this nose. You can tell I'm meandering. This nose is like really, really solid. Enough talking about the nose. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Oh man, that's like maple and oak. It drinks, I will say it does drink hotter to me than what I would think a 117 from Wild Turkey would drink. But the mouthfeel on that is incredible. I get like maple, oak. There's something on there that I like. It's like keeps walking up to me, and I can't place what it is, but I know what it is. It's driving me crazy. I think that's it's almost like tobacco or like leather. It's like a leathery note. That's what it is. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm a big fan of this. I really like this a lot. There is like a really kind of dusty quality to this, where it's like it feels old and it feels aged. It's 15 years. That's pretty high age for a bourbon. It to me, I don't think they should do a 17. I think this is probably the sweet spot. 13 was a little, I didn't like the 13. This is like perfect for what they're going for. I don't think this is like one of the best bourbons I've ever had necessarily, but I think this is really, really good. And so far for me, it's definitely in the contender for bourbon of the year. I mean, this is really, really special. The mouthfeel alone on this is so viscousy and so thick. I feel like I'm drinking syrup. Like the consistency is so thick in your mouth that like it kind of, you forget you're drinking a bourbon, and the finish just goes on forever. I really like this. I'm very impressed with this. I'm really glad that I got this. I am super happy that I gave this a second chance. I wish it didn't drink quite as hot as it does, but outside of that, I think it's really, really special. So here's what I'm going to do. Like and subscribe, comment down below. Everyone who comments will be entered in to win 1 2-ounce of this for a giveaway. Once this video has been up for a week, I will take all the names at that point and I will randomize the names and I will pick one winner and one person will get 2-ounce pour of this. I know this is a very sought after bottle, so any comment will do. If you leave a comment, you will be entered into that. So make sure you leave a like and subscribe as well. If we get 2,500 subscribers by the end of this year, I'm going to do a 3-bottle giveaway. So make sure you hit subscribe for that as well. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. One of my favorite craft distilleries, Southern Grace Distillery, graced me with this bottle right here today. This is going to be awesome. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, like I said in the intro, one of my favorite distilleries sent me a bottle today that I'm very excited to get into. This is Virginia's Birthday Barrel. It is a limited 6-year release, single barrel proof bourbon. This is barrel 438, coming in at 102.6 proof. Nice, easy sipping for me. And thank you, Thomas, very, very much for sending me this. I really appreciate it. Thanks to the whole team, Sebastian, and of course, Virginia. Happy birthday. I really appreciate this. This is very kind. They know I love them. They were the first distillery that was like cool to me. And I've always loved these guys, and I can't wait to try this. I have nothing but love for them. If you don't know, they are in Mount Pleasant, North Carolina, about 30 minutes outside of Concord, North Carolina, where I grew up. They make everything in-house. Everything they do is, with the exception of a few things, they do single barrel proof bourbons. So I've been trying to talk them into doing a wheated bourbon, and I'm still trying to make that happen, because I think with the mash bill that they have, which is a really high corn mash bill, I think it's like 80%, so 82% corn. I think if they put some wheat in there too, we'd be going to Sizzler. I have done tastings where I've brought some barrel picks that I have done with them. It's like the Founder's Reserve pick. It always wins the blinds. This one and the double oaked, I left it at a friend's house and they completely crushed the double oak pick. It stood up to things like Thomas H. Handy. It stood up to George T. Stagg. And I get so many questions every time I let someone try, especially my Founder's Reserve pick, of like, what is this? This is so good. So if you're in North Carolina, around North Carolina, go check them out. It used to be a prison. So go check out their website, southerngracedistilleries.com, and book a tour or something like that. So thank you guys again for sending me this. I'm tired of talking. Let's get into some drinking here. I think this might be the oldest single barrel they've released. I know they've done some like 4 and 5 year stuff, but 6-year might be their oldest one. I need to follow up with them on that, but I'm pretty sure I'm right on this. All right, let's get this thing open. Let's see how we feel about this. I'm so excited. I didn't think I was going to get to try this, but they were gracious enough to send me this. So I'm excited. Their stuff's usually really sweet and really pleasant on the nose. So let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. This one's no exception. This smells great. This smells fantastic. Super sweet oak. Like really sweet oak. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the Jack Daniel's Sinatra on the nose. If you've ever had the Jack Daniel's Sinatra, they groove into the staves of the barrels to let more liquid penetrate the staves of the barrel, and it results in a really sweet smelling and tasting like sweet wood. And this is exactly it on the nose. This smells so good. Yeah, I get a like sweet oak and like a bubblegum note on this one. And I get that in a lot of their stuff. And like a slight grape note too. It's definitely like grape bubblegum. It is like grape big league chew. That's what it smells like. All right, let's give it a mouthing and see if it tastes as good as it smells. I mean, it's better than the Russell's 15. It's better than the Russell's 15. I just did the review of the Russell's 15. This is better. You tried it too. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, that's way better.
It's better, dude. I just recorded the Russell's 15 video, and I really thought that was good. This is better to me. It's crazy to say. Russell's 15 is a $250 bottle. I don't know how much this costs, but it's probably around $50-$60. It's, less than half the age, and in my opinion, it's better. Straight up. It's straight up better. This is just so nice. I'm getting some barrel char on the nose too, going back to it, which is, I always love when I can pick up like barrel char on a bottle. I love that. Conviction is actually the first bourbon that I got a note on that I was able to identify very distinctly. And I remember it being smoke. It was the first time I've ever smelled smoke on a bourbon. And it was like, and I was like, oh, it's barrel char. That mouthfeel is incredible. For a 6-year, 102 proof. This is the definition of a crushable bourbon. Like, I could really do some damage to this bottle in one sitting. It is so easy to drink. The 102 proof is super approachable. If you're new into bourbon and you live in the North Carolina area, I would seek this bottle out 100%. If you are into bourbon and have been for quite some time, I'm telling you, you need to get your hands on this bottle. I did some research on this bottle. There was 190 bottles of this produced, and it's $48 retail. So run, do not walk. Go grab these if they're still available. Call the distillery. You need one of these in your collection. I'm going to text my friends that live in North Carolina who are into whiskey. Nick, I'm talking about you and a few other people. Go get your hands on this. This is phenomenal. I'm telling you, this is better than Russell's 15. I'm gonna say it now. This is gonna make my top 10 of the year if that one does, because this is better than that. And I thank you, Holly, for the confirmation. It is the first 6-year release they have done of a single barrel. So guys, thank you again for sending me this. I appreciate it. I love this. This is so good. This is going to be another one of those that I go like, you got to try this, but probably not because there's only, how many, who knows how many of these left. I need another one. I might have to send my mom up to the distillery to get another one. But that is the review. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. While you're down there leaving a like and subscribing, leave a comment. If you leave a comment, you will be entered to win a 2-ounce sample of this. I will send it to you for free. Anyone who leaves a comment will be entered, and I will do a drawing a week after this video has gone live and randomize all the names and pick one winner. So you can't enter if you don't comment. So make sure you leave a comment. Also, if we get to 2,500 subscribers by the end of 2024, I'm going to do a 3-bottle giveaway. So make sure you subscribe. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. It's bound to happen. One day you're going to find a bottle that you've been really wanting, and it's going to be disappointing for one reason or another. These are 10 of my bourbons that were really disappointing. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're talking about some disappointing bourbons. It's going to happen. You're going to spend money on a bottle. You're not going to like it for one reason or another. And sometimes those bottles end up on lists on YouTube. And that's what this video is today. So a few things before we get into it. First off, this is just my opinion. If there's a bottle on this list that you love, I'm happy for you. I'm truly, truly, truly happy for you. This is just my opinion. Secondly, disappointing does not always mean bad. It doesn't, all right? It just means for one reason or another, maybe it was hype, whatever the case may be, that you get a bottle, you crack it open, and it's just not what you wanted from the bottle. So keep those two things in mind. These are in no particular order. Let's get into the first one. First one up here is the Bardstown Origin Series Rye. Here's the thing about this bottle. It is not bad at all. It is just twice the price of the regular Bardstown series. I think those are like 45. This was like 80. So maybe not exactly twice the price, but close to twice the price. And it's just a solid rye. There's plenty of ryes that are just as good as this one that aren't as expensive. I actually think Sazerac rye is a little bit better. This is finished though. It's Kentucky straight rye whiskey finished in toasted cherry wood and oak barrels. There's nothing inherently wrong with it, but when you compare this to the other bottles of the Origin series, this one just falls flat on its face. And it's just not very good, especially not for what you pay for it. So Bardstown Origin Series Rye, you're on the list. Moving on to the next one. Oh boy, this was going to upset some people. We have the Ben Holiday Rickhouse Proof. This bottle was a gift to me from a friend who was like really high on the Ben Holiday stuff. Had heard all the hype, had heard Bruzel talking about it, and I got this bottle and I was super excited to get it. Still thank you very much, Brandon, for the gift, but I just don't get the hype. I don't get it. It's not bad necessarily, but I was very disappointed, and this is just like, it's just kind of okay whiskey. I don't get the hype and the love for Ben Holiday. Again, there's nothing wrong with this bottle. To me, it's just okay. And it was disappointing because I really wanted to like it because we are finally getting Ben Holiday stuff in Florida. And at the time, I was really excited to try it. Here's the thing. I'll try another expression. I've tried a few of these from Ben Holiday, and I've kind of felt the same out of all of them. I don't know. To me, I just think it's just a little disappointing because I was expecting a little bit more out of this. And it is, these bottles are not like super inexpensive. I think this is like $60, $65, $70, somewhere around there for a Rickhouse Proof. It's 120 proof. And it just drinks a little harsh, and I don't know. Just to me, it's just disappointing. I don't love it. So Ben Holiday, Rickhouse Proof, you're on the list. Moving on to the next one. Oh. This is the old Blanton's Green Label. I do not like this bottle at all. This is Blanton's. It's a Canadian exclusive, and that's where it should stay. They know what they did. This is not a very good bottle of bourbon. This was super disappointing to me because I like Blanton's. I don't think it's the end all be all to bourbon, but I really do like the gold and the straight from the barrel. And I actually like regular, 93 and whatever proof Blanton's it is. But this one is just bad. It is bad. It tastes like wood chip water. It's just not good. They should never have bottled this at 80 proof. It smells really nice. That's one thing that's really, really annoying about it, is that it's this nose is really pleasant, but the bottle itself is just terrible. I'm glad I have it just because it completes the collection for me. Well, not completes, but it's part of the puzzle to complete the collection at some point. But this one, it was just so disappointing to me because I really wanted to like it because I wanted to have another bottle of Blanton's that I was into. And this one just is so not it. I can't explain it to you. This one is actually one that's really bad and disappointing. So it's like a double on the list, but it's not good. Blanton's Green Label. You made the most disappointing bourbons in my collection. Moving on to the next one. Number 4, here's another bottle from Buffalo Trace, and that is Traveler Whiskey. I was actually excited about this. Chris Stapleton, I don't know a ton about his whiskey, or his whiskey. I don't know a ton about his music, but I know he likes Buffalo Trace. I think. I don't know. I got excited. I got into the hype. And while I do tend to like this more than other people, A, I use it as a mixer primarily, and B, I do like it more than some people. Just think it's like the worst thing ever made. I don't think it's that level, but I was disappointed in this because I was expecting something a little more special from Buffalo Trace than what this is. There's zero transparency about what's in the bottle, but yeah, I was really disappointed in this. I wanted to like it more than I did. Some people will just completely go like, I will never drink that. That's not the case for me. I use it as a mixer. It's like expecting something really great and then getting Jack Daniel's Old No. 7, where it's like, it's fine, but I was hoping for something better, and that's how I feel with this one. So it's disappointing to me. The Traveler Whiskey, one of the more disappointing releases of, I think this year. I think this came out this year. So Traveler, you made the list. Moving on to the next one. Number 5. This is a bottle from High West Midwinter's Night Dram. And this isn't an indictment of all Midwinter's Night Drams. This is this bottle in particular. I do not like this bottle. This is Act 10, Scene 2. This is terrible. This is one of the worst rye whiskeys I have ever had. It is very bitter. It is unpleasant in every way. I spent $200 on this bottle to get it, and it was the most disappointing thing. I saved this for Christmas Day, and luckily I had brought both of the ones I had at that point, or Christmas would have been ruined. But the Act 11 is way better than this one. This one, I do not like this at all. Like, I wish I had tried it before I opened it, because then I could just trade it for something. But it's here, so I'm gonna keep it as a part of the collection. But this was so disappointing because I had tried Midwinter's Night Dram months before. I had always wanted to try it, and I got to finally try it like a month or two before I was able to buy on my own. And I was so excited to get it and to like have one for myself. And then this one is just so terrible. It's so bad. It's really, really bad. I always show people who don't like rye Midwinters because I don't like it, and I don't like rye typically, and I do like Midwinter's Night Dram. I never give them this one because it's just so, to me, like offensively bad and so disappointing. When I opened this bottle, I was so upset. This is, you can see how much is missing out of this. I do not like it. Not really at all. So that's unfortunate, but hey, it's what it is. Sometimes they're disappointing. Moving on to the next one. Number 6 is this little bugger right here, the Henry McKenna. Henry McKenna 10-year bottled and bond. This one for, whoa, I guess the cap wasn't even on. Lid wasn't even on. I don't care. I'm never going to go back to this bottle. This one was one for me that was disappointing because I had heard about this. I heard about this when like Henry McKenna was popping off a few years ago, and everyone and their mother was talking about how great Henry McKenna was. And I fell into the hype. I think I spent like $90 on this bottle, which is insane now because it is like literally on every shelf at every liquor store now for like $60. But it's going to happen. You're going to overpay. And that's part of the reason here for this. I was excited to try it. And then I finally get it home. I get it open, and it has this really weird mint taste to it that I don't like. I don't mind it on some whiskeys, but for some reason, it just doesn't work with this one. I have heard a rumor that the reason that Henry McKenna the 10-year single barrel bottled and bond popped off was because when they had entered this into the spirits competition where it blew up from, they had like some select single barrels that they knew were really, really good that would, do well in blinds and likely to win the competition. So they kind of pushed those to the side and were like, here, try these. Not, that's their thing to do if they want, but I feel like that kind of does damage to your brand because people are going to hear how good it is and then take something that is completely at the time overpriced and mediocre and be burned by it. I don't think I'll ever buy another one of these. I'm sure that there's some variations of these since they are single barrels, but I'm good. I get it. I just not a fan of the Henry McKenna Bottled in Bond 10 year. I'm sure somebody is. It's just not for me. But this was one of the most disappointing bourbons I've ever had. Moving on to the next one. Number 7 comes from one of my favorite, if not my favorite distilleries. That is Jack Daniel's Bold and Spicy. This is one of the Traveler exclusive bottles. And this is another one for me where you can barely tell I've even tasted anything out of it. The bottle is open. Look at that. You can barely see that I've even gotten anything out of it. Yeah, it's a rye. I was expecting more out of it. After I tried the Sweet Noki, I really liked it. And I was like, okay, cool. Maybe they're doing something cool with the rye. And they didn't. This is not even as good to me as the Jack Daniel's Bonded Rye. So harder to find, more expensive on the secondary if you can find it. And, hard to get because you have to be traveling internationally to even be able to buy a bottle of it. I was hoping for a little bit more. This one's one of those, this falls under it's not bad. It's just like, oh, okay, it's a rye whiskey. Well, it's dumb and boring and disappointing. I'm glad I spent extra money on these. Yeah, it's just okay. But it is disappointing. Moving on to the next one. Number 8 here is, next one is Booker's Apprentice Batch. Yeah, I do fall into the category where I like this probably more than most people. Some people said that it was undrinkable, and I don't quite go that far with it, but it is a far cry from the only other Booker's I've ever purchased, which is the Kentucky Tea. That one is amazing, but this bottle is just kind of boring. It is aged for 7 years, 1 month, and 2 days. It's 125.5 proof, and it's just not that great. I honestly think for $21, the Jim Beam Black Label 7-year or gold, whatever it's called now, the 7-year age-stated bottle is far superior to this, and this cost me $125. Yeah, I am disappointed in this, and this honestly has kind of made me stay away from Booker's a little bit just because they're just so expensive for what I tend to get out of them. Tried a few of the other ones, I tried the Springfield batch at a restaurant. It was fine, but again, is it worth the money when I could put that money and get several really good bottles for the same price? No, not to me. So Booker's Apprentice Batch in particular, you made the list here. All right, we're finishing strong here with 2. I don't know which order to go in. I think I know what I'm gonna go with. We're gonna go with number 9 being from Buffalo Trace, the CYPB. Now, this bottle is not bad at all. I like it, and in fact, I tried it again the other day with a friend of mine. If you watched the Arizona whiskey video, I did this for him because he had never had it before and I wanted him to try it. It's one of the more rare bottles in my collection. I got this from the ABC Vault. I was so excited because everyone at the time was paying hundreds of dollars for this bottle. I witnessed someone in Georgia pay $999 for Weller CYPB. I watched it happen with my own eyes. This is all day a $40 bottle of bourbon, which is what I got it for. I got it for $42 through the ABC Vault in Florida. I get questions about that from time to time. Basically, the ABC Vault is a rewards program that has specialty bourbons once you hit a certain tier that you can purchase randomly. They send you invitations to purchase and you get everything at retail or $5-6 from retail. So that's how I was able to get my hands on this. And I really like it. I really do. But I just wanted I wanted so much more from it. And I fell into the hype 100% with this one because I was like, oh, it's going to be amazing. It's perfect bourbon. It's the name of it, Craft Your Perfect Bourbon. So that's what CYPB stands for. So I totally fed into the hype. And this bottle was the last time I fell into the hype of something like this because I was like, oh, okay, it's just a good bottle of bourbon. And that's what it is. It's just a good bottle of bourbon, but it just doesn't need to be $999. So I feel bad for that guy, but you learn. He probably won't do that again. But Weller CYPB, you're a beautiful bottle, but you made the list. And last one here, the most recent disappointing bottle that I've gotten my hands on, and a very divisive bottle in 2024, if I can say so myself. That is a Maker's Mark Heart Release. I am not a fan of this bottle. I'm somewhere in the middle. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I don't feel like I got robbed or anything like that. But the bottle is just, it's not good. It's not good this should not be $100 bottle. I mean, I know the retail was probably $75, $85, somewhere around there, but it's not even that good. If this was $60, $50, $60, I'd be like, all right, that makes sense. The nose on this is really nice though. I really like the nose on this quite a bit, but that doesn't save a whiskey for me. So I don't know. This one's the most disappointing and most recent for sure. I'm still torn about this one because I was so disappointed because they had rumored they had finished the wood finishing series. They were going to move on to something else, and we all kind of thought that was, at least I thought, that was going to be like the cellar age and like more age stuff, and then they kind of backtracked with this wood finishing series. And they ended on such a high note with BEP. It seems really kind of strange to try to redo that. I don't know. It was just very disappointing, and I really, really wanted something more out of it. But BEP for me still stands on top, followed very closely behind FAE 01. I was getting confused. Maybe it was 2. FAE 02. One of them. Whichever one's the sweeter one. Those are the 2 best the Maker's Mark has done. So that's the video. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it very much. Make sure you leave a like, comment down below. Let me know what your most disappointing bourbons that you've ever had are. I think this was a pretty comprehensive list. There's probably a few more that I could throw in there, but I think that was probably like the highlights for me personally. Also, I'm gonna give away, if you want, I'm gonna give away to one person 3 2-ounce samples of any of the bottles that I showed in this video. I will throw your name into a random name generator a week after this video has been live, give people some time to watch it. The winner can pick 3 of the bottles that I put out here to make a little sample pack for you. So make sure you do that. Also, if we hit 2,500 subscribers by the end of this calendar year, 2024, I'm gonna do a 3-bottle giveaway. So please make sure you subscribe. If you like the video, like it. If you dislike it, dislike it. I stole that from Mudahar. I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Well, it's that time of year again. I finally got my hands on another batch of Stag. Here we are, batch Stag 24A. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome or welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I finally was able to get my hands on Stag 24A. I saw it popping up all over the country. I got super duper FOMO. I'm a big Stag fan. I am very excited to get into this. I love Stag. It's one of my favorite things that Buffalo Trace Distillery does. I don't know if you can hear that. There's a really bad thunderstorm outside. Here's what I like in a Stag. I like tobacco, dark cherry, chocolate, and leather. If I can get at least 2 or 3 of those notes, I'm happy. This one does come in at a little bit of a lower proof than some of the other Stags. This is 127.6 proof. Now that is pretty high proof just in general, but some of the Stag releases are like in the 130s. Still to this day, my favorite Stag that I've ever had is Stag 22B. I adore that bottle. Just hits my palate perfectly. Let's go ahead and get this bad boy into a Glen, and let's give it a proper nosing. And the cork broke. I don't know if y'all saw that. The cork broke. Perfect. This is why you keep all your corks. I keep all my corks in a little bag in case something like this happens. You have a backup and you don't have to like lose a bottle or, you know, crush a bottle before you should be crushing the bottle. Let me see if I have a Stag one. All right, let's try this again. Let's get into this thing. This is one of the few bottles I didn't spend retail on because I needed it. I needed it in my life, and here we are. Oh, that leather. That leather's coming in, baby. I'm here for this. This is right up my alley. There's chocolate, tobacco-y, leather. Tobacco and leather for me on my palate are kind of interchangeable. Specifically when I'm talking about Stags, when I say chocolate, it's like cocoa powder. It's not necessarily, you know, like Hershey's chocolate. It's like a kind of a strong, bitter cocoa, like cocoa powder. All the dark flavors are in here that I really like in a Stag. And the nose is like, for this to be 127 proof, I get absolutely no burn on it. I think I just got some of the cherry. All right, the burn's coming in a little more. I think I'm going back to it too quickly. Yeah, this is like my checklist there. Yeah, the nose is really, really nice. Jesus, it's rattling things in this room. That storm is crazy. The nose is spectacular. I like it quite a bit. It's one of my more favorite noses on any Stag Junior I've ever had. I really, really like it quite a bit. For those who don't know, Stag is made by Buffalo Trace. It is mash bill number 1, and it's the same mash bill that makes Buffalo Trace, E.H. Taylor, George T. Stag. We're losing power. Dude, this is a fucking disaster. We lost power during this recording. This is a mess. I'm gonna try to get through this as quickly as possible. Getting a little bit of strawberry on the nose. All right, let's give this a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. All the proof comes in through on the palate for sure. Ooh, that's proofy to drink. Stag doesn't usually do that for me, even the more proofy batches. That's a little aggressive. That one burns. It is good though. I really do like it. I get, again, more of the darkness. I get like there's some brown sugar in there. There's some kind of dark caramel, maybe into some molasses. There's oak on that for sure. And that cherry note kind of comes in a little bit there at the end on the finish. But this is a proofy boy. For this being not one of the higher stags, it definitely drinks like one of the higher stags. I get vanilla too. It's got some vanilla on the palate and leather. There's leather on the palate too. Yeah, I like it. I mean, it's not my favorite stag I've ever had. Stag 22B is still the GOAT to me. But this is up there. I mean, it's definitely to me better than like 22, there's one I didn't really care for. I think it was 22A. Maybe, I forget which one it was. I have to go back and look. But it's better to me than that one. But be careful if you find one of these. It drinks its proof. I will never tell you not to buy stag if you find it at retail or a little above. I wouldn't spend more than like 100, 150 on this bottle, especially if you're new to stag. This one, in particular, I would say try it before you buy it, because it is a proofy boy. Other than that, I think it's a pretty solid bottle. If I'm going to give it a rating, I think I'm going to rate it pretty high. I tend to like stags. I'm going to give it like a 7.8. I think it's pretty good. It's not my favorite stag. It's somewhere around there, like middle to low in there for me. 7.8 I think is a fair score for this. But yeah, that's it. Leave a comment down below. Let me know if you'd like to try a sample of this. Like I do with all of the videos, I'll be doing a giveaway. One person will get a 2-ounce sample of Stag 24A, and I will leave the comments going for a week, because you have a week to enter. Any comment will do. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys on the next one. I'm going to go quicker than I anticipated because we literally lost power during the filming of this video. So I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. So the other day I had a really weird dream that I came up with a new cocktail, and it was called the Jack Daniels and Coke Old Fashioned. Now, to my knowledge, this doesn't exist, but I decided it'd be fun to make it. So here's what I did, and here's the following footage. You'll be able to see how I made it. So I took a can of Coke, and I reduced that can of Coke down to a syrup, and to make it a little thicker, I added some extra Demerara sugar to the mix to make it a little thicker. Reduced that down, let it simmer, get to a nice little bit of syrup there, and that was the syrup that I used in the recipe for the old fashioned. Usually I use maple syrup or simple syrup or rock candy syrup or something super sweet to hold up to the dilution of the ice. I gotta be honest, the cocktail wasn't that great. It tasted like flat Coke. You mix 2 ounces of this Coke simple syrup with some orange Angostura bitters without orange peel. I didn't have any orange peels on me at the time. And you use Jack Daniels. You might enjoy it. I don't know. I would say probably not try it. Was the cocktail good? No. Was the video fun to make? Also kind of no. It was kind of a pain in the ass. It took a long time to make the syrup, but it was fun to do and a stupid little experiment. But yeah, I don't think the cocktail was actually that good. So this is not me recommending you try it, but I was like, I'm recording the footage because if it is good and I discovered something cool, then I have a cool video. But also, if it wasn't good, I'm also a video. So thank you guys for watching this. I hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you for watching. We'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, we're going to find out if Costco makes good bourbon. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I got my hands, finally, you know what, this is so weird. This bottle is not something that's probably on most people's radar, but I have been wanting to get my hands on this for a long time. A long time ago, I remember watching a video from the Whiskey Tribe, and they were talking about Kirkland whiskey. I think they were doing Kirkland Scotch at the time. It may not have been this bottle in particular. They really enjoyed what they had from Kirkland. Kirkland is the in-house brand for Costco. So if you're ever in Costco, you know, we're Costco guys, you know, that whole thing that's dominating the internet for whatever stupid ass reason.
We're Costco guys. Of course we had to try the new double chunk chocolate cookie.
This is interesting because it's Kirkland Signature, which is their internal brand, but if you know how whiskey works, it's fairly obvious that they don't have their own distillery and make their own distillate. So what do? They source. They have, in fact, been sourcing from Barton, and I'm excited to try this. Let's give it a go. I have heard this is really, really good, but there's only one way for me to find out myself. let's get into it and see how we feel about this. So also, this is $25 for a liter of this. I believe this is a liter size bottle. This bottle's huge. Yeah, 1 liter, bottled in bond. So it's one master distiller, one distilling season, bottled at 100 proof, and aged at least 4 years. You can already smell it. It smells incredible. So let's see if Costco makes some good bourbon. Let's give it a proper nosing. Let's see how we feel. Very banana-y. Banana bread notes coming in heavy on this, which anytime I say banana bread, I always include natural banana, not banana like Laffy Taffy, like a bready note and like walnut or pecans. And it's pretty on the nose for that. It's a little proofy on the nose. Also just got a very strange fruit punch note. The fuck is that? And it's back to the banana. I think I might be having a stroke, everybody. It smells okay. There's something a little off-putting about it that I can't quite tell what it is. I don't know what, there's like it's almost like a baby powder note or something. I can't explain it. It's like dusty baby powder. I don't know how to say it other than that. It's kind of a weird note, to be honest. It's kind of odd. Yeah, I don't know. There's some fruitiness to it here, but like it just kind of falls flat a little bit. There's like a slight cherry note, some oak. It's all right. I mean, there's nothing wrong about it, but let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. I like that a lot. Pretty oaky, cherry on the palate, like a little bit of some sweetness. Like it's like in the middle of caramel and vanilla. It's not anything exceptional, but I think for $26 for a liter of this, you can't really do wrong. Now, on the scale of rating this, what do I give this? Let me see. I like the palate. I like the palate way more than I like the nose. Palate's very fruity. I'm getting even more cherry and a little bit of banana on it. I think it's better than average. I don't think it's great. We're somewhere in the 6s. I'm gonna give it like a 6.2. I think this is a good bottle to mix with. I'm gonna try it with Coke tonight and see if it mixes well. But I don't think I wouldn't like rush out and go grab one of these. But if you're at Costco and you haven't bought anything in a while and you're like, you know what, let's just get a kind of a cheap bourbon for a liter. I don't think you can do worse than this. I mean, there's plenty of things that are way worse at $26 and you get less of it. So factoring all that in, I'm gonna go what I say, 6.2? 6.2. I mean, it's fine. I personally was hoping for a little bit more out of this. I'm not typically a huge fan of 1792 to begin with. I like the sweet wheat and a few of their other offerings, but if you're wanting something a little more in depth and complicated, this wouldn't be it. But I don't know, obviously, what you expect from a bourbon that's $26 for a liter of it. Outside of early times bottled in bond, because that thing slaps. Even I would buy that at $50. Yeah, it's just not quite good enough for what I wanted. It's growing on me. I will say this, it doesn't have any burn to it. Like even though it's 100 proof, there's no harshness to it. It's just kind of plain all the way through in a good way. Simple, I should say. Simple in a good way, but I don't know. This was a 6.2, I think. I might have to revisit this one because the more I'm drinking it, the more it's growing on me. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. If you're curious about trying this, comment down below. Like I do in all the videos, I will send one person a 2-ounce sample of this. Anyone who comments is entered to win. It can be any kind of comment. You can say you're an idiot and you still are in to get randomized to win. I'll pick one winner a week after this video goes live. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. Once we hit 2,500 subscribers, I'm going to do a 3-bottle giveaway. And the only way to be entered in that is to be a subscriber. Thank you guys for watching. See you in the next one. Until then, cheers. Today we're going to do a review that was generously sent to me by Limestone Farms Distillery, and we're going to see if we like it. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, boy oh boy, do I got a cool review for you. I have 4 bourbons that we're going to do a review of today. This is why. It was sent to me by a brand called Limestone Farms. I'm going to be doing some other stuff with them down the road too, but they sent me 4 samples to try. And here's what I love about them. They sent me the samples, and not only did they say, give us feedback, they want honest, true feedback. So I did a little bit of research about the distillery. I don't really think I should be calling it a distillery, and feel free to correct me, Tom, who is the brand ambassador for them. I could be wrong. From the research I was able to find, they do a lot of blending, and they source barrels and they blend them. Now, that can be done very, very well. Barrel is a good example of a brand that does that. So I'm excited to give them some feedback. It's going to be fun. If I love it, I love it. If I don't, I'll explain why. I never trash anything unless it's really, really bad. They gave me 4 samples to get into. We have the Bloodlines coming in at 96.1 proof, the Select batch coming at 111 proof, Small batch coming in at 113.6 proof, and Private Select coming at 113.6 proof. So these are some proofy boys. I mean, the first one's only 96.1, but that's still a solid proof point. I tend to enjoy things at around this proof point. 100 and above is like usually where I go to. My sweet spot is like 110 and up. That's what I typically gravitate to. So let's go ahead and jump into the review here, and let's start with the Bloodlines coming in at 96.1 proof. For all these, we're going to give a nosing, and then we're going to see how we feel about them. Little bits here since we have 4 of these to do. Thank you again, Limestone Farms. I appreciate it very, very much. And let's get into this. Ooh, that nose is nice. Almost bubblegum sweetness. Some sweet oak. The nose, every time I get that sweet oak smell, it reminds me of the Jack Daniel's Sinatra, and this one's no exception. This kind of reminds me of that a little bit. I like the nose on it a lot. It smells a little grainy. It smells really pleasant. It definitely smells like some sweet corn in here. There's orange on that too. There's some orange peel on that as well. Yeah, it's a solid nose. It smells really, really good. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. That's super orangey. If you're into really orangey, I know my buddy Jace loves orange, hints of orange in his stuff. He's gonna dig this. I'll be at a bottle share, hopefully, with him in the next few weeks. I'm going to bring this for him to try specifically because I know he likes this. He's going to love this. I like it too. I think it's really, really solid. Usually with 96 proof bourbons, the mouth feels usually feels to me, it feels a little watered down. That's not the case with this one. It's like sticking to my lips. I'm a big, big fan of this. I would 100% buy a bottle of this. That's a solid bottle. I really like that quite a bit. We are moving on to the Select batch, which is 111 proof. I should have asked, maybe I'll ask him and put this in the video, but I wonder why they picked these like weird proof points. I wonder if it was just came out that way. Doing blending, I would assume it's just because it was just really good at that proof point, but I could be wrong. Let's give it a nosing, see how we feel. There we go. Hallelujah. Good Lord, that smells fantastic. Dude, this like chocolate cocoa powder note that's on this is just right. Dude, I swear. Okay. Tom, I know you watch these videos. I assume you watch these videos because you found me. So comment on this and let me know if you picked these because you know what I like. Because if you did, you're a genius. This is right up my alley all day. There's vanilla in there, and then there's like a slight chocolate note. I really enjoy this. I like this one a lot. All right, let's give it a mouthing, see how we feel. The Bloodlines it didn't drink hot necessarily. I don't think it drinks hot, but this drinks less hot than that one does, and it's 111 proof. Very fruity. I'm trying to nail down what it is. At first I thought cherry. It's oaky in a good way, and I really like it. I'm trying to place what fruit that is. Out of the 2 so far, this is my favorite. That chocolate note comes through on the palate too. It's like all I get. It's like overwhelmingly chocolate. There's some baking spice in there as well. But again, the mouthfeel on this is incredible. And like that baking spice is good. I'm wondering what the mash bill is on this one because I get like, it almost reminds me of like a rye kind of, the way the spice is on my tongue. Usually I really only get that with either high rye bourbons or rye whiskeys. That's usually the 2 things that give me that like rye, that tingly feeling on my tongue. That's fantastic. I really love the nose on this. We're gonna go with a small batch here, 113.6 proof. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. These just keep getting increasingly better. Okay. If this is your first time watching one of my videos, thank you for watching. I appreciate it. I do not pretend I like something if I don't like it. I don't care if someone sends me a bottle. There's been distilleries that have sent me bottles in the past that I didn't love, and I never heard from them again. So I don't just say I like something to say I like something. If I tell you I like it, I genuinely like it. I really enjoy these. If this was on a shelf right here in Central Florida, I would be buying one of each of these so far. Again, it's similar to the other one. It's a little chocolatey, a little fruity. I can't distinguish. It's almost like raspberry kind of on this one. Again, chocolate a little bit, some super sweetness, and some sweet oak. I got no complaints about this. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how I feel. That's absolutely delicious. It reminds me of a better mellow corn. I kind of get mellow corn vibes from this, so it's probably a high corn mash bill, maybe a little to no rye. Maybe it's a corn whiskey. I don't know. I don't know if these are all bourbons, if they're whiskeys. I don't know what they are. So far, I got no feedback for you, man. You guys are crushing this. You don't need my advice. These do not drink hot. And by the way, these are my first drinks of the day, and none of them have drank hot to me. That is such a win. I would buy this all day. All right, one more here. Last one here is the Private Select at 113.6 proof. This smells like wild turkey. Reminds me exactly of wild turkey rare breed. I get like a toasty note, like a toasted bread. This one's less sweet than the other ones. The other ones had like all sweet kind of aromas. This one's more like bready, dusty, and oaky. There is some sweetness to it too, but there's not the like super sweet, like chocolatey sweetness that the other ones had. This one is more subtle and like sweet in the way that like a pastry is sweet. I still think my favorite nose is probably the small batch, the 113.6 proof. That's probably my favorite so far, at least on the nose. But let's give this bad boy a mouthing. Let's see what we feel. That's so good, but it's a completely different. I was not expecting it to taste like that. That's cherry and oak all day. Cherry and oak and maybe a little bit of like cinnamon or like some baking spice on there, some allspice. They're all really, really good. I think my favorites are probably the small batch and the select batch, just because I think they are more well-rounded. But this private stock is fantastic too. It's just different. I was expecting it to they've all kind of fallen in line with each other, but this one stands out on its own. So out of these four, my favorite, and this would be the order I would do them, I would say. Number 4 is going to be Bloodlines for me. That's number 4. That's my least favorite of them. That doesn't mean it's bad at all. These are all really good. I would recommend anyone purchasing any of these. So I'm just ranking them based on my personal preference of these 4. They are all good. My number 3 is going to be the select batch coming in at 111 proof. Then I'm going to say number 2 for me is the private stock coming in at 113.6. And then number 1 for me is the small batch, 113.6. I would love a bottle of this. I don't know what their distribution is. What I would do if I were you and you were curious about these, reach out to them on social media, reach out to them on Instagram, TikTok, wherever they have a presence, email them and ask them what the distribution is, if they might be a distillery only thing. I don't even know if they have commercial bottles available, but I would reach out to them and see if you can get a hold of them, because if you can get a hold of them, I think there's some really, really solid bottles in here. So in particular, the small batch, 113.6, that's heavenly. I just got a honey note on this private stock. Thank you again to Limestone Farms. I really appreciate. Did I say Limestone? Thank you again to Limestone Farms, and I'm going to be doing some more stuff coming up with them because I'm impressed with this. This is really, really solid. Thank you again for sending the samples. I really appreciate it. That's the review, everyone. I will see you guys on the next one. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. I'll see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today we're going to answer the age-old question. Does Arizona make good whiskey? Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, oh boy, I got a good video for you. I'm hoping, I haven't opened these yet. A friend of mine who I do Jedi Talk with, Tom, he has a brother-in-law who is into bourbon, and he asked me if I could find a bottle for him while he was in town. That bottle was Weller 12 year, and that's like next to impossible here in Florida. But he told me he was going to bring me some bottles from Arizona so I could try. And as a thank you, I went over to Tom's house the night we recorded Jedi Talk and did like a bourbon tasting. I brought over some Jack Daniel's stuff he hadn't had. I sent him pictures of the collection, told him let me know what he wanted me to bring. And I picked some good stuff. I tried the James E. Pepper. So thank you to Randy for this. I really appreciate it. It means a lot. And we're going to get into these too. So we have 2 bottles today. I was going to do these in separate videos, but I figured it'd be more fun to make a video themed around Arizona whiskey. So we have 2 bottles here. We have Sacred Stave Arizona Rye Whiskey coming in at 90 proof. And then we have the bottle that I'm more excited about is the Delbach Private Barrel American Single Malt coming in at 111 proof. So we got 2 bangers to get into today. So again, thank you to Randy for making this video happen. I appreciate it, and stay in touch, please. So let's go ahead and get into these. So this one is interesting. This is Sacred Stave Arizona Rye Whiskey is a 95.5 aged in oak, finished in hand-selected wine barrels, and proudly crafted and bottled in Arizona. It says produced, aged, and bottled by Santon Spirits, Chandler, Arizona. So I don't see a distillation state outside of Arizona. Usually produced, that doesn't necessarily mean distilled by, but I don't see an outside state, so I'm assuming that this is all done in-house, but that 95.5 typically indicates that it's made by Ross and Squibb. That is like their famous rye recipe, so that doesn't matter to me necessarily. I don't really care about that. If it's good whiskey, it's good whiskey. Doesn't matter where it comes from. This is a rye whiskey finished in hand-selected wine barrels, so interesting. We're going to give these a shot here and see what I think about these. I do find myself in Arizona from time to time, so if any of these distilleries are in the area where I visit, I might have to make a trip. And by the way, I love these type of corks. I think they are so much better than like actual corks. That might be a controversial opinion, but I don't care. I prefer them. All right, so let's give this Arizona rye whiskey a nosing and let's see how we feel. The color's pretty light on this, especially for being a finished. But let's give this a nosing and let's see how we feel. Oh, it smells like wine. That straight up smells just like wine. Rye spice in there, but overall it kind of smells like wine. There's like a weird dusty note to this. And weird is a good thing. It smells sweet, but I can't place the sweetness. It's almost like a powdered sugar sweet. Which is, I don't think, a note I've ever gotten on rye whiskey before. Oh God, I just spilled it all over the place. I hope that caught that on camera. That's ridiculous. I can't believe I just did that. There's orange on this as well. Licorice as well, to kind of get on all rye whiskeys. I do get a wine note, but I don't see anything on the front that says it's aged, finished in wine. But it says it on the back, so I'm assuming that it is, but I do get like a grapey note. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. It has like a grainy characteristic to it, to the palate, like a feel. It's like a grainy kind of grittiness to it. I'm not the biggest rye fan on the planet. To be honest, this is pretty good. I really kind of like the chalkiness that this comes in with. There ain't nothing wrong with that at all. That's a solid rye. I don't think it stands out in any like, super impressive way like the Hemingway rye does for me. But as far as like just a solid rye whiskey goes, that's pretty damn good. That's pretty good. So Sacred Stave, good work on this. If in fact you did create this and not just put it in a bottle. Kudos to you. That is pretty solid. But let's go ahead now and get into this Delbach Private Barrel. This is a single barrel hand selected for Total Wine, bottled in May 2023, barrel number 2484. On the nose it says milk chocolate, marzipan, and nuts. On the palate, dark chocolate, orange zest, and roasted almonds. Say less. Single malts are also something that I don't stay away from. I just don't seek them out. Oh, it's definitely chocolate. It smells like a brownie. I gotta be honest, on the nose, there is no proof coming off this, which is interesting because it is 111 proof. And granted, that's not like, something that'll burn your nose hairs or like blow your hair back. But that's definitely chocolate. It smells like a chocolate. It smells like a legit chocolate brownie. It's just chocolate. Yeah, chocolate and nuts. It smells like a chocolate brownie. It's like a pecan note more than like a peanut. I really hope that the palate is as good as the nose is because this smells fantastic. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Oh boy, that is fucking delicious. That is fucking delicious. That is so good. Oh my God. Randy, I need another one of these. This is incredible. Wow. I'm very impressed with that. Zero burn, even with 111 proof. It tastes like the nose. That is from beginning to end. Oh, I do get that little orange zest in there too. From beginning to end, from nose to palate, with the exception of that little tiny orange peel note at the very end of the finish. It's exactly the nose and the palate mirror each other. That is really, really good. I'm very impressed with this. I'm going to have to go check out this distillery. Is it Delbach Distillery? Is that where they're family owned and operated? There's a sticker on the back that's kind of preventing me from seeing like the sticker from Total Wine. I can't really see it. That's phenomenal. I would love to do a barrel pick with them with this. This is so freaking good. But that's the video, ladies and gentlemen. I will be giving away 2-ounce samples of this. So if you'd like to try either one or both, actually, if you want to try both of these, I'll send you a sample pack of 2 ounces of each of these if you'd like to try it. Comment down below. I'll pick one winner for this video. I'll randomly generate anyone who comments. You'll be considered as a entry, and you'll be counted as someone who enters. And I will randomly generate one winner, and I'll give one person 2-ounce samples of each one of these. So I want you guys to try these because Arizona is not a place where people really go for whiskey. That's really good. They should be happy with themselves. I really enjoyed this. I don't know if anyone's even done a review of this yet. I'm sure someone has, but I have never heard of this until I got my hands on this bottle, and I'm very impressed with this. So thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe, because once we hit 2,500 subscribers, if we do that within the calendar year of 2024, I'm going to do a 3-bottle giveaway. So make sure you subscribe. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. If you were curious to know the bottles of whiskey that I got in July of 2024, you're in luck. Stay tuned. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, oh, you see that? You see that second shot right there? Oh, it looks good. And what's weird is this shot looks good too. Is he separately doing it? No, he's not, ladies and gentlemen. We have upgraded. We are in 4K officially. I got a brand new camera here, and the old camera that used to be the front-facing camera is now the B camera. So I'm excited. It cost a lot of money. Please hit like and subscribe. Though in all seriousness, though, I want to say thank you to everybody who's been subscribing lately. The videos have been doing well for me. I really appreciate everyone watching, and seriously, it means a lot. And I am excited to do this video, the first one we're going to do in 4K. I initially was going to do a review for the first one in 4K, but I figured if I did something wrong, or like the camera wasn't exactly the right settings, it could ruin a review, so I decided not to. So we're going to do this video as the first review with the new camera, and then I'm going to edit it and see if it looks good, and if it does, then I have a very special review that I'll be doing in my next video. So enough talking about that. Thanks everybody for subscribing and liking and commenting and sharing the videos. I really appreciate it. It means the world to me. Thank you guys very much. Now let's get into the whiskey I got this month in 2024. And these are in no particular order. You got that? And I'm excited to share with you guys. So let's go ahead with bottle number one. I don't even know where to start. I have way more bottles than I realized. I'm going to do this. I'm going to start with one that I thought I had in my last video, but I'm not sure if I did. This bottle right here of E.H. Taylor Barrel Proof. This is batch 11. I think I put this in a video. I'm not 100% sure. I haven't gotten another one. So if this one was in a video already, I apologize. I couldn't find it on my notes that it was in a video. So it may be, it may not be. I'm not so sure. But that's why I'm not going to spend a ton of time on this. This is batch 11, 129.0 proof. Have not opened it yet. I'm going to do a review on this soon. I really, really dig the H. Taylor Barrel Proof. So moving on to the next one. Next one here is a bottle that I really enjoy. I really love the Old Forester Barrel Proofs. I'm a big fan of these. These are the single barrel proofs. And this one is a bottle from Corona Cigar Company. It's a new single barrel Warehouse H Floor 8, 130.1 proof. This is another one I have not opened yet, but I am very happy and excited I'm going to be very excited to open this bottle, so this review will be coming sooner than later. I love the Old Forester single barrel proofs. They're really, really good. If you've never gotten your hand on one of them, try. They are fantastic. I will say, if you don't like banana flavors, I would maybe skip these. I've had a few of them. They all have pretty predominant banana notes. So if that's not your thing, maybe this one's not for you. But if you like anything from Old Forester, you're going to dig these. Moving on to the next one. Next one here is the Smoke Wagon 4th of July bottle, I'm assuming. I guess that's what this is. It's a super patriotic bottle of Smoke Wagon. We collect these. We have... We started collecting these last year, so we have the Halloween, we have Christmas of last year, and now we have 4th of July, and so we'll be getting the Halloween and the Christmas one of this as well. This is like Holly's thing. She loves these bottles, and they are really cool designs. Like, that's pretty cool artwork. I've never opened them. I don't know if it's just a regular bottle of Smoke Wagon or not, but it's a cool design, so that's why we get these. These are the ones we don't open. These are cool. Moving on to the next one. As of recording this video comes out tomorrow. You may have seen it already, but I finally got my hands on a bottle of Stag 24A, and I'm not going to say how much I liked it or not, because that's for the review. Please go watch the review. It comes out tomorrow. As the date of this recording, it's already been out by the time you see this. It's a good batch. So I will say that it's a solid batch. It's not bad or anything. This is one of the very, very rare times that I've overpaid for a bottle. I've been expecting this bottle to show up in my area for the past month. I've been talking to somebody who knows when these are supposed to show up, and it's like a month overdue. So I was like, I don't care. I found it for more than what I usually pay for them. I didn't spend crazy money. I was so excited to get my hands on it. Opened it, did the review. The review was chaos. I had to... We lost power during the review. It was brutal. So Stag 24A, I will say I recommend Stag 24A. It's not my favorite Stag, but it is a solid enough batch that I would recommend it. Moving on to the next bottle. Russell's 15. Russell's 15, this shocked me. I was not even expecting to find this bottle or if I did find it, buy it. I was so underwhelmed with the Russell's 13 that this was like, there's no way I'm buying this. I hated it so much. It is phenomenal. The video is already out, so I'll talk about it. This is one of the best bourbons of the year so far. It's fantastic. It's going to be on my top 10 of the year. There's no way around that. It's really, really good. If you can find one of these for a reasonable price, I would highly recommend you do so. It is a fantastic bottle of whiskey. I understand the price point, but this could and should just be like a special bottle for you. If you can find one at a reasonable price, it is retail $250, so keep that in mind. No, I don't know what my max would be. I think my max would probably be $3. Like, I'm not a Wild Turkey fan on that level. So for me, like the special releases, it just doesn't do it for me. Like, I'm not like inclined to get a special release from Wild Turkey necessarily, but I'm glad I gave this a shot. So if you can get your hands on this reasonably, do it. It's really good. You will not be disappointed unless you hate it, and then you will be disappointed. Moving on to the next one. This is another one that I don't know if I included in my video. I feel like I realized I didn't after I recorded the video, and so I thought I was rolling into this one. I got this one technically in June, but it's the Rebel 100 6-year. Another fantastic bottle from Lux Row Distillery. They just friggin' crush it. I need to do a blind and see if I like the Rebel Yell small batch better or this bottle that's the 6-year. I don't know which one I like better. If you had to just to have me guess, I would assume that I would like the small batch better, and that's a little less expensive. This was still $60, I think $65 for this, and it is good. It's worth every penny, but I think the small batch being at $30 is honestly better. I'd have to do a blind, like I said. I'm torn. This one's good. It's not like the greatest thing I've ever had, but it's a solid bottle. And the weird thing is I haven't really seen these around very much. I don't know if I don't know. Is this like a special release? I don't know. I thought this would be around everywhere, and I've only seen it the one time I bought it. So I don't know if it's common, uncommon. I don't know. So I would recommend this though. For $60, if you see this, grab it. I'm gonna do these two together because I got them together. These are two bottles that I got from a friend of mine. His brother-in-law got me these for trying to help him find a bottle of Weller 12-year, and he just likes sharing whiskey because that's what it's for. That's what it's about. And this is Sacred Stave Arizona Rye Whiskey, and this is Delbach Private Barrel. This bottle's fine. It's good. It's a solid rye. It's okay. There's nothing special about it. This bottle, holy crap. This bottle's fantastic. This one will also more than likely end up in my top 10 of the year. I'm blown away by it. I don't typically like or seek out American single malts, but this Private Barrel, whoever did this pick did a fantastic job. It's really, really good. So if you live where you can get Delbach, I would recommend trying it. This is a single barrel, so there is going to be some variation. But if I'm going off of this, I think they make good stuff. This bottle, that's all I can vouch for. And finally, July was a good month for me for bourbon. Just finding really good stuff. This is the Conviction Virginia's Birthday Barrel limited 6-year release. I have some news coming up about this that I will share with you guys in a dedicated video, but make sure you like and subscribe. If you like Conviction, make sure you like and subscribe because I have details coming up about something I'm doing with Conviction. So this bottle right here, I did a review of this. They sent me this bottle. Full disclosure, I said it in the review, they sent me this bottle. Right before I tried this bottle, I had just tried the Russell's Reserve 15, and I actually prefer this bottle over that. This is a single barrel, comes in at 102 proof, 6-year-old, $50, and North Carolina just put their foot down. Conviction's been around for a while, and I have been preaching how good they are for a very long time, and this bottle right here just solidifies how good they actually are. This is an incredible bottle. You should all be very proud of yourselves. It's insane how good this bottle is. It's insane. It's absolutely delicious. You beat Russell's Reserve 15. Do you know how crazy that is? With a 102 proof 6-year bottle, you beat Russell's Reserve 15. For me anyway, it's fantastic. I love it. So shout out to them and thank you again for the bottle, and go book a tour with Conviction. Go buy a bottle. Call the distillery, see if they still have this one, because if you don't have this one, you're going to be upset that you don't. I know there's not a lot left, so call and see if they have any left. Well, that's the video. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it very much. I hope you like the new camera. I'm still tinkering with it, so if it's not perfect yet, I know it takes a little bit of time to learn new technology, at least for me, because I'm stupid. So I appreciate you guys watching. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. If we hit 2,500 this year over on YouTube, I will be doing a 3-bottle giveaway. So make sure you leave a like, make sure you leave a comment, make sure you subscribe so you don't miss out on any of that cool stuff that we're going to have going on. And thank you guys very much. I really appreciate it for all the support on these videos. It means a lot to me. I appreciate it very much. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today we're doing something a little different. One of my viewers sent me a blind to do, and I even got this really cool envelope with the blind results on it. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and like I said in the intro, one of my viewers, Daniel, reached out to me and sent me this blind to do. I don't know if he intended for me to make a video on it, but that's what we're doing. So this is going to be a fun little video here. I have 9 samples in front of me, and as you can see here, the blind results of the blind. I don't know what's in this. This could be whiskey, it could be rum, could be tequila. Who knows? I'm assuming it's whiskey and or bourbon. So enough of me chatting. Let's get into this. So he sent me 9 samples labeled A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I. So I'm going to start in just alphabetical order. I don't know what proof these are. I know literally nothing about them. They all have this individual little label on it. I don't know what to expect. So let's go ahead, get number 1 into a Glen, give it a proper nosing, give you some notes, and then we'll go on. And then I'm just going to say which one was my favorite out of them. I think that's probably the best way to do this. A lot of this might be sped up just for brevity's sake and you actually wanting to watch this video. So you might see some of it being fast forward, but if it is, it is. So cheers, Daniel. Thank you very much for sending this to me. I appreciate it. And this is letter A. Some light graininess and a little bit of honey on this nose. It smells really pleasant, though. A little harsh on the nose. I don't think this is super proofy. It just kind of smells harsh. There's some vanilla in there as well. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. That's really solid. I like that a lot. Like a graham cracker note on the palate. Moving on to B. That A is like lingering on my palate. It's good. Whatever A is, I like it. Watch it be like Jim Beam White Label. This one smells similar to the first one. Are you messing with me? Did you put the same thing in 2 bottles? It's a little sweet. It's got a little orange note to it, I guess. Yeah, it smells nice. To me, not like super remarkable on the nose. A little spicy on that one. I bet that's a rye. That's pretty solid. I still think A is in first place. So A and then B. All right, moving on to number C. Letter C? Number C? Moving on to number C here. This one has a much darker color than the other ones already. Oh, yes. Oh, this is... If you had to ask me like what my favorite nose is, it's what's ever in this glass. It's heavenly. God, that smells fantastic. It's those dark notes that I like, almost like brown sugar. A little hint of dark cherry. It smells really, really good, whatever's in this. This is my favorite nose of the group so far. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Yeah, I like whatever that is. That's number 1. That's delicious. That's really good. And that I can tell is high proof because it's already making me sweat. I like whatever that is, I'm in. I don't care. I don't like genuinely if that's like a $10 bottle of Old Crow, I've been missing out because that's good. Moving on to letter D here. I'm excited. Let's keep going. This one smells familiar. Very cherry forward. This reminds me on the nose. I'm not trying to compare these, but like this is what happens when you smell something. Your brain goes like attaches itself, right? That's how smell works. This reminds me of Weller CYPB. But it's good. It could. I'm not saying it is, but it's just what it reminds me of. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see what we feel. Oh, let me clear the old palate here. Really salty caramel. That's really not like anything I've ever had before. I've only ever had one whiskey that was salty to me, and it was Jefferson's Ocean. Yeah, I'm not a fan. That's dead last for me. D is dead. D is D for dead last. That's not good. I don't like that. Whatever that is not for me. All right, moving on to letter E here. I keep saying number E. I don't really think there could be anything worse than D. Let's cleanse the old palate here. We're back on track here. You redeemed yourself. Whatever D is, I'm very upset about. That ruined my day. Back on track here with some softer caramel, a little bit of vanilla. More of like a what you think of bourbon when you think of the term bourbon. Very soft, very gentle, oaky. Reflective on the palate as well. That's solid. It's not as good to me as B, but it's definitely better than... That has like a very sweet, like almost like a brownie kind of note to me. The mouthfeel on E is good. I'm actually going to put it higher than that. I'm going to say it's second best to me. All right, so we have C, E, A, B, D. That's the ranking so far. I really like E, but C is still number 1 for me. All right, we move on to letter F. I said it right that time. Brown sugars, some dark, thicker molasses kind of notes almost. The nose is very pleasant though. This is another one I'm getting like a chocolate walnut brownie. It smells a lot like holly. This is a very specific note that 3 people have ever smelled. Not really, just not that common. This smells like walking by Ghirardelli or Disney Springs. That's awesome. This smells great. Might be number 1 nose. Oh, that's really good. A little proofy. I'm going to put this somewhere in the middle. All right, moving on to letter G. I got it right for the second time. Ooh, this one's unique. This one's almost like savory. This is different. I've never smelled anything like this before in a whiskey. It smells savory. This is going to have to be a highly edited video. This is going to be boring as shit. I like it, but it smells musty. I smell it. It's kind of like aged oak or something. Like it smells... I would be shocked if this one's not something fairly old. I like it, and there's a little bit of lemon in this one, actually. On the end, a little bit of lemon peel. It's good mouthing. Oh, that's very strange. What is that? It's proofy and lemony. That's all I get. It's like in between lemon peel and like a lemon warhead after the sourness is gone. That's interesting, but I don't know if I love it. I'm going to say it's not as good as B, but it's better than D. All right, letter H. We are 2 away from the final part of this. I'm very excited to hear these results. Another one that's like right up my alley with the nose. It's like a chocolate sweet brownie. Little walnut in here. I kind of get a slight banana bread note on this. I like this a lot on the nose. It smells good. It's up there. Top 2 or 3 for sure. It's good. It's just like there's nothing... It's like whatever this is, I'd like to own a bottle because I like it. But I don't think it's anything like crazy. But it is really good, and it's definitely high end of good. I'm gonna move it up to number 3. H is the first one I've finished the entire sample that I poured. So that says something, I think. All right, last one here. Letter I. Let's see if we finish strong here. This smells the same as the other one did. It's that walnut banana brownie. Yeah, right. It's banana bread. Very banana. That wouldn't shock me if that's Old Forester or something from Jack Daniels. That's fantastic. All right, so I only went through this one time. Usually I like to go through blinds 1 or 2 times, but for this time, I'm going to just throw it the one time because there's so many of them. I don't want to drink these twice. I gave each one... This is going to be a pretty edited video. I gave each one a very fair and pretty long time with each one of them to determine which one was my favorite. So, from 9 being the last to first being the first place, my ranking goes D in number 9, G in number 8, B in number 7, F number 6, A number 5, I number 4, H number 3, E number 2, and C number 1. Now, let's see what we got here. I'm going to hand you the microphone so you can talk into this.
All right. Do you want to do your least favorite?
Yes, we'll do least the first. So number 9 is D.
D is Bardstown Distilling Collection 109.
That's absolutely terrible.
All right. And next?
G.
G is also Bardstown. Apparently, you're not a fan. Bardstown Discovery 2, 118.1 proof, allegedly made up of 73% Russell's 13. What's next?
B is the next one.
That is the Penelope 15 year at 128.4 proof. F is Willet Purple Top, 10 year, 134.6 proof. A is Penelope 13 year Light American Whiskey.
I.
E.H. Taylor Barrel Proof, 129 proof, batch 11. It's a 2022 bottle.
That's the one we haven't opened yet.
Is it really?
That's the one we haven't opened yet, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
That one. And then we have H.
H is Russell's 13, batch
No!
5.
Oh no, I've talked so much shit on that bottle. Alright. Next is E.
E is Southern Collection Taste at 120.6 proof.
Alright, and then number 1 was C.
JT Melick.
Dude. Can you text him and tell him I said thank you for everything? JT Melick. I have heard everyone talk about how good JT Melick is, and I'll be honest, I didn't believe the hype. Here's why. I only heard people recommend it if they were being sponsored by JT Melick. And I never saw it come up in like content creators who didn't have a sponsorship or some agreement worked out with them. Or not agreement like where they talk positive, but like some sponsorship, right? The hype is real, folks. I'm thrilled with that. That was a lot of fun. Thank you again. I appreciate it. And I will return the favor. This was really fun. And let's do it again sometime. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. See you on the next one. Until then, cheers. Sometimes you are not in the mood to drink whiskey neat. Sometimes you want a nice cocktail. Sometimes you want a nice whiskey and Coke. And these are 10 bourbons or whiskeys that are great for mixing. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, sometimes people don't like to drink whiskey neat. Sometimes you want to drink. Sometimes you're with people who don't drink whiskey neat, and you need to have something for them to drink, and you don't want to whip out the good stuff. You don't want to have someone mix George T. Stagg with Coke, right, Timmy? So these are 10, in no particular order, whiskeys that are great for mixing with, making cocktails with. All of these are relatively inexpensive at retail, and I don't think anyone will have any issues with any of them except one. I know there's one that people will be like, wow, what a jerk for mixing that. But that's just how I do it, so I'm sorry. By the way, just because I'm using these to mix, that does not mean that these are bad necessarily. In fact, a lot of these I really like neat also. They just also happen to work with cocktails or with Coke, however you're drinking it. So keep that in mind as well. So let's go ahead and get into number one. Number one is the fairly controversial, at least to me, Maker's Mark Cask Strength. Some of these are really good, some of these are not. This one to me is not that great. They are batch products, so they're all going to be a little different, but this one's okay. This is a higher proof one at 109.6 proof. I've actually mixed this, I think, pretty much exclusively with like Coke. This is a bottle that I will go for to have a nice, strong whiskey and Coke from time to time. I don't recommend drinking this one neat. That's not the case for all of these on this list, but this one in particular is funky, but it does mix really, really good with Coke. So it is a little more expensive. So if you bought this and didn't want to mix it with Coke, I understand, but around $45, it's kind of the cap for mixing for me. Anything past that, I'm going to probably stick to something cheaper. Number two, the Old Buffalo Trace. This actually works really, really well, specifically in cocktails. Whenever I make a mint julep, I usually tend to reach for the Buffalo Trace because it's just like a perfect mixing bourbon. If this was available the way Jack Daniel's was available and it wasn't, more difficult to find, I think more people would be apt to using this for mixers, but I can get Buffalo Trace relatively easy for retail in my area. I love a mint julep with Buffalo Trace. I think it's fantastic. I know Woodford is like the mint julep king, but to me, Buffalo Trace just goes a little bit better with that than Woodford does. So if you ever have a chance to make a really solid cocktail and it calls for bourbon, grab Buffalo Trace. I guarantee you won't be disappointed. Moving on to number three. Up next is the Wonder from Heaven Hill J.W. Dant. Bottled and bond, 100 proof, great solid bourbon from Heaven Hill. How can you go wrong? I love this bottle. I have very little bit of this left. I need to get some more because I really like J.W. Dant. I think it's an underrated bourbon and it mixes incredibly well with I've made old fashions with it. I've mixed it with Coke, and I gotta tell you, every time I'm just wildly impressed with how good it is. It's really good, and don't let its terrible label dissuade you. This stuff's fantastic. It's great neat, but it also works really well in cocktails, and it's inexpensive, so it hits everything that I need for this list. Grab yourself some J.W. Dant. You will not be upset that you did so. Moving on to number four. I think, just looking here, I think this is the most expensive one on this list. Now, this happens to just be a Southern Spirits Select that I have. I don't have another single barrel at the moment. I am not saying that the Southern Spirits one is bad and should be mixed. Quite the opposite. It's actually really delicious. I really like this pick a lot. I've mentioned it in a few videos recently, and it's really, really solid. But I am just putting this in for Jack Daniel's Single Barrel. These are the way to go if you're going to drink just regular Jack Daniels. Forget Jack Daniel's Old Number 7. Forget Gentleman Jack. Forget all that crap. Start here. If you start here and you don't like it, I would say maybe try the barrel proof version. And if you don't like that, you probably don't like Jack Daniel's products. I love a Jack Daniel's Single Barrel and Coke. It is one of my favorite drinks. I usually only mix with this bottle. I would say give Jack Daniel's Single Barrel a shot. 47% alcohol. It's just right. It's just perfect. So that's why I love this one and I enjoy mixing with it. Moving on to number 5. This one is fantastic. I love this bottle. This is Old Tub. Comes from Jim Beam Distillery. It's another bottled and bond product. I really enjoyed making old fashions with this bottle. This bad boy right here is fantastic. Another one, don't let the label fool you. This thing is good. I really like it, and it's like $26. I was under the impression when this got released that this was like a special edition from them, but I still see these from time to time. Not regularly though, but I do see them from time to time. The next time I see one of these, I'm going to grab another one because I'm almost out, and I really like this bottle. It's really good. It's a solid Jim Beam product, and like I said before, it makes a hell of an old-fashioned, 100 proof. It's fantastic. So if you find one of these old tubs, grab it. Moving on to number 6. Number 6 is also from Buffalo Trace. Different bottle though. This is for when I make old fashions. I use my little Sazerac rye. I love this bottle. I think this bottle is kind of underrated. This thing was hard to find in Florida for a long time, and then out of nowhere it became available, and it sits on every single shelf now. And I think people don't give this enough credit. And for some reason, this one doesn't get the love it deserves. But Sazerac rye is fantastic. I love making cocktails with Sazerac rye. It's one of my favorite bottles to make cocktails with. It's just really solid, and they're pretty readily available now, so I don't have to worry about like running out of them. But all in all, man, Sazerac rye is a really good bottle. I'm not a huge rye person, so to maybe take that with a grain of salt. But for me, it's a really crushable, solid rye, and I really enjoy it. And it works fantastic in old fashions, and it works really, really good in whiskey sours. And it costs like $35. So really it hits, again, another one of these bottles is just everything I need. It hits the criteria for. So grab yourself a bottle of Sazerac rye, make an old fashioned, or make a Sazerac. Moving on to number 7. I also just realized I pulled 11, so I'll have an honorable mention one at the end, which is cool because I can leave that one out of the official list because that's going to make some people upset. Number 7 is this bottle of very old Barton. This is the 80 proof version of this. This right here. When I'm talking about mixing with Coke, mixing a nice little drink on a Saturday, you're trying to drink something a little different, not straight up, 120 proof whiskey in the summer. This bottle right here will turn your regular whiskey and Coke into a whiskey and cherry Coke. This thing has some gorgeous cherry notes when it's with the Coke specifically. There's also the 86, I forget exactly what the proof is, but it's the blue version or the green labeled version of this instead of the red label, and they are interchangeable in my opinion. If you want something a little higher proof, go with the green label. I only had this one. I would put either one of those with it, and this stuff is the realness. It's really, really solid, and it's like $15. So again, meets the criteria. Inexpensive, solid. This one's not a great proof. It's 80 proof. I would prefer the green label one, but solid nonetheless. Moving on to number 8. I praise this bottle all the time. It's going to end up on my best of the year list, but it is a $30 bottle, small batch reserve, 110 proof. The same way I feel about the very old Barton, I feel about this, except that it's not cherry. It makes your drinks taste like vanilla. If you have this with Coke, it is going to taste like alcoholic vanilla Coke. And as someone who adores vanilla Coke, say less. I'm here for it. Again, this bottle is perfectly fine on its own, as is every other bottle that I've done a review on. But this one right here in particular is just extra delicious. Higher proof, 110 proof. So it's a solid bottle. Inexpensive, and it just came out this year. So get your hands on the Rebel small batch. It's fantastic. Moving on to number 9. Number 9 is a bottle you may have never even heard of before. I hadn't heard of it until I was in South Carolina. It is produced by Sazerac, so it could come from Buffalo Trace. It has like Buffalo Trace vibes to it when you drink it, but it's a bottle called Big House. This is batch number 4, comes in at 90 proof. I have been drinking this with Coke when I've been drinking whiskey and Cokes lately, and it is really good. It's really fruity. It's got some really nice sweetness to it. It's just a really solid bottle. I do enjoy this one neat, but nowhere near as much as I enjoy it with Coke. I really dig this bottle. It's $20, and I don't think we get this in Florida. At least if we do, I haven't seen it. I only see this in the Carolinas. I don't know exactly where it is, but this one's solid. If you can find it, it's worth $20. Give it a shot. It's $20. Moving on to the last official one, and then we'll have the special one at the end. And I'm so glad my brain can't count to 10, because this would have been number 10, and that would have made some people upset. Number 10 is the Russell's 10-year. I'm a big Russell's fan. You guys saw the Russell's 15 review. Thank you guys for watching that. I really appreciate it. It's a really solid bottle, but the Russell's 10-year is no slouch either. I do tend to mix this one though. It's not something that I love neat necessarily. I don't dislike it, but I don't find myself going for this when I'm wanting to drink something neat. I usually go for like the rare breed or one of my Russell store picks. They're just a little bit better. But the Russell's 10 year is like what, 35, 40 bucks. So it's a little pricey to be mixing with, but I honestly think it's pretty solid. So let's move on to the honorable mention here. And the honorable mention that I think will upset some people, Eagle Rare. I tend to mix Eagle Rare now almost exclusively. I still will drink it neat from time to time, but if you've never had an Eagle Rare and Coke, highly recommend it. This is a $30 bottle. That's what the retail is. I get it at Walmart for 28 bucks. That's the retail. So it's not an expensive bottle. I'm not wasting expensive bottles. If you're buying an Eagle Rare for $110, you're getting ripped off. Don't do that. It is a bottle that is tended to be a light, easy drinker, and that's what I do. I mix it with Coke, and I get a nice little cherry Coke. I get cherry cola notes on this as it is, so it just kind of doubles those down for me, and I really, really like it in cocktails. And an Eagle Rare Old Fashioned is one of the best cocktails you can make yourself. So if you've got a bottle or two, or if you don't mind using some of it, try it in a Old Fashioned. I'm telling you, you're going to love it. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, I'm going to get to do a formal review of one of my favorite bottles that I have personally had in 2024, Green River Single Barrel. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, for the third time I've tried to do this review. First time file was corrupted. Second time it was out of focus because the autofocus screwed up, so got it in manual mode now. Still trying to work out the kinks with this new camera, but thank you everybody for watching the videos. But enough of that. We're talking today about this great bottle right here of Green River Single Barrel. Now here's the thing. I can only vouch for this single barrel. This is a store pick from a great liquor store here in Orlando called 5 Star. But genuinely, this is one of the best bottles I've had this year. It's a $50 single barrel proof store pick. I mean, what else do you want? What else do you want? I don't know if these are still available. If you do live in the Orlando area or you're visiting the Orlando area and you can get your hands on this bottle, I highly recommend you do so. This is the same bottle that I talked about when I did my Green River event, the tasting event that I went to. If you didn't watch that video, it's a good video. Go watch. This is the same bottle that we were supposed to go home with that night that didn't make it because of distribution. So it came a few days later. I've had it obviously, but let's give some tasting notes and I'll let you guys know. This is, unless like something crazy happens, where like 5 incredible bottles come out between now and December that I get my hands on, which theoretically is possible, right? It's theoretical that I could end up putting like Thomas H. Handy and, all the BTAC stuff or a Pappy this year. It's possible, not likely, but possible that those could make my top 10 of the year. And this would be left out of that. But if everything stays the course right now, this is definitely 100% in my top 10 of the year. And that would be the second time a store pick from 5 Star has been on my top 10 bourbons of the year videos. So let's start with the nose. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. Super sweet on the nose. I love it so much. It's got a peachy note that I really enjoy. For me, it's hard for me to tell the difference between apricot and peach. Usually if I say apricot, I'm thinking more of the fruit itself. If I say peach, I'm kind of going like peach cobbler, the peach rings, or like, if you're a 90s kid, those peach in simple syrup things you would get in your lunch as a kid. So it's kind of peachy, not necessarily apricot. I know it's a weird distinction. I always like to explain my notes because sometimes they're a little out there. And specific in a weird way, and that one kind of is. So I wanted to explain that. But yeah, this is very, very peachy to me. And it is sweet on the nose, but not like offensively sweet. And there is some oak on there as well, and a little bit of barrel char actually. A little tiny bit of like a smokiness to it, which I really like. I know some people don't like smoky whiskeys. I tend to like smoky whiskeys to a point. Like there are some scotches that I'm good, but I do like Lagavulin 16. I love that bottle. I do like smoky whiskey from time to time. I also really enjoy the bottle Campfire from High West. I love that bottle too. If you like smoky whiskeys, it's a blend of bourbon, rye, scotch. Yes, I looked at the label. It is bourbon, rye, and scotch. It's a really solid bottle, but it's definitely not for everybody. But I like it, so I tend to like smoky sometimes, from time to time, not all the time. But I get that on the nose a little bit here. Yeah, it's a really, really solid nose, really pleasant. I really like it a lot. And it's like everything I like in a bourbon. It's not offensive. And what's crazy about this is 123.2 proof. And there is zero ethanol in the nose. I thought I don't get affected a lot by ethanol in the nose for whatever reason, because I always go like, this is no ethanol burn, and somebody will take it and they'll like, Jesus Christ, what's wrong with you? But I even tried this with Holly, and she was like, yeah, there's no ethanol burn on this at all. And I was like, okay, cool, so I'm not crazy. She's like, you are crazy, but not right now, which is fair. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. It's more harsh on the palate, but not offensively. It's almost like it's a spice, not a burn, because it doesn't really burn until it goes down. Like I'm just now feeling it right here in my chest. It's a really solid bottle. It really, really is. For $50, and it's a store pick, like you can't go wrong. The notes on the palate are like vanilla. That peach note carries over too. A lot of oak on the palate. But I'm not sure if this is around, but if you call them and see if it's still here, ask them if the Green River 123.2 proof store pick is available, and just see if they have it. Because if they still do have it and you don't have it, you're going to be missing out, and you're going to be bummed if you live in the Orlando area and you could have gotten this gem of a bottle for $50 and you slept on it. It's going to be something that you'll really, really enjoy, and for the price, you really can't beat it. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. Leave a comment down below. The Green River has really surprised me. I'm really glad I gave them a second chance. Give second chances. They're important. What would I give this as a rating? I would probably give this like an 8.2. I mean, it's really up there. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. If we can hit 2,500 subscribers here on YouTube, I will be doing a 3-bottle giveaway. They are allocated bottles. It's not like going to be, an old number 7 or something like that. Share it with your friends. Let everybody know you'd like these videos. If you like them, leave a like, comment down below. Let me know what you think about Green River. Let me know if you've had any single barrels from Green River that like maybe weren't good. I'd like to hear somebody who has had one and why they didn't like it. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, I'm getting to try a discontinued whiskey from one of, if not my favorite distilleries in the world, Jack Daniel's Gold No. 27. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today got another video for you here. I'm very excited about this one. I have always wanted to own this bottle. At the time when I first started getting into whiskey, it was just something I wasn't willing to spend a lot of money on, because quite frankly, I wasn't spending money on whiskey in general. Like my most expensive bottle was probably $40-50. But now that I'm a big Jack Daniel's fan and a big fan of whiskey, thought it'd be finally time to try this bottle. And apparently, when I started looking into buying it, like where I could find it, because I hadn't seen it in a while, I learned it was discontinued. But I was able to get my hands on this through some Facebook people, and I am thankful that happened, because I finally get a chance to try it. Now, full disclosure, you can see right here, I have already opened the bottle. But yesterday when I opened this, I recorded a video and my autofocus wasn't working. I'm actually excited to try this because I tried 123.2 proof bourbon before this yesterday, so it kind of messed up. I didn't plan on actually doing this video at the time, so that's why I usually plan ahead. But now I'm going to get to try it with a fresh palate, and let's see what we think about it. So let's get into it, Glenn. Let's see what we think. I did pay $150 for this bottle, so I think Jack Daniel's has really done a really solid job of shifting their special releases. I know they still make Sinatra, and I personally do like Sinatra Select, but I'm glad that they're doing away with these kind of like gimmicky things. If you don't know, the Jack Daniel's No. 27 Gold is double barreled, and it's extra matured in maple barrels. So it's double barreled in a maple barrel. So they distill it. They do the Lincoln County process twice, according to the box. Then they age the whiskey, and then they finish it in maple barrels. So that's how you get Gold No. 27. Now, here's another thing, too. This is $100, I think $100 or $150 retail bottle when it came out, and it is 80 proof. So this is kind of what I'm saying when I think Jack Daniel's has done a good job kind of upping their special releases and doing something, you know, more geared towards whiskey drinkers. You know, 80 proof is not something that I would typically gravitate towards, but I even knew going into this was not going to be something that I would like necessarily enjoy, but it's something that I personally wanted for my whiskey collection. To have this now and have it on the shelf, I'm good with it. So even if it's not great, which I already know it's not, it's good to have it on the shelf. So let's give it a nosing. I'll give you guys some tasting notes on it as well. It smells like breakfast. It smells like pancakes. It smells like mapley. It's kind of a one note whiskey, to be perfectly honest with you. It's just all maple, but of course it is. It was finished in maple barrels. There is like a slight wateriness to this though, even on the palate. I guess it's probably because it's 80 proof, but there is like some wateriness to it, which, you know, I'm sure there are people out there who enjoy whiskey. I'm not saying you have to drink higher proof whiskey to be a whiskey fan or a whiskey like enthusiast, whatever you want to call. What I do is 80 proof is not a lot. So it does kind of have a watery smell that I don't typically get out of some whiskeys, especially Jack Daniels. Even Old Number 7, I think, smells more robust on the nose than this. So it's like watered down maple syrup kind of. Let's give it a mouthing and let's see how we feel. The palate is way better than the nose. It's actually sweeter than I remember it being yesterday. It does still taste watery, and I know that's just because it is 80 proof. I would actually encourage Jack Daniels to do another round of these at 100 proof. I think you'd have a real solid banger. This is just far too low of a proof, especially for a $100 special release. But it does come with this cool box, you know? So there's that. I don't know what to say about this one. I'm not upset. After finding out that it was 80 proof, I was like, okay, well, this won't be my thing. But I'm a Jack fan, so having it on the shelf is pretty cool for me, especially with it being something that I had always wanted to get. And it does look really good on the shelf. If we're being totally honest, it looks really good on the shelf. I mean, that looks exceptional. But what's in the glass is the most important thing, and unfortunately what's in the glass is just kind of mediocre. So that leads me to my rating. For this, I'm going to rank this pretty low. I'm going to give it like a 5.3. Like, it's just the reality of it. I love Jack Daniels. If you guys watch this channel, you know I do, but I'm honest with you before anything. I could gaslight myself into thinking this was a really good release because I spent $150 on it, but I'm not going to do that. I refuse to do that. I will never do that. And it's a 5.3. I really think they should revisit this and bottle it at 100 proof, maybe 110 proof. I think you would have something pretty good and pretty unique on your hands, but I just don't see that happening, unfortunately. They're doing so much other good stuff anyway. Like, why would you even bother? But you know, it's just what it is. And sometimes it's going to be like that. Sometimes I'm not disappointed. Like, I know I probably come off like I'm disappointed. I already knew before I tried it again today that I didn't love it already. So I'm genuinely not disappointed. But everyone, that's the video. Thank you guys so much for watching. If we hit 2,500 subscribers this year in 2024 by the end of it over on YouTube, I get comments all the time on TikTok of like, is this an old video? No, it's not an old video. For some reason, I'm just got a bigger following over on TikTok. I have almost 13,000 followers over there. So it's whatever reason, the videos do better on TikTok than YouTube. So if we can get 2,500 on YouTube by the end of 2024, I am going to do a 3-bottle giveaway. They are sitting, if this door was not attached to this closet, I could see the 3 bottles sitting right there. I'm not going to announce what they are yet. They are here. They are safe. They are sound. And I'm going to do a 3-bottle giveaway at the end of 2024. And I will give you the spoiler alert, they are allocated bottles. They are allocated bottles. Some are more allocated than others. They are 3 allocated bottles. But if we can hit that in 2024, we'll do that 3-bottle giveaway. We're not that far off. We have less than 1,000 to get to. So let's go, guys. Let's get it. Share these videos with your friends. Leave a like. Leave a comment. Let me know if you've had this before down below in the comments. That's it. That's the review. Thanks, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. A few weeks ago, I did a video called 6 Bourbons Worth the Secondary Price. Today, I'm doing the opposite of that. 6 bourbons that are not worth secondary prices. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I've got a fun video for you guys. Before we even get into this video, first, these are my opinion. If you've overpaid for bottles at the time, you are not alone. I have too. I did it this week. It happens to the best of us. It's gonna happen. Secondly, I am not saying that any of these bottles are bad. In fact, let me check. Not a single one of these bottles I consider to be a bad bottle of bourbon. All I'm saying is that these are not worth the price that they currently or used to fetch on secondary prices. The prices have come down quite a bit, but for one of these, I'll give an example that it used to cost, and I have seen it in the wild for $1,000. Two of them, actually. It's insanity. And number 3, this is not an endorsement of the secondary. You are an adult. You do what you think is right. You do what you think is right for your money. You do what you can afford to do, or whatever. I'm not your parent. I'm not going to tell you what to do. I don't care how you spend your money. I'm not endorsing it. I'm not disparaging the secondary. I use the secondary. Let's go ahead and get into our first entry here, which is actually 2 bottles. You'll see why in a second. First up, we have 2 traveler exclusive bottles from Jack Daniel's. These get not like insane pricing on the secondary, but like pretty crazy. I think I spent $150 on this Jack Daniel's single barrel bottled and bond, and then I think I spent less than that. I don't exactly remember, but I see these go for quite a bit of money with the box, 150 or so, $200 maybe with the box. Here's why these aren't worth it. If you buy this bottle, the Jack Daniel's bonded, you've bought what is in this bottle 1-to-1. They are the same exact thing. The same cannot be said for this bottle, however, because this technically is a single barrel, and to me, that has more inherent value to it. But do not fall for the pack. I mean, unless you're just like me, who that kind of thing I enjoy. I like getting bottles that were packaged differently and have different labels. It's just the collector in me. So I get it. But if you're going just for the drink, just go get the bottle of Jack Bonded from Sam's or ABC or wherever you get your whiskey and buy that for $30-$35. You've bought the same exact whiskey to drink. But like I said, this one is a single barrel, so it does have a little more inherent value to it. Plus, this one's a lot older. This was bottled in 2019. So for me, that added value to it as well. And I don't believe they make these anymore, which is not true for the other 2. They make those still. I was okay with spending money on this because I'm a big Jack Daniel's fan, and I didn't even know this existed until I saw a friend of mine reach out to me and say, hey, do you want this? And I was like, yes, please. Moving on to number 2. This one isn't going for like insane money, at least not now, but I know when it first came out, it was going for quite a bit, at least double. This one is Old Forester 1924. I do enjoy this bottle quite a bit. The problem is it's already $120, $125 if you could find it at retail, which most people couldn't in the first place. I just think that what's in this bottle is good and a little overpriced for what's in here at $120. And so since I feel that way about it at retail, I feel like I had to put this on this list because for a while these were fetching, $200-$300 on the secondary. Great bottle of bourbon, but it is just not worth $300. And if you paid $300 for it, you'd be disappointed. I know a lot of people were disappointed at $120. I was not one of those people. I actually think the bottle's pretty damn good. Moving on to number 3. Number 3 is the bottle that actually made me want to do this list, Elmer T. Lee. This bottle cost me $45 through the ABC Vault program. I didn't have a ton of expectations for this bottle going into it. I knew it was kind of similar-ish to Blanton's. It absolutely is. But if you pay $500, $600, $700, $800, $900 for this bottle, you're going to be very disappointed. I don't know if I've ever seen them go for $800, but I've definitely seen them in person for $699, and I have seen them sell on secondary prices for around $500-$600. That's wild. It is a fine bottle of bourbon for $45 for what the bottle should cost versus what it does cost. There is a huge discrepancy there for what's actually in the bottle. Moving on to number 4. Another one here from the old Buffalo Trace Distillery, Weller CYPB. This is another one. When I first got collecting whiskey, I never thought I'd get my hands on one of these because I never saw them for less than $800, which is an insane number for this bottle. This, for me, is along the same lines of the Elmer T. Lee, where it's like, it's a good bottle if it was $50-$60. Once you go $100, $150, $200, $300, $400, $500. I saw one in person in Georgia. I made a video on it. It was hilarious. Bruzel actually went to the same liquor store that I did. I don't think they allowed him to film. And that exact store was the store I saw this bottle sitting on the shelf for $999.99. Don't pay that for this bottle. This is an all-day buy at $50-$60. Even if it wasn't rare. It's just a good, solid bottle. But with the rarity, I would probably pay, most I'd pay for this would be like $150, $200 maybe if I needed another one and I really wanted it and like they were just continuing it or something like that. But it is not worth those high secondary prices it was going for. I know those prices have come down substantially, but still I'm going to stick by it and say that this is not worth that price. Moving on to number 6. Next one here is the good old Van Winkle Special Reserve 12-year Lot B. But I'm putting this for all of the Pappy Van Winkle lineup. I would say this is all of the Van Winkles fall under this umbrella for me. Pappy Van Winkle is a very good, very good, very, 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 very good bottle of bourbon. It is not $2,500 good. These do not go for quite that price. These go for around $750. That is still an insane price to pay. It is just simply not worth that. For me personally, you do you. If you have that kind of money to spend, God bless you. Again, I don't have thousands of dollars to spend on bottles. I would never pay. I might actually one day buy a bottle for like $2,000. So I can't say that, but I would never pay that for these. There are some aspects of whiskey collecting that just make something more inherently rare. If they don't make a lot of it, I understand. If it's a one-off, I totally understand. But these are released every single year. They're only going to be making more of it as time goes on. If you can wait. I feel like you'd be very disappointed if you bought this bottle for $800, unless it's for the shelf. And again, this is just my opinion on what's the price you pay versus what's in the bottle. Moving on to the last one here. This is probably objectively the best bottle on this list, and it's one of my favorite bottles I've had in 2024. However, I have seen people. Again, prices on these have come down a lot versus when this bottle first came out. Part of the craziness of the release and people scrambling to get their hands on it was the reason for the crazy prices. But I saw bottles going for $900 of this, and I'm talking about Russell's 15. This is a great bottle of bourbon. It's one of my favorites of the year. I'm very surprised how much I actually like it because I didn't even want one because I was so turned off by the 13, which I know is controversial. I know. This is just, it's another one of those things for me where it's like the 1924. It's already expensive, and to have to pay double, 3 times, 4 times what it actually costs to get this thing is not worth it. Now, again, if you want it for the shelf or you want to complete a collection or you're just a big Wild Turkey fan and you want it and you're cool paying that, awesome. My opinion, it is not worth that crazy price. It's not $600 good, but that's just my opinion. And I'm a dumbass who bought a $150 bottle of the Jack Daniel's Gold number 27. So what do I know? Well, that's the video, everybody. Thank you all for watching. Leave a comment down below. Leave a like. If we can get to 2,500 subscribers by the end of 2024, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. So make sure you subscribe, share it with your friends, leave a like, comment down below. What is a bottle that you think is not worth secondary prices? I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Not every single bottle of bourbon or whiskey has to be high proof to be good. There are plenty of lower proof options out there. These are 10 of them. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, like I said in the intro, pretty self-explanatory list we're getting into here. These are 10 really solid, low-proof whiskeys or bourbons that you can enjoy, and it won't melt your face. So if you're new to whiskey, or if you want something new to try, or if you just want to try something at a lower proof that's really, really good, these are all solid options for you. Before we get into any of these, first off, these are in no particular order. There are a few that are like mid to low allocations, nothing, impossible to get your hands on in most places. I'm sorry if you can't get your hands on a few of these. But we need to define what low proof whiskey is. And to me, low proof is anything from 80 proof to 100 proof. That is what I consider low proof whiskey. I'm sure that can be debated down in the comments below. And I'm sure you guys will let me know if you don't think 100 proof is low proof whiskey. I personally think it is. I think 100 proof is a solid proof point to cap off the low proof whiskeys. So that's what we're going to do. And none of these are in any particular order. First one I'm going to pull is what I'm drinking on right now, and that is number 10, Penelope Valencia. I'm a big fan of this bottle, actually. This is straight bourbon whiskey finished in Vino di Naranja casks, which basically is, I think it's a type of wine. And it gives a really nice citrusy note to this. These are great. I wish these were more readily available because these would make a hell of an old fashioned, but it's great neat. I love this bottle. It's delicious. You can't go wrong with it. I'm not even that big into finishing, and I really like this bottle. This bottle comes in at 95 proof, so if you're looking for this one, I would say grab it. They're really solid. I would say maybe try it before you buy it because this is a very orangey flavor, and it might not be for you, But if you do like this type of thing, this should be on your list to grab because it's a fantastic bottle. Moving on to the next one. Number 9 is from 1792, and then a 1792 Sweet Wheat. This comes in at 91.2 proof. This might be the lowest proof point bottle on the list, but I can tell you this is probably my favorite of the 1792 bottles. And that's nuts because I'm known to be like a proof guy. I think I usually tend to drink things over 100, 120 is like my go-to range. And this one being so low, you wouldn't think this would be up my alley. But this is up my alley all day. This is my favorite one. This is probably the only one from 1792 outside of the bottled and bond that I would get again. I really like this bottle a lot. These are hard to find, which is kind of a pain in the ass. I know they're coming a little bit more available, but 1792 Sweet Wheat is great. I tend to gravitate towards wheated stuff anyway, so this is a fantastic bottle at this price. I think I paid like $45 for it when I got it, so can't beat that. And at the proof point, it's so sippable. It's so good. It's great for summer. You can find one of these. I highly recommend you do so. Moving on to the next one. Up next is a brand that I don't talk about a lot because I don't get a lot of their stuff because they don't do a ton of things in Florida that I haven't been able to get my hands on. I'm talking about Four Roses Single Barrel. I love this bottle. This comes in at 100 proof, I believe. These are 100 proof. Yeah, 100 proof. So these are fantastic. If you've never owned any of the Four Roses Single Barrels, I highly recommend you do so. They're around 40, 50 bucks, and they're just fantastic. I've had several of them. They do vary. They're pretty available at every decent liquor store should have them. I would recommend you do so. They're really, really good. I love Four Roses. This is one of the bourbons that actually made me realize that whiskey and bourbon was what I liked. I tried this back a long time ago, talking like 2011, and I fell in love with it. And I remember asking the bartender what I was drinking. He said Four Roses, and it's been around me ever since. They do a lot of like special releases in Kentucky, but I wish they would do like broad international releases that were gettable, kind of like the way Jack Daniels does it, where they're limited, they're allocated, but they are findable. I feel like all this Four Roses stuff is just so impossible to get unless you live in Kentucky. If you can find Four Roses Single Barrel, moving on to the next one. This next one is probably the hardest one to find on the list here. I didn't do a review of this bottle when I got it because I had done a review of it before, and they are single barrels, but once I kind of do it, unless it's like a completely different thing, I kind of won't do a single barrel review. I will have one coming up that breaks that rule sooner than later, but there's a reason for it, and you'll see it. This is Michter's 10-year bourbon. I love this bottle. This is peach cobbler in a glass. It is so good. These are not cheap. This is around $200. I love these. I would say if you find one of these, absolutely grab it, especially for $200. I think I paid $185 for this retail. It was $185, so not too shabby. 10-year-old bourbon comes in at 94.4 proof, and the flavor in this is actually the bourbon that made me want to do this list because this completely changed my mind about low proof whiskeys. I was kind of the guy like, I don't care about that 90 proof crap. This changed my mind. This is fantastic. If you ever see these, grab it. They're incredible. Moving on to the next one. Next one up is kind of allocated. I think I've never seen one in Florida, but this was one of my favorite bottles I've had this year. And I think if I go back and revisit, this should stay on my favorite bourbons of the year list. And this is Redwood Empire Screaming Titan Wheated Bourbon. And this comes in batch 1. And this comes in at 96 proof. I love this bottle. This was, again, one of my favorite bottles of the year. I haven't taken much out of it except past my review because I don't know if I'm going to get another one. And I don't want to just, crush it by myself. I'd like to have somebody over who hasn't tried it yet and, let them try it. Redwood Empire is just such a great whiskey company. Like, they do everything right. The bottles are inexpensive. They're findable. Like, I love everything about them. They're just so incredible. But if you can find Screaming Titan, I highly recommend it. And it is a great sipper at 96 proof. Moving on to the next one. This is Bardstown Bourbon Company Origin Series. This is the white label one that is the rye secondary mash bill, not the wheated one. This is the rye one. The wheated one might be making an appearance later on this list, right after this one. These bottles are incredible. They're like $50, $60 depending on where you get them, and I cannot recommend these enough. I adore these bottles. These were some of my favorite bottles to chase the last year when they came out. This one comes in at 96 proof. You can't beat it. This was distilled back in fall of 2016. I love how transparent they are with what's in the bottle on these. I love it so much. Bardstown does an incredible job. I think they might be the best distillery about displaying what is in the bottle on the bottle. And I love them for it because this is an incredible bottle. And again, $50. Moving on to the next one. Take a guess what it is. Who would have thought? It's the Bardstown Origin Series Bottled and Bond Wheated Bourbon. This one's incredible too. I actually prefer this one over the other one. This one is one of the best bottles I have on the shelf. I always recommend this to people who are trying something weeded because it is 100 proof. So like I said, this is right at the threshold. It hits right at the threshold for what I consider low proof whiskey. And it's just really, really solid. 68% corn, 20% wheat, 12% malted barley mash bill on this. And it all comes from Bardstown. So it's their own distillate. And I'm telling you, these are just fantastic. If you can find these, grab them. I know people like talked about how good these were, but these are like really good. If you can find them, get them. They are fantastic. Moving on to the next one. We're going to go allocated, non-allocated, allocated. Sound good for the last three? All right. It wouldn't be a Brad's Bourbon Reviews video if I didn't include Jack Daniel's 10-year. And it could be any of them because they all come in at 97 proof, but this is particular in batch 2. This is particular batch 2. I love this bottle so much. You guys know one of my favorite whiskeys of all time. If you don't know, it's one of my favorite whiskeys of all time. I love this bottle so much. I think it's incredible. I think it's better than the 12-year, in my humble opinion. I know people disagree. I know there's people who don't like this bottle at all. You know who you are. You're going to comment on this video. I know. I love it. I appreciate it. Agree to disagree. I think this bottle is fantastic. And they're not really around anymore. They're on secondary prices, but they are technically low proof according to my definition of low proof. And anytime I can talk about Jack Daniel's Senior Batch 2, I'm gonna. Moving on to the next one. Another banger here. Old Forester 1897 is one of the best bottles on my shelf. I have slept on this bottle for so long until I tried it at a bar, and then I was like, okay, I really like that. I need to get a bottle of it myself and like actually try it. If you ask me what my favorite of the Whiskey Row series is, when I did the blind, the 1924 one. But if you ask me what my favorite of them is, prior to that blind, I would have said 1897. I think 1897 came in second place. So close. But I adore this bottle. I recommend this bottle to everyone. If you were trying to get into Old Forester, if you want to try something a little different that is findable, this bottle is incredible. So it's probably in every single liquor store you go into. Whiskey Row series was all over the place still. There's a reason that I talk about this bottle so highly, and it's not because it ain't great. It's fantastic. There's some great green apple notes on it, and it's incredible. Go buy one. Moving on to the last one. This is probably the hardest bottle to find on this list, outside of maybe the Jack 10-year. But this is the E.H. Taylor single barrel. I almost put the small batch on here, but I talk about that bottle all the time. And I don't feel like I talk about the E.H. Taylor single barrel enough. The bottle's absolutely incredible. Like, I love this bottle so much. I think that they do vary, not a ton. I feel like as far as single barrels go, they don't vary that much, in my opinion. I've had like 4 or 5 different ones at this point, and they all kind of taste similar. There's some course slight deviation, but nothing crazy. It's an incredible bottle coming in right at 100 proof. That is the list, ladies and gentlemen. Leave a comment down below. Let me know what your favorite low proof whiskey is. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like, subscribe as well, because if you're watching on YouTube and we hit 2,500 subscribers in 2024, I'm going to do a 3-bottle allocation bottle giveaway. So make sure you subscribe so you can be included on that. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, I'm going to get to do a review of one of the most sought-after releases in 2024, Maker's Mark Cellar Aged. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, like I said, I'm very excited and a little nervous to do the review today that I'm going to do. This is Maker's Mark Cellar Aged. This is apparently an annual release. If you're new to the channel here, if this is your first time watching a video, welcome. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it very much. But if it is your first time, I am not the biggest Maker's Mark fan. I did the Heart release review earlier this year, and it was honestly one of the more disappointing things I've had, at least in 2024 so far. Just not that great. It was kind of mediocre, and overall, I'm not a huge fan of Maker's Mark. I tried this last year. I got sent a sample by one of my viewers over on TikTok. I didn't love this. Everyone freaked out about how great it was, and everyone loved it so much, and I just honestly didn't feel that way. I thought it was just okay at best. I wasn't personally a fan. I know a lot of people really, really liked it, and if you did and and you're one of those people, I'm very happy for you. And I fully admit that I overpaid for this today. So if you don't know, these are a special blend of aged barrels. This is a 15% whiskey of 12 year and an 85% whiskey of 13. So it's a blend. This comes in 119.3 proof. That's like right around my favorite proof point. 120 is like perfect. I'm genuinely excited to see if this is any good. So let's go ahead, get this into a Glen, and let's see what we think about it. Yes, this is a special release. Yes, it's a highly allocated bottle. But this release wasn't even on my radar. I walked into a liquor store today, a local one here in Davenport, and they had one on the shelf. They got one in today. And I was like, I gotta have it. I can't leave this on the shelf. Mostly because I never saw one in person of the 2023. And I don't think I would have bought it unless it was like dead on retail. I'm gonna give them another shot. I always talk about giving releases and giving brands and giving bottles second chances. And that's what I'm doing with the 2024 Cellar Age. We're gonna see if this is any good. I really hope it is. Please, God, be good. But let's give it a nosing and let's see how we feel. Wow. Whoa. Oh, dude. It's like chocolate and stone fruit and oak and a soft wheat note. Oh yeah, Maker's Mark is wheated bourbon. That makes sense. I always forget that they're wheated for some reason. That nose is spectacular. And there's like a buttery richness caramel to it as well. That nose, I'm trying to play through this in my head because I don't want to be hyperbolic. I think this is my favorite nose of 2024. And that is saying a whole lot because I am not a Maker's fan typically. The fruit is like so forward on this. It's like fruit, chocolate, and like a oaky molasses note. Oh my God, I'm so in. That caramel is rich. It's like burnt caramel. I really like it. It is a little proofy on the nose, but it's 119 proof. It's not like there's no proof behind it. It's a pretty solid proof point. So I expect a little bit of ethanol, especially with it being Maker's Mark. I always feel like Maker's Mark has a little ethanol burn, even to like their 90 proof stuff. I just feel like there's a little bit of burn to everything Maker's Mark does. Even as much as like the BEP, which is so far up until this moment my favorite special release from Maker's Mark, even that one to me has a little bit of like a burn to it on the nose. This on the nose, I mean, like, I know we don't rate the nose. The nose might be like a 9.2 on the nose. If I don't rate the noses, which actually would be a fun video to do, the best smelling bourbons. 4 people would watch that video. The nose is incredible. Oh my God. I could smell this all day. This smells absolutely fantastic. This is kind of blowing me away a little bit already. Temper your expectations. Remember how it didn't taste great last time. Just get back to reality, Brad. Back to reality. From memory, as of right this second when I'm recording this video, I think this is my favorite nose of 2024. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. First reaction, it's okay. I need another sip. First off, the nose doesn't really carry over to the palate. The nose is exceptional on this. The palate is just okay. It's super oaky. It leans into the bitter, but the mouthfeel is fantastic. And the notes that are there are really, really solid. But they're kind of simple notes. I feel like I like it about the same as I liked it last year. That nose is so misleading. God, I hate when that happens. I hate when that happens, man. It's not bad. It is just not what I want out of a special release bourbon. The mouthfeel's fantastic. I just don't think it's as good as it needs to be a allocated special release. I'm not disappointed because like I didn't expect much out of it, but for what it is, like it should be better than this. And I wish it was. It's just not my jam. It's frustrating because it's missing something. It's missing not even complexity. It's just missing specialness. I can't explain it. Like it's just okay. I think BEP is better than this. It is better than the Heart release. I will say that. It is better than the Heart release. But I'm disappointed in this one. Very disappointed. This should be way better than it is. Maker's Mark, I don't think I'm going to continue to buy your stuff. I think this one's the one where I'm done. I keep buying your special releases. I bought the Heart release and that disappointed me. This one now has disappointed me. So it's 2 special releases in a row. Less than stellar, which is what a special release should be. And it's just frustrating because I feel like you guys are capable of doing really good stuff. If you look at your wood finishing series, this just is not worth the money. Unfortunately, it's one of the more frustrating releases of 2024. I'm going to try a little bit more of it just to see if it changes a little bit because it was changing a little bit in the glass. But that's where I stand. It's overly simple bourbon for the price and the age, and disappointed for sure. Disappointed. I wish what was on the nose carried over on the palate because if that was the case, you would have probably had bourbon of the year, and you just kind of have something that's just okay. So after I gave my first initial thoughts, I let some sit here for about 4 minutes. And While I hate when people say, let it open up, that is a reality. Sometimes bottles you have to have open up for a little bit. And I refuse to believe I disliked it that much the first go around. So I let it sit for a minute, and I'm going to give it another shot and see if it tastes any better after like letting some air get to it. So we're going to give another taste on the palate here and see if letting it open up for a little bit makes a difference. Makes a slight difference. A little bit of that juicy fruit note that I like get on some Maker's Mark stuff is coming through. It's just not what a special release, in my opinion, should be. I'm sure people will love this. I don't dislike it. I don't think it's like Bourbon of the Year contender. I doubt it makes my list. Unless I come back to this in a few weeks and I'm like, oh my God, it really opened up and it's really nice now, which could happen. So, with that said, what do I give Maker's Mark on a scale of 1 to 10? Factoring in the nose. I do have to factor that in because it is one of the most remarkable noses I've ever smelled on any bourbon ever. I'm going to give it a 7.7. If the nose wasn't as strong as it is, you're looking at like a 6 and a 6.8 if the nose wasn't as good, especially with it being something that's so hard for people to come by and sought after. At the finish, it just falls off a cliff. Well, everyone, that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it very much. Please leave a like, comment down below. Is this bottle on your list of bottles you're trying to get in 2024? Leave a comment down below, and I will give away 1 2-ounce sample of this bottle to one person who comments in the comments. You can be, yay, pick me. It can be, I hate your videos and you suck. That works too. That counts as an entry. That's fine by me. Leave a like while you're down there. If we can hit 2,500 subscribers by the end of 2024 here on YouTube, I'm going to be giving a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. Only way to make sure that you actually can win is by being a subscriber. So please subscribe down below. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, I'm knocking something off my whiskey wish list. Old Forester Single Barrel Barrel Proof Rye. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, like I said in the intro, very excited. This bottle has evaded me for a long time. I've gotten multiple single barrel proof bourbons. I've gotten some Old Forester single barrels at 100 proof, which are pretty solid. But this bottle has evaded me. I have never seen one in person until the other day. I'm walking into a great liquor store. I'm not going to give the name of it yet, and the only reason is I'm doing something with them soon. And I will say this, if you were in the Orlando area, you're going to want to know about this liquor store. So I'm not going to say the name of it yet, but got this bottle at retail, and I'm very excited to get into this. I'm so excited to give this bottle a try. Now, if you were new to the channel, if you've never seen one of the videos before, just so you know, I am not a big rye person. I don't love rye whiskey. I like rye whiskey from time to time. There are certain ones that I do enjoy, and then there are certain ones for me that it's just like I'm good to never drink that again. For example, some of my taste for rye whiskeys are Hemingway Rye. I love that bottle. That's a finished one. I like some of the High West Midwinter's Night Dram. I like the Bullet 12 year. I think was a really solid bottle this year, especially at the price point. I actually really enjoy Old Forester, the 100 Rye, as well as the Jack Daniel's Bonded Rye. Those are some of my favorite rye whiskeys. Of course, with Thomas H. Handy. Thomas H. Handy for me is probably the best rye whiskey that I've personally ever had. So keep that in mind when I give this review and when I give it a rating scale, when I give it a rating on my rating scale, because normally I will be rating it compared to bourbons. But with this one, since rye whiskey is not my favorite and bourbon's a little more my thing, the scale might have to be altered. So I might have to do some math and kind of, meld those two rating scales to line up so I feel like this gets a fair rating, because I don't want to just, say I don't like it. So the only way to know if we actually like it is to just go ahead and jump into this thing. I have not opened this yet, and you can see it's sealed. So let's go ahead and get this in a Glen. Let's give it a nosing, a mouthing, and then I will give it a score on a scale of 1 to 10. Old Forester does not make bad whiskey in my experience. I think I've liked pretty much everything except the mint julep that they made a few years ago. That was absolutely terrible, and you should be ashamed of yourself. But outside of that, I don't think there's anything I've ever had from Old Forester that I didn't really like. So I'm curious to see if this is another one of those things, or if this is something that I will pass in the future. The problem with me with ryes is I feel like they all kind of taste similar. They all have like a slight earthy note, some orange, some licorice, and it's just kind of that. I'm hoping this one's a little different. Don't know the mash bill on this, but I do know that it comes in at 127.1 proof, and it was aged in Warehouse K on floor 1. So it's not that dark, even for how high of a proof it is, which I actually noticed when I bought it. When you compare it to, the Old Forester single barrel proof bourbon, that is I don't know if it shows up on camera very well. They are very different colors in person. All right, let's give this a nosing and let's see how we feel. Ooh, the nose is different on this. First off, on the nose, it's pretty strong. Definitely feels 127 proof. This one gives me like apricot or peach vibes. A little bit of orange in there as well. I'm going to let this sit for a minute. Few moments later. Back here, a little bit of orange is coming through now in the nose still, but nothing unpleasant. Like, I like licorice, but for some reason, when it comes to my whiskey, I don't really want licorice in there. Sometimes it works. I don't typically like it though. So I'm happy that isn't showing up in this one at least. And it's super light. This one's a super light smelling rye whiskey. I'm getting like sweet notes on this. The main note that's coming out for me on this on the nose is graham cracker. Graham cracker and peach is kind of what I'm getting here. There's definitely some barrel on this, some oak, but it's sweet oak. It's not like barrel char. The nose is really pleasant. I really like it. It's almost a little floral, which I'm here for. Almost getting some perfumey vibes out of this. I like this nose. It's all right. It's not anything that I'm gonna go out of my way to pour a glass and smell it for a little bit, but it is a solid nose, if I'm being honest. Let's give this thing a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Rye spice all day on the back of the tongue. On my first sip, I was kind of bracing because rye whiskeys usually drink really hot to me. This one's no exception. This one definitely drinks hot. To me, it drinks above 127 proof, which is nuts. This is pretty aggressive. Now, I do know the difference between rye spice on the tongue and heat. I'm feeling it in my chest and like in the back of my head. It's kind of a 2-note whiskey. It's just kind of light, and it tapers off with the rye spice, and you kind of get some like nutmegish note on it. And then there's like a little bit of barrel char, and then the dancing of the rye spice, and that's it. It's okay. I just had like a weird after note of licorice that just came through, like my breath on the exhale. There's like a slight licorice note on there. It doesn't come up on the palate very much at all. It's kind of weird, like on the end of the finish. But that orange note, oof. That orange note comes through. Rye is just too aggressive to me. I don't love rye whiskey, and I honestly think this one's okay. I don't love it. I don't know if I'd buy another one again. It's just too much. I think this would make a good old fashioned, but it would be a very strong old fashioned. Yeah, I think the rye, the 100 proof rye is probably better. I think you should stick to that one in my opinion. Now, someone who loves rye whiskey might go, "You're out of your mind. You're stupid." That's fair. But I am not a huge rye person. So what would I give this on a scale of 1 to 10? To my rye scale versus my bourbon scale. My bourbon scale, what do I think is a really solid rye whiskey? My solid rye whiskey would be like a Jack Daniel's Bonded Rye, which I think is about as good as you can get for a rye whiskey. Or the Bullet 12 Year, which is also a really great one. Or the Emerald Giant from Redwood Empire. That's a good one too. I'm going to give it a 5.8. I don't love it. I don't hate it. It's just not my jam. I had a feeling it wouldn't be, but this is one that I've been wanting to have on the shelf just to kind of complete my little Old Forester single barrel mini collection that I have going on. But yeah, it's fine. I love their single barrel proofs, and I love pretty much everything else they make. So this is not an indictment against Old Forester. This is an indictment to me and myself against rye whiskey. So if you haven't tried one of these, I would say give it a try. Don't let me speak for your taste. Go out and give it a shot. If you find one, grab it. I don't think, like, worst case scenario, you should give it to your friends who like rye whiskey or who are trying to get into whiskey, see if they like it or not. You can make old fashions with it. You can mix it. Worst case scenario, they're not super expensive. All right, that's the review, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys for watching. I wish this one had turned out a little bit better, at least for me, because it's not the greatest thing I've ever had, but it's also definitely not the worst. There's definitely worse ones out there. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for subscribing. Make sure you leave a like as well. If we can hit 2,500 subscribers in the year of 2024 over on YouTube, if you're watching this on anywhere else, I'm talking specifically about YouTube right now, we will be doing a 3-bottle giveaway, and the only way to enter is to make sure you are subscribed to the channel. So make sure you do that. I appreciate you all watching very, very much. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today we're going to do something a little different and try something that I wouldn't typically try. This is Jim Beam Sunshine Blend. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, this is two things I don't typically do. I don't typically enjoy Jim Beam products as a whole. Of course, I like Knob Creek, but the Jim Beam label is something that I typically stay away from. Ever since I tried the Repeal batch, which is one of the worst bourbons I've ever had in my life, it's absolutely atrocious. I've kind of stayed away from Jim Beam. I don't mix with Jim Beam. I don't think I have another bottle of Jim Beam outside of this and the Repeal batch on the shelf. That is correct. I do not. I just double checked. I do not. So when I saw this in a Publix liquor store the other day, I had never heard of it, which shows that it's either not on my radar, no one's talking about it, or it's not good, or all three. I'm kind of in tune with the whiskey community. I kind of know when releases are happening. I know when distilleries are doing special releases, and apparently, according to these guys, Jim Beam Sunshine Blend is a special release. This one comes in at 80 proof, and there are a few red flags for me. First off, it's Jim Beam. No shade. If you like Jim Beam, God bless you. I do not. The other part of it says this is made for mixing and sharing. That is a gigantic red flag for me as far as a whiskey goes, because I typically don't mix my whiskey. I usually drink it neat. But we will see if this is actually good on its own or if it does need to be in a cocktail. Let's go ahead, crack this open, and let's get into this. The only other time I've seen a bottle that said great for mixing and it was good by itself was the Jack Daniel's Sweet and Oaky. That's actually a really good bottle. And on the bottle, it says that it's perfect for mixing. I think the reason that is on that label is because that's an international exclusive. I think most people aren't buying Jack Daniels to drink it neat necessarily. I'm talking about people specifically on vacation, not, whiskey drinkers. But people on vacation, they're trying to appeal to like, hey, mix it with Coke. It's a Jack and Coke. That's just speculation on my part. This one, I don't know. Who knows? This could be incredible. I hope it's all right. I never want anything to be bad. So let's just give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. It smells like orange and wood. That is the only two things I'm getting out of this, orange and wood. Nothing else, just orange and oak. I do like the color on this, even though it's pretty light, but it is kind of pretty. I like the label too. Made for your favorite bourbon cocktail, drink it any damn way you please. Still just getting orange peel and oak. That is the most orangey smelling. Is this flavored? If I didn't know any better, I would think this is like a dreamsicle whiskey or something. It smells nice though. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to sit and pretend like it doesn't smell good. It smells fantastic. I know who would love this. My buddy Jace likes orange notes. Dude, if this tastes like it smells, this is going to be up your alley for like a casual golf course, trying not to get blasted on the golf course, drinking a little bit. Nose is nice. I'm not mad at the nose. I'm not mad at this. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. That is a 1-to-1. Tastes exactly like it smells. This is objectively not bad. This is not a bad bottle of bourbon. Not at all. This just for me, I don't tend to gravitate towards lower proof whiskeys. But objectively speaking, this is pretty good. I am not mad at this. It drinks hot. I will say that. Dude, that's not bad. I'm like surprised at how actually good this is. This, I wish I'd have had this for my summer bourbons video. This would be perfect. This is exactly, the label is exactly how it tastes. It's bright, it's orange, it's oaky. I actually really like this. God damn it, dude. I'm surprised. I cannot believe I like this. Wow, man. See, this is why you try stuff, because you never know. I never in a million years. If someone handed me this, I'd be like, get that out of my face. I'm not drinking that. But the fact that I was able to sit down, give it some time, give it a proper review. I've been sitting here for about 15 minutes with this thing, just kind of going over it. I edit out a lot of the footage, by the way, to make it something that you guys actually would want to watch. I am shocked. I'm shocked, man. Now, do not get me wrong. This is not something that's going to blow your hair back. It is what it is. It is a simple 2-note bourbon at 80 proof, and it costs $18. That's exactly the price point for this. I think, honestly, if they release this at like 100 proof, you probably have something special. This is good. This is not bad. I know you guys are going to think I'm crazy, but this is good. I'm telling you. That might be the biggest surprise of 2024. Never in a million years would have thought that was good. All right, what do I rank this? It is still an 80 proof bourbon. It is 2 notes. I'm just impressed for it being Jim Beam and for what it is. I'm surprised it's actually good. I still think it's middle of the road. Don't get me wrong. But I really thought I was going to really dislike this. I'm going to give this a 7.2. This is surprisingly good. The fact that an 80 proof bourbon is getting that high of a score from someone like me, who is a gigantic proof person, should say all it has to say. I mean, I'm not going to tell you to rush out and go grab this, but if you see it and you're curious like I was, I think you'll like it. Now, if you don't like orange, you're not going to like this at all. This is all day orange. It tastes like it's flavored. But ladies and gentlemen, that is the review. Thank you all for watching. Leave a comment down below. I'm going to give away a 2-ounce sample of this because I feel like people will need to try this. Leave a comment in the comments. Any comment will do. Any comment will guarantee your entry, and I will spin you on a little wheel, a virtual wheel, and pick one winner to give 1 2-ounce sample to. Make sure you comment down below. If we can get to 2,500 subscribers, and we are close. We are less than like 700 away at this point. If we can get to 2,500 subscribers by the end of 2024, I'm going to give a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. So make sure that you subscribe so you don't miss that. That's the review. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today, we're going back to one of the old channel favorites. That is Redwood Empire Grizzly Beast Batch number 3. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I have another hopefully great bottle for you. If you don't know, if you're new to the channel, I haven't talked about these guys in a long time except for Screaming Titan, which was and is still on my favorite bourbons of 2024, at least so far this year. We'll see if it makes the cut. It should. It's a damn good bottle. But today, this is a bottle that I have been wanting to get my hands on for a long time. Redwood Empire Grizzly Beast, their bottled and bond bourbon. I am so excited. I love Redwood Empire. I think they do incredible stuff, and I love that they disclose the mash bill, the lot size, and the bottling of when this was. So this was distilled in spring of 2018, bottled in June of 2023. The lot size of 105 barrels, batch number 3, with a mash bill of 68% corn, 20% rye, 5% wheat, 5% malted barley, and 2% triticale, whatever the hell that is. I have no clue. I'm too stupid. I love bottled and bond stuff. I think it's like, I kind of align with Bruzel, where he talks about bottled and bond being like just kind of a sign of quality. Not always does it mean you're going to have a good bottle, but I feel like more often than not, you have a solid product. But enough chit-chatting. Let's give this bad boy a nosing and a mouthing, and let's see how we feel. This is like warm brown sugar. I love Redwood Empire so much. A little strong on the nose. I will say that. For 100 proof, for something 100 proof, it's a little bitey on the nose. I just get like brown sugar and oak. Almost like and there's some cinnamon almost in there too. It smells really pleasant. It's not like the greatest thing I've ever smelled, but it smells good. It's not unpleasant. It's not off-putting. That's nice. That's a solid nose. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing unpleasant. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Not a bad nose at all. You can't go wrong with that. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Whoa. Baking spice, cinnamon, clove, all of that. Like right the second it touched my tongue. That was a very spiky first sip in a good way. Oh, I love it. Kind of simple on the palate. Little vanilla, caramel, and oak. There is nothing wrong with that. Pretty simple. And then there's a little bit of brown sugar into molasses on the finish. That being said, sometimes you want just like a bourbon that is just like right down the middle for what a bourbon should be. And that's what this is, and there's nothing wrong with it. It is better than average. I will say that. I don't think this is like one of the greatest things I've ever tried or anything like that, but it is solid. I would recommend it. I wish it wasn't $65, $70. If it was in the $50, $55 range, I'd have no problem recommending this. But with it being a little bit more expensive than that, at least for me, I think you can do better with your money elsewhere, unfortunately. I would actually say, instead of getting this bottle, I would maybe go with the Pipe Dream, which I think is actually a little bit better than this, or the Pipe Dream Cask Strength. Those are both really solid options. The Pipe Dream, the regular proof version, I think it's 95, 90, something like that. That one is less expensive, and I think the Cask Strength is a little more expensive, but for me, the quality you're getting out of that is just so much better than what's in this bottle. I do enjoy this, though. I'm not knocking it. I just think for the money, you could do a little bit better, even inside of Redwood Empire. Like, it's objectively better than things I like more than it. Like, I prefer Jack Daniel's Old No. 7 or like even the single barrels over this. Even though that's not objectively better than this is an objectively good bourbon. With that being said, I think I'm going to give it like a 6.5. Middle of the road, better than average. I think that's a fair rating for this. I do think this is really good though. Also like carrot cake. Am I crazy? Some like carrot cake raisin. I think I'm having a stroke. But ladies and gentlemen, that is the review. thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like, comment down below. Let me know if you've ever had Grizzly Beast, if you like it or not. Are any of the other batches better or worse than this? Let me know what you think down below. Make sure you subscribe as well, because if we can hit 2,500 subscribers in the year 2024, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. Only way you can enter to win is to be a subscriber. So make sure you do that. Make sure you hit that subscribe. And if you are already a subscriber and you may want to make sure you don't miss any of the reviews, make sure you turn on those bell notifications as well. That's a thing we have to say now too. So thank you, our YouTube overlords. That's it for me today. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. Today we're going to do something new and different, something I've never done on the channel before. We're going to break into this Jack Daniel's before and after charcoal mellowing set. And then we're going to compare it to Jack Daniel's from the same time period and kind of just do a taste test and see what we like. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, if you're a viewer of this channel or you're a new viewer, hello, welcome. But if you have been around for a little bit, you know I'm a big Jack Daniel's fan. So when this came across my radar in a secondary Facebook group, I was thrilled. I didn't even know this existed. This is the Jack Daniel's before and after charcoal mellowing set. This released in 2019 from the research I did, and it literally is the white dog that comes off the still after the distillation process has happened. And they gave a bottle of, it's a 375, I believe, of these. 375. It's a 375 of the before it went through the charcoal mellowing, the Lincoln County process, and after it went through the Lincoln County process. If you don't know what the Lincoln County process is, it's literally charcoal filtering. They throw their distillate into a big vat, and it charcoal filters through. I'm actually really curious if I prefer the before or after charcoal mellowing. I'm a big Jack Daniel's fan. I would assume I would like the after mellowing effect. But after we do a taste test of these two and kind of compare them and see which one we like better, I'm going to compare it flavor-wise to Jack Daniel's Single Barrel. This is from 2015, so it's a few years before the set came out, but it's the closest thing I have to Jack Daniel's from around that time period. It's not going to be a one-to-one comparison, but I think it's fun to just do it and just kind of, see if we can pull apart the layers of the process and strip it down and see if we can taste differences. And, if we can, cool. If we can't, that's cool too. I am not an expert. So let's go ahead and get into this a little bit. The set is really cool, by the way. It comes in this nice box. I'll throw it in the B-roll. You may have already seen it already at this point, but it comes with this little, jar of their sugar maple charcoal, which is pretty cool. It doesn't really smell like anything, which I thought it would smell like, kind of like ash. It smells like nothing. There's nothing in there. I'm excited to get into this. I have been holding on to this video for a long time just because I really overpaid for these bottles. I spent a lot of money on the set. So please like and subscribe. But let's go ahead and get into these. So I'm going to open the before, obviously, so we can see what happens before the charcoal mellowing. And then we'll get into the after. Up until recently, this was the most I had ever spent on whiskey. I don't advise having a few pours and then going on some of these Facebook groups because, good Lord, it can really get expensive quick. And I'm taking out very little amounts of this because I'm not a big moonshine fan. I'm not a big white dog fan. So I'm just going to do a little before here. Oh, it smells horrible. Oh my God, I hate this. I'm going to throw up. That smells awful. It smells like mold. Oh, I don't even want to drink this. And this is at 80 proof, by the way. Oh, this smells absolutely horrible. It smells earthy. It smells like, I'm trying to nail it down. It's like soggy grass and almost like meat. I'm serious. There's like a meat note. This smells horrible. I've never smelled something I disliked more than this. Like truly. That is really bad. I don't like this at all. This is offensive. Oh God, it really makes me gag. Oh God, I hate it so much. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Tastes good though. Tastes fruity. Oh God, that's very banana-y. That tastes like straight up banana Laffy Taffy. Okay, so the Jack Daniel's banana flavor is inherently in there. It doesn't come directly from the barrel because it tastes very fruity. Palate is actually not bad at all. I could drink this. I couldn't smell it, but I could drink it. I'm not mad at that at all. That tastes good. All right, let's try the after mellowing. Let's see. I'm actually wondering now that I've tasted or I've smelled the charcoal maple, if that strips a lot of that unpleasantness out. All right, let's give the after a nosing and let's see how we feel. Still really bad, but nowhere near as unpleasant. This is like almost like burnt rubber. It's burnt rubber. That's what it is. It's like burnt rubber and grass. Still not good on the nose, but it is definitely way less offensive than the before. I just want to put this out there. Not all White Dog smells terrible. My only other experience with drinking White Dog distillate that wasn't sold as a, moonshine product was at Southern Grace Distillery. They let me try their White Dog there, and it was literally the stuff they put into the barrel. It wasn't unpleasant. This might not be the last time I do a White Dog video. I know Buffalo Trace sells some of their White Dog stuff. We might have to do like a comprehensive look and see what's like the best White Dog, because it certainly won't be this, because I've had better than this. But this is so much less offensive. That banana note still comes through. That's shocking to me. I would have thought like the maple mixing with the White Dog would have made that like banana note, but it's actually in there from the jump, and it's better on the palate too. So the charcoal mellowing process absolutely benefits Jack Daniel's whiskey in the long run, because it is completely unpleasant on the nose on both of these. The palate is so much nicer. This was a fun little video to do here, and I am going to pour some of this Jack Daniel's here. Just honestly, just because I want to pour some Jack Daniels. I don't think it's really going to add anything to the video. We know that aging makes such a huge difference. You know what I really would love? I would love to become friendly enough with a distillery. Maybe I could talk Southern Grace Distillery into doing this. But I would love to try the distillate like every step of the way. I think that'd be very interesting to like, here it is 6 months, here it is a year, here it is a year and a half, like, and just kind of track the change. I think that'd be really interesting. I just, as someone who is like fascinated by this industry as a whole, I feel like that'd be a fun, not experiment, but like to be involved with that would be really interesting. And then you get the Jack Daniels, and it smells absolutely incredible. Actually, I'm glad I tasted this, because the White Dog versus the finished product, some of the flavor like absolutely carries over. It's not all barrel. That's so interesting. I would have thought like, I mean, I know obviously this stuff like tastes like stuff, but I would have thought that the barrel would have done like that really heavy lifting, and I think it does. But there is definitely carryover flavor profile from the after, not so much the before. I'd like to do these blind, but I just know on the nose that this one is so much more overpowering. I would know off the nose immediately which one was which. But that was a fun little video to do. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Comment down below. Let me know like what your favorite White Dog distillate is. Let me know if you'd like to see me do more videos like this. There's a ton of White Dog videos we could do. So if you're interested in that, let me know. I'd like to see if there's some more White Dog we could get into. Let me know what your favorite is. Is there one that's like genuinely good, where I could pour it and drink it and be like happy with it? Neither one of these I would be happy with, because for me, the nose of a whiskey is like so much of the thing that I love about it. I don't think I could pour either one of these and enjoy it, even though the flavor's fine. But comment down below. Let me know what you guys think. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. If we can hit 2,500 subscribers on YouTube in the year 2024, I'm going to do a 3-bottle allocated giveaway. So make sure you subscribe for that. And check out our Patreon. We have a Patreon now that is live. I went over the details. I might just make a Patreon video and just direct people to that if you're interested. So I might have to do that. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. If you're curious to know what bottles I got this month in the month of August 2024, you're in luck. Stay tuned. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are going to do our monthly tradition here and do a bourbon haul of all of the bottles that I got in August of 2024. Before we get into all that, I wanted to announce that I officially started a Patreon. If you follow me over on TikTok, you know that the TikTok following is a lot bigger than it is here over on YouTube. So people on YouTube are probably going like, why is this guy doing a Patreon? He's only got less than 2,000 subscribers, because over on TikTok, I've got almost 14,000. And I've had some people reach out to me and ask me if I was going to set up a Patreon. By the way, if you don't care about this, feel free to skip ahead into the actual video here. But this was the first time I've been able to talk about it, so I wanted to get it out in the open. So the Patreon is live right now. The link will be in the description. There are 3 separate tiers. There are 2 tiers that are not very expensive. First one is $5, and it's called the On the Rocks tier, where you get access to 2 bonus videos and 2 bonus episodes of the podcast that are only available over on Patreon. There are no videos and podcasts up yet over on Patreon. I literally started this week, and I am banking content in this recording session for content to be over on Patreon. So I will have 2 videos and 2 extra episodes of the podcast for you over on Patreon every single month. I'm trying to do 1 week of video, 1 week of podcast, 1 week of video, 1 week of podcast. That's my goal. I don't anticipate a ton of people going to Patreon, but it's just something that people were asking me if I was going to set up. And so I just decided to finally do it. And it is live now. The second tier is $10 a month. It gives you access to everything at the $5 tier. Plus, it gives you access to barrel picks once we start doing those. And I have an announcement coming up about that very soon. And there will be voting for you guys at this tier to tell me what videos you want to see me do. I'll be doing posts there as well. And there is the $75 a month I want to try that tier. This one it's going to sound crazy, but hear me out. It's going to give you everything that the first 2 tiers do, plus any video that I do a review of. You will get sent a sample for every single thing I try. However, I have limited this tier to only 3 people. So there are only 3 people who will get access to this tier. The other ones are unlimited. You can add yourself if you want. It's not going to include the list videos, like one of these where I pull out things. It's only going to be for the bottles I review. I do more reviews than I do list videos. It's actually like a good deal, because you're going to be able to get a ton of... I do 3 videos a week. In theory, you could get 12 samples sent to you if you sign up at this $75 a month tier. Now, I have no plans of changing the schedules. Nothing is going to change. Everything is going to go as normal. So I'm not going to offer this tier and then pull back on the number of bottles I'm reviewing. That's not going to happen. If you are one of the 3 people that want to do that, and the reason I thought about this is because I looked up what a pour of Thomas H. Handy is by itself, and in all the bars that have it in Orlando, it's like $130 a pour for 2 ounces. You would get those 2 ounces sent to your house, and it would just cost you your $75 a month. So I'm not saying do it. I'm just saying if you were interested in helping out a smaller creator and you're interested in finding and having more content from me, that is an option for you now. Patreon is live. That's it. Enough of me talking. Let's get into the list that you guys clicked on the video to see. Let's get to number 1. These are in no particular order. Number 1, we're going to start with a bottle that I just did the review of the other day. Grizzly Beast from Redwood Empire. Kind of an underwhelming pour for me, to be perfectly honest with you. I love Redwood Empire, and this one, I think I like other things from them better. I think it's just one of these things where it's like, this just is not my preferred taste palette. Like, I like things from this brand quite a bit, but for me, this one just fell a little bit flat. I think at the price point for this bottle, you could easily find better options inside of Redwood Empire. If you see it, maybe try it before you buy it, because I didn't love it. Moving on to the next one. Up next is another bottle. I'm just grabbing these as I see them. That was super disappointing to me, and I think that's a little bit sacrilegious, because I think rye people will really like this bottle quite a bit, but I didn't. It's the Old Forester Single Barrel Proof Rye. I will come back to this at some point. I don't love rye whiskey in general, so I'm not surprised that I didn't love it. I know I just said I bought a Thomas H. Handy. Thomas H. Handy to me is the best rye whiskey I have ever had. It's not, for me, it's not even close. This was exciting to get as far as having it to be part of the shelf and adding it to the collection, because I have never seen an Old Forester Single Barrel Proof Rye out in the wild, and when I did, I had to grab it. Moving on to the next one. Man, August was like the month of disappointments, huh? I got my Jack Daniel's Tennessee Gold number 27. I don't know if I included this in the last video. I don't think I did. I think I got it this month. This one was super light. This bottle right here was something I wanted just as a Jack Daniel's fan, because I saw this thing for years and I never purchased it, and I bought it on the secondary, and I'm really glad I own it. I probably, unless somebody comes over and wants to try it because they've heard of it or whatever, or they've never heard of it, want to see what it's like. It's just an 80 proof Jack Daniel's that has a little bit of honey or a little bit of maple to it. It's really not a great bottle, but it did come with this cool box. Yay. Yay me. I overspent on this. It's fine. I'm glad I have it. I think it's really, really pretty. And I'm a Jack Daniel's fan and fanboy, I guess. I'm a Jack Daniel's fanboy, so anything I can add to the collection from Jack Daniel's, I will always do it. Moving on to the next one. Oh my God, the disappointment continues. Maker's Mark Cellar Aged 2020. Are there any good whiskey that I had this month? Yeah, there's a few. This is Maker's Mark Cellar Aged 2024 release. Talk about disappointment, man. I overpaid for this bottle quite a bit. And the reason I did that was because When I found this bottle in the liquor store, there had been no reviews posted online of it, and I literally bought this bottle to be the first review. And if you see the amount of views that it got, it didn't pay off. But I wanted to have it just for the shelf because I'd never seen a Maker's Mark Cellar Aged, period, in person. But I didn't like last year's. I didn't like this one. Overly harsh and simplistic for what it should be. And I really think they need to go in a different direction because this ain't it. Moving on to the next one. Finally, something good. Michter's 10-year single barrel bourbon. One of my favorite bottles on my shelf. I love this thing so much. I have to really fight not drinking a lot of this when I drink it because it's so good. It's so crushable. At only 94.4 proof, these things are really low proof. This bottle changed my opinion of low proof bourbon. Makes me go like, wow, you can have something that's low proof and have it be really, really good. I mean, I know my brain knew that, but seeing it in action here with the Michter's 10-year is really game changing. And these bottles are fantastic. If you see these at retail or even, I would say maybe $50 over retail, grab these. These are absolutely phenomenal. I cannot recommend Michter's 10-year single barrel bourbon any more than I do already. Go find them. Moving on to the next one. This one is a bottle that is like really hard to find in Florida for whatever reason. I've seen it at like 2 or 3 liquor stores. Briefly, it was like they accidentally got sent cases and then it went away. Luckily, I have family that has to pass through South Carolina where these are readily available in the area that is near Charlotte. And they're only like $20 for a liter. Early Times Bottled and Bond is the best value in all of bourbon, period. You get a liter of Brown-Forman Bottled and Bond bourbon, and it's like $25. I paid $17 for it at Total Wine the one time I saw it there. This will never leave my shelf. And the rare occasions that it has, I got 3 of these, by the way. The rare occasion this has not been on my shelf, I have seriously debated on making a road trip to South Carolina to see family and visit Southern Grace Distillery, but also to get a case of Early Times because this stuff is fantastic. Moving on to the next one. This is a Green River single barrel store pick from 5 Star here in Orlando, one of the iconic liquor stores in Central Florida. If you are visiting Central Florida, I highly recommend you to visit these guys. They do incredible work. Sam's Barrel Picks, I mean, like, I don't know of a store that does better barrel picks than them. The only people that I could think come close would be Southern Spirits in South Carolina. They do incredible barrel picks. But I think 5 Star for Florida is just the best you can get for barrel picks. I love this bottle. If everything stays the course and I'm not throwing any crazy curveballs, this bottle's ended up in my top 10 of the year, which is crazy because I don't typically like Green River. But this bottle is so good that it has to be included in that conversation. It's how good it is. If you live in Orlando, call 5 Star, see if they still have these because you're going to want one of these. Moving on to the last one. You ready for this? I was at a bourbon drop not too long ago, and they had like the Blantons and the E.H. Taylors, and I restocked on all those. But one of the things they had that I had only seen like photos of or like in people's bourbon hunting videos was the Big Boy Eagle Rare. And I got one. This thing is crazy. This thing is huge, man. This only cost me $45. I had to get it. I have not opened it yet, as you can see. I don't know if I'm going to, or I might get one of those like pour dispenser things and just keep refilling this big bottle with Eagle Rare when and if it goes out. So I had to get this thing is huge, bro. And keep in mind, I'm like 6'3". This takes up most of my torso. Yeah, you can see next to the regular Eagle Rare how massive this thing is. But that's the end of the video. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate you very, very much. Please make sure you leave a like, comment down below. We can hit 2,500 subscribers here on YouTube. I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway at the end of the year if we can hit 2,500 subscribers by the end of the year. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A few weeks ago, I did a video called These Are the Best Low-Proof Bourbons, and today we're going to go through and do the 10 mid-proof bourbons. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are doing a kind of a part 2 to my video that I did a few weeks ago that are the best low-proof bourbons. First video was from 80 proof to 100 proof. This video is anything from 100 proof to up to 120 proof. So right up to 120 proof. Can't go over that. If it was 120.1, doesn't count. With all that being said, there's actually 11. And actually, technically, there's like 12, but you'll see what I mean when I get to it. For the first one, this is my honorable mention. The rest of them are in no particular order, but the first one that we're going to go with here, and I just couldn't leave it off this list because I adore Redwood Empire Cask Strength. I think this is probably their best offering in my opinion. I really do like the Rocket Top. I was not super impressed with the Grizzly Beast. So if I was going to recommend a really good bottle from Redwood Empire, it would be this one right here, the Pipe Dream Cask Strength. I think it's really, really good, and it deserves to be tried. It is fantastic, and it comes in at 116.8 proof. Give this a try if you haven't already, and let's get into the actual list with number 10. Number 10, we're going to start with that real heavy hitter, Old Grandad 114. I love this stuff. This was one of the first bottles that I remember getting recommended from watching, I think it was SLB. I tried it and I didn't love it. And then about 6 months ago, I went back to this bottle and I was like, holy crap, this is delicious. I guess at the time when I first tried it, I wasn't like ready for 114 proof whiskey yet. I really adore this bottle. It's only $32 and it's absolutely phenomenal. If you can find these, I know these are hard to find. These are hard for me to find now for some reason. These were like everywhere when I got this bottle, and I honestly haven't seen one in a while. And that's the reason I haven't crushed this bottle yet, is because I want to hang on to it because I can't find another one. Oh my God, it's just so great. Brown sugar and caramel. I love it so much. So yes, if you have not tried Old Grandad 114, give it a shot. And if you have tried Old Grandad 114 and you didn't love it, maybe go back to it, see if your palate's changed at all. That definitely happens. Moving on to the next one. Up next is a bottle that I just have fallen in love with completely. I love it so much. This is Green River Full Proof. I want another one of these. These are so incredibly delicious. Only to be topped by the single barrel pick that 5 Star did. But this one was my re-entry to Green River because I had tried the wheated bourbon. I did not like it at all. But I came around and I gave them another shot when I went to that Green River event just because it was going to be fun. And I'm glad I did because this and the single barrel have just been phenomenal. This comes in at 117.3 proof and it's absolutely delicious. And I think it's only like $45-50, something around that. That's awesome. A good gateway into like going into that higher proof stuff. So if you have ever seen one of these and you didn't grab it, go back and grab it. You're going to love it. Moving on to the next one. I'm going to go and get this one out of the way because this is going to be like a bottle that's really hard to find for a lot of people. I have been lucky that my Walmart liquor store gets these. I get them for $119. And I know for a lot of people, this is going to be a unicorn bottle for them. And it was for me as well, especially the story behind this specific bottle. I've told the story ad nauseum, but I'm talking about Blanton's Gold. This is the best version of Blanton's in my humble opinion. I like Blanton's. I don't love Blanton's. I don't think Blanton's is the end-all be-all to bourbon and whiskey, but I do. I'm trying to see how much frame I have. Okay. I do enjoy Blanton's, but to me, I have several. I have like a regular single barrel Blanton's. I have the special Blanton Special Reserve, the green label. I have this one, and I have a straight from the barrel. This one, to me, is just the sweet spot for Blanton's, and I think they know that, and that's why it's bottled at this proof. It's just absolutely delicious. I love it so much. It's just like an incredible, incredible bottle of bourbon. If you don't love Blanton's, try Blanton's Gold. This might change your mind. Try it, give it a shot, see what you think. Moving on to the next one. I'm going to go ahead and get this one out of the way too because this is another one that's really hard to find for people, myself included. It is impossible to get Weller in Florida. This is Weller Antique 107, my favorite of the Weller lineup. These were impossible to get in Florida because only one liquor store chain can distribute them in Florida, the ABCs, and they don't put anything except Weller Special Reserve. And remember how I told you guys I used to get Weller Special Reserve for $22? Guess what they did last week? They raised it to $38. That's double. Almost. It's insane. So they don't put anything except Special Reserve on the shelf, and everything else they do is inside the vault. And if you don't get it from the vault, you can't get it in Florida. So one of the most frustrating things, because this bottle is so good. I've had this for a long time, and I have a friend who lives in Ohio, And I might have to hit him up and be like, what do you want to trade for one of those? I've got some things I can trade you because I need another one of these. And this is my favorite of the Weller lineup. So comes in at 107 proof. I debated putting this one or Weller full proof up. They're both kind of equally unattainable. So I went with the one that I prefer, which is this one. So it goes without saying, if you can find this at a reasonable price, definitely buy it. Moving on to the next one. All right, this one's kind of, the secret's out a little bit because every time I go to my liquor store, they're gone. And I need these like regularly. This is Rebel Small Batch Reserve coming in at 110 proof. This is a new release this year in 2024. Lux Row Distilling, who does, in my opinion, really good stuff. I really liked their 4-grain they did. I didn't love it, but I really thought it was really good. This right here is a vanilla bomb. It is a $30, 110 proof small batch product that if you are a mixer and you mix with Coke specifically, this will make you one of the greatest Coke and whiskey experiences you can possibly have if you like vanilla Coke, because it is just vanilla all day. It's super soft and gentle. This is a wheated bourbon. This is the perfect gateway into higher proof stuff because this is pretty sweet and it's wheated, so it's a little softer. It's actually might be my favorite thing from Rebel. I really like it. I like it way better than the 6-year, and it costs half the price. If you haven't gotten one of these yet, do it. Moving on to the next one. And speaking of everyday shelfers, the powerhouse itself, Wild Turkey Rare Breed, coming in at 116.8 proof. Really just nudging itself almost right up to that line for 120 proof for this video. What can I say about Wild Turkey Rare Breed that hasn't been said before? It's nothing. It's one of the best bourbons in the world for a reason. It's incredible. It is another great introduction into higher proof bourbon. It's absolutely incredible. And these are at almost every single liquor store I've ever seen. So if you see it, grab it. Moving on to the next one. And another relatively shelf stable bottle. Most liquor stores have the Whiskey Row series. This is Old Forester 1920 for a long time. This was my all-time favorite bourbon, coming in at 115 proof. Coming in at 115 proof, this is one of the best whiskeys on the market. This is another one. Try it. If you don't, I have a friend who says he doesn't like Old Forester, which is just kind of crazy to me. I urge him to try this. It's banana bread in a glass. It's absolutely incredible. Super palatable for 115 proof. The only thing is like $65. And I know some people don't want to spend that much money on a bottle. If you've never had Old Forester 1920, give it a try. If you have had it before, go back to it and revisit it. This thing's incredible. Moving on to the next one. Going back to Wild Turkey for a second. Now, this is the bottle I was talking about in the intro. This one's going to stand in for itself because it's incredible, but also a lesser version of it. This is Wild Turkey 12-year. This is 101 proof, so just over the requirement for this video. I wanted to include this on the last one, and I forgot it was 101. This bottle is absolutely incredible. This bottle costs around $200. They sell it at a few places in the US, but is primarily a Japanese export. I know it's expensive. You can start. It's starting to go down a little bit in price, but I know the bar Neat in Kentucky sells them. I think it's $200 there. I understand $200 is $200, but I'm telling you, this bottle is worth every penny of that $200. I mean, you really honestly can't do much better. This might be one of the best bottles on this list, and it's the lowest proof on this list. It's incredible. I love it so much. If you've never tried it, try to find it and just spend the money because you won't regret that you did. It's absolutely an incredible bottle. I will never not have one on my shelf. I cannot recommend this bottle enough. It's absolutely incredible. And also, try Wild Turkey 101. Go back to it. It's a powerhouse of a bottle. It stands in for that one too. Moving on to the next one. Of course, it's not a Brad's Bourbon Reviews video if Jack Daniels doesn't make at least one appearance. 107 proof. This is Jack Daniels 12-year batch 2. This is my preferred batch. I like this over batch 1 a little bit more. I think it's just a little bit better, a little more well-rounded, a little less harsh, and I love it. I know these are relatively hard to find, but you can find them on the secondary. And honestly, if you're going to buy something on the secondary, not saying you have to or that you should, but if you're going to buy something on the secondary, you can do way worse than this bottle right here. This bottle's incredible. I cannot wait to get my hands on the Jack Daniels 14. Please come out with it already. Jack Daniels, please send me that bottle to review. There's no one that loves you more than I do. I've loved you from the beginning, and I will always love you. And the last one on the list here, and this was one of my favorite bottles I've had this year, to be perfectly honest with you. This is James E. Pepper, the Decanter Series Barrel Proof Batch 26. This is an incredible bottle. Coming in at 112.6 proof, this bottle is about as good as you can get, and there's not a better looking bottle on the market. It was an old bottle design. I think it was from the 50s and 60s. And it just looks incredible on a shelf. It's just... and what's in the bottle is fantastic. I really like it. And I'm not the biggest fan of James E. Pepper as a whole. I've only tried a few things. I might need to give it the Green River treatment and kind of go back through and try everything all over again. But that is the list, everybody. That's the video. Thank you guys for watching. Leave a like, comment down below. Let me know what your favorite mid-proof whiskey is. What would you have added to my list? What would you have taken off my list? Comment down below. Make sure you subscribe as well, because if we can get to 2,500 subscribers by the end of this year, 2024, over on YouTube, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. So make sure you subscribe so you can be a part of that. That's it. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today we're going to see if I should put a ring on it, because we're trying Beyonce's whiskey. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I don't really know what to say here. I am reviewing Sir Davis. This is Beyonce's rye whiskey. She did a very cool thing by not putting her name directly on the bottle. Apparently it's named after her father or grandfather. I read the story, but I forgot that small detail. Apparently, he was like a whiskey bootlegger, so it does kind of run in her family. I don't know how much of that is just legend and lore, if it's real, but she actually went through a proper step to do this. She got the master distiller responsible for Hennessy to make a rye whiskey that they finish in an Oloroso sherry cask. I believe that same distiller does Glenmorangie. I don't know if I say that right or not. I feel like I mess that name up every time I say it. But apparently he does some scotches as well. So she made a rye whiskey finished in sherry casks. This comes in at 88 proof. I got to be honest with you guys, this bottle is one of the most beautiful bottles I think I've ever seen a whiskey in. It's going to be funny now, though, because people are going to come in asking for the whiskey with the horse, and they're going to think they're talking about Blanton's, but they're probably talking about this one. I did pay a good amount for this bottle. It was $90, $95 after tax. I got to give her props. She didn't put her name on the bottle. She very well could have. And, you know, people who are tuned into Beyonce probably already know that this is a thing. I had no idea this was a thing. I had no idea that Beyonce was making whiskey these days. I'll be completely transparent and upfront with you guys. I don't think I'm going to like this for a few reasons. One, and this is not a knock to Beyonce, celebrity whiskey tends to not be very good. It's usually kind of cheap sourced crap. This one seems to be a little different in that regard because they're not sourcing necessarily. Celebrity whiskey doesn't really have a good reputation. And B, or two, I forget how I lived. It's a rye whiskey, which I don't like, and it's finished in sherry cask, which I'm typically not a fan of. Obviously, there are exceptions, but we're going to try today and see if Beyonce knocked this out of the park. So let's go ahead and give it a nosing, and let's see how I feel. I freaking love this bottle. I genuinely love this bottle. I think this is one of the coolest bottles of whiskey ever. Looks like a perfume bottle or something. I love it. The nose smells good, man. Got to be honest. Some orangey kind of note in there. It smells like toasty, kind of like a warm bread. It's pretty proofy on the nose for it being 88 proof. It's pretty pungent on the nose. But it's not an unpleasant nose, but it's not something that I would typically go for. There's a weird fruit note on here too that almost reminds me of like cantaloupe or something. Pretty fruit forward, a little grainy and a little harsh. If we're being honest, I apologize, Beyonce. I apologize. It's kind of shifting into like a chocolatey note. This is very interesting. It is not unpleasant by any stretch. It is probably better on the nose than a lot of finished rye whiskeys I've had. The only exception I think would probably be like Midwinters. I really like Midwinters on the nose. But it's nice. It smells very pleasant. Pretty fruity. It doesn't give... I would not have guessed this was a rye whiskey if I was just guessing it off the nose. There's none of that like licorice and mintiness to it that I get in a lot of rye whiskeys. It's not like that at all. It's honestly not bad. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. It's pretty fucking good, man. It drinks hot too, though, which is so strange. I guess it's because it's a rye whiskey. It drinks a little hot, a little spicy, but you get that baking spice on the palate. There's some fruitiness that carries over as well. It is pretty grainy, though. It has like this, like, I've called it like a chalky consistency, kind of. It's kind of dusty, like a dustiness to it. I don't hate it. I don't love it. I think it's perfectly passable rye whiskey that should probably cost you around $40-50. The fact that it's $90 is absolutely ridiculous. It's only because it's Beyonce. That's the only reason this costs $80. If this was not her brand, not in this bottle, which I'm assuming this bottle design is part of the cost. It has to be because, I mean, this thing is heavy. The cork is heavy. I've never seen another bottle shaped like this, so it's probably a custom bottle design, which is not cheap either. But I gotta be honest, this is for sure one of the better celebrity whiskeys I've had. It's better to me than like Gypsy, which is another finished whiskey. It's super fruity on the palate. I think this is a smart move for Beyonce because I think this is going to be a gateway for a lot of people into whiskey. They're going to go and try to support Beyonce. They're going to try this and like it. It's a sweeter profile than I would typically expect in a rye whiskey. Yeah, it's not bad. It's really not bad. I'm not going to rate it super, super high because it's good. It's not something that I would gravitate to. If this wasn't for let's be honest, if I didn't make content and make videos, I would never have bought this bottle in a million years. I never would have tried it. And I'm glad I did, to be honest with you, because it's not bad. I'd like to see maybe them try to do a bourbon. Let's be fair. That's why I bought this bottle. I'm a whiskey dork. This isn't what I'm searching for when I'm looking for whiskey. It's not in the proof range that I like for whiskey. I'd be curious to try this at cask strength. I'd be very curious to see what this tastes like at cask strength. But this is by no means bad, but the price is insane. $90 for this is absolutely bonkers. But again, celebrity whiskey, custom bottle. You get it. So what would I give this? I would give this like a solid 6.1 maybe. It's not bad. It's not great. It's better than some finished ryes I've had for sure. But there's some that are way better than this, obviously, too. And especially they don't cost what this costs. But I'm glad I have this. It's a cool little conversation starter for the shelf. And it's going to look really pretty on there, too. So Beyonce, well done. You know, I think that's a pretty solid whiskey. I was expecting pretty much nothing from it because I don't like rye, I don't like finishing, and celebrity whiskey tends to not be great. But you exceed all those expectations, but it's still, to me, not super, super great. But it is good. If you have $90 free and you want to support Beyonce, this is a good way to do it. Make sure you leave a like, comment down below. Let me know if you, A, knew this existed, and B, if this is on your radar. While you're down there, subscribe as well. If we can hit 2,500 subscribers in the year 2024 on YouTube, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. So make sure you subscribe. I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today we're going to do a review of something that I think is really cool. This is the Evan Williams American Hero Edition. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I got a bottle that I'm curious to try. I don't particularly think it's going to be something that I gravitate towards personally, but the story behind it is really, really cool. This is the Evan Williams Small Batch American Hero Edition, and this bottle comes with this cool little tag. I'm actually going to do something I don't typically do. I'm going to read straight up off this because I think this is important. It says Evan Williams Small Batch 1783. This special edition Evan Williams 1783 Small Batch Bourbon has been thoughtfully selected by our 2024 Evan Williams American-made heroes, dedicated their lives to serving country and community. Take a look at the 2024 class of American-made heroes down below. Brooke Jackson Kahn, a U.S. Army in Mount Pleasant, South Carolina. Shout out to Brooke Jackson Kahn, my neck of the woods. Well, I live in Florida now, but used to be around that. Michael Kimona, U.S. Navy from Bowie, Maryland. Jas Booth, U.S. Army, Winchester, Virginia. Jamie Paxton, U.S. Air Force. Shout out to the Air Force. My grandfather was a pilot in the Air Force. Steve Jones, U.S. Marine Corps, Russell, Massachusetts. And Thomas McNamara, U.S. Air Force, retired. I apologize. Jamie Paxton is also retired. Thomas McNamara, U.S. Air Force, retired from Spanaway, Washington. And I guess these guys went in and they picked a small batch because it's not a single barrel. So I'm assuming they just picked their favorite of the small batches. And they put it in this cool bottle, and I think that's really, really cool. And the Rick House sites for this one were Cox's Creek, Warehouse 3, and Heaven Hill H1, that's where the batches were from. So I don't really know how you pick a small batch. I assume maybe they had a few options of blends or something, and this is what they picked. So again, not something I would typically buy, but I think supporting the troops is very important, and I think it's really, really cool that Evan Williams does stuff like this. So I would encourage any distillery to do something like this. These people put their lives on the line for our freedom, and I think it's pretty important to do something to repay that. Oh, it's a screw cap. I was expecting it to be a cork. I'm not a huge Evan Williams fan. I like Evan Williams bottled and bond, but I don't really go to mini 90 proof whiskeys, and bourbons. Usually Eagle Rare and Buffalo Trace are kind of my go-tos when it comes to something like that. I wanted to do this video, and I wanted to give something that I haven't tried before a shot. I've never had Evan Williams 1783 before, and why not go with one that was selected by some American heroes as my first introduction to it. So let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. Yep, that's Heaven Hill. It smells like peanut juice. Peanuts all day. Peanuts and walnuts. A little bit of sweetness in there. Kind of reminds me of like a pecan pie, maybe. Yeah, like a pecan pie. Yeah. It's a little ethanol-y for 90 proof. I wish I could give more notes on the nose, but really it's just kind of pecan pie. You get a little bit of the crust in there for the pecan pie and nuts. It's pretty much it. A little bit of vanilla in there as well. Not a bad nose. Not a bad nose at all. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Oakiness, peanutiness. Not peanut. I shouldn't say peanut. It's more of like a walnut. Pretty dry. Not very sweet on the palate. Yeah, everything carries over from the nose to the palate. It is like almost 1-to-1. It smells like it tastes. It tastes like it smells. Not bad at all. Not my go-to profile, though. So I'm glad that these people like this because it is obviously something that they wanted and selected. But this is not something I would gravitate towards. Glad I bought it. I'd buy 5 more if it's going to help support these type of things. But not something that I would go to drink it. But I'm glad I have it. I'm glad it's on the shelf. And yeah, kind of a short review, but there's really not much to say about this one. What would I rate this? I would give it like a 5.5. I think it's pretty middle of the road. Heaven Hill stuff at this proof doesn't really work for me. I like a lot of their higher proof stuff, but this is just not great. It's just not for me. It's just not for me. And I'll review anything and I'll give everything a shot. This is just not something that I would typically gravitate towards, and probably won't even finish this pour. If you like Heaven Hill and you want to support the troops, this is a good option. If you don't like Heaven Hill, still go and support Evan Williams for doing stuff like this. I think this kind of stuff's important. So that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like and comment down below. Also, I started a Patreon if you're interested in that. There's a few tiers still available, so make sure you go and sign up for that if you're interested at all. Make sure you hit subscribe, because if we can get 2,500 subscribers by the end of this year on YouTube, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today we're getting to try the 2024 release of a bottle that I really, really enjoyed last year, and it's something that I will try to seek out every single year because I love the first one so much. I'm talking about Bourbon Burgers. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I'm going to get to do a fresh crack here. You can see it's not been opened yet, ladies and gentlemen. Of the Bourbon Burgers Declaration for 2024, I have bottle 638 of 2542, batch 24F2309, coming in at 108 proof. I really, really liked last year's release, and when I bought it, I knew a little bit, like I had heard of it, but I'm not the biggest Michter's fan of all time. I don't think at the time I even knew it was from Michter's. I just knew that I found it at Total Wine and people were freaking out, and I looked it up and I was like, oh, okay, this is like something special. And I went home and did a review of it, and I was like, oh my God, I'm so glad that I bought this. And ever since then I said, I'm going to buy these every year. I stuck to my word. It cost more than it did the first time. It was retail like $125. Well, what are you going to do? You know, what are you going to do? When you see these, you grab them. And I'm surprised because I got this at ABC, which I would have thought that would be in the ABC vault. All my Floridian people who watch this know what I'm talking about. I found this on the shelf at ABC. It was behind the register, but it was on the shelf. I am excited because I loved the first one. So let's go ahead and get into this. Fresh crack here on this bottle. And shout out to all the patrons, because all the top tier patrons will get to try a sample of it. I started a Patreon a few weeks ago. If you were curious or interested, check out the link in the description. All the tiers are laid out nice and easy for you. There's only 2 tiers available. The first tier sold out, which is insane. It sold out the day I posted it, which is insane to me. So thank you all for watching. I truly appreciate it. Let's give this a nosing. Let's see how I feel. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That is like rich vanilla and honey. Rich vanilla and honey. The nose on this is like absolutely incredible. Little floral, leaning from honey into honeysuckle a little bit the more this is kind of sitting here. There is no proof on this on the nose to me. I could smell this all day. A little bit of wood, a little bit of oakiness to it. It smells warm. I kind of also get like a burnt sugar note on this as well, like the top of a creme brulee. This might be one of the Patreon exclusive videos. I might do a tasting a blind of this and see which I prefer, last year's or this year's. I'm a real big fan of this nose. There's some fruitiness in here too. This nose is like really changing. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Wow. This is my first pour of the day, so it drinks a little hot. I'm starting at 108 proof, but that honey floral note carries over to the palate. And the finish is crazy. There's a weird, really enjoyable taste that I got on the finish. That's a pretty long finish. It's honey, it's sweet, the mouthfeel is incredible, and almost like a toffee note. That's really good. Wow. Bomburgers is just, it's one of my favorite releases of the year. I'm so happy it's here. What do you guys like better, Shanks or Bomburgers? Comment down below. I've never had a Shanks. I have one that I'm going to pick up this week. So Patreon people get excited. I like really love it. I need to like look at what's in my top 10 of the year so far. But I mean, it definitely could be in the conversation. The only thing I don't like about it is on the way to the finish, there is a bitter oak note that's like burnt oak. But it's like it only hits for like a half a second. If that didn't exist, I would be like, this is like really, really exceptional. I mean, it still really is, but that slight flaw, and it might be something you enjoy, but for me, I would consider that like a flaw in it. That is the only thing holding me back from giving this like a really high score. Like a really high score. That honey note is just so good to me. I'm still going to give this a pretty high score. I have to factor in that flaw because it's pretty apparent in the whiskey. There's almost like, now I'm going back to the nose after tasting it again. There's almost like a leather note that I'm really loving. Maybe a leather into pipe tobacco. Oh yeah. There's definitely a tobacco note now on the palate now that I said it. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this. I'm still, despite that one flaw that is it doesn't ruin the experience by any means. It's still a really good bourbon, but with that one little flaw, that bitterness that is like everything else about it is perfect, that just sticks out. I'm gonna give it an 8.6. That's an 8.6 all day. That's an 8.6. I mean, this is so good. Only thing, the $125 sucks. I mean, but that is so good. That is so good. Big fan of that. Love it. Good work, Michter. Fantastic bottle. I cannot wait to see Bomburgers 2025, and I'm excited to try Shanks. That's going to be exciting. So that's the review, everyone. Thank you so much for watching. I will see you guys all on the next one, and if you are on the Patreon, I'll see you in the Patreon over there. Link is in the description. Make sure you leave a like, comment down below. If we can hit 2,500 subscribers here on YouTube in the year 2024, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. So make sure you are here for that. Hit that subscribe button. I'll see you guys in the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today we're going to finish up the trilogy of the best low proof, mid proof, and finish it off with today's video, the best high proof bourbon. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're going to dive right into the video here. There's technically 11. I always do an honorable mention on the top 10 list just because sometimes there's a bottle that I just really want to put in, and I don't want to have to say it's a top 11. And so I make it an honorable mention. It's just as good as in the other ones. I will say these are in no particular order except for the final two. The final two, I think, are the two best high proof bourbons. If you haven't been paying attention to the other videos, that's totally fine. I would recommend going back and watching reviewing them. But if you haven't, it started off with low proof bourbon being 80 to 100 proof, and then mid proof bourbon being 100 to 120 proof, and now we are doing anything 120 proof up. Don't have anything that goes over 140 proof in this video. A, because I don't think I own anything that high proof, and B, it kind of still fits in with the every 20 proof points thing. So let's go ahead and get into it with our honorable mention being Green River Single Barrel. This is a store pick. I don't have a problem putting single barrels on the list, but this one in particular is a store pick. So I kind of still wanted to bring it up because I think it's a really, really solid bottle. 5-Star did an incredible job with this pick. This single-handedly changed my mind about Green River. It comes in at 123.2 proof. This thing is just absolutely incredible. So I think these are all gone now, but call 5-Star. See if they have them. If you live in Orlando, you're going to want this on your shelf. It's that good. All right, now let's get into it with number 10. Starting off with what for a lot of people, including myself, was a unicorn bottle. This is Blanton straight from the barrel. This has really, really grown on me. When I first tried it, I didn't love it though, but I have really grown to love this bottle. And this is going to be one of those things for me where I just do not have this bottle leave my shelf. When I get down to like right at the top of the label, I'm going to be trying to hunt for another one, and I hope I get one soon because I really, really like this bottle a lot. Beautiful orange notes, beautiful caramel. If you like Blanton's, it's really, really good. I still think I prefer the gold over this one, which is good for my wallet because this is a little bit more expensive, but it is absolutely incredible. And I know it goes without saying, if you can find this, buy it. It's really, really good. Moving on to the next one. Up next, we have another single barrel here. This is Blue Note Juke Joint Whiskey Unfiltered. This was a Orlando Whiskey Society with Big C liquor pick. I have had multiple of these. This is not indicative of just this one. These are incredible, and I think they're about 50, 60 bucks. And they come out uncut, unfiltered, right at barrel proof, and they're usually around the 120. This is 120.9 proof. I think this is the lowest proof one on this list. The nose on this to me is just like breakfast. It smells like maple syrup, waffles. I absolutely adore this bottle. This is the bottle that I'll like take out when people are big bourbon dorks and have them try because it's absolutely incredible. You cannot go wrong with Blue Note Uncut Unfiltered. These are incredible. Moving on to the next one. Up next is the first barrel pick I ever did that was just kind of a pick. I got invited by Southern Grace Distillery after doing one of their tasting panels to pick their Founders Reserve for the year, and this one is one of the best bottles I own. I am devastated that this is this far down. I don't think these exist anymore, but just in the off chance that you are out hunting and you run across, this is barrel 388 coming in at 126 proof. This bottle I would put up against anything and everything I've ever had. I think this is one of the best bottles I've ever had. There is a bubblegum note, like double bubble gum. That's exactly what this smells like. This is another bottle where it's like you just have not tried this and you're gonna want to because these are incredible. I've had a few of the other Founders Reserves. This one to me, in my opinion, is the best one that I have had. If I can get a barrel from them that is this high proof, I absolutely will if I can afford it, because these are like just absolutely unreal. If you don't know what you're missing. Oh my God. I just want to drink it all right now. It's so good. Moving on to the next one. By the way, in the middle of this video, I'm just going to throw this in there. I started a Patreon. You can head over to the link in the description. It is there. And if you feel like you would like to support, definitely do it. The tiers are all laid out nice and neat for you. So if you consider that, I really appreciate it. This is Larceny Barrel Proof A123. This is my favorite of all of the Larceny Barrel Proofs that I have ever had. I think this is by far and away the best one. And in fact, if I'm remembering correctly, last year I think this made like Fred Minnick's top 10 or top 20. I think it was top 10. I remember talking about it with some friends because I kept singing the praises of how good this bottle was. But this bottle is absolutely unbelievable. If these are still floating around in your area, you can find one, grab it, because you're going to be bummed that you never got to try it. And this comes in at 125.8 proof. Moving on to the next one. It would not be a Brad's Bourbon Reviews video if we didn't bring up Jack Daniels, but I only bring up Jack Daniels when it's good, and when it's good, it's good. And these Jack Daniels single barrel proofs are damn good. I'm holding the barrel proof bourbon Tennessee whiskey, one of the best bottles I have. This thing is 134.1 proof. These are in every single liquor store in the world, essentially. Any good liquor store will have these. It's just everything you want in Jack Daniels. This is the bottle I always direct people to. When they say they don't like Jack Daniels, I say, have you tried the Jack Daniels Bonded? No? Try that one. Have you tried Jack Daniels Single Barrel Proof? No? Okay, try that. This and the Jack Daniels Bonded are the two best representations of what Jack Daniels can do at a base entry level. I still think the best thing they make is Jack Daniels 10-year, but these are absolutely incredible as well. If you haven't tried one of these before, definitely do it. This is something I'm interested in doing a barrel pick of because I love Jack Daniels, and it'd be cool to have my logo on a bottle of Jack Daniels. Just saying. Moving on to the next one. All right, the last 5 of these that I have over here, these are all pretty allocated bottles. So I'm sorry, that's just kind of how it worked out. I apologize. The next one here is a bottle from Old Forester. This is Old Forester Single Barrel Strength. This is an MDP liquor pick. I'm going to be doing a review of another one of these, a separate, different barrel pick. And I'm going to do an A-B comparison video to see how much they vary. But I love this one. This one comes in at 129.3 proof. These are fantastic. And I love that these are like kind of coming down in price a little bit to be like attainable and reachable. I have seen more of these in the last like 6 months than I have ever seen up to this point. I know these are still kind of hard to find, but these are way less hard to find than they used to be. At least for me in my area. I obviously can't speak for everyone. And if you can't find these, I'm sorry. These are really, really solid. If you like Old Forester, you'll like this. If you don't like Old Forester, this might be a good entry point. Test to see if you like higher proof Old Forester. In my opinion, Old Forester makes really, really good bourbon. To me, they're one of the best distilleries in the world for bourbon. Honestly, I think they do really, really good work. And if you can find one of these at a decent price, grab it. Moving on to the next one. All right, you can see it here already picking up because this thing is huge. This is Booker's, and I'm talking specifically about Booker's batch 2203. This is the Kentucky Tea batch. This comes in at 126.5. This, ladies and gentlemen, I have tried a bunch of Booker's. I do not love Booker's. I like Booker's, and if I can find them without having to hunt them like crazy or pay crazy secondary prices, I'll grab them on occasion. The only other bottle I have is the Apprentice batch. But this Kentucky Tea batch, this is another one of those bottles for me that I will put up against anything. If you don't like Booker's, try to find a way, maybe in like a secondary Facebook group or something, to get your hands on the Kentucky Tea batch. This bottle is absolutely incredible. I love it so much. I think I paid like in South Carolina at Frugal McDougal like $135 for this. You know, they're way cheaper in North Carolina. I think they're like retail like $89 right across the border. I should have waited, but I got excited because I'd never seen one in person and that up to that point. And I'm so glad I did because I love this bottle. I will be seeking out another one of these, and I need to do it soon and later because the further we get away from 2022, the harder these are going to be able to find. So I need to get another one. This is incredible. If you're going to go for a Booker's, go for this one. Moving on to the next one. Up next is E.H. Taylor Barrel Proof. This is batch 12, last year's batch, coming in at 131.1 proof. To me, this is like apple pie. I get like a slight chocolatey note, and then everything else is like apple pie. I get the crust, the gooey, ooey inside feeling, a green apple into a red apple note, a little bit of baking spice. Like it's perfect for me. This is one of my favorite bottles of all time. I love it so much. Anytime I see E.H. Taylor Barrel Proof for under $150, I buy it. It's one of the best things that Buffalo Trace does. And I wish these were more readily available because I really, really love them. I can't wait to see what they do this year. This year's release, I'm hoping, is really, really solid. I have no information on it whatsoever, but I'm really hoping that this one is as good or better as this one because this one's really, really solid. Moving on to the next one. 2 of my favorite bottles of all time. I'm going to do kind of the opposite of what I did for the Larceny, where I said I was specifically talking about A123. This for me can kind of be any batch. I don't think there is a bad batch that I have had of Stag Junior. I have had bottles that, well, that's not true. I had a single barrel of it that I really hated at the Play Pig in Orlando. It was really bad. But as far as the batches go, I have not had a batch of Stag that I didn't love. They've been variations of like, but Stag to me for the money, because I know that these are hard to find, and in a lot of places these are really, really expensive. But the bottle is truly like $56. I get them at my Walmart at drops on occasion when they have them, and that's what it should cost. And for $56, maybe 65, it's either 50, 56, 65. I'm dyslexic. I don't remember. Anyway, for that range, I really don't know if there's anything better on the market. This is Stag 22B. This is my favorite Stag that I've ever had. I have such a love for this bottle. It's tobacco and chocolate covered cherries and leather. Oh my God, it's the best nose. This might be my favorite smelling bourbon of all time. I absolutely adore it. So goes without saying, find Stag for a reasonable price, buy it. Moving on to the last one. All right, this is George T. Stagg. Everyone loves George T. Stagg, and there's a reason that this bottle is so sought after. This was last year's batch. Comes in at 135 proof. If this was readily available, and this was, you know, the availability of like a Jack Daniels single barrel or something like that, I honestly don't know if I would drink anything else, because this is, in my eyes, as about of a perfect bourbon as you can get. Like, it's literally perfect. There's root beer notes on this. The mouth feels incredible. They average around 15 years, allegedly. I know people love the William LaRue Weller, and people love the Thomas H. Handy, which I do as well, both of those. But to me, if I had a choice to pick one of those three after having tried all of those three at one point in my life or another, I would go with the George C. Stagg. I think there's just something special to it. I love it so much. And apparently this is like not even one of the best batches, which I don't know how it gets better than that. Like, to me, this is just like so perfect. I've had several George C. Staggs, but to me, this one is just a special place in my heart. I love it so much. But that is the video. Thank you guys for watching. Leave a like, comment down below. Check out the Patreon and the link if you would like to. If we can hit 2,500 subscribers by the end of the year 2024, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. That's it. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today we are going to try a bottle that I know very little about. This is Gypsy Explorer. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are going to be diving into a bottle that I have tried one time at a liquor store here called Davenport Wines. I always want to say fine wine, but it's wine, spirits, and cigars. I walked into the liquor store one time, and they knew I do a YouTube channel, and so they graciously lent me this bottle to do a review of. No, I did not drink all this out. I tried it at the store, and I liked it. I didn't love it. I will say that I did like it at the time. I was still burnt by the Maker's Mark Cellar Age, and I preferred this over the Maker's Mark Cellar Age. That could just be being petty at the time. Who knows? We'll see. And also, I drank it out like of a little, sample plastic cup. By the way, if you are a bourbon drinker, get a little pack of Glencairns that you keep in your car for situations like this, because I cannot stand drinking out of anything that's not a Glen when I'm drinking and trying whiskey, especially for the first time. So I'm glad they let me take this, because I don't know if I would have bought it. I believe it was like $65, which isn't horrible for a 6-year. It is a blend from Kentucky and Indiana, and then it says finished, blended, and bottled by Whiskey Gypsy in Nashville, Tennessee. On the back of it, they kind of give you like a flavor profile, like graph, which I'm not going to look at because I don't want to know, but it is finished with French and Appalachian oak staves and comes in at 103 proof. So, $60 for a 6-year product that's finished and at a relatively high proof. It's not a bad value as long as the whiskey's good. Let's see if I like it as much as I liked it the first time I tried it. Let's give it a nosing. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. The nose is really nice. Very strong caramel notes coming out. I just spilled it all over the place. Why do I always do this? So almost goes into like salted caramel. It's really, really sweet on the nose, which I like. I like sweet noses. It's super nice. It's kind of a one note though. There's a lot of oak in this, which I'm sure is because of the finishing. And I honestly have never heard of Appalachian oak. I don't know what that is necessarily, but it's oak staves. If anyone knows what Appalachian oak is, please let me know down in the comments. I'd like to know. I've never heard of that being used. It could just be that people just don't say it's Appalachian oak, and it is. So if anyone knows if this is like a common use, let me know down below. I have no idea. But it's just kind of like some oaky woodiness and some like caramel into salted caramel, which not an unpleasant nose, but very, very simple. I feel like anything above $60 should be really, really good on the nose and the palate. I'm almost getting like a raspberry note too, as it sits here. It's almost a little raspberry. I don't know if that's just it popped into my brain on that last smell. All right, let's give this thing a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. I don't remember it being that good. Very vanilla on the palate. What does it say on the back here? Oh, so on the flavor profile, oh, it gives us the mash bill. That's pretty cool. Okay, so here's what it says on the back label here. Our inaugural release of Whiskey Gypsy Explorer marries the spicy nuances of French oak from the oh dear God in heaven, François forest. I definitely didn't say that right. With the sweetness of Appalachian oak. And the flavor profile, there's like a grid, low, medium, and high. Medium leather, I'd get absolutely no leather from this. It's dryness, but I don't equate that to leather necessarily. Dried fruit, low. Oak, high, absolutely. Vanilla, in the middle of between medium, high, absolutely. Structure, don't know what that is, and length of finish. Medium to high. The finish is not medium to high on that. Everything else I would say is fairly accurate. It's very vanilla and oak. That's like the only two things I get. But it is nice, and the finish does last, but it's not like a long, crazy finish. It does last for a little bit, though. I gotta be honest, I'm not mad at this, and I actually think I want one of these now that I've had this. By no means, this is not a go rush out and grab it. But if you see it and you want to try something new, I mean, this is not bad at all. I mean, you could do way worse for the money. I wish it was a little more complex for that price point. I know it seems like they're like a smaller distillery maybe, with this being the inaugural release. I still would like this. If this was $50, I would be like, you for $50, you gotta get this. But 65, it may have even been 70. In that range, I think you would like it, but I think you'd be annoyed. Not that you'd be like feel like ripped off, but I think you'd be like, I could have been, I wish I'd have spent $60 elsewhere. This is an option for you at some point, and you want to grab it maybe just to, beef out your collection a little bit, or if you want to tiptoe into something that's finished. I typically don't like finished stuff, and this is pretty solid. That might be another reason to buy this. What would I give this as like a rating? Oh God, I don't even know. I'm going to give it like a 6.4. I mean, it's pretty solid. It's better than average for sure, and it's definitely better than some of the average finishing stuff I've had. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like and comment down below. Let me know if you've ever had it or tried it or heard of it. I had never heard of it, so let me know if you had down below. The bottle is really pretty, by the way. But that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. Make sure you leave a like, comment down below, and if we can hit 2,500 subscribers by the end of 2024, and we're close. We're getting there. I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. And the only way to win one of those bottles is to be a subscriber. So make sure you do that. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today, I'm going to talk about a category of whiskey that I'm not that into. These are the best 10 rye whiskeys that I've come across. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome or welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, like I said in the intro, we're just going to get into it. I didn't do an honorable mention this time. I just want to go ahead and get into these whiskeys. If you guys know, I'm not a big rye whiskey fan. It's one of those categories for me where it's like, it's really hit or miss. But let's go ahead. These are my top 10. These are my favorite ryes. A few things to take into account before we get into this. I have not tried every rye whiskey, and if there's one that you think I should try, comment down below. 2, this is just my opinion. And if the bottle that you hate is on this list, that's fine. And if there's a bottle that you love that you wanted to see on this list, that's fine too. I'm all into trying something that I haven't tried before. These are in no particular order except the last 2. The last 2, number 1 and number 2, are my 2 favorite ryes that I've ever had. So enough talking, let's get into it. Number 10. We're going to start with one here that I haven't talked about in a long time. I really liked it the first time I tried it, and this is Old Ezra. This is out of Lux Row. I believe that they are a sourcing distillery, at least when this was released, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, produced in Indiana. Their distillery is in Kentucky, and I got this at the distillery the day it dropped. We happened to be there that same exact day. It is a 7-year straight rye whiskey. I actually prefer it to the Old Ezra 7-year bourbon. I think this is a much better bottle than that is. This comes in at 114 proof. It's full proof, and it's really damn good. So if you haven't tried one of these, I think they're about $100. I think that's what we paid for it at the distillery. I would say try to find one. They're really good. Moving on to the next one. Gonna go ahead and get this one out of the way. This is Sazerac rye, specifically a single barrel pick. The variation in this wasn't a ton, but it was enough to notice that there was a difference in it. I really like these notes. It's super orangey. It makes a great cocktail. This is one of my favorite whiskeys to mix with. If you can find the single barrels, I recommend it. They're different enough to warrant a little bit of extra cost that's there. I think I paid like $40 for this. Wasn't bad at all. And I just really like it. And I found out recently that the reason I like it is because this is like a barely legal rye. It's like 51% rye or something from Buffalo Trace. So that explains why I like this bottle a lot, because I do like it. And the bottle design, I mean, people talk about gorgeous bottles. I don't think enough people talk about Sazerac rye. It is a gorgeous bottle. If you haven't tried Sazerac rye yet, it's pretty available now, I believe. I know some places still can't really get anything Buffalo Trace, but I see this sitting on the shelves now. So if you haven't tried it before, give it a shot. You might like it. Moving on to the next. This is one I haven't done a proper review of yet, and I wanted to try it because I was getting bottles for this list, and I wanted to try it before I did a review of it just to see if it fit this list, and it actually does. This is the Prideful Goat Straight Rye Whiskey 6-year cask strength, coming in at 116.8 proof. Bottle number 1966 and batch number 4. If you haven't tried this yet, I highly recommend it. I really enjoyed it. I'm going to do a proper review of it coming up soon. This is Randy from Bourbon Real Talk, Randy Sullivan. This is his brand, and it's MGP, but it's the 95.5 MGP. It's just really, really good. This works at this proof point. I really, really like it a lot, and it's great. So if you haven't tried these yet, I would recommend doing so. I got mine on sale. This is literally a $20 bottle for me. A liquor store in the Orlando area had them on sale for $20. So if you live in Orlando, comment down below. I'll let you know where to get it. I mean, even if you hate the bottle, $20 for a cast strength rye that you could make cocktails with at 116.8 proof. I mean, how do you not do that? I still think even though trying it, I would pay the full retail price. I really, really like it. Plus supporting a fellow content creator and someone as cool as Randy was awesome. So shout out to you, and Prideful Goat's dope. Moving on to the next one. These are going to get progressively a little more hard to find, I believe. I think, well, that old Ezra might be too. I don't know. But this next one is, and I apologize to you, Matt. I know you're watching this video. You told me how much you hated this after I recommended it, but I stand beside it. This is the Bullet 12-year rye. I love this bottle so much. 12-year brings in a lot of that barrel. I really, really, really like this one. It's really solid. And this is also the MGP. Bullet Rye is like the whiskey that made MGP 95.5 popular. But it's just really good. Like, I really like it, and it's $65 for a 12-year rye. My only complaint is I wish it was a little higher proof. It's 92 proof, so it's really low. I still think the flavors in there are really, really solid. And again, if you haven't tried this one, try it. These are pretty much available everywhere. I mean, most stores should have them. If you haven't tried it yet, give it a shot and let me know what you think if you do try it. Moving on to the next one. On to another brand that I really, really love. And I actually have I think it's called the Van Duzen, the new rye release from them to do a review of. So I haven't tried it yet. But this is Redwood Empire Rocket Top Bottled in Bond. I really, really like this stuff. It's really, really solid. Comes in with a mash bill of 87% rye, 5% wheat, 5% malted barley, and 3% corn. So this is batch 2. I love this bottle, man. I'm a big Redwood Empire fan. I really like what they do. I really like the whole they plant trees thing. I really think that's really, really cool. The artwork on each one of their labels is just insane. I mean, like, look at this. It's truly just unbelievable artwork that they do. I love it. And I have not had a single bottle from Redwood Empire that I didn't like. Even the one that I was a little critical of, the Grizzly Beast, which wasn't my favorite. It was just not my favorite of Redwood Empire stuff. I mean, I think that everything other than that, I would still recommend Grizzly Beast, but it just wasn't my personal favorite. But I really, really like Rocket Top. It's one of my favorite bottles that I reach for rye. I love it so much. You can't beat it. At least batch 2. Batch 2 slaps. So if you have not tried Rocket Top from Redwood Empire yet, I highly recommend you do so. Moving on to the next one. We'll do these next 2, then we'll go into the 3 allocated ones. This bottle, I was at a tasting at a friend's house, and somebody who was involved with this brand came, and I tried it, and we had tried an insane amount of crazy legendary stuff that night. And this, for me, stands up to the best ryes I've ever had. This is Hemingway Rye. It's a blend of straight rye whiskeys seasoned in rum-finished Oloroso sherry cask. 90% of it is Indiana 95 rye, and 10% is Kentucky 95 rye. So a little bit of a blend here, and it's really, really solid. The bottle's beautiful. I love like the faux typewriter keys on here. I think it looks really, really solid. And I believe this is a Florida brand too. So this was pretty dope. Yeah, bottled by Hemingway Whiskey Company, Lakeland, Florida. I'm going to have to look up and see where they're at. This bottle is phenomenal, and it stood up to some really heavy hitters. So the people at Hemingway, you got one. You nailed it. This is fantastic. Moving on to the next one. This is the last allocated, hard to find bottle. But this is Jack Daniel's Bonded Rye. This is like a $32 bottle. I have gone through probably 2 or 3 of these. This is my preferred bottle to make cocktails with. It drinks great neat as well, but this makes an incredible old-fashioned. If you've been around the channel for any amount of time, you know I love Jack Daniel's, and this is not the only Jack Daniel's rye on this list. But it is one of the cheaper ryes on this list. This actually technically might be the cheapest rye on this list, and it's one of my favorite of all time. I love this one. I actually prefer this to the barrel proof rye. I think this is just an exceptional bottle at a great price point, and Jack Daniel's crushed it with this. Moving on to the next one. We'll just go ahead and keep it in the family with Jack Daniel's. This is the Jack Daniel's twice barreled special release for 2020. Crap, I forget what year this was. 2023? Yeah, 2023. I love this bottle. This has a really weird nose to me in a great way. It smells like Twizzlers, and I really, really like it. I love double oaked anything anyway, but this one is just an exceptional, exceptional bottle. And if you have not tried these, I know these are kind of expensive, like on the secondary if you can find them, but I highly recommend doing so if you can find one, because these are really, really good. And if you're going to overspend, this is a good bottle to overspend on because it rocks. Moving on to the next one. All right, my second favorite rye of all time, and this is a very specific one, okay? This is a Midwinter's Night Dram from High West Distillery, a blend of straight rye whiskeys finished in port barrels. This is Act 11. This one, Scene 7, not that it matters, but Scene 7. I love this bottle. This is like Christmas. It reminds me of... This is a very specific note, too. It smells and reminds me of, like, when you were a kid going to the mall and having to go to that store Kirkland's with your mom, and it, like, smelling like Christmas in there, and, like, it's got a very nostalgic feel to me. I love this one so much. This is a special bottle. I don't bring it out very often. I haven't had it in quite a long time, but I do love this bottle very, very much. It is a fantastic bottle. I do not like all Midwinter's Night Drams. It is specifically Act 11. The ones I've had from Midwinter's have been very hit or miss, but this one is a hit all day. Moving on to the last one. By far and away, the most difficult bottle to find on this list. Thomas H. Handy Straight Rye Whiskey. This is the best rye whiskey I've ever had. I've had Sazerac 18. It doesn't even come close. This bottle is absolutely incredible. I got this in the ABC Vault program. It was like $140 after tax. 124.9. This is last year's release. And I'm telling you something right now. This is the best rye I have ever had. And I just realized how messed up my glass is. Jesus. Look at that. They got a chunk out of this thing. What did they do to this bottle? I just now noticed that. Holy crap, ABC. I might have to take them back and have them get me a new bottle. This is nuts. But this bottle is absolutely incredible. So if you can ever find how did I not notice that? If you can ever find a Thomas H. Handy at a reasonable price, because it is BTAC, these go for crazy amounts of money on the secondary. But if you can find a Thomas H. Handy, I highly recommend you do so, even if you're not a rye fan, because I'm not typically a rye guy, but this is the best bottle I've ever had. So that rounds out the list of the top 10 best ryes of all time to me. And I want to say thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it very much. I have a link to my Patreon in the description down below if you were interested in that. There's a lot of fun stuff going on over the Patreon. So if anyone who considers that, I appreciate it very, very much. Make sure you leave a like, comment down below. Let me know what bottle I missed on this list. And let me know what your favorite ryes are down below. Make sure you subscribe as well. If we can hit 2,500 subscribers by the end of 2024, we're going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway, and we're getting pretty close to 2,000 subscribers. And thank you guys for doing that, and I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today, I'm finally getting to do a proper review of friend of the show, Randy Sullivan's The Prideful Goat 6-year cast strength rye. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I am finally getting my chance to try the Prideful Goat Straight Rye Whiskey 6-year cast strength batch number 4, bottle 1966, 116.8 proof from the Prideful Goat. Randy Sullivan has been on my podcast before. I love Bourbon Real Talk. It is one of the few bourbon channels that I still watch, not because I don't like bourbon content, but because I like to stay away from other people's opinions. Because if I don't want someone's opinion dancing around in my head, because if I hear someone say, oh, I got a note of this on this bourbon, then I could hear it and like force make it into my review. So I kind of just stay away from reviews. However, I will listen to a blind all day because odds are I'm not going to remember what the blinds were in that video. So I'll watch blinds, and I'll watch the way Randy does his content is very different the way than I do mine, and I admire it quite a bit. And I actually did the 2-camera setup based on watching his videos. So I'm finally able to get to try Prideful Goat. I'll be honest, I got this bottle for a freaking steal. A liquor store in Orlando had these on clearance for $20 a bottle. So sorry, Randy. I didn't wait intentionally. When I saw it for that cheap, I was like, I have to get this. So I was able to get this, and I'm excited to give it a try. Spoiler alert, I've already tried it, and it's really good. So one thing that I love about this bottle is that he is very transparent that it comes from MGP in Indiana. He clearly can't say that. I'm sure there's like NDAs and all that kind of fun stuff, but you can tell if it's distilled in Indiana that odds are it's from MGP, Ross and Squibb. He even calls it an all too familiar Indiana distillery on the back. So he sourced this and came up with the Prideful Goat. If you want to hear the story about how he got the Prideful Goat as a brand, check out the podcast we did. It's my favorite episode of the podcast I've ever done. Let's give it a nosing and let's see how we feel. Super smooth and like very rich caramel and like almost kind of leaning into butterscotch and toffee on the nose. It's a little proofy, but again, it's 116.8 proof. Can't get too mad at proof at that point, especially with a rye whiskey, in my experience. I love the nose on this. It's like super rich and creamy. I like it quite a bit. The nose is really, really pleasant. Some orange in there too. A little bit, not a lot, a little hint of orange. A little bit of clove as well as some other baking spices. Big fan of the nose on this. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Everything carries over. Super caramel. Good Lord. That's like a caramel bomb. It's like so thick too. I love the mouthfeel on this. I should have asked him this. When you source your barrels, do you get to taste them beforehand? I might have to message Randy. I might have to hit him up and see if that's something you can do. Because if he like hand picked these, this is a really good bottle. I don't think I would have guessed this is a rye whiskey. I don't get any of like the earthiness or there's a little bit of a licorice note now that I say that, and a little bit of a mint note to it as well. But like nothing that I would go like, that's a rye. Because I've had like Old Forester bourbons that have had that like minty note to it that was a bourbon, not a rye. So I really, really dig this quite a bit. This is a really, really good bottle. If you live in Orlando and you can get this for $20, you're out of your mind if you don't go grab one of these right now. And if you need to know the store, comment down below and I'll let you know what store I got it at for $20. It was literally like $23 out the door. There's also a little bit of orange coming through now. I'm a big fan of this. I will keep one of these around forever. This is an incredible bottle. And if you're a local at that price, and that proved that might be the best value in whiskey right now. Go get one of these. These are really, really good bottles of whiskey. I'm not a big rye person, and I'm telling you I like that, and it is good. You will not be disappointed if you try that. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I started a Patreon. Go down to the description, become a free member or a paid member. I appreciate either one that you do. Also, make sure you leave a like and subscribe. If we can get to 2,500 subscribers in the year 2024, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. So make sure you don't miss out on that. I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today, I got sent this book, even though it's not really a book, from Gypsy to do a review of. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, I'm very excited. A few weeks ago, I did a review of Gypsy whiskey, and I'll be fully transparent with you guys. I had no idea really anything about that bottle. I kind of got some feedback from friends that were like, hey, you should probably do some research before you do the bottles, which is totally fair. But my justification for that is I'm here to give my opinion on whether you should buy a bottle or not based on what the flavor is. But anyway, so I do the review of Gypsy, and like I think an hour later, someone from Gypsy contacted me. I'm going to keep his name private because I don't know if it's something that should be said, but he knows who he is, and I thank you very, very much. And then, like, the video released on a Monday. It is now Friday night when I'm recording this video, literally the same week. So if you're watching this in the future, which is very likely that you are, this happened in the same week. And they sent me a sample of like a higher end version of this, and they sent this book. And I opened it, and I was like, I mean, cool that I got a book, but I mean, how am I supposed to review a book? Because they said they were sending a sample. And so I open and I start going through it, and the book is cut out. And this isn't like 3 pages. Like, this isn't a proper book cut out, and there's a whiskey bottle, a sample bottle on the inside. It's one of the coolest. No, it is the coolest way I've ever been sent a sample by a distillery. And there's like a travel journal that says, as you begin your next whiskey gypsy journey, we invite you to document your experience and tasting notes below. And if you feel comfortable, please share them with us at press@whiskeygypsy.com. I will absolutely be doing that. And I mean, seriously, thank you guys very much for sending me this sample. I think this is super, super cool, and I cannot wait to try this. So this is Gypsy Legacy Volume 2, The Alchemist. I'm actually, now that I know a little bit more about that Eric Church is involved, I'm not super surprised, because if you've ever seen the video that I did, the review of the Eric Church Jack Daniel's Single Barrel, I think it's one of the best Jack Daniel's products I have. He has clearly a good taste for whiskey, and apparently he's pretty involved in the company as well. So he has like an affinity and is like to some level a whiskey guy. So I think it's pretty cool that somebody that cares that much is doing something. All right, let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. Ooh, I love the nose. Very caramel, very dark caramels. Some vanilla in there, almost like vanilla bean. Not even like a vanilla like scent or anything like that. It's like vanilla bean, proper vanilla bean. I really like the nose. It's a little proofy on the nose, a little bit, but nothing too crazy. Nothing like that's like incinerating you when you go in. If I had to guess the proof of this just based on the nose, I'd probably say it's like 117-ish. I might look. You know what? I can look it up. I don't think this is like a unreleased whiskey yet. So this bottle retails for $200, or at least it's $200 on Reserve Bar. 114, close, very close. It smells really, really nice. There's like a slight dustiness to this as well. And I really like that note on this. And that little bit of fruit coming in there too is really nice. Kind of reminds me of like Twizzlers actually, in a weird way. So like fake strawberry kind of. But that's like a super subdued note. It's not like in there all the way. I really like the nose on this quite a bit. I think it smells really, really nice. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Wow. That finish is so not what I was expecting. Let me try this one more time. I liked it. I like it, just for the record. It's good. So it starts with like some caramels, and then it kind of fades into brown sugar, and then there is a pretty barrel tannin note that kind of goes in from out of that caramel into the barrel, and then into like a really bitter note. And I think, all things considered, with how sweet it is and to how it kind of finishes a little tart, it actually works. There's almost like a sweet tart note on this. Oh, no, it's not almost a sweet tart. That tastes like a fucking sweet tart. I can't taste anything else now. At first I was tasting caramel and vanilla and then some bitter. And then the second I connected that and made that note as like sweet tarts, that works. That is surprisingly good. I don't think I've ever had a bourbon that tasted like this. Oh, here we go. Okay, I got the mash bill pulled up. So it's 60% 11-year-old corn whiskey from Tennessee, aged in charred American oak barrels. So I'm assuming that is Dickel. 36% 18-year-old Canadian rye, aged in ex-bourbon casks, segmented into thirds and finished for 6 more months in either port, Spanish vermouth, or sherry barrels. And then 4% is a 10-year-old Indian single malt, matured in India's high temperatures and humidity. Okay, as weird as that sounds and how weird of a blend that is, that explains why I've never had anything that tasted like this. This is a pretty unique expression. That's really a lot of effort to get this blended. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to reach out to Gypsy, and I want to know how the hell they came up with doing all that for this. Because I got to be honest with you, this is not something that is typically like a profile that if you described it to me and I had it, I'd be like, okay, that's not what I'm into. But the nerd in me reading this and seeing how much that they put into this to get to this is very interesting. Do I think this bottle is worth $200? I think it depends on if you can appreciate something like this. If you are just trying to get a solid bottle that you think you will like to have, and you just want something that's straight down the middle bourbon, this is not for you. If you are trying to find something that's a little more unique and a little more interesting, and I have some friends who are like into really weird and interesting things, this is going to be right up your alley. And it's interesting, and I think there is nothing like this that I've ever had before. And I think for that, I personally would say it's worth it. And in fact, if I saw this bottle sitting around, I think I'm going to buy it because it's very unique. This is something you can break out at a party with people who are whiskey dorks and kind of blow their mind, because I have never had anything like this before. It's so different, and it's good. Like, it's not bad different. It's just very different. I've had bad different before, and that's not good. Gypsy, I don't know if you guys know this when you would send things to me. Full disclosure, they did not expect a good review. They didn't even ask me for a review. They just asked me to send me a sample. So I like to keep open with my audience, and I would never take on somebody offering a sample for a positive review. I would never do that. Point blank, period. And with that being said, Gypsy, this is really good, and you got something pretty special and unique on your hands. I think this, in the right hands with the right judges at certain whiskey and spirits festivals, would do really, really well. But I could also see it not doing very well with some other people who are not as interested in different. I can't thank you enough for sending me this bottle and the book. I think it's so cool. I don't know if you've ever gotten sweet tart notes on the palate, but now you do. And I hope that that's okay. But it tastes just like sweet tarts to me. And it's keeping my mouth like salivating the entire time I've been talking. If you can find Gypsy Legacy, The Alchemist's Legacy Volume 2, I would enthusiastically recommend you get this. that's it. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it very, very much. I started a Patreon. If you're curious, you can head over to the link in the description and check that out. You can be a free member. You can be a paid member. There's tons of things and tons of options for you. Make sure you leave a like and comment down below. Let me know if this is on your radar, and if it's not, it should be. And do me a favor and subscribe as well. If we can hit 2,500 subscribers in the year 2024, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway, so make sure you do that. Thank you guys. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today, Davenport Wine, Spirits, and Cigars has graced me with not one, but 2 bottles of Stranahan's single malt barrel picks. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are going to do a deep dive into 2 of these different Stranahan Blue Peak single malt whiskey. So these are 2 barrel picks that were done for Davenport Wine, Spirits, and Cigars, a great little liquor store here in Davenport, Florida, right outside of Orlando. If you're scared because you don't know where Davenport is, just think Orlando. It's literally next door. And so from what I understand from the guys over at the store, these were barrel picks that they picked out. I tried one of them in the store, and they gave me these bottles to do reviews of. There are 2 different bottles here. The first one is a single malt whiskey finished in Solera and Kentucky bourbon casks, which is interesting. So it's a single malt here. And the second one is also a single malt. It is a single malt whiskey finished in Solera, finished with New York bourbon cask. So I have had one of these, and I believe the one I had was the New York. It was the New York one. So this one's a little higher proof. It's 110 proof. And then the other one is the Kentucky bourbon cask, and that's the 86 proof. And that's the one we're going to start with, just so we can kind of keep in proof order. So I'm going to open up the Kentucky bourbon cask one first. These are fresh cracks on these. Shout out again to Davenport Wine, Spirits, and Cigars for letting me do these reviews. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. Very honey forward on the nose here. It smells really nice. It smells like honey and like honestly like a little bit of like lemon or lime. It's kind of interesting nose. It smells a little barrel-y, but not like barrel char, more like just kind of like a oaky, almost like a like when you walk into like a Home Depot. Yeah, honey, a little bit of citrus, which is a weird one. Maybe could lean into like a green apple maybe, but it's kind of fruity and light. I really like the nose on this. I'm enjoying this quite a bit. It's super light. Like I'm probably going to pour another one of these and go smoke a cigar with this. This is super light and something that I like. I like to pair heavy with dark. That's kind of how I pair cigars. I don't know if that's the right way to pair cigars, but that's how I do it. Let's give the first one a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. That is a 1-to-1 carryover from the nose to the palate. There is like a chalky consistency to this that I kind of like, and I'm starting to think that that's just single malts, because it just kind of reminds me of every other single malt I've had. Every single malt has this like chalky, thick, dusty characteristic to it, and I really enjoy it. Yeah, it's good. The citrus is weird because it's like an amalgamation of a orange, a lime, and a lemon. There's like a little bit of sourness to it, but there's like the lime peel and then like a little bit of orange note to it. It's interesting. An orlyman. That's what we're going with. It's an orlyman, an orange lime lemon orlyman. That's a new tasting note. That's going to be a t-shirt. I get notes of orlyman. People are going to go, why are you wearing that shirt? To me, I'm looking forward to this one because it's a little higher proof, and that's what I tend to gravitate towards and like a little bit more. So let's give this one a proper nosing and mouthing, and let's see how we feel. This is the New York bourbon cask coming in at 110 proof. Give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. Okay, so it kind of has the same vibe to it. I'm gonna A/B compare. This is the New York bourbon cask. This is the Kentucky bourbon cask. Higher proof, lower proof. The nose on the lower proof is actually more interesting. This one just kind of has like a caramel note to it. This one has fruit and is much lighter. I have never said this, I don't think, in my life, but I prefer the lower proof one here to this on the nose anyway. This one has like a little unpleasant like leather note to it. I usually like leather in like stags and stuff, a little higher proof, but for right now in this specific example, it doesn't really work that well. But there's some caramel and vanilla in there as well. I think maybe if this opened up for a little bit, not even opened up like the bottle opened up, I just mean this pour opened up a little bit and had a chance to breathe for a second, which I'm going to let it do, but I think that might help. So I'm going to give it a minute and I'll come back to it.
A few moments later.
All right, about 2 or 3 minutes have passed, so let's give it another nosing and see how I feel. Much softer on the nose. The honey comes over. It's almost into honeysuckle, which is one of my favorite notes to get on a bourbon. I like the honey mixed with floral note. I really kind of dig that. And that honey note's still there. The honey note is just so nice. It's like honeycomb. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Oh, I like that way better on the palate. Ooh, except for the finish. That finish is pretty harsh on the tip of my tongue. And this is not my first pour of the night either, so it's not like I'm just kind of going, ooh, proofy. Am I actually going to say I prefer the lower proof one? There's something unpleasant on the very tip of my tongue that I do not like. It almost feels like touching your tongue to a 9-volt battery. I like the flavors, but that tip of my tongue, I've never had a whiskey that just attacked the tip of my tongue like that. I don't enjoy that. The verdict is in. I'm going to try it one more time, and if that pungent stingingness on the tip of my tongue happens again, I'm going to have to say I like the lower proof one. Let's give it one more shot. Yep, did it again on the finish. Not a fan of the New York bourbon cask one. I am a pretty big fan of the Kentucky bourbon cask. So if you are in the Orlando area and you're curious about trying a good single malt whiskey, this is a good one. This Solera finished with Kentucky bourbon cask is a solid pour. I can't believe I picked the lower proof one, but sometimes that's how it goes. If you're curious about that, head over to Davenport Wine, Spirits, and Cigars. Tell them I sent you. But that's the review, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I appreciate it very much. I started a Patreon. If you're curious about that, there's a link in the description of this video. Check it out. You can become a free member as well. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. If we can hit 2,500 subscribers in the year 2024, and we are this close, we have already hit 2,000 subscribers. I can't thank you guys enough. We hit 2,500. I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway if we can hit that number by the end of 2024. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Hi, I'm Brad Hughes of Brad's Bourbon Reviews. Welcome to the Whiskey Vault. I started doing whiskey and bourbon content about 2 years ago. I was always very curious about whiskey and how it's made and the mash bills and blah, 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 which actually led me to Whiskey Vault. I grew up in a little town called Concord, North Carolina, right outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. And I moved to Florida around 2017. And around 2022 is when I started doing whiskey content. This whole story starts with a trip of me going back home to visit family in North Carolina. I stumbled across a little bottle called Conviction Bourbon. The distillery itself is called Southern Grace Distillery. They're a little distillery in Mount Pleasant, North Carolina, which is about 30 minutes outside of where I grew up. And I was at a liquor store one time and I found this bottle called Conviction and I grabbed it. And when I got back home to Florida, I did a little kind of really a throwaway video. It wasn't anything that was produced. It was me basically in my kitchen holding a bottle saying, this is really good, you should try it. And I really didn't think too much of it past that point. Fast forward about 6 months, I was going back up to North Carolina to visit the same family again, and I saw that this little distillery that I had kind of fallen in love with because of that bottle of bourbon was doing a single barrel panel. What they didn't tell people at the time was no matter what barrel you picked, they would let you know when they were bottling the barrel you liked. So no matter which of the 4 was your favorite, you were guaranteed to get a bottle that you knew you liked. And I think that's really, really cool. So I go, I pay, I do the panel. And after the panel, they're like, hey, Brad, can you step aside? And I was like, oh, did my card get declined or something? Why are they asking me to stick around after this? And they're like, we saw your video. We appreciate the positive review. And are you free tomorrow? I didn't know why they asked me that, but I immediately just shouted out yes. And the reason they asked me if I was free or not was because they wanted me to go and help them do their Founder's Reserve pick, which is this bottle right here. This bottle has a crazy story behind it. But first, let's talk about the bottle itself. This bottle is something that I always pull out when I have friends who are whiskey fans. And I always bring this bottle out because this bottle is one of my favorites that I have in my collection. It's got a cool story behind it, but it's also just really, really good. This is Conviction Cask Strength Founder's Reserve. It is barrel 388 coming in at 126 proof. Let's talk about the nose on this thing. There is a chocolate note that is unbelievable. And the craziest thing about this one to me is there is a Big League Chew Hubba Bubba bubblegum note on the nose and on the palate on this one. In my friend group, they go, when I bring up Conviction, they're like, is that the bubblegum one? And I'm like, yes, that's the bubblegum one. The nose is absolutely incredible. This thing just It's everything that I love in a bourbon. There's some slight tobacco notes. You can get the little bit of barrel char on the nose. And then you have the super like bubblegum unique nose, which I don't know if you've ever had a whiskey that smelled like bubblegum, but up to this point I had not. And it smells just absolutely incredible. It's one of my favorite noses of all time. But let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. It all carries over. It really does taste like bubblegum on the palate. It's kind of crazy. They use a really high corn mash bill. It's in the 80s. I don't remember the exact mash bill, but it's really, really high corn. No rye, and the rest is malted barley. I'm like pretty sure it's 88-12. 88 corn, 12% malted barley. It's an unbelievable pick, and I'm going to finish the story of that here. Once I get there the next day, they bring me to a part of the distillery, and they go, here's the barrel that we really wish we could make the Founders Reserve, at least in the running. But unfortunately, a bourbon club in South Carolina has already got this, and they've picked it as their own barrel. But we still want you to try it. And so they pour it for me out of the barrel. And I was like, you really should contact them and back out because this barrel's incredible. And so we go and do the barrel pick, and we picked a really good barrel. So I go home, and about 3 weeks later, I get a text message from one of the owners of Southern Grace Distillery. And he goes, hey, do you remember that barrel that we talked about with the South Carolina Bourbon Club thing? And I was like, yeah, of course I remember. And they go, do you have any objection to that actually being the barrel pick? Because they just backed out of the barrel. And I was like, absolutely not. Get it in a bottle immediately. I haven't stopped thinking about this bottle since the day I left the distillery. And that is this bottle right here. It's one of my favorite stories to tell when I talk about bourbon, because I think one of the cool things about whiskey and bourbon in general is when there's a story attached to it. And I think that's really, really cool. If you'd like to learn more about my channel and what I'm doing, you can just search Brad's Bourbon Reviews on YouTube or TikTok, and I will pop up. I really appreciate you guys watching. It really means a lot, and I'm really glad you're here. Today, we're going to get to try a bottle that I have been very excited to get my hands on. This is the new Bardstown Origin Wheated Bourbon. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I'm very excited. I finally, thanks to my buddy Matt, got my hands on this Bardstown Origin series, the new one. I'm very excited to try this because if you've watched any of the videos I've talked about, like best bourbon for the budget, the Bardstown Origin series is usually on those lists, except for the rye. I didn't love the rye that much, but the other two, the white and the black label ones, are great. All of the distillate now comes from Bardstown. It is a 6-year high wheat mash bill with 53% corn, 39% wheat, and 8% malted barley mash bill. Was distilled in 2018, coming in at 106 proof. Now, there's been a lot of talk online, and I've seen like thumbnails. Haven't watched any reviews of this yet, but I've heard this is really, really good. And I'm hearing people say that this is like one of the best wheated bourbons now out on the market. And in fact, people are saying it might be like a Weller 107 killer. I don't know if that's accurate or not. There's only one way to find out. Let's get this bad boy in a Glen and let's see what we think. If you're new to the channel, first off, thank you for watching. If you're not new to the channel, you know that I'm not like the biggest Bardstown fan. I think my love for them kind of starts and ends at the Origin series. All the other stuff I've had has been okay. The Discovery series is really, really solid, but I've never picked one up. I've had a few at a bar here and there, but never anything that I've gravitated towards. But these are really, really solid. This was $50. So 6-year high wheat mash bill, $60. Can't go wrong, hopefully. So let's do what we do here. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. Really like the nose on that. Not as sweet as I was anticipating it to be. It does smell really, really nice, though. It smells like some really sweet bread. It smells really nice. It smells a little grainy. I'm starting to get a little bit of a honey note on there. And usually in wheated bourbons, I pick up a slight cherry, and I'm starting to pick it up here, but it's more like a chocolate-covered cherry. It smells really, really nice. I was expecting it to be a little sweeter on the nose, just typically because wheated stuff kind of just comes off more sweet to me usually. I almost feel like there's like a slight floral note in here too. A little bit of barrel char as well. Not a bad nose, all things considered. Not a bad nose at all. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Oh my God, that is so good. Whoa, dude. You know, sometimes when the nose and the palate doesn't add up with a really good whiskey, it's kind of infuriating. It happened to me with the Camp Nelson F. Like for me, the nose on it was kind of basic and unremarkable. It smelled fine, but the palate was absolutely incredible. That is the same thing with this one. The nose on this is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. However, the palate on this thing is unbelievable. The mouthfeel is incredible. There's a nice long finish. There's a lot of sweetness on this. Oh my God, I love it so much. The Origin series continues to impress me with the value for the money. I mean, it's really crazy. I get like a honeycomb cereal note. If you've ever had honeycomb, it's like the milk left over from that. Take the milk out, but like the kind of like diluted honeycomb cereal. That's a strange note, but it's exactly what I'm getting off this. And there's some fruit in there too, some red fruit. This is a buy all day. If you see these, you grab it, you get a backup, you get 2 or 3 of them. These are unbelievable. I just got like another note on the finish there, and I'm trying to place what it was. It came while I wasn't expecting it. The texture, the mouthfeel is unbelievable. It's fantastic. I'm going to rate this one pretty high up there. It's one of my favorite things I've had this year, to be perfectly honest. To me, it's like, it's not bottle of the year good, but it's like top 10 of the year good to me. I think this is fantastic. I tend to like weeded bourbons, and this one is definitely no exception. This is fantastic. Bardstown, you keep crushing it with the Origin series. Man, it's really, really good. I love the mouthfeel on this. This has kept my mouth salivating the entire time I've been sitting here talking. It is a little proofy. I will say that on the palate. It's a little proofy. It's not really proofy at all on the nose. I don't get any real proof on the nose, but it is kind of proofy on the palate. 106, nice middle proof bourbon. Great, and I mean great everyday sipper. What am I going to give this? I would give it like an 8.2. I think that's a solid score for this. I love seeing big distilleries put out great things at really affordable prices. That is my review of the new Bardstown Origin series, the High Wheat Mash Bill. I highly recommend you grab one of these. Bardstown, good job. You did a great thing. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it very, very much. I started a Patreon if you didn't know. The link to that is going to be in the description down below. If you're interested, please check it out. Make sure you also leave a like and subscribe. If we can hit 2,500 subscribers by the end of the year 2024, we will do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. And with how good this is, this isn't allocated, but I would consider giving one of these away just because it's so good. That's the review. I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today, I'm getting to formally review a bottle that I know is really solid already, but I only tried it in a tasting. This is Redwood Empire Foggy Burl. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, I usually go there, but I went here. Today, I'm going to get to try a great bottle from Redwood Empire. Full disclosure, had this bottle before. I really, really enjoyed it, but I got to try like a small sample when I had a buddy over named Brandon one time to do a little impromptu tasting. He was dropping a few bottles that he grabbed for me off, and he's like, I have this in the car. Do you want to try it? And I said, yes, I do. And I know I like it, but I honestly don't remember too much about it. It was very short. It was a very quick interaction with this, so I want to give this the time it deserves because I freaking love Redwood Empire. You're great. You do great things in and out of the bottle, and I'm excited to give Foggy Burl batch number 1 a proper review here. So let's get into this Glen. Let's give it a nosing, and let's see how I feel. It's way more than I usually pour for a review. Jesus Christ, Lord Almighty. All right, let's give it a nosing and let's see how we feel. If you don't know, Foggy Burl is a single malt whiskey on a toasted and charred number 3 barrel and a 27 barrel small batch coming in at 94 proof. I am a big fan of the nose on this. There's some really nice and really pleasant chocolate notes. Super chocolatey, and why do I do that I do that like every 3 videos. I spill it all over myself. I just love the nose on this. There's like a slight chocolatey orange note to this that I really like. I know I talk about this sometimes, and I get it on a lot of whiskeys. It is a chocolate orange. It's like these right here, these little chocolate orange that you get like around Christmas time. I love these things, and this nose smells just like this. It's great. I'm really digging single malt stuff. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I really like them. I've had a few and I really like the Delbach that I had, but I'm starting to like this category of whiskey quite a bit. It just smells so good. And there's like a salted caramel note too that I really, really like. There's no burn on the nose here. There's no real ethanol burn here. It's really, really solid. So let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. It's great. I still think I like Screaming Titan better. And so I'm glad that I put that into the bottle of the year conversation because I really, really like that bottle. This drink's so easy. This is dangerous. With it only being 94 proof, there's not a ton coming through here, but what is there is really, really a little sweet. It has like some graininess to it that I really, really like a dusty quality to it. I really like that. I feel like that's like a common thing for single malts, unless I'm just, underexposed to them. I feel like I get that like texture in my mouth on almost every single malt I've had. Any single malt fans out there, correct me, let me know if I'm wrong. Also, if you're a big single malt fan, is this like a good single malt? Or is this like something that is like, okay, sure, it's fine? Let me know in the comments. I'm curious. That chocolate note carries over too, and that sweetness is like super, there's almost like a tangerine peel note. That's weird. I like it. I don't think it's as good to me as a Screaming Titan is, but it's really, really good. I like this single malt quite a bit. I would highly recommend this. I think this is like $80, $90, somewhere around that range. And for that price, I wish there was a little more proof to it, but I can't complain with what's here. This is really solid. 100% malted barley in this, and it's just really, really good. So if you have not tried this and you are curious, make sure that you give this a shot because it's pretty solid and I think you would dig it. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I started a Patreon if you don't know. It is in the description of this video. If you're interested, please feel free to go check it out. I appreciate anyone that looks into it and considers becoming a patron. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like, subscribe as well, because if we can hit 2,500 subscribers in the year 2024, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway, and we are getting really close to 2,000 subscribers. We are in the home stretch, and I cannot thank you guys enough. With all that said, that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today we are headed back into the woods with Redwood Empire. Are we out of the woods yet? Are we out of the woods yet? Are we out of the woods yet? Are we out of the woods? Show your girlfriends that video, guys. She'll like that, I think, maybe. Today we're headed back into the woods with Redwood Empire, the Van Dusen Straight Rye Whiskey. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are getting another great bottle here from Redwood Empire. This is the Van Dusen Straight Rye Whiskey. If you've watched the channel at any point, you know recently I did the video of my top 10 favorite rye whiskeys of all time. And if it's really, really good, I will retroactively add it to that list. Or if I do an updated list at some point in the future, I'll add it to that. Just out of respect for if this being good, if it's great. One of the things I love about Redwood Empire is how transparent they are with the label. And I also just love the labels that they do. Their artwork. Like Redwood Empire, I'm serious. I don't know if you guys do this. You should absolutely sell like a pack of these as like prints, because even if people didn't know what Redwood Empire, the brand, was, they would go, wow, that's really compelling artwork. And I think you should do something with that. I think there's something there, like in the gift shop. All of y'all's artwork is like absolutely incredible. And maybe you do this and I'm just not aware because I've never been to the distillery before. But if you don't, you really should consider it because I think it's really, really cool. And for bourbon people like me, I would really like artwork of a bottle. I know there's people that put like the Jack Daniels like metal signs in their house, and that's fine if that's what you want to do. But like if you had something that was a little more obscure like this, that like if you know kind of thing that still looked really, really nice, I think that'd be pretty cool. But anyway, this is batch 1 of the Van Dusen Straight Rye Whiskey. This is their high malt mash that is 67% rye, 31% malted barley, and 2% wheat. So no corn at all in this. This is batch 1. This released this year for the first time, and I'm very excited to try this. So let's get this thing into a Glen. All right, let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. Interesting. This does come in at 94 proof. Also, this is a 45 barrel small batch. So interesting. I love how transparent they are with all that stuff. It smells really solid. It smells like warm bread. Warm sweet bread, like with a little bit of orange on top. Like a sweet orange Danish. Do they make orange Danishes? Never heard of one. But if they did, it would smell like this. I can even get like the icing on it. I don't know why that's in my head. It smells fantastic. There's no ethanol burn really on the nose. It's 94 proof. I wouldn't really expect a ton. Absolutely incredible. I really like the nose on this. There's a lot of orange. Man, it smells really, really good. I'm a big fan. I love Redwood Empire stuff so much. I love them. 94 proof is usually something that I not would stay away from, but like honestly for a rye whiskey, I kind of like in a lot of cases the lower proof stuff. Like the 12-year Bullet's really, really good. You know, the Sazerac rye, it's 90 proof. I like a lower proof point for whatever reason. There's a a little tiny hint of like almost, it's coming off initially as chocolate, but as it's sitting here, it's kind of giving me like pipe tobacco vibes. Yeah, this is really, really nice. It's really, really pleasant on the nose. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. That is like a caramel explosion. Oh my Lord, that's good. That is really solid. There's some orange notes on that as well, but it's really sweet. I wasn't expecting it to be that sweet with it being, well, malted barley is not sweet. Malted barley is what tends to give me like chocolatey notes. I'm a huge fan of this. I don't know if it's like bottle of the year contender good, but it is really, really, really good. I still think out of all these releases I've had from Redwood Empire this year that I prefer the Screaming Titan to that. This is going to be on lists going forward for me where it's like great whiskeys to try in the summer because it is really soft and gentle and sweet. And with it being a rye, I kind of wasn't expecting that from it. I was expecting a little more harshness. But there's no harshness to this. It's got like a slight peppery note on that sip. And it still didn't ruin it for me. But that little peppery note was pretty there. I forgot to score the other ones. I'm going to give this one, I'm going to give it a, I really like this, and especially with it being a rye. The peppery note is interesting now that that's kind of coming through. I really don't think I could give this anything less. I'm going to have to give it a pretty high score. I'm going to give it like an 8.1. I really am enjoying this. This is something that I will probably this weekend with a cigar, because I'm going to have some downtime with a cigar and just sit on the patio and like crush 4 or 5 of these and smoke a cigar, and it won't make me like, I won't feel like I'm drinking something heavy. It's light, it's delicious, it's really, really good. Redwood Empire, you did a fantastic job. And by the way, an 8.1 for me on a rye is crazy high. I'm not a rye person, but I love Redwood Empire rye. Specifically, I love the Rocket Top a lot. And I actually think this is probably better than the Rocket Top. So yes, I would probably like retroactively put this on my top 10 ryes of all time list. I really like this quite a bit. 8.1 is crazy for a rye. If you have not gotten a chance to grab this Redwood Empire bottle and you're curious, give it a shot. I think you'll like it. I am very impressed. I really, not that I wasn't expecting much, because I love Redwood Empire. I know they make really, really good stuff, but I don't typically like rye whiskeys. So I always like to try new things because you never know, your taste could change, and maybe I can start getting into rye whiskeys. But Redwood Empire, you knocked this out of the park. You should be very proud of this. This is fantastic. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. Please check down in the description. I started a Patreon. If you're curious about that, you can check the details over on patreon.com, or just click the link in the description of this video. Also, make sure you leave a like and subscribe. If we can hit 2,500 subscribers in the year 2024, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. That's it for me today. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today we have a very special bottle to review. It's a bottle I've been looking forward and hoping to get my hands on. This is Little Book of the Infinite Batch 1. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we have a great little bottle here that we're going to get to do a review of. I picked this up at a Publix. It was just sitting on the shelf. My friend texted me and said, holy crap, they have one. I ran from one side of town to the other and miraculously got it. Shout out to you, Jace. Good looking out for your boy. So if you are unaware of what the Little Book Infinite is, I'm going to fill you in here, and I'm going to do so with what they provided. Oh my God, this is so small writing. Shit. All right, let's get into this here. Welcome to the Infinite. Through this series, I'll share a new side of Little Book. As always, each edition will tell a story, but this time it's not mine alone. This whiskey brings together bourbons distilled by my granddaddy Booker, my dad Fred, and me. For the first time blending our journeys as whiskey makers into a single liquid. It has been 3 generations in the making. Enjoy. This is release number 1, the first release of this type of thing. This is essentially, from what I can tell, Wild Turkey generations from Booker's. So like essentially they all make whiskey and blend it into a blend, and it makes a special limited release called the Infinite. On the back of this is our very first edition, the liquid that will form the foundation of our Infinity barrel. Once a year, I'll bottle up some up for the world to try. Then I'll explore how to push the profile forward through blending. So savor this whiskey today and come back in a year for its next evolution. Let's see what's up. Let's see if this is good. Edition 1, bourbon distilled by Booker, lays the groundwork with notes of oak, char, and smoke. Fred's bourbon brings in riches of dark fruit, cherry, and brown sweets. Let's go. And it's all rounded out with bourbon I made with caramel, vanilla, and baking spice really shine. Perfectly balanced, yet unlike anything we've made before. Yeah, that's not typical Booker's notes in my mind. It's not what I would, think of when I'm thinking of Booker's. Let's get this open. I'm excited to try this. I've been looking forward to this all weekend. I've been staring at it, knowing that I was going to do videos today, and I've been so excited to try this, and I cannot wait to get into this. Now, full disclosure, I want to say this before I get this open. I'm not the biggest fan of Booker's, okay? I do enjoy a few of their releases quite a bit. In particular, the batch that comes to mind when I think of Booker's is always Kentucky Tea. I think that's the best batch they've ever done, at least of the batches that I've had. I haven't had all the batches. I wish I did, though. That might be something I try to do, like try to collect all of the Bookers. That'd be kind of fun. I'm really excited to have this little book, The Infinite. So let's get this thing into a Glen, and let's see what we think about it. I cannot wait. Oh my God, the color on this. I mean, you can tell it's dark in the bottle. All right, let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. I'm so excited. Oh, man. Really ethanol-y on the nose. It's 119 proof, so that's to be expected around this proof point. If it doesn't have that, that kind of stands out in like a really positive thing for me, because most things at this proof point are going to have some ethanol burn, especially on a fresh crack. So I'm going to let it sit here for a second, and then we'll get into it in a second. All right, a few minutes have passed. I am back here. Yeah, it definitely tamed down a little bit. I still get this like underlining Booker's note. And it's like a mixture between like brown sugar and peanuts. It's almost like a pecan pie. That's what it is. It's a pecan pie. Yep, there's a pecan pie note on this. I don't get any cherry really, and that might come through on the palate, but I don't get cherry on the nose at all. I get like really, really well done pecan pie notes. I wish this was smell-o-vision, because this smells so good. It is so inviting. And after I let it sit for a few minutes, that like ethanol-y note really went away, and this thing smells incredible. This nose, I would like, if I was judging just the nose on this, it'd be really hard for me not to give it like a 9.4. Like the nose on this is incredible. It's exactly what I like in a bourbon. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. It definitely tastes like Booker's to me. This is not like an off-profile thing for me. However, there is a cherry note that is coming through, and it's pretty predominant. I know I read it, but I still think, had I not read it, I still think I would have pulled that note out on the palate, because it's definitely not available in the nose, but it's definitely there on the palate and on the finish. That is really freaking good. The only complaint, I have to be honest, it is really, really proofy when you're drinking it. It just, you feel it in your chest, you feel it in your throat. However, it's not unpleasant. And somebody like me who's really into bourbon, I don't mind that. And that's who this is for, right? This kind of release, at this price point, is just for like bourbon people. And I think it's really, really good. I really, really do. I think the nose is better than the palate, though. The palate is a little dry, but it's not anything where it goes like, I don't like this now. It's just a little drying. The more it sits, the more that peanut note is coming out of it. It is good. The nose, far better to me than the palate, and I do really like this still. I think I would give it like a 7.9. Not quite an 8. If that drying note wasn't there, I'd probably like it a little bit more. But with that being there, it kind of pulls it back a little bit from being a really, really good bourbon to like it is really, really good, but it's not great. It's on that line. I think it's on the line. I'm curious to see what a round 2 of this would be. I'm curious. I think that could be pretty interesting. We'll have to see, but I definitely like it enough that I would give it a try next year and see if it's any good. I had the opportunity to buy this not a long time ago, but a while back for about 2 or 3 times what I paid for it, and I'm so glad I didn't do that, because I think at that price point I would have been upset. But that would have been my fault, right? But I think this is good, not great, but it's very close to great. 7.9 is a good score for anything, so, what can you do? Would I recommend this? If you really like Booker's, yes, because it's going to fall in line with that profile. If you're not a big Booker's fan, save your money, go do something else with it, because I don't think you'll love it. I'm in the middle with Booker's, like I said before, and this didn't like lean me in one direction or the other. It kind of goes like, yep, some of them are great, some of them are okay, and this one's in the middle between great and okay. There is like an apricot note that I'm picking up on now too. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. go down into the description. I started a Patreon. You can join as a free member. I got to figure out something to do because there's a lot of free members over there. And anyone who considers becoming a patron, trust me, you don't understand. I appreciate it so much. Thank you guys for watching. Leave a like, subscribe down below, because if we can hit 2,500 subscribers in the year 2024, and we are this close, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. So make sure you do that. I'll see you guys in the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. I am far away from home in Florida right now. I am in Mount Pleasant, North Carolina, right outside of Concord, North Carolina, where I grew up actually. And I'm here today at Southern Grace Distillery to just take a look around. This is an update because they recently have redone the outside and the gift shop, and it looks incredible. Let's take a look. When you first pull up, you park right here. You come right here into the gift shop, you get checked in for your tour, and the gift shop looks amazing. The updates they did to the side just look really phenomenal. They've got just a gorgeous little patio area out here now. It looks so good. This used to be like nothing. And it just looks so good now. I love it so much. I don't know if you can smoke a cigar out here because of the Rick House being so close, but if you can, this is like an ideal place to sit here with a nice cocktail or a pour and smoke a cigar. It's beautiful. I'll give a real quick tour. If you don't know, this actually did used to be a prison in North Carolina. Hence the name Conviction and all that stuff. But like this right here was like the prison warden's house, which is crazy that they actually had that on property here. As well as one other thing I'm going to show you that's really cool. It's like the guard watchtower, and that little mannequin in there freaks me out every time I see him. I always think it's somebody standing in there for real. But yeah, relics of what used to be here. A real prison. Crazy. And this building over here is now like an admin building, and I believe it was what it was used for as well, but also inside there is where they do all the distilling and fermenting for all their products. And this little building right over here is a chapel, where if you come to do like one of the panel picks or like a tasting, sometimes they'll take you in there to the chapel and do a tasting. It's really cool. This right here, as you can see, is like the yard. People can play basketball. This is the old jailhouse, which is now like where they age all the whiskey. Pretty crazy. Little shed right here is one of the most interesting things to me on property. This is the hot box where they would put prisoners if they were, misbehaving or acting up or whatever for punishment. And now they'll do occasionally these hot box releases, which are really cool. And that just gets really hot in here. And they have some barrels aging in here. Yeah, they got some barrels aging in here now, and it gets really hot and really cold in here. Kind of a cool way to age whiskey. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. All right, everyone, I'm going to be honest. I don't expect a single thing out of this bottle today. Today we are reviewing the Remus Babe Ruth. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, I bought this $200. I did. I bought it. This is one of my sillier purchases, to be perfectly honest with you. I am not a baseball fan. However, my fiance Holly is a big Yankees fan, so this is more of a collectible for her like baseball loving side. She literally was at a Yankee game 2 days later after we bought this bottle. She loves the Yankees, and I actually really do like Remus. I think a lot of their stuff is really good. I think they're like this bottle right here, the Remus, whatever this bottle is called, I forget, is a pretty solid like mixing / everyday drinking whiskey. I have never had any of the Gatsby Remus stuff. It's just a little too expensive for MGP whiskey in my opinion, and so was this, but this was something that was more of a collectible for, you know, her being a baseball fan. I will say one thing they did was, this is actually pretty cool. On the back of it, there is a QR code, and each individual bottle represents some time that Babe Ruth was at bat. So there were 10,624 bottles of this made. 12% of the blend is a 44% rye, 70% of the blend is a 49% rye, and 18 of the blend is a 36% rye. So this is a rye whiskey, a bourbon. How is this? What? This is straight bourbon whiskey. I'm confused by this label. I'm too stupid to understand. So we scanned the little QR code the day we got it. Wasn't even a home run. Nothing crazy. It was literally just a at-bat appearance. This is bottle 2163. And I do like the cork, I will say that. But I honestly don't expect much from this. And this was totally a novelty purchase. Sometimes you got to give in, you know? Sometimes you just got to be like, all right, babe, let's buy the $200 Babe Ruth whiskey. And that's what we did. So let's get a crack on this and see if it's any good. I hope she likes it. This is produced by Ross and Squibb, a.k.a. MGP, distilled in Indiana. Keep an open mind. Keep an open mind. I'm trying to keep an open mind. I do think it's silly that we bought a $200 bottle of Babe Ruth whiskey, but what are you going to do? The bottle is really pretty, though. I do think the bottle is really, really nice. I like it, actually. I think it looks really nice. It reminds me of, like, socks. It reminds me of socks. Oh, shit. Let's give it a nosing and let's see how we feel. All right. A little cherry note in there. There is a funkiness to this, though. A little bit of barrel char. I mean, to be honest, MGP doesn't make bad whiskey. Like, they actually genuinely do. The problem is it's like so many things use MGP whiskey. And then it's like, okay, it's not unique or special anymore. But this honestly smells pretty good. A little bit of sweetness in there. I can't really describe what kind of sweetness it is. It's just kind of indescript like sweetness. Almost like a powder sugared note. A little oaky, a little toasty, but like completely generic in every possible way. It smells good, but it's like completely generic. There's nothing that sticks out of this. I mean, if you put this in front of me and you're like, what is this? Would I go, that is a $200 bourbon? Absolutely not. Not in any capacity. I'd go, that's like a pretty good $30 bottle. All right, let's give it a mouthing and let's see how we feel. Okay, not bad. A little hot. What's it like? I think it's 114 proof, 111 proof on this. It's not bad. There's definitely like a jammy, almost into. This is kind of weird. It kind of tastes like a melted gummy bear or something. Mouth feels pretty good, if I'm being honest. I will say this is better than Beyonce's whiskey. It's kind of a celebrity whiskey, even though Babe Ruth is like dead for a long time. He's a legend, but it is. I mean, I guess I would kind of qualify this as a celebrity whiskey in a way. It's good. My only is it really drinks hot. Like, I feel like the heat is just coming back. It's not bad though, but under no circumstances should you buy this for $200. If in a year these are still sitting around the shelf and you can pick it up for $80, sure. Even that I think is probably too high. To me, if this was like $50 to $100, sure. But this is just absolute. I don't know what they were thinking charging $200 for this. You know what they were thinking? Dumbass people will buy it, and I'm one of them. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it very, very much. I started a Patreon. Please help me recoup some of the costs in this bottle. Become a patron in the link in the description if you're interested. There's a free membership as well. And I got to find something to do for the free members because there's a lot of free members over there. And I thank each and every one of you, free or otherwise, for being a patron and supporting the show. I appreciate it very, very much. Leave a like and subscribe. We can hit 2,500 subscribers in the year 2024. We will do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. Thanks for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. If you're curious to know what bottles of bourbon I got in September and October of 2024, this is the video for you. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome or welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are going to be going through all of the bottles that I got in September and October of 2024. Yes, October is not done, but here's why I'm doing it this way. First off, I have just a crap ton of bottles to get into, so I don't want to prolong this any longer, but I am going to be on a cruise the last week of October, and after today, when I'm filming this, I don't suspect that I'll be getting anything new or exciting. So I'm just going to wrap September and October into one since we're like almost done with October. Kind of. But anything I get, I won't technically get until I get back from my cruise, which is going to be in November when I get back. So I figured we just knock everything out, and we have a ton of bottles to get into, so let's go ahead and do it. These are in no particular order, and there actually might be a little bit of overlap. I'm not entirely sure. There's 2 or 3 bottles that may be overlapping. If they are, I apologize. But let's go ahead and knock the ones that I think are out of the way first. First up, I got invited into the ABC Vault, and I got a Thomas H. Handy. This one I bought like 2 months ago, but I got it, and I got home, and there was a chunk missing out of the bottom of this, so I contacted ABC, and they got me a proper one now, so I don't have to, have a... I mean, I'm telling you, there was like a chunk like this big missing out of the bottom of this bottle. So I love Thomas H. Handy. It's my favorite rye I've ever had. It's unbelievable. It costs like $125, so not too bad. Little book, The Infinite, Chapter 1. I was not super impressed with this. I'm going to have to go back to it at some point, but I didn't love it. I think it's just a good Booker's. I know people really, really like it, and I'm glad they do, but for me, it just kind of fell a little bit flat for how much it was and, what's in the bottle. I actually prefer the Kentucky tea batch of Booker's to this, to be honest. But it's cool to have this as like a little piece of bourbon history from the Jim Beam Distillery. So, what can you do? They're not all going to be winners, but I'm glad I own it. Moving on to the next one. I finally got a bottle of Detling. This is a single barrel pick. I believe the gentleman on the sticker passed away, and I think this was kind of to go help to pay some funeral expenses. But I finally got a Detling. I'm very excited to give it a try. So the only Detling I've ever had before this was a Gold Wax one, and it was quite honestly one of the best bourbons I've ever had. So I'm hoping that this one is, comparable. I don't think it'll be quite as good, but we'll see. Moving on to the next one. Let's go with this one here. This is a Peerless single barrel rye whiskey pick. This was a gift from Brandon. He is a viewer of the show, and he went with me on the age progression tour at Southern Grace Distillery, and he gave me this as a gift. This was not necessary, but thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. I'm excited to try this. I wonder if Peerless makes good rye whiskey. I appreciate the gesture very, very much, and I will be eagerly anticipating opening this bottle. Moving on to the next one. All right, this is from another viewer, and I don't like to... I know that Brandon was okay with it because he's in a video that I'm going to be putting out soon, so I don't really mind saying his name, but this one is from someone in the military, and I'm not going to say your name. You know who you are. If you want credit for giving me this bottle, tag yourself in the comments and let the world know it was you, because I really appreciate this one. I've been wanting one of these Jack Daniel's Hero Selections for quite some time, and just such a cool thing they do. Jack Daniel's lets some people from the military pick single barrels, and this is a rye that's 137 proof, which is nuts. So I'm very, very excited to try this. Thank you again very much. You know who you are. Moving on to the next one. And this is my last gift, I think. I'm looking at the bottles here. This is a bottle of Whiskey Row. I had never heard of this before, but my buddy Craig, who I met he was also with me at the Southern Grace Distillery Age Progression Tour as my guest, was raving about how good this is, and he's not wrong. This is really, really solid. This was a single barrel pick from the state of North Carolina. This is in the vein of George T. Stagg and James E. Pepper 1776, with like these root beer and like kind of sarsaparilla licorice notes. And I really, really like those kind of notes. And this is fantastic. I really, really enjoyed this one. Thank you again, Craig. I appreciate it very, very much. And I cannot wait to dive in and do like a proper review of this, because this was surprisingly good. And it's a brand I'd never even heard of before. So really cool. So thanks again. I appreciate it. Moving on to the next one. I lied. I have one more gift. God. This is an Early Times, a Blacktop Early Times. So I finally am able to compare this Early Times with another one on my list, this Early Times. So I'm just going to go ahead and do these together. I actually bought a case for the Patreon members. If you are curious, you can check out the link in the description to join the Patreon. You can join as a free member or a paid member. Anything helps, and you get access to cool stuff like this. I got a Early Times Blacktop. I'm very excited to try and do a comparison video. People say the Blacktops are better. I don't know how you can get much better than this, because I just adore Early Times. So we'll see. But thank you again, Brian. I appreciate it very, very much. Moving on to the next one. Also, Brian, I texted you what I owe you, and you never responded. So let me know, please. All right, this is going to be a fun one when I do the review, ultimately. This one started off as like kind of an inside joke with my family. One morning, we were having breakfast at Cracker Barrel, or somewhere, I think it was Cracker Barrel, and I put Tabasco on my hash browns, and I don't usually eat Tabasco. It's just not my go-to hot sauce, but that's what they had. So I pour it on there, and I took a bite, and I was like, guys, this tastes like whiskey. And my kid's like, you're crazy. I'm like, I'm not crazy. So I looked it up, and I Googled, like, why does my Tabasco taste like whiskey? And apparently Tabasco finishes their hot sauce in whiskey barrels, which I had no idea. And I thought it was pretty cool. And then I remembered that Dickel did a Tabasco barrel finish, and I started looking for this bottle, and I couldn't find it. I even looked on in some secondary rooms, and they were like, what? No, no one will have this. So I was at Miller State Line in South Carolina doing some bourbon hunting, and I found it, and I grabbed it. I know this is going to be terrible. I don't think this is going to be something that is good at all. It says smooth sipping. There's no way this is any good whatsoever. If it is, I'll eat my words, but there's just no way. I'm not a Dickel fan. There's just no way this is going to be good. It just doesn't. It doesn't even look good. The color looks bad. The whole thing looks bad, but it'll be a fun video at the very, very least. And I actually really like the design of. It looks like a Tabasco bottle. It's pretty cool. But yeah, this is going to be bad. Moving on to the next one. I was able to finally get my hands on some of the Buffalo Trace White Dog Mash number 1. This is the same mash bill that goes into George T. Stagg. This is the same mash bill that goes into a lot of your favorite Buffalo Trace products. Buffalo Trace itself, E.H. Taylor, Eagle Rare. And I will say, this is not as clear as I was thinking it would be. I'm going to be doing a White Dog video coming up soon featuring this bottle of Conviction White Dog, and a third bottle that I don't have out, but it is another White Dog from Conviction. It is their White Dog at 158 proof. So big array of proofs here. This White Dog comes at 125. The one from Buffalo Trace. This one from Conviction comes in at 105 proof, and this is what they put into the barrel. They put it into the barrel at 105. So, interesting. I'm going to be excited to try this and do another little White Dog video, and maybe do like a blind. We'll see. Moving on to the next one. No trip to South Carolina doing bourbon hunting is complete without going to Southern Spirits, which of course I did. And I got this one for a few reasons. First off, I needed another Jack Daniel's single barrel proof. This is 129.9, right at 130 proof. They said it tasted like banana bread, and I was like, say less, I got it. But also, on a personal note, the bottling date of 8/12/2024 is a special date for my family. We had a relative pass away on that date this year. So when I saw that I knew I needed one. They said it was good, and then it had a special date attached to it. How could I not get it? So trying to get sad and bring the video down here, but yeah, this is going to be. I don't know if I'm going to open this right away, to be honest, because of the date on it. But when I do open it, it will be a special pour for me personally. But that is not the only thing I got from Southern Spirits, because I won the blind lottery. For once, I finally won one. I was ticket 191, got called like third or fourth, I believe.
191. Juice. Number 3, he got a E.H. Taylor. Very nice.
And I go up, and the reason I'm even saying this is because it's in a video, and I recorded the video, so I hope they're not going to be upset with me for telling the story. But, I almost dropped this. But that's what happened. So I picked a bag when I got up there, and I picked a bottle that contained, I picked a bag that contained a bottle of E.H. Taylor Small Batch. And I have a ton of E.H. Taylor Small Batch. I love E.H. Taylor Small Batch, which is why I have a ton of them. So after the drawing was over, I walked up to Levi, who's like their social media guy, and I just was like, hey man, like I have 6 of these at home. I don't need another one. I would feel bad if I just hoarded this whiskey because it's like really hard to get. In fact, the guy that won the white paper, which meant you could pick anything off the allocated wall, he picked an E.H. Taylor Small Batch. So it's really hard to get there. So I just felt weird about buying, and having a 7th one. So I walked up to him and I was like, hey man, I've got 6 of these at home. Just give it to somebody who is a regular, who that would be stoked to have it. And he goes, okay, cool. So I went and I got another bottle, which I'll go ahead and talk about. I'm checking out with this bottle of Smoke Wagon, the Halloween one. This is Holly's thing. She loves these. And apparently they do like a special barrel selection for these. So they are a little bit different. It's not just the art on the front. So we got this as well. So I'm checking out with these two, the Jack Daniels and the Smoke Wagon bottle. I see Levi walk up to me. He's holding a box and he goes, here you go. And in the box was this Weller Foolproof store pick. $70 for this. Cannot beat that. And I cannot thank them enough for doing that. They did not have to do that. That was very, very kind of you guys. I really appreciate it very, very much. And I cannot wait to open this and try this. This is going to be a good one, I hope. They do really good barrel picks, so I'm hoping that this one is no exception. But it'll be a while before I open this because I have an open one already, and I have a second Weller Foolproof that may or may not be in this video. And since I just ruined it, let's go ahead and spoil it here. I got another Weller Foolproof on a trip. I got Weller Foolproof at an allocated drop in Mint Hill. And along with that, I got another Weller, which was this one right here. This is what I got in the allocated drop. I got the Weller Foolproof, just non-pick. And then I got a special reserve store pick, which I thought was cool. I didn't know they did the special reserve picks. So that was pretty neat to have. And shout out to Southern Spirits for the store pick. That's really, really cool. And I really, really appreciate it. So yeah, fun little trip over to Southern Spirits. If you've never been, they're the world's second best liquor store. What are you doing? Go check them out. Moving on to the next one. So another place I spent a lot of time when I was in North Carolina was Southern Grace Distillery, makers of Conviction Bourbon. And I picked out a few bottles, and I'll go through the Conviction bottles here. This is the Double Oak 1929 Heritage pick. This is if you remember a few weeks ago, I gave away tickets to a panel tasting. That's this bottle that they picked. This was the one they picked. So the guys that watch these videos that went, tag yourselves down below in the comments. You did a damn good job picking a good barrel. Everything I've ever had from Convictions, their double oaked, has been really, really good, and this is no exception. This is a great one. But I have a few more bottles from Conviction to get to, and I'll do that right now. This one right here is just their infinity barrel behind the bar. They pour stuff in there and make it basically an infinity bottle, but in a barrel, and they can barrel it for you. So if you want one, these are going to be super unique every time you try it. It's never going to be the same. So really cool. And then I got this bottle as a gift at the end of the age progression tasting, and the guys that were with me are going to be very jealous. I don't know if they knew that I left with this. This is a bottle of Barrel 456. This is probably, for me, the best bourbon of the year, and one of my favorite bourbons of all time, to be perfectly honest with you. So I don't know if and when I'll do a review on this, because it just kind of feels mean to do it because it's like there's a cool story behind it. He talked about it on my podcast when we did the podcast with me and Sebastian. But long story short, they went to go bottle this barrel because it was good. They go in and, they realize that there's less than 10 bottles worth of liquid in there. And so they just bottled it, and they're kind of giving it to keep to themselves because there's really no point in selling 10 bottles of bourbon, especially when it's going to be this good and no one else can get it. So they were kind enough to gift me a bottle of this, and it's really amazing. So I appreciate it very, very much, Thomas and Sebastian. Thank you very, very much. Moving on to the next one. This is a bottle of Jim Beam Winter Reserve. I did a review of this yesterday. I'm going to have to come back to it because I'm still not feeling great. I'm still under the weather. So I don't feel like my palate was on point when I did a review of it, but I did enjoy it even with that being said. So this is like a companion essentially to the Sunshine Blend, the summer release. Really good and appropriate for winter. I think it's a good winter bourbon. It's good. So check it out. $20 bottle. You can't beat it. Moving on to the last one. The last bottle on this list is actually the first bottle I picked up when I was in South Carolina. This is the Penelope Estate Collection, the 9-year blend. I have heard nothing but good things about this bottle from people who have tried it. Apparently it's really, really good. So we'll have to see. Penelope is, MGP juice, but MGP makes really good whiskey, so you can't really get too mad at it. But this is apparently like Penelope BTAC, essentially. That's like their best of the best. Comes in at 101.2 proof. I'm going to do a review of this sooner than later, and I'm excited to try it. But that is it from me today. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it very, very much. Comment down below. Let me know what you got in the month of September and October. We are really, really close to 2,500 subscribers. If you could hit that subscribe button. Once we hit 2,500 subscribers, if we can do it in the year 2024, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. The leaves are falling. It's spooky season. It's kind of chilly outside. You're putting on a hoodie. You're putting on a nice little windbreaker jacket. You're going to go to a pumpkin patch probably. And nothing says fall and winter, apparently, like Jim Beam Winter Reserve. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are going to be doing a review, kind of a part 2, if you look at it in a certain way, to my Jim Beam Sunshine Blend, which was kind of a summer release, kind of light, kind of fruity, summertime bourbon, right? But it was like a super nice bourbon. It was nice. It was easy to drink. It was crushable. And apparently, and I heard about this in the comments of that video, that said, check out the Winter Reserve. And so Jim Beam Winter Reserve is out, at least in South Carolina, because that's where I picked this bottle up on my little trip down to South Carolina. $20 bottle. I think it was $23, not bad. So I've picked it up. Let's see if it's any good. I'm excited to try this. I live in Florida, so fall is, about 12 minutes long. Winter's about 35 minutes long, and we got right back into sweltering heat. No, Florida's beautiful in the winter. I love it. February in Florida, you can't beat it. Jim Beam has been surprising me lately with all their few little things they've been doing here and there. And this hopefully will not be any exception. I can't wait to give this a try. I'm curious what this is going to taste like. Give it a nosing. The color's not too bad on this. The proof is 86 proof. So not typically what I gravitate towards. Jim Beam products in general, something I don't typically gravitate towards. Jim Beam branded products. I like the distillery. I just think that Jim Beam is kind of, I don't mean this in a bad or degrading way, but to me, Jim Beam, the branded bottles is like the lowest common denominator of bourbon. It is very simple. It is very basic. It is all things and lower proof intended to be mixed with whatever. And that's not typically what I gravitate towards. So we'll see if this breaks the mold. I hope it does. Let's go to nosing. Let's see how we feel. Oh yeah, it smells like Christmas. Vanilla, cinnamon. I think if you handed me this, I probably would have thought this was like Wild Turkey 80 proof. I don't know if I would have picked up Jim Beam off the nose on this, to be honest with you. It smells really good, though. There's almost a cherry note in there, too. The nose is a little more alcoholic than I was anticipating, especially being 86 proof. It almost gives me like potpourri vibes. There's more fruity in here than like just cinnamon. It's almost like stewed apples or something. Yeah, I like this. My nose is not the best right now. I don't know if you can tell in the audio. I don't feel good still. I'm still sick. More like I'm round 2 for sick. I got sick. I got better. Now I'm sick again. So my nose might not be the best right now. So this is the only tasting video I'm doing this week because I'm not trusting my nose that much right now. But I can smell vanilla. I can smell like clove too. Yeah, it's nice. It's just, this smells nice. This smells like fall. This is like what you think of those like, those more darker winter notes. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Oh, wow. That's super cinnamony. Cinnamon and baking spice. Whoa, that punched me in the mouth. I was not expecting that. I was expecting kind of like some low-proof nonsense. This is pretty flavorful. I mean, it's still kind of low-proof, and you can tell it's watered down. Yeah, very vanilla-y. That is not bad, though. I want to come back and revisit this when I didn't realize how messed up my palate was until now. I want to come back and revisit this again because I feel like this is really good, and I'm not appreciating how good this is because the flavors that I'm getting in this are pretty strong, but just falls just a little flat because of how low the proof is. But the vanilla and cinnamon are like exactly what this tastes like. And it's not red hot cinnamon. It's like it tastes the way that like cinnamon sticks smell. If that makes any sense to anybody. It's exactly what that smells like. This would be great in like I wish it was higher proof. I wish it was like 95 proof. But this by itself right now would be really, really good for like a winter old fashioned. I don't know neat if this is great. It's just a little simple. It falls a little flat. It's kind of a 2-note. And I wasn't expecting the world out of this, but it's pretty good for what it is. I'm not mad at this at all. For $20, I would definitely tell you to get this. What would I rate this on a scale of 1 to 10? I'm gonna be generous and give it like a 6.3. I think it's pretty good. Better than average. A cool little inexpensive holiday release. I think it's cool that they do these kind of things. So I'm a fan. Go grab this. Jim Beam. Are we becoming friends? Are we becoming friends, Jim Beam? Because everything you've put out lately, I've been kind of a fan of. Except a little book, The Infinite, but that's neither here nor there. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. If we can hit 2,500 subscribers by the end of the year, 2024, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. The sooner we get there, the sooner I can quit talking about it. Because I'm tired of saying it at the end of every video. Also, I started a Patreon. Link will be in the description if you're curious about that. I'll see you guys in the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. You don't have to spend an arm and a leg to get really good bourbon and whiskey, but these 7 bourbons are ones you should consider because they are great even at the price point they're at. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are sitting here talking about 7 really good bourbons that are over $100. Now, look, I understand. I know $100 is a lot to spend on a bottle of whiskey or bourbon. I totally understand, and I totally understand that there's some people that, for whatever reason, will not spend that amount of money. But if you decide that you are willing to spend that kind of money, these are bottles that if you buy them for that price, you're going to be happy that you did so. Let's go ahead and get into these 7. These are not in any particular order. Let's get into it with number 1 here. Michter's 10-year bourbon. These are expensive. These are around $150 to $200. I think I spent $189 on this. They are 10-year single barrel products from Michter's. Michter's makes really, really solid stuff. And this one is like peach cobbler and happiness. I love it so much. Very expensive. The bottle is worth it. This is kind of a special occasion bourbon for me. I've opened it when I did my review of it, and I don't think I've gone back to it since then. But it's really, really solid. And if you're gonna spend around $150, $200 on this, I think you're going to be happy. I know that some people have a problem spending that much money on something that's less than 95 proof, but don't let the proof point fool you. This is full of flavor. It's really, really good, and it's something that I think is absolutely worth the price. Moving on to the next one. I will say these are all pretty hard to find in allocated bottles, and that's going to be the case with my next one here. This is Old Fitzgerald Bottled & Bond 10-year. This one retails about $150, but for the price, you are getting a fantastic wheated bourbon from Heaven Hill. It's a 10-year product, and you are getting this absolutely beautiful decanter bottle. Coming in at 100 proof, this thing is unbelievable. I wish this was more readily available, and I even kind of wish that they would make the juice available outside of the decanter, so then it was like a 10-year, Larceny 10-year or something like that, but it's just a really good bottle. I was a little skeptical because I heard people say this was really, really good, and then I got it at a bourbon drop in North Carolina, and I'm really glad I got it. It's really, really good. It's a really solid bottle. This is another one of those for me, I wish this was more readily available, because if it was, I think this would be a great introduction bourbon to wheated bourbons. I think it's a really good expression of what wheated bourbon can be. You kind of, for the price, you get a really solid, beautiful bottle out of it. So this is absolutely worth the price in my opinion. Moving on to the next one. Next one here is a bottle that I always talk about how much I love, and I never will stop because I love it so much. This is Blanton's Gold. These are really hard to find. I totally understand. Luckily for me, I live in a place where I can not get them regularly. I feel like that, it's not every day, but regularly I can come across some Blanton's Gold at a local Walmart near me. And this is my favorite version of Blanton's. It's not the only version of Blanton's that's going to be on this list, but as far as dollar for dollar what you get out of the bottle, I think it's up there with anything I own. I mean, around $120 retail, if you can find it retail. It's just a really, really good bottle. It's a single barrel, so there's inherent value there. The proof point is really nice, and it's just a really good bottle. And it's the best thing Blanton's makes, in my opinion. If you can ever find these, I highly urge you to do so. They're fantastic. Moving on to the next one. I was going to save this for last, but since we just talked about Blanton's Gold, I think we may as well keep talking about it. Blanton Straight from the Barrel. These are great too. They're not as good to me as the Gold is. This comes in at 133.1 proof, so these vary quite a bit. These are phenomenal, though. These are really, really good as well. I really, really like these. They're just not there for me. For me, these are just not as well-rounded as the Gold, but if you can get your hands on this for around $150, I think is what these kind of go for, you're going to be very happy with this because this is a solid bottle of bourbon. Can't really go wrong with Blanton Straight from the Barrel. I've had a few of these and they are all really, really good, but they do vary quite a bit. So maybe, keep that in mind when you're looking at these, but these are really exceptional for the price. So if you're going to spend money, that's not a bad one to spend it on. Moving on to the next one. This is part of the Buffalo Trace Antique Collection. This is Thomas H. Handy. This is a straight rye whiskey. This is last year's release, coming at 124.9 proof. I am not a big rye fan, but to me, this is the best rye whiskey I have ever had. It is just absolutely incredible. There's nothing that really even comes close. Second place is so far from what this is. It's just an unbelievable rye whiskey. It's just unbelievable. I know it kind of goes without saying that anything from Buffalo Trace Antique Collection is worth retail, but I feel like people forget that what's in the bottle and not chasing the bottle is incredible stuff. So if you can find Thomas H. Handy or any of the other BTAC for retail, I highly recommend you do so. That is the most no dust sentence of all time, but I feel like I have to say it just so I don't sound stupid. But Thomas H. Handy is one of my favorite bottles in the Buffalo Trace Antique Collection, and it kind of surprised me. I didn't expect that. Moving on to another bottle, George C. Stagg. George C. Stagg is my favorite bottle that I own. I think there's a few others that are close, but not quite as good as this. If George C. Stagg was available the way Jack Daniel's Old Number 7 is, and even if it wasn't George C. Stagg, it wasn't this overhyped thing. It just, what was in this bottle was in another bottle. I don't know if I would really drink anything else because this is just like my perfect palate almost. This and Stag 22B and Jack Tenured Batch 2 are like, for me, is about as perfect for my palate as you can get on any whiskey or bourbon. And these, again, these are around 100. I forgot to say the price for each one of these, I think. But these are around 125 for, I think actual retail is like 109, but in Florida, I've gotten these at retail for about 125. So again, goes without saying, if you can find Buffalo Trace Antique Collection at retail, yeah, you do it all day, no matter what the bottle is. Moving on to the final one. All right. So this is the most expensive bottle on the list. And outside of one or two, it's probably one of the most expensive bottles I've paid for. I'm surprised I like it as much as I do because I really didn't like one of the other releases from this brand. So much so that I ended up trading the bottle away just because I felt like I got robbed. This is Russell's 15. This is a $300 bottle, retail, or $250, $300, something like that. I forget the exact retail price. I want to say it's $250. So it might be $250. That's what it is. That's what I paid for it. I'm pretty sure. I don't think I paid more than I was supposed to for this one. But this bottle is incredible. This bottle is going to be in the running for Bourbon of the Year for me. It's so complex. It's so good. It's got everything I like in the nose. It's got this like old funk to it that I really enjoy. I'm not the first person to talk about how good this bottle is. And I certainly will not be the last because this bottle is absolutely incredible. It's in the running for me for Bourbon of the Year, like I said, but there's a few bottles that they're gonna give it some competition. One in particular that I haven't done a review yet, or haven't really talked too much about. But there is one coming that I'm gonna do a review of sooner than later that could dethrone this. But only a blind will tell, and we'll know when we get there. I understand this is $250 to $300. Retail, if you can find it. I understand it's expensive, but this is the quintessential, very special bottle for special occasions bourbon. This is the kind of thing you want, and I will give Wild Turkey this. Whenever they do have an expensive release, for the most part, they nail it. There's very few times for me that Wild Turkey has dropped the ball, and this one is no exception to that. This one is absolutely incredible. So that's the video. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys on the next one. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. If we can hit 2,500 subscribers by the end of this year, 2024, and we are this close, hit that subscribe button. I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway, so make sure you are included in that, and I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Fall to me is the best time to break out double oaked bourbons, which is one of my favorite subcategories of bourbon. And these are 5 of my favorite double oaked bourbons. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're going to get to talking about some really good and my personal favorite double oaked bourbons. Now, disclaimer before we get too far into this episode, I've not tried every single double oaked bourbon on the planet. In fact, one of them I don't even have the bottle for, but it's so undeniably delicious that it can't not be on this list. We'll talk about that when we get. Second, these are all relatively findable except for one. Well, except really for 2 unless you live in North Carolina. But they're all delicious. These are in no particular order, so let's go ahead in with the one that I don't have right now, and that's this bottle right here. I'm gonna freeze right here, and it's gonna pop in here. This is Woodford Double Oaked. I adore Woodford Double Oaked. In fact, I think it's my favorite thing that Woodford makes. I'm not a big Woodford fan. I think I have 2 bottles of Woodford Reserve on my shelf, and they are both bottles that I probably will never open. I was wrong. I have 1 bottle of Woodford Reserve, and it's over here. It's a rye. And that was just happened to be the distillery we were at the day after me and my fiance got engaged. And so it's got like our names on it and the date, blah, blah, blah. But Woodford Double Oaked is good. I think Woodford Double Oaked is what made double oaked mainstream and made people kind of look at it and go, wow, we should do something like this. And a lot of distilleries have, and there's one brand in particular that hasn't done it yet, and I'm curious why they haven't done it. And we'll talk about that a little later when we get to the end of the video. Well, I'll forget, so let's go ahead and talk about it now. I'm surprised Buffalo Trace hasn't done something that's like a branded double oaked. Maybe that's coming down the line at some point. But the other four I do have here. Let's get into them. And again, no particular order. I'm just going to reach down whichever one I touch first. I'm going to grab. I'm looking. Where are they? Oh, probably my favorite double oaked. This is Peerless Double Oaked. I love this bottle so much. I think the reason I like Peerless Double Oaked so much is it gives me like banana bread vibes. And anything I can get like toasty, warm caramel and banana on, I'm here for it. And Peerless Double Oaked is like one of my favorite bourbons of all time. I love it so much. I know it's a little pricey, around $80 to $100 depending on where you get it. But it's really, really good. And if you've never tried it before, it's a solid double oaked. I think if you're a beginner getting into double oak stuff, that's a really good direction to go down. It's really, really solid. So let's move on to the next one. This one is available at pretty much every liquor store on the planet. And I'm guaranteeing you've had it. If you haven't, you should. Old Forester 1910 is an absolute banger of a bottle. $60 for a double oak. I haven't had this in quite a while, but I tasted it just a minute ago. And I think it's actually, this is what's in this glass right here. It's just so good. Old Forester 1910 is an absolute banger especially for the price. My only complaint is I wish it was higher proof. It's 93 proof. If this was like at 110 proof, you'd be looking at like one of the best things on the market. It's so incredibly delicious. Again, you get those banana bread vibes, those like, super dark caramel and brown sugar notes in this. But if you're watching this and never tried Old Forester 1910, I don't know what to tell you. It's absolutely delicious, and I highly, highly recommend it. So if you've never tried it, get a bottle of it. Moving on to the next one. So this one right here is probably the most hard to find bottle on this list. This is the Jack Daniel's Twice Barreled Heritage 2023 release from last year. This is incredible. Of course, it's a Brad's Bourbon Reviews video. You can tell because there's a Jack Daniel's bottle on it. I love this thing. This thing has a unique nose that's different than most double oaked. This is a twice barreled rye. And on this one, I get a Twizzler nose for some reason. And they do their aging for a little bit of time here. This was put into the first barrel on March 13th, 2015, and then second barreled on November 18th of 2020. And so it sat in there. It sat in the first barrel for over 5 years, and then the next one for 3. That's a long time for a double oaked. So. And they did a great job with this. This is an unbelievable bottle. This is one of those for me. If you are gonna splurge a little bit and try to get a more hard to find bottle for a special occasion, you'd be hard pressed to find a better bottle for the money than this. I mean, even at secondary, this is an incredible bottle. So I haven't drank much out of it because I'm cherishing every drop of this. It is a 700 milliliter bottle, so keep that in mind if you're out looking. But it's an unbelievable bottle. Moving on to the last one. This last one here is Conviction Double Oak 1929. This bottle in particular is National Bourbon 2024 Heritage Month Tasting Panel Barrel Pick, which is the thing I gave tickets away to not so long ago. But as good as this one is, I would still say anything from Conviction from their Double Oak line is incredible. I've had probably 6 to 7 different samples of what they've done for the double. Oh, it's probably more than that actually, because I've been on one of the panel picks. Yeah, I probably had more than that. I probably had 10 to 15 different samples. This one is my favorite, to be honest. But I think no matter what you do from Conviction Double Oak, you're going to get a really solid bottle. Now remember, it says 5 years, but that's before it's aged. They can't factor in the second time aging. So it's around a 6 or 7 year, I believe. And you can tell, I don't know if you can see, they don't do any chill filtering. So I don't know if you can see here, but there is, I don't know if you can see, I don't know. There's barrel in the bottom of this, and I love seeing that. These are great if you live in North or South Carolina. I highly recommend Conviction, anything, but I love their double oak stuff. It's some of my favorite stuff they make is the double oaked. So if you can find this, I would definitely tell you to go grab one. I know they are down a case of these because I bought a case of these for the patrons. And that is the video. Those are 5 great double oaked bourbons. If you haven't tried, try them. Thanks for watching. I will see you guys on the next one. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. Leave a comment down below. Let me know if you like the video, and I'll see you guys on the next one. If we can hit 2,500 subscribers by the end of this year, 2024, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. So make sure you hit subscribe. I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now.
Winter is right around the corner, and these are some of the best whiskeys you can drink to keep yourself warm this holiday season. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're going to talk about 10 whiskeys that I really like to drink around the holiday season. Now, I didn't pick any of these just solely based on proof points. I know in the winter a lot of people like to drink more higher proof things. That is not the sole reason of me picking these bourbons. I picked things with more bold and dark notes and flavors, and you'll see that kind of carry through as a whole when we get through these. First off, these are just my opinion. B, these are in no particular order. Let's go ahead with number one. First one up here is a bottle I've been talking a lot about recently. I love this thing. I have loved this thing forever, and I just recently bought my first bottle of it. And this is Woodford Double Oaked. This is like the quintessential double oaked. And I know people love and talk about this, but I feel like this one's kind of slept on. I don't think it's underrated or anything like that, because everyone's aware of it. Everyone knows that it's good. But I think it's just kind of slept on. This one is a really solid drinker, and this is a lower proof one. I think it's actually might be the lowest proof on this list, coming in at 90.4 proof. This is just something that I really think is a great holiday whiskey. You could take this to a holiday party, and it's low proof and you know, solid enough that people who are into whiskey will appreciate it, and people who are not into whiskey could kind of probably get like a little stepping stone into some good double oaked bourbon. This, in my opinion, is the best thing that Woodford Reserve makes, and this is a great bottle to bring out for the holidays. It's got those dark, you know, burnt sugar notes on there that I really love. Could not believe when I went to pull for a video I did that I didn't have a bottle of this, and I fixed that immediately. Woodford Double Oak's amazing. Moving on to the next one. Moving on next to is another bottle that I used to talk about a lot more, but I've kind of stopped talking about it as much because I know it's kind of divisive, and I know it still will be kind of divisive. This is in the same proof ballpark as the Woodford Double Oak. This is High West Campfire. The reason this bottle is so divisive, it's a blend of rye, bourbon, and scotch. So it's pretty smoky, and I think this is a great one for the winter because it just screams outdoors and next to a campfire with, you know, wrapped up in a blanket. I love it so much. This is not for everyone, but if you were interested, or if you even like scotch, if you're interested in trying something with scotch, you want a kind of a stepping stone, this is a good one. I really do like this bottle, and this is not going to be for everybody, but if you haven't tried it, try it because you might like it. If you like smoky whiskey, this is going to be right up your alley. Moving on to the next one. Let's crank up the proof just a little bit with a bottled and bond bottle from Redwood Empire. This is Rocket Top. This is a straight rye whiskey. This is one of my favorite rye whiskeys on the planet, and it's findable. So you can get this, you know, out for a Christmas party and, you know, crush a bottle and not feel like you wasted something that's allocated at a party or people who don't appreciate whiskey. And it's a really solid bottle. It's a good mixer. It's a little expensive to be a mixer, but if you needed to, you could. And again, this is an approachable rye whiskey. Despite this coming out in summer of 2022, I still think this is a great winter whiskey. Got more of those dark notes in there. Still a little bright with the orange notes in here. But overall, it just reminds me of winter and Christmas, and I think it's a really solid bottle. So if you have not tried this before, I highly recommend it. And that's coming from somebody who's not a big rye guy. This is a fantastic bottle. Moving on to the next one. I'm going to correct myself. This is my lowest proof bottle on this list, and this is a new addition to the collection here. This is the Jim Beam Winter Reserve. This bottle is interesting. It is a $25 bottle. This is another one of these bottles that you could pick up for $25, take to a Christmas party, take to a holiday party, take to a gathering, and, you know, expose people to something that's a pretty solid bourbon. The notes of cinnamon in this really hit home the holiday season, and, you know, they put it right up there on the front of the label. Notes of vanilla and cinnamon. That's pretty much all you're going to get out of it, but you know, if you mix this with cider, which I actually think would be a good video to do, what's the best bourbon for cider? I have an answer, by the way, because I did this last year and I forgot to make a video about it. But I think it would be fun to do another do a video actually on that. So I might do that one day. But Jim Beam Winter Reserve is a perfect bottle for the holidays. I mean, it says so right on the bottle, and they're not wrong. It's pretty perfect for what it is. So it's super cheap, and I think it's going to bring out all those holiday notes that we all want around this time of year. Moving on to the next one. All right, this is going to be another jump in proof here. This is Knob Creek Single Barrel. I love this bottle, and I only really drink this during the winter time. This is a 5-star pick from a few years ago, but I love the heavy, dark brown sugar notes in this, the really dark, almost into molassesy burnt sugar notes that this gives off. This is perfect for the holidays. Perfect for a cold night. If you were sitting, outside and smoking a cigar or just hanging out, this is a great pour. And it definitely gives me winter vibes on this. It's really, really dark, and it's really, really good. I actually had initially put Knob Creek 15 on this list, and I think you could probably sub that one out for this, but I feel like this one's got more darker notes, and so that's why I went with the single barrel picks. And this is a obviously a store pick. So it's, you know, this is a single barrel store pick. So these are going to vary. But if you want to trade this on this entry in for Knob Creek 15, I wouldn't be mad at you. Things have a little bit more of a dark tone to it than the Knob Creek 15 does, and that's why it's on the list. Moving on to the next one. I have really been in a double oaked mood lately. I've had quite a few of them. I actually did a double oaked video not too long ago. It was a fun video, so go check that out if you haven't already. But this one is one of not only my favorite double oaks, but one of my favorite bourbons on the planet. This is Peerless Double Oak. This is batch number 13, coming in at 108.5 proof. And this gives me like dark oak, vanilla, and like banana bread vibes, burnt sugars, leather even a little bit. I love this bottle so much. One of the best double oaks on the planet. And this is a bottle, again, I only really drink during the wintertime when it's cold. I love it so much. It'll warm you right up. 108.5 proof is not too bad. It's a little bit approachable. This one is a little hard to find, as well as some of the other ones on this list. But if you ever come across one of these, I highly recommend you get one. They are fantastic. Moving on to the next one. All right, this right here is a Jack Daniel's single barrel proof rye, and I initially put the Jack Daniel's Bonded on the list, but I talk about that bottle so much that I wanted to put a different one on here. And this is a hero selection, but this can stand in for any of the single barrel proof ryes. These are just incredible bottles of rye whiskey. This one's 137 proof, so really high proof. So it'll get you warm and keep you warm. I think the flavors that's in this is darker in these barrel proof ones than the Bonded, which is why I picked it. And I think that this really just matches the holiday season. It's a really solid rye. You get some of those dark, like licorice, clove, you know, those kind of notes in these, specifically a little bit of banana bread in some of these too, and some dark caramels as well. And I think it's just a really, really good bottle, and it's not super expensive, and they're pretty available. So tried to do this as, more available ones. There are some allocated ones on this list, but everything so far, with the exception of the Peerless Double Oaked, is pretty refinable. And I think that's really great for the holidays, because that's when you're sharing whiskey the most, is when you're going to, visit family and friends, and you can bring something that is really good and approachable and findable. So this one is on that list for me as well. Moving on to the next one. These last three are going to be allocated. This is my number one, and the bottle that makes me think of winter whiskey and winter bourbon is this bottle of Larceny A123. I usually just kind of go, this is a stand-in for any Larceny, but they are not all created equal, and this one is by far my favorite. I've had several Larceny barrel proofs. The A123 is been out for, obviously, since 2023, and I don't really know if they're around anymore, but if they are and you can find one, these have incredible brown sugar notes, like incredible. Super deep, rich, almost like vanilla bean notes, and they're just really, really, really good, the A123. So if you can find one of these hanging out somewhere or through a secondary page or something like that, I would highly recommend you do so. It is just absolutely fantastic. Moving on to the next one. This one's probably, if I had to guess, other than my number one, the most difficult bottle to find on this list. And I picked a bottle of Stag. And again, I will say that this one can stand in for any of them. But for me specifically, this one gives me the most like winter vibes out of any of the Stags, because it has like a chocolate cherry note on it. And that makes me think of like the cordial chocolate cherries. This is Stag 22A, but 22B is my favorite. If I was going to go with any other batch other than this, I would say 22B. So 22A is great too. But if you were looking for a specific bottle of Stag to like perfectly match it, and again, I talk about Stag 22B all the time, so I wanted to add something different into this. But 22A, or really any batch of Stag, is really great. They're dark. You get the leather, the tobacco, the dark oak, the dark cherry notes on these. These are fantastic. I know everyone talks about Stag. This is not me. I'm not breaking any new ground here talking about Stag, but these are great for the winter months. Moving on to the last one. Outside of Larceny A123, this bottle right here kind of wraps up the Christmas and winter season as a whole for me when it comes to a specific whiskey, and that is a Midwinter's Night Dram. This is Act 11. This is my favorite one of these I've had. I'm going to be picking up an Act 12 later this week, so we'll have to see. This is kind of like my ongoing Christmas tradition, is opening up a Midwinter's Night Dram bottle on Christmas. These are fantastic. This is Christmas in a bottle. It's rye whiskey finished in port barrels. I described this in the review I did of it way long ago. It reminds me, it smells like walking into a Kirkland's in the 90s. That is a very nostalgic and very specific note to my brain. But these are just absolutely incredible for winter and Christmas specifically. So if you can ever find one of these are kind of expensive. It's like $200 a bottle now. But I would say this is a good one to have for the holidays. So if you can, and this again, these are not all created equal. Act 11 is way better than Act 10. Act 10 was like not good at all. But this is specifically Act 11. This one's fantastic. So hopefully the 12s are good. I haven't heard or seen anything about it, but I have one to pick up, like I said, later this week. So we'll see what happens. But
With all that said, ladies and gentlemen, that is the video. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. We are just a few hundred people away from my goal of 2,500 by the end of 2024 over on YouTube. So if you are watching this on YouTube and you aren't subscribed, hit subscribe. Comment down below. Let me know what bottles you like for the Christmas season. Let me know if there's any bottles that I missed out. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today we're getting back into the murky waters, to me, that is rye whiskey with A. Overholt. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're going to be opening and doing a review of a bottle that I have been really interested in trying. I watched a video from the Whiskey Vault where they were talking about how Jim Beam has revived this old brand called A. Overholt, and that they are replicating the mash from like 1810 that is rye whiskey. And apparently there's like a long legacy of rye whiskey being made in Pennsylvania. That's what Dad's Hat rye whiskey tries to replicate. And this is a defunct brand from back then. And James Beam is using what they call a Mahongale mash, I think is what I remembered it looking up and trying to pronounce it. Mahongale, I think is the right way to say it. Mash of rye. So in this one, the mash bill is 80% rye, 20% soft malted barley. I think it's pretty cool when these big distilleries like Buffalo Trace and Jim Beam try to revive brands from the past. Buffalo Trace has done it, relatively poorly, in my opinion. You look at like the Buffalo Trace Antique Collection being $1,000 at retail for these 375s. I think they've done a pretty bad job at doing that. But this is interesting because a lot of the rye whiskeys that I've found that I like have been, kind of barely legal ryes or like a Kentucky version of rye. And so this is kind of replicating that old style mash bill. And I know this is like very stupid, but I love the bottle. And I actually think that having a cool bottle design is really important, especially to stand out in today's market. And I think this bottle is really cool. It feels like an old school whiskey bottle that you'd see like in your grandfather's liquor cabinet or something. So I really like the design of this, and I'm excited to give this a try. And let's see if I am into this type of rye whiskey. Full disclosure, before I try this or even knows it, I am not really into rye whiskeys. If you're a new viewer to this channel, thank you for watching. I appreciate it very much. If you like the videos by the end of it, please consider subscribing. But usually rye whiskey is just not my go-to thing. It's just not what I like. So this bottle, I think, cost at retail around $40, $35-$40 if I'm remembering correctly. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. That is like earthy, and not like the usual earthy where it's like, floral. It's kind of like a tree, like tree bark and like the leaves of like a Christmas tree almost. I really enjoy the nose on that. There's a little bit of caramel sneaking through here on this, and like some bread. There's like some bready notes to this as well. I'm not getting that orange note that I typically, or licorice that I get on a lot of rye whiskeys. So far, I'm impressed with this. This is cool. This is a whiskey for me that I could pour and just sit here and like have it in a glass and sip on it. Like have this much in a glass and sip on it for an hour just to get the aromas. Pretty simple, but what's in the glass is really, really pleasant. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Oh my God. I really like this. This like tastes like no other rye I think I've ever had. There's something on here that I'm picking up that I don't really think I've picked up on a whiskey before. First off, it's very grainy. There is that aspect to it, but for this, it works. There's like a apricot or a peach kind of like jammy kind of thing that's super sweet. There's a little bit of caramel that sneaks through and a little bit of vanilla. This is really good. This is one of my favorite rye whiskeys I've had this year. 95 proof. It doesn't drink hot at all. Jim Beam, you might need to switch over to making ryes because this is really solid. There is a little bit of that like rye peppery note a little bit. The more it sits out, I am shocked. I was kind of anticipating tasting this and being like, not for me, but I am. I cannot wait. I want to get the Old Overholt 10 year now. Like this is going to set me down a path of this Old Overholt stuff. And I'm a big, big fan of this. I really, really like this bottle. I'm going to rank this pretty high, even for me. I'm going to, which is shocking because I don't typically dig ryes at all, but this just really blew my mind here. I'm going to give it one more sip because I'm going to have to give this like a 7.7. I'm very impressed with it. I don't know if this is like a, not a limited release in the sense of like, a limited number of bottles, or if this is like a limited run of this that they're doing, but I will be immediately, the next time I see this bottle, picking up a backup because this is just that good. This is phenomenal. Jim Beam, you did like a fantastic job with this bottle. This is, in my opinion, one of the best things I've ever had from your distillery. So keep this up. If this is what the old Overholt is like, I cannot wait to try it because I don't know how old this is, but it is really, really good. It does taste like not young, but like it doesn't taste super complex and developed. I would probably guess this is like a 5 to 6 year rye, maybe 4 to 6. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe if we are this close from 2,500 subscribers. And if we can hit that number by the end of this year, 2024, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway, and you're not going to want to miss it. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Make sure you're subscribed, and let me know down below if you've tried this, if it's on your radar, and if you plan on trying it after seeing this video, because you should. This is fantastic. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers.
A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now.
Today, I'm reviewing a bottle that is a staple of a subcategory called Double Oaked Bourbons, and this is Woodford Double Oaked. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're going to be diving into a bottle that I've been talking a lot about lately because I rediscovered my love for it. I've always liked it. I always thought it was a pretty solid bottle. But I'm telling you, this is one for me that's going to stay on my shelf and not go away because I love this thing. It's findable. It's relatively inexpensive. It's around 50, 60 bucks. And it's a really approachable bourbon. I want to do a proper review of it because I have yet to do that on this channel, which is kind of nuts that I haven't done something as like entry level as this. But we got it in a Glen here. I'm going to do a very small amount. If you don't know what a double oak bourbon is, so bourbon has to be aged in a charred new oak barrel. So they put it into this oak barrel. Once it's done aging for the amount of time they're going to do it for, depends on the distillery and how they're making it. They then take what's in that barrel and put it into another new barrel. So you're getting double of the oak impact on the whiskey. So usually speaking, you get like dark notes with these double oaks. They're usually pretty sweet and pretty oaky. And if it's done well, they're usually balanced and really, really good. I love double oaked as a category. I think it's really cool. And I think they usually taste pretty good across the board. Let's give Woodford Double Oaked the proper respect it deserves. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. First thing that comes off is this like super sweet oak. It smells fantastic. It's a little smoky too, which is really cool. I think I like picking up that note on bourbons because it's not often you get like a smoky bourbon. You usually get like a char note. This one's a little smoky. And the other major note that I pick up on is like really burnt sugar. Think of like the top of a creme brulee, like that kind of burnt sugar. And there's like a slight banana note to this, and I can't decide if it's like an artificial banana, like a banana Laffy Taffy or something like that, or if it's like banana bread. I'm kind of leaning towards the banana bread side of it, but the nose on this thing is just like, it's just so perfect for what it is. I love it. Not really any ethanol burn. You wouldn't think there would be on something this low proof. It's like 90.4 proof, but it's really, really good. As it's sitting here, more of the oak is coming out, and it's just like, yes, all day. Right up my alley on the nose. I think it's fantastic. But let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. It's so good. Everything from the top carries over. There is like a dark cherry note on this as well that I'm picking up. But you get that burnt sugar. You get the sweet oak. You get like the regular oak. And it's just like super dark brown sugar, burnt sugar. Even like some dark vanilla bean note that I really like. This, in my opinion, is the best thing that Woodford does. I'm not a big Woodford fan. In fact, I think outside of like a engraved bottle that we got at the distillery, this is the only thing I have from Woodford. I don't typically gravitate towards their stuff, but this bottle is exceptional. If you've never tried it, or if you're curious about double oaked, try this one. See what you think. This is a really good stepping stone and a good introduction into double oaked bourbon, and I think you should pick it up if you can. I understand it's a little expensive, around 50, 60 bucks. But if you live in Florida, Walmart has them for $52 right now, and Sam's has them for about the same, maybe a little less if you can find them. So what would I give this on a scale of 1 to 10? I am really, really partial to this one. I think I'm going to give it in the 7s. I think it's really, really good. I think it's a staple of the subcategory that it's in.
And I think based on all those things, I'm going to give it like a 7.5. I think it's a really solid bottle. I don't think it's anything that if you haven't had it before, it's going to like blow your hair back. But I think it's a really, really, really good double oaked. So that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys on the next one. Make sure if you're watching on YouTube, you leave a like and subscribe. We are this close to our goal of 2,500 subscribers by the end of this year. We are very, very close. I thank you very much for subscribing. And if you're watching and you haven't subscribed, go ahead and subscribe. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. And leave a thumbs up. Let me know what you think about Woodford Double Oak down in the comments, and I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers.
A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now.
Today we are celebrating 70th anniversary of a man with an incredible legacy in the world of bourbon with Wild Turkey's Jimmy Russell's 70th anniversary bottle. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, like I said in the intro, this bottle is one of the ones I've been looking forward to over the last few months. I'm excited to try this. I have heard some friends say this is really, really incredible, but I'm going to give you guys a little bit of backstory on this bottle in particular. This is Jimmy Russell. He is the master distiller, the longest lasting master distiller in all of whiskey as far as I'm aware. He is celebrating 70th anniversary with the company, and he is like a bourbon genius. He is an incredible mind for whiskey and bourbon. I love him. I love Wild Turkey. I love most things from Wild Turkey. And apparently this is like something they kind of did like as a surprise to him, kind of like behind his back in a good way. And it was like to celebrate what he loves from Wild Turkey. He always has said 101 proof around 8 years is like his sweet spot for Wild Turkey. I've read and heard that this is like an 8 to 9 year blend coming in at 101 proof. And I've heard that it's closer to Wild Turkey 12 year than it is to like Wild Turkey 101. Both of those bottles I love. I love Wild Turkey 12 year. I love Wild Turkey 101. I think Wild Turkey 12 year is one of the best 12 year bottles you can buy. And it's worth splurging on if you have to get it secondary. I think it's an incredible bottle to get. Unless you're going to Japan, you're going to have to get it on secondary. So if it's closer to that, I'll be very happy. I do want to get another one of these because I'm going to want to like keep an unopened one of this. So he started in 1954. And this is celebrating 70 years. I'm very excited to open this. All right, let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. It really, to me, smells like if you poured like half Wild Turkey 101, half Wild Turkey 12 year, because that comes in 101 proof as well, and like blended it from memory. I've never done that, nor will I, but I feel like that's kind of what this gives off. It gives me all those Wild Turkey notes, those like kind of funky, like almost fruity notes with some really rich vanilla in there. The color is really nice. This smells really, really solid. I also really want to give Wild Turkey credit for finally doing a special release bottle that wasn't $500. They did one. This was like $55, I think, which is an appropriate for the age and for the price. I think it's a solid value if it's good. But, you know, so far on the nose, it's really nice. Really rich caramel notes. I feel like I'm picking up a little bit of orange, but I could just be, you know, some lingering from one of the other whiskeys I've tried earlier today. But overall, the nose is really, really good. I will say it's not like remarkable by any stretch. It's just kind of an average. It's better than average, but it's kind of an average nose. There's not a ton to go into here. So that's kind of why I'm not really saying too much about it, because it's just kind of Wild Turkey funk, oak, caramel, vanilla. It's kind of it. But what is there is really, really solid. But let's give it a mouthing and let's see how we feel. Oh, yeah. That is definitely closer to Wild Turkey 12 than it is Wild Turkey 101, for sure. That fruit note that comes through is really, really good. I would like to know where they age these barrels, because the reason I say that, this is giving me the same mouthfeel that the single Rickhouse Camp Nelson F did, and I wonder if this was aged in that warehouse. And I've only ever had that mouthfeel. Oh, it's so nice. Oh, it's so, that mouthfeel is so good. Super oily, really viscous. I've only ever gotten that on the Camp Nelson F. I can't really explain it other than it feels more viscousy than traditional Wild Turkey. And I would like to know if that's available. If anyone knows, please comment down below if you know what warehouse they age this in, because it kind of gives me that mouthfeel vibe. This is really solid. It's really rich with caramel, really rich with vanilla. And there is like some fruitiness in here, but it's like kind of an, like I would say like stone fruit into red fruit, kind of peachy, kind of cherry-ish, but like a mixture of those two things. It's very interesting, very unique. I really enjoy this. I think pricing this at $50 is great. I think if this was more than that, I'd be like, wow, that's a ripoff. And Wild Turkey, even when they do a crazy expensive release, they usually crush it. Like, look at Russell's Reserve 15. Look at the Generations. Look at the Camp Nelson Fs. Those are like crazy expensive, but when you buy them, you're like, wow, that's worth it. And I think this is an appropriate price point for something like this. And I think it's cool that they were honoring him in this way. And I think it's really solid. But I don't think it's as good. To me, it's like firmly in the middle between Wild Turkey 101. I think it's better than Rare Breed to me, because this feels more special, kind of. But that could just be me falling for the packaging and the fact that it's a 70th anniversary bottle. But like, it leans closer to the Wild Turkey 12 year and like a Camp Nelson F, just from the mouthfeel. And I know that's a very hard thing to describe. I can't really articulate it better than that. Then it's just like a spectacular mouthfeel. If you've ever had that, kind of picture if you blended Camp Nelson F with some Wild Turkey 12 years. Kind of how the vibes I'm getting. But it's really good. I really like it. If you can find one of these, do so. Don't spend crazy money on this unless you're just buying it just for the sole fact that it's a collectible bottle, because the bottle is really pretty. I do like it quite a bit. But this is a great bottle, and it's honoring a great man in the whiskey and bourbon world. So I can't recommend this enough. On a scale of 1 to 10, what do I give it? I think it's better than average. So we're going to be in the 7s, I think. I'm going to probably give it like a 7.5. I think.
Nope, that score's not high enough. Future Brad here, giving it an 8.3. It's amazing.
It's really, really good, but it's not quite great, but it's close to great. I think it's really, really solid. This is a great bottle, and I'm glad I own it. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys on the next one. Make sure you leave a like, subscribe down below as well, because if we can hit 2,500 subscribers within this year of 2024, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway, and you're not going to miss that. And the only way to enter is to be a subscriber. So make sure you hit subscribe. Also, I started a Patreon. The link will be down in the description if you were curious about supporting me that way. That'd be great. If not, just make sure you leave a like, and I would really, really appreciate it. And consider subscribing. That's review. I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers.
A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today, we're doing a 3rd installment of the Your Controversial Bourbon Opinions videos. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're going to go back into Your Controversial Bourbon Opinions. Now, listen, these were provided by my viewers over on TikTok. This is part 3. If you haven't watched part 1 or 2, I'll leave a link in the description, because you absolutely should go back and watch these, because some of these comments are absolutely insane. Before we get into this, if I comment on one of your comments and I'm poking fun at you, it's just a joke. I don't mean anything by it. I'm just silly and trying to add something. I can't just read all of these and agree with all of them. That would be a very boring video. No one will watch it. So let's go ahead and get into the comments here. First one is from Chuck. He said, Rio itself is controversial because it was highly sought after and popular, then debated over too sweet. Now some get offended if you bring it up. I've never tried Penelope Rio. I have really no desire. I don't really like the Amberana finishing stuff that I have had. It's a little too sweet and not my thing. But yeah, I think people really like Penelope Rio. So I think I'm wrong here, and that's fine. Moving on to the next one. The We Are Kentuckians podcast said Jeptha Creed is highly underrated. I have heard that is a really solid bottle. I have never had anything from them, though, so I don't think we get that here. I have not seen it anywhere in Florida. Maybe I'm just missing it. If anyone is in Florida and knows that we get it, let me know, because I'd like to try it, because I hear good things. Moving on to the next one. This scumbag, Micah.Hughes, that's my brother, commented, it's all gross. Shut up, stupid. Moving on to the next one. Coach Mike497 said Blanton shouldn't cost more than $40. I think $60 is about what it should cost. I think with the bottle and it being a single barrel and it being around 6 years, I think $60 is probably like the amount that I think should be paid for that bottle. I mean, if you pay $200, you're going to be disappointed. But I think if you're spending $40, $65, $70 around that range, you know, with inflation and all that kind of stuff, $40 is kind of cheap. I mean, I don't think Blanton's is cheap. I'm trying to think of other $40 bottles. I mean, Jack Daniel's single barrel proof is $75, and I think Blanton's dollar for dollar is probably on par with that. I mean, I'm a little more partial to the barrel proof stuff, obviously, but I think quality wise, I think it's about that. So $75 is fair, I think. Moving on to the next one. Doc2324 commented, I wish a lot of liquor stores would have to sell for MSRP or at least within 15% to its customers. What do I think? Anything we can do besides no one buy it? That would be a great idea. I feel like if you have a liquor store and it's not state run, like North Carolina, that you should be able to price things with whatever you see fit. I, as the consumer, should have the freedom and the ability to walk in, make fun of your pricing on a video, and leave. Ideally, I think it's a good idea, but I just don't think it's practical. And you have to remember, too, a lot of these smaller liquor stores have to spend a shit ton of money on other products to even get those valuable bottles. So for them, I mean, like, I don't think it's right, but I understand it, if that makes sense. But moving on to the next one. Jason Jelinek1 said, Buffalo Trace is not good, and they keep it scarce to keep the best opinion. I don't know what the fuck that means. It's all subjective. But I think, objectively, Buffalo Trace for $25 is probably one of the best bottles at 90 proof you can get. I can't think of another one off the top of my head that's 90 proof and as good as Buffalo Trace is. So I don't know what that means. That last part made no sense. Do better. Moving on to the next one. Smokey Boy 2000 says, Angel's Envy sucks. I don't know if that's a controversial opinion. I mean, I haven't had Angel's Envy since before I was even really into whiskey, and I remember it tasted like a grape Jolly Rancher, even back then. I can't imagine what it tastes like now. It was the finished rye. I need to try some Angel's Envy stuff. The triple cask has me a little interested, honestly, and I've seen it around a little bit here and there. I don't know. I have never been overly impressed with Angel's Envy, but I don't necessarily think it sucks, but I understand it. Moving on to the next one. Alexander says, these people who say Russell's 10 is good, it ain't. I'll die on this hill. Well, guess what, Alexander? I got bad news for you. You're going to die alone and sad on that hill. Russell's 10 is great. You're stupid. Moving on to the next one. Almost Drunk Plumber says the secondary market is useful. I agree. I actually bought 2 bottles yesterday on the secondary, and I spent a shit ton of money on them. You'll see them hopefully in the November haul. I don't know if I'm going to be opening to do a review of them because I didn't even know those bottles existed until I saw them on that secondary page, and I started doing some research, and I was like, I need those immediately. Guess what distillery they're from? Yep. Moving on to the next one. David Rickhouse, friend of the show, David's Rickhouse says, finished bourbons are not a good look, i.e. Amberana. I said it before. I agree with you and me. I don't think all finished bourbons are bad. I think some finished bourbons are really, really good. In fact, I have a bottle that Beryl sent me that is a finished bourbon. I have not opened it yet. It is sitting over here. Next video to review. It's an ice wine finish. I don't know if I'm going to love it, to be perfectly honest with you, because I don't typically like wine finishes in bourbon. I feel like the wine kind of overtakes and knocks out the notes of things that I like from bourbon, but we'll see. Finished bourbons can work. I feel like rye does better finish than bourbon does, but that's my own personal opinion. But yeah, Amberana is not good from the few things I've had. I don't remember what I've had, but I remember someone saying it's Amberana, I'd be like, that's like what Rio would be, and hating it, so whatever. Moving on to the next one. Whiskey Dudes says, the legs on the side of the glass matter at all. I've had plenty of pours that have had legs just like everything else, but were thin as hell in the mouth. I don't know enough about like what makes the legs off of. I think it's like tannins from the barrel. I don't know. I'm stupid, guys. I don't know if you guys know, but I'm not the brightest person. It's very apparent if you see these videos. Well, you know what I'll say? I will say when I did the review of the Wild Turkey 70th anniversary bottle, I didn't notice any legs, but the mouthfeel was great. It didn't feel thin at all. I might have to start paying more attention to that because it's something I honestly don't really pay attention to much at all. I don't think it means as much with bourbon and whiskey as it does in wine. Again, I could be wrong. Comment down below. Moving on to the next one. Jace, friend in real life and friend of the show, says, Stag is too hot. You're going to kill me. I am. I'm going to beat you the next time I see you for making a comment like that. You should know better. But you say that, but like you drink Blanton's barrel proof is hotter than Stag, and you know it's true. You know I'm right. Moving on to the next one. Wine Lure 28 says, bourbon without ice tastes like baby vomit, but bourbon on ice is manna of the gods. I can't explain it. I can. You have brain damage. Jesus Christ. Wine Lure 20. I'm just kidding. It's been around for a long time. I obviously encourage people to drink things how they like it, obviously. But baby vomit? No, come on. Neat is the best experience because that's the way the spirit is intended to be drank. Not intended to be drank. It is the purest form of the spirit. Once you add ice, that introduces water to the spirit, it waters it down. I have no problem with people drinking stuff on ice. I do it from time to time. I did it on vacation this past week. I have no problem with it. I'm not a snob like that. But I think if you're trying to get the most out of bourbon, doing it neat at least first to see if you do need a cube or something like that for your flavor for your palate is a better move than just automatically throwing ice on it. Also, when you add ice and coldness to alcohol, it dulls a lot of the flavors. So I think trying it neat is at least the way to go at first. Moving on to the next one. Ray commented, Evan Williams 1792 small batch is better than Buffalo Trace. Now, Ray, here's the problem with that. I have taste buds, and no, it doesn't. It's not as good, not even close. The one I had is the Heroes Edition, and that wasn't even as good as regular Buffalo Trace. I think if you took the hype away from Buffalo Trace and just focused on the bottle, I bet you money it would be like a hidden gem kind of thing. No, Evan Williams 1792 small batch is not better than regular Buffalo Trace, and I'm sorry to be the one to tell you that you're wrong, but you are in fact wrong. Moving on to the next one. Last one here, Bucks, Beards, and Bourbon commented, on the rocks or go home. Another person who likes their whiskey on the rocks. I didn't know so many children were watching my videos. Honestly, I'm kidding. If you like it on the rocks, go for it. But everything I said in the last comment, I stand by. I'm actually going to do one more because that's a very similar comment. Woodford Bourbon Guy says, the neck pour is real. I don't know if I believe in the neck pour thing because I've used this example all the time when I talk about bottles opening up. No one's ever said that about George C. Stagg or William Leroy. They're like, it will be good once it opens up a little bit. No, it's not wine. If it needs evaporative loss from being open to be drinkable, it's not a good bottle of whiskey. It can become good later down the line because you've altered what it is. But I think if you are saying that something needs to mellow out, it means it's not good. Well, that's the end of the video. Thank you guys for watching. We are just about 100 subscribers away from 2,500 subscribers by the end of this year. I think we're going to hit it. And I can't thank you guys enough. I really appreciate it. Once we do hit 2,500, if we do it in the year 2024, I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. So make sure you sign up for that. And I can quit talking about it, which is the part that I'm really going to enjoy. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys in the next one. Leave your controversial bourbon opinions down below because I still have enough opinions on this phone to do like 3 more videos with. So, but I want some YouTube comments. Comment down below. Let me know your controversial bourbon opinions. And I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers.
A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now.
Today we're going to do a review of a bottle that Barrel Bourbon sent to do a review of. This is Barrel Bourbon Cask Finish Series Ice Wine. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are going to do a review of a bottle sent to me by Barrel. I really enjoyed the stuff that they've sent me so far. My favorite one so far that they've sent has been the Barrel Foundation. It's a 5-year 100 proof and like their cheaper version, but I'm excited to try this. So I don't know if they watch the videos religiously, but I'm not typically a huge fan of finishing, and I'm usually not a fan of like wine finishes because I feel like the wine kind of overpowers the bourbon, and if I'm drinking bourbon, I want to taste bourbon. I'm excited to try this because this is a cask strength version coming at 106.52 proof. First edition of this, age is 5 years old. I was trying to think if I've ever had ice wine before, and I believe I have. I live in Orlando, and Disney at Epcot, I believe in the Norway Pavilion, has ice wine. And I think I have had that before. So let's give this a pour. Let's see what we think. Hopefully this is really good. And thank you to Barrel for sending me this bottle. I really, really appreciate it. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. Ooh. That nose is interesting. It's a little harsher on the nose than I was anticipating at 106 proof. But the nose is nice. There's like a grapey note, but it's not like wine grape. Kind of reminds me of like a Buffalo Trace nose. Now, Barrel does blend. They don't make their own distillate. And this is I'm going to read the blend components here. It's a blend of a Kentucky 5 and 8-year-old, an Indiana 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 11-year-old, Tennessee 9 and 15-year-old, Wyoming 9-year-old. And the derived mash bill is corn 71%, rye 24%, malted barley 4%, and 1% wheat. So these are limited releases, by the way. This is a limited edition. I gotta be honest, this nose is really interesting. I definitely get like the oakiness coming in a little bit, which is interesting because I would have thought on a finish that I would get more of this like wine nose, and it's grapey, but not. It's almost like candy, like grape candy. The nose is very sweet. There's a very sweet nose. It smells like a bourbon though, and that's good for me because I was expecting this to have more of a wine finish nose to it. It definitely doesn't smell like average bourbon. It definitely has, like, you can tell there's something a little different with it. But I don't think I would have picked like a wine finish on this. There's definitely some caramel and vanilla coming off this as well. So you are getting some traditional bourbon notes. But let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Wow, that is really good. If you like really sweet bourbon, this is going to be right up your alley. I don't know what the MSRP is on this. They didn't send me like any like an information card or anything with this. It was just the bottle in the box. Wow, that is good. I'm very impressed. That grape candy note definitely carries over. This is sweet. I don't know if I could drink a bunch of this in one sitting. It's like a dessert pour. That wine note is coming really strong on the palate the more sips I take. But it is so balanced. Like, it is very balanced in the sweetness of the bourbon and like the sweetness from the wine. Like, this actually works. Is it my favorite thing I've ever had? No. Is it really solid? Yes. If you want to try something different and you like finishes, I would definitely say give this a shot. This is very interesting. I just wish it drinks a little hot for 106 proof. The more sips I'm taking on it now, I've had a few, it's kind of mellowing out a little bit. I'm a big fan of this. I wasn't so sure I was going to really like this, but I really do enjoy this. I think this is very interesting. I do think this is not for everybody. I think this is something that is going to be for very specific palates. It works for me, and I'm kind of surprised it works for me, because if you checked off things that I don't like off of the list, it would be like all of this, but it works. This is a good bottle that like reminds me of Christmas. I wish I had tried this before I did my Christmas and fall video, because this would be right up there with that. This was a very Christmassy holiday bottle, and I think it's great that they timed it for release this time of year. So, Beryl, thank you again for sending me this bottle to do a review of. I really appreciate it. Keep in touch. I'd like to know. I really would like to try the New Year's bottle. I've always wanted to try one of those. I've never seen one in person. So if you hand any of those out, I'd like to be a part of that, because I'm very curious about those. What would I give this on a scale of 1 to 10? I really actually genuinely like this, and I think for around the holidays, this is going to be a good one. This would be a good one to give a gift for and be like, look, I don't know if you like finished stuff, but if you do, this is a good holiday whiskey, holiday bourbon. I'm going to give it like a 7.9. That's a pretty high score. And it's a really high score when you factor in the fact that I'm not really into finished bourbons. But I think it's really, really good. So, yeah, I'm a fan. Thank you again to Beryl. I appreciate it very, very much. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you on the next one. Until then, cheers.
A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today, we're going to talk about 10 bourbons or whiskeys that surprised me. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're going to jump right into this list here. A few things before we get started. First, this is all just my opinion. Secondly, surprise can be good or it can be bad. So some of these bottles I'm going to say were surprising in a good way. Some of these bottles are going to be surprising in a bad way. So enough talking. Let's get into number one. These are in no particular order. I'm just going to grab them as I'm sitting here. First up is this year's Maker's Mark Cellar Aged 2024 release. This bottle was surprising as all hell because of how much I disliked it. I thought the 2023 was just okay. I had gotten it in a sample from a buddy of mine, and I thought it was just all right. And then I got my hands on this one, and I had the first review of this out on YouTube, so much so that people didn't even realize I was reviewing the 2024. They were commenting like, that's last year's, what are you talking about? It's not 2024. I was like, trust me, it's 2024. It says it on the bottle if you would look. But it's just surprising because of how bad it is. It is just so crazy to me that Maker's Mark had a mostly 13-year-old product as a blend of 12 and 13-year-olds, 15% 12, 85% 13-year, and it's just this mediocre. This should not be a special release. I know people really like this bottle. To me, it shouldn't be a special release. I think this is, at best, average, and it's just a bummer. This is one of my most disappointing bourbons of the year for sure. Moving on to the next one. Next one I grabbed here is a bottle from my favorite distillery. Favorite large distillery, I should say. Jack Daniel's. This is a bottle I got this year on the secondary market. I paid quite a bit for it. You know, I always wanted it when I first started getting into whiskeys because I tried the Sinatra and I was like, oh, it's in the same type of bottle. It's probably the same thing. I had no idea what I was talking about. But this is Jack Daniel's Gold number 27. This is a double oaked version of Jack Daniel's. And the problem with this is it's just too low proof. It's 80 proof. It smells like maple. It's finished in like a maple, what is it, maple barrel? Yeah. The nose is really, really nice, but it is just it surprised me when I first had it how thin it was and how boring it was for being Jack Daniels and being, one of my favorite distilleries. I would have assumed. I love double oak stuff. I love Jack Daniels. I kind of thought it was a no-brainer, but it's just really, really surprising at how bad this is. I was shocked. I remember doing the review and I was like, I actually almost didn't release the review because I don't like to be negative about things. If something is egregious, of course, I'll talk shit. But I mean, to be fair, this is an 80 proof bottle, but it was retail, I think, like $75-$80. So it's not inexpensive. So they don't get the pass of like, well, it's a $30 bottle. They don't get the pass. So they don't make this anymore from what I can find online. And I'm kind of glad because this is bad. It was surprising. It was shocking how bad it was. Moving on to the next one. Up next is a bottle that I talk about all the time and I absolutely adore it. I don't know why it took me so long to get one of these. I've always been an Old Forester fan. This is Old Forester 1897. The first time I tried this at a bar called The Whiskey here in Orlando, and I was just blown away by how good it was. 100 proof. There's like gorgeous green apple notes on this thing. This is like a really good introductory bourbon when you're trying to take a step up in proof from like, the 80 to 100 range. If you're kind of in that 80 to 95 range, this is a good one to step up to at 100. It's bottled in bond. Old Forester just makes incredible bourbon. So if you have not tried this somehow, the Old Forester 1897, do it. It is so good. These are incredible. I will always have one of these lying around because they are just moving on to the next one. Oh boy, another expensive one from 2024 that was super disappointing. This is Little Book the Infinite. I know people love this. I just feel like it's just kind of a meh Booker's. You know what? I haven't had it in a long time. Let's just do an impromptu tasting here and see how we feel about it. See if my opinion has changed at all. Again, I know people like this one, but it was just surprising to me how unremarkable and unspecial it tasted. It tasted like any other Booker's that I've had that I didn't really care for. Yeah, I mean, it's still, to me, I'm still here with this. It smells like boiled peanut juice. I stand by it. Anyone who likes this, I'm happy for you, but I think you're kind of crazy. I saw people talking like bottle of the year. Absolutely not. I think it's okay. It's better than I remember it being, but it was still, when the first time I tried it, was surprising at how just not great it was. And it bummed me out, and it still bums me out because I spent a lot of money on that bottle. Moving on to the next one. This is my most recent review, if I've uploaded them in the order that I've recorded them. This is JT Mellick. This is a rice whiskey. This is surprising because the first time I tried it was in a blind, and it won my blind like by a lot. I even said like there's a huge gap between 1 and 2 in that blind. It beat out bottles like E.H. Taylor Barrel Proof. It beat out bottles like Russell's 13. Just really showed up, and I didn't even know what the selections were, and it was like a double blind essentially because I just was drinking whiskey. It was just really, really solid, and it blew me away. It was surprising, especially with it being made from rice. Like the fruitiness that you get on this, like it's completely shocking. JT Mellick, I know they're like hyped right now, but that is for good reason because they are making incredible whiskey, and it's very unique. So moving on to the next one. Up next is a bottle that I really, really enjoyed. It's one of my favorite rye whiskeys of the year, if not my absolute favorite, is A. Overholt. This is a rye whiskey. It's a Mahang. I forget how to say it. I read the description. I read it in the comments of the video and I forgot already. But it's a true rye whiskey. It is really, really solid. I was surprised when I tried it because I don't typically like rye whiskeys, but this is one of my favorite ryes I've ever had. I think it's fantastic. I actually wish that when I do my updated best ryes of all time, this will be on that list for sure. I really, really like it. It's 95 proof. It's $45. It's made by Jim Beam. Jim Beam's like really crushing it right now with me. If you haven't got your hands on one of these yet, you should because these are fantastic rye whiskeys. I highly, highly urge you to do it. It surprised me. Moving on to the next one. Up next is a bottle, and the reason it was so surprising was I had completely written off this distillery, and I'm glad I gave them another shot because the first thing I tried for them was their wheated bourbon, and I tend to like wheated bourbon. So I know I kind of went on a tirade about the Maker's Mark, but I love wheated bourbon. It's one of my favorite categories of bourbon. I love wheated bourbon. And I tried the wheated bourbon from Green River, and it was absolutely terrible. I don't think I even have it on the shelf to be shocked by, but the reason this is on this list, this is the Green River Foolproof, is how this surprised me in a crazy way. Like, I was so completely shocked that was this good from this distillery. They make really good stuff. The only I cannot believe the one thing I had from them wasn't good. I still don't like their wheated bourbon. I think it's not very good. I love their rye and I love their regular bourbon, but their Foolproof and their single barrel picks are just unbelievable. The Foolproof is just, it's insanely good. It surprised the hell out of me with how good this was, and I'm really glad I gave it another shot, and you should too. Moving on to the next one. All right, this is another bottle from Jim Beam that really surprised me. This is the Jim Beam Sunshine Blend. This is a bottle that was like literally, I think, $19, $20, something like that. 80 proof, Jim Beam. All of those things are like on a checklist that I wouldn't typically gravitate towards or even like. And for some reason it works. It's super bright, super drinkable, super light. Tastes like oranges. It's like really a solid, very inexpensive bottle. And it's something that just, if you want to just crush a few bourbons and not, have something cask strength or higher proof, you can do it and be totally happy with your choice. It really surprised me. I was shocked at how good this was. I'll keep one on the shelf because I think it's really solid. And I think people who like orange notes will really gravitate towards this one. But it is a shockingly solid bourbon for $20. Moving on to the next one. All right, this next one. This one was shocking to me because I had up to this point, the only other bottle from this lineup I had was the regular Blanton's. This is Blanton's Gold. This shocked me because I think Blanton's is okay. I think it's good. I think it's a solid bottle. I don't think it's like the best bourbon of all time. I don't get all the hype surround it necessarily until you start talking about Blanton's Gold. This one, the first time I tried this, I was like, am I crazy or is this like really, really good? And I have had, maybe it could just be that it's a special barrel. I doubt that because I feel like even though they're single barrels, they're pretty consistent across the board from the ones that I've had. But I just feel like this one surprised me because I was like expecting it just to be a slightly better version of Blanton's, and it just like blows regular Blanton's out of the water. And to me, this blows straight from the barrel out of the water too. Like the flavor profile at this proof is like what Blanton should be. And it's fantastic. I wish it wasn't so expensive, but it's a really solid bottle. If you're a Blanton's hater, I would urge you to try the Gold. I think this is the best balance between this and straight from the barrel. That's just my opinion, but it surprised me with how good it was. Moving on to the final one. This is probably my most surprised I've ever been from a bottle. This is Russell's Reserve 15, this year's release. Obviously, there's not a second release yet. I hated Russell's 13. I had a bottle of it. I don't trade my whiskey once it's open. I tend to just, even though I don't like with the Maker's Mark cellar aged, I'm going to keep it, and it will be a reminder not to overspend for a video, which I absolutely did. I disliked the Russell's Reserve 13 so much. It was batch. I think it was batch. It was not this year. It was last year's batch. I think that was batch 4 or 3. I forget. I think it was 4. Which there was one that's like noticeably bad, and it was that one. And I checked the laser code, and I talked to friends about it at that time. That's not a good batch. I actually ended up trading it. I wish I'd have kept it in retrospect just to have it. I remember when they announced Russell's 15, I was like, I'm not even going to hunt this. I do not care at all about it. It's not going to be something I want. And I am so glad I got one because this is arguably one of the best bourbons of the year. I don't know if it's number one for me personally, but it is undeniably in the conversation. It is fantastic. There's one that I think I might like a little bit better than this one. There's two that I might like a little bit better than this one. But this is objectively like an incredible bottle of bourbon. And I got it at retail. I got it at $2.50, and I'm glad I did. And it genuinely surprised me. I went from trading the Russell's 13 to like adoring Russell's 15 and like really wanting it back up. So that's the list, everyone. Thank you all for watching. I appreciate it very much. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. I think by the time this video comes out, we may have already hit 2,500 subscribers. If we have, thank you very much. Details will be coming out about the giveaway very soon. I'm going to give away stuff on a live stream, so we'll get that all figured out once we get to that number. But we may be there already. If we are, thank you. And if not, make sure you hit subscribe so you can be entered to win one of the 3 bottles I'm going to do an allocated giveaway. And it's going to be a good time. So thank you guys for watching. I will see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. A few weeks ago, I made a video that was a bourbon haul for October, and I thought that I wouldn't be getting anything else past that video. Boy, was I wrong. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, yes, I did a video like this a few weeks ago. That was a bourbon haul for October, but I'm stupid and said this. After today,
when I'm filming this. I don't suspect that I'll be getting anything new or exciting. Very dumb, right? I called it mid-October, said I wasn't going to be getting anything else. So this is an unexpected part 2 to that video. So I'm going to go through all of the whiskeys and bourbons that I got in the very last week of October of 2024. Let's go ahead and go with them. Make sure you stay till the end of the video because I have a bottle that is a unicorn that I'm very excited to have. First up, thanks to my buddy Craig who watches the videos. He sent me the Conviction, the Southern Grace Distillery Honey Cask Finish. I was very excited to get one of these. These are delicious. It is Conviction bourbon at 90 proof, which is usually a lot lower than their proof point that they release things at. But I am assuming it's because they had one barrel. They had one barrel of honey, and they were able to finish, that little bit, and so they proofed it down. This stuff's amazing. This is probably the best honey finish stuff I had. I do wish it was higher proof. I am a proof guy. I will fully admit that, but this is very flavorful, even at 90 proof. And if you live in the Charlotte area, I would recommend highly that you grab one of these. They literally only did one barrel of it, so around 180 bottles, I think is what they told me. Maybe 200, something like that. But call the distillery, see if they still have them, because if they do, you're going to want moving on to the next one. All right, next up here, I finally got it just came out. I'm so spoiled. I didn't get it the day it released. Whatever. I got Stag 24B. I have not opened this yet. I am going to be doing a review of this sooner than later. Stag is some of my favorite stuff to get every year. I have been very lucky getting my hands on the Stags, and I cannot wait to crack this open. I haven't read or heard a single thing about them. I do that on purpose before I do a review, so I don't know. If you can comment down below, let me know if you hear it's good or not. I mean, I've never had a Stag that was a batched version of Stag that was bad. I've had a few single barrels that were not great, but in all the regular releases, I've never had anything that I really didn't like. They've all been kind of different levels of okay to good to great. We'll see where this one lines up. This one comes in at 127.8 proof, so we'll see when we get this bad boy open, but let's move on to the next one. My buddy Dan was able to get me a bottle that I've been wanting for quite some time. This is JT Mellick, Louisiana handcrafted rice whiskey, store pick from Specs, coming in at 123.7 proof. I have done a review of this. I'm not sure if I've released it yet. It is recorded and edited and ready to go. The patrons have it. If you're curious about my Patreon, the link's in the description down below. Become a free member, become a paid member. It means a lot no matter what you do, and it really helps out the channel because I'm a small creator, and getting that money directly and putting all of the money back into the channel, and then some, it helps a lot. So if you're interested in that. But Dan's a patron over there, and he was able to get his hands on this for me, and I released this video over there, but it'll be coming out for the general public sooner than later. Spoiler alert. JT Mellick kicks ass. I'm going to try to do a barrel pick with them at some point for the patrons and beyond. I'm just so impressed with all the stuff I've had from them. And this bottle's no exception. So I don't want to give too much away, but I kind of did. Oh, well, who cares? It's a different video. Please watch the video when it comes out. But yeah, cash strength, single barrel pick from Specs. It's fantastic. If you see JT Mellick in your area, definitely get them. They are fantastic. Moving on to the next one. Up next is a bottle that I was very excited for and forgot was coming out when it was announced earlier this year. This is Old Grandad 16, a 16-year, 100-proof version of Old Grandad. Coming up soon, I'm actually going to do a video where I blind all of the releases from Old Grandad and see which one's the best. I have not opened this one yet. This one was $200, 16-year, 100-proof. I wish it was a little higher proof, but I understand with that age statement, there's not going to be a lot left in each barrel, so I understand. But I wish it was a little higher proof, even like 115, 120. But Old Grandad's awesome. I love the bonded. I love the 114. So we'll see how this stands up in the lineup, and I'm really excited to try this. Can't go wrong with Old Grandad. Moving on to the next one. It wouldn't be a Brad's Bourbon Reviews video if I didn't get something from Jack Daniels to put on the list, right? So I finally got a Jack Daniels Coy Hill. This is this year's release, 125 proof. It's not a hazmat, but I have opened this. I have not done a review of it. And I'm honestly a little hesitant to do a review of this one because these are single barrels. They are hard to get. The proof point is all over the place. It's kind of irrelevant if I do a review on a Jack Daniels Coy Hill. I kind of feel like. Let me know if you want to see it down in the comments. I wouldn't be opposed to doing a review of it, but I just don't know if it's worth it. I mean, everyone knows these are great. It seems kind of silly, but I do love Jack Daniels. I love this bottle. This might be my favorite Jack Daniels I've ever had, which is saying a lot because I love Jack Daniels 10 and 12 so much. This might be better than that. I don't know. I am a proof guy, so I like the proof to it. I can vouch for Jack Daniels Coy Hill. I just don't know if your specific single barrel will be as good as this one is, but yeah,
no shit. If you can find one of these, grab it. It cost me $75. I know they go for crazy money. Got it at Publix here in Florida, here in Orlando. So moving on to the next one. And speaking of Jack Daniels, I kind of went crazy this month and bought something that I didn't even know existed until I saw it on a Facebook page. Fell in love with the bottle design. I think the bottles are gorgeous. I probably won't open these, to be honest with you, because it's just not something that I'm that interested in, but I wanted to have them for the shelf, for the collection, because they are very, very unique. This is Jack Daniels Batch 1 Tennessee Unaged Rye Whiskey. It's a clear liquid in these beautiful bottles. And then it also came with the Batch 2 of the Rested Rye. So that's part of the reason why I don't want to do a review of it, is because I'd be reviewing Batch 1 of the distillate and then Batch 2. I don't know. It seems kind of stupid to like compare them. Even though they are from the same distillery and the same expression, essentially they are two different batches, so they could be very, very different. I'm a big Jack Daniels fanboy. If this is your first time watching a video, welcome. I'm a big Jack Daniels fan. Moving on to the last one, and this is the best one. All right, this is the big boy for the video. This is the big boy for the month. This might be my most sought after bottle, unicorn bottle for me personally for the year. Even over the Jack Daniels Coy Hill, I got an Old Forester birthday bourbon. I have heard that this is a very, very good birthday bourbon this year. I'm very excited. Got it at retail. It was $199, I believe, or maybe $220, something like that. It is very exciting to have one of these. I have not opened it yet. I think I'm going to save it for my birthday. Makes sense, right? For your birthday bourbon. I'm glad I got a birthday bourbon that was actually a good year, because I hear some of them are not that great. So I'm excited to get it. That is it. That is the video. Thank you guys for watching. I believe at this point we are either like 2 or 3 people away, or we have hit my goal of 2,500 subscribers by the end of the year 2024, which means we'll be doing a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. They are sitting right over there. I'm going to do a live stream coming up soon, possibly this week, maybe the week after, and I'm going to do a giveaway there. So make sure you hit subscribe. Make sure you hit the bell notification icon. Like the video as well, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. The name of this channel is Brad's Bourbon Reviews, and bourbon is made out of corn, but some of the best whiskey I've had in a long time is made out of something that's not corn. It's made out of rice. This is JT Mellick. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I am reviewing a bottle of JT Mellick. This is a hand-selected single barrel pick at cash strength from Specs. My buddy Dan hooked me up with this. I gotta say, man, I have had, I think now 2 different samples sent to me of JT Mellick, and people just telling me how good it was. And I got to be honest with you, I didn't believe the hype. And then I got sent a blind, and I didn't know the results. I didn't even know what the bottles were until I finished. I just straight up just was like, this is my favorite. This bottle, not this specific bottle, but a JT Mellick bottle won by a landslide. It beat out E.H. Taylor. It beat out Russell's Reserve 13. It beat out a few other heavy-hitting bottles. This is truly some of the best whiskey I've had. Now, single barrels vary, so we know that. But this is cash strength, coming in at 123.7 proof. Bottle number 10 for Specs. And it is 4+ years. That's all they say on the age statement there. But yeah, Louisiana handcrafted rice whiskey. JT Mellick is just super impressive to me. The bottle's gorgeous, the label's beautiful, the colors, the blue and the gold. It's just perfect. It's just perfect. It looks beautiful on the shelf. I'm really excited to do a proper review of this because I have been dying to do a review of this ever since I did that blind and it came in first place. So this is rice whiskey. This is not a bourbon. Do not let that scare you away. It's shocking how good this stuff is. If you can come across one of these, I would urge. I'm just gonna tell you, I haven't had this specific single barrel yet, but as a whole, I would say if you come across these while you're out hunting, grab them. They make incredible stuff. I've had several of them already, but we're going to review this specific one. This is barrel serial number 263. So if you are in, I think this was in Texas where he got this. I could be wrong. Give it a nosing and a mouthing. I'm sorry. First off, the color on that is just unbelievable. There's like mixed red fruits in here. There's 0 ethanol burn on a fresh crack at 123 proof. 123.7, almost 124 proof. 0 ethanol burn on the nose. 0. Absolutely zero. Like, so much so that if I got this, I would probably guess this was around 95 to 100 proof. Just because in my experience, a lot of really low proof whiskeys come off unpleasant on the nose and it kind of can be mistaken for alcohol. But there's 0 ethanol burn on this. It's very sweet on the nose. A little bit of like a creamy note, like the cream of a creme brulee. It's primarily a like a really fruity nose. I've gotten this note on other whiskeys before, and I don't know if I actually made the video when I did it last time, so I'm just going to say it again. This nose reminds me of the brand of gummy bears from the 80s and 90s called Amazing Fruits. I know I've gotten that note before, but it reminds me of this. Reminds me of that again. It's just like putting your nose in that Amazing Fruit bag as a kid. It's like indescript fruit. I can't really like narrow it down. There's some earthiness to this too. Some like slightly floral and like oakiness, woodiness. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. That is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. All the fruit notes carry over to the palate. I will say the palate drinks hotter than the nose is. It definitely drinks 123 proof. If I was just drinking this and didn't know what it was, I would be convinced this was like an older rye whiskey. The finish just finished. That is a long finish. I cannot believe this is made out of rice. That is so bizarre to me. There is like a dustiness on the very, very end that I just got for the first time. And it's like, it's dusty leaning into oak. And it's interesting because the fruit forwardness of it is very sweet. And then you get that like kind of leaning into bitter. It's interesting. I don't love it. That specific aspect of the finish, but it's there and it's interesting. It's an interesting way to balance something out because it's super sweet when you first try it. I adore it. I think it's fantastic. Every time I've taken a sip, that like bitter finish that I was talking about kind of goes away. This bottle's delicious. I cannot recommend JT Mellick enough. I mean, I know people talk about them all the time, and I was kind of under the impression that people talked about them because they were sponsored by them, but apparently they don't do any sponsorships. But yeah, there's a reason. This stuff's just absolutely delicious. Like, it's really solid, and it's rice. I can't believe it. It's just so interesting. A little bit of orange coming in too. Yeah, it just reminds me of a rye whiskey. Like, if you like rye whiskeys, which I tend to not like rye whiskeys, but this would be, if this was a rye whiskey, it'd be a very good rye whiskey. This is just a fantastic whiskey overall. JT Mellick, I would love to do a barrel pick with you guys. Would you guys be interested in a Brad's Bourbon Reviews JT Mellick pick? I think it'd be great. Maybe we can work that out. I know that they have watched some videos in the past because I've seen them like a few things. So if we could make that happen, let me know, JT Mellick. I'd like to know costs and that kind of stuff, and maybe we could work something out. All right, that's it. Oh, no, it's not. What would I give this as on a rating? It's going to be high. Going to be one of the higher ones of the year because I'm officially getting to finally do a proper review of this, and I think this is fantastic. I know this is a single barrel, so it's kind of hard to. But I've had enough of these now where I can kind of say, as overall as a cask strength product from them, that's what I'm rating. Yes, I'm rating the single barrel, but I'm rating the idea of this as a whole. I'm going to give it like an 8.4. That's high. Yeah, that's really fucking delicious. I can't say anything other than that. Like, it's just unbelievable. So if you see these out in the wild, grab one. I don't know how much they cost. I think they're probably around $80-$90. I love it. And I love that there's like barrel particulate in there too. Oh, it's just the best. JT Mellick could crush it. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today, I'm going to be talking about bottles of whiskey or bourbon that I really like that you might not. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I was sitting around talking to my friends today in our group chat, and a bottle came up that is on this list, and it got me thinking about bottles that I really enjoy that others might not. These are in no particular order, but let's go ahead and start the list off with Jack Daniel's Sinatra Select. Now, here's the thing. I am old now. I'm at a point where I have nostalgic whiskey. This is objectively not the best thing that Jack Daniel's releases. It is a very low proof. I think is it 80 proof? 90 proof. It is a lower proof special release. It is a liter of Jack Daniel's whiskey. You get a great special box and all that stuff, and you're paying for the name Sinatra. I totally understand, but I have a special attachment to this bottle. This is the first expensive whiskey that I ever tasted, and I use quotes, but it's really not cheap. I mean, this bottle's like $175 in a lot of places. I see it in Orlando all the time for like $180. I got mine at Sam's. It was much less than that. I think it was like $140, and that's why I bought it. But I have always wanted one of these. I have always loved this bottle. I will never not have a bottle of this on the shelf. I think it's not a bad version of Jack Daniels. The difference is with the Sinatra Select, they groove into the staves of the barrel so that it gets deeper into the oak of the barrel. So it's a little oakier. It's sweet oak. It's not a bitter oak. It's very sweet oak. And I really do like this bottle, but I also understand the criticism behind this bottle, especially at the price point and the proof for the price. I totally understand it, but this is a bottle that I just genuinely love. Of course, it's Jack Daniels. It's a Brad's Bourbon Reviews video. Moving on to the next one. This is the last Jack Daniels on this list, and this is a simple one. I don't have a other bottle of it, but it's just the Jack Daniels Old No. 7. I still like this from time to time. I don't drink it neat, if I'm being perfectly honest with you, at least not often. I will from time to time try it just neat. But it is objectively not a great bottle of whiskey or bourbon. It's bourbon. I'm just going to say bourbon. And you can comment down below. It's not. They export it as bourbon, and it meets all the legal requirements of bourbon. It's bourbon. But I love it. It's again another one. I can't believe I'm old enough to have nostalgia whiskey at this point. But here we are. First time I ever had Jack Daniels was on my 21st birthday. A friend of the family got me a bottle. And I was going through a rough time in my life, and I kind of look back fondly and think about that time with Jack Daniels because it was it really ignited like a love for me with Jack Daniels, and that's where it all starts, was that bottle. So I really do still like Old No. 7, but I totally get why people don't. Moving on to the next one. Up next is a brand I don't talk about very often because I don't have a ton of experience with them, but all the stuff that I have had from them I've really enjoyed. Even their rum is really good. Their Texas rum is solid. I really like this, but this is the one that's my favorite right now, and this is another one for me that I totally understand why people do not like it, but for me, I like it. This is Balcones Texas Pot Still Bourbon. I love it. It's not even expensive. If you don't like Texas bourbon, you are not going to like this bottle. But I love that like funky, like almost, it smells like humidity almost or something. I know many people who don't like Texas whiskey or bourbon in general, and I disagree. I think it's really good. Some of it, I don't love all of it. Garrison Brothers is another bottle that I really like. I still don't have any on the shelf at the moment. I love Texas bourbon, and I love Balcones. They do incredible stuff. So if you were into Texas whiskey or Texas bourbon, I would highly recommend you give this a shot if you haven't already. It's pretty solid, and it's inexpensive, and it's pretty damn good in my opinion. Moving on to the next one. This is the bottle that in the intro I was talking about. This is 1792 bottled in bond. I didn't know people didn't love this one. I know people like the foolproof and all that stuff, but I think this is probably my favorite. This is another pick from Specs. But yeah, this is one of my favorite 1792s. Maybe it's just a really solid single barrel, but they were like not even willing to pay $5 a pour for 1792 bottled in bond, which I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe this is just a really exceptional barrel. Could be. I doubt it, but it's a possibility with it being a single barrel. I like 1792 bottled in bond. If you have never tried it, I know it's a little more easy to find than it used to be. I've seen it on the shelf sitting at some Publixes around here, so it's definitely easier to find. I don't know if it's necessarily easy to find, but it is out and about, and if you see one, grab one, because I think they're pretty good. Moving on to the next one. This is the most hard to find or allocated bottle on this video. I remember when people were doing the reviews when this bottle came out, they were complaining about the price. So I ended up doing a blind of all of the Old Forester Whiskey Row series, so now you know what bottle I'm talking about. And it won my blind, so I have to put it in this video. I think it's a phenomenal bottle. I love it. I'm so glad I have it. This is Old Forester 1924. I love this thing. I think this bottle is fantastic. I could not believe all the negative reviews coming out about it. I mean, if you're talking about price, I understand, but have that same criticism of Wild Turkey. They are the most egregious when it comes to price for what you're getting out of it. I mean, even though the stuff they do sell at that price point is still really good stuff, but Old Forester, this bottle is amazing. I mean, I would urge you to do a blind. I bet you it ranks higher than you think it will rank. It's pretty good. If you take the price out of it and just taste the bottle for what it is, I think it's really solid. So I know I'm probably in the minority on that, or maybe opinion has changed a little bit since I did my review of it, but I remember people being like, you're crazy, this bottle sucks. It does not suck. It kicks ass. So Old Forester 1924, I love it very much. Moving on to the next one. This is a bottle from a distillery that I kind of started revisiting after I found the Decanter series bottle. This is James Pepper 1776. I have given this to people and they think it's not great, and I don't know why. It's got root beer notes. To me, it's just like, it's about as good as you can get for a $30 bottle. I love it so much. I love the bottle design. I love everything about it. I love it. It says 1776, getting back to America. People don't tend to like it when I give it to them. Maybe I need better friends who don't have shitty taste in whiskey. You know who you are. So if you've never tried 1776 James E. Pepper bourbon, I highly recommend you do so. And I have a proper review coming out about this bottle very, very soon. So keep your eyes out for that. Moving on to the next one. Another little cheapy bottle here. This is Jim Beam Sunshine Blend. I know I've talked about this bottle a lot lately. It's come up in a few videos, but like I have had people try it and they were like, it's Jim Beam. I don't know what you like about it. I really like. I hope I can still find one because I really would like another one because I really, really enjoy this bottle quite a bit. I would love to put one away for next summer because I feel like this with Coke at the pool would be a solid winning combination. 80 proof. It's $15-16. It's nothing crazy, but I like it a lot more than other people do. Apparently, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like most whiskey people probably think I'm crazy for liking this. And if you do, I don't know what to tell you. It's good. Moving on to the next one. I thought for sure when I tasted this next bottle that people were going to be ranting and raving about how good it was. And I have only seen opinions that were different than mine, which is totally fair. But I'm talking about Bullet Rye, the 12-year Bullet Rye. I have not seen anyone really talk about this thing. And I thought, at least for a while when I got it this year, I was like, this could be the best rye of the year. I think there's been a few better ones. I think there's been a few better ones since this came out. Man, it is good. I really like it. I think people see Bullet Rye and kind of just dismiss it the way they see, or at least used to see, Jack Daniel's special releases and just kind of dismiss it like it's Jack Daniel's. No one gives a crap. If you're looking for a higher age statement whiskey at not a crazy price, I feel like this was like not even $60. I don't remember exactly how much it was. So it's 12-year. It's their 95.5 rye. It's not anything that's going to like blow your hair back, but I think it's a really solid bottle. And I saw people getting a lot of hate, and it was confusing to me because I felt like this is a pretty solid bottle. Moving on to the next one. This bottle was actually in contention for Bourbon of the Year for me. I don't think it is staying to that level now with a few things that I've had that are just like undeniably amazing, including Russell's 15. And a few other ones that I'll be talking about later on. I know people are wanting to know which ones I meant. I know I teased it in a video. I'm going to tell you, but it's going to be in a video. This is Redwood Empire Screaming Titan. I freaking love this thing. I think it's my favorite of their special releases this year. And for a while, I was kind of convinced like this is going to be in the running for Bourbon of the Year. I just don't think it quite edges out some of the later releases we've gotten this year, but make no mistake, it is absolutely delicious. So if you can still find these, I think batch 2 has started to come out now. This is batch 1. If you see batch 1, grab it. I haven't tried batch 2, so I can't recommend it yet, but it's just a damn good wheated bourbon, and I think it's really, really solid. So if you can get one of these of batch 1, I highly recommend you do so. Moving on to the last one. This bottle is very, very, very divisive. I actually don't even know anyone else that loves it as much as I do, but this is High West Campfire. This is a awesome bottle. It is not for everyone. I totally understand that, but if you like this type of thing, if you like smoky whiskey or if you like scotch, this is going to be right up your alley. They could not have named it a better name than Campfire. It smells and tastes like you're drinking a campfire. And I know that sounds bizarre, but it is absolutely delicious. High West puts out really, really good bottles. So try them if you haven't. If you have and you don't like it, fair enough, but give it a shot. I think it will surprise a lot of people because it is very, very smoky, but there's also like butterscotch notes and like toasted marshmallow notes on this. I was talking about this with one of my patrons over the weekend and I hadn't tried it in a long time. And I was like, man, I need to get another one of these. I love them. I don't even know if they still do the special release of Campfire, but I need to get all of them. I want all of them because I love them that much. But that is the list, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for watching. And thank you all. We hit 2,500 subscribers over the weekend. I woke up this morning to it. Thank you very, very much. Check out the Patreon if you are interested. There's a lot of cool perks and stuff that we're doing. And I'm getting involved with some barrel picks. You're not going to want to miss those out, including possibly JT Mellick. That's the video. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today we're going to talk about something that I have never really talked about on the channel before, and that is flavored whiskey. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're going to do a little, not a deep dive. I have 5 different samples here of flavored whiskey. Flavored whiskey is a category, if you want to call it that is like, and I mean this with no disrespect, because there are some that I really like this bottle of Howler Head. I haven't had, even the one I like, I probably haven't had in a year and a half. It's not something I go to very often. And I mean this with no disrespect. It is like the lowest common denominator of whiskey. It is literally probably bubbly, not great whiskey, 2 to 3, 4 years, maybe aged, covered with flavoring. That's all it is. And that's the reason that it's flavored whiskey and not flavored bourbon. Bourbon cannot have additives. Whiskey can, which is one of the reasons why I like bourbon so much. There's no layers to peel back. Bourbon itself is kind of a standard. It is at least the most regulated of all of the spirits. The reason I don't typically gravitate towards these flavored whiskeys is I'm not a big fan of sweets. And whenever I have had some of these that I did enjoy from time to time, it's like I can have one maybe and then it's over. And third, I don't like the way that it's A, low proof, and B, also like the mouthfeel. I feel like I'm drinking like Coke syrup or something. Like it's not my go-to thing. These samples were provided by my buddy Matt, who is also not like the biggest fan of flavoring stuff. We were talking about it one day at a drop, and I was like, I haven't done a video on it. He was like, I'll send you some samples. I was like, cool, let's do it. So I got some samples from him to do. So the bottles that we're going to do here, I'm not even going to do B-roll for this video. That's how disrespectful I'm going to be here. Is Ballatini chocolate whiskey coming in at 60 proof. Jesus Christ. Look at the color on that. It's like brown and it's 60 proof. That's not good. Then we're going to do, I think this is owned by Dana White, the owner, the head of the UFC, Howlerhead banana flavored whiskey, which by the way, I'd love to do something with you, Howlerhead. I can do a Howlerhead single barrel pick. I'm not kidding. I would do that in a heartbeat. Then we have some samples here. We're going to finally try Crown Blackberry, which is like taking the world by storm for whatever fucking reason. We then have Crown Apple. Great. Then we have Crown Salted Caramel. Man, I haven't had Crown Royal since I was like 23. And the only experience I ever had, I know the only time I've ever had Crown. I used to do improv and stand-up comedy, and I would do bartending during some of the shows that we would do. This was like in 2011. No, it was earlier than that. Like this is like 2010. And I would bartend from time to time for them before the shows. And one time I was bartending, and one of the people knew that I was going to be in the show, bought me a shot of Crown Royal, and I took a shot of it, and I didn't realize that it had been sitting on top of like the dishwasher, so it was hot. And I took a shot of that, and I almost threw up. So that is my only experience with Crown, and I do not like it. And that story is seared in my brain because I hated it so badly. So I'm going to try these. I don't know the proof on the Crown or any of the Crowns, but I do know that Howlerhead is 80 proof, which is a little closer to where we need to be. So let's go ahead and do these in proof order, at least the two. I'm going to try the Ballatini chocolate. And I'm going to go in with an open mind. I know I just rolled my eyes, but I'm going to go in with an open mind. Maybe it's really, really good. I doubt it, but it really could be. This is pouring out like maple syrup. This is going to be bad. Hey, guess what? Guess what it smells like? You got it right. And then like nothing else. I don't even smell whiskey. It smells like Hershey syrup. I'm not going to do full reviews on these. I'm going to rank them and see which one's my favorite at the end of it. See, that's what I don't like about it. The flavor is good. It tastes like drinking. This video is going to get 4 views. It tastes like drinking Hershey syrup. That doesn't taste like alcohol at all. So I get the appeal of it. If you want to just drink and you don't care about what you're drinking and you just want to get a buzz and you want it to taste good, this is fine. This is not bad at all. This is not bad. I'm going to be objective here. This is not bad. Is it what I like? Absolutely not. All right, Ballatini, you're in first place. All right, moving on to, I'm assuming Howlerheads, and these are all probably around the same proof. We're going to do Howlerhead. Now, I do have a bias to this one because I actually do genuinely like Howlerhead. I'm a banana guy anyway. This smells exactly like the wrapper of a banana Laffy Taffy. This is exactly what it smells like. Howlerhead is like my guilty pleasure of whiskey. I actually genuinely like it quite a bit. I know that most people will probably not like this, but if you like banana Laffy Taffy or any artificial banana flavored anything, this is going to be right up your alley. And there's no way this doesn't jump right to number 1. Yep, number 1. I really like that Howlerhead. I might have to go buy a bottle of Howlerhead. I haven't had it in so long. All right, let's try the Crown Blackberry, because this is the thing people were freaking out about. Even here in Florida, it's 1 per person, and people are literally buying them and like freaking out about it. Here's the problem. You can make anything taste good if you add flavoring to it. That's what's special about whiskey and bourbon that doesn't have flavor added to it. It's the wood and the time and the expertise of how to age something, what the mash bill is. That's what makes it interesting. That's why when you taste a bourbon and it has banana notes or it has, cherry notes, there's no cherry flavoring in there. This is like a cheat code and a way to get rid of bad whiskey, in my opinion. I know we're going on a tirade here, and I got to be honest with you, this smells absolutely fantastic. It smells a little medicine-y, though. It smells more like grape Dimetap than it does blackberry. Again, I get no ethanol burn on any of these, but I feel like this would go well with like a lemonade. That's actually really good. That's actually really good. And I don't know if I could drink a lot of this. as a mixer, yeah, this is good. You mix this with lemonade, go out by the pool, hang out. This is a good one. I can't believe I'm about to do this, but objectively, I think it is better than Howler Head, and I cannot believe I'm saying this right now. So Crown Blackberry, beyond all reason, you're in first place. That is crazy to me. Because here's why. The Howler Head still has that thick, like gross, syrupy taste to it. It's not as bad as like the chocolate one, but it is not present here on this Crown at all. It tastes sweet, but it doesn't have that thick taste, which I can't stand. So Crown Blackberry, you showing up. All right, let's get into some Crown Apple. I also remember when they did that Crown Apple 23 year. Who is that for? Who's that is like a whiskey dork that would spend that much money on a flavored whiskey? And then on the flip side of that, if you're drinking flavored whiskey, you're probably not a whiskey dork, unless you're me and have to do it for this video. But you're probably not a whiskey dork. And if that's the case, you're not spending like $250 or whatever it was on a flavored whiskey. I just don't see who that was for. I think people bought it as a novelty, as a joke, but I don't think anyone took it seriously. If I'm wrong, comment in the comments, let me know that I'm crazy. Maybe it was really good and I missed out on a gem. I don't know, and we'll never know. But let's try this one out and see how we feel. So for fall, I love those candy apple suckers that are like caramel wrapped in like a green apple piece of lollipop candy. I love them. I have them in my house right now, and I've had one every day since I bought them. I love them so much. This smells just like the apple part of that. Green apple. There's not any red apple in there. It's like a Granny Smith apple, essentially. It smells good. No whiskey, or this one has a little bit of burn on it that the other ones haven't had, but I don't get any whiskey whatsoever out of this. Let's try it. You're better than the chocolate, but you're not better to me than Howler Head. So I'm going to put it in third place here. That is not bad. Another not bad one. That's another one. Of course, mix it. Mix it with something, and you'll probably be okay with it. Drinking it normal or straight, or even like on the rocks, might still be too much. You're in third place there. And we have the last one here, the Crown Salted Caramel. This one smells the most like whiskey. And in fact, I think this actually would be a really, really good beginner whiskey to pick out that caramel note that you get in a lot of whiskeys, and specifically bourbons. This is not a bad call, honestly, for people who are getting into whiskey to try this and really learn how to pick up that nose. Like a Larceny. If you had this next to a Larceny barrel proof, because I feel like I remember that being super caramel on the nose, and like A/B comparing and learning how to pick that note up, that would help, but let's see how it tastes. Too sweet, not for me. Dead last. All right, so my ranking goes in fifth place. We have the Crown Salted Caramel. In fifth place, we have the whatever this is called. What is this? Bellatoni? Jesus Christ. I don't know what that is. Chocolate whiskey. Then we have in third place, the Crown Apple. In second place, Howler Head. And coming in and surprisingly knocking out what I thought my personal favorite flavored whiskey was, is Crown Blackberry. So, worth the hype? Probably not. But is it a good mixing whiskey? Sure. I don't know how much it costs, but if you're cool with it, then mix it, because I feel like that'd be good. It's fine on its own, too, to be honest. I don't hate it. I don't know if I'm buying one, but it's not bad. It's a lot lighter of a blackberry taste than I was expecting. All right, I know probably no one made it through this video, but thank you for watching if you did, and I appreciate it, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Make sure you hit the like and subscribe. Check out the Patreon link down in the description, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today, I'm doing a review from a distillery that I have a lot of respect for, and I can't wait to try this bottle. This is a single barrel pick from Detling. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are going to be talking about a bottle from Detling. This is Detling Bourbon. It's a 4-year age statement single barrel pick the proceeds were to help this gentleman right here who passed away pay for his funeral services. So great bottle. I'm glad I was able to help out in even some small way. This bottle costs $190, and I'm assuming it's because it was a pick. It was a little bit more expensive. And this is my first bottle of Detling I've ever owned. It's not the first bottle I've ever tried. I was hanging out with my buddy Robert Fernandez, and he had a bottle of Detling Gold Wax. I think that's like the
it's like a super hard to find version of it because, of course, it's him. He had to have the most hard to find version of something for me to fall in love with and never be able to see again. But it was one of the best bourbons I've ever had. Don't remember any of the specs on it other than it was a gold wax. Rob, if you're down watching, which I'm sure you are, why don't you comment down below which one it was, so that way people who are curious about one of the best whiskeys ever made can find out for themselves. But I'm excited to get into this, and I'm trying to temper my expectations because, like I said, it's one of the best bourbons I've ever had, and I don't think this is going to be quite that good, but I'm hoping that it's comparable. That's what I'm hoping for. This is coming in at a 56.41% alcohol. There's no proof point. I'm bad at math, so 55 would be 110, so like 112-ish, something like that. Let's go ahead and give this into a Glen here, and let's see what we think about this bottle from Detling. I am hoping to be able to do a barrel pick with them sooner than later. I think people really are curious about this brand ever since Bruzel kind of talked about them, and everything I've tried from them. I think I tried them before I'd heard about them from Bruzel. I could be wrong on that, but I'm curious to try this here. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. All right. Right up my alley with the nose. The nose is a little proofy. I will say that. It is a little proofy. But this, to be fair, is also a fresh crack. I just opened it and just poured it into this glass. But it's got the notes I like on a bourbon. It's got like some pipe tobacco, some leather, a little bit of chocolate. It's kind of reminiscent of like a stag on the nose a little bit. A little bit of dark cherry in there. A little bit of like bitter chocolate, like dark chocolate, like super dark chocolate note. I like the nose on this quite a bit. Yeah, up there for me. My only knock on the nose is that it is a little proofy, and I think if it sat here for a few minutes, it would kind of mellow out a little bit. The pipe tobacco notes and the leather notes are just like right up my alley. This is what I love. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Wow, that is way different on the palate than it is on the nose. It's a little more fruity on the palate. A lot of that dark stuff isn't there. The pipe tobacco does carry over. The wood carries over, but there's a sweetness and a fruitiness that I was not expecting in that at all. The mouthfeel is awesome. I do think I like the nose a little bit better than the palate, but I think that's going to be tough for me unless the palate's 1-to-1 to the nose for what this is, because that's my favorite aspect of bourbons, those dark notes on the nose. But the fruitiness on this is really interesting. It's not what I was expecting at all. I really enjoyed the mouthfeel on this. There's almost like a powdered sugar note on the palate that I'm really liking. Yeah, this is great. This is not anywhere near as good as the Gold Wax one, but like, yeah, that's the top tier. That's the top of the line version of it. But for a single barrel, this is fantastic. Now, at $190, man, that's tough on this, because that's more than a George C. Stagg at retail. It's more than a WLW at retail. Is it that good? No, but I am under the impression that it's that expensive because of it being, to benefit somebody, and I have no problem paying that for this bottle in that scenario. But what would I be comfortable paying for this bottle outside of this scenario? I think this is a solid $70 to $85 bottle. I think in that price range, you're doing really, really good. The flavors on this are really, really good. What would I give this on a scale of 1 to 10? I was really hoping that I could rate this, because like, I'll be honest with you, the Gold Wax one, I would put at like a 9.4. Like, it's up there with some of the best whiskeys I've ever had in my life. This one is not that good, but it is, I don't think it's in the 8s, but I think we're in like the mid to high 7s. I'm going to give it a 7.6. I think that is really, really good. I think with some more age on it, it'd be even better. It's only 4-year-old. But I think that Detling makes really good and really interesting stuff. And this bottle, to me, is no exception. So, Seth, if you stumble across this video, I would love to do something with you guys, because I admire you and what you do. And I think this bottle is really, really good. And don't hear 7 and make it sound like that's not a bad score at all. On the other hand, the 9.4 I gave your Gold Wax, it's truly one of the best bourbons I've ever had in my life. So I would love to maybe do a barrel pick at some point with you guys. I think it'd be really fun, and I think there's a lot of interest from my community who are curious about Detling. And I was born in Alabama, so what are you gonna it's a match made in heaven. This is really good. I don't know if this bottle's still available. If it is, I will throw it in the description of this video if you're watching on YouTube. You can help support this great cause. But I'm just telling you, man, I love this pipe tobacco nose. All right, that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like and comment down below if you ever had tried Detling. If you're curious about it, let me know. I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers.
A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today, I'm reviewing a bottle that was one of my most highly anticipated of 2024. That is Old Granddad 16. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, like I said in the intro, this is a bottle I have been just waiting to get my hands on. I am a big Old Grandad fan. I actually discovered Old Grandad, like the 80 proof, back in the day when I was just buying whiskey to drink it with Coke and just, to be honest, get a little messed up on the weekends, you know what I'm saying? And it's always had like a special place in my heart. And then I found out about Old Grandad 114, Old Grandad Bonded, and when I found out they were doing the Old Grandad 16, I got really excited. The only downside to me for this is that it's 100 proof, which is kind of a bummer. I was hoping for a little bit higher proof, but what can you do? Because I think this is going to be really interesting. I haven't heard anyone say anything about this bottle yet, so I'm going into this with zero expectations other than my own brain wanting it to be really good. But like you guys know, if it's not good, I'm honest with you. I will say if it's good to me or not, and if it's worth the price tag of $200 or not. $199 at Publix. They are still floating around the Orlando area. I saw one sitting behind a register just the other day at a Publix, so they are available. So I know this is like a allocated bottle, but I feel like this one's going to be one of those ones like a Jack 10 or 12 that is allocated but not impossible to get your hands on. So hopefully that's the case, and hopefully this is good, but we won't know that until we get this thing to a Glen. I like that the bottle is like the Old Grandad 114 bottle because I think that's probably my favorite Old Grandad. I do love the Bonded though. For all of my Patreon members, I'll be doing a blind of all of the entire Old Grandad series. So it'll be the 80 proof, the Bonded, the 114, and now this, and we'll see what ranks where. All right, let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. Ooh, boy. It's like honey and oak. It smells like almost like Honey Nut Cheerios. That 16-year-old funky oak comes through in a really great way. But it's mostly like honey, which I don't feel like I remember getting that on the Old Grandad 114, which obviously isn't a one-to-one comparison because it's higher proof and not as old, but I feel like these were a bunch darker notes. Yeah, I mean, it definitely smells reminiscent. Man, that is just really pleasant. There's even like almost like a honeysuckle note. I was expecting a lot darker than this, but there is some like floralness to this. It smells really, really nice. There is a little bit of peanuttiness to it too. Yeah, this is my favorite nose at least that I can remember. I haven't had any other Old Granddads in a while, but to my memory, this is probably far and away my favorite nose of an Old Grandad. I want to point out there's zero ethanol burn whatsoever. None. Not even a hint. It's just like, it's really a solid nose. It's not as dark as I was expecting it to be, which is a surprise, but a welcome one. Shout out to my Star Wars fans. I'm so shocked that there's like a chocolate peanut butter note coming out now. Ooh, the longer this is sitting here, the more it's changing. I'm getting like a Reese cup note now. This is bizarre. So it's like a chocolate peanut butter cup, not a Reese's, because Reese's is like a super distinct smell and flavor to it. It's almost like, I love these from Trader Joe's, these little like miniature dark chocolate peanut butter cups that are like horrible for you. I think 3 of them's like 200 calories, and they're like the little mini ones. But man, this is what this is reminded me of. This nose is fantastic. I don't want to get too excited, but this nose is really, really good. But let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. That's 100% up my alley. That is good. That is good. That is good. That burn's going down more than it should at 100 proof, but this is like a really good balancing act of like sweet and oaky. It's nutty, not unpleasant, not bad, and not in a bad way at all. It's not as sweet as I was hoping based on the nose, but those honey notes come in. It's like honeycomb notes. Okay, this is a solid bottle for me. I have no problem paying $200 for this bottle. I really like this a lot. Man. It's a little dry. I wish it was a little sweeter. I wish it was just a tiny bit sweeter. It is on the dry side. It is on the oaky side. I don't think this bottle is for everyone. I think there are some people that'll be too oaky. It won't be sweet enough. It's on the verge of not being sweet enough and leaning into like too oaky. But there is a balance here that is really good. I do think the nose is better than the palate, however. Because on that nose, it smells like it's going to be super sweet. But it's just so good. It's just kind of, it leans a little too oaky. But all that being said, I don't know if this is like bottle of the year contender good, but I would imagine, I'm trying to think off the top of my head. This could sneak its way into the top 10. Very, very possible. I really like this. I would like to see a batch 2 of this. I'd like to see them continue to do this. I like this higher age stuff from them. I think it's good. What would I give it? I'm going to give it an 8.2. I feel like that's a solid score for this one. I really enjoy it. I would recommend this. I would say if you like Old Grandad, you're going to probably really like this. If you don't like Old Grandad stuff, I would probably say spend your $200 elsewhere. That's a big gamble on a brand that you don't love, and I've learned that with but I think it's really solid, and if you see one, you should grab it. That's just my opinion. Another win from Jim Beam in 2024. They might have been the distillery that killed it the hardest in 2024. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. Comment down below if Old Grandad 16 is on your radar, and I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today I'm going to be trying another new rye whiskey that I've never tried before. This is Peerless Straight Rye Whiskey. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I have a bottle here that was a gift from a buddy of mine named Brandon. Shout out to you for coming with me to do the Conviction Age Progression tasting, and he brought me this bottle as a gift. He did not have to do that, but I appreciate it very, very much, and I'm finally going to crack this bad boy open and get into it. Now, a few things about this. This is a rye whiskey. I'm not typically the biggest fan of rye whiskey. This is also a single barrel selection from the state of North Carolina, I believe. Pitt County, ABC? I think that's North Carolina. I'm pretty sure. The barrel name is Pretty Fly for a Rye Guy. It's barrel number R170508107, and it was barreled on May 9th, 2017. So it's probably around a 6 or 7 year, which is honestly for me the sweet spot for most ryes. Obviously there are some exceptions. This does come in at 113.3 proof. Packs a little bit of a punch. So we'll see if this is any good. I love Peerless. I love Peerless Double Oaked. It's probably my favorite thing that Peerless makes. But I do like their stuff in general. So let's see if the Peerless rye is any good. Let's give it a shot. Small thing here. I love the Peerless bottles. I think they are absolutely beautiful. The label's beautiful. I love everything about Peerless as far as the bottle design goes. I think it looks fantastic. But what does it taste and smell like? Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. Oh, nice. It smells really good. Little winter greenish here. Little minty on the nose. And a little honestly like a weird, super sweet, almost into a chocolate note, which I've never gotten on a rye whiskey before. It's creeping into a little bit of pipe tobacco territory. I'm going to clean my palate out here. Yeah, this is a pretty unique nose for a rye whiskey. I would not have thought in a million years this was a rye outside that little hint of winter green gum that I'm getting. But it's super sweet. The caramel is a nice burnt caramel. A little bit of barrel char in there. It's nice. This is a nice smelling rye, man. This is a nice smelling rye. Whoever picked this barrel out, at least on the nose, is really, really solid. I don't know if Brandon played a part in this. I don't think he did. But if you did, good work. I got to give them credit on this. This is 111.3 proof, and there is 0 ethanol burn on the nose. 0. Sorry if there's a weird edit there. My SD card was full. I forgot to delete all the old videos that have been uploaded. So I don't even remember where I was at because it was a 5-minute process. But let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. All right, very rich caramel and very intense, very good mouthfeel. And there's just a little bit of bitterness on the back end that kind of balances out with the sweet caramel that I'm getting that actually really works on this. And that little bit of earthy winter green but not minty, it's hard to explain. It's minty flavor without the sting of mint, if that makes any sense. I really like this is really solid. I'm pretty impressed with this. I don't think it's as good as the A Overholt that I got, because that was just phenomenal, but this is a caramel bomb. I can usually tell something's a rye whiskey by the tingling of the rye spice on my tongue when I'm drinking it. That's usually a good indicator for me that it's a rye whiskey. I know that's not for everybody, but that's just kind of how I can usually identify a rye. I didn't get on the A Overholt, but I'm really getting it a lot on this one. It's right on the back of my tongue. Just dancing and pinpricks in a good way of rye spice. This is really good. I really enjoy this. This is making me like Peerless even more. I'm going to have to keep trying some more Peerless things. What would I give this on a scale of 1 to 10? Nowhere near as good as the A Overholt to me. That one is just phenomenal. That's my perfect rye palate apparently, because it's really solid. I'd give it a 7.1. I think it's really good. It's better to me than your average rye whiskey for sure. I really think this is interesting. If you are capable of getting one of these, maybe try them out. It's a single barrel. They'll all be slightly different, but I can at least say I recommend a bottle of Peerless Rye to you. So that is the review. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. We are this close to 2,500 subscribers over on YouTube, and we can do it this year, 2024, by the end of the year. I'm going to do a 3 allocated bottle giveaway. We don't have much time left. 2024 will be over before you know it. So please make sure you hit that subscribe button. Comment down below. Let me know if you've ever had the Peerless Rye. I'm curious what you have to say about it. And that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today, I'm going to be doing a review of a bottle from Widow Jane that is, to my knowledge, their oldest expression to date. This is Widow Jane 20-Year Black Opal. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, like I said in the intro, we have this really cool bottle to do a review of today. I'm very excited, I'm very thankful. This was given to me to do the review of by my buddy Chris. So shout out to you, Chris. I appreciate it very, very much. I'm excited to try this, man. I have not heard anyone really talk about this. Packaging is insane. It's like it gives you like a locker, like a middle school locker. If it was sitting like this on the shelf open, that is like beautiful presentation. So 10 out of 10 for presentation. That's beautiful. So I don't have a lot of exposure or familiarity with Widow Jane. I've had the 10-year, I've had the Decadence, and I've had one of their finished ryes. I don't remember which one it was. I think it was the green bottled label one. I don't remember exactly what it was. So I'm not super familiar. The only other experience I've had with Widow Jane was I had it in an old fashioned when I did the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser. But outside of that, I am not super familiar with Widow Jane. I do know that they are in Brooklyn, New York. Do like the stuff that I have had from them. It's not been stuff that's like my favorite of all time, but I think it's really, really solid bourbon. So let's try this and get this open and see what we think about this. I'm very excited. I'm very curious. I think, with the exception of Pappy 23, this is the oldest bourbon I've ever had. This weighs like 2 pounds. This cork is really, really heavy. All right, let's get into a Glen. Let's see how we feel about it. Doing a very small amount here. Chris, I don't want you to see. Very small, not a lot. I don't want to take a bunch of your crazy expensive 20-year bourbon. This does come in at right at 99 proof. I understand why special releases have to do that with these like super age statement bourbons, because if they didn't, they'd probably end up with like 100 bottles. But I kind of feel like if it's this old, unless when they tried it out of the barrel it was really, really bad, they needed to proof it down. I feel like just getting it out of the barrel is more interesting to me. But what do I know? Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. Ooh, a little more ethanol burn than I was expecting on that. It's like wild berry vibes, like blackberry, blueberry kind of. It smells really oaky, but in that pleasant sweet oak that I like. It reminds me a lot on the nose of a better smelling Elijah Craig toasted barrel. I'm getting some darker notes now too. It also gives me like a toasty warmness that I really, really like. I'm assuming that is like barrel impact that I'm getting. It's leaning into like a barrel char note now. I really like the nose on that a lot. There's a leather note to it too that I'm really, really digging. A little sweet pipe tobacco there. I really like the nose on this. My only complaint is that it's a little proofy. I was hoping that it wouldn't be, with it being A, sub 100 proof, and B, 20 years. There is still a little bit of ethanol burn on there. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Oh my God. That was like a punch in the face. That drink's way hotter than 100 proof. I was not expecting that. This is my first drink of the day. That was really, really aggressive. I wasn't expecting. I was expecting it to be a little sweeter than that. This is really oaky. If you do not like oaky bourbons, you are not going to like this at all. I like oaky bourbons. I like it. I'm just surprised. I need to take another sip now. Leather. Dry oak. A little bit of a chalky consistency to it. People always say like caramel bomb, fruit bomb, all those phrases. This is an oak bomb. This is oak forward, tanniny, bitter, a little sweet there too, I'm not gonna lie, but bitter, rich oak. This is probably the most oak thing I've had outside of Pappy 23. I mean, it's pretty oaky. Yeah, this is not going to be everyone's cup of tea. There's tobacco notes as well. I like it. I don't know if I would buy one, but if I was poured this, I would enjoy this. But this is probably not what your average bourbon consumer is looking for. I wish that it wasn't coming off like I dislike it. I do like it. I do like it. I think it is better than average. I think it's good. I'm just saying, for people who do not like bitter oak or oaky bourbons in general, you need to stay away from this, run from the hills, because this is as bad as oaky as bourbon can get. All that being said, I really actually enjoy this. I like it quite a bit. There is a little sweetness to it. The more I've had of it, the more I'm enjoying it. I would give this probably, I'm going to give it like a 7.2. 7.2. I don't like to factor in price when I do my reviews, but I think it's just way overpriced for what's in the bottle. But if you like
oaky, this is something you could gravitate towards. If you're like Elijah Craig 18 fan, this is going to be up your alley. If you don't like that, run. Do not buy this. You will not enjoy it at all. That is the review. Thank you guys for watching, and thank you to Chris for letting me do this review, because I don't know if I would have gotten my hands on one of these. I've still yet to see one out in the open, so I appreciate it very, very much. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. Comment down below. Is this on your radar? Is this something you're interested in? Let me know what you think. I'd love to hear what you have to say. I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today I'm going to be reviewing one of my favorite releases from one of my favorite distilleries that I've had in quite some time. This is Double Oaked Conviction, the Heritage Bourbon Month pick for 2024. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are going to be talking about another bottle from Conviction. I feel like I've talked about these guys for so much recently, and partially it's because I love them very, very much, and I want to see them do well, and I just love talking about great brands, and they're a great brand in my opinion, but also I spent a lot of time there when I was in North Carolina, so I got a lot of bottles. And I'll have another one coming up soon. It's a very exclusive bottle. It's a finished bottle they did in a honey barrel, so you'll learn more about that when I finally get my hands on that, but I have one coming and I'm very excited about it. Shout out to Craig for hooking that up. But this is Conviction National Heritage Bourbon Month Tasting Panel Barrel Pick. This is the bottle, if you recall, a few months ago I gave away some tickets to go do this panel pick, and this is the barrel they picked. I believe, if I remember correctly from what I was told at the distillery, this is 5 years old, and then I think they finished it for 18 months in the second barrel. I can't remember exactly. I'm pretty sure I'm right on that. Conviction is one of my favorite bourbons, period, but the Double Oaked is like some of my favorite stuff they do. Coming in at 102 proof, let's go ahead and give it a nosing, and let's see how we feel. Got that super, super oaky nose. Like really, really oaky. Sweet oak, but still very oaky. It's a double oak. Of course it's oaky. It's leaning into that like Elijah Craig toasted the toasted barrel from Elijah Craig. The nose comes off as like a berry note to me. And I've said that before in other videos when it comes to double oaked and toasted stuff. I don't know why, but to me it comes off like, it reminds me of Berry Berry Kicks, the cereal. Usually on specifically double oak stuff and Conviction double oak stuff, I pick up a lot of banana bread notes, and I'm not really getting that a lot on this one, but to be fair, I have tried like 7 bourbons in this one sitting, but I am getting some vanilla coming off the nose here, and it's dark brown sugar, molassesy, burnt caramel, burnt sugars. I really like the nose quite a bit. There is a bitterness on the nose, though, that I don't remember getting this when I had it at the distillery. Enough on the nose, let's give it a mouthing, let's see how we feel. That is very vanilla forward, very rich vanilla. Like vanilla bean, very rich. I love the flavors. I wish they would hang around a little bit longer. But it is sweet oak on the palate. There is a like slight pipe tobacco note on this as well, and like some raw honey. And I think that's what that kind of like almost leaning into bitter note that I'm picking up is like a burnt honey. Yeah, it's burnt honey. That's what it is. Yeah, I'm really liking this, and I haven't had another. I don't have another double oak to compare to them. This is one of my favorite double oak releases from them. It's different. It's off profile a little bit from what they typically release with their double oak, and I think it's really interesting. I wish I had another one to compare it to, but I really like this. I wish it was a little higher proof because I don't know, and the finish just kind of falls off. But I think it's really, really solid. Example of what they can do for double oak. I think it's really, really good. I do like it quite a bit. It's not my favorite thing I've had from them, but I have a bottle from them that I like adore. I have a few of them that I just like that I'll put up against anything else in the collection. So that's really hard to like say that because I have some bottles from them that are just absolutely special. I do think it's a really good bottle of double oak from them. So if you can get your hands on this one still, I know it's available in the gift shop. This is a gift shop exclusive, so you have to go call the distillery, see if they still have any in stock. That's the video today. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today I'm dipping my toe back into the James E. Pepper Pool with 1776. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, due to me really enjoying the James E. Pepper Barrel Proof, the decanter bottle, this one right here, this bottle right here, actually, you actually might be able to see it in frame. I think it is actually like right here. It's on this shelf, I believe. Yeah, I like that bottle quite a bit. I wanted to try some more stuff from James E. Pepper. I initially went to the distillery on my last trip 2 years ago to Kentucky, and I remember trying a few things. I don't remember if this was in the flight that I had, but if it was, I didn't like it at the time at all. They were great, don't get me wrong. It was just the bourbon that I had I didn't really enjoy. But
Taste change, palates change, and I enjoyed the barrel proof one so much. I have to give this a shot. And it's not that far off from barrel proof. I think that one is like 106 proof, maybe 116 proof, something like that. And this is 100 proof, and this is unfiltered. So I'm very curious to see if this is any good or not. It was on sale the other day at ABC. If you live in Florida, this is on sale currently right now at ABC. I think it was like $33 instead of $45. So let's give it a fresh crack here. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. Ooh, that is very light for 100 proof. They use a dark bottle, which is pretty interesting. You can't really see through it unless you hold it up to the light. That is pretty light for 100 proof. Am I off on that? Maybe it's just these bright ass lights that I'm looking at right that I have in front of me. Maybe it's that. Let's do what we do here. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. When I did the review of the James E. Pepper barrel proof, the father of the master distiller at James E. Pepper reached out and said, thanks for, liking the bourbon. And I'm like, that's awesome. Your son's the master distiller. That's pretty cool. So shout out to you if you're still watching the videos. I appreciate it. Okay. The nose is nice. The nose on this is really nice. It almost kind of gives off butterscotch vibes. Brown sugars, some caramel, some oak. Man, this smells really nice. Super warm. Warm notes, warm caramel, warm brown sugar. Very warm. This is a good winter bourbon, at least on the nose. This is something that I would love to sit at a fire pit with and just crush some bourbon by a fire with a nice cigar. Ooh, I like this. That nose is really, really solid. And there is a little bit of proof to the nose, but nothing I'm very impressed with the nose on this. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Yo. I wish I knew what the mash bill was, because the first flavor I got was root beer, and I'm all for that. And then it was like a little bit of baking spice on the tongue. This is good. The reason I'm asking about the mash bill, I get like that tingle that rye gives you, that like rye spice tingle. It could be like baking spice, could be nutmeg. There is something to that as well in the flavor profile, so it could be that. But usually when I get that like tingling on my tongue, that's typically an indication that there's at least a good amount of rye in the mash bill. To me, I'm actually really annoyed that I haven't bought this up to now, because this is going to be one of these that you're going to start seeing this bottle on lists of like underrated bourbons you should try. I really enjoy this. I don't think it's like the greatest thing I've ever had. It's a $30, $40 bottle at 100 proof. It's not intended to be necessarily like it's not like they're trying to, do like a BTAC kind of bottle with this. This is like supposed to be an everyday like powerhouse. And to me, it fits that. This is really, really good. I'm very impressed. That is like root beer, man. Oh my God, I love it. If you don't like root beer, you're not going to like this. This is, like in the way that the Sunshine Blend, like I had to double check and make sure it wasn't like a flavored whiskey. I know this isn't, but like it gave me that same thought. Like, is this a flavored thing that I just wasn't aware is flavored? I obviously know it's not, but dude, I'm on board with this. This is really good. What would I rate this? I personally am going to rate this pretty high. This is my taste profile. This is my nose profile. This is me in a glass. This is something this is one of these bottles now. I'm going to go buy a few more of these now that these are on clearance, because this is so good. I know I'm going to crush this bottle, and I know I'm going to want to back up. There's also caramel and vanilla in there. I really like this. This is going to be higher score than I anticipated. I don't know what I was thinking when I tried this initially and didn't like this, if I did, or maybe it was a different, really like that. I'm going to give it a fairly high score. I'm going to give it like a 7.3. This is something for me that I will not let leave my shelf now. This is going to be something that sticks around my house at all times now. This is a really, really good bottle, and surprising. Just not because I don't think James Pepper can make good things. Obviously they can, because I love the barrel proof. But I just remember really not enjoying anything, and I'm going to go continue to try their lineup now, because I'm very impressed. That's the review, guys. I'm very impressed with this bottle. I really like this. Leave a like down below. Comment as well. Let me know if you've ever tried 1776 from James Pepper. Let me know what you think. Also, subscribe, because if we can hit 2,500 subscribers in this year, 2024, over on YouTube, I'm going to do 3 allocated bottle giveaways, so make sure you do that. Also, I started a Patreon. Link is in the bio there. I'm going to eventually make a video explaining it, but if you just want like a brief overview, head over to Patreon, check it out. I would greatly appreciate anyone that does that. It means a lot to me. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today, we're going to talk about all the bottles that I got in November, and holy crap, are there a lot to get to. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are going to do our monthly roundup of all the bottles that I got in November. I had the luxury of doing some bourbon hunting in Georgia, New Jersey, North Carolina, and Florida for this video, thanks to Thanksgiving. So I have a few really unique things that we're going to get into, and these are in no particular order. Let's go ahead and get into it. I'm just going to grab them as they're here. First one up is interesting. This is not one I would have picked to go first, but what can you do? The George Bowman Caribbean Rum. So I went to the Bowman Distillery on my way up to New Jersey. The facility is absolutely gorgeous. I have a video that's going to be just for patrons over on patreon.com. Just look up Brad's Bourbon Reviews or check the link in the description if you're curious. And it was a really cool experience. The distillery is gorgeous, and I had a fun time. So the woman told me that this was a distillery exclusive. However, I went to a liquor store like 20 minutes after this, and it was sitting on the shelf. So I don't know if that changed and she wasn't aware, or she was just trying to get me to buy it. But it was $25. It's 80 proof Caribbean rum. I got to be honest, it ain't great. We opened it the week of Thanksgiving because we were going to be heading back, and we were going to pass the distillery again. And if it was really, really good, then I want to get a second one. And as you can tell, we didn't do that because this one's open and we didn't get another one. But it's fine. I'm hoping that I win that lottery. I doubt it because I never win lotteries, but we'll see what happens if we win for the special release from there. But yeah, I had fun at the distillery. Moving on to the next one. All right, this released on Black Friday in North Carolina. This Conviction 7-year. I have tried this. I'm going to keep my mouth shut until I actually do my review, but I'm very glad I got this. I was a little surprised at how much this cost. It was way more than a traditional bottle from Conviction, but I'm going to keep my mouth shut because I want to do a proper review, but I will say it's really, really good. Moving on to the next one. All right, another simple bottle here, just another bottle of Early Times. Anytime I see this, I grab it. This was found in a liquor store in Florida. I forget the name of it. We stopped there twice. These were on sale for $15. $15 for a liter of Early Times bottled in bond. I got the last two that were there. You literally cannot do better than this. You literally can't. It's the GOAT for $15, 100 proof Early Times. I mean, what can you do? It's amazing. Anytime I see these, I grab them. Moving on to the next one. Oh boy, moving into a heavy hitter here. This one for me is very exciting. This is the 2024 Four Roses limited edition small batch barrel strength release, coming in at 108.2 proof. I love Four Roses. I feel like I don't talk about them enough on the channel, but I genuinely love Four Roses. One of the best bourbons I've ever had, I think, was it was either the 125th or the 135th. I tried both of them at a friend's house, Robert Fernandez, and I believe it was the 125th that I really, really love. But they are fantastic. So I'm very excited to finally have a limited edition Four Roses. These are not cheap, but I'm hoping that it's worth it. I haven't opened this one yet. I have heard mixed things, but I tend to like Four Roses, so I'm hoping it's good. Moving on to the next one. This is the biggest one for me personally well, not really, but this is one of the biggest ones for me of the year. I finally got my Weller single barrel. I found this at a liquor store. It was not retail, but it was enough where I was comfortable paying the additional price. Weller is exceedingly hard to get in Florida. If you live in Florida, you know that. Everything, it goes to ABC, and then everything that isn't Weller Special Reserve goes into the ABC Vault. I have never seen a Weller single barrel in the ABC Vault as of recording of this video. I found this bottle for what I consider to be reasonable for this bottle, and I bought it. And I'm very excited. I completed the Weller Rainbow outside of Daniel Weller and Weller Millennium and WLW. One of those, I'll probably get a WLW at some point. I don't think it's in the cards for me to get a Weller Millennium. Daniel Weller's possible too. I mean, in theory, who knows? I don't think I would buy it, even if given the opportunity to buy it at retail, just because I think it's stupid for what it is. But the traditional Weller Rainbow has been completed in the Hughes house outside of a WLW. So I'm excited about this. Moving on to the next one. Ooh, another Conviction bottle. This one was actually purchased by Holly, my fiance. This is Emily's pick. This is a solitary confinement 5-year single barrel release coming out of the hot box on property, coming in at 99.6 proof. We tried this at the distillery when we were there for the 7th 7-year pickup, and she really fell in love with this one. I mean, it's really, really good. She loved it, so we had to grab one. If you are around the North Carolina area and you haven't tried the Emily's pick, I highly recommend it. It is really, really good. It's one of the best things they have at the gift shop right now. I don't know if they sell the 7-year. I mean, get that, obviously. I'm not going to ruin it, but it's really, really good. If you see this at the distillery, grab Emily's pick. It's fantastic. Moving on to the next one. Sometimes whiskey comes in a nice bottle. Sometimes it comes in glass, and sometimes it comes in plastic. JTS Brown, I had to get it. I'm a big fan of this bottle. I found this in Virginia on the way up to New Jersey. 80 proof, $20 for a 1.75. I have only had this once. I tried it at the distillery, the Heaven Hill Distillery. I tried it in a flight in there with a few other things, and I fell in love with it a little bit, and I haven't seen it since then. I saw it in Virginia, had to get it because it was so cheap. I don't know what I'm going to do with this. But I do like JTS Brown. I think it's a solid 80 proof whiskey. Is it the greatest thing I've ever had? Of course not. But it's pretty fun, and I haven't seen it in a few years, so I had to grab it. Moving on to the next one. This is the one I think that's the best so far out of all of these. This is Russell's Reserve Single Rick House Camp Nelson B. This is another one of the videos that I have recorded already because I was just too excited when I got it. I had to open it. You'll see the review. I think this is probably top 2 or 3 bourbons of the year, probably top 2 or 3 bourbons of all time for me. It's unbelievable. I think it just completely annihilates the 15. I think it is way better than the 15, which is crazy because I love the 15. But this is one of the best bourbons of the year, for sure. I think this is really up there for some of the best bourbon ever made. So I loved the Camp Nelson F, but this one's even better. And I can't believe I'm saying that. Honestly, for me with bourbon, I don't think things get better than this. They just kind of get different. This is a phenomenal bottle. Comes in at 120.2 proof, and it's just as perfect as you can get. If you haven't tried one of these yet, find one. Don't go crazy spending $600, $700, $800. But if you can get one for around $450, I mean, I know that's a crazy thing to say, but I'm telling you, for having a special bottle that you can reach to for special occasions, I don't think you can do better than this. This is fantastic. So I would recommend it, and it's amazing. And you'll see the review. I ranked it really high. It's my highest rated whiskey that I've done a review of. Spoiler. That I've done a review of for the year. So it's really, really good. Moving on to the next one. All right. I also, this was one of the first bottles I got on my trip. This is from Jeff's Beverage in Georgia. This is a Buffalo Trace single barrel pick. I'm going to do the whole thing where I email Buffalo Trace with the barrel number. It was barreled on 12/23/14. It's almost 10 years old. So I'm excited to try this. I'll try this eventually. I might leave it as a Patreon review because I've had a few Buffalo Trace single barrels before, and they're really good and fun, and they vary a little bit. Nothing crazy, but they do vary. So maybe we'll do that on Patreon or on a live stream. We'll see. Moving on to the next one. All right, staying in the vein of Buffalo Trace, at a Walmart liquor store drop near me a few weeks ago, I got my hands for $65 on a bottle of Rock Hill Farms. I love Rock Hill Farms. I actually traded my last one that was open to a buddy of mine, Jace, for a Jack Daniel's 12, and I have no regrets on doing so, and I would do it again in a heartbeat. But Rock Hill Farms is fantastic stuff. I really like it. I think it's a little overhyped, to be honest. I don't think it's as good as people make it out to be. I think it's a better version of Blanton's at a higher proof. Comes in at 100 proof. I do think it's fantastic, though, and I think it's the best bottle design in all of bourbon. I do. I think it's number one. I think it's gorgeous. So, Rock Hill Farms, I'm glad to have another one of you back in the house. And but moving on to the next one. This is the first time I've ever done a haul video where the bottle didn't have contents in it. Hear me out. This I found while I was antiquing. This is a Jack Daniel's 125th anniversary decanter bottle that I found while I was antiquing. I am going to put... So I did some research on this, and what I could find was that the liquid in there wasn't anything super unique. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this as a decanter for my Jack Daniel's Bonded that I bought on my cruise ship and put it in there because that's a liter. This is a liter size bottle, and this thing is gorgeous and it's in great shape. I'm a big Jack Daniel's fan, and to have something like this is really cool to me. The research I saw, this came out in 1990. I'm very happy that I have this. I wish it was the actual bottle with the liquid in there, but I think that probably would have cost more with it, to be honest, and it wouldn't really make a big difference because it's not anything special liquid-wise. But I'm glad I have the bottle. I think this is really, really cool. So moving on to the next one. And speaking of Jack Daniels, we're going to do a little bit of a three-parter here. So first up, this is a Jack Daniels Legacy Edition, the green label. I have one of these already, but I wanted to buy another one because I wanted to try this because this is not anything crazy special. It's Jack Daniels at 86 proof. I want to try it just because I like Jack Daniels and, you know, whatever. But that's a cool one. Then I found the Legacy Edition number 2. This is all in New Jersey. Crazy. New Jersey has like so much old whiskey. And this is the same exact juice. It is just in a different label. But this is a label I've been wanting to get my hands on. I love these. I think these are so cool. Throwbacks to old labels. I think is really, really cool. And then this bottle is the one I was the most excited about to get on my trip. This is Jack Daniel's Green Label. If you don't know what this is available in 5 different states: New Jersey, New York, Texas, Tennessee, and one other one that I'm not remembering. I'll put it on screen right here. And apparently, I've talked to somebody who used to work at Jack Daniels, and apparently these are like not very good. They're like 2-year-old 80 proof whiskey, but the rarity of these, I only saw these in one liquor store in New Jersey. And I went to like 30 liquor stores while I was in New Jersey, and I only found one that had it. And when I did, I bought 2 of them. And I am very, very excited to have this. I don't think it's going to be good. I don't think I'll do a review on it because it's not going to be very good, but I think it's really, really cool. And I like having weird and obscure bottles. Moving on to the last one. I forgot, actually, so you're probably seeing this in a weird edit, but it is the entire Jack Daniel's Master Distillers collection. A few years ago, Jack Daniels released bottles that commemorate each one of the master distillers at the time. And it goes through the years, it goes through the history. Now, again, Jack Daniels releases used to just be, unique bottle design, unique label, unique coloring, something like that on the label. There wasn't necessarily anything special about what's in the bottle. And that is the case with these. I got these in a trade, and I never thought I would get all of them as quickly as I did. I actually remember buying number 4, Jess Gamble, I think was his name, the master distiller. He was the master distiller for like 2 or 3 years at Jack Daniels. Wasn't there very long, but I got that, and I've always thought about that collection, and I wanted to go back and get them, and now I have all of them. I got them in a trade, so I'm very excited to have them. And so now moving on to the actual last one, and this one here has a story attached to it, and I will actually detail the story in another video that will be on the channel next week. But Fruit Bat, yes, the company Fruit Bat, sent me this bottle of Tumble and Dice because I now have a partnership with Fruit Bat. I will get into the details with that on another video because this is not the time or the place for that, but I will get into it. But I got this yesterday. It came in the mail, and this is Tumble and Dice. It's it's MGP, but I'm excited to try it. It's a 7-year MGP. It's a single barrel pick for Fruit Bat, and I have some details coming up about that. Make sure you subscribe to the channel so you can stay up to date with all of those things because I have some announcements that are going to be pretty cool, and I hope you like them. But that'll be another video. That's the video today. Thank you guys for watching. Comment, let me know what you got in the month of November. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe as well, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today I'm going to be doing a review from Penelope of a bottle that I'm really excited to finally have my hands on. This is the Penelope Estate Collection 9-year Bourbon. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, like I said in the intro, I've had this bottle for a few months now, and I've just had so many other bottles to get to and other videos to record that it just kind of hasn't happened yet. I'm very excited to finally open this bottle and give this a review. I have heard that it is really, really good. Apparently, this is like Penelope's highest label. There's a few other bottles coming out in this. I think they've already announced the winners of the raffle where you have to go pick up the bottles. So this is the first time that Penelope has used Kentucky bourbon in their blend. Usually it's just been blends of MGP whiskey, but now they are introducing Kentucky bourbon to the blend from an undisclosed distillery. I have my thought on who it could be, but I won't say it here. Based on just knowing a little bit about how sourcing works, I have an idea. But but I will keep that close to the vest. I don't want to say anything out of pocket. I just don't want to be wrong either publicly. I'm wrong enough. I don't need to add to it. This comes in at 101.2 proof, so this should be pretty good. I'm very excited about this. This is apparently super good. So let's see how we feel about Penelope Estate Collection 9-year blended bourbon. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. This is the most caramelly bourbon I think I've ever smelled. I do like Penelope. I'm not like the biggest fanboy of them. I really enjoy their barrel strength, and I enjoy the Valencia quite a bit. I have a few other bottles from Penelope that I'm going to be doing a review of soon. If you are a Penelope fan, just subscribe so you can make sure you don't miss any of the videos coming up about Penelope. One of them is going to be the rosé cask finish. I'm very curious about that one. It seems very unique. I don't know of any other bourbon that has a rosé cask finish, so I'm curious to see how that ends up. Let's get back to the nose here. This is like very caramelly. Little bit of sweet oak, little oaky, nothing crazy, nothing too oaky. I have a theory. I'm going to hide this bottle down here so I don't divulge which bottle I think this is from. If I'm wrong about this, I will be very surprised. I'll talk about this on my Patreon. The nose is really sweet, and it's like It's pretty dark. There's dark, like almost brown sugar notes in this. Very caramelly, though. I don't think the nose is like mind-blowing or anything like that, but it is really, really solid. It smells really sweet. I hope that when I taste this, that it's like kind of a one-to-one transfer from the nose to the palate, because if it tastes like it smells, we're going to be in business. I'm even getting like a little bit of fruity, and my brain's kind of making me go this way because I've been having so many of these like caramel apple suckers lately that I kind of feel like I'm tricking myself into like a caramel apple, but like a red caramel apple, almost like a candied apple. It smells great. I really, really dig the nose on this quite a bit. It's a little proofy on the nose, nothing crazy, but there is a little punch of ethanol. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. That is really solid. That is a solid, better than average bourbon. That does not drink even at 101 proof. That drinks very underproof. I don't even feel it in my chest at all. It's oaky and sweet in like the best way. Wow. I'm almost getting like a marshmallowy vibe. Yeah, there's a little hint of orange on the palate too. That is really solid. I don't think I love it as much as some of the other people have really, really loved this bottle. But I gotta be honest, if I saw another one for what I paid for this, I don't remember how much this cost. I bought this months ago. I bought this during my North Carolina trip. So it's been a while. I'm getting a little bit of, on the palate, a little salted caramel. That is really, really good. Almost into like a toffee note. On the nose, one of the notes I'm getting is like the cookie of a Twix. I don't know if I've never had that before, but it's kind of the vibes it's giving me. That is really, really solid. I don't think it's like bottle of the year contender or anything like that, but I do think it is really, really good. I'm going to give it a solid 7.9. Not quite into the 8s. It's lacking a solid finish for me, which would push it over a little bit. It's not very complex in any way, but the notes that are there are really, really good. It is a really solid bourbon. And if you can get your hands on one of these, I would absolutely do so, especially if the price is right. But I really enjoyed this. Penelope did a fantastic job. I'd love to see another blend. The Indiana bourbon with the Kentucky bourbon mixes very, very well together. So I'm a big fan of this, and I will continue to buy Penelope products. I will continue to buy anything I can see from the estate collection because I'm very impressed with this. And I think this is a really good starting point for something super special. So that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it very, very much. Leave a like, comment down below. Let me know if the Penelope Estate Collection is on your radar, if it's something that you're interested in purchasing. Make sure you check out the Patreon in the description down below. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today, I'm going to be reviewing and celebrating an American hero who picked this Jack Daniel's Hero Selection single barrel proof rye. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome or welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I was sent this bottle from a, I think, current military member. I don't like to say, especially with military stuff, who hooked me up with these bottles, but I know you watch the videos, so if you would like to tag yourself or comment in the videos that it was you, please feel free, because I would like to give you credit, but I also respect that some people don't want that. So I don't blow up anyone's spot on the videos, but you know who you are. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So this is a Jack Daniel's Hero Selection, and what I understand is that these are available exclusively on military bases, And when they get someone to do the barrel pick, they are always either current or former military. And the idea is that these are then distributed to the on-base liquor stores. And I had expressed the fact that I want them. I'm not former military myself. My grandfather served in the Air Force. I will always advocate for stuff like this. But anytime that they are, doing something for the military, I will always advocate for it because I think it's important to celebrate the people who put their lives on the line for our freedom. This is no exception, and I really wanted one of these. From what I can tell, the juice itself is not really anything special outside of a barrel proof and it being a single barrel. There was a rumor that these were coming from the Coy Hill warehouse, and you can tell just by looking at the label here that is not the case. This is Barrel House 113. Barrel House 8 is the Coy Hill warehouse. So this is not from Coy Hill itself, but this was chosen by a gentleman named Melvin Keebler, which is the name on the dog tags here, which is why I wanted one of these. I'm a big Jack Daniels fan, and I like to have as many cool and unique special bottles from Jack Daniels as I can. And yeah, you can see here it's got the Army Exchange tag so people don't steal it on here. So this comes in at 137 proof on the dot. I really enjoy Jack Daniel's ryes. I feel like they're one of my favorite ryes in the industry. They have the bonded rye, which I'm a huge fan of, and the single barrel proofs are usually pretty good. But this is going to be fun for me to do just so I can try another single barrel rye and see if there's any difference between this one and obviously it's a pick, so it's going to be someone's personal palate preference, but see if there's anything difference between the Hero Select and the regular barrel proof rye. Let's get into a Glen. Let's see what we feel about it. 137 is wild. This is going to be mad spicy, I have a feeling. All right, let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. The color on that is just absolutely beautiful. It's almost into a red. Oh, wow. You know what's funny? That does smell like my Coy Hill. Yeah. That literally smells like a rye version of this Coy Hill. My Coy Hill is 125 proof. This is 137 proof. There's a cinnamon note on the nose here. And there's sweet oak, but soggy sweet oak. There's anise, like a licorice note. I don't know how to say that word. It smells like diet root beer. This is a very interesting and complex nose. And I just remembered, too, that it's 137 proof, and there is 0 ethanol burn on the nose on this. I get 0 burn. This reminds me, this is a really good winter rye whiskey. There's vanilla in here, but not vanilla vanilla frosting. It's like vanilla bean. If you've ever taken an actual vanilla bean out and smelled the vanilla bean, it's what it smells like. Almost like vanilla extract. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Whew. That rye spice hit hard. Wow. That drinks every proof point of 137 proof. I'm gonna need a second. I've been drinking a lot of lower proof stuff during this recording session here. This is the highest one I'm gonna do today, and that really just punched me in the face. Everything I've done has been 90 to 101, so jumping up that high of a proof point is interesting. The main thing I'm getting on the palate is licorice. It's a sweet licorice with barrel and vanilla, and that vanilla bean note carries over. Jack Daniel's rye is my favorite rye. So I'm committing to that. I think they make the best rye whiskeys out there. And everyone's going to say the Michter's Toasted Rye. I'm sure that's fantastic, but I don't know if it's as good as this. This, for being as high proof of it is. Now I'm on my second. Obviously, the first one kicked me in the face quite a bit, but it's the first high proof pour of the day. It really kicked me in the face, but the tingling of the rye spice is just that's one thing I'm really starting to like about rye whiskeys. Yeah, man, that is really solid. That vanilla note is just beautiful. Man, that is really interesting. There's no fruit on the nose here or the palate. It's darker. It's fantastic. I mean, this is a really, really solid rye whiskey. If all ryes tasted like this, I would probably be a rye drinker, but they do not. This is an exceptional rye. So if you can ever get your hands on one of these hero selections, A, you should do it just to help support the military. B, you're going to, at least in this scenario, this person has a really, really exceptional palate if this was his pick. So shout out again to Melvin Keebler, crushing it with this pick. And if you happen to stumble across this, Melvin, please comment down below. I would love to give you kudos for your picking prowess because you did a really, really good job with that. That is the review. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. Comment down below. Let me know if you've ever tried one of these. Let me know if you've ever tried the single barrel proof ryes. Let me know what you think. That's it. I'll see you guys in the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Last year, a bottle of bourbon came out that I was sent a sample of, and I thought it was one of the best bottles I have ever had. This year, I finally got my hands on this year's version of that bottle. This is Russell's Reserve Single Rickhouse Camp Nelson B 2024 special release. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are going to hop into this bottle pretty quickly. I don't want to spend too much time on this. I am very excited. I got this bottle at a drop a few weeks ago, at a Walmart drop. We got a few things. You'll see all the cool stuff I got in the Bourbon Haul for November video. I'm very excited to finally get this because, like I said in the intro, the Camp Nelson F last year that came out was sent to me in a sample, and I remember that the nose was like kind of unremarkable, but the palate was so good. If this one's half as good as the Camp Nelson F was, we're going with a Sizzler. Let's get this into a Glen. Let's see what we think. I got this for retail at Walmart for $249.99. Yes, that is an insane amount of money to spend on a bottle of bourbon. However, Wild Turkey has just been absolutely crushing it lately with anything they... All right, let's get into a Glen here. So the reason these are called single rickhouses is because all the barrels come from one rickhouse. This was matured on floor 6 of Camp Nelson B, and it's coming in at 120.2 proof. So a little bit of proof there. Nothing too nuts, nothing hazmat, but a solid proof point for a special release from Wild Turkey. So I got it in a Glen here. Let's, first off, the color on this is just beautiful. I don't think there's an age statement on this. These are non-chill filtered and come out at barrel proof. So after last year, this is one of the bottles that I was super excited to hopefully get my hands on this year. I'm so thankful that I did. Let's give it a nosing and let's see how we feel. It reminds me of the nose of the Camp Nelson F. Oh, please be as good as it was last year. I get like warm burnt sugars, some caramel in there, a little bit of a French toast note, which I haven't had in a while. It's pretty sweet, almost like a fried donut, but more of like the oil. It smells fantastic. There's a powdered sugar note to this. I mean, it's really solid. It's not the greatest nose I've ever had, but it's a pretty solid nose. It's pretty complex too. There's some funkiness on the back of that too that I really enjoy. This really reminds me a lot of the 7th anniversary bottle, and I don't know if those were matured in the same warehouse or not, but it gives me the same vibe. I think it's a little better on the nose than that bottle is, but I don't know if it's by a lot. It smells fantastic. I also need to point out 120 proof, 0 ethanol burn. 0, so bravo you, Russell's Reserve. All right, I'm nervous. Let's give it some mouthing. Let's see how we feel. Yeah, dude. Let's go. That is so good. There's like an almond note to this on the palate that is just unbelievable. And butterscotch and sweet oak. And again, like a French toast note, which I'm assuming is like the spices that are involved in a French toast. The mouthfeel is just like velvet. Oh my God. This might be my favorite bottle I've had this year. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. All right, I don't want to get too carried away. Let's relax. Try it again. Yeah, I get those cinnamon notes, like powdered cinnamon. There is 0 ethanol burn on this. The only downside is I think the finish is a little short. No, it's not. That was just a smaller sip, I guess, because it's still going. Yeah. I wish I still had a sample of Camp Nelson F so I could A-B compare them. I'm going to put this out to my community. If anyone has a sample of Camp Nelson F, I don't need a full 2 ounces. I just need a A-B comparison sample. If anyone has that and is willing to do so, hit me up on Instagram at Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I really would like to A-B compare them because I'm tempted to put this as my favorite of the year. I think this is better than Russell's 15. Yeah, I don't have a flaw. I don't have anything I can go like, I wish it was a little more. No, I don't. I mean, that's as bad as good as bourbon can get. To me, this is like the George T. Stagg of Wild Turkey. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. It just gets different. Score. I'm going to give it... I'm gonna give it a 9.4. I adore this. I mean, I think that is my highest score of the year. I understand $250 is a lot of money to spend on a bottle. I understand, but if you were going to buy, I mean, I adore this. Like, I'm really gonna have to
I'm going to have to find another one of these because I'm going to want to crush this bottle. There's no flaws in this. It's like absolutely perfect. I can't believe, I keep forgetting it's 120 proof. But yeah, that's a really crazy high score. I mean, if there's better bourbon out there, I haven't had it. I would put this up against anything in the BTAC collection. I would put this up against any Pappies. I would put this up against any of the stuff I love from Conviction that you guys know I'm a huge dork for. I put this up against Jack Daniels that I had. I think objectively this is better than a Jack Daniels 10-2. If you know me, or if you watch the videos, that is sacrilege. But it is, it's true. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. That is absolutely fantastic. I know $250 is a lot to swallow for a bottle. I totally understand. But if you're going to do it, this is one you should do it on. It is absolutely exceptional. I mean, this is an outlier bottle here. This is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I mean, that's absolutely insane how good that bottle is. Wow. All right. I'm going to go ahead and say it. I don't know. I have one more bottle that could be in contender for, I have two. Well, I have a few that could still be contenders for Bourbon of the Year. So I'm not going to call it yet, but I think that, that's probably going to be my Bourbon of the Year. We'll see. I don't see it getting any better than that, to be honest. Wow, that is just insanity. Thank you guys for watching. I'm at a loss for words. That's an unbelievable bottle. I'm at a loss for words. So I'm going to end it. Thank you guys for watching. I'm going to go pour another pour of this, and I'm going to milk this thing. This is so good. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys on the next one. Make sure you leave a like, subscribe, comment down below. Let me know if you've ever tried any of the single Rickhouse series. I'm curious what your favorite is. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today, we're diving back into the murky waters of your controversial bourbon opinions. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we are diving back into your controversial bourbon opinions. I think this is part 4. You guys seem to like it. I put out the call over on TikTok to give me some of your controversial bourbon opinions, and oh boy did you deliver. Some of these are crazy, some of these are hilarious, some of these are flat out wrong, but we're going to get into it. A few things to keep in mind while we're doing this video. If I make fun of you, it's just a joke. I'm just being silly. I don't have any ill will against what you like, and if it's something that I don't agree with, I'm going to make fun of you, but it's just a joke. So don't get upset at me. It's all fun. Let's go ahead with the first comment. First one comes from Lupo. You can mix any bourbon with anything you enjoy. Want a Blanton's and Coke? Drink what you enjoy. I agree with that. I just don't see the value for somebody who drinks with Coke to buy something that's expensive. I mean, sure, it'll make it marginally better, but when you're mixing specifically with Coke, that is just function to drink. It is not to enjoy the spirit. If it's a cocktail, I'm more into using good whiskey for a cocktail, but to me with Coke, it's just, what are you doing? For me, it's just like, why would you spend money to mix with Coke? Buying a $60 to $70 bottle that you're going to mix with Coke just doesn't make sense to me. Moving on to the next one. This comes from Petty Pendergrass. Smoke Wagon Desert Colt Uncut the Younger is one of the best bourbons out. I think he means out there. I have not had it, but I have not been overly impressed with Smoke Wagon stuff. I think they're just okay. I need to try some other stuff from them. Yeah, I'm not huge on Smoke Wagon. Moving on to the next one. Chad Sullivan 893 says, I love Eagle Rare 10 year, even though most say it's basic and boring. I don't think it's boring. Basic, I mean, it's a 10-year bourbon. I don't think it's boring. I like Eagle Rare. I like Eagle Rare quite a bit. It was there's something that I always have on the shelf. I think whoever told you that, you need to cut them out of your life. Moving on to the next one. John Freeman 6777 says, King of Kentucky is unattainable. Yeah, pretty much. I had a lead on one and then it fell through, and I'm very sad about it. But yeah, that's not a very controversial opinion, but I appreciate the effort. Moving on to the next one. This comes from Bourbon Bros, and he says, Antique 107 is the only bottle in the Weller Rainbow worth drinking. Okay, that's a hot take. I kind of agree with you. 107 is my personal favorite out of the Weller lineup, but I haven't tried the single barrel yet. I finally got one. I think that I really enjoy Full Proof. Special Reserve to me is something that I actually do use as a mixer. I don't think anything in the Weller Rainbow that I've had so far is bad, but 107 is definitely the best. That's a hot take, sir. This one is from Fishin_Oconee. It says, here you go, Brad. Jack Daniels Barrel Proof versus Blanton. This should get everyone stirred up. If you're talking about Jack Daniels Barrel Proof versus Blanton straight from the barrel, I would actually agree with you. I think Jack Daniels Single Barrel Proof is better. But I'm also a big Jack Daniels dork, so take that with a grain of salt. Regular Jack Daniels versus Blanton's, I would still pick Jack Daniels Single Barrel Proof over regular Blanton's, if that's what you were throwing up. But I like Blanton's, but I don't think it's the end-all be-all to whiskey like some people do. Moving on to the next one. This is from J Dubs. She says, holiday bourbon is freaking terrible. Earthy, bitter, and yucky. People love it. I've even tried to blind and hate it. Sometimes I still like Fireball. Oh, that is a hot take. I think you're talking about Ben Holiday. Please correct yourself in the comments. I assume you watch the videos here. If you're talking about Ben Holiday, I agree. I'm not a huge fan of Ben Holiday, but the Fireball comment is wild. I do not like Fireball. I don't like any flavored whiskey. I'm in the middle of Advent calendar, and Holly has done so far all flavored whiskeys, and I hate it. I hate the texture of them. Yeah, that's wild. I'm glad you like Fireball, though. It is good in cider. It is good in like an apple cider. It's pretty solid. Moving on to the next one. Walter Bourbon and Ink says, J.W. Dant is a top shelf bonded bourbon. Sir, I agree with you. J.W. Dant is amazing. It is one of my favorite things that Heaven Hill makes unironically. I love it. J.W. Dant is fantastic. It is so good. And it's like, what, $13 a bottle? It's super cheap, and it's so good. If you've never tried J.W. Dant, I highly recommend it. It is a good, inexpensive mixer. Moving on to the next one. This is from Brutally Honest Bourbon. What's up, Brandon? What's up, buddy? Hate balcones. Yeah, no, you don't like balcones. That's wild. A man with such a good palate not liking balcones is interesting, and you need to get your head examined. Jake Can't Hang says Buffalo Trace is not overrated. If you're talking about the distillery as a whole, I don't think you can overrate them. They make some of the best bourbon on the planet, especially at the price that it's sold at. The price that it's intended to be sold at, I don't think you can do better dollar for dollar than Buffalo Trace. But if you're talking about the bottle itself, just Buffalo Trace bourbon, I don't know. I feel like the hype is kind of dying down. I'm starting to see it on the shelves a lot more, which is good for me because I love it. I actually opened a bottle of Buffalo Trace for Thanksgiving. I love Buffalo Trace. I don't know. That's a tough one because it is good, but I still think it's a little more hype than it should be. But what can you do, cuz? Moving on to the next one. Mike from Cinnabourbon says GTS does not have kiwi on the nose. He says that some influencer said that. Whoever said that George C. Stagg has kiwi on the nose, if you can find that clip, and this is my hot take, do not watch any of those person's videos. That is a horrible note. That is not on GTS. I'm sorry. That's wild. Moving on to the next one. Bourbon Battalion says 4 Roses is mid. Sir, how fucking dare you? How dare you come in my house talking all this crazy shit saying 4 Roses is mid? You're mid, sir. You're mid. Moving on to the next one. Oh God, another 4 Roses hate. American Spirit, how dare you as well? 4 Roses barrel strength picks extremely overrated. What are you guys? What's happening with you guys in 4 Roses? What's going on? 4 Roses is fantastic. The single barrel strengths are great. What are you talking about? Maybe just try a different recipe. Maybe that's the problem. Or maybe you just have a bad palate. That's a joke. Moving on to the next one. Up next is from Matt Milkowski. I hope I said your last name right. If I didn't, I apologize. Blanton's is actually really good bourbon. I agree. And I think if you were still getting it, for $45, like what it used to cost, 40, $50, whatever it was, you can do a lot worse. The single barrel, so there's inherent value there. It's a solid proof point. I do enjoy Blanton's. It's not my favorite thing of all time, but I think it's solid. Moving on to the next one. Oh my God, another 4 Roses hate. This is from LC. 4 Roses, and then the pukey face, and then the shrug emoji. What did 4 Roses do to you, people? What did 4 Roses do to you? You guys, I can't. Moving on to the next one. This is from the Bottom Shelf King. It says, you don't want to know my hot take. And he spelled most of those words incorrectly. No is K-N-O-W. Just so you know. You're right. This comes from Matt Futchko. Every Henry McKenna I have had sucks. I agree. I do not like Henry McKenna at all. I'm not a fan. The brown label for $10 bottles, trash. The 80 proof one. The single barrels that I have had all have like a weird mintiness that I like mintiness in some cases. It just doesn't work on that bourbon for some reason. I'm not a fan. I have not gone back to my Henry McKenna single barrel in a long time, probably over a year. So yeah, I'm not a fan of them either. Moving on to the next one. This is from Mark_956, and he says, I'm relatively new to whiskey, and I hate that influencers get a hold of amazing bottles I could never have. Okay, I can't speak for anyone else, but I think I've only ever been given 5 free bottles of whiskey. 3 from Old Elk, 2 from Barrel, and 1 sample from Gypsy. Everything else I have bought. If you're not out doing bourbon drops and learning how your area does releases, and this is going to sound harsh, that's your fault. I don't mean it as a your fault negative, but if you're not putting in the work that people like me and my friends that go to these bourbon drops are doing, you're just not going to get the bottles. Unless you have a relationship with a liquor store that you get close to, which, everyone does that now, so it's a little more difficult. I'm sorry. I don't do anything special or unique. I get my bottles the same way everyone else gets them, with a few exceptions. But what can you do? I mean, I'm sorry you feel that way, but I think you think we just get sent everything, and that is, in my case, that is simply not how it works. Trust me, my bank account can show you that I'm not lying to you on that one. I don't get sent things very often, and when I do, I always talk about it. Oh, and I got sent a tumbling dice from Fruit Bat. But yeah, I'm sorry that happens. Do more drops. Go out to them. If you live in a control state, find out how they release their allocated bourbon near you. You can find these bottles. I am not a special magical creature. If I can find these bottles, you can find these bottles. So that's all I got. Sorry, buddy. Moving on to the next one. This comes from Vsox. Worst bourbon I've had in the last year was Von Payne Black, but some I've heard actually like it. I have not had it. I know it's the bottle with like the gargoyle, but what can you do? Oh God, I hate this name, but I have to say it. This comment comes from X Pussy Slayer 69. You made me say that on my video. I hate you, bro. Maker's Mark tastes like pencil erasers unless you pay $350 for a bottle. I got news for you. It doesn't get better at $350. I did that with the Maker's Mark Cellar Aged. Overpaid by a lot. And it was dog shit at $350. I don't know about pencil erasers, but what are you going to do? And last one for today's video comes from Chad Nickel. Redbreast 12, 15, and 21 are significantly better than comparably priced bottles of bourbon. I love Redbreast 12. I haven't had the 15 or the 21, but if they're as good or if they're better than the Redbreast 12, I would say that's really good. I would have to compare them because I don't even know what those cost. Like I don't know the price range you're talking about, but I would probably say, yeah, Redbreast is awesome. That's my controversial bourbon take. That's the end of this video. We have more comments coming. If you didn't see your comment yet, we will get to it in part 5. I think it's where we're at now. Thank you guys for watching. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Sometimes really good bourbon comes in a plastic jug. Is JTS Brown one of those examples? Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today I have a bottle on the bottom shelf. We've been doing a lot of allocated stuff lately, and I kind of have a little bit of a story behind this bottle, so I think it'll be fun to do it. So I went to Kentucky for the first time 2 years ago. I can't believe it's already been 2 years. And I went to the Heaven Hill Distillery, and I did a flight after spending like an ungodly amount of money on bourbon. So I wasn't trying to, get another bottle or something, nothing crazy expensive. So I did like one of their value flights, and I was like, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to try these 3, and these are all really inexpensive bottles down in the gift shop, and whichever one I like, I'm going to get from the distillery. Bottle that won was J.W. Dant, but in second place was JTS Brown. I have had this before for sure. Haven't never done a proper review of it. When I tried this, I wasn't even making videos, so I haven't really, sat down and done a proper review of JTS Brown. I found this a few weeks ago on the way up to New Jersey for Thanksgiving in Virginia. To my understanding, I don't think we get this in Florida. If we do, I have never seen it, and I've always wanted it. $20 for a 1.75. If it sucks, it'll be a cheap mixing whiskey, and we'll go from there. So let's get this thing cracked open, and let's see if it's any good. This does come in at 80 proof, but we'll see if this one's any good. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. That's like the most pleasant 80 proof nose I've ever had. A lot of times, and I think people get turned off by whiskey because their first initial try of whiskey is like Jack Daniels or, Wild Turkey 80 proof. And a lot of times those are readily available and popular because they're used for mixing cocktails, but they're not good whiskeys that kind of stand alone. Wild Turkey 80 is probably a little better than Jack Daniel's Old Number 7, but a lot of times that like harshness you don't really get on like well-crafted high age proof bourbons, and a lot of people confuse that like burn with like a rough alcohol, and a lot of times it's not. It's just like a weird mixture of like chemicals that give off an unpleasant smell, and that is not existent on this one. There's not a lot going on there, but everything in there is like soft and approachable. This is a really good, at least on the nose, a really good introductory bourbon to be like, do you like bourbon? Try this. This is a soft thing. It's not going to melt your face off, again, at least on the nose. But yeah, it smells pleasant. It's vanilla. It's very vanilla. A little bit of burnt sugar in there. It's pretty burnt, and some oak. Saw a little introductory bourbon and a slight little cherry note on there as well. Really down in there, but it's there. Man, that's a solid nose. I'm kind of impressed with this one already, even on the nose. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel.
Dude, there's nothing wrong with that. A little bit of it's kind of like a 1-to-1 on the nose. The only thing I don't really get is the cherry note. It's thin, obviously it's 80 proof, but it's not bad at all. Like that's not a bad whiskey. I mean, I'm not saying this is going to be in like top 10 of the year or anything like that, but I mean, as far as like base bottom shelf bourbon, this is pretty good. You can do a lot worse for more money. I like it. I do. I really do. It's very vanilla. I really like this quite a bit. Wow. JTS Brown did good. Now, like, okay, when I'm talking about how good it is for what it is, you got to bring the scale down and kind of adjust it. I still think we're in like a 6.7 range. Like it's not a high ranking whiskey. It is surprising that something this cheap at this proof is this good. If you've never tried JTS Brown, I mean, I honestly would recommend it. I think it's a pretty solid, bourbon that you can mix with Coke or mix in a cocktail and you get a lot of it for the money. You're not going to feel guilty about it. And it's a solid bourbon. I mean, even on its own, it's fine. If I went over to somebody's house and this is what they had and they poured me this, I'd be like, sweet, this is great. Yeah, it's good. I'm surprised. I really am. I mean, I remember liking it okay, but like I'm actually pretty surprised at how decent it is. Well, that's the video. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it very, very much. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe. Comment down below. Let me know if you ever had JTS Brown. I'm curious to see what you have to say. I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. A small North Carolina craft distillery just put out their first 7-year age-stated bourbon. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, another conviction video. I swear to God, I feel like I talk about these people so much. I feel like you guys think I'm like paid off by them or something. I can assure you I am not. This was bought by me at the distillery on release day. I was actually able to be there on release day. I literally drove overnight from New Jersey to North Carolina the day after Thanksgiving. I left at like 3 in the morning to get there. And I wanted to be there on release day, and I'm so glad I did because I don't know if these are still out by the time this video comes out. Spoiler alert, I have had this already, but I wanted to get home and do a proper video of it because I did a lot of barrel tastings that day for an undisclosed reason. I remember what this tasted like, but I didn't really get a time to process it. I bought some for the patrons, and I tried it at the bar, and then I was like ushered to do other things. So I remember it a little bit, but I don't remember it exactly. And that's what the review's for. This is a fresh crack. Oh, I'm so excited. This is Conviction Straight Bourbon Whiskey coming out of, I almost said Charlotte, North Carolina, Mount Pleasant, North Carolina, right outside of my hometown where I grew up in Concord, North Carolina. This is their very first 7-year age-stated bourbon. The oldest expression that they have released is this 7-year. So let's give it a nosing and let's see how we feel. I like the color on this quite a bit. For those who are curious, this is barrel 117 coming in at 107.2 proof. This is a one and done. I think they had 158 or 59 bottles, something like that, at the distillery. So these are going to be in short supply. You're going to want to give the distillery a call and see if they have any of these left, especially if you're in North Carolina or South Carolina. Make the trip out there because they are incredible people. They're making incredible bourbon. And if you're a bourbon dork, you're going to love what they do. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. These are a lot darker notes than what Conviction usually have. Conviction usually has there are some exceptions, of course, because they're single barrels, but a lot of times it's red fruits and caramels and vanilla. This is vanilla, but like dark vanilla. And it leans into some pipe tobacco and some leathery notes. On the nose, it kind of reminds me of that legendary barrel 456. It's not quite as good on the palate as that, spoiler alert. But I mean, that's literally one of my favorite bottles I've ever had in my life. So not everything's going to be the best thing you've ever had. I love the nose. It's a little smoky, which I really like. I feel like on bourbons, you kind of get barrel char or oak or, both, but not really smoky. But this one has a smoky quality to it. And I really, really like it. The char note comes in through too, obviously. But it just smells so good. It's sweet on the nose. There is no ethanol burn at 107.2 proof, which is awesome. Dark caramel notes too. It's really a beautiful nose. This isn't for me. I can just pour and not even drink and just walk around my house with a blanket since it's nice and cool out now, even in Florida, and just kind of smell it throughout the evening and not even drink it. It just smells so good. All right, let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. There's a leather note on the palate, but it's super sweet. There is some heat to it. There is a little heat on the mid palate and then into the finish, but it's really sweet. I actually think I just got a bubblegum note. Yeah, that's there. There's a bubblegum note right on the finish. Wow. There's a little bit of tobacco in there, a little bit of honey. I mean, the mouthfeel in this is bonkers. Like, this is so good. I know, I feel like I'm a broken record because I talk about them so much. I think they make some of the best stuff on the market. I think it's absolutely incredible. I love their stuff. And this one to me is no exception. I will say, I think I like the 6-year more. I'm going to finish this and I'm going to give that one like a side-by-side. Oh, it's just so good. It's so drinkable. That oakiness that's there. It's not my favorite thing I've ever had from them. This is like really, really good. But I do think I still like the 6-year-old better. What would I give this on a scale of 1 to 10? I think we're in the 8s with this one. This one's a really, really solid bourbon. Like, the overall experience of it is just really, really good. I'm going to give it like an 8.1. 8.2. I'm going to give it 8.1. I'm going to give it an 8.1. I think 8.1 is fair. And I do want to try the 6-year and see which one I like better. All right. I got this is the Virginia's Birthday Barrel 6-year release. This is one of the ones it's one of my favorites of the year. They make so much good stuff. So much of my stuff from them this year has been like some of my favorite stuff of the year. All right. 7-year, 6-year. They're more similar than I remember them being. This one's a little more fruity. This one's a little more darker. I think I like the nose on the 7 better. I like the 6 better. Being totally honest. The 7's a little more harsh on the oak. It's not like overly harsh or anything like that, but the 6 is just a more pleasurable drinking experience overall. So I think they're both really, really exceptional. I don't remember even if I was ranking at the time, but I'd give that like an 8.5 if I didn't. I don't know what I ranked it, or if, like I said, even if I did. This is like, I'm staying with 8.2. I like the nose on this one better, but the palate on the other one is much better. But I'm telling you, if you get one of these, you're not going to be upset you got one. This is an incredible one-off 7-year. I'm very excited to own this. And if you're in the area, if you're going to be in the area, hit up Southern Grace Distillery. They're amazing people making incredible bourbon. That's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys on the next one. Make sure you leave a like and comment down below. Let me know if you've tried Conviction 7-year, or if you like any of the Conviction stuff. Let me know if they're even on your radar. Let me know if this is the first time you've ever heard of Conviction down in the comments. I'd love to see that as well. I will see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. 2024 really turned out to be an incredible year for bourbon, but there are some bottles that fell short of expectations. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're going to talk about 5 bottles that to me were just a little disappointing. Now, this does not mean that they were all bad, because in fact some of them were not bad, and I really personally liked them. They just didn't quite do what I was expecting them to do. I will go bottle by bottle and explain my case for each one of these. The only rule I had for this video is that I had to try it for the first time in 2024, and there's only one bottle I think that didn't come out in 2024, but it's a single barrel. So I will get to that when we get to it. But all the other ones were releases from this year. These are in no particular order except the last one. The last one being the most disappointing for me. Let's go ahead with bottle number 1. This bottle is Maker's Mark The Heart Release 2024. Coming off the high of Maker's Mark BEP for me, which was, for me personally, the height of the wood finishing series for Maker's Mark. And then them coming out and being like, we're done with the wood finishing series. And then being like, just kidding, we're actually just revamping the wood finishing series. I had really high expectations for the Heart Release, and it just fell so short of expectations for me. I was really hoping for something really good. I do not like this one. This is one of the bottles on here that I do not like. Like, I flat out don't like this one. It actually has, made me not really want to pursue more Maker's Mark stuff. It's that bad. This is the direction the wood finishing series is going. You left me behind at BEP, and I had opportunity to buy like the Lost Recipe or whatever, and I just haven't. I've like completely lost my enthusiasm, what little bit there was for Maker's Mark. Outside of a few things, I still think some of the private selections are really, really solid, but I've been burned by them this year. And this was the first time. So I'm good with the wood finishing series. Moving on to the next one. This bottle right here is the one I was talking about in the intro that I think actually was a bottle that came out in 2024, but I definitely tried it for the first time ever in 2024. It is Old Forester Single Barrel Strength Rye. Another one I actually hate. I do not like this at all. It tastes like grass. It smells like grass. I'm not a fan of this at all. It is one of my least favorite bottles of the year. I highly doubt I ever go back to it. I have had literally the one pour for the review. You wouldn't even know this bottle was open. It's not good. I don't like it at all. And the thing that's so funny to me about this is everyone's like, you just got a bad bottle, which is totally fair. They are single barrels. But if it's even like, if any of the other bottles are even close to this, like, I'm good. I'm good. Old Forester, I always say, doesn't make bad whiskey. And then I tried this and I immediately stopped saying that because this is not good to me. I don't like it at all. Yeah. So that's that's this one. Moving on to the next one. This one right here is a bottle that I actually really, really enjoyed. It was a little disappointing. It wasn't like overwhelmingly disappointing like some of the other ones. I still really thought it was good. But I was hoping that this bottle would be kind of looked at the way that Russell's Reserve 15 is looked at. And I'm talking about Old Granddad 16. And it's just not. It's not this like, crazy high age statement bourbon that gets all this love and attention. It straight up isn't. I think they've shot themselves in the foot with the price point on this. I think if this was even just $150, I think people would be flocking to this left and right. I really like it, but I fully acknowledge that it's not for everybody. And even the things I do like about it, I think it would be better if they kind of went in a different direction with this. It's not as good as Russell's 15, and I love Old Granddad. It is good. I like it, but it's a little disappointing, and it's actually the catalyst for this list because I was like, man, I really liked it, but like, man, it really could have been so much better. And it's what it is. Moving on to the next one. Second to last one here. Another one for me that I actually like, but to me, it was such a hard drop off from last year's release to this year's release. And again, I'm like in the minority with this. I think most people actually prefer this year's release to last year's release. But I'm talking about Jack Daniel's 10-year batch 3. I still like this bottle, and I still probably would say maybe it's like contention for top 10 of the year, or like maybe top 15 for the year. But it's just not as good as the 2. And I was really disappointed because I was hoping it would get better and not worse. And in my opinion, it got worse. Again, people really, really like this one, and I don't know why. I'm a huge Jack Daniel's fan, but this one to me it was disappointing. But it is good. I think if you can't find a 10 batch 1 or 2, and you can find a 3, I would still say get it. They're really good. It's just not as good as the 10 batch 1 or 2. Batch 1 is really good, but 2 to me is just like, whiskey doesn't get much better than that at that proof. Moving on to the last one, and this one is the most disappointing for me. I tried the release last year, the first release of this, and when I found this bottle, I way overpaid for it. Now, that is not why I'm saying that this was the most disappointing for me personally. That I really do my best with not letting that factor in my decisions when I'm doing bourbon reviews, and this is no exception, but I was so excited to finally see one of these in person because I only tried it through like a sample through a friend. And I was finally so excited to get my hands on my very own Maker's Mark Cellar Age 2024, and it is just really bad. It's not good at all. I can't believe that they thought they could get away with putting this out as a special release at the price point. I think these are like $150 or something. I've paid way more than that, but I did have the first video on YouTube, so that says something, doesn't it? No? All right. I'm not a fan of this. I will not buy another one of these. The only way I would buy one of these is if I tried it. And I wouldn't pay for it. I'd have to either like get sent a sample from Maker's Mark to do a review of, or a viewer send me a sample of a really good one like next year's if it's really good. And even then, I still don't know if I would shell out the money for this. This burned me completely. This in combination with the Heart release, like I'm done with Makers. They just cannot do special release as well. And I don't know why, because Maker's Mark 101 is fantastic. The private selections, they vary, but there are some really, really good ones. And for whatever reason, they just cannot get a 12-year bourbon right. A 12 and 13-year bourbon. It's mostly a 13-year-old bourbon. I don't know. It's just the most disappointing to me by far of all of 2024. I would be saying that if I got this bottle for free because it is just that disappointing. Well, that's the video. Thank you guys for watching. Comment down below. Let me know what your most disappointing bottles of 2024 were. Make sure you leave a like and subscribe while you're down there. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today, I'm going to be doing a review of this bottle from Tumblin' Dice that is a single barrel sent to me by Fruit Bat. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today, like I said in the intro, Fruit Bat was kind enough to send me this bottle to do a review of. Also, I finally get to announce that I have a partnership with Fruit Bat. I'm very excited about this. Now, I know their prices are not the greatest of all time. Sometimes the prices are a little crazy, but they have told me that they are willing to work with me on pricing for things for my audience, so I'm very excited to work with them. So here's how it goes. Basically, when I review a bottle, if you look down in the description, there will be a link link in there. If you hit that link and you enter the promo code Thanks Brad, it will give you free shipping. I don't know if this is going to be any good or not. I will be fully honest. Just because I have a partnership with Fruit Bat, a giant company, does not mean I'm going to hold back if I open this and this is terrible. So this link for this bottle, if you're curious, will be down in the description below. Now, Tumble and Dice is something I have heard quite a bit about. I've heard good things. I've heard some, but it piqued my interest when they said that this was one of the options for them to send me a bottle of, and I've been wanting one, so I figured why not. Let's get into this and let's see how they did picking this. My only problem with big companies doing barrel picks, who picked that barrel? You know what I mean? Is it someone who knows what they're talking about when it comes to whiskey, or is it somebody who's in like a marketing department who doesn't know anything about whiskey and kind of picked a really, mediocre barrel? Let's get this into a Glen and let's see how we feel about this. This is a 700 milliliter. It is not a full 750. This is a minimum 7-year-old bourbon with a high rye mash bill, 60% corn, 36% rye, 4% malted barley, distilled in Indiana, and coming in at 113.2 proof. So this could be interesting. Let's give it a nosing and let's see how we feel. Ooh. Oh, I like the nose on that. 113 proof. There's a little proof coming off the nose there. A little bit. Nothing too crazy. Nothing like super aggressive. But on the nose, it's like pretty honey. There's a little hint of cherry in there. And there's some sweet oak. There's a barrel char note on this that I'm really, really liking. And there's almost I don't know how to describe it other than like a fatty smell to it, like thick almost. It smells heavy. That's a good way to put it. There's a really beautiful vanilla note in there as well. Yeah, I like the nose on this quite a bit. I mean, it's not anything that's going to blow your mind or anything like that, but it's a solid nose. This would be a good like mid-level introduction to bourbon, at least on the nose. You can pick out some distinct notes there. Let's give it a mouthing. Let's see how we feel. So there is a little bit of ethanol in the nose, but there's a lot of it on the finish and like going down. It really burns. Let me get another sip. This is the first thing I've had today that's high proof, and I don't want to say something after a first sip that I will regret. So on the palate, it is a lot harsher than it is on the nose, and on the palate, it's like some burnt orange peel. It's pretty dry, which is kind of interesting. The mouthfeel is pretty nice too. There's a solid mouthfeel to it. It's kind of viscousy. It's like vanilla-y and orange and oaky. It's pretty good. Like if I bought this, I'd be happy. I'd be happy with this. I don't think it's anything, it's not like, again, this isn't going to be something that like brings into the top 10 of the year, but if you're looking for a really good, solid single barrel, I think this is a pretty solid single barrel. There's inherent value to that. So if you're interested, click the link in the description down below and make sure you use that promo code Thanks Brad to save yourself on some shipping. I think this is a good enough bottle to give it a shot. If I was in a liquor store and this was a store's single barrel pick, I would probably buy it. I don't love it. I don't hate it. So what would I give this on like a scale of 1 to 10? I would give it like a 7 flat, but it is not bad by any stretch. If you're curious, make sure you check out the link in the description. Fruit Bat, thank you for your partnership. That is the review. Thank you guys for watching. I will see you guys on the next one. Comment down below. Let me know what you think about Tumbling Dice, and I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. 2024 really turned out to be a really solid year for bourbon. We've already talked about the most disappointing, but today we're going to talk about the best bourbons of 2024. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're going to talk about the best bourbons of 2024. Now, before we get into this video, I got a few things to keep in mind here, and a few rules as to how this whole list came to be. First off, I have not tried every single bourbon or whiskey that was released in 2024. That's just not how it works. 2, it's my own personal opinion. 3, the rules for the list where I had to have tried the bottle for the first time in 2024 and owned the bottle for it to count in 2024. And number 4 is these are not ranked in this specific video. I'm going to do a blind bracket where I rank it and get my true opinions as unbiased as I can possibly be. So that's the only rules set for this list. Let's go ahead and dive into number 1 here. I don't know what's coming. I'm just going to grab one. What we got? All right, cool. This is a bottle that, honestly, if I was ranking the top 10 whiskeys of the year, I do think it's to the lower part of this list. This is the Wild Turkey Jimmy Russell 70th anniversary release. For $55, you get an 8-year Wild Turkey 101 proof bourbon. I mean, what are we doing, cuz? I mean, like, it's about as good as whiskey can get for the price point. Dare I say a really solid budget release for Wild Turkey. This is a budget release. I mean, like, you see them releasing bottles that are $300, $400, $500. So $55 from Wild Turkey for something this age statement and that is this good is insane. I am actually surprised that I ranked this in the top 10 of the year, honestly, but I just keep finding myself going back to it, which means I really, really like it. Like, I have put like an actual substantial hit in this bottle. I love this thing. I think it's fantastic. I don't think it's the best of the year, but it has to be in the conversation for value, and it has to be in the conversation because it's something I just keep going back to. Let's move on to the next one. This one's tall. I think I know this is probably George C. Stagg. Yeah, it's a tall one. This is George C. Stagg, but this is not the 2024 release. This is the 2023 release. I got this in February of 2024, and I tried it for the first time. This batch for the first time. I had George C. Stagg before that, but I tried it for the first time in 2024. I love this thing. I've done a review of it already. It's root beer. It's cream soda. It's vanilla. It's barrel. This existed in a different bottle on the shelf, and it was just called something else, and it was this good. It was the actual juice. Take the label, take all that crap away from it, take the hype away from the BTAC and George C. Stagg and Buffalo Trace. Take all that away. Strip it down to what's actually in the bottle. You really kind of can't do better than this. It's absolutely unbelievable. Like, George C. Stagg is to me the best of the BTAC series. I know people love WLW, and I do as well, but if I didn't have a George C. Stagg and I didn't have a WLW, I don't have a WLW, but let's just, for argument's sake, say I don't have either one of these bottles, and I've tried both of them. I'm reaching for the GTS every time. That's just my own personal opinion. I like the darker notes. That's why George C. Stagg made top 10 of the year. Moving on to the next one. All right, back to seeing what we got here. Another one that I'm very surprised by, but I talked this up pretty highly when I did the review. I would put this bottle up against anything. I actually think I'm going to start blinding my friends with this bottle because it's so good. This is an Old Forester single barrel strength bourbon. This is the second time in a row I've had a bottle from Old Forester in the single barrel strength as bourbon of the year. But this one's better than the one that I had last year. This one is so good, man. This is a Corona cigar company. It's a cigar company, in Orlando, and this was a single barrel pick they did. And I'm telling you, I put this up against anything. It is 130 proof. It drinks like it's like maybe 100 proof. This thing is unbelievable. There is a tobacco note, which is ironic because it is a cigar company. I'm telling you, this thing's amazing. It's unbelievable. I am a little surprised that an Old Forester barrel proof ended up in the top 10 of the year, but that just goes to show you that single barrels vary quite a bit, and this one is awesome. So I would say buy one, but they're gone. But if you ever get the chance to come hang out with me, I'll let you try it. Moving on to the next one. All right. This is Conviction Virginia's Birthday Barrel, limited 6-year release. This is a bottle they sent to me to do a review of. It reviewed so well. I had just tried another bottle that is actually on this list, back to back with this, and I said in that review that I think this one's better. I still stand by that. This thing's amazing. These are gone now, so if you try to reach out to Southern Grace Distilleries, the people who make Conviction bourbon, you will not get one of these. They are gone. This was a single barrel pick. It sold out really quickly after the video released. This thing is just insanely good for a 6-year. Comes in at 102.6 proof, and it is just, it's bonkers good. I had tried this with some friends the day the 7-year bourbon release, and they had not tried it yet, and they were curious because they saw the review and wanted to try it and blah, blah, blah. And we tried it, and they agreed with me that this one is actually better than the 7-year. So this is a special barrel from Conviction, and it's really good. I wish this was something that was just readily available so I could be like, just call them and tell them you want one, but these are gone. Virginia, I know you watch these videos. You made the top 10 of the year. That's awesome. Moving on to the next one. All right, up next we have a bottle from Buffalo Trace. This is Stagg 24B. This is my favorite Stagg release of this year. I've tried all of the batches so far. I've just found out recently there's a 24C that's floating around, so now I got to get my hands on one of those. But so far, as of the recording of this video, which is really close to the end of the year, this is my favorite Stagg of 2024. I don't even think it's close. I think this is like by far and away the best Stagg of this year. It is not my favorite Stagg of all time, but I think it deserves a place in the top 10 because Stagg is just really good stuff. Their batch products are just so good. 22B is still my favorite. If you're curious, that batch is absolutely incredible. So I think that is way better than this one for sure, but this one deserves to be in the top 10 because this thing is really solid. If you can get your hands on one of these, I highly recommend you do so. Moving on to the next one. All right. This is Russell's Reserve
15. This is the one that I think is going to be everyone's bourbon of the year. It made my list, and I am so thankful that I listened to my friends that said this bottle was good, and then I sought this thing out. I did not like Russell's Reserve 13 at all when I did the review. I remember doing a video like, this got announced, I don't care, and I'm not going to try to get one. I'm so glad I shut the fuck up and just did it anyway. This thing is so incredibly good. The age on this, man, like, I gotta have some. I gotta have some. I haven't had this in a while. I adore this bottle. The like chocolate note you get on this on the nose, that sweet oak, like you get that age. It's just awesome. Like, it is such a good bourbon. It is just, it's really, really special. This is a very special bottle. This is one of the few bottles, when you see Wild Turkey doing these crazy prices on these bottles, this is 100% justified. It's so good. I know $250 for a bottle is insane, but man, you are not going to regret having this thing on the shelf. Save this thing for a special occasion. Save it for Christmas. Save it for New Year's Eve. Save it for anniversaries. Save it for whatever you need to do, but please get your hands on one of these. This is such a good bottle. This could be number one. This could sneak through and become number one of the year, and I wouldn't be mad about it because this thing's incredible. Let's move on to the next one. It's not a Brad's Bourbon Reviews video unless we mention Jack Daniels, and I have good news. Jack Daniels made the list this year. This is Jack Daniels 12-year batch 2. What can I say? The Jack Daniels 12 this year was just a lot better for me than the 10. It was a lot better for me than the 12 last year. I love this thing. I'm so glad that these are not like hundreds of dollars on the secondary. I'm glad that these are still like kind of around a little bit. I'm so happy that I found this. I got this at a Walmart. It was like $89. I'm so happy I got this. 107 proof, for those who are curious. It's just perfect. Like, it's just so good. This is everything I love about Jack Daniels in a bottle. I don't know. Your hot take, all right? Hot take for me. I think the 12-2 is as good as the 10-2. I said it. It's just what it is. This thing's unbelievable. So if you can get your hands on a Jack Daniels 12 batch 2, I highly recommend you do so. Moving on to the next one. Another bottle here from Conviction. This one, to me, is one of my favorite bourbons I've ever had. This is Barrel 456. This is not a bottle that you will ever be able to taste. And that sounds so shitty. But the reason is they were able to yield, I think, 10 bottles out of this, and 6 are left unopened in the world. They didn't sell it. They were going to sell it. When they went to go yield the barrel, they realized there was a leak in the barrel or something, and it all leaked out except 10 bottles worth. I have friends who watch these videos that can attest to this. This thing is 119 proof. This thing drinks like a really good 90 proofer. This thing's amazing. It would not surprise me if this bottle took home bottle of the year. It really would not. I actually struggled, and I even talked to the distillery when I was getting bottles for this list, that I was like struggling with putting this on because it's a single barrel, but it's not just a single barrel. It's a single barrel that no one will ever be able to try unless you know me. Like, it's literally the truth. There's a few that exist that are in the hands of the owners, and then I have one. And so it was hard for me to put this on the list, but if I'm being completely fair with what I thought was the best bourbon of the year, and even for me all time, there's no way I could not include this bottle. And I could gush about this thing for like an hour, so I'm just going to move on to the next one. And we are back at Jack Daniels. This is how you know it's a Brad's Bourbon Reviews. 2 Jack Daniels entries, but I think anytime that you get a bottle of Coy Hill, you are allowed to throw it on the top of the list of the best bourbons of the year. Dude, I have 2 of these. This thing's incredible. The color, it's hard to tell because I do some color correction on these videos, but this thing is red. I don't know if you can see it if it comes through in the video. I don't know what they do. I don't know what magic Coy Hill is producing, but Jesus Christ, Jack Daniels from Coy Hill is just... I wish everything could be this good from Jack Daniels. As much as I love the 10 and the 12, I think this is arguably a little bit better. I don't know. It's hard for me to say that because I love the 10-2 so much. But I got to be honest. That's like the whole point of these videos is me being honest. This thing is just unbelievable. I love it so much. So I think this will do very, very well. It's pretty distinct, though, so it might be hard for it not to do well just because I'll know exactly what this is just when I look at it in a glass. But it's so good, man.
It's unbelievable. Moving on to the last one. Now remember, this is not number 1 of the year. This is just number 1 in this list of top 10 of the year. I haven't ranked these yet. These are in no particular order. So this is Russell's Reserve Single Rick House. Camp Nelson B. Matured on floor 6, coming in at 120.2 proof. If you asked me what my favorite bourbon of the year was, it would be a toss-up between this bottle and 456 from Conviction. That's why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it this year, because I actually want to know what I think is the best blind. But it's really hard not to say that this is the best bourbon of the year. In fact, I've been telling friends that this is bourbon of the year, but the more I think about it, like 456 is just unbelievable. So it goes without saying, if you can find one of these for retail around, I would pay up to like $4 or $4.50 for this, and I hate to admit that, but this one is just so good. And in fact, if you're a Patreon member, I'm going to be doing a video very shortly after this video where I blind all of the Camp Nelson releases and see which one's the best. I just adore this thing. I think it's insane. I think 2024 was the year of Wild Turkey really just showing that they are at the top of their game right now. Like, they are just absolutely crushing it. I haven't had a thing from Wild Turkey this year that I didn't absolutely adore. And I think this is my, like, again, I know there's 3 Wild Turkey bottles in this list, but I think if you just ask me, what's your favorite bourbon of the year? I think it's this one. It's just so good. I'm telling you, everything I said about the Russell's 15 where it being expensive, I totally understand. Even more so with this one. Just pay it. You're not going to be bummed that you have this when it comes down to it. Once the sting of that transaction is gone, you'll be left with some bourbon that's really, really incredible. So that's the list. I guess we'll see what actually happens when I do the blind bracket. We'll see who comes out on top. That's the video. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it very, very much. If you're so inclined, check out the Patreon in the description below. Also, while you're down there, leave a like and subscribe. Comment as well. Let me know what your favorite bourbon of 2024 was. I'll see you guys on the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Oh man, I have been dreading this video for quite some time. This is the Dickel Tabasco Barrel Finish Whiskey. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today this is not an April Fool's joke. We're not in April when this video comes out. This is George Dickel Tabasco Barrel Finish. So, there's a little bit of a story as to why I wanted to do this bottle. I was having breakfast with my kids a few months ago. We were at Cracker Barrel, and I was putting Tabasco on like my hash browns or something. I looked at my kids and my fiance, and I was like, "You're gonna think I'm crazy, but this Tabasco tastes like whiskey." And they're like, "No way." And she like tried it and was like, "Oh my God, it does taste like whiskey." So I Googled it. Tabasco ages their hot sauce in whiskey barrels. I had no idea. I mean, I know honey gets done in whiskey barrels. That's why you get all these honey finish things, but no one's ever done a Tabasco barrel finish until George Dickel was like, "How can we make this worse?" Yeah, I don't know how this is going to go. I think I know how this is going to go. There's no way this is good. I've been recording videos for a few hours now. I have been saving this one because I just know this is going to be bad. It's 70 proof. It is George Dickel, literally finished in a Tabasco barrel. I will say I do have to give them credit for this. The top of this looks really cool. It looks like a Tabasco bottle. I think that's cool. I wish the cap was red because once I take this off, it's going to kind of ruin the aesthetic of it. But I don't think I'm going to be that upset after I try it. Let's get it going, man. Shit. Oh my God, it's a cork. I thought for sure this was going to be a screw top. Oh God. All right. Let's give it a... Why did I pour that much? On the front label, it says smooth sippin'. I fucking doubt it. All right. Let's give it a nosing. Let's see how we feel. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. It smells like dishwater. Oh, fuck. I don't know if I can drink this. I might not be able to put this video out. Oh, God. I might not be able to do this video. Oh, boy. I keep thinking it's going to get better, and it just keeps getting worse. Oh, God. That smells so fucking bad. All right, this is gonna be a quick one. I can't do this. Let's just get through this together. Let's give it. What does it smell like? Shit. Let's give it a mouthing. Okay. Oh God. Oh fuck. Okay. Oh God. I need something good. That is fucking terrible. That is the worst thing I've ever tasted. I'm giving that a 0.1 just because it's technically whiskey. That fucking sucks. Oh my God. That ruined my fucking day.
Well, that's the review. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, don't buy this. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Who doesn't love a good old-fashioned? I know I do. It's one of my favorite cocktails, and today we're going to talk about 7 whiskeys that are great for an old-fashioned. Let's get into it. Hello everyone, welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today this idea came to me through my group chat that we have. It's a bunch of Orlando bourbon dorks, and my buddy Chris asked me if I ever made a video about bourbons that are good for old fashions or whiskeys that are good for old fashions, and I was like, no, I'm stealing that idea. Thank you very much. An old fashioned is probably my favorite cocktail. It's the one I go to the most. It's the one cocktail that I like order out because sometimes they have bitters that I don't have. Sometimes I'll have like a simple syrup that I don't have, but usually I have the bourbon available. So let's talk a little bit about this cocktail. Yes, you are mixing when you make an old fashioned. So I know a lot of people are going to be a little apprehensive about some of the bottles that are on this list because a few of them are allocated and hard to find. However, in a cocktail, specifically the old fashioned, I think that the better the spirit you're using, the better the experience you're going to have drinking that cocktail. Now, that doesn't equate to, whiskey and Coke. Like if you have King of Kentucky and you mix it with Coke, I'm sure that's a marginally better drink, but I don't think that it's the same thing as a alcohol-forward cocktail like an old-fashioned. The old-fashioned is 3 things: whiskey, bitters, and some sort of simple syrup. I tend to use maple syrup or demerara sugar when I'm doing an old-fashioned, just for something a little different. So here's the criteria for the bottles that I picked for this video. I picked 7 bourbons or whiskeys. I actually like rye whiskey the best in an old-fashioned. I'm kind of more traditional. I think the rye balances out the sweetness and the bitterness better in most cases than bourbon, but there are some exceptions which are on this list. The criteria I had has to be a solid bourbon or whiskey on its own. It has to be 90 proof to hold up to dilution and can't be like overly expensive. So like all of these bottles, and like I said, there are a few allocated ones here. I did get these at retail. There is not a bottle on this list that is over $50 with the exception of one because it may be 55. I'm not sure. I'll have to look that up. But this list is in no particular order. Let's go ahead with the first one here. First one up is a great little bottle called Early Times Bottled in Bond. This meets all the criteria. It's inexpensive. It is a high quality bourbon and it is relatively inexpensive if you can find it. I know this is not available in every area. It's not available in my area. I get a hold of it a lot when I go traveling to North and South Carolina. I literally bought a case of it for my patrons last time I was in South Carolina. So it's in the areas where it is available, it seems to be pretty available. So you get a liter of this for around, I've seen it as low as $15. I've seen it as high as $30. I mean, 15 is just an absolute steal. Even at $30 for a liter of something this good, this high proof is an absolute steal. This is the first one on the list. It doesn't mean it's the best or the worst on this list. They are in no order. It is an absolutely fantastic bottle. I drink it neat. I drink it in cocktails, and I love it in a good old fashioned. Moving on to the next one. All right, let's go ahead and get an allocated one out of the way because I know people are going to be upset. And yes, I have made multiple old fashions with Colonel E.H. Taylor. Lucky for me, where I'm at, I can get this relatively inexpensively and relatively easy. About once a month, I see these at drops. So for me, this is like, I swear I'm not being a douche. For me, this is like almost like a daily drinker at this point. I've got about 5 or 6 bottles of this on reserve, so I can use this in any capacity. And it is an absolutely amazing bottle, 100 proof, high quality, and for me, it's relatively inexpensive. It's about $45-$50 depending on if I get it at Walmart or Publix. Yes, I do get E.H. Taylor at Walmart all the time. I did it like a week ago. Yeah, I love this one in an old fashioned. It's really sweet. And if you use the proper bitters, Angostura and orange is like a mixture that I like, or a Peychaud's bitters, it really shines in a spirit-forward cocktail because the spirit itself is fantastic. Moving on to the next one. All right, let's get a rye in here. And this is probably my favorite one to mix with right now. This is Bullet 12 year. This is the one I was talking about. This might be $55. I don't think it's more than that. It is a fantastic high age statement, 95 proof, if I remember correctly, 92 proof rye whiskey. This is like the bottle for making an old fashioned. If you have a bottle of Bullet 12 year rye and you haven't made an old fashioned with it, stop what you're doing, go grab some maple syrup, go grab Angostura bitters and orange bitters, 3 dashes of each, a bar spoon of maple syrup, and 2 ounces of this on a cube. Stir to dilution, and then pour it over another cube, like a big rock or a big ball in a rocks glass. You'll have the best old fashioned you've ever had. This bottle's incredible for making old fashions. It's good on its own, but it really, really, really shines in an old fashioned. I really love this bottle, and I don't know if I'm gonna include this in whiskeys of the year. I might
it just kind of depends, but I really, really, really love this bottle. And after I do this video, I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to pour an old fashioned because I haven't had one in a while, and this video is really making me want one. Moving on to the next one. All right, we're going to do another bourbon here. This is another one that might make some people upset, but again, this falls in the same scenario that I have with the E.H. Taylor small batch. I can get these relatively easy for me. About once a month they drop, and I'm talking about Eagle Rare. This is a store pick, but this is just the first one I had on the shelf. I wouldn't use a store pick, to be honest with you, because I don't really, these are very hard to come by for me. I don't know if you guys get store picks of Eagle Rare all the time, but I certainly do not. So I wouldn't use the store pick, but I'm just using this as a bottle for Eagle Rare. This bottle is amazing. 90 proof, 10-year bourbon. It shines. It is oaky. It is sweet. The flavors themselves stand up to the dilution when you're making the cocktail itself. If you've never made an Eagle Rare Old Fashioned, I've made a video on it. I love Eagle Rare in an Old Fashioned. It's one of the very few bourbons that I like in an Old Fashioned, and the only ones I really do are on this list right here. This is one of my favorite bourbons to make an Old Fashioned with. I think it's just absolutely fantastic. Even if you make a small one, because Eagle Rare is hard for you to get. If you make like, you know, a hat, like measure everything down to just make like a small drink, do it. You're going to love it. It's fantastic. I highly recommend anyone getting their hands on an Eagle Rare Old Fashioned. Moving on to the next one. Up next, another bottle from Buffalo Trace and another single. I don't keep having these single barrels. I didn't realize I had this many single barrels. This is a single barrel of Sazerac Rye. Now, this one is a total wine pick. I would use this if I needed to. I've got a few bottles of Sazerac as a backup. I love Sazerac Rye. I think it's fantastic. It's good on its own. This is probably the one that I enjoy the least on its own. However, it's still a solid pour. I'm not going to turn my nose up to some Sazerac Rye. I think it's fantastic. But this is probably the best one on this list to mix with. I think this one is fantastic in an old fashioned. It is absolutely delicious. It's the quintessential rye whiskey, in my opinion. I know some people don't love it, but to me, even if you don't love it, I think you probably would enjoy it in an old fashioned. It's like it's made for it. It's amazing. So if you've never had a Sazerac Rye Old Fashioned, this is my go-to. I'm actually bringing one of these to Thanksgiving to make Old Fashions with. So I will be doing that for my family when I go see them in New Jersey in a few weeks. Move on to the next one. All right, last bourbon on the list here, and this is, again, this is kind of a stand-in bottle because this is Conviction Bourbon's Infinity Barrel that they bottled at 105 proof. Doesn't have to be this one in particular, but Conviction Small Batch Bourbon is like destined to be in a good cocktail. It is absolutely delicious. These are uncut, unfiltered single barrels, so they all vary on proof. First one I ever had with Conviction was actually at their distillery, and it was unbelievable. It was probably the best old fashioned I've ever had, and it was made with one of their single barrels. If you were in North or South Carolina, I know I talk about them so much, but I love them. I'm telling you, they are the distillery to watch. They are going to blow the fuck up and be massive. I hope that they are making a shit ton of whiskey because I'm determined to make them as widely known as possible so they blow the fuck up and forget who I am. That's my goal. They're going to blow up. They're just like an incredible distillery. They make some of the best bourbon I've ever had. You make this in a cocktail and you're going to have a good night. So Conviction Bourbon is on that list. Moving on to the last one. Outside of Sazerac Rye, this is probably my favorite rye whiskey to mix with. Not just in old fashions, across all of whiskey cocktails, but I think it makes the best old fashioned on this list. If I had to pick one whiskey to make old fashions with, it would all day, every day be the Jack Daniel's Bonded Rye. This is my second or third of these. I almost exclusively mix this with old fashions. I've had it neat, obviously, for the review, and I adore it. But to me, this thing just really shines in a cocktail. And something that is so spirit forward, like an old fashioned, is a perfect tool for this amazing bonded rye whiskey. 100 proof Jack Daniel's Rye, like, you cannot do better than this. This is an absolute gem of a bottle. I feel like I need another one of these. The whole bonded series is incredible, but for this video specific, the bonded rye is just the GOAT, in my opinion, for making old fashioned. So, well, that is the end of the video. Please leave a like and subscribe while you're here. Make sure you comment down below, what is your favorite whiskey for old fashions? If I missed one, please let me know. I'd love to try it. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you in the next one. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now. Today we are wrapping up 2024 with December's Bourbon Haul. Let's get into it. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Brad's Bourbon Reviews. I'm Brad, and today we're going to wrap up 2024 and look back at December and see all of the bottles that I got in December. I got some goodies. Let's be honest, I got some good ones this month. So let's go ahead and go into it here. I'm going to grab one that could be, I don't remember exactly when I got this. I don't remember putting it in my bourbon haul, but I have done a review of it already. So I'll start with that one. And that is Tumblin' Dice, the Fruit Bat single barrel pick. If you're curious about this bottle, you can see the link in the description. Full disclosure, I have a partnership with Fruit Bat. This bottle was fine. I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. I thought it was just kind of middle of the road. I gave it like a 7, I think. If you were interested in Tumblin' Dice like I was, this would be a bottle to just kind of dip your feet into. I think it's pretty solid. I don't remember if I talked about this last month. I don't remember when I got this one. I'm pretty sure it was in December. If it's not, and it's in the other video, I apologize. But we're moving on to the next one. To a bottle that I know I got in December because I got it on Christmas Eve. I was able to get my hands on E.H. Taylor Barrel Proof Batch 13. I'm very excited about this. I love the E.H. Taylor Barrel Proof. I think they are fantastic. This year's comes in at 127.3 proof, which is, if I remember correctly, a little bit lower than last year's, but that's okay. I'm excited. I love to get my hands on all of these releases. I found this at a Walgreens. I have a story that I'll tell about this bottle on my podcast over on Patreon. So if you want to hear a very funny story about how I got this bottle, go check that out. Moving on to the next one. All right, next one here is a bottle of E.H. Taylor Small Batch. I love E.H. Taylor Small Batch. Anytime I find one, I grab one. They're like $45 at Walmart. This was a part of a drop at Walmart, and I had to get it. I always get one whenever Walmart does their drops because I just think this is like such a good bourbon. It is such a good entry bourbon for people too who are, want to try something a little more high proof than what they're used to while keeping the sweetness and the flavors. I think it's just a solid bottle. So it goes without saying, if you see H. Taylor for $45, $50, $60, you grab it. Moving on to the next one. Next one up is a bottle of Elmer T. Lee. I got this also at Walmart. This was $45. I have heard, this is breaking news that no one's talked about yet. I heard from a very reliable source that the retail price of Elmer T. Lee, which is like $45, $50, something in that ballpark, is going to be going up to $79.99 in 2025. So I think Buffalo Trace is starting to feel the bourbon boom slowing down a little bit, which for me is great. Y'all go review tequila. I'm going to be here reviewing bourbon because it's just what I love. But yeah, I got this at Walmart, $45. 45 or 50, I can't remember. But again, anytime I find Elmer T. Lee, I grab it. I like it. They're single barrels. They vary a little bit. If you don't expect the world out of it, it's a solid bourbon. Moving on to the next one. Next one here is a bottle that I have been wanting for quite a few years, and I finally just decided to pull the trigger and do it. This is Evan Williams 12-year. This is 101 proof Evan Williams 12-year age statement, and this one is a Japan export. This is like the Wild Turkey 12-year, where it's just an export out to Japan, and it is fantastic. Initially, I had decided to open Rock Hill Farms on Christmas, but I've already had Rock Hill Farms, so I decided to open this instead, and I'm glad I did. This is unlike any Evan Williams I've ever had. It doesn't taste anything like Evan Williams to me. Like, it does drink over its proof, which is my only knock on it, but it's like leather, dark fruits. There's a lot to this one. I really, really like it. I'm so glad I got it. I think I spent like $150 on it. Not too crazy, but I'm very, very glad I have this. This is something I've been wanting for a long, long time. I do know if you go to Kentucky that the Bar Neat sells these. I think they're like $200. It's a lot of money for a bottle, but this one's fantastic. If you're going to spend that much money, you could do a lot worse than this bottle. It's really, really good. And that's coming from somebody who doesn't really like Evan Williams stuff typically. But this one is just, it's just exceptional. So if you ever see one of these at a reasonable price, grab it. Moving on to the next one. Speaking of travel exclusive or exports, this is Wild Turkey Rare Breed non-chill filtered barrel proof. This is a liter of Wild Turkey Rare Breed, but it's not just Wild Turkey Rare Breed. It is Wild Turkey Rare Breed non-chill filtered. If you don't know what non-chill filtering is, they bring the temperature of the barrels down and remove these like proteins that make the liquid more clear. It was a thing that they started doing for overseas in Japan because they wanted not cloudy bourbon. To them, it was like a sign that it wasn't made correctly. But the problem is when you do that, you remove a lot of the flavor compounds in it. So I have actually done, this was a long time ago, I got sent a sample of this and I did like a side-by-side and I believe I did it blind. And if I may not have done it blind, but I remember doing the video and this came out ahead. Like, and it wasn't even close. Like, it's so much better than your standard Rare Breed. If you ever see these while you're out traveling, grab them. I don't know what the retail cost on this is. I got this as in a part of a trade. So I don't know exactly what these cost, but I don't care what it costs. It's worth it. It's a liter of Wild Turkey Rare Breed coming in 116.8 proof, non-chill filtered. It's amazing. So If you ever see these on your travels, make sure you grab one. Moving on to the next one. All right, next one up here is a bottle that I'm a little reluctant to try just because I didn't love the first one I got in this. I thought it was just a decent bourbon for what the price of it was. This is the Penelope State Collection's 10-year single barrel. This was like $83. My buddy Chris found this. Buddy and patron Chris found this in his travels for me, and I had to grab it. I'm cautiously optimistic about this one. I hope it's good. I want to love Penelope, but the only thing I've ever had from them that I loved was the Valencia. I'm hoping that this will be up there with that. It's a 10-year single barrel, so we will see. We'll see how good it is. I'll be doing a review on this coming up soon. Moving on to the next one. All right. I love Redwood Empire, and for some reason, I did not have this bottle on my shelf until recently. This is Redwood Empire Lost Monarch Cask Strength. This is a bourbon and rye blend at cask strength, and the proof on this is 116.2. So I have not opened this yet. I'm very excited to open this. I have never had something from Redwood Empire that I didn't like. I've had different levels of like to love, but everything I've ever had for them has been really, really solid. So I'm excited to try this and see what I think. I hope that it's good. I hear good things, so we'll see. Again, I'll be doing a review on this one fairly soon, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Make sure you subscribe if you want to stick around and see what else we got going on. Redwood Empire is just awesome, so I hope that this is great. Moving on to the next. Now, I know you've probably, up to this point, if you've watched the channel, are going like, Brad, how have you not brought up Jack Daniels yet? And to that I say, I got a bottle of Jack Daniels single barrel proof from MDP, a local liquor store here, and I gotta be honest with you, this is probably the best Jack Daniels single barrel pick I've ever had. It is not as good. I don't want to say it's as good. But if you are chasing those Coy Hills, it's not as good as that. But if you're chasing those Coy Hills, this is as close as you're going to get without spending an arm and a leg for one of those Coy Hills or finding it on, like I did, on the shelf at Walmart. It's phenomenal. I don't know if these are still around. I would assume it's a Jack pick. These don't fly off the shelves. But if you live in the Orlando area, I would highly urge you to go check out MDP Liquor and grab one of these. It's really, really good. It comes in at 130.2 proof. I got nothing else to say, man. This is great. I mean, look at, you can tell maybe in this the color. I don't know if you can. Maybe you can tell in the B-roll, but I mean, it's absolutely just unbelievable. It's really solid. I was so shocked. My friend group was talking about this, and I was like, I'll be honest, I was kind of like, all right, you guys are just kind of talking this up. And then I tried it, and I was like, they are not. This is actually really, really good. So if you are looking for a Jack Daniel's single barrel proof that is like really good, I urge you to go grab this one from MDP. Moving on to the last one. All right, last up here is Still Austin Tanager. This is a cigar blend bourbon. This thing has the best packaging of a bottle of bourbon I've ever seen. I think it's absolutely gorgeous. I'm very excited about this. Some people are saying this is bourbon of the year. Some people say they don't like it at all. I cannot wait to review it without a cigar and then review it while I'm smoking a cigar. I think it'll be kind of fun. This is a cigar blend. This comes in at 106 proof Texas bourbon. The cap on this, I didn't really capture it in the B-roll that I did last night. The cork on this is like a little nest. It's just, this bottle's gorgeous. I mean, even if it sucks, it's still like very, very pretty bottle, which is not the point of whiskey. But for someone who has like a display in their house, I think this is a great little addition to it, even if it's not great. But I'm hoping this is really, really good. A few bigger channels have been saying this is like up there for bourbon of the year. I can't wait to see. I can't wait to try. I'm going to be doing a review of this sooner than later, so keep your eyes out for that. Well, that's the end of the video. Thank you guys for watching. If you're not subscribed, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Comment down below. Let me know what you got in the month of December. I will see you guys on the next one, and I will see you in 2025. Until then, cheers. A big thank you to all the Patreon supporters you see on screen right now.